Yi Zhixiao opened her eyes amidst a sharp headache. Was this another rescue? No. The bed beneath her was hard and narrow, pressing painfully against her bones. Her eyes took in a small, dim room with a faint, musty smell of decay in the air. This was definitely not her luxurious VIP ward. Yi Zhixiao sat up, the bed frame groaning under the strain. Her temple throbbed as if chiseled, and she gasped, raising her hand to touch it only to feel a sticky, dried patch of blood. Her gaze dropped, and she froze. The hands before her were as long, fair, and well-proportioned as she remembered, but their size was a full circle larger. A strange fear crept up Yi Zhixia's spine, cold sweat trickling down. Her hand instinctively reached for quick-acting medicine, but then she realized with a start that the ever-present angina had vanished. Her heart beat strongly beneath her ribs, healthier than ever. Could this be the legendary transmigration? Yi Zhixiao looked around the cramped room, no more than 10 square meters, barely enough space for a bed and a cabinet. By the wall were a few tattered bags. An empty bottle rolled out, its label faintly readable, Mecha Lubricant. R3 Civilian Edition. Accompanied by sharp tinnitus, fragmented images flashed through her mind, a collection room filled with mecha models, a vivid red grade mark on a psychic assessment report, and a note stating failure to meet mecha pilot requirements. Those were memories of the Bodis' original owner. In Yi Zhixia's discerning eyes, the clothes she wore, design tailoring fabric, were top-tier, understatedly luxurious, and exceedingly comfortable against the skin. The original owner's body showed no trace of labor. Her slightly wavy long hair fell like satin. Such care required time and money that only the pampered could afford, just like her past self. Clearly the original owner was from a wealthy background. How could she end up in the slums murdered? Madam, you're awake. Yi Zhixia's thoughts were interrupted. Frowning, she looked toward the door where a slender figure stood in the dim light. His features were indistinct, but his eyes glistened with a moist, gentle luster. The man flinched as if scalded, his back hitting the doorframe hard. A 3- or 4-year-old child cowered behind him, small hands clutching the man's faded trouser leg. The pair, like startled rabbits, stared at her as if she were a monster. Come on, Yi Zhixiao thought to herself, a man and a woman alone in a room. I should be the one scared. Still wary, she felt her taut nerves relax a little at their reaction. When she, having heard the noise, came to check. The tall woman sat on the bed, which had originally been ample for the father and son, but now seemed cramped. She frowned back at him, her handsome face cold and unapproachable, her gaze sharp as a knife, suffocating. When she spread his arms to shield Moo behind him, his heart pounding rapidly. He regretted bringing the woman home. When he found her at the garbage dump, she was so badly injured she seemed dead. But now, she seemed almost fine. What if she used psychic force on him? How could a weak man like him resist? When she tried to straighten his back, his feet firmly planted at the door. A trace of determination appeared on his pale face. He couldn't back down. At least in front of Moo, he couldn't show any cowardice. Gurgle. A loud stomach growl broke the tense atmosphere. When she looked at the woman, she was holding her stomach, looking a bit embarrassed, but finally not so fierce. Relieved a little, he took a nutrition tube from his backpack, rubbed it in his palm for a long time, then summoned his courage to step inside and held it out to her. Are you hungry? We only have this. The nutrition tube had expired a week ago. It was the best one he had ever grabbed, originally meant for Moo. Cast out by his former wife, Wen Zai's reputation rating had dropped to the lowest level, and he had a nonverbal son. The next matching period was approaching, yet no woman was willing to take him, not even as a secondary spouse. The manager of Tsuetsan Club had approached him several times, and last time, even laid down an ultimatum: if he didn't agree to sign, they would be evicted from this small shelter and would have to repay all the waived rent. Once he became a PR public relations worker, freedom and dignity would become the most extravagant things. He wouldn't even have control over his own body, so how could he protect Moo? The women in Yueguang district were either vicious fugitives, he would avoid them, or extremely poor, unwilling to take in two burdens. Moreover, he was already targeted by Tsuetsan Club, and no one wanted to get involved with that trouble. When he decided to bring the woman home, a very risky idea took root in his mind. He never knew he had such nerve, but he truly had no other choice. Originally, he planned to pretend the heavily injured woman was asleep, and when the people from Tsuetsan Club came, he would claim she was his fiancée about to register their marriage, at least to buy some time. But now she was awake. The woman was strikingly handsome. When asleep, she seemed unattainably lofty, but now just sitting there, her powerful aura made it impossible to look at her directly, as if all his thoughts could be seen through. Before his marriage, Wen Zai's maternal family had some assets, and he was indeed handsome, so he had the opportunity to marry into Central Star. For a man from a small planet like him, his former wife was already outstanding, but compared to this woman, she was like starlight to the sun. She toyed with the nutrition tube, not rushing to drink it, even though she was ravenous. When she knew the appetites of women, due to psychic power, they needed nearly 10 times the energy of men per day. A single nutrition tube was a drop in the bucket for her. This noble lady had probably never tasted a nutrition tube, The rich and Central Star always looked down on such industrial fast food. Wen's heart twisted in knots, unsure how to handle the situation. A tug at his trouser leg. Muumu's small body leaned against him, his anxious eyes stirring pity. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep red crescents into his palms, and finally made a decision. He walked to the woman, knelt on both knees, wiped the dirt from his face, and pulled Muumu into his arms. "Madam, for the sake of my having cared for you, I beg you, I beg you." The rest was too difficult to utter, but for this last lifeline, he could abandon all male shame and reserve. "Please marry me." "No, it's not marriage." Realizing the impropriety of his words, when she quickly waved his hand, a flush of embarrassment creeping up to the roots of his ears. Under the woman's startled gaze, he turned his head away. "Just let me be the lowest concubine." Those few words expended all the courage of a lifetime. At this moment, when she could only hug the child in his arms tightly, like a gambler staking everything, waiting for the dice to fall, Yi Zhixia fiddled with the object the man had handed her, a tube of pink liquid. After studying it for a while, she couldn't find where to open it, but she did notice it had expired. She tried to recall the fragmented images from earlier to awaken the original owner's memories, even just a bit of common sense, but gained nothing. The expected result brought no disappointment. She was about to question the man to learn about this world when something unexpected occurred. Yi Zhixia stared dumbfounded at the man. The moment he knelt, she was so startled she leaned back. Heaven knows the scene looked like a honey trap. Even television dramas wouldn't dare to film such absurdity. Yi Zhixia rubbed her face, doubting her ears. Had she just heard marriage? Concubine. Unless her eyes deceived her, he was a man. What kind of world was this? Her head throbbed even more. "With all due respect," Yi Zhixia pressed her forehead and finally spoke after a long silence. "I don't even know your name. Why would I marry you?" Before figuring out the situation, she couldn't trust anyone. The original owner was clearly in deep trouble. At a time like this, caution was paramount. Survival came first. Yi Zhixia tossed the question back at the man, then took the time to truly examine him. The dirt on his face washed off, his features were as delicate as a 3D model, possessing a beauty that transcended gender. A face like this, even in Earth's entertainment industry, would be hard to surpass. "My name is Wen Shi." Hearing the woman's reply, Wen's heart leaped into his throat. He quickly interjected, "I'm sorry, madam." He apologized instinctively, his gentle voice trembling with tension, his eyes glistening with moisture like two shimmering green pools. My mating period is almost here. Please be merciful and take me in. We eat very little. We won't cause you any trouble." But they themselves were trouble. Wen Shi had never lied before, and his face was written with barely concealed panic. He bit his lower lip, hid the child behind him, untied his scarf to reveal his pale neck, and began unbuttoning his shirt. "They'll do whatever you want." Yi Zhixia involuntarily glanced at him, her gaze landing on the graceful hollow of his neck, then jerking away as if shocked. Damn it, when had her self-control become so weak? So this was a female-dominated world. Yi Zhixia was somewhat grateful for her breadth of reading, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to accept this setting so easily. Seeing the woman still silent, when she felt a surge of despair. Thinking of his 3-year-old Muumu, tears streamed down uncontrollably. "I can endure being a public relations plaything, but who will take care of my child?" A beautiful man knelt before her, weeping and begging to be taken in. Yi Zhixia didn't know what to say. 28 years of life, and the first time someone proposed to her, it was like this. For his child, he debased himself to the dust, begging and ingratiating himself with a stranger. Yi Zhixia looked at his reddened eyes and sighed. If there were any other option, who would trample their own dignity like this? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a pounding came from outside the door, followed by a woman's flirtatious voice. "Wen Shi, darling, have you made up your mind?" Hearing the voice, Wen Shi instinctively shrank his shoulders. Ignoring his conversation with the woman, he rushed to the door, as if facing a great enemy, blocking it with his body. This small house was introduced by Manager Qin, who charged no rent, so taking it back was just a word from her at any time. In the past, discussions about the contract always took place outside. When she didn't want Muumu to see such dishonorable things. He knew that if not for his rarity, likely to be picked by the official club, Manager Qin would have long lost patience with him. "Manager Qin, why are you here?" When she wiped his tears, hastily adjusted his scarf, just as a woman in an expensive suit appeared at the doorway. He had known the iron gate in the public area couldn't stop her. When she tried to close the small door, but the woman held it open. "What? Can't I visit a house I rented?" Qin Gu raised an eyebrow, leaned in to examine the beauty before her. Oh, had he just been crying? A pure blossom with rain look that made one want to bully him. Today she would definitely land this cash cow. "Your mating period is almost up. What's there to hesitate about? Sign the contract and I promise to make you the top star, famous and prosperous. Why struggle here? Look, you've gotten so thin." As she spoke, Qin Gu's roving eyes fell on Wen's collar, and she reached out to grab his waist. "Huh, playing hard to get, but you've softened. Your scarf is so loose not even hiding your Adam's apple. Seems my efforts haven't been wasted. You've learned to seduce people. Though she had used both soft and hard tactics before, she had never come all the way like today. When she recoiled in terror, dodging the woman's reaching arm. You can't do this. He was like a fawn cornered by a hunter, his voice trembling, arms wrapped tightly around himself, as if that could shield him from harm. No, this won't do. If she used force, he had no way to fight back. What would become of Momo? Who would care about a burden? When she dared not even imagine the fate of an unattended child in the Moonlight District. He closed his eyes, shaking off those horrible images. Steeled, his heart retreated behind the door and grasped the handle, trying to close it. I already have a wife. Please stop harassing me. Huh? When she don't be ungrateful. Chingu was practically enraged to the point of laughter. Pretty flowers are everywhere. Who would want a second-hand piece of junk like this? No dowry, dragging a burden. So much less convenient than hunting in the club. Either come with me today, your back rent is forgiven and it'll give you the best contract. Or, pay me back now. Of course you can pay with your body. But don't expect any perks. A woman's strength was naturally no match for a man's, and she stooped to using spiritual power intimidation. When she was almost instantly drained of all strength. His face was pale as paper, fine beads of sweat dampening his forehead. Yet he clenched his teeth, stubbornly propping himself up, refusing to step back. What do you think you're doing to my man? Chingu stared at the woman who suddenly appeared behind the door, her pupils contracting sharply. Having been in the entertainment business, she was always a good judge of character. The woman exuded an air of nobility. Even without releasing her spiritual power, a strong oppressive force made it impossible to dare offend. You are. Her face was mostly obscured by shadow, not fully discernible, but she seemed familiar. Could she be some rebellious noblewoman slumming it in the poor district? Yi Zhixia glanced at the tottering man, pulled him to her side, draped her arm over his shoulder, and effortlessly drew him into her embrace. Manager Qin, am I right? Sensing the other's attitude softening, Yi Zhixia grew even more resolute, her voice cold and unequivocal. If you want your establishment to prosper, you'd better not provoke those you shouldn't. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving no room for response. After a long moment, she heard footsteps retreating outside the door. Yi Zhixia groaned, clutching her throbbing head, and crouched down to the floor. She had felt unwell ever since Manager Qin's visit. It was a sensation of territory being invaded, like the mutual repulsion of identical magnetic poles. At that time, unaware of the gravity of the situation, she coldly observed, as when she was harassed and coerced by a woman trying to glean useful information from fragments of their conversation. A PR escort was probably akin to a gigolo, but seemingly with even fewer rights. And the matching period likely referred to a man's marital gap. If he remained single beyond that period, he would be forced to become an escort. It seemed when she hadn't lied to her. With some of her doubts dispelled, she saw the man's strained demeanor and the overly quiet child huddled in the corner, and her heart softened. It was just getting a marriage certificate, not actually fulfilling any conjugal duties. Burdened by the mess the original owner left behind, she didn't want to end up without a roof over her head. Yi Zhixia convinced herself. Just as she was about to intervene, a severe headache suddenly struck Yi Zhixia. The source of the pain was Manager Qin. Indescribable energy radiated from her like invisible water waves crashing against Yi Zhixia's nerves. At the same time, she felt an invisible film enveloping her own body. Was this psychic power? Without time to dwell, Yi Zhixia endured the headache and, feigning composure, sent the person away. Fortunately, years of suffering from illness had honed her extraordinary endurance, so she didn't let on. Ma'am, are you all right? Manager Qin finally left, but before when she could relax, his heart tightened again. He crouched down to support her, his eyes full of concern as he watched the veins bulging at her temple. I'm fine. Yi Zhixia waved her hand, cold sweat trickling down her temples, and she lay down on the bed with his help. Perhaps the collision of psychic powers stimulated her brain. Fragments of the original owner's memories streaked across like countless meteors. Suddenly flooded with so much information, Yi Zhixia's head felt like an inflated balloon ready to burst at any moment. The original owner was also named Yi Zhixia. Her mother Yi Qing was the matriarch of the Federation's top conglomerate, the Yi Group. Yi Qing had married over a dozen genetically excellent men, bearing sons one after another, until she had Yi Zhixia at nearly 60. But fate was cruel. This heiress born with a silver spoon had only a level psychic power rating barely above ordinary civilians. About 800 years ago, a meteor shower struck humanity. The radioactive substances in the meteorites caused massive human casualties. Among the survivors, female genes underwent evolution, significantly enhancing physical strength and intelligence and awakening psychic powers. Before adulthood, the Federation conducts psychic power assessments for females. The levels are S, A, B, C, and D. Falling below D is considered a genetic defect. Thus, Yi Zhixia's position as heir was unstable. The direct line had been single child for generations, far less populous than the collateral branches which boasted many talents. A month ago, Yi Qing suddenly entered the aging phase. In this world, humans remain youthful and fit until reaching the aging phase, after which the body rapidly deteriorates and dies within 6 months. The matriarch's critical illness shattered the fragile balance within Yi Group. Such a vast empire stirred greed in everyone. Especially when the heir was a grade waste, how could the talented collateral youths accept it? The original owner's shuttle malfunctioned and crashed in the Moonlight District. She managed to escape from the escape pod, but failed to escape the poison within her body. Thus, Yi Jixia, who died of a heart attack, somehow ended up occupying this body. A cool sensation touched her temple, and the headache gradually subsided. Yi Jixia opened her eyes to see when she wiping away the blood on her forehead with a damp cloth, while Mumu lay by the bedside playing with his fingers lost in his own world. Feeling better. When she brought a nutrient fluid to her lips, asking softly, his voice barely above a whisper, afraid to disturb her. He was truly grateful. If not for this lady intervening, he might have been taken away by force. But he was inarticulate, unsure how to express his thanks, so he took care of her wholeheartedly. When she knew his gloomy personality was unappealing. His previous wife had always despised him, especially after Mumu was born. She no longer held back, often beating and scolding him. When she discovered that Mumu, at over 2 years old, still couldn't speak, she blamed everything on when she threw them both out, and even emptied his smart bracelet of credits, leaving not a single coin. Thinking of this when she couldn't help but smile bitterly. That woman didn't care about Mumu at all. She was just impatient to make room for her new lover. Just now he experienced for the first time what it felt like to be protected by a woman, so reassuring. He couldn't help but think if only she would truly become his wife. When the strawberry-flavored nutrient fluid slid down her throat. The artificial flavor wasn't pleasant, but the burning in her stomach eased slightly. Yi Jixia spoke, rousing the somewhat distracted man. "Let me use your smart bracelet." Snapping back to reality when she realized his hand was still on the lattice forehead. His cheeks flushed instantly, and he hastily unclasped his smart bracelet and handed it over. The social system granted women high status. Yi Jixia didn't want to appear too out of place, but enjoying a man's service while ordering him around. Even with her thick skin, she couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. However, the priority was to understand the current situation. Since she had taken over the original owner's body, she would live well in her stead, reclaim her identity, and punish those who had harmed her. To avoid being tracked, the original owner had destroyed her smart bracelet and discarded it in a garbage mountain, the parts quickly scavenged by different people. If not for her psychic power issue with her intelligence, she would have been a qualified heir. Yi Jixia had some admiration for the original owner, but in this era, being without a smart bracelet was as difficult as being an undocumented person, a dead end. Alright, another problem. She needed to get a smart bracelet as soon as possible. Above the city, the domed canopy of the sky was dotted with countless brilliant lights clustering and fading in a dazzling display. Qing sat in her hovercar, troubled by her thoughts, unable to enjoy the view. She let the autopilot guide the vehicle toward the Cloud City route. The buttons on that woman's shirt alone were worth 5 figures. That level of high nobility. Qing had no connections even to meet her. How had when she gotten involved with her? Qing frowned. She had expended so much effort just to maximize the value of her cash cow. In this business, the difference between voluntary and forced income was like heaven and earth. She couldn't just let it go. She opened her smart bracelet and entered Wenzai's citizen ID into the matching center system. Qing squinted at the screen displaying matching in progress. Damn it. She slammed her fist hard against the seat. The humiliation of being deceived enraged Qing beyond reason. That little wretch, when she had actually dared to lie to her. What did he think he was? That woman was just playing with him. She'd get bored in a few days. Once she found out who that woman really was, she'd make sure to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, where would her pride go? Wenzai's neural implant was a basic version equipped with only a few official management modules, merely communication, consumption, and search functions. Still, it was sufficient for the current situation. Yi Jixia somewhat clumsily opened the Star Network. Before she could input a search term, a bold, enlarged headline leaped from the news homepage. Yi family's eldest daughter dies in hovercar accident. Where will the commercial empire sail? The article first disclosed the Yi Group's investigation record, which contained only a single dismissive line: core energy system failure. The hovercar had been completely destroyed, and that was the conclusion. Then it was revealed that the Yi family patriarch Yi Qing had entered the aging phase and was now in a deep coma. This information had been carefully concealed to stabilize the stock price. Mother. Yi Jixia felt a strange tightness in her chest, whether from the residual emotions of the original body or something else. In her previous life, she had been estranged from her parents. Her parents had left her wealth that could last several lifetimes, yet they had been distant from her. Although the original body was mediocre in talent, her mother had never given up on her. In a world that valued psychic power, having unconditional love was such a blessing. In her mind, an imposing face emerged, noble, wise, and inviolable. But when those eyes looked at her, they were always gentle and loving. Jixia, don't push yourself too hard. I only want you to be happy. Hot tears fell onto the back of her hand. Yi Jixia wiped her eyes, her fingertips whitening as she clenched them, trembling slightly. Even knowing that this maternal love did not belong to her, she could not help but indulge in it. Once the aging phase began, the process of gene collapse was irreversible. At best a month, at worst half a year, her mother's life would come to an end. Yi Jixia dared not imagine how heartbroken her mother would be when she learned of her daughter's tragic death. Before the original owner's accident, her mother's condition had been relatively stable, but now she had fallen into a coma. The direct line of the Yi family had only her and her mother left, while the collateral lines were flourishing, with two branches being the most powerful. One branch was led by Yi Guanyin, the most populous, controlling nearly 30% of the group's industries. The other branch was led by Yi Tingqiao. This cousin had burst onto the scene possessing a grade peak psychic power and had been recruited and trained by the 3rd Legion of the military department, receiving the rank of lieutenant, becoming a rising star in the family. Although the hovercar crash was indeed dangerous, the real cause of the original owner's death was the drug inside her body, which suddenly acted during the escape so quickly that she had no chance to save herself. The whole affair was not orchestrated by one person. The hovercar accident seemed like Yi Guanyin's style, simple and brutal. The poisoning, including the leak of her mother's aging phase, likely came from Yi Tingqiao's faction. The page refreshed again. On the virtual screen projected by the neural implant, a high-definition holographic photo of the original owner popped up. A handsome woman surrounded by white chrysanthemums, with countless candle lights burning before her. Just moments ago, the Yi Group's official website had actually released a funeral announcement. Staring at the words, deeply mourning the passing of Miss Yi Jixia, she pinched her throbbing temples and almost blurted out a classic curse. You are. When she stared at the holographic photo, his gentle peach blossom eyes wide, his body frozen in place. An empty nutrient bottle slipped from his palm, rolled far away on the ground, and he didn't even notice. The Yi Group. Was that Yi Group? The giant of the Federation's energy and transportation industry, the super conglomerate owning nearly 10,000 interstellar routes and several energy stars. What kind of person did I bring back? Yes, I am Yi Jixia. Yi Jixia looked him straight in the eye, her tone flat, without any extra emotion, but the slight frown on her forehead was heavy with profound weariness. Thank you for saving me. However, she placed the neural implant back in one Zai's hand, unbuttoned the top button of her shirt, exhaled the stale air from her chest, and curved her lips into a bitter smile. The hovercar crash was not an accident. It was murder. Someone doesn't want me to go back alive. Yi Jixia habitually rubbed her wrist where the neural implant band should be, but grasped nothing. She pinched her knuckles, suppressing the irritation in her heart, and continued. It's been only 2 days since the accident. The body hasn't even been found, and yet the death notice has been released. Huh. Yi Jixia let out a cold laugh. The man's face instantly turned pale, as if some understanding had dawned on him. This improved her mood a little. After all, talking to an intelligent person saves a lot of breath. The people who want to kill me want rest without seeing a body. If my whereabouts are discovered, everyone who has come into contact with me will be silenced. I need a place to recover temporarily, and I must not reveal my identity. In exchange, I will resolve your matching period problem. For when what happened today was no less than 2 planets colliding. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, clenched his sweaty palms, and spoke in a dry voice. What do you need me to do? He knew that his life and death were now bound to this Miss Yi, and there was no escape. He looked at Mumu, who was sleeping on his knees, and felt a bit relieved. Children lost in their own world couldn't sense the storm outside. Go to a crowded place and dispose of these items separately, the more scattered the better. Yi Jixia looked at him with approval, her tone much lighter. She unclasped her lapel pin cufflinks and other trivial accessories and handed them to Wenxi. Remember, don't show your face, just drop them and leave. By the way, you should have Qin guest contact info right. Yi Jixia leaned back on the bed, squinting her eyes and smiling like a sly fox. Before you go, help me make an appointment with her. Tell her you've changed your mind and want to negotiate a contract. Ask her to come. When she wrapped the expensive items in a handkerchief and carefully put them away. Hearing her words, he suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief and unease. Don't worry, just do as I say, and nothing will happen. Yi Jixia felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Those eyes were always gentle, shimmering with moisture when startled, making her feel like she was bullying a small animal. Okay. When she had no idea what the woman was up to, but the shadow Qin Gu cast over him was just too deep. He didn't want to contact her at all. But in front of this woman, it seemed he had no choice. At least she hadn't used psychic power to coerce him. That was already very lenient. Hello, Manager Qin. This is Wenxi. Just as Qin Gu parked her hovercar in the bay, a communication request from her neural implant popped up. Seeing the name, she raised her slender eyebrows and pressed the answer button without hesitation. Oh my, I'd like to talk about the contract with you. When are you free? Can you make it tonight? His gentle voice was like a little hook tickling her heart. Tisk dumped so quickly. How pitiful. Let big sister take care of you, little beauty. Oh, eager to find me so soon. Looks like you've finally come around. Chin-gu flirtatiously whistled, her tone suggestive. It'll be right there. Wait nicely. We'll have a good talk tonight. The ground-level heavy industrial belt lying at the very bottom of the urban space bore the functions of waste, disposal, metallurgy, and energy transmission, utterly inhospitable. Industrial exhaust was trapped within the containment shields, and with the shadow of the floating city casting its pall, even at midday sunlight never reached here. This was the Moonlight District, a place where sunshine was as dim as moonlight. Amid the roar of energy furnaces, an air car swept over a mountain of trash and descended slowly into the residential area. Capsule apartments crowded together like a massive honeycomb. The air current stirred up thick dust from the ground, and Chin-gu, covering her nose, stepped out of the car, sneezing several times. Even so, she was in good spirits. When she, my darling, open up? Thinking of the delicious prey waiting for her, Chin-gu licked her lower lip. After all that effort, she was eager to taste the prize tonight. The door was slightly ajar, a thin line of light spilling out. Pushing it open, she saw a figure curled up on the bed, a lewd smile spreading across her face as she stepped in without caution. Thump! Chin-gu stumbled forward and collapsed to the ground. Yi Jixia dropped the steel pipe and stepped out from the shadows behind the door. Hiss! I hope I wasn't too hard. Quickly locking the door, Yi Jixia dragged the woman to the bedside and tied her up tightly. When she lifted the blanket, Mu was sleeping soundly, hugging a pillow. Yi Jixia patted the child's head, a faint curve forming on her lips as she breathed a soft sigh of relief. She had to dispose of this intruder quickly before when she returned, so as not to frighten father and son. Removing Chin-gu's brain computer, Yi Jixia attempted to forcibly unlock it with her mental power. After several attempts, she succeeded, and sitting by the bed, she began browsing through it quickly. Prior to this, while investigating the movements of the Yi family, Yi Jixia had also taken the time to learn about mental power knowledge. Advanced mental power could sense lower-level mental power and even assess its approximate grade, while lower-level mental power could not sense higher-level ones. For instance, if an A-level individual consciously restrained their mental energy, even a B-level person sitting right across from them would detect no fluctuation at all. This world placed such high importance on mental power not only because it set thresholds for career choices, but also because it exerted a hierarchical suppression. Lower grades could not resist the prestige of higher grades. Imagine a manager. No matter how outstanding their business skills were, if their mental power grade was insufficient, subordinates could use mental intimidation to constantly hinder them. This was precisely why the collateral branches dared to challenge the original owner's status. The first time Chin-gu came to the door, Yi Jixia had clearly sensed her mental power, while the other party remained completely unaware. This meant that her own mental power was higher than Chin-gu's. The headache symptoms she had been experiencing were likely due to the influence of the Botus injuries. If the original owner's mental power was merely D-level, it could only threaten disabled individuals with genetic defects. Chin-gu, having attained the position of club manager, clearly was not one of those. Excluding the possibility that the original owner was playing the fool, Yi Jixia speculated that her own transmigration had somehow enhanced the mental power of this body. However, she was not certain of the exact extent of the enhancement. When Chin-gu woke up again, she found herself bound with hands behind the bed leg. A dull ache throbbed at the back of her head, and an intense dizziness made her want to vomit. Never having endured such suffering, she couldn't help but curse. Manager Chin, I apologize for meeting you this way. A cold voice came, and Chin-gu looked up. The fury in her eyes flickered and died as she recognized the woman's face. Extreme shock distorted her features, her pallid complexion, as if she had seen a ghost. It was as if a burning coal were lodged in her throat, scorching and suffocating, yet she could not utter a single word. Her brain computer was held in the woman's hand, the faint glow of the virtual screen casting a chill light upon her face. Cold sweat soaked her shirt, sticky and icy against her back. Chin-gu struggled with her hands, but the unknown material rope only tightened, its sharp edges cutting into her flesh, making her hiss in pain. No wonder she had seemed familiar last time. It turned out she was the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Chin-gu could never have dreamed of encountering this figure in the Moonlight District. Failing to recognize Yi Jixia at first glance was not because she had poor eyesight. In fact, this well-known prodigal miss from high society kept a very low profile and rarely appeared in the media, so Chin-gu had never even considered that possibility. But hadn't the news reported that she was already dead? Realizing she might have stumbled into a shocking conspiracy, Chin-gu's heart felt as if it were clamped in a giant hand rising to her throat. Knowing too much. Wouldn't they silence her? Wait, she was being foolish. Chin-gu's expression suddenly relaxed. She leaned casually against the bed leg, sizing up Yi Jixia with a bold, fearless look. Stripped of her status as Yi family heir, Yi Jixia was nothing but a grade waste. Her own mental power was fully 2 grades higher. A cold smile curled on Qin Guest's lips. The image of the once arrogant Miss Yi being forced to her knees by mental pressure, weeping and begging for mercy. At the thought, she couldn't help but tap her toe, already growing impatient. And that little slut, when she had dared to deceive her twice. Once she got tired of playing, she would throw her to the most troublesome clients. Manager Qin, are you thinking that a grade waste is easy to deal with? After enjoying the spectacle of Miss Yi's humiliation, you plan to sell the information to the Yi family and make a huge profit. Qin Ge was startled, not realizing when Yi Zhixia had crouched down before her. Her razor-sharp eyebrows lifted slightly, though a smile lingered in her eyes. It sent a chill through the heart. Haven't you noticed yet? You can't detect my mental power at all. Those words struck her ears like a thunderclap. Qin Ge hastily gathered her mental power, sending out invisible tendrils toward Yi Zhixia, but they vanished into the sea. No feedback whatsoever. How could this be? Indeed, from the very beginning, she had never sensed the fluctuation of Yi Zixia's mental power, yet she had jumped to the conclusion, as the rumors said, that the other was a waste. Oh, Yi Zhixia glanced at the ashen-faced woman, then turned the brain computer's virtual screen to present her treasures to the other. Who would have thought, Manager Qin, with your respectable appearance, that you are actually a beast? Reimbursement fraud, embezzling public relations, shares selling customer privacy. Tisk, you even dared to sell a counselor's information. Yi Zhixia shook her head and sighed, casting Qin Ge a look of admiration. You are truly bold and courageous. The plan went surprisingly smoothly. Yi Zhixia hadn't expected that this woman had so many weaknesses. She didn't even need to take the nude art photos. Too bad, she had already thought of many exciting poses. You? What do you want? Qin Ge's eyes went wide, her gaze fixed on the woman's rapidly sliding fingertips, fearing she might expose those unspeakable deeds. Miss Yi, your matters will be kept confidential. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her nose, the decorative gold-rimmed glasses slipped and hung askew on her face. Qin Ge had already tried. Her proud grade mental power, even with a full-force strike, was utterly ineffective. Is that so? Her brain felt as if steel needles were being driven in and twisted. Yi Zhixia narrowed her eyes, her fingers curled into a fist, and her voice came out hoarse and low. She packaged all the blackmail material and sent it to Wen Zai's brain computer. Then she smiled at Qin Ge, revealing a shallow dimple. But I trust the dead more. In the Moonlight District, life had no dignity. Every day, people died silently, without a trace. But death was not the end. Their clothes and belongings would be scavenged, their flesh would be served on tables by the starving, and finally their bones would be gnawed clean by mutated insects, leaving no evidence of their existence. Qin Ge's nostrils flared. The cramped space felt like a coffin suffocating her. What should she do? If she really died here, no one would even find her corpse. Her heartbeat pounded against her chest, her head buzzing. Gritting her teeth, Qin Ge bluffed fiercely. Miss Yi, killing me won't do you any good. Don't forget, my last communication was from Wen Shi. Both the smart brain and hovercar have tracking functions. If the club finds me missing, the police will trace it here immediately. I've dealt with people from all walks of life. Keeping me alive is useful, Miss Yi. Qin Ge spoke quickly, almost racing against time, afraid of being killed by this woman in the next second. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow, somewhat satisfied with Qin Ge's timely obedience. Living alone with complex social connections, but no close friends, not high in social status, yet due to her profession, she had access to the upper class and had long-term cooperation with the black market. She was the perfect pawn. Silence spread through the room like a dull blade, grating on Qin Ge's nerves. Just as she was about to speak again, Yi Zhixia pulled a small knife from her lower back. The blade had brownish red stains, rust, or something else. Qin Ge kicked her legs, scrambling backward, her spine hitting the bed. A tremendous force pushed the bed, scraping against the floor with a piercing screech. Ah! Watching the tip of the knife plunge down, Qin Ge closed her eyes and let out a despairing scream. Suddenly her wrists loosened. Instinctively, Qin Ge touched her chest. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a cut rope hung from her wrists. She gasped heavily, 2 streaks of tears on her face. She never wanted to experience a near-death escape again. Since Manager Qin is willing to help, I won't refuse. Yi Zhixia patted her shoulder and pulled her up. Please take us in for a while. I need a smart brain and a fake identity. It shouldn't be too hard to get in the black market, right? Hearing this, Qin Ge groaned inwardly. A smart brain was manageable, but faking someone else's identity ID was no ordinary deal. Thinking about the huge drain on her wallet, Qin Ge winced in pain. I want to see the items by tomorrow. I trust Manager Qin's ability, and I hope to see your sincerity. On the bed, Mumu turned over the blanket, slipping off to reveal his round little belly. Yi Zhixia gently tucked him in, lowering her voice. Let me offer you a piece of advice. The Yi family is deep water. More than one person wants my life. Getting involved is a one-way ticket to death. Those guys. Yi Zixia's hand rested on Mumu's back, gently patting him. A sarcastic curl touched her lips. They aren't as easy to deal with as I am. Qin Ge suddenly lifted her head, her eyes full of caution as she looked at Yi Zhixia. All dishonest thoughts were extinguished. With a click the door was pushed open. Once she ran and quickly locked it and leaned against the door panting. "Missy, he gasped voice hoarse. "I just saw that the public terminal in the Moonlight District is under lockdown." It was already very late when she left with the items. In the Moonlight District, the line between day and night was blurry. Sleep was a luxury. To fight for food, even late at night, many people headed to the garbage mountains waiting for the skyships that dumped upper-level trash. When she had never gone out late at night, the dark alleys were like a gaping abyss. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and plunged in. He wore an old raincoat, his hood pulled low, a scarf covering half his face blending in with the sparse scavengers. Acid rain was a frequent visitor in the Moonlight District, so such outfits were common. The neon lights of the floating city filtered through the haze, falling into puddles and being crushed by people's heavy steps. Taking advantage of the shadows, when she dropped a cufflink into a puddle, faint murmurs reached his ears. "Did you hear? The terminal is locked down." When she paused involuntarily, slowing his steps, straining his ears. "Terminal? What does that have to do with me? I don't have money for a skyship. You idiot. After the lockdown, welfare supplies can't be shipped in. There's already little enough, they're cutting it off completely. Damn, what's going on? They don't care about murders here, why locked down? I heard." Suddenly, the distant energy furnace erupted with a thunderous roar, drowning out the conversation. When she couldn't hear clearly, only catching the words accident, arrest, and military. Pulling his scarf higher when she quickened his pace, he made rounds at the garbage mountains, underground exchanges, welfare points, etc., disposing of all items. After much deliberation, he still decided to take a look at the public terminal. The public terminal was the most luxurious building in the Moonlight District. Most of the ships that took off and landed here were cargo. Occasionally civilian ships or hovercars passed through, but they never stayed long. The holographic screen that used to display skyship schedules had been replaced with scrolling red text, a level fugitive on the run. Lockdown warning. Dozens of machine guards had been added at the entrance, scanning passing pedestrians from all angles. But the most eye-catching was the orange mecha in the center of the square. The mecha's 8 mechanical arms worked in coordination, disassembling a crashed skyship into parts. Transport robots sorted and packed them, heading into the terminal. Recalling the news of the skyship crash, when Zai's heart tightened. Who were those people? Was the lockdown related to Miss Yi? A miserable scream rang out. When she was startled and quickly shrunk back into the rubble, where he was hiding, looking towards the source of the sound. Several hovercars roared out of the terminal, completely disregarding the surrounding civilians, letting the airwaves toss them. One passed just over a scavenger's head, and the blue flame from its exhaust blinded his eyes. Unlike civilian models, these hovercars had cold, hard lines equipped with laser weapons and bore the emblem of a serpent and a sword. They dispersed, flying to various parts of the Moonlight District, trailing phantom-like blue exhaust. Residential area. Having finished recounting what he had seen, when she licked his dry lips, his heart still pounding. Sensing Qin Ge's gaze, he moved to hide behind Yi Zixia. Serpent. Yi Zixia's eyes turned cold. In the original owner's memory, the totem of Yi Tingchaos' 3rd Legion was a snake. She had planned to leave this troublesome place through Qinggu, but the enemy moved so fast. The terminal lockdown meant all incoming flights were scanned. She couldn't slip through. And if she wasn't mistaken, they were about to start a house-to-house search. It seemed they'd have to stay here and adapt. Welp. The underground exchange sprawled within a labyrinth of abandoned pipelines, twisting, intersecting, and buried deep beneath the city. Only with a guide could one hope to locate its hidden entrance. Yet this unwritten rule applied solely to residents of Moonlight District. Are you certain this is the place? Viper, commander of Serpent Team 4, fired a scanning grenade into a storm drain. His visor instantly rendered a 3-dimensional map of the pipeline network and overlaid it with thermal imaging. "We can confirm it," one team member reported. "We extracted her memories using spiritual sense. The Nebula Stone cuff was indeed stolen from the underground exchange." Viper nodded curtly, then kicked the vacanted woman aside. She was Moonlight District's refuse, beneath his notice were it not for the mission. It took little effort for Team 4 to locate the exchange. Damp alleyways reeked of rust and damp moss. Military boots splashed through oily black water as Viper leveled his laser rifle at the operator's forehead. "Have you seen this person before?" A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying Yi Zixia's portrait. Disdain and impatience burned in Viper's gaze. "No, I've never seen her." The operator stammered, sweat slicking his temples. "Never seen her? Then how did this end up here?" The cold muzzle pressed harder against his brow as Viper slammed a Nebula Stone cuff onto the counter. "A scavenger brought it in. Traded it for 2 protein bricks, sir, that's all I know." Viper's patience snapped. His spiritual tendrils pierced the operator's cranial cavity, indifferent to neural damage, as he forcibly excavated raw memory. Wrong. The traitor had been just another faceless refugee, not the target they sought. Damn it. The trail had gone cold, again. inside the capsule habitation unit when she listened to distant concussive booms while holding Moo Moo close by gently patting his back. The chaos outside had escalated sharply soon after Chin-gu departed. Search units hadn't yet reached the residential sector, but panic had already taken root. Doors were bolted shut, others hoarded supplies in frantic preparation. From the window, countless dark specks swarmed toward welfare distribution points and the sprawling garbage mountains like ants converging on carrion. Missy, when she glanced at the woman, then fell silent. He stared at the locked door. Its flimsy frame offered no real sense of safety. The wail from public transit hubs still echoed in his ears. The woman he'd watched clawing through smoke and ash, her face melted by fire, features blurred into a grotesque mask like some hellborn specter writhing in agony. Had he not glimpsed that skimmer overhead, he might still have believed the military's stated objective capturing a fugitive. Yet, when she admitted, his motives for rescuing Miss Yi had been far from pure. Still, he harbored no ambition to curry favor with the elite. He only sought shelter for himself and Moo Moo, even if it meant enduring disdain. At least it would be a place to belong. But fate proved merciless, exacting its penalty with cruel haste. Yi Zhixia crouched beside the wall, sifting through several large sacks, discards when she had scavenged from the garbage mounds destined for barter as food rations. When no further words came, Yi Zhixia looked up and found the man adrift in thought. Preoccupied with evading imminent raids, she'd forgotten entirely how her silence must feel to father and son. A quiet pang of guilt stirred within her. After all, he was her savior, and she'd yet to fulfill her promise to him, instead dragging him into grave peril. Even if she abandoned them now, trouble would still find them. For all she knew, someone may already have witnessed when she retrieving her from the waste heaps. Don't worry, those discarded items will buy us time. They'll divert attention long enough to reach tomorrow. When she blinked, startled, he hadn't expected her to explain herself. A woman's affairs were never a man's concern. Obedience sufficed. Questions were unnecessary, understanding irrelevant. Meekness and deference defined a man's proper bearing. Any hesitation before a lady's decree was profoundly unseemly. Yet this noble woman displayed extraordinary forbearance, nearly indulgence. When Shi's unease deepened, was her kindness genuine, or merely a prelude like his former wife's to entrap him in error before escalating into cruelty and humiliation? Is there anything you wish to ask me, eh? Unaware of his guarded gaze, Yi Zhixia offered him a soothing smile. Do you fear Manager Chin will betray us? Perhaps her gentleness disarmed him. Unbidden, the question he'd wrestled with emerged at last. She won't. We hold damning evidence against her, and even setting that aside, self-preservation ensures her silence. Yi Zhixia picked up an unidentifiable metal fragment, scraped away its emerald green corrosion with a small blade, then uncovered a carbon rod, carefully pocketing both. She couldn't know whether these substances would irritate or corrode skin, but resources were scarce. To conceal her identity, she had no choice but to improvise. Without looking up, her hands never pausing, she said, Chin Ji's sole bargaining chip in pledging allegiance to the Yi clan was intelligence about me. Once that information reaches them, she becomes utterly expendable. To safeguard secrecy, the Yi clan would act decisively. Chin-gu shrewd as she surely understands that. Here at least she retains leverage. There she'd be nothing more than a speck crushed beneath a thumb. From the outset, Chin-gu had no alternative. Having sorted various powders into separate containers, Yi Zhixia brushed grime from her hands and lifted her gaze to Wenxi. The man seemed to exhale, his slender spine slackening instinctively as he leaned back against the headboard. His brow furrowed faintly, his lips parched, and split bled thin streaks. His complexion held a wan pallor. Yi Zhixia's wounds had mostly healed. Though hunger gnawed at her insides, her energy and stamina surged, robust and unflagging. Only then, seeing Wenxi's ashen face, did she recall men in this world were exquisitely fragile. They required tenderness. She softened her voice, deliberately retrieved provisions seized from Chin-gu, tore open the packaging, and knelt halfway before Wenxi, tilting her head upward, her narrow eyes crinkling warmly. Eat something. Have you overexerted yourself? The cheesecake inside the jar released an opulent wave of dairy sweetness crowned with molten caramel that dripped languidly down its edges, like a sunset dissolving into still water, conjuring visions of warmth upon the tongue. Father and son, long deprived of sweetness, swallowed reflexively. When she flushed under her gaze, his long lashes fluttering as he turned his face aside. His fists clenched, palms damp with sweat. Never before had a woman treated him with such gentleness. Not even his mother, who cared only whether his etiquette met societal standards. I'm fine. Trapped before her, he retreated inward, cradling Moo Moo tightly, bowing his head like an ostrich burying itself in sand. Let Moo Moo eat first. I'm not hungry yet. Yi Zhixia watched the crimson bloom across his earlobes, and felt something strike her heart, sending tingling waves through her chest. How utterly adorable. He resembled a timid rabbit. When had she grown so shamelessly smitten? The preservation jar completely retained the cake's flavor as if it had just been freshly baked. A rich, milky aroma filled the entire room, even stirring a hint of desire in Yi Zhixia, who was not particularly fond of sweets. Mumu's eyes widened, casting a longing gaze at the cake, yet he remained timid, not daring to move. Noticing the child's stare, Yi Zhixia scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Mumu's lips. The child shrank his shoulders, nestling into Wenxi's arms, pursing his small lips and lowering his head. It was then she realized that for so long Mumu had not spoken a single word, nor even shed a tear. Clearly abnormal. Yi Zhixia pushed the spoon forward, and the sweet cream touched Mumu's lips. His nose twitched like a puppy's, and the child, unable to resist temptation, tentatively licked it with the tip of his tongue. So fragrant and sweet. Mumu had never tasted anything so delicious. His eyes sparkled at the spoon, the fluffy cake resembling a cloud, luring the child to open his mouth. Mumu. Wenxi let out a surprised, soft cry. This was the first time Mumu had willingly eaten something offered by another. His former wife had never shied away from violence in front of the child, and he could hardly imagine the trauma this had inflicted upon Mumu. Even now, Mumu had never called him father and showed no response to anyone but him. Missy, could you talk more with Mumu? He seems to like you very much. Wenxi's eyes reddened as he looked at Yi Zhixia with a pleading gaze. His hand gently stroked Mumu's soft hair, a faint smile curling his lips, and his face, devoid of bitterness, was stunningly beautiful. What had Wenxi's ex-wife been thinking to have the heart to abandon such a gentle, beautiful man? Yi Zhixia roared inwardly. An ascetic, captivatingly beautiful man. This type of handsome man only existed in Otome games, yet she was seeing one in real life. A full half-minute passed before Yi Zhixia came to her senses, clearing her throat softly and pressing the small cake into Wenxi's hands. Wenxi, don't call me Missy anymore. There was still a tough battle ahead. Yi Zhixia rose, picked up a sharpened knife, and without hesitation sliced off her luxurious long hair, tossing it into the stove fire to burn to ashes. You should call me wife. At these words, Wenxi abruptly looked up, staring at the woman in disbelief. The orange flames of the stove cast light on her profile. Her short hair accentuated her sharp, cold contours, losing some elegance and nobility, but gaining a fiercer edge, like a black panther poised to strike. Had she truly agreed to his request? After learning of Miss Yes' identity, he had dared not hope anymore. How could the heiress of the Federation's largest conglomerate want a discarded husband? He had thought that Miss Yes' promise to resolve the matching period issue meant she would introduce him to a wife, but he never expected. The military could search here at any moment. You need to get used to that title, don't make a mistake. So that was it. Listening to her explanation, Wenxi lowered his head and softly acknowledged. The blush on his cheeks quietly faded and the warmth in his heart gradually cooled. Indeed, he had misunderstood. He was truly a shameless man. The next day, dim sunlight filtered through the haze, outlining the silhouette of a garbage mountain. Yi Zhixia looked out through a palm-sized round window. A dense crowd, as if driven by something, gathered in an open space. If only she could see more clearly. Just as she thought this, she found her field of vision suddenly widening, as if her soul had left her body, directly standing amidst the crowd. Dozens of microdrones hovered in the sky, conducting a batch scan of the crowd. Red electronic eyes emitted mesh-like rays, sweeping over expressionless faces, occasionally firing electric shock darts at those who refused to cooperate. The pink arcs of electricity were beautiful, yet cruel. At the edge of the crowd, several women in gray combat uniforms stood guard with guns. The leader reviewed the scan results through a neural interface, oblivious to her surveillance. Guiding her sight onto the virtual screen, countless images flashed by like meaningless static, yet she saw them clearly. Under the neural interface scan, each person's citizen ID, physical data, personal information, and more appeared fully on the screen. They were indeed conducting a blanket search. An unbearable hunger burned in her stomach. Yi Zhixia withdrew her spiritual sense, clutching her belly as she slumped to the ground. She had never been this hungry before. It felt as if all her strength had been drained, all senses dulled, leaving only her shriveled stomach screaming wildly, "Feed me. Anything. Yi. Wife, what's wrong?" Seeing the woman suddenly collapse to the ground, her cheeks visibly hollowing, Wenxi nearly dropped the cup in his hand. Yi Zhixia snatched the cup from Wenxi. The nutrient powder mixed with filtered water had a pungent paint-like smell, but she seemed oblivious, drinking it all in one breath, even turning the cup upside down to let the last drop fall into her mouth. This kind of nutrient paste was very high in calories and contained various essential trace elements. Although it tasted terrible, it was the best food available in the Moonlight District. Originally, this cup of paste was barely enough for 3 people to eat for a day, but in an instant it all went into Yi Zixia's stomach. She felt her stomach was like a bottomless pit, never to be filled. Yi Zhixia grabbed the can of nutrient powder and poured it directly into her mouth. Soon the can was nearly empty. Wenxi watched her actions, dumbfounded. The nutrient paste was very filling. 2 spoonfuls were enough to stave off his hunger, but that was over half a can, enough for him and Mumu to eat for a whole month. With trembling hands, he poured Yi Zhixiao a glass of water. Wency looked at her with a rare hint of resentment. Food was already scarce, and now even tomorrow's meals were in question. The burning sensation in her stomach eased slightly. When Yi Zhixia came to only a thin layer of powder remained in the can. She swallowed, guiltily touching her stomach. It was flat, and she wasn't even full. Just now. Was that spiritual sense? It felt like having a god's perspective ignoring obstacles. No matter the distance, if she wished, she could even see the barbs on an insect's leg with perfect clarity. But the cost was immense. In just a few minutes, all her energy was drained, and she became gaunt and emaciated. Raising her arm, her once fair and radiant skin was now etched with fine wrinkles from the rapid weight loss. Due to the rapid loss of fat, the knuckles on her hands jutted out prominently, like an 80-year-old's skin and bones, terribly frightening. Yi Zhixiao logged into Wency's neural interface and searched the star network for symptoms of excessive spiritual sense use. Mild symptoms included headaches, drowsiness, and lack of concentration, while severe cases led to brain damage manifesting as memory loss, but none matched Yi Zhixia's condition. Moreover, in the descriptions of spiritual sense levels from D to S, none included an ability like Yi Zhixia's akin to an out-of-body experience. What level was her spiritual sense? 3 rhythmic knocks interrupted Yi Zhixia's thoughts. Her eyes sharpened, and she rose to go to the door, shielding Wency and Mumu behind her. Who? Yi Zhixiao lowered her voice and asked. There was utter silence outside the door, no response at all. She attempted to mobilize her spiritual energy, peering through the door panel to look outside. The common area was cluttered with all sorts of debris. The narrow, cramped corridor was empty save for an unremarkable metal box lying quietly before the door. The dusty lid was covered in scratches devoid of any markings. When her spiritual energy probed into the box, Yi Zhixia sensed a faint resistance. Inside the box lay a smart bracelet, the most common wristwatch style. Qingge was reliable after all. Yi Zhixia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though she had comforted Wency with confidence, she wasn't entirely certain that Qingge wouldn't break his promise, especially under the lockdown. Her stomach, which had just calmed down, began to growl with hunger again. Yi Zhixia quickly withdrew her spiritual energy. Carefully cracking the door open, she swiftly retrieved the box. Activating the smart bracelet with her spiritual energy, Yi Zhixia opened the personal information module. The name registered on the ID was Xia Yi. The woman in the photo was beautiful, bearing a 7/10 resemblance to the original host at first glance, yet no one would connect the two. Her biography was also thoroughly complete, detailed down to academic grades and work experience, all fabricated convincingly. The contact list stored numerous connections, and the usage traces were forged to be indistinguishable from the real. Yi Zhixia pondered for a moment, then casually dialed one of the numbers. The ringtone sounded 3 times before it connected. Miss Yi, is the smart bracelet to your satisfaction? Unsurprisingly, Qingge's voice came through from the other end, his resentment nearly overflowing from the earpiece. Yi Zhixia curved her lips and raised an eyebrow. Though Qingge was lacking in personal virtue, he was bold and meticulous, able to stoop or rise as needed. No wonder he had become the manager. Do you know how difficult it was to get this thing in? I paid a full 3 times the price, and I can barely afford the maintenance for the hover car. Qingge continued his incessant complaints. Yi Zhixia coughed lightly, interrupting. Manager Qin, your sincerity is received. Rest assured your investment won't go to waste. Do you have any latest news about the Yi family? How is my mother? The private club had unique channels of information. As the manager, Qingge should know things that couldn't be found on the Starnet. Yi Zhixia was certain that the lockdown in Moonlight District was orchestrated by Yi Tingchaos faction, though she wasn't sure if other forces were involved. But these were only the immediate crises. Her mother, Yi Qing's health condition, was the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. Once her mother passed away, if she hadn't reclaimed her identity, the Yi Corporation would be swiftly carved up by the collateral branches, making it nearly impossible to return, a feat more difficult than ascending to heaven. There's no news about the Yi family head, but I heard that Yi Guanyun suddenly collapsed during a Chamber of Commerce event and dragon blood elixir was found in his system. Qingge lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. The dosage is said to be substantial. With such a scandal, breaking out the trouble is enormous. Yi Zhixia searched on the Starnet, and the interface displayed an introduction to dragon blood elixir. Dragon blood elixir was a psychic stimulant developed by the military laboratory, initially used to awaken psychic potential. It could indeed enhance psychic power in the short term, but within 72 hours at most it would plummet back to the original level, and it induced addiction that was extremely difficult to break. To date, there was no successful precedent of withdrawal. As the dosage increased, it led to hyperactivity, tachycardia, and even hallucinations. Eventually, due to the infamous dragon blood death dinner, Incident Dragon Blood Elixir was classified as a banned substance completely sealed away and vanished from the market. Fragments suddenly flashed through Yi Zixia's mind. The original host opened a secret chamber, took a red capsule from a bottle, crushed it in her mouth, and the immense psychic euphoria plunged her into a hallucinatory state. Headaches, dizziness, tinnitus. These symptoms were entirely consistent with dragon blood withdrawal. So the poison wreaking havoc in her body was actually dragon blood. With the integration of the previous memories, the headache that felt like brains being churned into scrambled eggs had rarely struck. Yi Zixia had nearly forgotten about it. I understand. Ill trouble manager Qin to keep an eye on news about the Yi family. Yi Zixia frowned, still pondering the matter of the dragon blood elixir, her tone turning cold and heavy. Was it a coincidence that both the original host and Yi Guanyun had developed the addiction? Where did the elixir come from? Was it related to Yi Tingqiao? Ending the call, Yi Zixia rubbed her temples and sighed. In just 3 short days since crossing over one thing after another weighed heavily on her heart. On Earth, she had been frail in health with professional managers handling her assets, a private doctor on standby around the clock, and a butler with 2 Livian maids attending to her every need. She never had to worry about making a living. Apart from occasional heart attacks which prevented her from exercising or traveling long distances, her life had been quite comfortable. Her greatest hobby was reading. Curled up in a lazy chair in her study, a book and a pot of tea could while away an entire day. Compared to her present life, the past seemed as bland as water, yet it evoked a deep nostalgia. The resentment she once held toward her parents now seemed so melodramatic. But she could never go back. Yi Zixia turned her gaze to Wenxi, who was bent over cleaning up the spilled nutrient powder on the floor. He carefully gathered the powder mixed with dust into a small bowl, then scraped the paste stuck to the outside of the can and added it in. Mumu sat in the corner, focused on fiddling with an empty nutrient bottle. Most of the time, Wenxi was quiet and Mumu even more silent. Yi Zixia often got lost in thought and completely forgot about them. The roar of the energy furnace depressurizing echoed like the bellow of an interstellar beast. The ceiling of the capsule house trembled incessantly, raining down grit and dust. Wenxi and his son seemed oblivious, each busy with their own tasks, clearly accustomed to it. Yi Zixia's heart suddenly settled. Watching Wenxi's calm profile, she slowly curled a faint smile. Perhaps she should adapt to this world sooner and find herself a home. Let me do it. Taking the broom from Wenxi's hand, Yi Zixia pressed the man onto the bed and draped a thin blanket over him. You haven't slept all night, you have dark circles. Lying in bed, Wenxi flushed a belated red, unsure how to react. He hugged the blanket tightly, cracking his eyes open to sneak a peek at the woman bustling around the room. A woman willing to do housework. In his understanding, once a lady married a gentleman, the housework was all done by the gentleman, and even household robots were forbidden. A man lying down while a woman cleaned the house was utterly blasphemous. If this got onto the Starnet, he'd be drowned in a flood of criticism. Wenxi lay stiff in bed as if the blanket had grown thorns pricking his back. But watching the woman's somewhat clumsy yet earnest silhouette, the corners of his lips lifted involuntarily. Can't sleep. Yi Zixia put the broom away. Seeing Wenxi staring at her with a dazed look, she dragged over a burlap sack for waste and sat down by the bed. Then let's talk about getting married. And marriage. The sudden topic threw Wenxi into a fluster, his cheeks flushing crimson as he scrambled to his feet, fingers crumpling the thin blanket into creases. That's right, they hadn't registered yet. Wenxi, there's something I think I should clarify beforehand. Yi Zixia gazed at the flush on the man's face, a pang of reluctance stirring within her. In this world, the gender ratio was severely imbalanced. Men outnumbered women by about 8 times. In a society dominated by psychic power, men had been reduced to mere accessories, their value in women's eyes even less than that of a hovercar. Their marriages offered no security, they were beings that could be discarded at will. Would the words she was about to speak be too cruel for Wenxi? Yi Zixia sighed, softening her tone as much as she could. I promise to help you through your mating cycle, and the way to do it is for us to register our marriage. But she paused, meeting Wenxi's eyes, her expression turning serious. You must have realized by now that the troubles I carry are far more perilous than your mating cycle. Staying with me means facing danger at any moment, even risking your life. Moreover, I'm not doing this purely to help you. I need this marital bond to conceal my identity. As for the rest, I can't promise anything. Perhaps this isn't fair to you. If you regret it now, I can contact Qin Go and ask her to find another way to help you. No need. When she cut her off, and Yi Zixia froze. She hadn't expected this gentle, mild-mannered man to speak with such resolute conviction. I trust you more than Manager Qin, and besides. Recalling the impure intentions behind his earlier proposal, the courage when she had mustered deflated like a punctured balloon, replaced by shame and embarrassment. I saved you only to use you and even coerced you. I'm a wicked man. I'm already deeply grateful that you're willing to help me. Listening to the man's stammering self-confession, Yi Zixia couldn't help but smile wryly. Was this all it took to be considered a wicked man? Then the scumbags she had encountered on Earth in her past life were worse than beasts. Seeing the blanket nearly shredded by the man's anxious fingers, Yi Zhixiao reached out to rescue it and winked at him. Then from now on were partners fighting side by side, Mr. When after submitting the marriage application, it was approved in just 2 minutes. Yi Zhixiao linked their smart bracelets and granted when she access to entertainment and learning modules. Wife. When she stared at the bold red characters on the virtual screen that read Principal Husband, unable to believe his eyes. Principal Husband. Could someone like him, a discarded secondhand good, even be made Principal Husband? He opened his mouth to ask his new wife if there had been a mistake, but the words lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. Who wouldn't want to be a Principal Husband? At least then one could retain a shred of human dignity, not be casually given away by one's wife or passed around for women's amusement at banquets. What's wrong? Hearing this, Yi Zhixiao looked up at the hesitant man, now her principal husband. Marriage in this world was utterly chaotic. A woman could have as many men as she could afford with no upper limit. The principal husband was called the elder husband, while side husbands had no specific title. Beyond marriage, women could keep lovers, like the escorts in clubs or the privately serviced drifting flowers. Speaking of marriage, one couldn't avoid the topic of reproduction. When Yi Zhixiao accessed this part of the original owner's memories, she felt her worldview shatter. The humans here, like seahorses, carried their young inside the male's body. Although men hadn't evolved psychic powers, they had developed a brood pouch similar to a seahorse's, along with glands that secreted pheromones. The monthly susceptible period was when the male's brood pouch was most suitable for egg implantation, typically lasting 4 to 7 days. During this time, men experienced fever sensitivity, weakness, and heightened libido. The glands released pheromones to attract women to deposit eggs in the brood pouch. Depending on the man's constitution, the pheromones carried different scents. Generally, men with stronger pheromones and more active brood pouches were favored by women. At this thought, Yi Zhixia's mind began to play a vivid movie of her, and when she embracing the scenes veering increasingly toward an adult rating. She pinched her thigh hard to banish those risque images touching her burning earlobe. It was all the fault of those impure otome games from her past life. Truly a corrupting influence. Wait, she seemed to have forgotten something. On my mistake. Yi Zhixiao slapped her forehead and transferred Mumu's household registration to her name. She looked at the names of the family of 3 on the registration info, her heart feeling as though it had been filled with warm water, heavy yet comforting. Though this marriage was merely a contractual bond, it gave Yi Zhixiao a tangible sense of home. A notification popped up on the smart bracelet. When she opened it and saw that Mumu's status had been changed to eldest son in the household records. Mumu wasn't of his wife's bloodline. Did she truly not mind? When she bit his lower lip, his eyes reddening, but not from sorrow. An indescribable gratitude shattered the defenses he had built around his heart, and the wounds left by his former wife began to scab over. So her words about fighting side by side weren't empty promises. This woman, whom he had known for only 3 days, truly regarded him as an equal partner. When she clenched his fist, he would have to strive even harder, never betraying this respect. Yi Zhixiao patted her empty stomach, then looked at one's eyes provisions, a can of nutrient powder, nearly finished, 2 nutrient shots, a pack of compressed grains, and a small box of protein cubes. Altogether, they weren't even the size of 2 palms. Yi Zhixiao felt that this meager stash wouldn't even satisfy her appetite. Her stomach continued to broadcast hunger signals, but she couldn't touch any more of this food. She had to leave some for the father and son. When she am going out to find some food. Stay home with Mumu and don't leave. If anything happens, send me a message. Yi Zhixiao emptied a sack to carry on her back and grabbed the sharpened knife. Wife, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go out like this? Everyone out there is looking for you. A woman's decisions were not to be questioned by a man. Docility and obedience were a man's virtues. To violate this meant at best being abandoned by one's wife, or at worst being denounced across the starnet, facing endless cyberbullying and social death. When she gazed at the doorway, his wife's silhouette was slender yet resolute. Worry and reluctance overpowered his fear, and he dared to voice such a question. A belated wave of panic washed over him, his heart sinking as if he had missed a step on a staircase. He quickly lowered his head, his icy fingertips trembling uncontrollably. Would his wife be angry? Had he become too arrogant, forgetting even the most basic rules a man should follow? Don't worry, I have a way. Yi Zhixiao turned back, looking at the man's dark hair, feeling both helpless and tender. She took his hand, linked their pinky fingers, and gave them a gentle shake. He'll be back before dark. Pinky promise. Footsteps echoed through the cramped alleyway. Yi Zhixiao, clad in a raincoat with a scarf concealing her face, revealed only her eyes. Before leaving, she had meticulously applied the powder she had previously collected onto her skin. Thanks to the decent makeup skills from her past life, even such crude cosmetics yielded a surprisingly effective contouring result. Coupled with her suddenly emaciated figure at a glance, she resembled a refugee from the slums, utterly impossible to associate with the eldest miss of the Yi family. The streets were nearly deserted. In the distance, a few figures hurried past. Thankfully, there were no signs of the military in the residential area yet. The military claimed the lockdown was to pursue an escaped convict, but the search efficiency was far too low. Yi Zhixia suspected the dispatched personnel and equipment were insufficient, more akin to a private endeavor. Was it Yi Tingqiao? It seemed this original owner's cousin held considerable sway in the 3rd Legion, enough to mobilize troops privately. A cold smirk curled on her lips as Yi Zhixia pressed on, vanishing into the thickening smog. Cough, cough, cough. Viper removed her protective mask, choked by the acrid air. Cursing under her breath, she uncorked a nutrient solution and downed it in one gulp. Had she not heard that Yi Tingqiao was on the Legionnaire list, she would never have accepted this mission, devoid of points, fraught with risk, and utterly thankless. Even if that waste Yi Zhixia escaped the escape pod, what could she do? Given her severe injuries and the rioters in Moonlight District, she was no match for the pampered young lady she once was. Chief, there's a little duckling who says they have intel to tell you personally. Viper shot a glare at the smirking subordinate, lifting her leg to kick her in the rear. Cut the crap. Bring them here. Shortly after, a slender man was brought forward. His loose sweater hung open, revealing his collarbone and half a shoulder. Fresh bite marks marked the gland on his Adam's apple, and a strong scent of milk candy pheromones wafted over. A flush of red still lingered on his somewhat attractive face, evidence of recent activities. Catching the same milk candy scent on her subordinate, Viper's temple throbbed. She swung her rifle, but cracking it against the woman's head. The subordinate yelped, landing on her back with a grimace. Chief, this kid's in his heat cycle. We were just, helping out. Viper had no mind to discipline her troops now. Her cold, dark gaze fixed on the man, venomous as a snake. Your information better be useful, or else. A laser shot from her gun, punching a hole through the wall behind the man, leaving a charred black circle. Your head will end up the same. The scarlet beam grazed past him. Lyot's spine broke out in clammy sweat, all color draining from his face. See Commander 3. He had already forgotten his original purpose. Overwhelmed by terror, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't form a coherent sentence. Leet had hoped to trade information for some food, and with luck charm an officer to leave this godforsaken place. But these petty schemes seemed laughable before the cold-hearted woman. My neighbor is hiding a suspicious person. A couple of days ago I saw him bring a woman back. Under the woman's impatient gaze, he finally managed to steady his tongue. Leet had long despised when she. Wasn't he just a pretty face? A cast-off with a brat in tow, what good could he be? Yet Sister Chin valued him so much, found him a place, sent food, and even secured the best contract. And Radiance was one of the top clubs under the official authority. He had curried favor with Sister Chin for over half a year, without even a low-tier contract. How could that bitch when she deserve it? That night, he was about to go out and solicit. As the door creaked open, he saw she carrying a woman inside. The woman was tall, her long legs dragging on the floor. The light was too dim for Leet to see her face. At the time, he assumed when she had also turned to the flesh trade and sneered inwardly. It wasn't until he heard about the terminal lockdown and officers hunting fugitives in Moonlight District that he remembered the incident. Whether or not the woman was their target, the thought of causing trouble for when she pleased him. A couple of days ago, Viper narrowed her eyes, certain the man dared not lie, and gestured to her subordinate. The manpower Yi Tingqiao provided was far too scarce. Though Moonlight District wasn't vast, it housed hundreds of thousands, making the search incredibly troublesome. With just a few of them, how long would this take? The man's tip was a decent lead, and Viper decided to search his neighbor's place. As dusk fell, people gradually returned to their capsule apartments. The noise, though chaotic, was oddly reassuring. When she hadn't eaten all day, his stomach burned with hunger. He mixed nutrient powder with dust, the resulting broth so thin it reflected his face. As it slid down his throat, it felt sticky and unpleasant. Mumu was still young, in the midst of growing. When she opened a box of protein cubes, feeding him slowly with a small spoon, as if eating slower would stave off hunger longer. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hallway. Multiple footsteps approached, accompanied by muffled screams. When Zai's hand trembled, the spoon clattering. He quickly lifted Mumu onto the bed, hiding him behind the blanket. Mumu, don't be afraid. He stroked the child's hair, his voice barely a whisper, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Taking a deep breath when she crept to the door, pulling it ajar to peer outside. The communal area's iron door was wide open. Neighbor Leet was walking toward him, followed by 3 uniformed women. When she quickly shut and locked the door, pressing his back against it. His mind went blank, the only sound the thumping of his heart. The military had found them. Within a few breaths, footsteps were at the door, when she didn't even have time to message his wife. His trembling fingers fumbled to open the communication interface. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with force, sending him crashing to the ground. The rough floor scraped off a large patch of skin from his palm. Blood oozed from the wound, soon staining his sleeve red. Where's the suspicious woman you mentioned? Viper's gaze swept the room. She saw the frail man on the floor and the child curled up on the bed, but no woman. Her cold, sharp eyes fell on Leet, as if looking at a dead man. See, Commander, him telling the truth. Sweat trickled down his temples. Leet clasped his hands and bowed, his sweater slipping to reveal most of his shoulder. His usual tactic with women failed against those merciless eyes. Trembling, he pointed at Wenxi. It's him. Yes. He must have hidden her. A searing pain shot through his palm. When she snapped back from his shock, propped up his limp body, and retreated to the edge of the bed. Mumu stared at the intruder, his big eyes brimming with terror, his mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. When she pulled the child into his arms, using his slender shoulders to build a sanctuary. Ignoring his injured hand, he bit down hard on his tongue, tasting a hint of salty metal. Stay calm, don't panic, he told himself. His mind raced, searching for a way to bluff his way out. Claim he never brought anyone back. No, that wouldn't work. If Reed had seen them, there might be other witnesses, too easily exposed. The cold muzzle of a gun lifted his chin, and when she saw the Viper's sinister face reflected in his own eyes. Tell me, where's the woman? A distant roar echoed, followed by an orange-eared flash of firelight that seeped through the small window, pooling on the floor like a tiny puddle of blood. Yi Zhixia had heard this sound before, but it was far more overwhelming outdoors. Even from a great distance, the scorching blast from the furnace made her skin feel dry and tight. She had no time to dwell on it, rushing back as fast as she could. Minutes ago, she had received a text from Wenxi, a string of meaningless gibberish. Something was wrong. Fortunately, she was already in the residential area when she got the message. As she neared home, her brows furrowed tightly. It was too quiet. At this hour, the residential area should be at its liveliest. People returning from work or scavenging, chatting, laughing, arguing, trading goods, or even seeking pleasure. The capsule rooms had terrible soundproofing, every noise from the corridor was crystal clear. But now the apartment building seemed empty. Every door and window locked tight, shrouded in silence. Suddenly, a suppressed groan broke the stillness. It was Wenxi. Before Yi Zhixia could react, the iron door of the common area was yanked open, the screech of metal scraping against the ground amplified by the empty corridor. Several women in military uniforms stepped out. Wenxi was grabbed by the arm and shoved outside, followed by a strange man. From inside came the sound of a child crying, heart-wrenching to hear. Yi Zhixia slipped back around the corner, wiping the fine sweat from her nose, her face grim. He was hurt. Military personnel, and they had arrived so fast. Through the wall, Yi Zhixia could clearly sense the mental energy of the three individuals, 1 Quasi-A rank and 2 B ranks. Little beauty cat, got your tongue. A frivolous voice slithered like a greasy tongue, licking her ear, deeply unsettling. Harboring a fugitive is a serious crime. Spill it, or you won't like what the boss does. Such a pretty face. What a shame to ruin it. Cece. The soldier's words were cut off by a startled cry. A tall, thin woman burst from the stairwell corner, frozen in shock at the scene. A burlap sack slipped from her hands, and a few cans clattered loudly across the floor. See, Commander, is my husband in trouble? Yi Zhixia hunched her back, rubbing her hands together, nervously shuffling toward them with small steps. Her smile was sycophantic and stiff, carrying an innate fear of the upper class. Her gaze fell on one Zai's hand, the flesh torn open, embedded with gravel, the bright red blood painfully glaring. A fire ignited in her heart, scorching her rationality. These beasts, soldiers who harm civilians. Perhaps in their eyes, the lives in Moonlight District were more worthless than ants. It took all her restraint to keep up the act. Forcing herself not to look at when Yi Zhixia squeezed out a fawning fake smile toward the leader. Men don't understand anything. If there's something, Commander, just ask me. The Viper eyed this sudden woman. Thin as a bamboo pole, bony arms swinging in her sleeves, grime embedded in her nails, reeking of garbage dump stench. Her fawning expression was repulsive, sickening to even glance at. What's your relationship with him? That man, whether frozen in fear or stubborn, hadn't uttered a word even under such pressure. The Viper frowned, irritably glaring at the woman with hostility. Yi Zhixia scratched her head and grinned. I'm his wife. Impossible. Reed's voice turned shrill like a duck stripped of its tail feathers. Yesterday I saw the club manager discussing a contract with Wenxi. Hey, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Yi Zhixia glared at the jumping man, barely hiding the daggers in her eyes. Clearly he had led the military here. We just registered today. You can check my smart brain if you don't believe me. She unclipped it and offered it with both hands. She wasn't worried about robot scans or device checks. Her mental energy could interfere with devices, even falsify inspection results. To test if it worked on military equipment, she had even risked intercepting a miniature scanning robot. What worried Yi Zhixia more was them probing directly with mental energy. Her control over it was still unrefined. If they used intimidation, she'd be exposed in an instant. The Viper took the smart brain and found nothing after checking. The woman was named Xia Yi. Her mental energy collapsed due to radiation reduced to a genetic deficient. She had likely been living in the sewers with most of her transaction records in the underground exchange. Forgot if it was the day before yesterday or the day before that I got into a fight with a few people over new goods near the garbage dump. That woman hit hard. Almost split my head open. When I woke up, Cece had taken me in. If ID passed out outside all night, ID probably have been eaten to the bone. Yi Zhixia explained, feigning curiosity, but not daring to ask directly, lowering her voice. Commander, when she isn't in trouble, is he? I only agreed to marry him because I felt sorry for him. He said he could earn money, and I wouldn't have to worry about rent as long as I kept the little brat. Yi Zhixia played the role of a petty schemer, lying effortlessly, but her heart raced with guilt, not daring to meet Wenzai's eyes, though these words were just a temporary measure. Heh. The Viper found it absurd, even letting out a laugh. She had actually believed the words of a filthy wild duck, making a big fuss over nothing, wasting time on such scum. Is this the intelligence you brought? Reed felt like a viper had fixed its gaze on him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, his body stiff, his face pale. How could this be? He had clearly seen. Had he been mistaken? No, that's not right. This woman isn't the one from that day. Commander, believe me, you. Reed clutched, his face collapsing to the ground in pain, writhing and screaming. Laser cuts don't bleed, but the high heat melted the subcutaneous fat. The smell of burnt protein mixed with oily aroma invaded Yi Zixia's nostrils, churning her stomach. Let's go. Search the area around the garbage dump first, the Viper ordered, not sparing a glance at the trash. Given Yi Zixia's condition, she shouldn't have gotten far. The figures vanished around the corner of the staircase, yet Lit's screams still echoed through the empty corridor like the wails of a vengeful spirit. Such a person deserved no pity, since he chose to betray, he must bear the consequences of failure. Yi Zhixia realized that after just 2 or 3 days in the Moonlight District, her moral standards had already begun to plummet. If she were on Earth, she might have sighed at the thought that every hateful person has their pitiful side. But now, facing such a tragic scene, her heart remained utterly unruffled. Upon returning home, she locked the door behind her. The room looked as if a storm had ravaged it, everything in disarray. The vivid red stains on the floor stung Yi Zixia's eyes. It was Wenzai's blood. It was all her fault for being too arrogant. I'm sorry. Yi Zhixia picked up Mumu and laid him on the bed, her warm, dry hand caressing his little face, wiping away his tears and mucus. It's all right now. Mommy and Daddy are here. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. She took Wenzai's uninjured hand, guided him to sit on the bed, and wrapped her arms around both father and son, pulling them into an embrace. Their thin clothes transmitted each other's body heat, and they huddled together like a real family, licking their wounds. Thank you, Cece. Yi Zhixia gently stroked the man's gaunt back. His bony spine pressed against her palm, and his sweat-dampened shirt was icy cold. He was as fragile as a snowflake, ready to melt at the slightest breath, yet he had done all this for her. Even if, when she had betrayed her in that situation, Yi Zhixia wouldn't have blamed him. Mumu's sobs gradually subsided, and he sniffled as he burrowed into the covers and fell asleep. Yi Zhixia turned over Wenzai's hand to examine the wound. It was severe. A large patch of skin had been scraped off his palm, tiny grains of sand embedded in the flesh, and the bleeding hadn't stopped yet. In the Moonlight District, medicine and medical supplies were extremely scarce. Even saline solution for debridement was hard to find. Worse still, the harsh environment bred bacteria easily, and infection meant certain death. We need to get the dirt out or the wound will fester. Yi Zhixia took out a knife, sterilized it over a flame, and after it cooled, aimed the tip at Wenzai's palm. Bear with it, and I'll sing you a song. Yi Zixia's fingertips holding the knife were pale, yet her hand was steady, her movements swift and gentle as she picked out the grains of sand one by one. Wenzai's hand trembled and twitched slightly, and her heart ached in sympathy. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow along. Fireflies fly, who are you missing? The woman's voice was a little hoarse, flowing gently through the room. Listening to the unfamiliar nursery rhyme, when she felt as if he were immersed in warm water, gradually relaxing. Whether it was psychological or not, the pain in his wound also lessened. His wife was truly a wonderful woman, one he couldn't help but want to rely on. But was he truly worthy? Though he lacked worldly knowledge when she was no fool. In truth, his wife could have chosen not to come back. To her now, he and his son were nothing but burdens. A man's life held little value. Even his former wife, whom he had served devotedly for 3 years, had discarded him without a second thought. How much less could he expect from someone he had known only a few days, when she had already prepared himself to be abandoned again? If those people had threatened him, using Mumu, aside from confessing, he could think of no other way. Watching the woman's gentle, careful movements, he lowered his head, his eye sockets burning with shame. He was so mortified he could have died. He had actually contemplated betraying his wife. Does it hurt a lot? Yi Zhixia looked up and saw Wenzai's tear-soaked eyes. Her heart felt as if pierced by countless tiny needles, a dense, sharp pain. Wife! For some reason, Wenzai's nose stung with bitterness. Cradled in the woman's tender care, the pent-up grievances in his heart burst forth. He could no longer hold back his tears which streamed down his cheeks. Buried in her arms when she wept like a child. It had been so long since he had cried so freely. Yi Zixia felt a weight on her shoulder, and when Zai's soft hair brushed against her cheek, tickling her. Listening to his muffled sobs, her throat tightened. The man's warm, moist breath fell on her neck, and a faint, elusive fragrance wafted to Yi Zixia's nose. It was an indescribably elegant floral scent like an orchid in the mountains touched with morning dew. Not overpowering, yet it tempted her to open her chest and take a deep breath. So fragrant. An inexplicable dryness clawed at her throat. Yi Zixia swallowed an unfamiliar impulse, leaving her at a loss. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on Zai's slender neck. The knot of his scarf had come loose, revealing a patch of fair skin and faint blue veins, inviting her to kiss it, to feel the throbbing pulse with her lips. The man's breathing grew rapid, yet his body went limp, nestling into her embrace. A strange word suddenly flashed through Yi Zixia's mind, and she froze. Was this the heat period? CC, where's the suppressant? Yi Zixia gently shook the man's body, trying to rouse him. She remembered when she mentioning that suppressants were available at the welfare center, limited to one per month, and men in need always prepared them before their heat period. When Zai's eyes were veiled with a mist of tears, his long lashes beaded with droplets, trembling like butterfly wings. A blush crept up his cheeks, his ears, and spread to his neck like the vivid hue at the heart of a mountain cherry blossom. When he spoke, his voice was soft and ethereal, laced with the breath of arousal. I haven't bought one yet. My heat period only ended less than half a month ago. When she tried to rise from the woman's arms, but couldn't muster any strength. He bit his lower lip, swallowing those shameful sounds back into his stomach. A man's heat period could easily be triggered early by external stimuli, and women could even induce a false heat in men through mental force. But society had very little tolerance for such matters. An early heat period was seen as a sign of impropriety, and though men had no control over it, they would still be cursed and vilified for it. Women enjoyed the sweet pheromones of men, while despising them as lowly, unable to control their own desires like animals. Would his wife look down on him for it? In the Moonlight District, how many men had survived without selling their bodies? Those fallen flowers. Their heat cycles were so disordered they had nearly lost their fertility. If Manager Qin hadn't intervened, he would have ended up like that sooner or later. Would his wife think that he too was unclean? A tear slid into his temple. When she closed his eyes, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. What was he thinking? He was already a withered flower, having long lost a man's most precious chastity. Suddenly, when she felt enveloped by a gentle force like a spring breeze laced with sunlight, softly soothing his soul, he felt as if he were lying on a cloud, his body light and airy, all his worries and unease drifting away. Is this better? His wife's voice was a little hoarse, yet still steady and accepting. When she looked up and saw the smart device on his wife's wrist, glowing lines of characters scrolling rapidly across the virtual screen, her gaze occasionally swept over it, and a faint blush had crept onto her cheeks. Yi Zixia never expected to initiate this world's sex education in such an absurd manner. The original owner's memories were like a vast hard drive, requiring her to search and retrieve them before they could become her own. She had only skimmed over the basics of gender knowledge, leaving her with a vague understanding of the concept of the heat cycle. To be honest, when she first heard the term, she thought it was akin to Earth women having their periods. Perhaps due to mental issues, the original owner had devoted all her attention to seeking medical treatments, paying little heed to male allure. Thus, when Yi Zixia delved into this aspect of memory, the information was pitifully scarce. With no other choice, she had to turn to her smart brain to learn on the fly. She released her spiritual power, enveloping Wen Shi and connected to his brain domain with extreme gentleness, soothing the turbulent tides of desire within him. Few women would do this. Typically, they would simply take what was offered. After all, a chance encounter with pleasure was not to be wasted. Yet Yi Zixia was not beastly enough to take advantage of someone's vulnerability. Without confirming their mutual feelings, she refused to do anything that might harm them both. As the tendrils of spiritual power pierced his gland, when she curled up, his body struck as if by lightning, and bone-deep numbness causing him to tremble incessantly. The room was filled with a rich floral fragrance like a spring garden. Yi Zixia's body also grew warm, and she knew it was the effect of the pheromones. But if she felt nothing for Wen Shi, her spiritual power could easily shield her from such trivial influences. Wife. The connection of spiritual power directly touched the soul, far more overwhelming than physical pleasure. When she felt like a beggar who had stumbled into a holy temple, unable to offer any tribute, yet embraced by the divine. He had never known that the union during the heat cycle could be pleasurable. Before, he had dreaded it. His former wife would use every means to humiliate him in bed. He felt no pleasure, only pain and shame. That word wife landed on her heart like a feather, and half of Yi Zixia's body went numb. Wen Zai's hands climbed to her waist, encircling it tentatively, wanting to hold on yet afraid to do so, his humility heartbreaking. Yi Zhixiao looked into Wen Zai's hazy eyes, and as if possessed, she lowered her head, pressing a kiss to his flushed, tear-stained eye corner, wiping away the unshed tears. Moo suddenly turned over, letting out a soft, kitten-like murmur. Yi Zhixiao snapped back to reality, grabbing Wen Zai's wrist and pulling away from him. He was still injured. Suddenly pushed away, Wen Zai's heart clenched, and a wave of immense panic engulfed him. His wife didn't want to touch him. Impurity was a man's original sin, and what woman wouldn't mind that? When she lowered his head, afraid to meet his wife's expression, his sweat-soaked body was hot, yet he felt a bone-chilling cold. What would she think of him? A wanton, shameless man who only thought of his own comfort, unable to please his wife. The curses of his former wife echoed in his ears, and when she shrank his shoulders, tears silently falling. He was terrified that those venomous words would spill from this woman's lips. The man suddenly curled up, his face pale. Yi Zhixiao, with a pang of pity, lifted him horizontally and gently laid him on the bed. Be good, it won't hurt for long. She was unaware of Wen Zai's many thoughts, assuming it was only physical discomfort. Her spiritual power, like a blue tide, gently caressed the man's consciousness. "CC, sleep. You're too tired." There was no mockery, no abuse. His wife was merely worried about his health. Once she silently reproached himself for ever doubting her. An overwhelming drowsiness descended, leaving Wen Shi with no strength to dwell on anything else. His eyelids fluttered heavily, and he finally collapsed into his wife's arms, sinking into slumber. Only after the man had fallen into a deep sleep did Yi Zhixiao withdraw her spiritual power, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. Fearing she might harm Wen Shi, she had been on high alert, and the exhaustion only set in once she relaxed. The military had been temporarily fooled, and Yi Zhixiao breathed a secret sigh of relief, but Wen Zai's heat cycle left her scratching her head. As a seasoned homebody, she had never been in love, who all her romantic experience came from Otome games. She didn't know how to treat Wen Shi. The inexplicable flutter in her heart was undeniable, but was this truly love? Wen Shi was the first person she met upon arriving here. Could it be imprinting, or perhaps pity and duty? Her mind in turmoil, Yi Zhixiao decided to stop thinking. She covered both father and son with a blanket and drifted off to sleep, leaning against the bedside. At the terminal command hall, a massive virtual display floated at the center, showing a holographic map of the Moonlight District. The searched areas were marked in red, covering only a small portion. "Boss, at this rate, when will we ever find anything?" A team member yawned. Viper shot her a cold glance, ignoring her. She tapped her smart brain, about to connect to Yi Tingqiao, when she heard her subordinates mutter. "Never thought there'd be such a gem in the Moonlight District, so damn tempting. Almost got a taste, TSK. What rotten luck. Where did that woman come from, ruining my fun?" Her finger hovering over the button, Viper looked at her subordinate, a strong sense of dissonance making her pause. "What did you just say?" Feeling her boss piercing gaze, the team member shrank back, guiltily stammering, "Nothing much." "How did that woman appear?" Viper ignored her subordinate, a sudden anomaly flashing through her mind. That person's appearance was too coincidental, as if orchestrated, and she hadn't sensed any spiritual power fluctuation from her at all. Even with mental collapse, unless brain-dead, spiritual power fluctuations always exist. Viper was a quasi-rank expert. There was no way she could fail to perceive even a single ripple. Something was wrong. Viper furrowed her brows, her already stern face growing even more somber. That woman's story, upon reflection, simply didn't hold up. In the Moonlight District, there were indeed men living off women. But a man of such allure with a cripple suffering from mental collapse would be impossible to keep. And was she truly a cripple? The search in the Garbage Mountain area was excruciatingly slow, the only finds being a few of Yi Zhixia's personal accessories. Whether or not that woman was connected to Yi Zhixiao, Viper needed to find out, if only to prove she hadn't been idle. Otherwise, she couldn't justify herself to her superiors. Everyone up. It was already the early hours, and apart from the two of them, the rest of the team was fast asleep. Viper kicked everyone awake and ordered, "All assemble, equip your spiritual power shields, and do whatever it takes to capture this person. At any cost, dead or alive." On the virtual screen appeared a holographic photo with the name Xia Yi floating above it. In the pitch-black darkness, Yi Zhixiao abruptly opened her eyes. "Danger! Danger! Danger!" The hairs on the nape of her neck bristled, as if she were being stalked by a ferocious beast, its sharp claws and fangs looming overhead, a colossal sense of crisis detonating in her mind. Her sixth sense told Yi Zhixiao she could not remain here any longer. "CC, wake up." Yi Zhixiao shook Wen Zai's shoulder. Seeing his eyelashes flutter, but his eyes remained shut, her heart sank further. Men in their sensitive period were inherently fragile, and when she had also been frightened. The wound on his hand was swollen and red, showing signs of infection. Feeling his scorching forehead, and then kissing Mu Mu's cheek, Yi Zhixia's heart clenched with anguish. Suppressing the sting in her nose, she leaned down and placed a kiss beside Wen Zai's ear. I have to go, Cece. Wen Zai's eyelids fluttered as he struggled to awaken from his stupor, but a hand covered his eyes. It's not that I'm abandoning you. Someone has come for me. Once I've dealt with this, he'll come back for you, and Moo. Yi Zixia typed a line on Wen Zai's smart device, a contingency she had prepared for the father and son. If I don't make it back, contact Qin Go. Time was running out. Gritting her teeth, she took a single tube of nutrient fluid from the bag, leaving all the remaining food behind. With one last look at the father and son on the bed, Yi Zixia closed the door and ran into the pitch-black night. The night wind was cold, and a drizzle began to fall, the air thick with a pungent odor. The silhouette of the garbage mountain loomed faintly through the haze. As she ran, Yi Zixia poured the nutrient fluid into her mouth, preparing herself for whatever might come. Guided by her sixth sense, she found herself running to the most dangerous place in Moonlight District, the degradation pit. Located at the heart of the garbage mountain, the pit was desolate and rarely visited. Inside the pit, terrifying superbacteria were cultivated. Once infected, a human would be reduced to a pool of putrid liquid within 3 days. The vast bottomless pit exuded a nauseating stench. The surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by Yi Zixia's ragged breaths. The alarm in her mind had yet to subside. She turned the smart device on her wrist, forcing herself to stay calm. Her smart device was likely being tracked, a simple task for the military. Yet she dared not discard it, for if the military failed to find her, when she and Moo would be in danger. Those people would surely use the father and son to force her to reveal herself. Yi Zixia's only remaining asset was her unidentified level of spiritual power. With time so pressing, she had yet to fully master it, nor did she know the consequences of unleashing it at full force. Several blue lights rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, the military's hover vehicles hovered above Yi Zixia, cutting off all her escape routes. Viper looked down at the woman from above, fingers lightly caressing the laser trigger. Unlike her previous vulgar cowardice, this person's demeanor was cold and composed, hardly the bearing of a Moonlight District commoner. Hands on your head, kneel down, and open your neural domain. You are under arrest. Seeing the woman make no attempt to flee, a soldier jumped off the hover vehicle, holding an electric shock collar and shackles. With several laser guns aimed at her head, she surely would not dare resist. The soldier approached carelessly, a contemptuous expression on his face. I said kneel. Kneel. Are you deaf, you bastard? A kick from the soldier to the back of her knee sent Yi Zixia stumbling forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. She clenched her fists, restraining the urge to fight back. With a soft click, the collar locked around her neck and gravity shackles were fastened to her ankles. The cold touch of metal pressed against her skin, her feet as heavy as lead. Who are you, and why did you falsify your spiritual power level? Yi Zixia looked up at the soldier, her face smeared with black grime, betraying no emotion. A heart condition forbade extreme joy or sorrow, but she had learned from childhood to cultivate composure, growing calmer the more tense the situation. What are you staring at? Answer me. Made uneasy by her gaze, the soldier smashed the butt of his gun against the woman's head, producing a dull thud. Once, twice. The soldier's blows grew crueler. He stopped asking questions altogether, venting all his pent-up frustration from the failed mission onto the woman. Infected by his rage, the other soldiers joined in the violent frenzy. Fists rained down like hailstones. Blood trickled from her temples. Yi Zixia shielded her head and face with her arms, gritting her teeth as the taste of rust filled her mouth. Her mind racing, Yi Zixia recalled that her mother's will had not been altered. Even if she died, the Yi family's assets would only be distributed among the various collateral branches based on blood proximity. No one could swallow it whole. Was Yi Tingchao trying to use her to coerce her mother into changing the will? After all, her bloodline was already quite distant. Should she reveal her identity to buy a moment's respite? No. If she fell into Yi Tingchao's hands, she would be placed under strict confinement. Once everything was settled, and she lost her last shred of value, death would be her only fate. Was there truly no way out? Fine beads of sweat formed on Yi Zixia's forehead, her face pale. With guns aimed at her vitals, she dared not make a reckless move. The military had 1 quasi-rank and 6 rank operatives. Could her spiritual power handle so many at once? Enough. Viper suddenly spoke, calling a halt. The woman had been beaten like a punching bag for so long without uttering a sound. She was a tough nut to crack. With no time to waste, Viper pressed the button on the electric shock collar. Pink arcs of electricity crackled. Yi Zixia felt her brain go numb, a searing pain burning across her skin. Oh! Her body convulsed and spasmed uncontrollably. She cried out in pain, gasping for air. Her spiritual power is at least a rank. Coordinate with me, and we'll extract it directly. Viper's icy voice rang out. The tendrils of their spiritual powers twisted together, drilling like a spike into the barrier of Yi Zixia's neural domain. An unimaginable searing pain struck. Yi Zixia felt as if her head were being crushed by a boulder, blood flowing backward, brain matter boiling. Her eyes turned vacant as countless fragments of memory surfaced from her sea of consciousness, surging toward the breached black hole. Wake up! Urged by her subconscious, Yi Zhixia finally regained a sliver of rationality. Not just the original owner's identity. Her secret as a time traveler must never be known to anyone. Yi Zixia's eyes snapped open, her pupils turning an inorganic silver gray, emitting a hazy white light. The night wind froze, raindrops hung in midair, and time itself seemed to have been paused. That is. Viper's eyes widened in disbelief. Centered on the woman, countless silver threads wove into a cocoon of light, expanding outward. Crack. The moment Viper and the others' spiritual powers touched the cocoon, they shattered like eggshells into dust. The tremendous backlash caused blood to gush from their noses and mouths, and they collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. The cocoon continued to expand. The silver threads enveloped the soldiers, greedily devouring their spiritual power. Yi Zhixia could no longer control the situation. Her spiritual power, starved of energy, instinctively began to hunt, utterly unstoppable. Viper felt her neural domain rapidly drying up. The terrifying spiritual pressure left her unable to move. Once her spiritual power was drained, brain death awaited her. A flash of viciousness crossed her resentful eyes. If she was going to die, no one else would live. With great effort, Viper moved her fingers and pressed the hover vehicle's self-destruct button. The explosion ignited the methane in the fermentation pit. A colossal fireball soared into the sky, and the entire Moonlight District trembled with the roar. Meanwhile, at the Federal Military Headquarters, all S-class mechas activated autonomously, and the sole God-class mecha, Judgment, opened its eyes. Shinping, 3rd Legion affairs are none of your concern. Yi Tingqiao frowned at Shinping, the youngest colonel in military command history. Shinping squatted unceremoniously on the ground, idly turning over a shard of scorched metal. A lock of crimson curly hair slipped from beneath her cap, veiling the radial scar across her temple. With a flick of her wrist, Shinping tossed the charred scrap, precisely landing it at Yi Tingqiao's feet, splattering mud onto her gleaming combat boots. What do you mean, 3rd Legion affairs? This is a military command matter. Shinping rose, arms crossed, her tone laced with irony. Forged pursuit warrants, unauthorized lockdown of Moonlight District, extrajudicial punishment. Any one of these charges would land you before a military tribunal. Shinping let out a dry chuckle and arched a brow. Lieutenant Yi, you're not the only prodigy rated NIRS class. Don't mistake yourself for irreplaceable. Shinping, accusations require evidence. Yi Tingqiao retorted, lips pressed into a thin line, unimpressed. Even if she had authorized it, so what? Regarding the Moonlight District sweep, she'd kept her hands entirely clean. Every move had been executed by Viper, beyond even the inspectorate's reach. TCH, fine. You're always right. Unwilling to waste breath on verbal sparring, Shinping shoved past Yi Tingqiao and strode toward the cordon, producing military command's special clearance authorization just as Yi moved to intercept. 3rd Legion is under investigation for unauthorized troop deployment. The Moonlight District explosion incident is hereby transferred to 7th Legion jurisdiction. Shinping flashed Yi Tingqiao a wry smile, adjusted her cap, then leapt down into the rubble of the fermentation pit, her voice echoing up from the depths. Oh, and next time address me as commander. A week earlier, Moonlight District had erupted in a chain of explosions. Fortunately, the blast epicenter lay far from residential zones, limiting casualties, but numerous scavengers near the landfill perished. Simultaneously, all 13 legions registered an immense surge of psychic energy. Every S-class mecha awakened, and even resonated with Judgment itself. Since General Hellas' injury 12 years prior, Judgment had remained dormant, sealed within 7th Legion's vaults. Once 7th Legion stood unrivaled, the strongest among the 13. General Hellas' 7th Legion's commander possessed rare hyper-S-class psychic aptitude, granting her sole authority to pilot Judgment. Today, though 7th Legion retains its prestige, a stark generational gap has eroded its strength, now ranking last, marginally ahead of 10th and 13th Legions. Yet those two specialize exclusively, one in mechanical engineering, the other in medical logistics, rendering direct comparison meaningless. Shinping wrinkled her nose. Toxic fumes from the blast permeated the tunnel. Not lethal to her perhaps, but their stench was indescribably foul. Commander Shin, we've located it. Her adjutant clambered up from the lower shaft, uniform stained beyond recognition, dark circles heavy beneath exhausted eyes. He pulled up the subterranean feed, sighing with grim awe. Every conduit linking to the fermentation pit was obliterated. Robots labored 3 days and nights to clear the collapsed core. And then we found this. On the holographic display, a colossal luminous cocoon hovered amid the ruins. Ethereal, dreamlike, breathtaking. Recalling the footage, the adjutant wiped cold sweat from his brow, face grave. All drones failed at roughly 100 meters, overwhelmed by intense energy interference, causing catastrophic data corruption. We had no choice but to excavate by hand. He paused and asked quietly, you felt it too, didn't you? The cocoon is siphoning our psychic energy. Shinping's brow furrowed. Indeed. Since entering the tunnel, her psychic stability had faltered. Yet she was class. Even General Hela could scarcely unsettle her mind. At first breach we nearly drained dry. If not for our psychic shielding, we'd have died inside. Was this the true architect of the Moonlight District explosion? The adjutant shuddered, still shaken, when suddenly Xin Ping's arm draped heavily over his shoulder. Stop looking like you've seen a ghost. That cocoon. It's 7th Legion's hope. Xin Ping patted his back, feigning nonchalance, while inwardly bracing herself. Transporting this anomaly would test the limits of her own psychic endurance. Ah, what a deadly assignment indeed. Yi Zhixia opened her eyes, floating within a vast transparent chamber cradled by warm, soothing cerulean fluid. Her consciousness drifted hazy, as if rousing from an ageless slumber, her thoughts sluggish, reluctant to stir. Well, awake at last. A rakish voice cut through the silence. Yi Zhixia whirled, seeing a woman outside the chamber, crimson hair wild as a bird's nest, fatigue-draped uniform slung carelessly over her shoulders, radiating utter world weariness. Military personnel. Yi Zhixia recoiled in shock. Had she truly been captured? Where was this place? A laboratory? Was she to be dissected, studied? Gurgle, gurgle. Overwhelmed, she jostled, her breathing tube loose. Bubbling air erupted from her mouth. Fluid flooded her airway, triggering suffocation, and panic sent her thrashing wildly. She couldn't swim, absolutely not. Xin Ping watched the comical struggle, nearly bursting into laughter, then swiftly activated the med chamber and released her. Miss Yi, a pleasure. I'm Xin Ping of 7th Legion. She placed a fresh uniform before her and offered a crisp introduction. This heiress's fortune remained ambiguous, catastrophic or miraculous. 5 distinct toxins coursed through her bloodstream, 2 even present since fetal development. Yet paradoxically, these toxins achieved a delicate equilibrium, allowing her to survive improbably to 23, though her psychic capacity bore lasting impairment. Even more astonishing, exposure to dragon blood serum, or some other catalyst, had triggered a secondary awakening of her psychic talent, propelling it directly to the legendary divine tier. No need to tense up, we're not aligned with Yi Tingqiao. Noting Yi Zhixia's wary gaze, Xin Ping spread her palms in reassurance. 13 legions don't speak with one voice. Here you're safe. 3rd Legion won't trouble you again. As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily drifted downward, toward Yi Zhixia's chest. Remarkably developed. Legend held that upon attaining divine tier psychic power, the body evolved to accommodate such potency. With women no longer confined to nurturing roles, their breasts transformed into energy reservoirs. When saturated with energy, they swelled firm and full, a visible testament to a woman's strength. In military enclaves teeming with elite female operatives, brawls erupting over comparative bust size were regrettably common. Unsettled by Xin Ping's unnerving scrutiny, Yi Zhixia hurriedly dried herself and dressed. The uniform fit flawlessly, accentuating her statuesque, perfectly proportioned figure. Staring into the mirror, she barely recognized herself. Was this fierce, radiant, 2-meter tall, commanding presence truly her? Good heavens, I'm going to fall in love with myself. The sensation of hunger vanished, leaving Yi Zhixia brimming with enough energy to work for days on end without fatigue. She had never felt so revitalized. Her mind was clear, her body light as a swallow, as if she were enveloped in a purifying aura that dispelled all debuffs. Shun, Chief Shun. Yi Zhixia indeed sensed no hostility from Xin Ping. She was now desperate to know what had happened after she lost consciousness. Just call me by my name, or you can call me Big Sister. Xin Ping casually slung an arm around Yi Zhixia's shoulder, the strong scent of work suffocating her. Yi Zhixia subtly tilted her head away, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. I know what you want to ask. Here, see for yourself. The two left the medical room. Xin Ping tossed a military smart device to Yi Zhixia and swiped her ID card to open the door to the core area. Yi Zhixia stared at the images on the smart device, falling into silence. How could a person cause such a catastrophe? Although the explosion was not entirely her fault, it was triggered by her actions. Thinking of the innocent lives lost, a weight like a stone pressed heavily on her heart. And how were Cici and the child doing? Burdened with thoughts, Yi Zhixia followed Xin Ping, unknowingly arriving at the conference room. As the two entered, the people inside rose in unison, their gazes fixed on Yi Zhixia, filled with scrutiny and expectation. Yi Zhixia paused, the intense aura of solemnity almost making her turn and flee. Her eyes swept over the individuals, all impeccably dressed in military uniforms, each adorned with at least 3 medals. They were clearly high-ranking officials. Yi Zhixia, hello. I am Hela Miller, commander of the 7th Legion. The woman at the head of the table rose and approached her, exuding a gentle yet formidable presence that was utterly captivating. On behalf of the 7th Legion, I invite you to join us. The strongest in the Federation, General Hela. Yi Zhixia's heart pounded wildly, her fingers trembling with excitement. Hela was the idol of the original owner. She had dreamed of joining the 7th Legion, and even without seeing its commander, that would have been enough happiness. Unfortunately, her mental strength hadn't met the requirements. Now Yi Zhixia had received a personal invitation from General Hela herself, fulfilling the original owner's dream. You. Hello. Yi Zixia's tongue stumbled. She steadied herself and met Hela's eyes. Although meeting her idol was thrilling, she disliked being led by the nose. The 7th Legion's attitude seemed lenient, but they had already arranged everything for her. It was called an invitation, but she seemed to have no choice. General Hela, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Joining the Legion without going through an assessment must come at a cost. Hela looked at Yi Zhixia. It was good for a young person to have an edge. If the heir she had chosen was a naive fool, that would be a real headache. Child, you have no idea of your own worth. Hela patted Yi Zixia's shoulder and guided her to sit beside her. A virtual screen displayed a massive cocoon of light. To achieve the materialization of mental strength, child, you are the 2nd divine level mentalist in the history of the Federation. Divine level. The term was unfamiliar to Yi Zhixia. She had only heard of super-level mental strength, which was above the 5-tier classification. It was said that General Hela herself was super-level, the Federation's strongest warrior. So what was divine level, which surpassed Super S? Joining the 7th Legion, you will be awarded the rank of Major and become my sole heir. Hela looked at Yi Zhixia with a warm gaze. In the 7th Legion, you will wield authority, second only to mine. You may freely utilize the Legion's resources, and the Legion will fully support you, including resolving the Yi family's issues. Such audacity. No wonder Yi Tingchao could privately mobilize troops. These big shots were nothing short of warlords. Such generous terms would be hard for anyone to refuse. Yi Zhixia was in need of a powerful backer, but she knew that greater power came with greater responsibility. Being the heir of the 7th Legion was no easy task. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard Hela's voice, solemn and grave. After my death, you will take my place, bound to the judgment, becoming the Federation's sword and shield. In every dangerous battle, you must charge to the front. Hela took out a pair of Major's epaulets and placed them before Yi Zhixia. The 7th Legion is not your only option. Other legions will make offers, but none will be as sincere as ours. Yi Zhixia lowered her head, her fingers hidden beneath the table, gently twisting the smart device on her wrist. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone awaited Yi Zixia's answer. Before me, didn't you have an heir? A legion of this size couldn't have selected its heir at the last minute. Wouldn't the original heir resent being abruptly replaced by her, an unexpected arrival? She had no desire to be drawn into the vortex of factional strife. Ahem. On Hela's other side, Shin Ping coughed lightly behind her fist, a mocking expression on her face. The previous heir was me. The judgment's temperament. It's beyond words. Her gaze at Yi Zhixia held 3 parts gratitude, 3 parts sympathy, and 1 part mischievous glee. The burden of being heir is all yours now. Big sister can finally take it easy. Ow. A soft sound came from under the table. Shin Ping's face turned green as she cast a resentful glance at Hela and fell silent. Yi Zhixia looked at the elegantly smiling Hela, and the other silent, stern, big shots, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. The 7th Legion. Didn't it seem a bit unorthodox? I accept. Yi Zhixia took a deep breath and clasped the epaulets in her hand. She lifted her head, a blazing fire burning in her eyes. Now may I exercise the authority of the Legion's heir? At your service? In the conference room, over a dozen voices spoke in unison, resolute and powerful. The floating city enjoyed eternal spring, a stark contrast to the ever-changing climate of the Moonlight District. In the afternoon, a breeze swept through the garden, carrying the fragrance of pink roses, lulling one into drowsiness. When she sat on a swing chair lost in thought, while Mumu lay sleeping soundly in his arms. A month had passed since his wife's disappearance. The memory of her gentle kiss on his ear still seemed to linger with warmth. On the night his wife left, a massive explosion had rocked the Moonlight District. Almost everyone had experienced headaches and dizziness, yet he and Mumu were completely unaffected, as if something had been protecting them. The next day, following his wife's instructions, he had contacted Qin Ge and was soon taken to this place. In the first few days, Qin Ge had treated him and his son with courtesy. But as time passed, her attitude began to shift subtly. When she haven't you given up yet? She's dead. When she turned to find Qin Ge standing behind him, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Her gaze was like that of someone appraising a commodity waiting to be sold. You've seen the military's list of the dead, haven't you? When she pressed his lips together and lowered his eyes. Yes, his wife had disappeared, and he refreshed the news every day. The moment the death list was released, he had seen it. He remembered that day, his trembling fingers scrolling through the names from top to bottom. When they landed on the 2 characters Xia Yi, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by a gaping hole, a cold wind howling and chilling him to the bone. Xia Yi was his wife's alias. When she still remembered in his tiny capsule home the way his wife had fastened the new smart device onto her wrist. Her eyes were bright, gentle, yet steadfast, making one want to rely on her. How could someone so wonderful simply die like that? When she refused to believe it, he had a feeling that his wife would surely return. I've raised you for so long, and I've done my duty. Your fine wife promised me that my money wouldn't go to waste. Qin Ge let out a cold smirk, finally dropping all pretense. A month ago, she had suddenly received a message from Wenxi, and when she opened it, she nearly cursed it in front of a client. Yi Zhixiao really knew no bounds, treating her like some kind of exotic beast. She claimed there would be a major operation in the Moonlight District, and during the chaos, she could take Wenxi away. As compensation, she had a private property whose title hadn't been registered yet, which could be transferred directly to Qin Ge's name. Absolutely secure. Qin Ge's head throbbed, but with leverage held against her, she had no choice. Initially, she had clung to the hope that Yi Zhixiao would survive her ordeal and return to the Yi Corporation. When that happened, she would have rendered meritorious service and could easily secure a cushy position within the company. But a month had passed, and she had failed to uncover any news of Yi Zhixiao. Instead, she heard that Yi Qing had awakened, and just yesterday, a family meeting had been convened to amend the will, leaving most of the estate to Yi Tinchaos lineage. All her efforts had come to naught. Aside from a villa, she had gained nothing, instead sinking her entire fortune into this mess. Gnashing her teeth with hatred, how could she continue to support a dead woman's husband? Don't think you can threaten me with that stuff. The dirt you have on me has already been cleaned up. Even if you expose it, no one will believe you have. Qin Ge walked behind when she leaning over the back of the swing chair, her hot breath brushing against his ear. You might even get cyberbullied. Slandering a lady carries the punishment of flogging. When she shuddered in alarm and moved aside. The damp heat near his ear reminded him of stagnant water in the sweltering summer, sticky, greasy, and nauseating. He stood up holding Mu and moved away from that woman, but she relentlessly pressed closer. Yi Zhixiao owes me, so it's only fair that you as her lawful husband repay the debt. Qin Ge circled around the swing chair, leisurely appraising the man. His flustered and panicked look was quite appetizing. The little brat was an eyesore, but useful for controlling him. Once he obediently complied in the children's room, it would be thrilling. Imagining Wenzai's desperate restraint, afraid of waking the child, Qin Ge's breathing grew heavy, and her mental energy stirred restlessly. Qin Ge, my wife isn't dead. You'll regret this. His back pressed against the flower wall when she had no room to retreat. He held the child tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mu, hurt by the tight grip, woke up whimpering and reached out to hug his father's neck. Fragile, beautiful things always invite double the destruction. The man's wary gaze met hers, yet his voice when soothing the child was as gentle as water. Qin Ge's mouth went dry, and she reached out to touch Wenzai's face. Qin Ge, if you don't want that hand, I can help you chop it off. A wrist was suddenly seized from behind. The woman's voice was icy, exactly as he remembered. Qin Ge's pupils dilated as if doused with a bucket of cold water, all desire vanishing instantly. Yi Zhixiao, you're alive. The words slipped out before she could think, and she immediately regretted them. Turning around, Qin Ge's eyes widened in disbelief at the approaching figure. Yi Zhixiao was dressed in luxurious haute couture, no longer bearing the disheveled look of the Moonlight District. Her posture was even more upright, her short hair swept back to reveal a smooth forehead, her features sharp and fierce. Her imposing aura was like a deep space star beast, suffocatingly oppressive. What disappointed him? Not dead, Manager Qin. The grip on her wrist tightened, bones creaking under the strain. Qin Ge's face paled, large beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Her lips quivered, but she couldn't utter a word. Wasn't she dead? Shoving the woman aside, Yi Zhixiao approached Wenxi. She frowned at his gaunt face, a dull ache spreading through her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't been so fortunate and had truly died, what would have become of Wenxi. Yi Zhixiao clenched her fist. In her past life, she had lived too comfortably, never facing real setbacks, which had made her blindly overconfident. Looking back now, those plans she thought were foolproof were actually quite crude. Even subduing Qin Ge had relied mostly on luck. If it had been someone more reckless, they might have engaged in a direct mental energy confrontation. At that moment, she was merely bluffing. Once the battle began, the consequences would have been dire. Realizing that her recklessness had nearly harmed when she and the child, Yi Zhixiao wished she could slap herself twice. She crouched down, removed her gloves, took Wenzai's cool fingers, and pressed a gentle kiss to them. "Cici, I'm sorry I'm late." When she looked up at the woman before him, once again she had appeared before him like a divine savior. The taut strings of his heart relaxed, releasing the anxiety and grievance of the past few days. He couldn't help but lean into her embrace, tears silently soaking her clothes. Yi Zhixiao held the father and son tightly, her heart aching with tenderness. She had almost lost her family. Feeling a small hand tugging at her waist, Yi Zhixiao looked down in surprise to see Mu hugging her voluntarily, tears in his eyes. She stroked the child's hair and soothed him gently. Mu, don't be afraid. Mother is here. No one will dare bully you and Daddy." The man in her arms was far too thin. Through his shirt, Yi Zhixiao could feel every rib on his back. Her brows furrowed and her gaze turned icy as she looked at Chingu. Chingu, I truly overestimated you. You said you've cleaned up the dirt. If the Yi Corporation steps forward to expose it, tell me. Whom would that counselor believe? Yi Jixia let out a sneer, wrapped an arm around Wen Zai's shoulder, picked up Moo Moo and strode out of the villa. Miss Yi, please let me explain. Chingu scrambled to the door, nearly blinded by the shimmering shuttle parked at the berth. With its platinum-white finish and double-blade six-wing emblem, it was the Holy Seraph, one of the most expensive shuttles in the Federation. Yi Jixia didn't spare her a glance. She gestured, and two guards emerged from the shadows, pinning Chingu to the ground. Yi Jixia. Chingu struggled, desperately watching Yi Jixia walk toward the shuttle, her eyes nearly splitting with rage. I helped you so much, and now you turn your back on me. Help. It was merely a transaction. Yi Jixia ignored her, placing a soothing kiss on Wen Zai's forehead as she helped the father and son into the shuttle's boarding cabin. Just as she was about to board herself, she heard Qin Ge's hysterical voice. Yi Jixia, Yi Corporation is now under Yi Tinkea's control. Despair filled Qin Ge's heart. If her deeds were exposed, she would be utterly ruined. Her mind blanked. Chingu began to babble recklessly. Even if you regain your status, what can you do? Without the head of the Yi family, a grade waste like you who would listen. You seem to have forgotten. Yi Jixia paused mid-step, her gaze at Chingu like that of a dead dog. My mental energy is not great. The shuttle hatch closed and it vanished into the sky, leaving only a long contrail in its wake. Chingu collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. She deeply regretted it. If only she had held on a few more days, treated Wen Shi and his child a little better. Now everything was lost. When she reclined in the luxurious seat, its ergonomic design offering supreme comfort. The cushion, made of an unknown material, was soft yet resilient, smooth to the touch, as if it could cling to one's palm. When she perched on the edge of the seat, uncertain where to place his hands or feet, the air carried the faint, elusive scent of premium aromatherapy, drifting subtly into his nostrils. The bar displayed an array of fine wines, of which when she recognized only one or two. Those that appeared more precious, he could not even name. A robot served freshly squeezed juice, and Moo Moo clutched a cup, drinking with a face full of bliss. This was Wen Zai's first time aboard a private shuttle. Unlike public shuttles, this felt more like a villa soaring in the sky, complete with an observation deck, swimming pool, indoor garden, gymnasium. Every amenity imaginable. His former wife often spoke of private shuttles, saying that once she became a director, she would definitely buy one. It was a symbol of social ascension. CC, are you unwell? Why aren't you saying anything? Yi Jixia placed a glass of juice before Wen Shi. The man lowered his head, tracing circles on the cushion with his index finger, lost in thought. When she snapped back to reality, abruptly withdrawing his hands and clasping them together, his palms slick with sweat. Though he had long known his wife's identity, during their time in Moonlight District they had lived and eaten together. She never complained about their frugal life, treating him and Moo Moo with care, without a trace of aristocratic arrogance. The opulence of this shuttle surpassed Wen Zai's comprehension. For the first time, he keenly felt the vast chasm in their social standings. With the threat of pursuit gone, his wife no longer needed to conceal her identity. He and Moo Moo were no longer of use. With the death of Xia Yi, his marital status had become widowed. At just 21, he had been abandoned by 2 marriages. Was a lowly man like him truly worthy of standing beside Miss Yi? Wife. He ventured hesitantly, his gaze darting away, afraid to meet her eyes. Yi Jixia sighed. When she always bottled things up inside. In Moonlight District he had improved so much, but after she left for just a month he had become even more withdrawn than before. Moo Moo, on the other hand, had grown increasingly close to her. Did Chingu bully you? Recalling the scene when she arrived, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Jixia's eyes. No, she didn't touch me. When she twisted his fingers, his voice urgent, terrified of being misunderstood by his wife. Yi Jixia reached out, lifting his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Cici, what are you afraid of? Yi Jixia leaned and closed, their breaths mingling. A faint, delicate scent wafted into her nose, Wen Zai's pheromones. Her fingers traced his jawline, the smooth texture irresistible to Yi Jixia. In this world, men had no beards and carried a natural fragrance far more refined than in her previous life. Wen Zai's features were especially striking, more beautiful than many male celebrities on the Starnet, yet he always kept his head down, timid and submissive. Yi Jixia understood that he had endured too much suffering to become this way. Perhaps in this twisted world men were more or less conditioned to have people-pleasing personalities. Such a social environment was quite enjoyable for women. Yi Jixia had once fantasized about waking up surrounded by handsome men vying for her affection, just like in her favorite Otome games. But now she preferred a partner who could stand by her side as an equal, not an accessory. Frightening one's own man is a wife's shame. Seeing Wen Zai's red-rimmed eyes, Yi Jixia felt as if she were teasing a little rabbit. Her gaze unconsciously fell on his lips, beautifully shaped with slightly upturned corners, plump and soft, tempting her to take a bite. By the time she realized it, she had already done so. She captured his lips like a silky pudding, fragrant and sweet. Once desire was unleashed, it became uncontrollable. As if afflicted with skin hunger, Yi Zhixiao wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, wanting to meld him into her very being. When she was too thin, fragile as paper, as if a careless touch might break him. His warmth seeped through the fabric, and breathing in his sweet fragrance, the phrase, soft jade warm fragrance, sprang into Yi Zixia's mind. Before this, she never knew the idiom could describe a man. Sensing a faint struggle in her arms, Yi Zhixiao released when she ending the lingering kiss. The man rested his head on her shoulder, panting heavily, his eyes shimmering with tears. His lips parted slightly like ripe cherries in summer, brimming with intoxicating nectar. In his eyes her reflection shone, as if she were his deity, his entire world. Yi Zixia's heart swelled, coated thickly with sugar. "Cici, would you marry me again?" She cupped his face, her thumb brushing the blush on his cheek. "Marry Yi Zhixiao and become my true partner. No exchange of benefits, no mutual convenience." She wanted to walk with this fragile yet resilient man forever and always. Wen Zai's breath was entirely stolen. The lingering warmth of their intertwined lips left him dizzy. Her kiss was tender yet domineering, overwhelming him completely. All strength drained from his body, his feet feeling as if they tread on clouds, soft and unsteady. Perhaps his wife would grant him a title. When she hoped in his heart, for she was so gentle, coming specially to fetch him and Moo. But what did he just hear? Was he dreaming? When she stared at her, dazed, his lips trembling, unable to speak. Her gift was too precious, leaving him at a loss. "Cici, be my primary consort." Yi Zhixiao leaned down, gently kissing his forehead. After facing death, she had finally confronted her heart. Unconsciously, she had fallen in love with this man. When she was like a warm spring, silently softening her heart. Turning over his palm, the wound where the flesh had split was healed, leaving only a pale scar, a mark she had caused. Her fingertip traced the uneven scar, and Yi Zhixiao keenly noticed the man's hand flinch back. Primary consort. When she no longer dared to hope, yet she wanted him to be her lawful wife. When a beggar suddenly acquires billions in wealth, the first reaction is not ecstasy, but bewilderment and disbelief. When she was like that beggar, stunned by the immense fortune, instinctively wanting to retreat into his shell. "Are you?" Yi Zhixiao sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Was her direct approach too blunt? Glancing at Moo playing with the robot, she picked him up and stroked his hair. "Moo, would you like to live with your father and me from now on?" The child lowered his head, twisting his fingers, a mirror image of when she. Yi Zhixiao waited patiently. Finally, he nodded, gently, shyly nestling into Wen Zai's arms. "See, Moo agrees." Yi Zhixiao lowered her head, her hair casting a shadow, her voice tinged with dejection and self-reproach. "Back in the Moonlight District, I failed to protect you all. It's only natural that you don't trust me." "No, it's not that I don't trust you." When she hated himself for being as dull as a block of wood, able only to stammer out dry explanations. Seeing his wife's downcast expression, his heart nearly shattered. I am willing." When she grabbed the hem of his wife's robe, his cheeks flushing crimson. "I'm just afraid of bringing shame to you." Yi Zhixiao wrapped an arm around Wen Zai's waist, planting a light kiss on the man's burning earlobe, curving her lips into a sly, triumphant smile. The shuttle hovered above a garden villa. Yi Zhixiao led when she and Moo down from the landing pod, storing the shuttle into a space button. This was the temporary residence prepared for Yi Zhixiao by the military. The standalone villa was modest, only 2 stories with an additional attic, but the environment was serene and offered excellent privacy. Yi Zixia's identity posed some trouble. Due to the machinations of the Yi family's collateral branch, her ID had been deregistered, and to restore it, she would need to undergo a fresh medical examination and registration. However, her unique spiritual power, being the Federation's most crucial trump card, required absolute secrecy. The normal channels were inaccessible. The application had to be submitted by the military, with the mainframe directly modifying the citizen records. Ever since Yi Zhixiao agreed to join the 7th Legion, the other legions had grown markedly hostile, with many resorting to underhanded tactics. General Hela could not wield her spiritual power lightly, and the moment she was forced to step onto the battlefield again would be the moment of her sacrifice. Should Hela fall, the right to wield judgment would naturally transfer, and it could not remain with the declining 7th Legion. Yet Yi Zixia's emergence had shattered the existing order, so it was no wonder the other legions were envious. Until the dust settled, the struggle would not cease. Yi Zhixiao felt like a piece of Tang Monk's flesh, coveted by all who laid eyes on her. Coupled with the recent chain of explosions in the Moonlight District, her reappearance now would easily arouse suspicion, so Yi Zhixiao could not yet show herself publicly. This vessel, the Saint Angel, was Hela's private property, equipped with a military-grade anti-surveillance system and an encrypted flight route application, ensuring her safety in every aspect. As for Qingge, who had seen her true face, all she could do was wish her good luck. Deputy Commander. Sahit leaped off the hovercar and dashed toward the villa, only to be yanked back by the collar, nearly choked to death. Hua Ming, you're asking for a beating. She sprang up like a bomb, swinging her fist at the sly fox behind her, but her large Bambi-like round eyes held no intimidation whatsoever. Little Sahit, you really have no sense of occasion despite those big eyes of yours. Hua Ming raised an eyebrow, leaning against the car, fished a hard candy from his pocket, tossed it into his mouth, and crunched it loudly. They're having a family reunion. What business do you have barging in? Sahit froze, scratched her head, and blinked her doe eyes. Yeah, you're right. Oh, then what about this? Sahit pulled up an intelligent brain email, looking troubled. As the deputy commander's security officer, Sahit bore a heavy responsibility. The deputy commander was currently using a temporary ID, allowing only anonymous login to the Starnet. All visits and emails had to go through her security screening. Just now, Sahit had discovered a private email set to self-destruct after reading. She had scanned it and found no malicious programs. The email was marked for the deputy commander's eyes only, and she dared not open it rashly. What's the hurry? Hua Ming picked out a strawberry candy, tossed it to his impatient colleague, and leisurely began adjusting the security system. To have the email sent precisely to this ID, the sender must be an insider. If high-ranking military officials wanted to contact the deputy commander, they wouldn't use such a method. Even for a private invitation, this encryption is far too crude. You mean? The sender isn't high-ranking yet knows the deputy commander's identity. How is that possible? Information about the deputy commander had been classified as top secret, known only to a few high-ranking officials in the major legions. Who would be so bold as to leak classified information? Was that treason? You're forgetting there is one other insider. Hua Ming looked up, his blue pupils reflecting the eerie glow of the virtual screen, the mastermind behind the Moonlight District explosion. Yi Tingxiao. Sahit blurted out, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Hua Ming, covering her mouth guiltily. Yi Tingxiao secretly dispatched the Viper Squad to search for the deputy commander. Combining the feedback from the Viper Squad and the movements of the major military departments, given Yi Tingxiao's intellect, it's not impossible for him to have obtained this information. Hua Ming's voice was cold, as if indifferent, but Sahit knew how vigilant this fox was. I heard that Yi Tingxiao actually squeezed into the candidate list for the 3rd Legion's successor. Umph. Sahit shrank her neck. Whenever she saw Hua Ming smile like that, someone was bound to suffer. Is it really Yi Tingxiao? Sahit still had doubts, and if the email was indeed from Yi Tingxiao, wouldn't it be even more important to the deputy commander? I'm 90% sure. Want to bet? Hua Ming put away his intelligent brain, shot Sahit a wink, and reverted to his devil-may-care demeanor. You old gambler, be careful, or I'll report you to the inspector. Sahit punched Hua Ming hard on the shoulder, about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard his unhurried voice. Come on, let's go report to the deputy commander. Judging by the time, what needed to be done should be finished. A gentle breeze brushed the curtains, rippling the white gauze. The room was thick with the rich scent of orchids, the pheromones stirring warmth and excitement. Yi Zhixia caressed Wen Zai's cheek with satisfaction. The enticing blush had yet to fade, like the crimson heart of a crabapple blossom. The man breathed deeply, sleeping soundly. Long, slender lashes cast a shadow, concealing the weariness in his eyes. She kissed the man's soft lips, suppressing the urge to continue, and rose to tidy her appearance. As she descended the stairs, her 2 adjutants stood in the reception room. Upon seeing Yi Zhixia, they both saluted crisply. Sit. Yi Zhixia nodded to them and sat down opposite. She wasn't yet familiar with the adjutants assigned by the Legion, but she had a favorable impression of both. Besides Qin Ge, there's also a man from the Moonlight District to deal with. I believe his name is Lit. He was the one who had led the Viper Squad there in the first place. Rest assured, Deputy Commander. We've erased the memories of everyone in the Moonlight District who had direct contact with you. Hua Ming nodded, subtly kicking Sahit's heel. Oh. Sahit averted her gossipy gaze, trying her best to ignore the faint pheromone scent lingering in the air. She cleared her throat and pulled up the email. Deputy Commander, your intelligent brain received a private message with an encrypted address. I cracked it. It's a random port with no reference value, but its security is assured. The email has a self-destruct program and is marked for your personal review. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. This sinister style of operation reminded her of someone. Open it. Hua Ming, make a record. Yes. Sahit opened the email, and a brief line of text flashed across the screen, dissolving into garbled code after merely 3 seconds. Tomorrow at 9 in the evening, room 311 at the Purple Swan Hotel for a face-to-face meeting. Don't forget our agreement. Yi Tingxiao. It really is Yi Tingxiao. Hua Ming viciously stomped on Sahit's toe, causing the latter's voice to warp in pain. Without even turning her head, Hua Ming could feel the fury radiating from those doe-like eyes. She couldn't help but press a hand to her forehead, sighing deeply within. That little fool, Sahit, with her loose lips. Now their private speculations about their superior had been so effortlessly exposed. Yi Jixia crossed her legs, leaning back on the sofa as she studied the two of them, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. She chose not to dwell on her adjutant's little antics, instead abruptly changing the subject. How is my mother? We've already arranged for our people to protect her discreetly. The head of the Yi family is currently stable, but due to the interruption of her anti-aging medication, the aging process has accelerated. Hua Ming observed her superior's expression and breathed a silent sigh of relief. Yi Jixia tapped her fingers on the smart band at her wrist, her gaze dropping as she sank into contemplation. What scheme was Yi Tingxiao plotting by requesting this meeting now? Intelligence indicated that after the Moonlight District explosion, she had coerced their mother into altering the will, seizing control of the Yi Corporation. Could it be that she feared Yi Jixia would reclaim her identity and stage a comeback, pushing her out? And then there was this so-called agreement. Yi Jixia had a gut feeling that things were far more complex than they appeared. Will you go? Cecit couldn't contain her curiosity, asking the question. Given the content of the email, the young commander didn't seem surprised. Tisk, terrifying. Did they have 1,000 cunning schemes each? Why couldn't they spare a few for me? Should I go or not? Oh, what a headache. Cecit stared at her superior's exquisitely beautiful face, yet couldn't detect a single trace of genuine distress. Just as she was pondering how to respond, she saw the young commander beckon them closer. The sharp glint in her eyes was identical to the look Hua Ming wore when she was about to ensnare someone. Cecit hurriedly leaned in, and upon hearing the command, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. The Purple Swan Hotel, a property of the Yi Corporation, was enveloped by 3 anti-gravity rings, its form resembling a swan spreading its wings, suspended above a reef near the coast. At night, countless bioluminescent algae undulated with the tides around the reef, shimmering in hues of faint blue and deep purple, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. The exterior wall of the Purple Swan, made of star phosphor stone, showed no visible seams, as if it were a single colossal piece of glaze reflecting dreamlike colors under the illumination of the lights. Seated in the private room, Yi Tingxiao glanced down at her smartband. The time was already 8:58 p.m., yet the hotel surveillance feed still showed no sign of Yi Jixia. She rose, poured herself a glass of champagne, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the bubbles slowly ascend from the bottom of the glass, her gaze dark and unfathomable. 3 years ago, Yi Jixia had invested all her personal assets into the Inferno project, even volunteering to become a test subject and taking the modified dragon's blood serum. As for the news about the experiment, Yi Jixia had accidentally overheard it. Yi Tingxiao had merely given a nudge from behind, then coincidentally stumbled upon her secret. Forced by power, she could only remain silent, nothing more. Holding this leverage, Yi Tingxiao was confident Yi Jixia would come. Frowning, she wondered, could she be under house arrest? The door to the private room swung open, without warning, startling Yi Tingxiao. As she turned, the glass shook, spilling champagne and leaving a dark, wet stain on her lapel. Central Military Supervision Department, Yi Tingxiao. You are suspected of threatening Federation information security. Come with us. The black supervision uniforms, symbols of impartial rules and order, bore no expression on their faces, yet Yi Tingxiao felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. Yi Jixia. How dare she? Wasn't she afraid that Yi Tingxiao would expose everything? The interrogation room of the supervision department. A pristine white room where even shadows vanished under the special lighting. The wall material was unique, absorbing up to 99 of sound waves. In the silent space, all one could hear was the sound of their own heartbeat, their breathing, and even the flow of their blood. Constant temperature, constant humidity, odorless. Utterly empty, as if time itself had been paused. But none of this was the most terrifying part. The ubiquitous currents of psychic energy, like cold, sinister specters, continuously passed through the body, battering at the gates of the mind. When the mind's defenses fell, memories became a book for others to peruse. That was the true nightmare. Yi Jixia had spent 15 hours in this room, an experience that defied description. During her time in the 7th Legion, she had undergone numerous tests and received formal psychic training. Now her control over her psychic power was far beyond what it once was. An interrogation of this intensity was a mere tickle to her psychic defenses, but it was a true test of her will. After all, she was an ultra-rare SSR. Why hadn't anyone come to bail her out yet? Yi Jixia squatted formlessly in the center of the interrogation room, head bowed, eyes closed, her face sallow and shrouded in a layer of dark, weary exhaustion. The triumphant tone of Yi Tingxiao's email was utterly infuriating, and Yi Jixia had no intention of indulging her. Recalling the shocked yet admiring looks from her 2 subordinates yesterday, when she announced her intention to turn herself into the supervision department, a faint, barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of Yi Zixia's lips. To clean a stable, one needn't get covered in filth, simply divert a flood, and it will wash away all the muck. Since Yi Tingxiao wanted to use this so-called agreement to manipulate her, Yi Jixia decided to simply expose the secret. Now it was a matter of whose weight held more sway. Yi Jixia, you may leave. The The floor dropped away beneath her feet, and a sensation of weightlessness hit her. As Yi Zhixia opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a pair of gleaming military boots, their tips tapping against the floor with crisp clicks. Well, little Yezi, just how many more surprises do you have in store for me? The magnificent voice, laced with a roguish tone, could only belong to Xinping. Yi Zhixia looked up and sure enough saw Xinping's unkempt face. Her eyes were half flitted as if she had just woken up, her red hair a mess of unruly spikes, and the collar of her military uniform was open, revealing faint traces of deep red marks. Yesterday she had left similar marks on Wenzai's neck, so many that Yi Zhixia couldn't even pretend they were mosquito bites. No wonder Xinping's smile was so sinister and chilling. Being dragged out of a lover's embrace would sour anyone's mood. Offering Xinping a sheepish smile, Yi Zhixia said awkwardly, "It's just, my brain got fried, and I only just remembered." "Oh." Xinping yanked Yi Zhixia up, locking an arm around her neck, her molars grinding audibly. "A broken brain. Don't worry, big sister here will fix you right up." Click. The faint sound of a door opening made both of them freeze, their childish scuffle ceasing as they turned to look at the entrance. Yi Tingxiao, wearing an electric shock collar, was being escorted in by two supervisors heading towards the interrogation room, the very same one Yi Zhixia had just left. "Zhixia." Yi Tingxiao's voice was very low, yet it instinctively made Yi Zixia's spine stiffen, like a dog salivating at the sound of a whistle, a residual muscle memory from the original body. "You've changed." Yi Tingxiao turned her head, her face pale, her pupils like black glass beads. The gaze she cast over was imbued with a damp, ghostly aura. "Are you truly Yi Zhixia?" The journey back was exceptionally quiet in the flying shuttle. Xinping nestled on the sofa, responding to messages on her smart brain, while her aide, Yi Ming, operated the navigation system. Seth and Huaming stood by, nervously not daring to breathe. Yi Zhixia lowered her head, propping her elbows on her knees, peeling an apple with a small knife, the gaze of Yi Tingxiao lingering unshakably in her mind. Did she discover something? Yi Zhixia had meticulously sorted through the original owner's memories, only to find a part of them extremely vague. The more she tried to recall, the more elusive it became, leaving only some fragmented images. The laboratory, the red potion, the skull spider emblem. Hiss. A long-lost headache returned, and Yi Zhixia stuck the apple onto the knife and rubbed her temples. What still can't remember? Xinping took a bite of the apple, crossing her legs on the sofa, and raised an eyebrow at Yi Zixia's pale face. This doesn't seem like acting. Could she really not remember? Yi Zhixia sighed. Perhaps the original owner's subconscious was deeply secretive about that memory. Even the original owner herself was unwilling to recall it, leaving Yi Zhixia with very limited information. It was also for this reason that she dared to turn herself in at the inspection hall, for everything she said was the truth. Taking the dragon's blood potion might be a serious crime for ordinary people, but for someone like Yi Zhixia, a genius of spiritual power, it was merely a trivial issue. Moreover, since she voluntarily confessed and exhibited a good attitude, coupled with the previous turmoil that caused her memory chaos after receiving a bail letter from the 7th Legion, the inspection hall didn't make things difficult for her and released her. I might have participated in some experiment before. I can't recall the specifics, but there is one emblem that I remember very clearly. Yi Zhixia constructed the emblem from her memory on the smart brain. A red skull with a rose blooming from its hollow eye sockets, and 8 slender black-red legs stretching out from beneath the skull, resembling a ghostly spider crawling out from hell. With a clatter, the military smart brain in Seth's hands fell to the ground, his round eyes wide open as a name escaped his lips. The Wanderers Guild. Xinping straightened her posture, a rare look of seriousness on her face. "Xiao Yezi, how could you be involved with the rebels?" "What rebels?" Yi Zhixia was genuinely bewildered, as she never expected that a threatening letter could lead to such matters, as if an invisible hand was dragging her into an unfathomable vortex. At the inception of the federal military, there were actually 14 legions. In the year 307 of the planet, the 14th Legion, stationed at the desolate Star Prison, revolted, taking several class felons with them to establish the Wanderers Guild. This piece of history is a must-ist for the end of the second year in military academies. "Oh, I almost forgot you were studying at the business school." Xinping sent a document to Yi Zhixia, the cover prominently featuring the skull spider emblem, which turned out to be the badge of the rebels. Yi Zhixia felt a shiver run down her spine. She had initially thought the original owner's death was simply a struggle for inheritance, but it seemed far from that. "Do you remember when you joined the experiment?" Xinping stroked her chin and signaled to Yi Ming. Yi Ming understood and adjusted the flying shuttle's security level to the highest, intercepting all possible surveillance. Yi Zhixia furrowed her brow, recalling uncertainly, "The earliest contact I can remember was 3 years ago. At that time, I had an intense obsession with spiritual power, searching daily for various methods to enhance it. I forgot which day it was, but I received an email in my smart brain recruiting volunteers. The email was anonymous, inviting the original owner to participate in a spiritual power enhancement experiment claiming an 80 chance of increasing the spiritual power level. Initially, the original owner didn't believe it, but after verification, the theories detailed in the email turned out to be very advanced and comprehensive. Unable to resist the temptation, she made initial contact with the mysterious organization that had sent the email. By the way, Yi Tingxiao knows about this too. Yi Zhixia suddenly looked up, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. She inadvertently discovered me taking the dragon's blood potion, and I forced her to keep quiet. Heh. It's probably not inadvertent, but intentional. Shen Ping interjected, tossing the core of the eaten apple into the trash can and clapping her hands. Don't worry about this matter, I will handle it. Whether Yi Tingxiao acted intentionally or not, she won't get away without some consequences if she doesn't keep her mouth shut. By the way, your identity ID has been restored. Shen Ping tossed the smart brain to Yi Zhixia. It had been confiscated upon entering the inspection hall. Yi Zhixia opened the smart brain to check. Her record had not changed much, only adding an accidental incident with the flying shuttle, while all details regarding the explosion in the Moonlight District had been erased, and her spiritual power level now displayed as class. Your true level must be kept confidential. Control it when using spiritual power. Shen Ping yawned, extending a finger to point at Seth and Hua Ming. You two keep an eye on her. If something like this happens again, I will dismantle Yi Zhixia first, then deal with you too. Yes. Seth and the others jumped in shock, standing at attention, casting resentful glances at their superior. Yi Zhixia felt a bit guilty under their gaze as she chuckled at Shen Ping, snatched a cup of water from the robot, and personally served it in front of her. It's my fault, they were just following orders, Sister Shen. Stop. Shen Ping leaned back dramatically, wearing a shocked expression, as if she had been taken advantage of. Put that smile away, I have goosebumps all over. She scoffed coldly and said, Don't think I can't see through your little scheme of testing the Legion's attitude using the inspection hall. Since you've joined the 7th Legion, you are one of us. Speak up if you have any issues, the Legion will back you up. Stop messing around with useless tricks. Yi Zhixia was reprimanded, unable to lift her head, her ears burning, yet her heart felt supported and warm. Those days in the Moonlight District had made her overly cautious, not daring to trust anyone easily. The goodwill from the 7th Legion came too suddenly, and she hesitated to accept it fully. However, such probing was undoubtedly quite hurtful. I'm sorry. Before Yi Zhixia could finish her sentence, her head was suddenly flicked hard enough to cause a bump. Looking up, she saw Shen Ping grinning carelessly. How was it, Xiao Yezi? Wasn't I quite impressive just now? It was impressive, no doubt, but now Yi Zhixia only felt an urge to punch her. The Legion has decided to send you to the Heji Military Academy for a year of further study to participate in the graduation exam, with the 4th-year students, followed by a commissioning ceremony. Shen Ping patted Yi Zhixia on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Good luck, Xiao Yezi. Yi Zhixia understood that in a military setting where strength was paramount, relying solely on her spiritual power level would not earn her respect. Moreover, besides her spiritual power, she knew nothing about combat skill, strategy, or mecha piloting. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Wait, could it be? She wouldn't have to learn 4 years of curriculum in 1 year, would she? Yi Cece meticulously adjusted her gown, a last year's haute couture piece that the true upper class would disdain to wear. Even so, she had only managed to rent it through a classmate's connection. It was also her misfortune to have encountered a turbulent period. First, the young master perished in a plane crash, and then news broke that the family head had entered the senescence phase. The internal dynamics of the Yi family shifted drastically until recently, when Yi Tingxiao was confirmed as the new heir. Just as things seemed to settle, news emerged that the new young master had been taken away by the inspectorate. It had been nearly 2 months since she arrived at the Central Star. Not only had she failed to seek assistance from the main family, she hadn't even set foot inside the Yi estate. Watching the star coins in her account dwindle rapidly, the canker sores in her mouth throbbed with pain. Ever since her mother passed away 3 years ago, the company had relied solely on Yi Cece. She was still a student, then her inexperience and vulnerability plainly written on her face. The business world was a battlefield, and competitors like sharks, scenting blood, swarmed to attack her. No matter how capable or diligent she was, it was all in vain. The already struggling company lost several crucial orders in succession, burdening it with massive debts. Now she was at her wit's end. Before she left, her father stroked her hair, his eyes filled with pain, and said, Maybe I should remarry. Yi Cece knew he didn't want to be a burden to her. A man who remarried could only be a secondary spouse, but her father had a daughter. If she couldn't even support her own biological father, what kind of woman was she? Fortunately, Yi Cece learned that the Yi family was hosting a banquet tonight, reportedly organized by Yi Guanyin herself. Leveraging the connections her mother had left behind, she managed to obtain an invitation. Inside the starry vault hall, the dome simulated a dreamlike nebula with artificial starlight flowing slowly, illuminating the elegantly dressed crowd below. Yi Cece was led into the banquet hall by a male attendant. Her ticket was a secondary pass, typically reserved for family members, and she wasn't even entitled to have her name announced. Graceful music floated in the air. Guests gathered in small groups wearing polite smiles while their gazes silently collided and probed, exchanging unspoken intentions. Yi Cece was isolated. Her outdated gown in the eyes of some seemed to lower the tone of the event. She neither understood the trends of the central star nor could she join their conversations, and was instead mocked. She took a glass of champagne as an excuse to leave, retreating to a shadowy corner of the terrace to nurse her emotions alone. Aunt Ching, a female voice suddenly came from below, startling her. She instinctively wanted to move away, but the words rooted her to the spot. Aunt Ching Ching. Yi Ching. Cautiously, she leaned over the railing and peered down through the dense hedge. In the garden below, there seemed to be two figures, their silhouettes blurred along with the corner of a wheelchair. The senescence phase is truly terrifying. It can rob one of youth, health, and even dignity. The voice sighed, seemingly full of regret, but Yi Cece detected a condescending tone. Aunt Ching, I don't know how Yi Tingxiao coaxed you into changing your will. But now the Yi family can no longer withstand any more turmoil. The voice continued, dripping with malice. Your era is over. The new legitimate line of the Yi family will begin with me, Yi Guanyin. Yi Guanyin. This was clearly a usurpation of power. Yi Cece covered her mouth, afraid of accidentally crying out and inviting trouble, but she couldn't resist pressing the recording button on her smart device. Don't worry, you don't need to speak later. Just sit on the stage for a moment. Yi Guanyin's voice grew more triumphant, dropping all pretense. That useless daughter of yours has probably been devoured by the rats in the Moonlight District. Yi Tingxiao is in the inspectorate. Even if he gets out, he'll be ruined. If you'd rather dissolve the Yi family than hand it over to the collateral lines, don't blame me for taking it myself. Yi Guanyin's breathing grew heavy, almost manic. Yi Cece saw Yi Guanyin's shadow move, then a pair of hands appeared in her line of sight, pinching a tube of red liquid. After Yi Guanyin ingested the potion, she let out a satisfied sigh, followed by agitated footsteps and meaningless moans. A chill ran down Yi Cece's spine as she swallowed hard. Recently, Yi Guanyin had been found to be using banned substances, but it was later ruled a misdiagnosis. However, judging by this commotion, it didn't seem like a misdiagnosis at all. No, she had to leave immediately. If she were discovered, it would be the end. Fortunately, this corner was very secluded, blocked by tall plant arrangements, and no one paid it any attention. Yi Cece went to the restroom and splashed her face with cool water. The refreshing liquid invigorated her, and her racing heart gradually calmed. Only then did Yi Cece feel a slight chill. Her gown was soaked with sweat, clinging wetly to her back, like the lingering coldness of a snake's crawl. The music outside stopped. Yi Cece knew the main event of the evening was about to begin. She silently returned to the banquet hall and stood at the most peripheral spot. Yi Guanyin had regained her composure, standing radiantly at the center of the podium. A wheelchair was placed beside her. Yi Cece looked at the elderly woman in the wheelchair, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Qing, the matriarch of the Yi family, the dream of 3 billion men in the Federation. How could such a stunning woman have aged so much in just 2 months? Her hair was completely white, dry as a bundle of straw. Her eyes were clouded, her skin covered in wrinkles and blemishes. She sat there like a soulless wooden carving placed on stage to serve as a stepping stone for Yi Guanyin's usurpation. Yi Cece lowered her head, unable to bear looking any longer. Those in the senescence phase rarely went out, unwilling to show their decaying bodies. By seniority, the old matriarch was her great-aunt, a nearly perfect woman. A woman who had dominated the scene all her life, yet at the end of her life, she had lost her daughter and was now being paraded and humiliated in public. Yi Guanyin's voice rang out through the starry vault hall with a tone of feigned compassion. Ladies and gentlemen. At this time of family crisis, with the direct line in decline and the main branch tarnished, I, Yi Guanyin, humbly accept the trust of my elders and colleagues. I take up the reins temporarily in this hour of peril solely to steady this great ship of the Yi family and prevent it from capsizing in the stormy seas. I am deeply aware of the heavy responsibility. Her gaze swept across the faces below, some awed, some fawning, some complex and unreadable, and finally settled on Yi Qing. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. I am even more grateful for Aunt Qing's trust, honoring us with her presence to witness this. The future of the Yi family will be shaped by us together. Boom. A thunderous crash shook the entire starry vault hall violently. The nebula on the dome flickered and twisted wildly, and glassware on the tables shattered with a crack. Amidst the piercing alarm, the 2 heavy doors were forcefully blasted open. A powerful gust of wind carrying shards of glass swept fiercely into the hall. The long table near the entrance was overturned, its pristine white cloth stained with grease. Expensive ingredients, crystal-clear goblets, and exquisite silverware flew into the air like fragile toys, only to crash heavily to the ground a moment later. Screams and cries of alarm erupted into chaos, tearing apart the guests' elegant attire. Cousin Guanyin, I hope you don't mind my uninvited arrival. The surroundings fell silent. The voice was not loud but pierced directly into the mind. Yi Cixi peered out from behind a pillar, saw the figure at the entrance, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. The St. Angel broke through the manor's security systems, landing directly outside the banquet hall as its energy barrier shattered the doors with a thunderous roar. Yi Zixia stood at the entrance, the night wind brushing the stray strands of hair across her forehead, revealing eyes that burned with cold flames. Tap, tap, tap. The marble floor was strewn with shards of metal and crystal, and her military boots rang out crisp and clear as she stepped through. Each step struck like a drumbeat against the hearts of those present. Yi Zixia walked through the swirling dust, ignoring the stunned gazes cast at her from every direction. Her military uniform clung to her upright figure, and she cut through the chaos like a gleaming sword, the crowd parting instinctively to clear a path. Yi Guanyin's eyes bulged, her pale face a canvas of sheer terror. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the wailing alarms. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, rooted to the spot, as she watched Yi Zixia draw nearer with each step. Cousin Guanyun. Yi Zixia said, her tone flat, yet her gaze piercing cold. "I'm back. You seem disappointed." A chill crawled from the soles of her feet to the nape of her neck. Yi Guanyun stumbled back, half a step, colliding with the armrest of a wheelchair, which let out a grating screech. In the wheelchair, Yi Qing's withered head swayed slightly, but remained limply bowed. "Mother." Yi Zixia's fingertips dug into her palms. After leaving the inspectorate, she had been taken by Xinping to the military headquarters for debriefing. Due to involvement with the rebels, she was forced to stay and cooperate, a delay that stretched into 10 days or half a month. Yi Zixia burned with anxiety, but was powerless to act. The moment the restrictions were lifted, she rushed here, not even having time to change out of her uniform. Yet she had arrived too late. Yi Guanyin's despicability had exceeded her imagination. Yi Zixia. Yi Guanyin's lips twitched neurotically, her voice hoarse and shrill with a cracked edge. You're not dead. How is this possible?" A nameless dread like a vast maelstrom dragged Yi Guanyun into an abyss. She couldn't understand why she felt such terror before the waste she had once molded and crushed at will. Terror that made her very soul scream and tremble. "Heh." Yi Guanyun jerked her head up, her voice rising in a pathetic, blustering display. "A degrade waste, what can you do even if you're alive? This old hag is useless now. The Yi family needs a helmsman, not someone like you." Her roar cut off abruptly as Yi Guanyun clutched her throat in panic. She couldn't make a sound. "Oh." Yi Zixia's lips curled into a smile, her voice soft and light, yet brimming with undisguised killing intent, aimed at Yi Guanyun. "Degrade. Waste." An overwhelming will surged from her being like a colossal star-sea god awakening after eons of slumber. Ripples of invisible force spread outward. Every person in the banquet hall, guests and servants alike, felt as if stripped of control over their bodies, prostrate beneath the immense pressure of an abyssal ocean. In the wheelchair, Yi Qing's head remained bowed, a strand of silver hair slipping loose, swaying gently in the draft. Her spiritual energy carefully skirted around the wheelchair as if afraid to disturb her slumber. Yi Zixia slowly knelt on one knee before the wheelchair, the hard, cold military boot touching the ground with a soft thud. She raised a hand, wanting to embrace the mother of this body, yet hesitated, stopping midair. Would she discover that her daughter's body housed another soul? "Mother, I'm sorry." Yi Zixia's voice was hoarse, choked with suppressed sobs. A torrent of emotion swelled in her chest. She felt like a despicable thief, having taken over someone else's body, yet failing to protect their family. Self-blame, shame, heartache, longing weighed heavily on her shoulders, keeping her from lifting her head. A withered hand fell upon Yi Zixia's head, gently stroking. "Xiaxia, it's good that you're back." Yi Zixia's body jolted, muscles tensing rigidly. She dared not move, barely even daring to breathe. The cold fingertips brushed past her eyes, touching the glistening moisture, and only then did she realize she had been weeping uncontrollably. The small gesture drained all her strength. Yi Qing's hand slipped away, the last glimmer of light fading from her clouded eyes as she slipped into unconsciousness. "Mother." Yi Zixia's heart seemed to stop. Her body moved faster than thought, catching her mother's slumping form and lifting her from the wheelchair. The weight was as light as a withered leaf, yet it made her arms tremble uncontrollably. "Huaming, prepare the medical pod immediately." Yi Zixia ordered through her neural interface, kicking aside the furniture blocking her path as she dashed toward the shuttle. "Watch out." A faint voice called out, followed by the sharp whistle of a projectile from behind. Without turning, Yi Zixia thrust out a spike of spiritual energy, striking the assailant squarely between the brows and twisting viciously. "Ah!" A clatter rang out as a dinner knife hit the floor. Yi Guanyun clutched her head, curling into a ball, convulsing, writhing, and rolling like a shrimp dropped into boiling water. Just as she was about to ascend to the peak, she was kicked off the cliff. Under the dual assault of despair and dragon's blood, the last shred of Yi Guanyun's sanity snapped. The crude assassination attempt ended before it truly began, earning her only permanent brain damage. Those who lost their spiritual power would be mercilessly cast aside by society, just like the original owner once was. Throughout it all, Yixixia's steps never faltered, as if she had merely brushed away an insignificant speck of dust. Carrying her mother's withered body, she stepped over the debris and walked straight toward the shattered doors of the starry hall. The St. Angel hovered silently outside its hatch, sliding open without a sound. Yixia boarded the shuttle with her mother in her arms. As the hatch sealed, the massive vessel activated its stealth mode and vanished into the night, leaving only churning vortices of air in its wake. After a long moment, the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. A scream shattered the dead silence, and the starry hall erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, boiling over instantly. Screams, cries, murmurs, and curses mingled into a cacophony. Stripped of their fine robes, the so-called upper class was nothing more than this. Yixicia steadied herself against a pillar as she rose, her legs still weak. Her gown, ruined and caked with dust and sweat, was beyond repair. She slipped through the chaotic crowd, and no one paid heed to the whereabouts of such an insignificant figure. Yixicia hailed a hovercar and returned to the small inn where she was staying. Locking the door behind her, she slid down against the cold wooden panels, her heart finally settling into place. When Yi Guanyin grabbed the dinner knife and lunged at the young mistress, Yixicia, driven by some unknown courage, blurted out a warning, "Watch out." Fear crept up her spine only belatedly. All she could do was hope that amidst the chaos no one had noticed this minor incident. Yixia had returned. This young mistress had always kept a low profile. What Yixicia knew most about her was her great spiritual power. Now resurrected and possessing terrifyingly strong spiritual abilities, a new round of reshuffling within the Yi clan was inevitable. Yixicia's fingertips hovered over her neural interface, tapping lightly. "Your era is over. The new bloodline of the Yi family will begin with me, Yi Guanyin." Yi Guanyin's excited voice rang out clearly, as if right beside her ear. Yixicia fumbled to turn off the recording, her heart pounding so violently it felt like it would burst from her chest. This was her only chance. She absolutely could not miss it. Yixicia's gaze hardened, carrying a desperate, allure-nothing resolve. The hatch of the Holy Angel closed, sealing off the clamor and chaos. Yixia tightened her grip on her mother's arm. The frail body felt weightless, as if she could hear the sound of life slipping away. Plumbing, contact the Life Sciences Academy affiliated hospital and activate the highest authority. Her throat felt choked with ice, her voice cold and hard as steel. Command sent, highest authority channel opened. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes, medical unit ready. Plumbing's reply was concise and efficient. Yixia laid her mother in the medical pod, watching the transparent lid close like a crystal coffin. A sudden pang struck her heart. This should be the original owner's emotion, yet she could no longer distinguish. Yixia knelt beside the medical pod, tracing her mother's brows and eyes with her fingers through the lid. Rapid aging had slackened her skin, wrinkles carving ravines across her cheeks, though traces of past elegance remained discernible. In mere minutes, her mother's body visibly aged further. Muscles atrophying, spine bending, brown spots blooming on cheeks and hands. Yixixia's heart sank into an abyss. She had arrived too late. Outside the hospital's massive observation window, Yixia stared at the faint life curve on the monitor, her face ashen. "Miss Yi," the doctor stepped out of the emergency room, his tone heavy. "We've done our utmost. Madame Yiqing's aging phase has entered its terminal stage. Our current technology can only alleviate her suffering to the greatest extent." "I understand." Yixia nodded, feeling her strength drain away, her blood turning cold. She closed her eyes, her voice weary. "Thank you. I'd like to be alone with my mother for a while." Pushing open the heavy door of the observation room, she walked in alone. A pale golden light from the life support capsule bathed her mother, who slumbered peacefully like an insect in amber. Yixia slowly sat beside her, taking her withered hand. The skin was icy cold, thin as paper wrapping fragile bones. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and cautiously extended her psychic energy, connecting to her mother's dormant mind. Like a gentle stream seeping into cracked earth, Yixia dared not disturb, softly spreading a net to retrieve the faint glimmer buried in the depths of consciousness. "Xia, Xia." Suddenly a tender voice echoed in her mind. Yixixia's fingers clenched the seam of her trousers, an unbearable ache surging into her nose, her eyes burning. Struggling to contain her emotions, she made her psychic tendrils softer, carefully transmitting her thoughts. "Mother, it's me. I'm back. I'm sorry I came back too late. I'm sorry." The dark waves of consciousness seemed to stir slightly, like a hand caressing her cheek, gentle and forgiving. Yixixia's tears finally broke free, falling to the floor in scattered dark stains. She took a deep breath, bowed her head in shame, and transmitted the secret buried deep in her heart. "Mother, there's something I must tell you. I'm not your real daughter." Her thoughts vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. In anxious waiting, Yixia began to regret. To face such cruel reality at death's door, how painful that must be. Perhaps a beautiful lie would have been kinder than the truth. I know. I knew from the first moment I saw you. Yi Qing's spiritual thoughts came through fragmented, yet unexpectedly calm. Yi Zhixiao felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes snapping open to gaze at her sleeping mother in the pod. In just one glance she had been seen through. How could a mother mistake her own child? Yi Zhixiao seemed to hear a sigh of faint sorrow surfacing in her consciousness, then dissolving into relief. Child, thank you. For bringing my Xiaoxiao back, letting me see her. One last time. We must go now. Live well, do as you wish. Suddenly the psychic connection snapped like a spider's thread. For an instant Yi Zixia's mind went blank. Her psychic energy stretched frantically, but found no target. Beep. A sharp prolonged alarm sounded. On the vital signs monitor, all values zeroed out simultaneously. The faint fluctuations vanished, solidifying into a cold, straight line. Mother. Yi Zixia's voice choked as she looked at her mother's peaceful face. She had heard that tears falling on the dead would scorch the soul. She tilted her head back, letting tears slide into her temples. Rest assured, I will protect the Yi family and live on. For her. Suddenly something deep in her consciousness peeled away. Her soul felt unshackled, lighter than ever, no longer sensing any dissonance, fully merging with this body into one. In an instant Yi Zixia's psychic perception was elevated to a strange dimension. As if activating a sixth sense beyond the five, she seemed to see two luminous figures of psychic energy slowly emerging above the life support pod, in a space transcending reality. One was radiant and gentle in expression, the other cold-eyed with a hint of stubbornness. The souls of Yi Qing and the original owner. They embraced tightly like ripples of two drops, overlapping, stirring faint waves, then silently dissipating into the air without a trace. Yi Zhixia stood still, her tears long dried, her eyes parched and stinging. Her mother was gone, and the original owner's obsession had faded. Now this body was entirely hers, yet she felt an icy chill. The ward's harsh white light cast her pitch-black shadow. Instruments beeped on, but no one dared enter to turn them off. After a long while, Yi Zhixia straightened her back, her stiff joints cracking. She inhaled deeply, buried her face in her palms, rubbed and wiped away the tear traces. Glancing at her mother sleeping eternally in the pod, Yi Zhixia pressed her lips together, her gaze resolute. Once she had envied the maternal love the original owner possessed. Even glimpsing it through memories had warmed her heart. She had even thought of claiming that love for herself through this body. But now she let go. How could one who truly loves not tell the difference? Yi Zhixia exhaled. She still had Wensi Mumu and the comrades of the 7th Legion. These were the ones she should protect in this life. Yi Zhixia turned her military boots, striking the cold, polished floor with steady steps. Outside the ward C-height, and Huaming saw their superior emerge, carefully studying her expression. Though haggard, she seemed stable, and they both sighed in relief. Request leave from the Legion for me. Yi Zhixia pinched her brow, loosening the tight collar at her neck. Her throat felt like sandpaper, her voice hoarse and raspy. Already done. Huaming was as thoughtful and efficient as ever, sparing her the worry. Deputy Commander, please accept my condolences. Yi Zhixia met the concerned gazes of her two adjutants, nodded, and waved to show she was fine. Having promised to protect the Yi family, she had to rally quickly and honor that pledge. Yi Guanyun, in her bid for power, had not only invited the nobility, but also summoned numerous media outlets. The Yi family's soiree ended in farce, yet it became a feast for the major media. Yi Guanyun had gone mad. After her mental strength collapsed, she couldn't even reach grade and was transferred back to Run to Star overnight. The forces under her branch were swiftly carved up, leaving her two daughters with nothing but their mother's shares and a few properties. Moreover, the news of Yi Guanyun secretly transferring Yi family assets to establish her own company had been exposed by an unknown source. The stock price plummeted and she faced judicial investigation. Her influence had waned and everyone was eager to kick her when she was down. Yet the public was far more intrigued by Yi Zixia's return. This resurrected heir of the Yi family had not been seen since the soiree, reportedly busy preparing for the funeral. Despite all media outlets pulling out all the stops, none could secure an exclusive story, so they could only revisit and dissect the video footage from that night. The Yi family's genes were exceptionally fine, especially among the direct line. None were unattractive, and their mental strength aptitude hovered around a grade mid-level. Yi Qing had even reached the peak of a grade, which had once led to her recruitment by the military. Unfortunately, the direct bloodline was thin, and by the time it reached Yi Zixia's generation, it was a single heir for 5 generations. To produce a powerful successor, Yi Qing had married over a dozen spouses. Her primary spouse came from a prestigious family with exceptional genes, and the other consorts were carefully selected, yet none could bear a daughter. It wasn't until her youngest son had come of age and married that Yi Qing and her primary spouse finally had Yi Zhixia. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the pregnancy, the primary spouse entered a period of decline and passed away shortly after the child's birth. What was truly lamentable was that this long-awaited treasure turned out to be a great sensation that had once rocked the Starnet. Yi Qing doted on her daughter, even to the point of indulgence. The original heir had been so well protected that she rarely appeared in the media or attended major events. Aside from a few university graduation photos, no valuable information could be found. That night of the soiree was Yi Zixia's first public appearance in recent years. Her legendary resurrection, her mysterious connection to the 7th Legion, the transformation from a grade waste to a mental strength powerhouse, and her iron-fisted reorganization of the collateral branches. Any one of these topics could fuel several columns of analysis. Even Yi Zixia's stunning looks had garnered her a wave of admirers. The Starnet had been abuzz for days with headlines dominated by news of the Yi family. The feuds of the wealthy were inherently captivating, and with the added allure of an underdog's rise, the discussions on the Starnet were as heated as a festival celebration. The media were swamped, suffering yet joyful. Half a month later, as Yi Qing's funeral neared its end, the final memorial service was opened to the press, naturally becoming a new battleground. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, and the Yi family's old mansion was enveloped in solemn requiems. Guests came in an endless stream to pay their respects. Yi Zixia, dressed in black mourning attire with a white jade epiphyllum pinned on her chest, received guests alongside several senior members of the collateral branches. Behind her, Wenxi also wore mourning robes with a black cloak covering half her face. Mumu had been left at home under the care of Sihit. In the morning hall, the white jade epiphyllum emitted a hazy glow surrounding the massive holographic portrait at the center. In the image, Yi Qing still appeared as she had before her decline, her eyes as deep as the starry sky, gazing upon the myriad scenes below. Zixia, my condolences. A slightly hoarse female voice came. Yi Zixia searched her memories for a long time before recognizing the speaker as the head of the Xie family, an old family friend. Though they were old friends, the Xie family's power was far inferior to the Yi family's. Only due to their ancestors' prominence could they remain in the aristocratic circle, but their standing was quite awkward. Thank you, Aunt. Yi Zixia bowed to her and offered a white jade epiphyllum, but the woman did not leave. How time flies. You've grown so big. Xie Mingyu's tone was wistful as she patted Yi Zixia's shoulder. Don't be too sad. Qing loved you so much as she wouldn't want to see her daughter heartbroken. Before Yi Zixia could respond, she continued on her own. Come to think of it, it's been 10 years since I last visited the Central Star. It's time for you and Wangshu to nurture your bond. Sister Zixia. Xie Wangshu stepped forward from behind his mother, his cloak pressed against him by the wind, his slender waist, as if it might snap at a touch. He bowed his head to Yi Zixia, revealing a stretch of snow-white neck. His cravat was an extremely thin jacquard lace, partially concealing his Adam's apple. His small gland, like a vividly colored red mole, peeked out from under the lace. You must pull yourself together soon. Wangshu will always be by your side. Xie Wangshu folded his hands over his chest, the jade epiphyllum in his hands accentuating his rosy lips and white teeth. He gave Yi Zixia a faint, restrained smile. His finely plucked eyebrows, when furrowed, lent him a pitiable charm. Since it was a funeral, he wore only light makeup, but cunningly chose a light pink blush dusted thinly behind his ears. Women adored men who were pure and flawless, yet they were also captivated by those who were alluring and perceptive. As a twin with his sister, Xie Wangshu was the most favored boy in the Xie family. Raised with an aristocratic education for a primary spouse, he knew well how to please women. The betrothal to the Yi family had been arranged before Xie Wangshu's birth with no specific target. The Xie family only needed to provide a suitable boy for a marriage alliance. Originally, Xie Wangshu's elder brother was the ideal candidate, but he had died of illness a year ago, leaving the betrothal to fall on him. Having been pampered for over a decade and surrounded by suitors, Xie Wangshu was too proud to think much of Yi Zixia. So what if she was the heir of the Yi family? A grade waste, even if she became the head, would be a figurehead. What future could there be in marrying her? He had even breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news of Yi Zixia's plane crash. Just as he was considering accepting the advances of the second miss of the governor of Jumong, the Starnet erupted with news of Yi Zixia's resurrection. Not only had she gained immense mental strength, but she had also likely joined the military. In the Federation, military status rivaled that of the nobility. Even the most ordinary soldier enjoyed many privileges. In aristocratic circles, whether military, political, academic, or commercial, no matter how wealthy a tycoon they were, but lowly in high society. Though the Xie family had declined, their ancestors had been politicians. Had it not been for financial strain, they would have looked down on the Yi family. Now with Yi Zixia joining the military, everything had changed. Xie Wangshu had watched that video countless times. The white military uniform Yi Zixia wore was the officer's attire of the 7th Legion. He was certain of it, and no one would risk imprisonment by impersonating a soldier. So when his mother suggested bringing him to attend Aunt Yi Qing's funeral, he agreed without hesitation. In less than a year, he would enter the matching process. He planned to stay on the Central Star during this time to cultivate a relationship with Yi Zixia, so that once her mourning period ended they could marry. As for Yi Zixia's attitude, Xia Wangshu had no worries. Whether in terms of genes or reputation, rating a noble young man of his caliber was rare even on the Central Star. Moreover, his mother had already hired a private tutor, the most popular escort from the official club skilled in the arts, and he was confident he could captivate Yi Zixia. Yi Zixia restrained the urge to rub her ears. That address of Sister Zixia clung to her ears like thick, sticky syrup, tantalizing and cloying. She never imagined such an affected voice could come from a man, but upon second thought this was a matriarchal world, and Yi Zixia found it somewhat reasonable. She looked at the man before her, about 17 or 18, with features caught between youth and young adulthood, his brows and eyes tinged with a hint of immaturity. Clad in somber black robes, silent, and standing behind Aunt Xia, he was fair-skinned and pleasing to the eye. But when he cast her a coy, bashful glance so effeminate it resembled a eunuch, Yi Zixia truly found it hard to accept. She had thought the men in this world were mostly like when she, somewhat timid, easily embarrassed, with delicate and sensitive minds, but generally normal, not too jarring even by Earth standards. Now it seemed, perhaps she had been too sheltered. Aside from when she, and at most light, that cannon fodder who snitched in the Moonlight District, Yi Zixia had barely interacted with other men, not even having time to glance at male celebrities on the Starnet. The collateral elders behind her had already struck up a conversation with Xie Mingyu, their words full of praise for Xie Wangshu. Yi Zixia could tell their high opinion of him was genuine, not mere politeness. Sister Zixia, this is. During a lull in the elders' conversation, the younger generation was expected to exchange pleasantries. Xie Wangshu reminded himself to be reserved. Men who were too eager cheapened themselves. Yet his gaze fell on the man standing behind Yi Zixia. The black cloak was of a style worn by married men. Though it obscured most of his face, the exposed eyes were stunningly beautiful, with long curled lashes and pupils of a deep, almost black blue, clear as a bottomless pool, yet profound as a starry sky. The figure beneath the cloak was indistinct, but he was clearly very tall. Was his waist as slender as his own? Who was he? That he could stand behind Yi Zixia at such an occasion. Wasn't that position reserved for family members? Xia Wangshu's eyes darkened and his rounded nails left crescent marks on the jade magnolia stem. Could he be Aunt Ye's concubine? With such looks it would indeed be a pity to let him remarry. It was no wonder Yi Zixia chose to inherit her mother's estate. But that man was far too favored. Only the principal husband was entitled to accompany the wife in hosting guests. A mere concubine. No, he didn't even have that status yet. How dare he stand in that position? What audacity he must have. Xia Wangshu frowned inwardly, never expecting to encounter such a thorny issue upon arriving at the Central Star. Yi Zixia sensed the shift in atmosphere, Xia Wangshu's gaze at when she was polite, yet distant, laced with an inexplicable hostility. She furrowed her brow, shifting sideways to block Xia Wangshu's scrutinizing gaze. Taking Wenzai's hand, she felt his slender fingertips cool against hers. He shyly tried to withdraw, but only curled them timidly. Yi Zixia's heart softened. She pulled him to her side, her gaze resting on Wenzai's profile, without a single look at Xia Wangshu. This is my principal husband, when she. What? Xia Wangshu exclaimed, his voice jarringly loud in the solemn morning hall. Realizing his lapse, he quickly covered his lips, but it was too late. Guests cast him odd looks. Xia Wangshu cautiously glanced at his mother. Seeing her dark expression, his heart trembled. His doll-like round eyes quickly misted over, and he bit his lower lip. Shame and indignation drove him to hide behind his mother, his voice plaintive and reproachful. Mother, Sister Zixia. She has gone too far. What is the meaning of this? Xia Mingyu frowned, glaring displeased at her youngest son. To shout in public like that? Or had all his upbringing gone? What a disgrace. Xia Wangshu lowered his head, his lower lip bitten white. A single tear fell precisely onto the jade magnolia in his hand, evoking an indescribable fragility and pathos. Mother, is it that I have not done well enough? Why must Sister Zixia break off the engagement? The man's voice still carried a youthful clarity, not deliberately lowered. Not only did several Yi elders look over, but even nearby guests couldn't help casting curious glances. And the media, with their keen noses, immediately aimed countless flying cameras their way. Hearing this, Xia Mingyu's brow furrowed. Her plain features were never particularly warm, and with a stern face, she looked even more harsh. Zixia, an engagement is no trivial matter. Wangshu is young and spoke in a fit of pique. Don't take it seriously. Xia Mingyu's smile did not reach her eyes. Her gaze fell on Yi Zixia's hand clasped with Wenzai's, her tone flat, yet Yi Zixia sensed a threat within. Engagement? What engagement? Yi Zixia looked at the mother and son, a headache setting in. The original owner actually had a fiancé. How had she never heard of this? Ransacking her memories, she found only a vague impression of the Xie family. Even her mother had rarely mentioned the matter. head of the Xie family regarding the marriage alliance between the Yi and Xie clans. Jixia is still young, so we haven't rushed to bind her. Girls like to play a bit. It's nothing serious. The principal husband must still be a young master from a distinguished family. Isn't that right, Jixia? An elder of the Yi clan, an aunt, named Yi Lu, stepped forward to smooth things over. Yi Lu was the closest collateral relative to Yi Qing's bloodline, so her words carried considerable weight. Yi Lu looked at Yi Jixia, her perpetual peacemaker smile in place. She patted her on the back in a jesting manner. As your elder, ill presumed to say this. Bringing your lover here is truly inappropriate. With her exceptionally keen senses, Yi Jixia could not ignore the probing gazes from all directions. The murmurs in the hall grew quieter, leaving only the mournful dirge flowing softly. Everyone strained their ears to catch every snippet of conversation from their corner. Who knew what distorted version of events would spread from their mouths? This is my mother's funeral. I do not wish to discuss matters unrelated to it. The engagement can be discussed later. Yi Zixia's face was cold and stern, her voice even colder. Her gaze swept over the crowd with an invisible pressure, and the prying eyes diminished significantly. When she kept his head bowed low, the cloak hiding his expression. Even without seeing his face, Yi Jixia could feel his intense embarrassment. Her heart ached for him, but the occasion prevented her from pulling him into her arms for comfort. Wen Zai's mind went blank. The silent hall made him afraid to even breathe loudly. The guests' gazes fell upon him like a slow execution. He should have stayed home to mind the children. Why had he shamelessly followed? He was somewhat grateful for the cumbersome aristocratic attire, allowing him to hide beneath the cloak and play the ostrich. So his wife had long been engaged. The young master of the Xie family, already an honorary member of the Male Virtue Association at such a young age, had many fans on the Starnet. With such family background, looks, and talent standing beside his wife, they looked like a perfect golden couple. Wen Zai's shoulders trembled slightly. His heart felt as if it had fallen into sulfuric acid, corroded and riddled with holes by jealousy. But what right did he have to be jealous? He was nothing but a despicable thief. Yet he hadn't meant to. He truly hadn't known. If he had known his wife was already engaged, how would he have dared to touch the position of principal husband? Everyone, it's almost time. I must go prepare for the ceremony. Please excuse me. Yi Jixia gripped Wen Zai's hand firmly, her hold forceful and unyielding, forbidding him to break free. She nodded to the guests and led the man toward the lounge behind the grand hall. Wen Zai's cloak fluttered with each step. The cumbersome garment hindered his movements, forcing him to trot in order to keep pace with his wife. Their footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. He cautiously lifted his head, stealing a glance at his wife's silhouette, trying to discern her thoughts from the subtlest of expressions. Yi Zixia's brows were thick and dark, arching sharply like curved blades into her temples. Her phoenix eyes were narrow and elongated, the corners tilting slightly upward. When she did not smile, they appeared cold like an unsheathed blade, exuding a fierce edge. Gazing upon his wife, when she felt both adoration and fear, a mix of ease and caution. Having caused such a huge disturbance, he wondered how she would deal with him. The lounge door clicked shut, the sound of the lock turning echoing. Before when she could react, he was pulled into a warm embrace. The curtains blocked out the gloomy daylight, and the room was unlit. In the dimness, their heartbeats resonated with startling clarity. "Cece, look at me." Yi Jixia pulled back the hood of his cloak, tilting his chin upward, her fingertips gently caressing his pale cheek. "What wild thoughts are you lost in now?" These past few days, Yi Jixia had been overwhelmed with matters. Her mother's funeral needed her preparations. The reins of the Yi family were hers to take, and the Military Supervision Bureau summoned her from time to time. She scarcely had time to accompany her man. Yet no matter how late she returned, when she would always be the first to greet her, helping her out of her coat and bringing her slippers. The dining table was laden with her favorite dishes, steaming and fragrant. He would quietly serve her food, ladle soup, peel shrimp, and pick out fish bones, his expression focused, as if performing some sacred ritual. Wen Zai's gentle and cautious demeanor resembled that of a kitten abandoned by its owner. So well behaved it was heartbreaking, as if he feared being cast away again for any misstep. Yi Jixia understood that such a nature was not formed overnight. It would take an abundance of love and security to mend the wounds in his heart. Heaven knows how overjoyed Yi Jixia was when she voluntarily offered to accompany her at the funeral. Yet because of this sudden incident, the little snail that had just peeked out from its shell had retracted in fright once more. This marriage contract was arranged long ago. Mother rarely mentioned it, and I truly forgot. Blaming herself for the situation caused by her negligence, Yi Jixia cupped Wen Zai's face, forbidding him to look away or escape. "Cece, can you forgive me?" Wen Zai's nose tingled with sorrow, tears instantly welling up in his eyes. He blinked rapidly, striving to suppress the urge to cry. That his wife deigned to explain herself filled him with gratitude. How could he bear to make things difficult for her? Besides, someone of his status was utterly unworthy of the position of first husband. Being able to stay by your side with a title is already more than I could ever hope for. Wen Zai's voice was pleasing to the ear, clear and refreshing like a cold spring in a mountain valley. Pure sweet, yet laden with suppressed sorrow and grievance, drop by drop, softening Yi Zixia's heart. He said, I will serve you well. And the first husband as well. His eyes shimmered with tears, their clarity untainted. He spoke with utter sincerity, his love so humble that he would lower himself to dust for her sake. Yi Zixia could hardly fathom the mindset that allowed him to speak of serving her and another man. Seeing when she opened his mouth to say more, Yi Zixia seized the nape of his neck, captured his lips, and kissed him fiercely. A punishing, grinding, and sucking kiss that left them slightly swollen. Her tongue pried open his teeth, plunging deep, stealing all his breath. Is this the answer you give me? When she could barely endure and was on the verge of suffocation, Yi Zixia finally released him. She gave his lip a gentle bite, her fingertips tracing the wet, reddened corner of his eye. Wen Zai's gaze was dazed, his mouth agape in bewilderment as he struggled to suppress his ragged breaths. There will only be one man by my side, Yi Zixia. Seeing Wen Zai's face suddenly pale, she ground her molars in exasperation. She truly couldn't handle him. CC, you will be my only first husband. I will annul that engagement. Once the mourning period is over, we will marry. Yi Zixia pressed Wen Zai's head against her chest, gently patting his back. Being with me will be hard. You may face much criticism and have to deal with all sorts of trivial relationships. I might not have much time for you or our children. Can you bear with me? When she lay limply in his wife's embrace, her voice transmitted through her chest sounded somewhat muffled, yet it filled him with an immense sense of security. Tears flowed unbidden, impossible to stem. He had truly been spoiled, for he felt so aggrieved. Why don't you say something? Yi Zixia looked down, seeing only Wen Zai's soft hair. The front of her chest was damp and warm as tears having soaked through her clothes. Her gaze softened and her fingers gently toyed with his earlobe as she asked knowingly, Are you troubled? Or afraid? When she choked on his sobs, unable to speak, and could only shake his head frantically. To Yi Zixia it looked like a kitten lightly nuzzling its owner's chest in a coquettish plea. She sighed, feigning disappointment, and said, CC, if you find it difficult, wife, I don't. When she wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, his voice trembling, almost incoherent. How could it be a bother? I am just. Yi Zixia saw a light in Wen Zai's eyes that she had never seen before, like the clearing of clouds to reveal the moon, bright and buoyant, as if infused with infinite vitality. I'm just too happy. It feels like a dream. When she clenched his hands, thinking that even if this were but a beautiful dream, he would be content. As evening fell and the funeral concluded, Xie Wangshu did not catch another glimpse of that man. He wondered if exposing the engagement had embarrassed Yi Zixia and incurred her wrath upon the man. Pulling the brim of his cloak lower, Xie Wangshu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He had seen it. The way Yi Zixia had dragged the man away was hardly ladylike. She must have been furious. Indeed, to be humiliated before so many guests because of such a worthless creature, she was likely livid. That man would surely be scolded, perhaps even beaten. Xie Wangshu let out a disdainful snort. Seeing his mother approaching, he quickly lowered his head, adopting a pitiful and obedient expression. Stay home and reflect on your behavior for the next few days. Throughout the funeral, Xie Mingyu had been the subject of intentional and unintentional scrutiny, overhearing many discussions about the marriage contract between the Yi and Xie families. At the sight of her troublesome youngest son, her expression darkened. I've been too lenient with you. An unmarried man constantly babbling about marriage contracts. Do you even know the meaning of shame? Xie Mingyu strode directly toward the air car, allowing her son to trot behind her as she continued her reprimand. You should have told your mother first instead of blabbing it out yourself, making sure everyone knows. If Yi Zixia dares to annul the engagement, don't blame me, your aunt, for being ruthless. The funeral concluded and guests gradually took their leave. Yi Zixia stood at the entrance of the ancestral manor, bidding farewell in person, until the last distant relative departed. The vast estate now silent, and still held only the steward, the chief attendant, and its two masters, herself and Wen Shi. Yi Zixia felt a pang of hunger. Even her firm chest seemed to have subtly diminished in fullness. These past days had been relentless, so consumed by duty that she'd unknowingly skipped several meals. Remembering that when she had accompanied her all day without eating, Yi Zixia was seized by quiet remorse. Women possessed natural energy reserves. Though their consumption was high, they could endure days without food or water. Men, however, were more fragile. Going a single day without sustenance risked hypoglycemia. Moreover, the lounge offered only delicate pastries. Knowing Wen Shi as she did, she doubted he would dare touch even one unless she fed him herself. Madam, shall I summon Mr. Wen Shi? The head steward of the Yi household approached and bowed deeply, hand over heart. His vintage black suit and immaculately coiffed bun bore an uncanny resemblance to the female steward from Yi Zixia's past life. The Liu family had served the Yi clan for generations, their loyalty unwavering, their devotion absolute. This generation's steward was named Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing the name, Yi Zhixiao froze for a full 3 seconds, half expecting a long out-yin to materialize beside her ready to pair off like characters from some cliched saga. In truth, her lawful spouse was Su Yinmei, the estate's chief attendant responsible for the male master's daily care and comfort. No need, Yi Zhixiao replied. I'll fetch him myself. She nodded to the steward and strode toward the lounge. Lu Ruyan watched the young mistress, the new head of house, her gaze lingering with quiet reverence. As Yi Zhixiao hurried forward steps brisk, yet light, Lu Ruyan followed in silence. And for the first time in many long years a faint tender smile flickered in her somber eyes. My lady, has the young mistress finally awakened? Do you see, master? She. Yi Zhixiao pushed open the door, then paused, words catching mid-breath at the sight before her. When she sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, a lavish spread laid before him: creamy mushroom velouté, steaming gently, tender pan-seared lamb chops sizzling softly on their porcelain platter, a vibrant Kreban vegetable salad glistening with freshness, and a cloud-like soufflé crowned with zesty lemon creme. A symphony of aroma that teased the senses and stirred ravenous longing. Madam, you've arrived just in time, mister. One she has waited for you since noon. We urged him repeatedly, yet he refused to lift knife or fork, said Su Yinmei, kneeling behind when she to adjust the hem of his flowing robe. Hearing the door open, she looked up, and seeing her mistress, her words tumbled forth unbidden. At her remark, when she flushed crimson and rose impulsively, only to stumble backward, tripped by the long train of his robe. After Yi Zhixiao left, the chief attendant had come to keep him company. Kind, yes, but overwhelmingly attentive. When she found himself flustered, struggling to respond in kind. Especially when Su Yinmei knelt to wipe dust from his shoes, when she nearly dropped to his knees beside him. Until then, he'd only heard tales aristocratic households eschewed domestic robots, relying instead on personal attendants. Many aspiring middle-class families imitated this custom, though their husbands assumed the role of servants themselves. Now, when she learned another tenet of noble etiquette, unless bowing in formal greeting or serving his wife, a nobleman must never lower himself. Should his shoes soil, his garments disarray, or an object fall, he must summon an attendant. To bend unbidden was to brand oneself a provincial rustic, inviting ridicule among the elite. He sat rigid in the plush armchair, spine taut, as if countless needles pricked his flesh through the velvet cushion beneath him. Exquisite dishes adorned the table, but of the accompanying cutlery he recognized only the knife, fork, and soup spoon. The rest remained enigmatic, their purpose obscure. Each porcelain plate varied subtly in size and function. Four crystal goblets, tall, slender, stout, and delicate, stood arranged in elegant asymmetry. Every dish arrived sealed under freshness lock technology, unveiling steam and fragrance as though freshly prepared. When she swallowed, hard hands folded demurely over his abdomen, his wide sleeves concealing tightly clenched fingertips. He could no longer even eat properly. To behave crudely would shame his wife. I'll wait for my madam to join me, he said, straightening his posture, striving for composure. The chief attendant chuckled warmly. How truly virtuous you are. No wonder madam cherishes you so. Thankfully, the attendant's easy charm spared when she from collapsing into mortified unconsciousness during those long waiting hours. When Yi Zhixiao finally entered, he felt as though salvation itself had walked through the door. Yi Zhixiao was struck, literally electrified, by the luminous warmth in Wen Shi's eyes, a shiver dancing along her spine. She stepped forward, took his hand, bent to brush a soft kiss against his temple, and seated herself across from him. The table setting mirrored a refined French arrangement, familiar to Yi Zhixiao, but observing Wen Shi's quiet unease, understanding softened her gaze. Auntie Lu, please serve the meal, she instructed, then dismissed everyone from the lounge, leaving only herself and Wen Shi in serene seclusion. She carved a succulent piece of lamb, lifted it on her fork, and held it gently before his lips. You are the master of this house. Here no formalities bind you. Wen Shi nodded obediently and parted his lips, accepting the morsel with quiet grace. That tender, almost instinctive act, feeding another like a cherished creature, proved strangely intoxicating. She speared a bite of salad, next offering it in turn. Bite for bite, shared between them, the flavors deepened the moment, transcended mere sustenance. By the meal's end, when she sat pleasantly sated, yet every utensil before him remained untouched. A quiet shame settled over him. How could a man eat so much? Even in common households, such indulgence would invite mockery. His fingers brushed discreetly over his waist, unease stirring. Since descending into the moonlight district, practicality had long eclipsed ornament. He hadn't worn a corset in months. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and a gently sculpted posterior, adorned with a fine layer of lean muscle, defined the era's ideal male form. To please women, corsetry had swept across the Federation, embraced by every man. Slipping a corset beneath one's shirt became ritual. Some public relations officers even wore theirs visibly, tightening the illusion of slenderness further. No excess flesh pinched between his fingers, when she exhaled imperceptibly relieved. Yi Zhixiao remained utterly unaware of his quiet anxiety, finding only charm in the furtive gesture. It's too late tonight. We'll bring Moo home tomorrow. I'll ask Auntie Lu to prepare a nursery adjacent to the master suite. One she stilled, then lifted his head sharply, eyes alight with stunned delight. Moo was not his wife's blood, nor even a bastard child. When she had assumed she would place him elsewhere, perhaps assigning a caretaker, already an extraordinary kindness. After all, a woman's psychic energy operated like a wild beast marking territory, instinctively rejecting foreign lineage. Even if Yi Zhixia cared little for a great noblewoman, to raise another's child would invite scandal. What would the Yi clan's cadet branches, or its loyal retainers, think of her? But madam, this violates protocol, his voice faltered. Joy dissolved into worry. He longed desperately to live with Moo, but if doing so compromised her standing, his heart twisted with anguish. And Moo, already sensitive and fragile. How could such a small child bear the weight of public scrutiny? Yi Zhixiao longed to deliver some grand domineering maxim, that in the Yi household she alone set the rules, yet she had not truly taken the helm of the vast Yi estate. Among the direct line retainers, only the Lu family could be trusted. Even her former personal steward had turned traitor, a sign that the rot had become deep and entrenched. Shishi Moo is your child, and mine as well, who I will not let him be cast adrift or denied the chance to see his own father. Yi Zhixia tightened her grip on Wenzai's hand. That her man should be so anxious revealed her own insufficiency. She must become stronger, and soon. The next morning at dawn, the sky wore a soft slate blue, its cloud edges tinged with pale rose gold. Yi Zhixiao woke in the sumptuous bed and bent to kiss Wenzai's brow. He was usually an early riser, but last night's emotional upheaval had left him unusually exhausted, sunk in a rare deep sleep. When she opened his eyes, and still groggy, uttered "my lady" in a hoarse voice. The pet name made Yi Zixia's ears tingle. She quelled the urge to devour him and summoned a steward to prepare their washing. She was still in mourning and had to observe a full month of restraint. After breakfast, Yi Zhixiao ordered the house to ready a hovercar, and together with Wenqi they set off to the villa to fetch Moo. The Yi estate was built in the precious gem district suspended above the Feitsue Sea. A single slab of anti-gravity soil supported the mansion complex. The white domed castle was elegantly retro, both stately and splendid. Lawns, gardens, lakes, and curated landscapes clustered around the manor with harmonious grace. The hovercar settled before the main house, its sleek spindle body reflecting pearlescent light. Its pale pink sheen was dreamlike, like a giant pearl freshly removed from its shell. The cabin door glided open soundlessly. Yi Zhixiao positioned Wenqi inside, and was about to climb in, when butler Lu approached and bowed. Miss, a distant relative named Yi Cici requests an audience. She says there is something important to convey. Lu Rian had not wished to intrude, since the master's passing the young mistress had been pale and withdrawn, and only when she was present did she find a smile. But the collateral miss insisted on seeing her. As a retainer, Lu could not make that decision alone. I have verified it. Miss Cici is indeed from the Beta Star branch, a collateral line. However, that branch was distantly related to the direct line and had had little contact in recent years. He brought up the reception room's live feed showing a girl of 16 or 17 seated on the sofa. She frowned and thought her tea set lined up in a row. As if seized by a compulsive urge, she kept adjusting their positions and spacing without noticing. Yi Zhixiao was surprised that a visitor would arrive so soon after the funeral. Seeing the girl's face on the projection, she felt a faint stir of recognition. That was the girl from the banquet. When Yi Guanyun lunged with a blade, it was she who had cried a warning. At that moment, Yi Zhixiao had opened a godlike vantage in her spiritual sense, able to perceive Yi Guanyun's motion without turning. In that instant, the entire ballroom could not escape her awareness. Among so many guests, the girl had been the sole one to alert her. What could she want? Never mind, bring her to the huiding, Yi Zhixiao said, watching the girl's anxious brow with interest. She glanced apologetically at Wenqi inside the car and placed a gift box beside him. Shishi, I have some matters to attend to. Let Uncle May accompany you. Inside the box lay an astonishingly lifelike bionic puppy, its snow-white curls and round black eyes huddled on a cushion as if dozing. This is a present for Moo. Unable to accompany him, Yi Zhixiao left Wenqi feeling a little bereft and anxious. It was his first time venturing alone into the noble quarter, and he feared making mistakes. Thankfully, she had arranged for Mr. Su to accompany him. Wenqi nodded to reassure his lady. He must quickly learn to adapt to this life and stop letting her shoulder every worry. After watching the hovercar vanish from sight, Yi Zhixiao boarded a displacement pod, a device half like a cable car and half like an elevator bound for the huiding in the Shuijing Garden. The Shuijing Garden floated in midair. Beneath it, the Feitsue Sea rolled in translucent waves. Above it, a panoramic skylight could be adjusted to frame any view. Rare flora from myriad planets had been gathered here, and were nurtured in bespoke ecological cabinets to preserve them in vivid, immaculate bloom. Yi Cece was taken aback by the beauty fairy jellyfish grass from Lanhai star Moonlight Osmanthus, from Jani star six-petaled ice blooms from Bingwan star. She even spotted the giant windmill chrysanthemum of her native Beta star. Beneath the splendor, however, Yi Cece's practical mind was drawn to the costly apparatus. Oh, every second they ran seemed to burn credits, and she fancied she could hear coins shattering. Miss Cece, the family head requests your presence. The young steward who bowed to her was slim and long-limbed. Rumor had it that unmarried stewards serving the direct line were also kept as candidates for the family head's favored consorts. If they won the master's favor before the matching period ended, they could rise like a phoenix. In the subordinate houses, adolescents nearly tore one another apart for such an enviable post. She lowered her eyes and forbore to look too long, following the steward along the landscaped corridor until they came before an elaborately carved wooden door. The flower hall's door opened slowly, and a subtle fragrance washed over her. Yi Cece breathed deeply and felt the taut string of her nerves ease. She stepped inside, bowed with a hand to her chest, and studied the woman on the sofa. Sunlight streamed through the skylight and filtered by towering foliage scattered in fine specks across the woman's form, softening her austere bearing. Unlike other aristocrats, she did not wear luxuriant hair to proclaim rank. Her short hair was slicked back, revealing a broad forehead. Coupled with her indifferent expression, she resembled an ancient, edged weapon, cold and formidable. Cece sit, the woman said, her voice as glacial and metallic as her temperament. Before her mind could issue a command, her body had moved of its own accord. Yi Cece startled to find herself already seated opposite the woman. What do you wish to tell me? The woman asked. Yi Cece hurriedly composed herself and retrieved a recording from her neural interface. Family head, I have an audio clip that may be of use to you, she said, glancing hesitantly at the butler behind the family head. There are no outsiders here, you may speak freely, the family head assured her. Yi Cece nodded and pressed play. Yi Guanyun's voice filled the room, saturated with malice, crawling like a poisonous serpent along the ankle of the listener. No matter how often she heard it, it still unsettled her. When the recording ended, the room fell into a heavy silence. Yi Cece rested her hands on her lap, fingers clutching at her skirt. The air seemed to congeal, as she held her breath and gingerly looked up to read the family head's expression. Yi Zhixia suppressed the raging anger in her chest, and her mental pressure suddenly expanded, swallowing all light, like a black hole, dimming the entire room. Dragon blood elixir laboratory, rebel forces. Mother must know something, which is why she left such a will. Without a legitimate heir, the Yi family's assets would splinter into various factions distributed according to strength to different branches. Though conspirators are detestable, they know what they are doing, but those short-sighted fools are even more loathsome. In Yi Zixia's eyes, Yi Guanyun and his ilk were hardly worthy opponents. However, since they insulted her mother behind her back, they should not blame her for being ruthless. Master, I heard. Yi Guanyun is preparing to unite several small families to sue you for psychic bullying. Yi Cece dragged out her words, forcing herself to sound steady. I know this matter is trivial for you, and this recording is merely an embellishment. My family is in trouble and seeks your assistance. This is the sincerity I bring. As long as we can get through this crisis, I will let you do as you please. Yi Cece clenched her fists, finally revealing the true purpose of her visit. The pounding of her heart echoed in her chest, making the waiting excruciating. She knew she had used the recording as a pretext to trick him. She had no real weight to meet the master. A barren little planet like Beta had no investment value. Her loyalty in the eyes of the legitimate line was likely just a joke. But having come this far, there was no turning back. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, slipping along her temples. Yi Cece bore the increasingly heavy mental pressure as if being dragged into an abyss, the suffocating sensation burning her lungs. She gritted her teeth, locking her gaze with the master unflinching. By seniority, you should call me Aunt. Yi Zhixia withdrew her psychic force, slowly revealing a satisfied smile. Yi Cece's psychic force barely reached low a level, which was not remarkable in the talent-rich central star. Yet she managed to withstand glass psychic pressure for 10 seconds, which was already impressive. Yi Cece relaxed instantly, her back slumping down as if she had escaped from death. Hearing the master's words, she was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hope igniting in her heart. Tentatively she spoke, calling out, Aunt. Yi Zhixia nodded, tacitly acknowledging her. This niece, only 5 years younger than herself, was quite promising. With a firm will capable of bending and yielding, Yi Zhixia did not mind lending her a hand. The Yi family was entangled with the rebels, and the inspection bureau would inevitably intervene. The original host was deeply involved. Fortunately, she had a god-level psychic force at her disposal, backed by the 7th Legion, and was not within the scope of scrutiny. This was a perfect opportunity to root out the traitors among her loyal subordinates. With vast assets, the vacancies needed suitable individuals to fill them. Yi Zhixia needed to cultivate her own trusted aides, and Yi Cece with a clean background and decent abilities was an ideal candidate since she had her requests. Cece, handle the beta assets as soon as possible. Oh, I will send a few advisors to assist you. Hearing this, Yi Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she had actually succeeded. Before she could express her gratitude, the master continued, I want you to take over Yi Guanyan's forces. Cece, do you dare? Like being struck by a massive pie, Yi Cece felt a wave of dizziness. Yi Guanyan's territory, Lunda Star, was among the most prosperous energy planets in the Federation, and his influence extended beyond just one planet. And as long as you believe in me, I dare to take it on. The immense influence carried great risks, yet although Yi Cece was young, she was no longer the naive little lamb. Even so, she still wanted to take a chance. The opportunity was right before her eyes, and there was no reason to push it away. All right, I will only give you 1 month to handle family matters. Yi Guanyan's forces have already been divided by your subordinates. How much you can reclaim depends on your abilities. Yi Zhixia stood up, patted the girl's shoulder, and walked towards the door, her voice tinged with a smile. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Don't stand on ceremony. Yi Cece watched the master's silhouette disappear beyond the carved door, letting out a long breath. Sklas's psychic force was truly terrifying. She felt utterly drained, collapsing on the sofa, yet her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Sister Bao was a seasoned paparazzo, her skills comparable to a private investigator. Any scoop she exposed was guaranteed to be significant and authentic, earning her an excellent reputation in the industry. Yesterday, she received a big order to dig into the love life of the head of the Yi family. This was no ordinary task, but the payment was too enticing. She gritted her teeth and accepted the job, even leveraging her connections to acquire a batch of new equipment from the black market. It was said that unless it was a military-grade system, these small devices could bypass most security scans, capturing crystal clear and lossless footage, absolutely worth the investment. Early in the morning, Sister Bao positioned herself outside the Yi family estate to stake out. To avoid drawing attention, she deliberately chose the nearest junction of air routes. Using a remote scanning device aimed at the estate, she hid in her hovercar to have breakfast. Just as she was about to swallow her first dumpling, a hovercar suddenly flew out from the estate. It was a limited edition Pearl of Tears. There were only 2 in the entire Federation. The blue-gray one was at the governor's office, while this pink one was taken by the Yi family, which had been much discussed online at the time. Forgetting about her favorite steam bun, Sister Bao activated her hovercar and switched to stealth mode, following closely behind. Such a high-class vehicle was only used by the master for travel. Sister Bao rubbed her hands in anticipation, hoping to uncover sensational news on the very first day. However, after following for less than 10 minutes, she sensed something was off. Ahead lay the airport zone, which was filled with military assets, and the security level was far greater than that of the Gemstone District. She did not dare to use her devices there. Upon entering the airport zone, the hovercar flew straight towards a villa area. Sister Bao dared not follow any further, parking her hovercar beside the forest greens outside the villa area, where she could see the entrance. The Pearl of Tears had excellent anti-snooping capabilities. She could not capture anything inside, and the security level of the Yi mansion was extraordinarily high, making any breach impossible. If she wanted to capture some sensational footage, now was the best opportunity. Shortly after the pink hovercar emerged from the villa area, Sister Bao preemptively set her course to wait like a hunter. The car smoothly exited the airport zone. Sister Bao gritted her teeth and suddenly disabled the autopilot, speeding onto the Yi family's exclusive route. When she was setting up a bionic puppy system with Moo, when she suddenly felt the hovercar jolt a few times and come to a stop. Sorry, sir, a car suddenly occupied the air route ahead, and the system activated emergency brakes. Su Yimei explained, frowning. Just as he was about to send a communication to drive the car away, he saw that car suddenly crash into them. With a loud bang, the Pearl of Tears remained unscathed, while a large patch of paint was scraped off Sister Bao's car. My car. Sister Bao felt heartbroken, stepping off her floating board to check her face, a picture of despair. Excuse me, what's wrong with your vehicle? Seeing a woman step out, Su Yimei suppressed his rising anger and rolled down the window to inquire. Now was the time. Sister Bao deployed her microcamera. The mosquito's eyes device spun around and silently flew into the Pearl of Tears. My apologies, my car has a system malfunction. Under the lock of the air route guard's electronic eye, Sister Bao broke out in a cold sweat. She was moved by her own professional dedication. This was her first time personally on the field. After completing this job, she figured she would have to retire to lie low. Knowing that the Pearl of Light's coating was military grade and wear-resistant, Sister Bao still breathed a sigh of relief after inspecting it. It was perfectly intact, so she wouldn't have to worry about compensation. Sir, regarding compensation. No need, ma'am. Please move your vehicle. Another one trying to curry favor with the Yi family through underhanded means. Su Yimei had served the Yi family for most of her life and was long accustomed to such antics. She quickly dismissed the person and restarted the car. Let me see your true face. Sister Bao got into the car, drove a distance, and eagerly opened the covert recording device. The man she had dealt with was a male steward. The car likely carried a family member. The holographic image flickered twice before projecting clearly in midair. The lens had an auto-tracking function capturing the top of a man's head. His hair was not very long, as short as the steward's. Could he be a commoner? Among noble men, even those who were concubines or lovers, they all kept their hair long to distinguish themselves from commoners. Sister Bao grew intrigued and adjusted the lens angle downward. Good heavens! With looks like that, he should be a star, a blessing to ladies' eyes. Gazing at the man's appearance, Sister Bao felt a flutter. Oh dear, seeing but not having. She couldn't envy the happiness of the wealthy enough. Wait, there's a child too. Could he be the Yi family's illegitimate son? This was explosive gossip. Selling it to an entertainment outlet would make a fortune. Ah, don't be greedy, old Bao. The big client has already bought exclusive rights. Just collect the final payment and don't risk your life. The hovercar entered the Emerald Sea and the signal began to waver. Sister Bao decisively pressed the self-destruct button. The image vanished, and within hours those little devices would degrade into carbon dioxide and water. Sister Bao backed up the footage and sent the original to that encrypted mailbox, waiting for the final payment to arrive. These past few days had been very hard on Xia Wangshu. The Xia family's wealth didn't even rank in Jumong Star, let alone the Central Star. Due to enormous expenses, the property here had been sold off a decade ago when they moved away from the Central Star. He had thought that thanks to the engagement, the Yi family would let him and his mother stay temporarily, but every time he recalled that day at the funeral, he felt nothing but shame. Yi Zhixia had actually disregarded the dignity of both families and said such things. It led to his mother scolding him and placing him under house arrest. Xia Wangshu tore off his scarf and tossed it onto the bed, pacing the room. He accidentally kicked the bed leg and hissed in pain. He had never lived in such a cramped space. His personal steward knelt to check on him, but was kicked in the shoulder by his master and fell to the ground. Get lost, you eyesore. Xia Wangshu's fury burned to his lips, making his mouth sting with heat. The steward trembled at the scolding and retreated without daring to breathe. Ding! The crisp chime of the smart device sounded. Xia Wangshu's spirits lifted as he quickly opened his mailbox. As the high-definition video popped up, Xia Wangshu finally saw the man's face. His meticulously cared-for nails dug deep into his palm. His chest felt tight, filled with a churning, bubbling sourness of jealousy. Xia Wangshu had to admit the man was indeed quite attractive. For such beautiful features to be born on a lowborn, heaven was truly unfair. Suddenly, a little boy appeared in the frame, about 2 or 3 years old. Xia Wangshu's eyes widened, his face darkening. Damn it, he even had an illegitimate child. When she was it? He remembered Yi Zhixia mentioning that name at the funeral. He transferred another sum of money to that paparazzo, instructing her to keep tailing Wen Shi and thoroughly investigate his background. Xia Wangshu extended his jade-white fingertips, gently tracing the handsome face in the image, a smile slowly curling at the corner of his lips. I'd like to meet you in person. Alan, get in here. Xia Wangshu turned off the video and called for his personal steward. Send an invitation in the name of the Men's Virtue Association to that one in the Yi family for next week's art salon. Yes, young master. The little incident on the road didn't bother Wen Shi. He held Mumu's soft, warm little body, his heart filled with tenderness. Mumu absolutely loved the puppy, clutching it tightly in his arms. His little face pressed against its fluffy fur, gently nuzzling, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Wen Shi hadn't seen Mumu smile in a long time. When Mumu was first born, his ex-wife hadn't yet grown tired of him. Though Mumu was just a baby then, Wen Shi often heard him giggle. Later, when his wife met a young nobleman, she grew increasingly dissatisfied with Wen Shi, often resorting to beatings and scoldings. Mumu never smiled again. A child's heart is the most sensitive. They know who is kind to them and who is not. Once she stroked Mumu's head and whispered, "Mumu, do you like your new mother?" His cheeks flushed, but his heart felt like a tipped honey jar overflowing with sweetness. When she hadn't expected Mumu to respond, he was used to monologue-like conversations. But just as he was about to withdraw his hand, his palm was gently brushed against. Mumu nodded very lightly, but when she felt it, the hovercar stopped in front of the main house. When she lifted Mumu out and saw his wife walking toward him, a smile curving his lips. He had seen her from afar, standing at the door, personally coming to greet them. "Mumu, did you miss mother?" Yi Zhixia lifted Mumu up and spun him around in a circle. The little boy clutched the puppy tightly, his face taut with tension, but his big eyes sparkled. Yi Zhixia planted a kiss on Mumu's cheek. The child had been eating and sleeping well these days, gaining some weight and flesh. Holding the child in one arm and pulling Wen Shi close with the other, the sunlight warmed her skin and a smile unconsciously tugged at her lips. "There's cheesecake today, Mumu's favorite." She recalled that small cake they had shared in Moonlight District, no bigger than a palm, yet its flavor lingered in her memory. After the meal, they played with Mumu for a while before coaxing the child to take a nap. In a few days, Yi Xiao would leave for advanced training at the Blackthorn Military Corps, while also managing Yi family affairs. She was bound to be incredibly busy. She was reluctant to part with Wenxi and worried that in her absence this foolish man would be bullied without saying a word. "CC, I've opened your smart device to the same permissions as mine. You can use all the modules." Yi Xiao took the man's hand and looked into his eyes. "They'll be very busy during this time, but I hope you can also do things you enjoy." When she returned his wife's grip, nodding gently, his eyelashes lowered to conceal the moisture in his eyes. From childhood, he had been taught only how to please women, to be docile and deferential. His own interests were forbidden. Once a man had a hobby, his heart would wander, and he could no longer serve his wife faithfully. "Wife." When she bit his lower lip, leaning against his wife's shoulder, and asked softly, "Can I learn video editing?" Since the maturation of brain-computer interface technology, the film editing industry has flourished. People construct short dramas and movies directly in their minds, transcribe them into visual media via neural interfaces, and publish them on the Starnet. Due to women's innate spiritual energy amplification, nearly all film editors are female. Wenxi delighted in watching dramas, though he could only follow the women of his household for brief moments. Yet it was enough to satisfy him. He found greater joy in conjuring plots within his own mind, his greatest pastime during idle hours. Sometimes he wished he could share the visions in his head with others, but editing equipment was prohibitively expensive, and time was a luxury he did not possess. "Of course you can. May I be CC's first audience?" Yi Xiao was delighted that Wenxi was willing to open his heart to her. She instructed the steward to procure the most advanced film editing equipment and also ordered online editing courses from the Starnet for Wenxi. Wenxi nodded, his heart racing as if a surge of vibrant energy had burst forth, illuminating his entire being. Overwhelmed with excitement, he wrapped his arms around his wife's neck and planted a kiss on her cheek. Realizing his audacity, Wenxi's face flushed crimson like a tomato. Yi Xiao savored the fleeting kiss, Wenxi's first spontaneous gesture. She pulled him into an embrace, ready to kiss him, but was interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. "Miss, there is an invitation for Mr. Wenxi." Lu Rian's voice followed. The man in her arms hastily pulled back, and Yi Xiao had no choice but to release him. "What invitation?" Yi Zixia's gaze at the invitation burned as if it could reduce the small card to ashes. Lu Rian bowed and presented a tray bearing a gilded invitation exuding a faint fragrance, exquisitely crafted. "It is from the Male Virtue Association, inviting Mr. Wenxi to attend next Saturday's art salon." Lu Rian looked at Wenxi, then paused. "Miss, shall Mr. Wenxi accept?" "A Men's Virtue Association. What an obscure term." Yi Zixia's lips twitched slightly. "CC, do you wish to go?" Yi Xiao looked at Wenxi. In this world, men needed their wife's or mother's permission for even the simplest desires, a deprivation of human rights that deeply unsettled her. Wenxi stared at the lavish card. Such expensive paper used for an invitation. It was sheer extravagance. He had little desire to attend any salon, but it was an invitation from the Virtue Association. Declining would only further tarnish his reputation. Being divorced by his former wife had already brought him great shame. A further downgrade in status would not only make him lose face, but also disgrace his current wife. I will go." Wenxi grasped his wife's sleeve, picked up the invitation with his other hand, and traced the golden embossing with his fingertips, steeling his resolve. He could not forever hide behind his wife. He must better himself to be worthy of the place by her side. "Very well, I shall make preparations." Lu Rian nodded, then added, "Mr. Wenxi may also need to study aristocratic etiquette." After a week of etiquette lessons, Wenxi's anxiety finally began to subside. On the day of the salon, Su Yinmei selected his attire. White symbolized purity and was reserved for virgins, a color Wenxi could not wear. As the Yi family was in mourning, he could only don somber hues. A navy blue silk shirt cinched at the waist to an extreme slenderness, paired with loose flowing black trousers that swept over his feet. Unlike commoners, noble men wore cloaks in public to conceal their figures from the gaze of foreign women. Wenxi donned a black cloak with golden patterns, his hair, now just long enough, tied into a small bun at the nape of his neck. "Don't be nervous, sir. I will prompt you about any guest you don't recognize." Su Yinmei helped Wenxi put on an earring within which a micro-earpiece was hidden, allowing communication even when they were apart. Inside the art salon, small clusters of men gathered, conversing in hushed tones. Their cloaks were held by personal attendants, revealing meticulously cared for long hair. Xia Wangshu, clad in pure white formal attire, sat on a sofa, surrounded by several youths of similar age like stars encircling the moon. He raised his chin slightly, a perfectly poised smile on his lips, and took a delicate sip of black tea. His lotus-leaf cuffs, layered one upon another, accentuated the slenderness of his wrists. "Wangshu, is that the spring-summer new collection from Mr. Me? No wonder I couldn't find it on the official site. You've already reserved it." "Brother Xie, your hair is so beautifully maintained, so smooth and shiny. It must be nearly reaching your ankles, right?" Yes, Alan has such skillful hands. Could you lend him to me for a couple of days? My hairdresser always styles it in the same few patterns. The youths chatted animatedly until one suddenly asked, Wangshu, what's the situation between you and the new head of the Yi family? Xiao Wangshu paused mid-sip, lowering his eyelids, a bitter smile touching his lips. Sister Yi. She has someone she loves. This engagement may be. How did it come to this? Who is this person? Can't she just be made a concubine? Does she think she can replace you? A red-haired youth flared up, defending Xiao Wangshu. Alas, I don't know either. Xiao Wangshu tugged at the red-haired youth, shaking his head with melancholy. To have earned Sister Ye's favor, he must be an exceptionally outstanding man. I must have fallen short in some way to be surpassed. Good heavens, could there really be someone more outstanding than Brother Xia? A younger boy with a round face and a smattering of freckles beneath wide eyes exclaimed. Look, is that him? Someone whispered. I see the head steward of Yi Mansion. All eyes turned to the man at the entrance. His black and gold cloak concealed his figure, most of his face hidden in the shadow of the hood, indistinct, yet his stature was remarkably tall. He stood there silently, his posture impeccable, exuding an air of cool distance at first glance. Mr. Wensi has arrived, announced the salon attendant. The man walked slowly into the hall. As his attendant removed his cloak, the murmur of conversation in the room fell silent for a moment before rising by several decibels. So beautiful. The freckled youth's eyes lit up, mesmerized. If I were a woman, I'd love him too. Hey, why isn't he wearing white? Husband, you're too naive. The red-haired youth poked the freckled boy's head, his tone disdainful. It's not that he doesn't want to. It's that he can't. Haven't you considered that he might not be a virgin? How could that be? The youth's gaze shifted between Xiao Wangshu and the man, incredulous. Is the head of the Yi family insane, taking an unchaste man as her primary spouse? Sho, I think you're the mad one. Speaking ill of a lady will cost you reputation points if the association finds out. Xiao Wangshu kept his head low, forcing a smile. As the various whispers reached his ears, he silently curled his lips. Public opinion can melt metal, and accumulated slander can destroy a man. Let's see if you, a deflowered man, can bear the weight of being the primary spouse. Sir, the red-haired one is young Master Pat of the governor's mansion, and the round-faced one is young Master Husband of the academy president's family. Aside from these two, whose origins surpass the Yi clan, you need not concern yourself with the others. Su Yinmei reminded him in a low voice. Wensi nodded and chose a quieter spot to sit. He felt like an ant under a magnifying glass, with gazes shooting from all directions like piercing sunlight, intent on scorching him to ashes. Wensi lowered his head to adjust his cuffs, his icy fingertips trembling slightly. Amidst the array of exquisite braided hairstyles, Wensi's short hair stood out starkly, a constant reminder of his commoner origins. Even from a distance, Wensi could still hear the men's whispers. Sir, would you care for some refreshments? Su Yinmei bowed, pouring tea for Wensi, his voice soft and his gaze filled with concern. Sitting idly, there was too awkward. After only a brief moment of hesitation, Wensi nodded in agreement. No sooner had Su Yinmei left than Pat approached Wensi with several young men, their demeanor aggressive. So you're the one who took Wangshu's place? Pat lifted his chin, casting a condescending glance at Wensi. I've never seen a man who has lost his chastity dare to covet the position of senior lord. Indeed, this gentleman doesn't need foundation powder. His face is already thick enough. The young men's laughter was light, but Wensi felt only cold. Even the sunlight brought no warmth. The pendulum of the floor clock swung rhythmically, stretching time into infinity. He gazed out the window, expressionless, his back ramrod straight, his hands clenched into fists beneath his sleeves. Why so silent? Lost for words. Pat met a soft rebuff, the fire in his eyes blazing brighter, his brows arching high. If you had any sense of shame, you'd volunteer to be a concubine and kneel to apologize to Wangshu. Pat has been, please stop this. Xiao Wangshu had been leisurely sipping tea. He only made a token gesture to stop the others from defending him until the conversation reached this point. Then he unhurriedly walked over and pulled the two leaders aside. Mr. Wensi, my friends are merely hot-tempered. Their hearts are not wicked. Please do not hold a grudge against him. The Pat family and the Yi clan have always kept their distance. If a mere quarrel were to sow discord between the two houses, that would be unfortunate. Wensi looked at the young man, speaking, his brow slightly furrowed, the color draining from his face until it was translucent in the sunlight. That man wore an innocent face, yet his words concealed knives. How could anyone twist the truth so easily? He was the one being verbally wounded, yet in the other's mouth he became the relentless villain. Young Master Xie, you overstep. Gossiping about a lady is hardly a gentleman's virtue. Su Yinmei returned with tea and pastries, his heart sinking at the scene, his expression dark. This young Master Xie harbors deep schemes. The young lad's judgment is truly astute. Wensi's eyes showed a look of relief as he let out a soft breath. Xiao Wangshu lowered his head, his cheeks flushed crimson, his fingers twisting the hem of his sleeve. His voice choked with sobs, yet the gaze beneath his long lashes was venomous. I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. I I just care too much about Sister Zhixiao. A young man brimming with pride beyond most would never let things rest so easily. Pat pulled Xia Wangshu behind him, his red hair swaying like a blazing flame with his movements. Wangshu, you've been bullied like this, and you're still apologizing. His face was full of exasperation, his slender brows furrowed as he pointed his nose at Wenxi. Being a noble senior lord isn't something you can handle just by being good-looking. Etiquette, artistic cultivation, managing the inner chambers. These are all cultivated from childhood. Do you dare to compete with Wangshu? Wenxi's fingers were icy. The exquisite pastries on the table emitted a sweet fragrance, yet his tongue tasted bitter. The things the youth mentioned. He had only just learned about them, and even then only superficially. Even the most basic etiquette was crammed last minute, lacking the innate grace and naturalness of a true noble. Competing with the young master of the CF family would undoubtedly be an exercise in self-humiliation. Yet if he dared not even accept the challenge, he would already be defeated, and that would be even more disgraceful than losing. Wenxi's silence stretched on, and the scrutinizing gazes became almost tangible, heavy, and burning on him, as if flaying off a layer of skin. Sir. Su Yimia's expression was grave. This was the association's salon where competition among men was commonplace. He was merely a steward, having already overstepped by interrupting his master earlier. He now had no standing to make decisions for him. What's scared? Pat sneered, raising his voice. If so, then apologize to Wangshu and get out of here. You've gone too far. Unable to bear it, Su Yimei was about to speak when a hand stopped him. Wenxi shook his head at him, then looked at the youth who stood like a belligerent rooster, letting out a soft sigh. I accept the challenge. His voice was calm, betraying none of his inner turmoil. But regardless of the outcome, a lattice decision cannot be swayed by the petty games of men. Wenxi rose slowly. As an adult, he stood a head taller than the youths, with a slender waist and long legs. The soft, flowing fabric outlined the elegant lines of his muscles. Before him, the youth's frail frames seemed utterly insignificant, like a handful of shriveled bean sprouts. Young master, regarding the competition. It seems you haven't asked young master Xia's opinion yet. Wenxi's deep blue eyes were calm and unhurried, his voice as gentle as ever, devoid of aggression, yet it made the faces of the others turn sour. Xia Wangshu stiffened. Pat was foolish and hot-tempered, but easy to manipulate. If this pawn weren't still useful, he wouldn't deign to associate with such a person. Where did that bastard Wenxi get the nerve to speak to them like this? Now he was forced to get personally involved, sullying his hands. Mr. Wenxi, Pat didn't mean to trouble you. You are the one Sister Zhixiao has chosen. How would Wangshu dare to compete with you? Xia Wangshu blinked, his innocent large eyes shimmering with moisture, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Please don't tell Sister Zhixiao, okay? Wangshu doesn't want to be hated by her. If Yi Zhixiao were here, she would probably shout, "Where do you think you're going, green tea?" But alas, this was a gathering of men. The guests clearly hadn't noticed Xia Wangshu's little scheme, especially Pat and his group, who were moved by his feigned affection, their eyes welling with tears. Wenxi frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt something was off about young Master Xia's words. Under the condemning and furious stares of the crowd, his palms grew slick with sweat. If not for his desperate struggle for survival in the Moonlight District and the gentle encouragement of his wife, he would never have been able to utter those words just now. But that was his limit. Wenxi pressed his lips together, his face pale. In young Master Xia's words, he was portrayed as a petty, domineering, and vicious man. He wanted to defend himself, but his mouth felt sewn shut, unable to utter a single word, as if anything he said would be wrong. Don't get too cocky. Even if your favored Wangshu is still the Yi family head's legitimate fiancé. What are you? This time Pat's words drew many echoes of agreement. Xia Wangshu lowered his head, hiding the upward curl of his lips behind his hand. Wenxi, just you wait. This is only the appetizer. You'll see then. If you still have the face to live. All this. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Following the sound, husband was staring at his brain computer interface, his gaze vacant and eyes wide open. Husband, what's wrong with you? At a time like this, you're still fiddling with your brain computer. Pat turned back angrily, but the moment he saw the screen, his voice died in his throat. The new head of the Yi family will hold a press conference tomorrow to explain the truth behind the return from the dead and announce the dissolution of the engagement with the CF family. What? Dissolve the engagement? After a moment of silence, Pat's voice suddenly shot up, almost cracking. The modest banquet hall fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The men discreetly opened their brain computers, casting peculiar glances at Xia Wangshu. Some pitying, some astonished, some eager for gossip, some gloating. Xia Wangshu even overheard someone whispering whether he had done something shameful to be bested by a commoner who had married twice. In all his life, Xia Wangshu had never suffered such humiliation. His clenched hands trembled, his teeth ground audibly, and the taste of blood filled his mouth from a bitten tongue that throbbed with a fiery pain. Wangshu, you. Pat looked at his friend, reaching out to comfort him, but was violently shoved away. Xia Wangshu lifted his head abruptly, his gaze at Pat venomous. Young master, the family head summons you back. Alan stood behind his master trembling like a leaf, his face deathly pale. Whenever the young master was in a foul mood, he would take it out on him. The whip lashed against his ribs with an excruciating pain, yet left no lasting marks. Even if it bled hidden beneath clothes, no one would ever notice. Today he would probably be beaten to death. Xia Wangshu donned his cloak and strode out of the salon, hastily departing without a word of farewell, a striking breach of etiquette. Pat looked at the red mark on his hand, then at Xia Wangshu's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. That gaze of Wangshu's, was it hatred for him? Why? With Xia Wangshu's departure, the other guests had no heart to linger, and the gathering ended abruptly. Even after returning home, Wenxi had yet to come to his senses. He had assumed his wife would handle the dissolution of the engagement privately with the Xia family, given the disgrace. Yi Zhixia had finished negotiating the annulment with the Xia family, and finally had a moment of leisure to play with Mumu in the living room, nurturing their bond. When Wenxi returned, Yi Zhixia was holding the child up high in a game of ups and downs. Mumu's little face was flushed, her eyes sparkling, and she let out tiny squeals of delight when lifted, showing signs of beginning to speak. "Cici, you're back." Seeing Wenxi enter, she carried Mumu over and pulled down the hood of his cloak. "Why do you look so pale?" Yi Zhixia caressed Wenxi's translucent white cheek, knowing, without asking, that he had been bullied. Wenxi shook his head, saying nothing, only kissed Mumu's cheek and offered his wife a gentle smile. Seeing this, Yi Zhixia understood he did not wish to speak and refrained from pressing further. Handing Mumu to the steward, Yi Zhixia bent down, tilting her head to study Wenxi's expression until a blush crept up his cheeks. Then she swept him off his feet and planted a kiss on his soft lips. "Don't, wife," Wenxi stammered, casting a flustered glance at Mumu and pushing against his wife's shoulder. The child is still." Yi Zhixia had not intended anything more, but his reaction stirred a restlessness within her. This body seemed to possess an inexhaustible vigor, especially when the faint orchid scent of the man filled her senses. Desire surged irresistibly, demanding insatiable satisfaction. Carried into the master bedroom by his wife, the carved solid wood door closed silently. The warm orange glow of the bedside lamp spilled over, and the silk bedding shimmered with a fluid, luxurious sheen. Sinking into the silk, Wenxi looked at his wife, a mix of shyness and fear flickering in his eyes. She was too domineering, no matter how he begged, it was futile. Each time he was driven to the brink of ecstasy, his body drained, as if hollowed out, every last trace of pheromone from his gland released. He lacked even the strength to lift a finger, yet they would entwine again and again in the spiritual space. "Cici, remember this, only I am allowed to bully you." Yi Zhixia tore off Wenxi's cravat and buried her face in the hollow of his neck, inhaling deeply. The brush of his wife's nose against his gland sent an unexpected shiver through him, stirring his heart. Wenxi couldn't help but let out a low moan, quickly biting his lower lip. "From now on, if anyone dares to provoke you, fight back ruthlessly. I'll have your back. If I hear of you being bullied again, I'll lock you up and never let you leave the house." Yi Zhixia caught the man's sensitive Adam's apple between her teeth, grinding it with a menacing tone. Wenxi's eyes misted over, overwhelmed by the torment, and he obediently nodded. Yi Zhixia let out a low laugh, her spiritual tendrils seamlessly connecting to the man's consciousness. Wenxi felt an overwhelming wave of pleasure wrapping his arms tightly around his wife's waist, like a small boat swept into the turbulent currents of desire adrift through the night. While the Yi mansion brimmed with springtime ardor, the atmosphere in the small villa rented by the Xia family was peculiar. Several stewards were packing luggage, and Xia Mingyu sat on the sofa sipping tea, her delicate brows relaxed in quite good spirits. "Mother." Xia Wangshu's eyes were swollen from crying. He collapsed onto the sofa, burying his face in a cushion, his voice muffled. "I don't want this. I don't want to dissolve the engagement. I don't want to go back to Jumong Star." Xia Wangshu couldn't understand. Just 2 days ago, his mother was adamantly against annulling the marriage. What had changed her mind? Xia Mingyu cast a cold glance at her son. Noticing a few drops of blood on his sleeve, she frowned and set her teacup down heavily on the table. "Wangshu, you'll come of age next month. Real in your temper. Which young master from a decent family changes stewards every 2 or 3 years like you do? Do you have any idea how many star coins the household has spent cleaning up after you?" Xia Mingyu's good mood evaporated completely at her son's outburst. She admitted she had doted on Wangshu. He was indeed outstanding, and while he was harsh with his stewards, that was hardly a grave issue for a noble. But she had never expected to spoil him to the point where he didn't know his place, even daring to talk back to her. Once the engagement with Yi Zhixia is dissolved, the Xia family will gain a small energy star. Weren't you just complaining about insufficient funds for jewelry? Xia Mingyu softened her tone at the sight of her son's swollen eyes. Yi Zhixia will hold a press conference tomorrow, taking full responsibility for the annulment, ensuring your reputation remains intact. What more could you ask for? But why should she? Xia Wangshu threw the cushion to the floor like a feral cat, throwing a tantrum utterly devoid of poise. Why does she reject me? What do I lack compared to that second-hand wretch? Men were such a nuisance. Xie Mingyu rubbed her temples which throbbed with a dull ache. Suppressing her anger, she coaxed. Yi Xiao simply has no taste. Isn't the second Miss Hua pursuing you? Once we return to Jumong Star, your mother will finalize your betrothal to her. No. Xie Wangshu shot to his feet, his elaborate braid half-indone, his voice hoarse. I want Yi Xiao. He'll make her regret treating me this way. Slap. The crisp slap landed on his face. Xie Wangshu collapsed onto the sofa, a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes. Mother, you struck me. I've spoiled you rotten. Xie Mingyu took a towel from the steward, wiped her hands, and headed upstairs without looking back. I can't control you anymore. Stay if you wish, and if you have the nerve, never come home. The morning light filtered through the curtains into the room. When she struggled to open his eyes and saw that his wife had already risen and dressed, he jolted awake, propping himself up on his arms to rise, but a sharp crack echoed from his waist. A nagging, aching soreness awakened. When she let out a muffled groan and collapsed back onto the bed, his entire body trembling faintly. Heh! Yi Zhisha curled her lips, leaning down to plant a kiss beside Wen Zai's ear. Her hand slipped under the covers, gently massaging the hollow of his waist. Exhausted, aren't you? But you can't blame me for this. Blame your own irresistible allure, Shishi. The scent of orchids on Wen she was utterly intoxicating. Yi Zhisha buried her face in the crook of his neck, taking several deep breaths, utterly unwilling to pull away. The butler's voice came through the neural interface, announcing that the hovercraft was ready. Sighing, Yi Zhisha caressed Wen Zai's cheek, her reluctance palpable. Your wife has to go into battle. Those media vultures are relentless. She should give your wife a blessing kiss quick. When she understood that his wife hadn't taken him to the scene to protect him, the wings she spread for him were warm and reassuring, and his heart had never felt so at peace. When she reached out, cupping his wife's face, and reverently offered a kiss, wishing he could transfer all his good fortune to her. The butler's voice came again, and only then did Yi Zhisha reluctantly rise and leave, heading to the press conference venue. Cold white light illuminated every detail of the press conference hall. Major media outlets from the Central Star had gathered, while journalists from other planets participated via virtual projections in this grand news event. Gazes intersected and collided in the air. The hall was quiet yet brimming with intense anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yi Zhisha, the new head of the Yi clan. Yi Zhisha sat upright in the prime seat with no intention of wasting words. She pressed the button on the holographic device. A faint mechanical hum arose as the massive holographic projection system activated, displaying evidence of Yi Guanmo's murder and usurpation. To seize power, Yi Guanmo tampered with my hovercraft and forced my mother to alter the will. Yi Zhisha played the recording provided by Yi Sisi. Yi Guanmo's slightly manic voice rang out. The hall fell into dead silence, broken only by the flickering light screens of the journalists. But I must thank her. If not for that accident, I would never have awakened my great spiritual power. As requested by the military, Yi Zhisha omitted the truth behind the awakening, including Yi Tingchaos actions. I will study for a year at Blackthorn Military Academy, then officially join the 7th Legion. My focus will be on the military. The management of the family business will be delegated to trusted collateral branches and retainers. Yi Zhisha continued, having given no prior hint of this. Upon hearing this, the accompanying heads of the collateral branches looked at her, their eyes blazing with fervent light. As for the neutral faction still sitting on the fence, they were consumed by regret. Miss Yi, is it true that you are ending your engagement with the Xie family of Jumong Star? A reporter from a small entertainment outlet couldn't resist raising their hand to ask first. Yi Zhisha raised an eyebrow. Indeed, no matter where, noble scandals always captivated attention. The engagement with the Xie family was arranged by my mother in her early years solely for the purpose of a political alliance. Yi Zhisha stated calmly, and the collateral members beside her nodded in confirmation. I have no emotional foundation with the young master of the Xie family, nor have we had any prior contact. Since the Yi clan initiated the dissolution and the Xie family was blameless, the Yi clan has gifted a small energy planet as compensation. Yi Zhisha rose and bowed deeply to the camera. I sincerely apologize to the Xie family and the young master for any distress caused by the dissolution of the engagement. I hear Miss Yi has already chosen a partner, a reporter asked. Yes, Yi Zhisha replied decisively, precisely locating the camera, capturing her face, her gaze tender and candid. He is my savior. When I collapsed in the garbage mountain of the Moonlight District, he rescued me. He is gentle, resilient, and intelligent. We supported each other through the most difficult times and fell deeply in love. With him in my heart, there is no room for another. Maintaining the original engagement would be unfair to the young master of the Xie family and an insult to this love. Yi Zixia's gaze pierced through the screen, fixed on one, her words resounding with conviction. In this life, I will have only one partner, and that is my beloved Wen Shi. The collateral members who had initially been critical of the dissolution now appeared perfectly content with the outcome. After all, as long as they steadfastly supported the family head, their share of the industries would not be diminished. With the family head now entrenched in the military and alliance with the CF family, a political nobility with an empty title was no longer necessary. A mere energy planet was a small price to pay, far better than supporting the entire Xie clan. The media were also quite satisfied with this statement. The Yi clan had its own mouthpieces, and with some guidance the comments on the Starnet were relatively harmonious, mostly discussing Yi Zixia's bold declaration and expressing envy for Wenxi. But according to our information, you and Mr. Wenxi already have a child. A reporter from Huzhou Entertainment stood up, fingers tapping on her neural interface. The projected light screen displayed an image of Wenxi holding Mumu. This sudden upheaval was like cold water splashed into boiling oil, causing an uproar that swept through the entire hall. The media immediately became excited, swiveling their lenses to focus on the modest light screen. The faces of Wenxi and Mumu were thus broadcast across the Starnet unreservedly. An invisible pressure of spiritual might radiated outward, and the clamorous hall fell abruptly silent. Yi Zixia's face turned cold and stern, her gaze fixed on the woman's name badge, Huzhou Entertainment. The young reporter's face was pale, her legs so weak she could barely stand, yet she stubbornly craned her neck, refusing to back down without an answer. Even if she was a noble, what of it? The Federation's freedom of the press could not be trampled. Though she was a rookie, she had principles. Miss Yi, the child appears to be 2 or 3 years old, yet you claim you met Mr. Wenxi in the Moonlight District. Could there be another reason for dissolving the engagement? As a journalist, I have the right to pursue the truth. The young reporter's voice trembled, her bangs plastered to her forehead, with sticky sweat, looking both pitiful and pathetic. Her defiant stance against power earned her many approving glances. The live broadcast ratings soared, and the topic's discussion rate even surpassed that of a popular idol's concert. When she stared at the photo on the holographic screen, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Without the cover of a cloak, his face was exposed to the public eye from every angle, and even Mumu. He had discussed with his wife that they would reveal Mumu's identity only after their marriage. Mumu was still young and had a speech impediment. Exposing him to the public too early would be detrimental to his development. If not for Yi Zixia's special status, they would never have wanted to reveal Mumu's existence at all. Holy crap, this is some explosive gossip. The Yi family head has good taste. What a beauty, I'd love that too. Are you out of your mind upstairs? And is that the point here? Conservative estimate, if the kid is 2, they've been entangled for 3 years already. The Yi family head was only 19, then not even of marriageable age. Damn, unmarried cohabitation and a kid. That guy must be desperate to marry into a wealthy family. They hooked up 3 years ago. If they weren't married, how did he dodge the matching period? The nobility really have far-reaching influence. TSK. Don't you think the timing of the engagement dissolution is suspicious? The old family head died just a few days ago. The live chat comments scrolled frantically, colorful text buzzing like a swarm of wild bees, leaving when she feeling dizzy and disoriented. A greater storm brews in silence, and some in the comments are already advising the young reporter to give up, warning that offending the aristocracy could lead to dire consequences. Yet many others cling to the romance between the two, harboring even more malice towards Wenxi. For a man to be unwed and lose his virginity in this world is simply unforgivable, let alone fathering a child. If a girl is born, the woman might take in the child for the sake of her offspring, but she would merely be a concubine. If it were a boy, the woman would simply walk away, leaving the man with no way out aside from his mansion or club. Xia, you didn't mention earlier about the child. Yilu was pushed forward by several side family heads, reluctantly forcing herself to ask. She sat beside Yi Xia, and the unintentional pressure released by her niece rendered her breathless. Yi Xia cast a casual glance, her expression unchanged, showing no signs of emotion. She ignored the side families and did not rush to answer the reporter's question. Instead, she tapped her index finger on the table and coldly stated, Huzhou Entertainment. The background of this photo is the interior of the Pearl's Tier. Her gaze was chilling as it pierced through the small screens of numerous media outlets, locking onto the reporter's eyes. As a journalist, you must know how many years one might face for prying into and disseminating the privacy of the aristocracy, right? Please do not divert the public's attention. That is a different matter. The comments on the screen were filled with encouragement, and the young reporter's eyes became more resolute, as if fueled by an endless courage. Yi Xia did not harbor any hatred for this young reporter. She was merely a naive idealist, foolishly being used as a pawn. The Yi family also had its own media voice, and she had long arranged the narrative. Without her interference, the topic on Xing Wang would only have discussed the noble lady falling for the gray gentleman, naturally leading to revelations about Wen Zai's background. Now the rhythm was thrown into chaos, and a large number of online trolls were tirelessly discrediting Wenxi, even claiming to be her neighbors or classmates, providing various exposés. Alright, since you asked, this is not something to be ashamed of. Yi Jixia's gaze did not waver as she looked directly into the camera. The child is one's eyes with his ex-wife. When I met when he was already single, our relationship is completely innocent. Yi Jixia's voice was not loud, yet it carried weight. The entire venue fell silent with faces wide-eyed and mouths agape expressions as if copied and pasted. With a thud, someone's smart device fell to the ground, startling everyone awake. The venue was filled with the sound of hushed whispers blending together chaotically, as if one had entered a beehive. To marry an abandoned husband, break off an engagement with a noble young lord, and willingly raise another's child. Surely the head of the Yi family must have been drugged. Who I love, whom I marry, and whose child I raise. Does that harm anyone? You claim to seek the truth for the public, but is that merely to expose others' privacy for entertainment? Yi Jixia looked down at the audience, her gaze sweeping across faces that were either shocked or curious, suddenly breaking into laughter. Ladies, do you really think you are revered by men as if you were divine? The Men's Virtue Association was originally established by noble men to promote their own image. The so-called code of virtue is often ignored by them, yet it became the standard for judging men across the Federation. Yi Jixia stood up, her hands pressing on the table, her sharp brows raised in mockery. She stated, when men are tamed into little cats and dogs, women are left to choose their partners among them. If I simply marry someone who doesn't meet the standards, I'm treated like a lunatic. What, my dear sisters, are you so pleased about? Not wishing to continue this absurd farce, Yi Jixia led the side families away, and the host hurriedly announced the end of the press conference. Yi Jixia paused, turning back to the reporter. Peugeot Entertainment await the subpoena from the court. The young reporter stood frozen, her voice caught in her throat, unable to spit out a word or swallow. No, shouldn't it be an illegitimate child? She had rehearsed so many lines, yet none were of any use now. How did things turn out like this? A senior had once said that the aristocracy valued their reputation and wouldn't hold a grudge over such matters. She hastily glanced at her smart device. The live stream had ended, but discussions continued and grew more intense. Due to Yi Jixia's statements, Xinguang fell into a vacuum of silence, as people seemed to be digesting her worldview-shattering remarks. Meanwhile, in the forum comments that maliciously targeted when she began to stand out, the similar wording, overly robotic usernames, and regular posting frequency all suggested they were from paid trolls. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but was someone trying to steer the narrative during the live stream? Is it possible that the CF family is behind this? The CF family gained an energy star without effort, or wouldn't it be unnecessary? If they angered the Yi family, they'd end up with nothing. Hey, don't you all think what the head of the Yi family said makes some sense? I'm now just curious, if the ex-wife saw the live stream, what expression would she have? While the above commenter is so vicious. The comments fell into silence once again. At that moment, a loud crash sounded as Xie Wangshu swept the dishes off the table, shards of porcelain flying and cutting into the back of his hand, crimson droplets oozing forth. The new steward, pale-faced, approached to check, only to be kicked to the ground by him, pressing his palm against the shards, instantly bleeding profusely, yet daring not to make a sound. Bitch! How dare you? Xie Wangshu's eyes were bloodshot, his innocent face twisted in rage. The rabbit shed its snowy fur, bearing a set of fearsome fangs, far more terrifying than an ordinary beast. The steward knelt in the corner, trembling. With his mother gone, only Xie Wangshu and his steward remained in the villa. The funds left by his mother were limited, and he had spent a large portion to bribe the media and hire trolls, leading him to dismiss his servants and use cleaning robots to cut costs. But now the money he had invested seemed like a joke. The glaring titles on the forum felt like loud slaps, stinging his face painfully. On Jumping Star, women surrounded him, showering him with riches, competing for his affection and dueling for him. Xie Wangshu enjoyed it, though sometimes he also felt weary. Yet Yi Jixia did not even spare him a glance. He had never experienced such cold treatment. The smart device's screen still hovered in midair, the image frozen at the moment Yi Jixia glanced back as she left. Xie Wangshu reached out to caress Yi Jixia's face, blood dripping onto the table, blooming into bright red flowers on the pristine tablecloth. His cat-like round eyes glimmered with tears filled with grievance and obsession. Sister Jixia, what makes me less appealing than him? Why can't you like me? Yi Jixia returned home, and the moment she entered when she threw himself into her arms. The man's eyes were rimmed with red as he held her tightly, his body trembling slightly. His warm, damp breath brushed against her neck, carrying a faint fragrance that reminded her of last night's frenzy. Scared, rarely seeing when she's so proactive, Yi Jixia couldn't help but curl her lips and kiss his cheek. Don't be afraid, your wife is here. Don't bother with the comments on the Starnet. I've already had a professional team manage the public opinion. She reached back to embrace him, her hand landing on his waist, but instead of soft skin, she felt the stiff, supportive boning of a corset. Yi Jixia frowned. When she had never worn such a thing before. Wearing a corset became popular a few years ago after the Federation Mr. Pageant, where the winner a public relations officer, was exceptionally handsome, especially his waist slender and flexible, yet defined with six-pack abs and striking Adonis lines. The women's tips that year exceeded the total of all previous years combined, and that PR officer was taken as a secondary spouse by a noble. Since then, men began obsessively pursuing slender waist training abs while wearing corsets for shaping. Now it has become the norm. Any man with a slightly thicker waist is ridiculed as a barrel or a stump, and those with a protruding belly during the nursing period are even more despised. Yi Zhixia detested this. Even as a beneficiary, she couldn't stand this twisted trend. She couldn't control others, but she could manage her own man. Her hand slipped into Wen Zai's shirt and unfastened the corset's clasps. The thin yet firm fabric slid down, and Yi Zhixia looked down to see a black lace pattern. Wife. When she hastily clutched the corset, but Yi Zhixia pinned his hands and pressed him onto the sofa. The silk shirt rode up, revealing the loosened corset and red marks on his fair skin. Yi Zixia's gaze turned dangerous. She pulled out the lace corset, folded it in her hand, and brushed it across his well-defined abs under his shirt hem. Don't. Wife not here. When she struggled slightly, turning his face away, his earlobes reddening to the point of bleeding. He had been too harshly tormented last night, and his voice was still hoarse, but all the more alluring. Cece, don't wear this anymore. I don't like it. Yi Zhixia tossed the corset to the floor and leaned in to whisper by the man's ear. The color drained from Wen Zai's face, his sapphire blue pupils trembling, as if holding shattered stars. Yi Zhixia had come to understand his temperament well, and that only made her heart ache more. He had worn the corset to please his wife, but it backfired. He must be devastated. Foolish man. Yi Zhixia kissed his lips lightly, a brief touch. Cece, I understand your feelings. Her fingers traced the red marks on his waist, making him shiver. If my happiness comes from your pain, then it's torture. Don't follow that men's virtue association nonsense. You know, every time I see those men speaking in that forced high-pitched voice, I feel sick. Yi Zhixia released him and pressed her whole body onto him, finding a comfortable position to rest in his arms. I love you just as you are. Don't let them change you. When she blinked, his bewildered expression gradually fading as a faint smile tugged at his lips, impossible to suppress. The weight of his wife on him felt reassuring, and the air filling his chest seemed sweet. A soft vibration came from the man's chest. Yi Zhixia squinted, nuzzling into his neck. So obedient. Was his ex-wife truly blind to abandon such an adorable man? At Qinya Technology in the CEO's office, Qianqi's mood was dark. When the secretary entered, seeing the boss expression, she swallowed nervously. Ms. Qian, your husband sent your lunch. Qianqi wiped her gold-rimmed glasses without looking up, only giving a faint after a long pause. The secretary sighed in relief and quickly withdrew. Soon a man in a red robe entered, carrying a cloying sweet scent. Under his meticulous makeup, his features were hardly outstanding, at best slightly handsome. He walked to the desk, placed the insulated container down, and began setting out dishes, oblivious to Qianqi's icy glare. Wife, today I ordered the turtle soup from Eugene Garden. Qianqi looked at the whole turtle floating in the clear broth, a vein pulsing on her forehead as her fingers whitened around the glasses. Crack. The lens shattered. Take it out and throw it away. Qianqi suppressed her rage, her breath nearly sparking with fury as she hurled the ruined glasses against the far wall, shattering them. The man flinched, pouting in grievance. He had gone to Eugene Garden early that morning to personally select the turtle. Can't you understand me? Qianqi suddenly looked up and slammed her hand on the desk, rattling the dishes. In their year of marriage, the man had never seen his wife so furious, and he forgot to play coy, gathering the containers and fleeing out the door. Sir, didn't you watch the live stream? The secretary waiting outside for gossip coughed lightly when the man emerged with a hurt expression. Seeing his blank look, she added the one about the Yi family calling off the engagement. Do you know who the Yi family head did it for? The secretary glanced toward the CEO's office and lowered her voice. It's the one before Ms. Qian married you. What? The man's voice rose piercingly loud in the quiet corridor. The secretary's neck tensed, and she hurriedly checked the office door. Seeing it tightly shut, she sighed in relief. The man's face darkened, but what was even grimmer was his wife's expression. Inside the room, Qianqi had smashed the plants and decorations to pieces, kicked over the luxury office chair, and the smart office equipment, flash damage alarms casting a red glow on her face, as if tinged with blood. The words ex-wife on the starnet drilled into her eyes like nails. She had discarded what she no longer wanted, yet now that someone else had picked it up, she felt a green glow over her head. And that brat. She just didn't want to raise him, but in those idiots' forums, they said she couldn't afford to. The Yi family's eldest husband. How glorious. The little plaything she once had now climbed above its owner. Qianqi took off her suit jacket, a strand of her carefully styled long hair, falling loose, teasing her fury. She brushed the stray hair back and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the busy hovercar lanes below her, gaze dark. After a long moment, she activated her comm and searched her contacts for Wen Zai's ID. Nothing. Nothing at all. To marry the young lord of a conglomerate, she had abandoned that man too thoroughly, erasing every trace until not a single fragment remained. Bang! Qianqi punched the wall, her arm numbing from the impact. As her breathing steadied, she forced down the anger and humiliation. No matter, she could get the ID from the Wen family. When she had been tamed to be more obedient than a dog, a little coaxing, and he would do anything. Time passed quickly, and under the guidance of the Yi family's public relations team, the heat of the press conference gradually faded under the weight of celebrity gossip. The family business had mostly been settled with suitable people arranged for everything, and the inspection bureau had not summoned her. Yi Zhixia finally had a few days of free time, so she took out the Holy Angel and brought Wen Shi and Mu Mu to vacation on Ice Crown Star. Ice Crown Star is a very remote planet with an extremely cold climate covered in ice and snow year-round. Even in the polar day zone, temperatures are below 60 C, yet the scenery is breathtakingly beautiful. The six-sided ice flowers of Ice Crown Star are known as the crown of the ice goddess, and the ice crystals reflect colorful rainbow lights resembling a pure and flawless fairy tale world. There is no signal for civilian intelligence devices here. Yi Zixia's device has military privileges, so it is unaffected. However, the three of them were having a great time, completely oblivious to anything else, until Xinping's call came in. "Oh, little Yi, living quite leisurely, aren't you?" In the holographic image, Xinping was slouched on the sofa, her red hair a chaotic mess with two exaggerated dark circles under her eyes. She yawned, her tone brimming with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Sister Shen, how did you end up like this?" Yi Zhixia touched her nose, cleared her throat lightly, and smiled innocently. "I just finally have a moment to catch my breath." "Don't even mention it, that matter with your Yi family." Xinping lowered her voice, confirmed the encryption of the communication system, and continued, "It's truly a case of pulling a radish and bringing out the mud. It even has some ties to the military high-ups. Fortunately, your direct line is not deeply involved. Due to confidentiality, I can't say much. But let me tell you some good news. The enrollment procedures for Heiji are all done. Right now, immediately come back to school." Yi Zixia's smile froze on her face as she watched Xinping send her class schedule on the split screen. Courses densely packed from morning to night. And indeed stretching into the early hours, leaving her only 4 hours for meals and bathing with just half a day off in a week. Who the heck arranged this schedule? Did they lose their mind? Even before attending classes, Yi Zhixia already felt a bit dizzy. No matter how extraordinary her mental strength was, she couldn't handle this. "I arranged it." Xinping gritted her teeth and spat out 4 words, her expression as eerie as a ghost. "What's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Yi Zhixia fell silent. What could she say? Even if she had objections, they would be useless. "Sister Shun, are you trying to work me to death?" "Don't worry, with your god-level mental strength, you can go 10 or 15 days without sleep without any issue. I loaded your meal card with 30,000 star coins, just eat more to make up for it." Without waiting for Yi Zhixia to respond, Xinping waved her hand and left her with a message, "Enjoy campus life," before cutting off the communication. "Wait a minute." Yi Zhixia reached out to the extinguished projection, her narrow phoenix eyes shimmering with moisture. "Is it necessary to stay on campus? Can family members come? This is really important to me." The Heiji Military Academy is one of the most prestigious military academies in the Federation and is truly an aristocratic military school. 80% of the students studying at Heiji are military second generation, while the rest are at least daughters of financial magnates, with an occasional civilian admitted for further studies, all of whom are undoubtedly prospective level geniuses. After being transported back from Ice Crown Star, Yi Zhixia purchased a property near the school, settled Wen Shi and his son, and then rushed to report to Heiji. Since she was enrolling early, there were not many people in the registration hall, and the procedures were completed quickly. Yi Zixia's dormitory was arranged near the 4th-year students. As she picked up her uniform and planned to take a look, she turned around and found the entrance blocked by several people. The leading student had long platinum hair and wore a black uniform adorned with the golden thorn emblem of the student council. The 4 gold lines on her epaulets indicated her status as a 4th-year student. "Yi Zhixia, I've long heard of your name. I've been waiting for you for a long time." She stepped forward, her military boots echoing crisply in the hall. Yi Zhixia sensed a surge of mental energy rushing toward her, domineering, aggressive, and full of provocation. The newcomer was not friendly. The original owner was a true recluse, rarely socializing, and Yi Zhixia could not recognize her from her memories. Her indifference on her face seemed to those people as if she was being overly proud, utterly disregarding them. Excuse me, who are you?" Yi Zhixia smiled at the person, sincerely asking. "Why are you acting so arrogant, Yi Zhixia?" The person seemed to be stepped on the tail, their tone fierce. "You know perfectly well." Yi Zhixia blinked innocently. "I hit my head in a plane crash, so I really don't recognize you." The person's face turned from green to red, their fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white as if they were about to explode at any moment. "I am Li Xueli." She gritted out her name, her gaze fixed on Yi Zixia's face, seemingly waiting for her to show a look of surprise at the revelation. However, Yijixia didn't even bat an eyelash, blandly replying hello, and stepped past her toward the door. Hey, are you serious? Several others blocking the door displayed expressions of disbelief at Yijixia's attitude. This woman must be pretending unable to recognize the heir of the First Legion, and she still claimed to be a noble. Li Xueli was left standing there, her anger soaring to the heavens. She had never seen anyone dare to ignore her like this. Instantly, her level mental power was unleashed, and a sharp mental spike surged toward the back of Yijixia's head. At the moment Li Xueli released her mental power, the others quickly retreated, hastily constructing shields, fearing they would be affected. They were also a level peak geniuses, but they were no match for Slevel. Yijixia felt a hint of threat. Her mental barrier instinctively wanted to rebound the attack, but she forcibly controlled it. The military had instructed her not to reveal her true strength, and she still remembered. Among peers, even with differences in low, mid, and high tiers, there shouldn't be any rebound of force. Standing there taking a hit was not Yijixia's style. In the blink of an eye, she transformed the rebound into devouring. A barely perceptible misty white light flashed by, and Li Xueli's mental spike vanished, as if it had sunk into the sea. What just happened? Li Xueli looked at Yijixia suspiciously and saw her pale face, so she didn't think too deeply, assuming this attack had consumed an extraordinary amount of energy, given that the opponent was also Slevel, which was why she couldn't retrieve her mental power. Marrying a discarded husband as the main wife, Yijixia, you've embarrassed the nobility. This was not a duel ground. Li Xueli only wanted to give her a warning without intending to escalate the situation. No matter how the 7th Legion protects you outside, you must behave yourself here at Heiji. She walked to Yijixia's side, trying to push her aside, but found that the latter was a good half a head taller, and her muscles were as hard as iron. She used 80 of her strength, yet it didn't budge. Miss Li, I am not your mother. Whom I choose as my principal spouse seems hardly your concern. Yijixia had hoped to avoid conflict. Causing a scene on her first day of enrollment was hardly an auspicious omen. Alas, her interlocutor refused to let her be. In a military academy where strength reigned supreme, rivalry was inevitable, and Yijixia bore no ill will toward competition itself. What she loathed most, however, was having her private life dragged into public discourse, especially when it involved slandering when she. After all, divorce was but a legal separation, yet they treated it as though it were a heinous crime, stripping one of basic human dignity. What twisted logic was this? Yijixia's feet rooted themselves to the floor like ancient trees. Ironically, she now stood as the very barrier blocking the doorway. Li Xueli trembled violently with fury, her neck flushed crimson as if branded by unspeakable humiliation. Stammering incoherently, you. She finally hurled a final threat, wait for my formal challenge, before whirling away in haste. Watching Li Xueli and her entourage vanish into the distance, Yijixia touched her nose lightly. Well then, call it an unconventional welcome ceremony. She was a spouse and a mother now, there was no need to squabble with these childish girls. Yijixia's dormitory was a 2-story villa shared with 3 other roommates. Her room occupied the western-facing north-lit side of the upper floor, the dimmest and least sunlit space in the building. She cared little. Between classes and examinations, the dorm served merely as a place to bathe and change clothes. By the time she finished unpacking, twilight had already settled over the sky, and she lay back on her bed adrift in quiet melancholy. Today marked her last day of leisure. From tomorrow onward, an avalanche of additional coursework would descend upon her. Back on Earth, she'd never studied so relentlessly, not even for the National College entrance exam. Beep beep beep. When she's personalized ringtone chimed. Yijixia shot upright like a leaping carp, smoothed her hair, and answered the call. Wen Shi's hollow image flickered into view, his face drawn faintly weary. Repeated spatial jumps exacted a heavy toll on male physiology. He must have been utterly exhausted. Yijixia gave no further thought to it. Leaning close, she pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. He instinctively turned his face aside, blushing shyly, eliciting a gentle laugh from her. Shishi, have you missed your spouse? Is Moo behaving well? Did you feel unwell after disembarking the shuttle? When she lowered his gaze, managing only a faint strained smile, his eyes flickering evasively. Spouse Moo has been very well. Yijixia's smile faded. Since joining her, when she had grown markedly more confident, such hesitant reticence had long since vanished. She extended a tender, weightless embrace toward his holographic form and softened her voice. What's happened? When she remained bowed, his silence thick with unspoken words, each one seemingly too difficult to utter. His lips trembled slightly as though summoning immense resolve before speaking. Spouse, my maternal family has arrived at Central Star. Yijixia instantly understood and inwardly chided herself. How could she have forgotten this entirely? Yet according to federal custom, a man who remarried no longer belonged to his birth family. Notification was neither required nor expected. When she had fallen into hardship in Moonlight District, his maternal kin hadn't lifted a finger to retrieve him. Now, however, they came crawling back. Shishi, do you wish to see them? Yi Zhixia understood his inner conflict. Society imposed countless restrictions upon men who only profound trust and total reliance upon her could have prompted this call. No man would dare disturb his spouse over such delicate matters otherwise. I wish to see father, when she murmured, his long lashes fluttering upward as he met her gaze, eyes brimming with yearning. But mother forbids him from leaving the house. Yi Zhixia noticed a fleeting shadow of shame cross his face. Was he afraid of burdening her? When she rarely spoke of his maternal family, though curious, Yi Zhixia had always refrained from asking, fearing she might stir hidden wounds, and instead waited patiently, hoping one day he would open his heart to her of his own accord. Yet she did not wait passively. Long ago, through the Yi clan's networks, she had quietly investigated both Wen Shi's maternal lineage and the background of his former spouse. Wen Shi hailed from Huachao Star, a remote minor world. His mother possessed modest wealth running a small enterprise. His father, though not the primary consort, possessed exceptional beauty. Among secondary consorts, he was widely regarded as exceptionally distinguished. Yet his mother, ever suspicious, kept tight watch over this handsome secondary consort. As for Wen Shi's former spouse, by uncanny coincidence also named Qian Shi, she had recently ascended to CEO of Qianya Technology, leveraging her mother-in-law's influence. Shishi, I'm coming home immediately. How could we possibly neglect proper hospitality for mother-in-law? Yi Zhixia snatched up her coat, offered 2 reassuring words, don't worry, then ended the call. She instructed her steward to reserve the private suite at Eugene Garden and dispatch formal invitations to the Wen family. When she hadn't seen his maternal kin in years, aside from his father, he held no desire to meet any of them, especially his mother, whom he feared deeply. Upon returning from Bingguan Star via spatial jump, Wen Shi's AI reconnected to the network and revealed several missed calls. That familiar Italian ID number sent a tremor through his heart. Just as he hesitated over whether to return the call, the number rang again. His mother's voice remained as stern as ever, unchanged by his new status, yet laced with even sharper disapproval. Reprimands were expected, he had long grown accustomed to enduring them. Yet now, having known the warmth of his spouse's affection, each rebuke struck with fresh piercing pain. A rebellious thought rose unbidden. With her profit-driven nature, mother sought him out solely for access to his spouse's vast resources. He knew he shouldn't trouble his spouse, but what of his father? The suite comprised 2 adjoining rooms. Yi Zhixia and Wen Shi's mother Wen Juanju sat in the spacious main hall, while Wen Shi and his mother's consorts remained confined to the smaller antechamber. Mother-in-law, you must have come for more than merely visiting Shishi, Yi Zhixia said bluntly, her tone revealing no warmth for this cold-hearted woman. Wen Juanju appraised her son's new spouse, eyes flickering with envy and grudging admiration. Yet she tilted her chin upward, assuming the haughty air of a matriarch. Zhixia, this wayward son of mine has given you much trouble. Delicate porcelain and crystal adorned the table, yet she struggled to discern their purpose. Picking up a glass bowl floating with petals, she took a tentative sip. Now that we are family, surely you'll think of mother-in-law when opportunities arise. Accustomed to wielding patriarchal authority, Wen Juanju dismissed this young woman as insignificant, especially seeing how thoroughly her son was enchanted. She even cultivated an air of condescending superiority. Your younger sister Bauer intends to transfer to Central Star for university. Surely, Zhixia, this is a simple favor to grant. When Bauer was the cherished jewel of the Wen household, Yi Zhixia had reviewed her dossier, a respectable brank psionic aptitude, but mediocre academic performance, barely scraping into university on Huachao Star. Having just reached adulthood, she already frequented elite salons and pleasure houses. Why should Yi Zhixia waste precious educational resources on such a vexing distraction? Mother-in-law, I am an only child. I have no sister. Yi Zhixia arched a brow, dipped a fingertip into the floral-scented bowl, then wiped her hand dry with a towel, before lifting her gaze to deliver a calm, detached glance. Mother-in-law, that bowl is for rinsing hands. Such resources meant little to her. Already designated heir to the 7th Legion, wealth paled beside power. Even if she gifted the entire Yi clan to another, countless others would eagerly bestow far greater riches upon her, should she but ask. Yet the Wen family's greed was grotesquely unseemly. When Juanju's expression stiffened, the floral fragrance on her tongue curdled into bitterness. Her relaxed posture tightened involuntarily, her stature seeming inexplicably to shrink. Yi Zhixia had no intention of offering her mother-in-law a way out of her awkwardness. In truth, she had already made plans regarding the Wen family. She would give them some benefits to support Wen Zai's biological father, send the rest back, and keep her distance. As the main course was served, Yi Zhixia raised her hand to begin the meal. Nobility adhered to the rule of silence during dining. Faced with Yi Zixia's elegant table manners, Wen Juanju felt utterly inadequate. The meal was eaten in trepidation, leaving no room to bring up the matter again. Yi Zhixia, however, was somewhat worried about Wen Shi. She activated her spiritual senses' omniscient perspective, secretly observing him through the walls. Father, when she called softly. The man opposite him had taken the seat of honor, chin raised, and responded with a cold grunt. Yi Zixia frowned inwardly, then realized it must be Wen Junce's legitimate husband. When she, now that you've gained some glory, you've become increasingly disrespectful. The man's face was harsh, and his words dripped with paternalistic arrogance. The steak in Yi Zixia's mouth turned bland as she watched her beloved being scolded like this. How could she continue eating? That face of yours is truly something. The man muttered under his breath, but Yi Zixia heard every word. She felt as though she were being insulted. Was she some lecher who couldn't resist a beautiful face? Being the eldest young master of the Yi family isn't easy. Your younger brother has also reached the matching period and can help you out. The man spoke without any sense of impropriety, his tone reluctant, as if he were the one being wronged. He has already agreed to be only a secondary spouse. Huh. Yi Zixia nearly laughed in anger. Was she a release pond to be filled with any turtle or snake that came along? So it seemed that her declaration at the press conference, of one lifetime, one partner, had been utterly disregarded. The knife scraped against the porcelain plate with a harsh screech as Yi Zixia stabbed a piece of beef and chewed it viciously. When she, however, remained remarkably calm, his gaze fixed on the man standing against the wall. The man kept his head bowed, but Yi Zixia could see that his features resembled Wen Zai's by 70%. How could the legitimate father-in-law be bullied to such an extent and still be tolerated? Just as Yi Zixia was about to have Su Yinmei help when she asserted his authority, when she spoke first. Father, I cannot agree to this. My wife has said she will have only me as her partner. Do you wish to make a noble's oath a laughingstock? When she looked up, his deep blue eyes, as clear as water, gentle, yet inviolably dignified. You. The man stammered, his gaunt face flushing white and pale. He raised his hand to strike, but Su Yinmei blocked him. His gaze swept to the handsome man in the corner, finding an outlet for his pent-up embarrassment and rage. He rose and kicked the man in the knee. This is the fine son you've raised, daring to defy even the head of the family, relying on his face to seduce women restless at home. Sooner or later, he'll be divorced again. Cici, let's go. The moment Yi Zixia saw her father-in-law being struck, she rose, and ignoring Wen Junce's furious glare, directly opened the door of the private room. Was she supposed to be dead, while someone bullied those under her protection on her own turf? Uncle. Yi Zixia took Wen Zai's hand and nodded politely to the man in the room. The legitimate husband was about to force a smile in response, when he saw Yi Zixia step past him and help up that wretch Yanruo. I'm sorry you've been wronged. Cici has missed you terribly. Yi Zixia smiled at when her eyes filled with joy. Her man had been magnificent today. With Su Yinmei supporting her father-in-law, Yi Zixia put an arm around Wen Shi and headed for the VIP passage. Mother-in-law, I had intended to give you more resources since you raised such an outstanding man as Cici. But now it seems my partner isn't respected in this household. As for the resources, I suppose there's no need. Oh, and Cici wants to live with his biological father. He'll take good care of Uncle. With those words, Yi Zixia turned without hesitation. The special passage closed, sealing off Wen Junce's impotent rage, and the world fell into blissful silence. Wife, thank you. Seated in the hovercar, when she wrapped his arms around his wife's waist and rested his head on her shoulder, Yi Zixia reached up to stroke his soft hair, a smile curling her lips. Cici, there's no need for thanks between us. Wen Zai's gentle thoughtfulness was heart-rending. On the surface, Yi Zixia seemed to be the one protecting Wen Shi, but she knew deep down that without his companionship, she could never have adapted to this new life so quickly. Wen Shi was her anchor, the harbor where she could rest when tired and weep when in pain. During the mourning period, they held no engagement ceremony. Although Yi Zixia had changed Wen Zai's matching status early on, it was still a regret for a man. Especially in aristocratic circles, the absence of an engagement ceremony meant the man was undervalued. Wen Shi never mentioned it, but Yi Zixia always felt she owed him. He'll be very busy for the next year with little time to spend with you and Mumu. Yi Zixia leaned against his chest, caressing his handsome pectorals through his shirt, and slipped a magnetic card into his lapel. I've applied for a military family visitation card for you. You can visit the dormitory twice a month. You must come, okay? When she stole a glance at his father dozing in the back seat, then blushed and nodded, fishing the card out from his clothes. Yi Zixia saw Wen Shi and his father home, but couldn't stay. She had already enrolled and was required not to sleep out. As the hour grew late, after a lingering moment with Wen Shi, she returned to the dormitory fragrant with the scent of flowers. Using her brain chip to unlock the door, Yi Zixia paused mid-step, and Li Shuili, just coming down the stairs, froze as well. Why you? Two voices overlapped, as Yi Zixia and Li Shuili frowned simultaneously. What a narrow world. Two tigers couldn't share one mountain. Both silently released their spiritual power, marking their territory. Yi Zixia's spiritual power was of exceptional quality, but restricted by regulations. She couldn't fully unleash it, leaving her hampered. Controlling that astonishing volume of spiritual power within a stable, permissible range was like using a crane to pick up a fingernail-sized piece of tofu. To achieve this, she had wrecked 2 training rooms in the 7th Legion before being released. Even so, maintaining it over time still proved exhausting. Yi Zixia's face remained composed, but cold sweat crept down her back, tracing the lines of her muscles like tiny snakes, leaving damp, cool trails. Shiwali, the welcome ceremony is done. Have you got the drinks yet? A head popped out from the 2nd floor landing, its striking green hair braided into several strands and adorned with gaudy rhinestones like a green peacock. Seeing the scene below, the green peacock silently closed its mouth and stood frozen, as if struck by a petrification spell. Vincina, I told you to call someone. What are you standing there for? A series of heavy footsteps echoed, and in an instant a head of white hair appeared on the stairs. Likewise, it too was frozen in place. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other, all at a loss. An awkward silence hung in the air. 3 minutes later. Ahem. So are we still having the skewers? On the 2nd floor terrace, 4 people sat around a round table eating skewers. The peacock-haired girl, named Winsena, was the eldest daughter of the Medical Federation's chairman. The white-haired one, Bai Shui, was the sole heir of the speaker's family. Like Li Xueli, they were both 4th-year students in the command department. So you're my new roommate. What a twist. Bai Shui had a face as cold as an ice queen with ruby-like pupils that exuded an elegant, wicked aura, until she opened her mouth to speak. When Yi Zhixiao heard that thick northeastern accent, she almost thought she had transmigrated back to Earth. She never expected to hear such a familiar and endearing dialect after 1,000 years. The vitality of the great northeastern dialect was truly tenacious. Li Xueli sat rigidly, radiating a low-pressure aura, as if attending a meeting. She didn't eat any skewers but chugged her soda like it was alcohol, though the pink strawberry packaging utterly undermined her fierce demeanor. Winsena glanced at her and stealthily swiped 2 starworm legs from her plate. Yi Zhixiao had just finished dinner and wasn't very hungry, but storing a bit more energy couldn't hurt. Moreover, her roommates had warmly prepared a welcome ceremony. She couldn't dampen their spirits. The grilled skewers were quite delicious, and before she knew it, a pile of sticks had accumulated in front of Yi Zhixiao. She raised her soda bottle toward the 3. Winsena and Bai Shui clinked theirs with hers, but Li Xueli lowered her eyelids, pretending not to see. Yi Zhixiao wasn't angry. In fact, she found it amusing. Though she had enrolled late, she was 2 or 3 years older than them. She was the elder sister. Come on, we're bound to see each other every day. Why make such a fuss? We're all sisters here. Bai Shui tugged at Li Xueli's sleeve, but Li Xueli brushed her off and shot her a glare. Bai Shui withdrew her hand, sheepishly grabbed a skewer of grilled cartilage, and crunched it loudly. Li Xueli slammed her soda bottle onto the table and stood up abruptly, heading toward her room. Half the drink spilled out, but the 3 foodies scrambled to protect the remaining skewers, too busy to pay her any mind. The veins on Li Xueli's forehead twitched. She turned back to glare at Yi Zhixiao, her face a mix of anger and subtle grievance. Yi Zhixiao, don't think that just because we share a dorm you're worthy of being my friend. She turned and left with the words, see you on the duel field tomorrow, disappearing into her room without looking back. Watching the girl's lone wolf-like figure vanish, Yi Zhixiao rubbed her forehead helplessly. Can I say I don't have time? Winsena and Bai Shui paused, their gazes turning complex as they looked at her. Yi Zhixiao knew what they were thinking. In the military academy, refusing a challenge was equivalent to admitting defeat. It would be seen as cowardice and incompetence, and could even affect one's combat class scores. Especially for command department students who needed to cultivate leadership. Losing in battle was acceptable, but showing fear before a fight was not. Yi Zhixiao sighed and pulled up her hellish schedule. The holographic screen displayed a dense array of courses and exams, with time slots precise to the second. What is this? Take it away. It's hurting my eyes. Wencena's face paled at the sight of certain course names, as if reliving a nightmare. Even the skewers lost their appeal. Bai Shui's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Wachu," several times. One had to admit the northeastern dialect was too advanced. The same 2 syllables with different tones could convey such a wealth of meaning. See, I really don't have time. Yi Zixia's face was also a little pale. Meeting the 2's admiring gazes, her expression grew even more tragic. Could you 2 explain it to her for me? Bai Shui scratched her head, looking troubled. I could, but the problem is, if she doesn't believe me, I'm out of ideas. The 3 exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Before dawn, Yi Zhixiao had already started her theory classes. The military had granted her special permissions, allowing her to arrange her own courses as long as she met the required hours. Since the semester hadn't officially started, she couldn't yet take classes like combat alien dissection or mech operation. Glancing at the rest of her schedule, Yi Zhixiao decided to finish federal military history first. Her memory was already excellent, and with the boost from her spiritual power, it should be manageable. But reality dealt her a heavy blow. Why did she recognize every word in the materials, yet when they were combined, she couldn't understand them? Not to mention the dazzling array of tactical names, weapon categories, and major battles. There were 378 historical figures whose deeds she had to memorize in full. It took her a full week to cram all the military history from freshman to junior year into her brain. When she stepped back into the dormitory, it was already midnight. A new black single-seat sofa had appeared in the living room, joining the existing green, white, and light gold ones. Yi Zhixiao realized with a start that they were color-coded by hair. She didn't even have the strength to climb the stairs. She plopped down into her own sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Moonlight streamed into the living room, but it deliberately avoided the corner where she sat, making her feel as if she had been abandoned by the world. Bai Shui had just submitted her graduation project today, feeling light and carefree. She had been gaming until 3 in the morning when her stomach grumbled. Slipping on her slippers, she shuffled downstairs for a midnight snack. As soon as she opened the preservation cabinet, she sensed something amiss in the shadows behind her. She had just emerged from a horror dungeon and hadn't shaken off the tension, so her scalp tingled. The cabinet door reflected the scene behind her. The living room was pitch black, with faint moonlight illuminating the blurry outlines of furniture, and a pair of lifeless, vacant eyes. Holy crap! Bai Shui's hair stood on end. With a jolt, she slammed the light switch. Harsh white light flooded the room, and Yi Zhixiao squinted, feeling a sharp pain in her temples. Yizi, what are you doing sitting here? Bai Shui stared at her long unseen roommate, her eyes accusing. She had thought she'd seen a ghost. But with Yi Zhixia's pallid face and dark circles under her eyes, even a real ghost would have to respectfully call her senior. Shui, grab me a soda, strawberry yogurt flavor. The sweet and sour liquid awakened her taste buds. Bubbles danced like tiny needles in her mouth, and the cool sensation slid down her throat into her stomach. Finally, Yi Zhixiao showed a spark of life. Bai Shui's loud voice woke Li Xueli and Wensenna. The four of them sat in the living room, each with a drink, their mood somewhat complicated. See, I wasn't lying. Bai Shui spread her hands and said to Li Xueli, look at her. She's worse than we were during finals last semester. Wensenna played with her braid and nudged Yi Zhixia's heel with her foot. Classes haven't even officially started, and you're already like this. In the future, you're on your own. Yi Zhixiao rubbed her face, looking utterly defeated. Can you stop rubbing it in? I've never hated studying this much. She tilted her head back and downed the soda in one gulp. Her gaze swept over Li Xueli, who still wore a cold, sulky expression, but she hadn't skipped the dorm gathering. A faint smile curved Yi Zhixia's lips. About the duel. Yi Zhixiao leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and tilted her head to look at Li Xueli. The girl frowned, leaned back defensively, and looked utterly disdainful. In this state, what duel are you talking about? Even if I win, it wouldn't be honorable. Li Xueli snorted, then extended her hand to Yi Zhixiao. Send me your schedule. In the next combat class, you're my partner. As the rising sun cast its first light, Yi Zhixiao awoke from a long overdue slumber. Today she finally didn't have to memorize theoretical knowledge, but she couldn't muster any joy, for combat class awaited her. In her past life, she was a heart patient, frail and inactive, relying on a wheelchair for mobility. It was a miracle her muscles hadn't atrophied, given how well she'd maintained herself. The military had previously conducted a physical fitness assessment on her, and unsurprisingly, aside from dynamic vision, her performance was abysmal. Yi Zhixiao still remembered Shen Ping's expression at the time. It was like witnessing a top-tier Maserati, only for it to sputter to a mere 20 miles per hour before breaking down. The look was one of sheer frustration over unmet potential. Logically, her physical indicators were flawless, and with spiritual assistance, she shouldn't have performed so poorly. Yi Zhixiao suspected that the residual consciousness of the original owner still lingered, her soul not yet fully fused with the body. Coupled with her past lives' frail habits, subconscious sabotage led to such results. So much time had passed, yet Yi Zhixiao hadn't found a moment to retest herself, and she wondered how she fared now. That demon Shen Ping hadn't arranged any basic combat training for her. Instead, Yi Zhixiao learned her fighting skills from a stick figure in the holographic pod. During her first lesson, the stick figure beat her black and blue, leaving her battered and bloodied. Even after exiting the pod, stars danced before her eyes, a memory still vivid. As a half-baked novice with zero real combat experience, standing alongside fourth-year students who had honed their skills for 3 years was like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. The instructor was a stern-looking woman, tall and long-legged, with formidable energy-storing muscles on her chest that screamed trouble. Yi Zhixiao suspected she could send her flying with a single punch. Yi Zhixiao, don't think being an grade spiritual power user makes you special, the instructor said harshly, her critical gaze sweeping over Yi Zhixiao. Yi Zhixiao couldn't shake the feeling that the instructor bore some hostility toward her. Combat isn't a solo duel. If your physical skills are lacking, you'll be dominated on the battlefield. Those words rang true. The scale of interstellar battlefields was beyond ordinary imagination, and the range of spiritual power was limited. In war, spiritual power was mainly used to control mechas, with its grade matching the mecha's level. An grade mecha, for instance, required immense spiritual output to activate and was incredibly complex to operate. The entire Federation had only built a dozen or so drivable solely by those with grade or higher spiritual power. But to control a mecha as effortlessly as one's own limbs, spiritual power alone was far from sufficient. Both combat awareness and tactical experience had to be accumulated through brutal hand-to-hand physical combat. This was precisely Yi Zixia's greatest weakness. Yi Zixia and Li Shuili pair up and step onto the platform. The instructor ordered, and the two stepped forward. One exuded an air of nobility, the other a cold sharpness. They were evenly matched. The students buzzed with excitement, though they dared not speak aloud under the instructor's watchful eye. Their exchanged glances told a lively story. Yi Zixia adjusted her protective gear, her gaze fixed on Li Shuili across from her, who was meticulously straightening her combat suit. Yi Zixia's heart trembled. Was she really taking this opponent so seriously? There was no need. With a hum, the octagonal fighting ring's edges rose with a transparent energy barrier blocking external spiritual interference. Yi Zixia and Li Shuili bowed to each other, assumed their stances, and the instructor pressed the timer. Nothing happened. Neither moved, like two beasts assessing each other's strength. The tension hung thick in the air, and Yi Zixia had no idea how to begin. Strike first. No way. After half a month of passive beatings in the holographic pod, she hadn't even figured out which techniques to use or where to attack. Suddenly, Li Shuili moved, charging like a cheetah. Yi Zixia's pupils contracted, and before her mind could react, her body acted, her long legs carrying her a dozen meters away in an instant. They chased and dodged, blurring into streaks, staging a scene of she flees, he pursues, she can't escape. What are you doing? Came Li Zuela's furious shout from behind. Yi Zixia wiped the cold sweat from her brow, not daring to stop. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Li Zuela's sweeping kick in her peripheral vision and instinctively backflipped, twisting her body into an odd angle to narrowly avoid the attack. No sooner had she landed than Li Zuela's fist was at her face. Yi Zixia leaned back to dodge. Li Shuili struck again. Yi Zixia evaded. After a dozen exchanges, Li Zuela's face darkened. What's your game? Li Zuela's breath was ragged, her eyes blazing with fury as if she'd been grievously insulted. Yi Zixia thought, oh no, she's really angry, but she hadn't meant to provoke her. Next time she had to fight back. Unsurprisingly, the enraged Li Shuili entered berserker mode. She leaped high, her long legs sweeping down with the force of a thunderstorm. Yi Zixia's scalp tingled. She raised one arm to block, while her other hand instinctively grabbed Li Zuela's incoming ankle. Whoosh bang. Li Shuili was hurled away, her body slamming heavily into the energy barrier at the ring's edge, then sliding limply down, motionless for a long moment. The Heiji forum exploded. Hey, did you hear? Li Shuili got broken bones. Who doesn't know that? Tisk tisk, so brutal, 2 ribs fractured. As the rumors say, one mountain can't hold 2 tigers. The Scrade rivalry is too fierce. The struggle for leadership has always been this way. I was there. Yi Zixia was so arrogant. At first, she led Li Shuili around in circles like walking a dog. When they engaged, she wouldn't counter, only striking after getting her riled up. And then with one move, she threw her out. Good grief, did you see the energy barrier's dissipation wave? That much area? How much force did she use? Terrifying. Heiji is about to change. And so it did. Students dissatisfied with Li Zuela's rule flocked to pledge allegiance to Yi Zixia, flooding the forum with cool shots of her beating Li Shuili. Yi Zixia and her roommates visited the school hospital, where they found Li Shuili scrolling through the forum, a video of the combat training playing on her light screen. Li Shuili sat on the hospital bed, her face pale. She had just come out of the medical pod and needed 2 more rounds of treatment to fully recover. Sensing Yi Zixia and the others' gaze, she turned off her smart device, lay down, and pulled the covers tightly over herself, leaving only her back to them. Ahem. Shuili, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength well, Yi Zixia said, guilt-ridden. No matter how she explained, the students on the forum were like possessed, refusing to believe her, only solidifying her image as a domineering, ruthless figure. The silkworm cocoon on the bed remained unmoved, and Yi Zixia didn't know what else to say. She placed a strawberry cake on the table. Through recent interactions, she had learned some of her roommates' preferences. For instance, Li Shuili loved desserts, especially strawberry-flavored ones. Beep beep beep. The class alert sounded, and Yi Zixia reflexively pressed the attend button. This was an anatomy class, and she had to reach the classroom within 5 minutes, or she'd be marked absent. Yi Zixia, Li Shuili suddenly called out, and Yi Zixia paused at the door. I won't give up. Ever since she injured Li Shuili last time, Yi Zixia found it difficult to face her tsundere roommate. The busy course schedule became her best shield. She planned to complete and pass all theoretical courses within half a semester, then apply for half-day boarding. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The days without when she were simply unbearable. However, on the 7th night of her all-nighter at the library, Bai Shui sent her a communication. Yeezy, how's your makeup work going? Bai Shui's loud voice came through, making Yi Zixia feel as if a lifetime had passed. Are you joining the Military Academy Friendship League? The 4 of us can form a team. Yi Zixia had no time and was about to decline when she heard Bai Shui's voice. It gives extra credit, and winning exempts you from all practical exams. Count me in. I'm in. Yi Zixia stood up from her seat excited. Done. When Shena, Bai Shui called out over there. Add Yi Zi to the list. Perfect. Oh, by the way, have you checked the StarNet lately? Bai Shui's tone turned gossipy. That young master Xia said he'll marry none, but you even as a secondary spouse. Yi Zixia felt the surge of energy drain away, plopping back into her chair with a look of utter defeat. What's wrong with this Xia Wangshu? They've never even met. Maybe as children, but she had no memory of him in her original consciousness. Why was he haunting her so persistently? Hey, you really have no interest. Bai Shui's gossip soul burned fiercely with an ambiguous tone that women understood. Such a high-quality man willing to be your secondary. How impressive to show off. You people have way too much free time. Yi Zixia couldn't take it anymore, but lacked the energy to be angry. Her voice dragged lazily with a hint of lifelessness. What's so good about green tea? I have refined tastes. I only enjoy high mountain oolong can I? Fine. But, Bai Shui sounded mysterious, trailing off mid-sentence. Head check the forum yourself. With that, she ended the call before Yi Zixia could react. Yi Zixia massaged her temples and logged into the StarNet. On the familiar pale blue interface, the hottest headline read, Noble young master willingly becomes secondary spouse for love, begs commoner fiancé, but gets rejected. The article used exaggerated language to grab attention, complete with several pictures. When she stood at the entrance of the small villa, while Xia Wangshu, eyes red, tugged at his clothes, his legs slightly bent, as if about to kneel. The next image showed when she brushing him off and entering the house, with Xia Wangshu kneeling on the ground, covering his face and weeping. Scrolling down to the comments, Yi Zixia's frown deepened. Both men and women accused Wen Shi of being cold-blooded and jealous. A large number of women rallied behind Xia Wangshu, cursing Yi Zixia for being infatuated with beauty, unable to distinguish good from bad, and disgracing the nobility. Yi Zixia dialed Wen Zai's communication, but it wasn't answered immediately. After the waiting tone rang for over 10 seconds, Wen Zai's voice finally came through. Wife, sorry, I was in the full immersion pod just now. Wen Zai's voice was very light. Yi Zixia raised an eyebrow, mostly relieved. She hadn't heard his voice in so long. She suddenly longed to embrace him. She. Yi Zixia's voice softened unconsciously, even sounding a bit cheesy. What have you been up to? Did you miss your wife? Before, Yi Zixia didn't understand why people in love became so clingy. Only through her own experience did she grasp that feeling of skin hunger. I do. I have been learning etiquette. Wen Zai's voice sounded unnatural, as if hiding a little secret. It wasn't just about learning etiquette. He was never good at lying, but Yi Zixia could tell he was in good spirits, so she didn't call him out, pretending not to notice. Wife, young master Xia came to see me. As if eager to change the subject when she brought up Xia Wangshu. I didn't plan to open the door at first, but he said he'd wait forever if I didn't see him. I was worried about the bad impression it would make. All right. It's not your fault. Yi Zixia interrupted. Don't mind him. As for the comments on the StarNet, just let them roll off you. Yi Zixia knew the power of online harassment. Behind the screen, people's malice could amplify infinitely. How heavy is a single malicious word? Too insignificant. But what about thousands of them? When she chuckled lightly, his tone free of any shadow. Wife, as long as you still trust me, I have nothing to fear. He said, I've heard these words countless times before. In the past, I might not have been able to bear it, but now. The man's voice was as clear and gentle as flowing water. I have my wife. Wen Zai's personality had changed a lot. Perhaps this was his true self. Yi Zixia curled her lips, gently rubbing the smart band on her wrist. Her gaze was tender, but her tone was teasing. You talk sweet, but you never came to see me. When she was visibly startled, followed by the rustle of fabric and his slightly flustered voice. Aye. Yi Zixia couldn't help but laugh. Clearing her throat, she said seriously, Shishi, I want to eat your sweet and sour ribs, and pineapple coconut chicken cream, bubble shrimp charcoal grilled beef ribs. Listing the dishes made her mouth water and stomach growl. After ending the call, Yi Zixia decisively headed to the cafeteria. As everyone knew, the school cafeteria was a prime spot for plot development. To save time, Yi Zixia had been surviving on high-energy nutrient supplements, and her taste buds felt nearly dead. Now that she finally had a chance to visit the cafeteria, she was determined to indulge, not wasting the 30,000 star coin meal card Shinping gave her. Yi Zixia, we misjudged you. A shadow fell over her tray. Looking up from her feast, Yi Zixia saw 7 or 8 students standing by the table, their faces full of the resentful expression of a jilted lover. Bewildered, Yi Zixia didn't recognize any of them as she had been too busy with makeup work. She swallowed her food, scanned the newcomers expressionlessly, and tried to recall if she had inadvertently caused trouble. A long silence ensued. The invisible pressure made the air heavy, and the entire cafeteria gradually quieted down. Students' gazes converged on this spot, shimmering with gossipy excitement. A bead of cold sweat formed on Yi Zixia's forehead. Was it that serious? She unconsciously pursed her lips, her face hardening. The group exchanged glances, frantically signaling each other. What do we do? She looks so fierce. I don't want to say it. You go. No way, I'm scared. She won't hit us, will she? In the prolonged silence, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was eerily strange. Yi Zhixiao looked down at the fragrant, crispy drumstick she hadn't even bitten into. The golden crackling skin and glossy sauce made her swallow hard. What do you want? Yi Zixia's voice was dry. Can we maybe finish eating first before you kill me? Yi Zhixiao was stunned by her own words. She had meant to say, let's talk after the meal, but perhaps due to nervousness her tongue got twisted and she blurted out, let's kill after the meal. Watching the faces of the students before her turn pale, their eyes widening, as if about to pop out of their sockets. The leader took a step back, her heel landing on the toe of another student. A muffled grunt echoed through the deathly silent cafeteria like a thunderclap, sending a shudder through everyone present. Sorry, I misspoke. Yi Zhixiao apologized earnestly, trying to dispel the student's fear with her sincere gaze. Yet her serious expression and the commanding aura she exuded only made her more intimidating. Seeing them trembling like quails, Yi Zhixiao gave up on explanations. She opted for a more efficient approach and asked in a deep voice, what exactly do you want from me? Nothing. The leading student wanted to say it was nothing, but Yi Zixia's piercing gaze made her too afraid to even speak. It's just, why did you betray us and join Shirley Li's team? After uttering these words, the anger of being abandoned and betrayed by her idol surged within her, granting her an inexplicable courage, and her words flowed more smoothly thereafter. Do you know that for your sake we fought tooth and nail with Shirley Li's followers on the forums, even escalating to the dueling grounds? And now you've turned your back on us. How can you face us, your followers? The speaker was righteous with indignation, her voice echoing under the cafeteria dome, igniting an inexplicable fervor in the atmosphere. At the very least, the team leader position shouldn't go to Shirley Li. Yi Zhixiao was utterly bewildered. When did she ever have followers? She had no idea. How could attending a military academy lead to such fan culture? Seeing no reaction from her idol, the student's face bore an expression of the deepest despair. Yi Zhixiao felt no empathy for her so-called fans. Her stomach growled loudly, the chicken leg was getting cold. Why did you enroll in the military academy? Yi Zhixiao narrowed her phoenix eyes, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone before her. Her expression was cold, her short black hair wild and unruly like a lone wolf ready to pounce. As military cadets, future soldiers, what is the most important thing? Loyalty and unity. Yi Zixia's face was stern, her words carrying weight. Today we are classmates. Tomorrow we will be comrades in arms, people we can trust with our lives. And what are you doing? Forming factions vying for power and profit. If this is the atmosphere at school, how can you stand united against the enemy? In the military, silence, a deathly stillness. In the cafeteria, you could hear a pin drop. Even breathing seemed to cease, leaving only the lingering aroma of food. All students had stopped moving, their expressions complex. Some bowed their heads and thought, others showed shame, and some had eyes sparkling with admiration. Shirley and I are roommates. Isn't it natural for us to team up? As long as it benefits the team, what difference does it make who leads, eh? Yi Zhixiao picked up her tray and stood. The students blocking the aisle parted to make way for her. Basking in the gazes of her classmates, she walked firmly toward the exit step by step. The purpose of competition is to grow stronger. The purpose of growing stronger is not personal glory, but she turned to look back at the crowd, the setting sun gilding her silhouette. The immortality of the Federation. As Yi Zixia's figure vanished through the cafeteria door and the automatic door closed with a beep, the students awoke, as if from a dream. Two golden characters flashed in everyone's mind: leader. Yi Zhixiao sat on a fragrant orchid tree in the garden. The dense leaves concealed her form, and she could finally sink her teeth into her chicken leg. Though it couldn't compare to Wenxi's cooking for a woman who hadn't tasted meat in over half a month, it was sheer bliss. Yi Zhixiao replayed the scene she had made in the cafeteria and felt a belated wave of awkwardness. She had only wanted to shake off those obsessive fans resorting to moral high ground and a lecture to achieve her goal. It had to be said, the effect was immediate. The evening breeze was cool, carrying the unique scent of grass and trees gently brushing against Yi Zixia's bangs. She leaned against the trunk, closing her eyes to savor this moment of leisure. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound came from below, followed by a familiar voice that made Yi Zixia's eyes snap open. Bai Shui, I love you so much. Vincent's voice was low, laced with passionate panting. Then came an ambiguous sound of wet kisses, all too familiar to Yi Zhixiao. She had kissed Wenxi even louder. What the hell? Yi Zhixiao was as stiff as a stone, her hands trembling slightly as they held the lunchbox, as if she had Parkinson's. The moral angel with wings whispered, "Here, no evil, see no evil." But the curious devil with horns urged, "Just one peek. They won't know if you don't tell." The two little figures fought fiercely, locked in a life-or-death struggle. Finally, the little devil delivered a headbutt, knocking out the angel and laughing triumphantly. Yi Zixia stealthily adjusted her position and leaned down to look. Through the gaps in the leaves, she saw Vincent pressing Bai Shui down among the flowers, locked in a passionate kiss. Oblivious to the world. Hiss. Bai Shui was a head taller than Vincent, yet she was the one underneath. Nana, I love you too. Bai Shui's cheeks were flushed, her eyes shy. Her delicate features like a BJD doll were pleasing to the eye, but her thick accent was a total turnoff. Yi Zixia's lips twitched as she barely stifled a laugh. She hadn't expected such a romance to bloom in her dormitory. She felt a bit worried for them. The Federation had very low tolerance for same-sex relationships. Due to persistently low female birth rates, even artificial intervention techniques had limited success, so the only solution was to encourage more births to expand the base. Thus, to pass on superior genes, women were required to marry and bear children upon reaching adulthood. Nobles could use their privileges to delay, but only within limits. The system was even harsher for men. To ensure that high-quality males of reproductive age didn't waste their lives, the system set a matching period. If a man wasn't chosen by a woman within a year of adulthood, his options were either to enter the Jewel Garden, actually a breeding lab, or to become a male escort. There was no third path. Yi Zixia had fulfilled her basic quota, but her two roommates. Their path of love would likely be fraught with hardship. A muffled sound from Bai Shui below made Yi Zixia's ears tingle. She felt ashamed of her voyeurism, yet found it inexplicably thrilling. She even wanted to switch to a god's eye view. No, that was too perverted. Yi Zixia strained her ears to catch their whispers. You like me, eh? Vincent bit Bai Shui's lip hard, her voice dripping with a sinister, ghostly tone. Then why did you go on a blind date with a man, huh? His pheromones must have smelled nice, let me guess. Orange blossom or fur. Yi Zixia watched as Vincent's hand slid under Bai Shui's uniform. She quickly closed her eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through a slit. Yi Zixia witnessed a dramatic scene titled Dominant Nana interrogating her wife, Bai Shui feeling both satisfied and exhausted. Until the two left one after another like thieves, she rubbed her numbed calves and leaped down from the tree. After tidying up the fallen flowers and confirming that the two had left no suspicious traces, Yi Zixia walked back to the dormitory with a complicated mood. After enjoying a comfortable bath, Yi Zixia casually put on a bathrobe and planned to go downstairs to grab a drink. However, when she opened the door, she found herself unable to go out. Li Xueli was standing at the door with her head down, unsure how long she had been there. Her platinum blonde hair was somewhat disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual noble demeanor. Yi Zixia was stunned for 2 seconds, unsure of what this young lady was throwing a tantrum about. I'm sorry, came a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What? Yi Zixia rubbed her ears, suspecting she had misheard. But then she saw Li Xueli suddenly lift her head, her eyes slightly red, but shining remarkably bright. I apologize for my previous behavior. I know there were reasons behind what you did. What do you know about it? Yi Zixia was taken aback and instinctively took a step back, bumping into the door. Li Xueli was very agitated, and with a bang her hands pressed against both sides of Yi Zixia's body. What a door slam. Oh no, a door bang. You too. Yi Zixia turned her head and was shocked to see all the dorm mates gathered. Bai Shui's ruby-like pupils quivered, and her slightly swollen lips gradually formed an O shape. When Senna was petrified on the spot, dropping half an apple from her hand that rolled to Li Xueli's feet. You two are together. Bai Shui suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Yi Zixia married a discarded husband to find a shield. What she genuinely liked was the noble Li Xueli. The two had been bickering upon meeting, but it was to avoid suspicion. No wonder Xueli always secretly watched Yes videos. Everything made sense now. Yi Zixia wanted to cover Bai Shui's mouth, but was held back by Li Xueli and couldn't manage it in time. She painfully raised her hand to cover her forehead and closed her eyes. What did you say? Li Xueli suddenly turned her head, her sharp gaze landing on the two. What does it mean to be together, and what does it mean? The four were crammed in Yi Zixia's room, and the atmosphere was strange. When Senna and Bai Shui stood against the wall like schoolchildren in trouble, Li Xueli sat in an engineering chair, her expression cold enough to freeze anyone. Yi Zixia appeared quite relaxed, leaning against the headboard, sipping a drink through a straw. Having already witnessed the live version, coming out was merely a minor emotional impact. I thought I had found my group. Bai Shui glanced at the two opposite her, muttering quietly. You better shut up. When Senna raised her hand and playfully tapped her head, looking fierce, but when her hand came down, most of the strength had leaked out, ending up like a gentle pat. What are your plans? Yi Zixia shook her empty drink bottle and raised an eyebrow at the two. When Senna sighed, holding Bai Shui's hand with a slight frown, let's just drag it out. We agreed to go to the front lines after graduation. She glanced at her droopy partner, feeling both helpless and heartbroken. This silly doe was forced by her family to go on blind dates, and even claimed to be impotent, getting beaten up by her fierce mother. I'm researching female reproductive technology. If it succeeds. When Senna forced a bitter smile, knowing that it was far too difficult. The female gene's exclusivity is incredibly strong. She had attempted countless times without success. It's fine at worst we can secretly remove our ovaries. Bai Shui said innocently, but her words were harsher than anyone else's. Shut up when Senna shot a glare at her, making Bai Shui swallow her unfinished words. You guys. When Senna's eyes were complex, as if she found it hard to speak. Yi Zhixia understood her dilemma, smiled. All right, we will keep it a secret, right, Xueli? Li Xueli, who had been silent, lifted her eyelids and looked at Wen Senna, and Bai Shui making them tense up all over before nodding. You two be careful. Li's wayless gaze swept over Bai Shui's lips, making both of them blush, realizing their embarrassment. The atmosphere began to shift into a strange direction again. Yi Zhixia cleared her throat and changed the topic. Since everyone is here, we can discuss the Friendship League. The pink bubbles vanished, and Yi Zhixia patted her single bed, inviting the two, standing in punishment, to sit down. Yi Zhixia, you will be the captain this time. Li Xueli got straight to the point, her gaze fixed on Yi Zhixia. Why? Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. With Li Zuela's assertive personality, it was unusual for her to voluntarily give up leadership. Li Zuela's face took on a strange blush. She turned her head away, raising her chin. The captain is the spiritual leader of the team. You are more suitable than I am. I haven't conceded, it's just for the league, don't overthink it. Under Yi Zixia's smiling gaze, Li Xueli shot a fierce glare back, like an agitated golden retriever. I have no objections, Wen Senna said, and Bai Shui hurriedly nodded. Then it's settled. Thank you all for your trust and support. Yi Zhixia stood up, clapping her hands. Now, let's design a cheer ceremony. On the Blackthorn Forum. I was wrong, I was too superficial. I want to learn from Yi Zhixia and fight for the immortality of the Federation. Yi Zhixia is so handsome. I originally looked down on her, but the rumors of her chaotic private life and obsession with men on Starnet are all lies. Exactly, someone like Yi Zhixia who has transcended low-level tastes, how could she be obsessed with men? Did you not see? She spent a full 7 days in the library, 7 days. So touching. She is truly living her ideals. Don't say that. The words she spoke at the press conference in hindsight were simply deafening. Why should our mate selection criteria be defined by the Men's Virtue Association? The men Yi Zhixia can be interested in must have good character. Am I the only one who noticed? During Yi Zixia's battle with Li Xueli, did you observe Yi Zixia's expression? Listen closely, I'll explain in detail upstairs. Look screenshot. When Li Xueli attacked, Yi Zhixia slightly frowned, showing a hesitant expression. Clearly possessing such strength, why did she choose to avoid battle? What was her intention? Don't take it upstairs, you just say it. She must have been afraid of winning too quickly and hurting Li Zuela's self-esteem. Looking at this screenshot after Yi Zhixia threw Li Xueli away, there was a moment of shock on her face. Look at her eyes as she looked like a child who had made a mistake. I get it. She didn't expect her opponent to be so weak and couldn't control her strength. Exactly. Don't be fooled by her stern face. She must have been panicking inside. Yi Zhixia crying cat. JPG upstairs, please send me the full set of expressions. Hey, how dare you say Li Xueli is weak? What does that make me, a level 2 cripple? Hey, look at the bulletin board. The team list for the Friendship League has changed. The captain of Li Zuela's team is now Yi Zhixia. The Military Academy forum was abuzz with heated discussions, yet Yi Zhixia paid it no heed. She stood before the holographic mirror, fussing over her hairstyle, first sweeping her bangs up, then letting them fall, and even borrowing Vincenta's hair essence. Ever since she transmigrated here, no one paid excessive attention to a woman's appearance, and she had grown increasingly careless. But today was different when she was coming to see her. As the saying goes, a brief separation enhances a reunion, and Yi Zhixia wholeheartedly agreed. Finally satisfied with her look, she changed into a crisp new uniform, humming a cheerful tune under her breath. Since many students had reached marriageable age by their junior year, quite a few were already wed. On the 1st and 15th of each month after class, Blackthorn Academy prepared exclusive meeting halls permitting family visits. Oh, you haven't even seen your husband yet, and you're already singing. Bai Shui looked up, flashing a mischievous grin at Yi Zhixia descending the stairs. Yi Zhixia shot her a glare, then turned and walked out the door, strutting like a peacock, displaying its plumage. By the time when she arrived, the meeting hall was already filled with many men. Most of them were accompanied by attendants, clearly nobles. Some were more distinctive, dressed as house husbands, yet only one had a seat, while the others stood at his side. This marked a primary husband arriving with his secondary consorts. From the moment he entered, when she was bombarded by countless envious and jealous glares. Unlike his former timidity, he now managed to remain completely unruffled. So Yerwin, she doesn't look like much to me. The newcomer appeared barely of age, his face still bearing youthful innocence, with a long, intricate braid of pink hair draped over his chest adorned with cute white flowers. With him taking the lead, several other men crowded around, arrogant and domineering, clearly intent on teaching when she a lesson. When she sighed in resignation. Facing the impending personal attacks, he habitually lowered his gaze, choosing to ignore them. Mayor, don't go too far. Mister, when she we support you. When she looked up astonished at the man who had spoken. Behind him stood a group of supporters, their presence no less imposing. How peculiar. When she was baffled, when had he gained supporters? Suddenly music began to play, and the doors of the meeting hall swung open as students in military uniforms filed in. After countless brutal eliminations, the surviving human genes in the Federation were exceptionally refined. At least in terms of appearance, not a single ugly face could be found. A gathering of tall, long-legged women with well-developed pectorals was both striking and pleasing to the eye. Yi Zhixia stood at the forefront, surrounded like a star, as the students spontaneously pushed her to the center. "You foolish man," apologized to Mr. When she at once. The pink-haired woman's wife spoke sternly. She had originally been a follower of Li Xueli, often bad-mouthing Yi Zhixia to her husband, which led to she being harshly criticized as well. But after witnessing the cafeteria declaration, she was utterly won over by Yi Zixia's noble character. Yet to her dismay, she discovered that her primary husband had been bullying her idol's man. The pink-haired man, feeling wronged, reluctantly bowed and was promptly dragged away by his wife. The crowd gradually dispersed. Disliking the attention, Yi Zhixia led Wen Shi to a secluded corner to escape the commotion. "Cici, let me kiss you." Yi Zhixia eagerly pressed her lips to his, savoring the long-missed, clear floral fragrance. When she was left breathless when she finally released him. He was still dressed in solemn navy and deep black, yet the crimson at the corners of his eyes added a touch of allure. In Yi Zixia's mind, an image surfaced of a Gothic cathedral's sacred spire, white doves soaring past the bell tower, and a priest seduced by a demon kneeling to confess his sins before the divine. She was overcome with desire, yet this was the academy. She could only look, not touch. "Cici, I need to work harder. Next month's susceptible period, I swear you won't need suppressants anymore." Yi Zhixia vowed through gritted teeth. Wen Zai's face flushed like a ripe tomato. He pushed back his wife, who clung to him like an octopus, and produced a memory crystal pendant, placing it solemnly into her hand. Memory crystals were a mineral discovered in the last century, capable of storing images due to their unique natural properties. However, limited capacity and inconvenience led to their gradual market obsolescence. Yet their dreamlike crystalline appearance won favor in the jewelry industry. "My wife, this is my creation." Seeing her about to examine it, when she quickly reached out to cup her fingers. "You can only look on my birthday. A birthday gift." Yi Zhixia clutched the small crystal tightly, smiling at the man's shimmering peach blossom eyes until he grew shy and raised his hand to cover her gaze. When she had changed so much, Yi Zhixia felt he no longer saw her as a master, but as a partner, exactly the relationship she had always yearned for. "All right, I'll listen to you." Yi Zhixia hung the pendant around her neck, tucking it carefully into her clothes. This was made by Wen Shi himself, too precious to lose. Yi Zhixia returned to the dormitory carrying the food box when she had brought surprise to find all her roommates present. Bai Shui bit into a cheese beef roll and offered it to Vincenta. "Nana, want a bite? It's delicious." Vincenta was buried in her experimental data, the scrolling characters on the light screen dizzying. Without looking up, she took a small bite and muttered a perfunctory "good." Yi Zhixia rolled her eyes. Ever since the two had come out, they no longer bothered to hide their relationship in the dorm, filling the air with a cloying scent of romance. "Back." Li Xueli greeted her, a rare occurrence. Yi Zhixia nodded and placed the food box on the table. With the Friendly League starting next month, it was time to foster team spirit and chemistry. Yi Zhixia opened the food box, releasing its 70 compressed space. A feast of delicacies covered the coffee table. Not only the dishes she had requested, but many new ones, their appearance alone whetting the appetite. Gulp. Bai Shui swallowed hard, suddenly finding her beef roll unappealing. Vincenta pulled her head out of the data, her gaze turning a hungry green like a wolf that hadn't eaten in 10 days. Only Li Xueli remained composed, until Yi Zhixia opened the second layer of the food box. A pink strawberry cake was adorned with a cookie cottage, the roof dusted with cream to mimic snow and topped with thick frosting. Two lively cream-white bunnies were working together to carry an oversized strawberry, trying to haul it home. It was utterly adorable. "Ladies, come and taste my husband's cooking." Yi Zhixia clapped her hands, inviting everyone to eat. The moment she spoke, they were already neatly seated at the table. "Wow, this sweet and sour pork rib is crispy on the outside and tender inside, not greasy at all. How were these shrimp made? They're both beautiful and delicious." Bai Shui ate with gusto, grease smeared across her mouth, yet still managed to comment. Yi Zhixia watched nervously, afraid she might choke. "Even eating can't shut you up." Vincenta rolled her eyes, nudged Bai Shui's heel, and placed peeled crab leg meat onto her plate. Li Xueli nibbled at the cake. Yi Zhixia cut her a little bunny, which she carefully saved until last, then ate it in one bite, her eyes narrowing in bliss. "Everyone, the advisor contacted me today. The intra-school elimination tournament starts tomorrow." Having eaten her fill, Yi Zhixia elegantly wiped her mouth and stood up. "Are you all ready for battle?" Yi Zixia's impassioned mobilization fell flat. She looked at her roommates, who were still devouring their food, sighed after a moment, and sat back down. "Yeezy, take it easy." Bai Shui wanted to pat her shoulder, but glanced at her own greasy hand and refrained. It's just an intra-school competition. With 2 class members in your team advancing is a sure thing. Li Xueli and the others were no strangers to the Friendship League. They had participated once a year since their sophomore year, and each time the intra-school competition was a casual affair. Li Xueli was the only class in this cohort, and at the mid-level at that. To be precise, across all Federation military academies, there were only 3 class individuals. With Yi Zhixia added to the mix, this time the gap in strength was overwhelming. The 3 of them were naturally more relaxed, leaving only the newcomer, Yi Zhixia, brimming with enthusiasm. So we're just going to wait around like this without training or strategizing. Yi Zhixia felt this was wrong, but her roommates seemed accustomed to it. Bai Shui even nodded and said, "What's the problem? And what about the matches against other military academies?" Yi Zhixia frowned. "Even if we're unbeatable in the intra-school competition, we still need to prepare properly for the official matches." "Zhixia, do you know how many times Blackthorn has lost in the history of the Friendship League?" Winsena said calmly. "Not once. Blackthorn is the premier military academy. Whether it's student resources, faculty, or teaching equipment, it's the Federation's finest." She smoothed her braid, her expression proud. "There's an unimaginable generational gap between us and other academies. We can't lose," Li Xueli concluded. "So there's no need to prepare at all," Yi Zhixia added. Seeing the other 3 nod in agreement, she was suddenly furious. She curled her index finger and knocked each of their heads in turn. "You're too arrogant." Yi Zhixia glared. The nobility monopolized the vast majority of resources, and the elites they nurtured were indeed formidable. But the spirit of "is it only kings and princes who are born noble" was deeply etched into her genes, indelible. Yi Zhixia never believed any rule was unshakable or that commoners had no chance to rise. A great man once said, "Despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically." Yes, we've always won before. But can you guarantee that no genius will emerge today? Then what am I? Yi Zixia's eyes blazed. She never imagined she would be the one giving others a lesson in ideology. "I'm the captain, so listen to me," Yi Zhixia declared decisively. "Starting tomorrow we train. Train like there's no tomorrow." Students at Blackthorn noticed that one of the multi-purpose training rooms was frequently occupied. No matter when they submitted a request, it always showed in use. "Have you heard? Yi Zixia's team is doing extra training, and the intensity," a student said mysteriously. "Aren't their spots already guaranteed?" "Why go so hard?" someone asked in disbelief. "I saw them come out of the training room myself. They were covered in injuries, looking as shriveled as if they'd been squeezed dry. Oh, and come to think of it, I saw them in the cafeteria. It was the first time I'd ever seen such inelegant eating manners from nobles. What's going on? Our team's match is tomorrow, and we're up against them. We need to start extra training too." Yi Zixia's team's unusual diligence triggered a chain reaction across Blackthorn. "If those better than you are working harder, what excuse do you have to slack off?" A competitive wave swept through the academy. Students of all grades, whether competing or not, adopted the fervor of exam week. The instructors were greatly gratified, though the cafeteria's expenses surged by 30, keeping the procurement department busy for days. The intra-school competition was in full swing. Today was Yi Zixia's team's first match. She adjusted the wrist strap of her protective gear, silently calming her excitement. The first round was a solo combat match, best of 3, so one team member would be a substitute. Both Yi Zhixia and Li Xueli were from the command department, with well-rounded abilities, so they naturally took the lead. Winsena specialized in medical support, excelling in fine spiritual manipulation. Bai Shui from the Mecha-Mechanical Engineering department was also physically formidable, making her the third competitor. As the match announcement sounded, Yi Zhixia leaped onto the combat platform. Her opponent was named Lu Bo, a student from the Special Forces Combat Department, where hand-to-hand combat was her forte. At the referee's command, Yi Zhixia assumed a fighting stance, fully focused and eager. "I concede." Lu Bo suddenly raised her hand, her face showing no reluctance, as if this was routine. Yi Zhixia stood frozen. This wasn't right. This was a military academy, a place second only to the armed forces in valor. Wasn't surrendering without a fight the ultimate disgrace? "Wait." Yi Zhixia called to stop the referee, her eyes fixed on Lu Bo's. "I won't accept such a humiliating victory." Lu Bo paused, somewhat at a loss. "Fight Yi Zhixia." No way. She wanted to conserve some strength for the subsequent team match. This time her team had trained exceptionally hard with much better results than last year. Maybe they could actually secure a spot in the official competition. "If you were on the battlefield, would the enemy spare you just because you surrendered?" Oi. Yi Zixia's voice rang out again. Lu Bo's foot, about to step off the platform, halted. "Why are you standing on this platform? Isn't it to win? How can you give up before it's even started?" The angry questions echoed across the arena, leaving everyone breathless yet trembling with excitement. Every woman had her pride, let alone future soldiers. "Fine." Lu Bo turned around, her eyes bright, as if a fire burned within. She returned to the center of the platform, took a deep breath, and assumed a standard starting stance. Then let's settle this. At the referee's command, the match restarted. Lu Bo let out a low shout, launching the first attack. She dashed forward, throwing a swift straight punch aimed at Yi Zixia's face. Yi Zhixiao remained calm, sidestepping slightly to dodge with ease. At the same time, she raised her arm to block a follow-up hook punch, then deftly grabbed Lu Bo's wrist, using the momentum to pull her forward into a stumble. Your punches are too straight. Yi Zhixiao quickly retreated to create distance. Lu Bo regained her footing and attacked again, feinting with a punch before suddenly switching to a kick aimed at Yi Zixia's shin. A faint smile played on Yi Zixia's lips. She lightly leaped, using a scissor kick to trip her opponent, but refrained from pressing the lethal point on her combat suit. Nice feint, but your transition is too slow. Yi Zhixiao stepped back and called out again. In the ensuing battle, Lu Bo's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each strike aimed to kill. Yi Zixia's counterattacks, however, were even more incisive, targeting every weakness. Thud, thud, thud. The audience fell silent, their hearts suspended in suspense. To an outsider, the two seemed evenly matched, leading to an exceptionally tense and protracted struggle. But the students and instructors present could see that Yi Zhixiao wasn't using her full strength. She never initiated an attack. Each move seemed to anticipate Lu Bo's intentions, landing precisely on a vulnerability. Time ticked by, and the match, which should have ended quickly, had already lasted 72 minutes. Lu Bo gasped for breath, her combat suit soaked with sweat. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and tried to push herself up again, supporting herself on her arms. Yi Zhixiao stood before her, barely a speck of dust on her clothes. Do you concede? Lu Bo paused, then broke into a grin. No, I won't concede. Yi Zhixiao curled her lips, bent down to pull her up, and with a deft motion sent her off the combat platform. After 3 seconds, the referee, as if awakening from a dream, declared Yi Zhixiao the victor. The entire arena fell silent, then erupted into thunderous applause. Supported by her teammates, Lu Bo looked up at Yi Zhixiao, her lips moving silently in a word of thanks. Yi Zhixiao had not only pointed out all her flaws, but also in her counterattacks mimicked her style to offer solutions. The benefits of this guidance match were beyond anyone else's comprehension. Yi Zhixiao pushed open the waiting room door, only to be met with a bear hug from Bai Shui that left her chest aching. Bai Shui was teary-eyed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. When Senna, with a sour face, pried the two apart and snorted coldly. "Wu Yizi, how did you speak so well? I'm so moved." Bai Shui wiped her tears on Senna's shoulder, only to be pushed away in disdain. When Senna grabbed a tissue and slapped it onto her face, her tone dripping with jealousy, "It's just showing off, I can do that too." Yi Zhixiao rubbed her nose, feeling a bit awkward. Having grown up in Huaxiao, accustomed to the unyielding resilience of the people's soldiers, she couldn't stand the airs of these noble ladies from Blackthorn Military Academy. Unable to resist, she took it upon herself to straighten things out. The next match fell to Li Xueli. She cast a thoughtful glance at Yi Zhixiao, then turned and walked to the combat platform, mimicking her approach with a guidance match of her own. Though slightly outmatched, Bai Shui gave her all, fighting with more seriousness than ever before. The influence of an idol is immeasurable. The actions of Yi Zixia's team shattered Blackthorn's rigid hierarchy. The barriers between classmates dissolved in the relentless exchange of blows, forming a perfect balance between unity and competition. After the team matches, 10 teams of 4 were selected for the official competition. The lead instructor, named Shun Yin, looked at the neatly lined-up girls and curled his lips in satisfaction. This year's team standard was the highest ever, not only boasting 2 class prodigies, but also members whose strength and drive far surpassed previous years. The glory of Blackthorn would surely reach new heights in their hands. Students, as you all know, the Military Academy Friendship League is held to hone your will and adapt to real combat environments, and it's also a vital channel for the military to select outstanding talent. Instructor Shun Yan's tone was gentle as he walked past the straight saplings, his gaze landing on the 2 class students. "You are the finest students of Blackthorn, and on the battlefield you will shine like stars. I am deeply gratified by your fighting spirit. In previous years I would urge you to forge ahead with determination, but this time..." He paused, his eyes solemn and caring as he looked at the students. "If you encounter danger, ask for help. This is just a competition, not a battlefield. Don't be reckless." Li Xueli frowned, sensing something amiss. She called out, "Report," and asked Instructor Shun, "Has there been any change to this competition?" Xinyan gave her an approving look and nodded. "Correct. The military has made last-minute adjustments to the format, and all academies just received the notice. The events remain mecha singles, team elimination, and team survival, but the survival match will no longer use a virtual venue." Xinyan's face grew grave. "Instead, the venue will be set on the planet Shaluo." Replacing virtual venues with real environments wasn't unprecedented. After all, in the simulation pods, while students could experience real pain, fatigue, and hunger, knowing their bodies were safe prevented genuine crisis, making many decisions unreliable. But this time the venue was set on Shaluo. Shaluo was a desolate planet on the edge of the safe zone with an extremely harsh environment. Just tens of light years away lay the perilous abyss border. Tens of light years might sound distant, but some star beasts that master spatial laws could cover that distance in a single leap. The students, far from being afraid, were ignited with fighting spirit, ambition gleaming in their eyes. Under the guidance of their idol, they trained relentlessly, growing to levels that surprised even themselves, eager to showcase their skills. The greater the challenge, the more excited they became. But Yi Zhixia sensed a whiff of conspiracy. She turned to Li Shuili, noticing her slightly furrowed brow, clearly pondering the same thing. All right, everyone, pack your gear. We depart for Shaluo tomorrow. Shun Yin clapped his hands, emphasizing due to Shaluo's special location, personal communications will be cut off throughout the event. Only the military's temporary internal network will be available. Please explain this to your families to avoid panic. Back in the dormitory, Yi Zhixia felt a lingering shadow over her heart that she couldn't shake. She couldn't pinpoint the feeling, but her instincts never lied. This competition would not go smoothly. Yi, what are you thinking about? I want to bring a foot spa bucket, but when Senna won't let me. Hit her for me. Bai Shui slapped Yi Zhixia on the shoulder, her carefree face beaming with sunshine devoid of any gloom. Yi Zhixia sighed inwardly. Ignorance is bliss. Sometimes she wished she could be a happy fool. Watching the bickering couple and the contemplative Li Shuili, Yi Zhixia was silent for a moment before slapping the table, the loud sound startling the three. I think something's off, Yi Zhixia said sternly. Shuili, have you received any news? At this, Li Shuili looked up, her golden pupils dimmed. No. She frowned, her expression troubled. That's what's strange. Indeed, as the heir of the First Legion, Li Shuili should have had some intel. Yi Zhixia had received no hints either. She tried contacting Xinping, but found him out of service. Though she could reach Seihidi and Huaming, their clearance was insufficient to access such information. Forget it. It's always better to be cautious. Since there was no point in overthinking, Yi Zhixia didn't want to dampen her teammates' spirits. The Federal Military Academy Friendship League lasted 23 days, meaning they'd be away from the Central Star for about a month. Yi Zhixia was uneasy about when she, especially after Xiao Wangshu's recent troublemaking, had displeased her. She specifically instructed Huaming to bolster security at the villa and Yi Mansion. Before departure, she took special leave to visit home. Only after seeing when she and Mumu safe and sound did she feel reassured. They traveled to Shaluo on a warship. The students visiting the border region for the first time and unaware of its dangers were too excited to sleep, gathering in the observation deck to play simulated combat games. Yi Zhixia leaned against the railing by the porthole, watching the stars retreat in blurred streaks, leaving trails of faint glimmer imprinted in her eyes. Suddenly, the starship gave a very slight jolt. The students didn't notice, but Yi Zhixia sat up straight, a strange sense of unease washing over her. Attention, all, a commercial vessel has been found stranded ahead. The starship will open its docking bay. Please remain where you are and do not move. The broadcast rang out, capturing the students' attention as they removed their gaming helmets. Strange, a student murmured, glancing at the star chart. We're almost at the edge of the safe zone, and there's still a commercial route here. This area is close to the siphon belt. Could a sudden gravitational tide have pulled a starship from a nearby route? Another analyzed. Lubor's team had successfully advanced to the official competition. She had been covertly observing her idol, and noticing Yi Zixia's furrowed brows, she couldn't help but ask, Sister Yi, what's wrong? Is something off? Yi Zhixia shook her head. She couldn't pinpoint the issue, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at her like a bug landing on her head that she dared not swat away, fearing it was venomous or worse, would leave a disgusting smear. The minor incident stirred little commotion. The ban was lifted after just over an hour. At dinner, Yi Zhixia carried her tray, selecting food. The entire dining area buzzed with talk of the impromptu rescue. It was said that the distress signal came from a small commercial transport vessel. Due to a malfunction in the autopilot system and the crew inexplicably falling unconscious, the starship had veered off course, only stopping when its energy reserves hit the life support red line. Only 3 people survived. Yi Zhixia was about to pick up the last beef patty when another hand snatched it away. She looked up to see a gaunt, unfamiliar woman she had never seen before. The woman nodded at Yi Zhixia. She was in terrible condition. Her eyes were cloudy and bloodshot, her body was skin and bones, and her hair was as dry and lifeless as straw. Yi Zhixia recalled her experience in the Moonlight Zone. She had looked the same then, drained of energy, weak and feeble, with a ravenous appetite that could devour an entire cow. This must be one of the rescued from the commercial vessel. Yi Zhixia smiled at the woman, but as they passed each other, a wave of inexplicable unease washed over her again. She turned to watch the woman's slow retreating figure, her gaze heavy. Ever since awakening her divine-level spiritual power, her sixth sense had been exceptionally accurate. Unlike the intense crisis of being hunted by a viper, the feeling that woman gave her was like a dull knife cutting through flesh. Yi Zhixia rubbed her temples in annoyance, composed her expression, and returned to her roommates. That night, Yi Zhixia had a dream. Her body floated in a void of pure white, her consciousness at unprecedented peace and tranquility. She knew clearly she was dreaming, but she didn't want to think, move, or even wake up. The milky white light was warm like tepid water, enveloping, soaking, and penetrating her body. Her body gradually became transparent, and her soul detached, flying toward a light source like a canopy above her head, as if it were the haven she had always yearned for. Yezi! Yezi! Wake up! Bai Shui's loud voice, accompanied by a sharp ringing in her ears, burst into her mind. Yi Zixia snapped, her eyes open, fine cold sweat beating on her nose. Her deep pupils trembled, focusing on her roommates' worried faces. She took a deep breath, suppressing the moan that nearly escaped, and forced a smile. Yi Zixia, you've been asleep for nearly 3 days. What's going on? Li Zuela's expression was grim, her tone sharp, but Yi Zixia detected a grudging concern beneath it. She was startled. 3 days had passed. She felt nothing, as if only minutes had gone by in the dream. When Senna, looking haggard, tossed Yi Zixia a tube of nutrient fluid and said weakly, "We couldn't wake you no matter what. If you hadn't come to, we were about to report you to the instructor. I checked you out. Your vitals are all normal, but your brain waves were eerily calm, not typical of ordinary sleep." When Senna shuddered inwardly, she dared not say that the bizarre brainwave pattern resembled that of a coma patient. Yi Zixia barely uttered a word when a pain like a blunt blow to the head, as if her brain were splitting, drained the color from her face. She closed her eyes, took deep breaths, clenched her fists, and silently endured the agonizing seconds that felt like an eternity. She emerged drenched in sweat as if pulled from water. Bai Shui wiped Yi Zixia's forehead with a cool towel, unusually quiet. "Maybe we should still get the instructor to take a look. Doesn't the warship have a medical bay?" Seeing her roommate's grave expressions, Yi Zixia sat up and waved her hand. The thought that the rescued might have used the medical bay instinctively repelled her. "No need. It might be a lingering effect from the previous incident. I feel okay now." Yi Zixia wiped her face, regaining some composure. "We'll be arriving at Shero Star soon. There's a pre-competition physical anyway, so don't worry." After sending her roommates off, Yi Zixia lay back on the bed. The intense headache had vanished completely, as if it had never been. The pain was too familiar. She had endured it countless times after waking in the moonlight zone, making it hard to ignore. It all started when she encountered that strange woman. Yi Zixia downed several nutrient supplements, closed her eyes, and released her spiritual power, activating her God's Eye for the first time in months. Her spiritual tendrils swept through cabin after cabin, locating the room of the 3 survivors. Inside, the lights were off, pitch black, with only the security system's indicator lights flickering a faint blue. 3 emaciated women stood in a row, heads bowed, backs to the door like robots programmed to shut down upon entry, rigid, stiff, and utterly still. A chill shot up from the nape of her neck to her scalp. Yi Zixia gasped, maneuvering her spiritual power closer to examine the woman she had touched earlier. Suddenly, the woman lifted her head, her cloudy eyes locking onto Yi Zixia's gaze. Yi Zixia's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively severed her spiritual power. How could this be? Her spiritual surveillance had never been detected before, and now it was found out. What level could perceive divine-level spiritual power? Yi Zixia dared not imagine. She only knew that those people were deeply problematic. Perhaps not even human anymore. Too afraid to use her spiritual power again, Yi Zixia contacted Instructor Xinyan. "Instructor, I have something important to report." Her expression was grim. It was around 3 in the morning on Central Star. Xinyan, still groggy, said, "Student Yi, what is it?" Silence met her on the other end. With some exasperation, she added patiently, "If it's not urgent, we can talk tomorrow." "Instructor Shun, this matter might need to involve the captain. I think it's better to discuss it in person." Yi Zixia's voice was icy, jolting Shun Yin awake. "All right, come to my room." As a collateral member of the Shun family, Shun Yin knew some inside information about Yi Zixia's identity and abilities. After a brief pause, she chose to trust her. Hiss! Suddenly, the communication signal was disrupted by some interference, emitting intermittent static. Such a thing shouldn't happen on the warship's internal network. Yi Zixia recalled the scene she had spied, on her heart sinking. She decisively ended the call and hurried toward Xinyan's room. The harsh white light illuminated the corridor, seemingly endless. Yi Zixia rushed past one door after another, her hurried footsteps echoing as if something were trailing behind her. Instructor Shun. Turning the corner, Yi Zixia saw Shun Yan, who was opening a door. The usual warm smile on Shun Yan's face was absent, clearly indicating that the earlier communication anomaly had raised her alertness. "Zixia, what do you need to report?" Shun Yan led Yi Zixia towards the bridge, lowering her voice to ask, "Is it related to the signal problem from earlier?" Yi Zixia nodded, recalling the woman's strange behavior, unsure if she could monitor others like herself. She simply gestured to Shun Yan, indicating they would discuss it later. Shun Yan submitted a wartime priority request, and the access to the bridge was granted swiftly. Upon seeing the two of them, the captain's expression was far from pleasant. Shun Yan, wartime passage orders are no joke. You better have a valid reason. The captain's gaze fell on Yi Zhixia, laced with scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Captain, please activate the mental interference device. Yi Zhixia met the captain's gaze, her eyes steady and unyielding. What I have to say concerns the safety of all passengers on board. The bridge's defense mechanisms were even more stringent. With the activation of the mental interference device and the mental barrier, she constructed the contents of their conversation should remain confidential. The captain frowned. The mental interference device consumed an enormous amount of energy and should not be activated without necessity. The excess energy consumption would have to be borne by her. However, the expressions of Yi Zhixia and Shun Yin did not seem feigned. After a moment's hesitation, she ordered the device to be activated. Go ahead, what is it? The device emitted a humming sound, costing a fortune every second. The captain felt like his heart was bleeding and his tone was harsh. Yet Yi Zhixia appeared somewhat troubled. Due to the military's confidentiality mandate, she could not reveal her special abilities, but how could she explain the anomalies she had discovered? Seeing the captain's expression darkening to the point of dripping water, Yi Zhixia gritted her teeth and calmly stated, "The commercial ship you rescued earlier has problems. I suspect it was infested with goo worms by the traders." Her words were like thunder, and everyone present, including Shun Yin and the captain, felt a tension in their nerves. "What evidence do you have?" The captain's brows knitted together. It was not that she was timid, but the traders were notorious lunatics, each a madman of body modification, carrying who knew what dangerous viruses. Their indiscriminate attacks, even suicidal assaults, were commonplace. When it came to traders, she had to tread carefully. I bumped shoulders with one of the survivors, and then I fell unconscious for over 2 days. My roommate can attest to this. Yi Zhixia said, placing her hand on her left shoulder, her expression serious. At that time, the person's movements were very stiff, and their demeanor was abnormal. Upon hearing this, the captain's tense back relaxed, but anger flared on her face. "Nonsense. What kind of evidence is that? Shen Yin, if the student is clueless, are you also clueless?" Her square face revealed a touch of harshness as she pointed to the working equipment. "Do you think this is child's play? You can just activate it whenever you want." "Captain, please order a search of room B312 and contain the 3 survivors." Yi Zhixia grabbed Shen Yan's arm, her tone severe. "All cabins on the ship have real-time monitoring, and only your authority can access it. Those people are definitely suspicious. You can check the surveillance, and you'll see if there really is a problem and you take no action." Without waiting for the captain's response, Yi Zhixia continued, "Compared to the crime of negligence, reviewing the footage is hardly an imposition, is it?" "Fine." The captain scoffed, pointing at Yi Zhixia. "If there is nothing unusual, just wait to be disciplined." Yi Zhixia let out a sigh of relief, exchanging a glance with Shun Yin, and followed the captain to the main control panel. All surveillance footage from the survivors boarding the ship until now was extracted and displayed on split screens. Yi Zhixia looked at the date and time displayed at the bottom of the video, her pupils trembling slightly. Something was off. During the time frame she was observing room B312, the surveillance footage showed several people sleeping normally, occasionally turning over and snoring, completely different from the bizarre scene she had witnessed. Yi Zhixia pushed aside the soldier operating the controls and fast-forwarded the timeline. Everything appeared normal. The 3 returned to their room together, chatting, washing up, and resting. Aside from being excessively thin, they were no different from ordinary people. And this thinness was reasonable. After all, stranded in deep space for so long, without supplies, exhausting their energy, just surviving was already fortunate. If she hadn't misjudged, then the surveillance must have been tampered with. Just moments ago, during the communication anomaly, it was the same special ability as hers. Cold sweat trickled into her temples, and Yi Zhixia began to doubt whether the strange scene was merely her illusion. She took a deep breath, the cold, dry air filling her lungs, and her anxious emotions calmed slightly. Yi Zhixia recalled her encounter with that survivor. Under normal circumstances, no one would intentionally probe into another's mental energy level. She remembered she could sense the other's mental energy. Thus, the discovery of her probing might not entirely be due to mental energy. The disturbance device was turned off, the humming ceased, and the central control hall became eerily quiet. "Have you two had enough fun?" The captain sneered, calling in the guards to escort them out. "Interfering with command and disrupting navigation order, I will file a complaint with the inspection office. Shen Yin, you better mind yourself." The captain glanced at Yi Zhixia, knowing how much the military valued S-level geniuses. At most, it would result in a reprimand, and she couldn't be bothered to make further threats. "Captain, I sincerely advise you to keep a close eye on those survivors. It's always wise to be cautious, isn't it? Lingering any longer would be pointless." Yi Zhixia waved off the guards and walked out of the bridge with Shen Yin. The captain's slow gaze rested on her back, and Yi Zhixia frowned, knowing she had done all she could. If the other party refused to believe her, there was nothing more she could do. "Zhixiayu." Shen Yin believed in Yi Zhixia. With the child's character, she wouldn't lie without reason. But with the facts before her, she had to confirm again. "Instructor Shen, I apologize for involving you. However, I'm certain those people are dangerous, and we need to notify all teachers and students quickly to avoid contact with them. For those who have had contact, it's best to isolate and observe. With the situation as it was, Yi Zhixia instead calmed down. Stirring up trouble might not be a bad thing, at least there hadn't been any further anomalies within the range of her mental energy, indicating the other party was also wary. All right. Shenyan looked into Yi Zixia's eyes and nodded. She had a strong intuition that Yi Zhixia was right. There are less than 20 hours left on the journey. I will ensure all teachers and students are restrained. Once we reach Shaluo Star, I will report to the military unit. Shenyan patted Yi Zhixia on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, you'll take care of the rest. According to the designation, Shenyan belonged to the 7th Corps, one of their own, so Yi Zhixia had no worries. Upon returning to the cabin suite, as soon as Yi Zhixia pushed open the door, she was met with 3 piercing gazes. Her roommates wore unfriendly expressions, especially Li Xueli. Humph. Li Xueli crossed her arms, snorting coldly and turning her head away. When Sina had a stern face, while Bai Shui seemed hesitant to speak. Yi Zhixia swallowed nervously, her tongue feeling a bit tied. What's wrong? Such is the situation. Bathed in the murderous gazes of her roommates, Yi Zhixia divulged everything. Looking at it this way, those people do resemble goo worms. When Sena stroked her chin deep in thought, Yi Zhixia felt a wave of embarrassment, as she hoped her hastily concocted excuse wouldn't be seen through. The Wanderers Guild is essentially the rebel army, a mere 10,000 or so people, which is insignificant compared to the entire Federation, yet it has become a malignant tumor that the Federation cannot eradicate precisely because of these notorious goo worms. The terror of the rebels lies in their lack of pursuit for any material pleasures or emotional comforts. Their only fervent belief is the destruction of humanity. They are like water snakes hiding in a deep pond, slippery, yet extremely venomous, showing no reverence for life, keen on researching biological weapons, occasionally releasing new viral infectors on the Federation, a project they refer to as the Goo Worm Plan. Next time something like this happens, don't try to be a hero alone. Li Xueli maintained an annoyed expression, her brows tightly knitted, and Yi Zhixia worried about her developing frown lines. Ahem, I got it. Yi Zhixia chuckled, trying to change the subject. By the way, have you guys had any contact with those survivors? Seeing her roommates shake their heads, Yi Zhixia felt a bit relieved. With less than a day's journey left, she focused her mental energy on room B312, monitoring it without a moment's pause. Until the warship entered the Sharos starport, the survivors in B312 showed no signs of abnormalities. They seemed unaware of their bizarre behavior that night. As expected, the captain had never dispatched anyone to investigate them. It was only much later that Yi Zhixia learned the warship with the survivors aboard mysteriously vanished on its return journey, but that is another story. 4 military academies participated in the official competition. The Heiji Academy, predominantly composed of nobility, is the strongest. The Federal Military Academy, with a long history, ranks just below Heiji. The Spire Academy focuses on training special soldiers. Though its foundation is slightly weaker, its ferocity should not be underestimated. The Capricorn Academy is a medical school, the weakest in strength, but as the saying goes, never offend a doctor, for military doctors strike with lethal precision. As Heiji Academy arrived, only Spire Academy had yet to appear. The opening ceremony is the day after tomorrow, and all military academies should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. The environment of Sharos Star is extremely harsh, with only endless gray deserts in sight. The temperature difference between day and night reaches an outrageous 50. It is scorching enough to roast a person alive at noon, only to plummet below freezing at night. Yi Zhixia breathed in the dry air, a strange taste of dust invading her nostrils, making her involuntarily sneeze. Students, you can move freely for the next 2 days. Shen Yin led the students to their dorms, informing everyone. The training room at the base can be applied for at any time, and the surrounding safe zone is also open for exploration to help you adapt to the environment. You must not step outside the safe zone. There is no military rescue arranged before the competition. If an accident occurs, even the bodies will be impossible to recover. Yi Zhixia frowned before arriving at Sharos Star. She had no intuitive understanding of the environment here. Now that she set foot on this land, she realized that every breath was a torment. What could the military possibly intend by arranging the venue in such a dangerous place? The teams dispersed, with some students from Heiji returning to their dorms, while others gathered in small groups to chat. Yi Zhixia twisted her wrist with the smart device, which felt cool to the touch. There was no point in thinking too much now. Enhancing her strength and adapting to the environment was her top priority. Yi Zhixia, you shameless woman. A slightly coarse female voice rang out, and Yi Zhixia turned to see a woman with thick eyebrows and big eyes striding towards her, followed by a crowd. They wore military green uniforms, students from the Federal Military Academy. Dorothea, the top student of the Federal Military Academy, and Sklas Genius from a common background. Yi Zhixia had studied the main members of the other 3 military academies, and Dorothea was her strongest rival. Shameless. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow, clueless as to where her supposed shame lay. With the competition approaching, she did not want to stir up trouble. Placing one hand on Li Zuela's shoulder and pulling Wencinna along with her, she headed out of the dormitory area, completely ignoring the tall and imposing military academy students. Yi Zhixia stopped right there. Dorothea's cheeks flushed, her tightly clenched fists turning white as if deeply insulted. Seeing that Yi Zhixia seemed not to hear her, she stepped forward and blocked the door. Yi Zhixia, how could you demean such a wonderful man as Gongzi Wangshu? Is this how your nobility behaves? Disgusting. Dorothea's eyes were bloodshot, nostrils flaring with hot breath, like a mad bull. Hearing this, Yi Zhixia rolled her eyes. This girl is truly brave. With one sentence, she has offended 90 of those present, including her own noble teammates. What a shame for a fine young woman, but her intellect seems lacking, wasting her class talent. Ah, Yi Zhixia smirked, revealing a roguish grin. So you're just a little man's lapdog barking everywhere, because you can't get a taste. You. Dorothea swung her fist towards Yi Zhixia's face, but was restrained by her teammates. Her physique was indeed impressive, struggling, even 3 or 4 teammates struggled to hold her back. If one does not offend me, I will not offend others. Yi Zhixia did not wish to cause trouble, yet it seemed trouble always found her. No one feels pleasant when being accused of being shameless. She squinted her eyes, sneering her allure and wildness, making her appear more villainous than the villains themselves. Emotionally unstable with only thoughts of men. Dorothea, with you as the top of the Federal Military Academy, it's over for you. This remark is rather damaging, yet it's also quite logical, making it hard to refute. The onlookers gathered more and more, with even Capricorn students poking their heads out from their dorms. Not only Dorothea, but the other students from the Federal Military Academy also looked displeased. If you block the way again, I will report you for causing trouble. For a distinguished top student to be banned from the competition would be quite the embarrassment if it got out. Yi Zhixia had no time to entangle herself with these nonsensical individuals as she pushed past them and walked out without looking back. Someone like Dorothea possesses high self-esteem and sensitivity, feeling both inferior and arrogant, harboring hatred for the nobility while also despising her own origins. Yi Zhixia sneered, having learned a great deal about women's psychology during her time here. Xia Wangshu, such a beautiful vase is merely a prop for women to decorate their facade. No matter how fiercely they compete, men are ultimately just objects. Just like the charity auctions in her past life, where wealthy individuals vied to raise the bid not out of love for the items or for charity, but to showcase their own power. Dorothea shook off her teammates and punched the door frame, sending sand cascading down. Yi Zhixia. The 3 words were squeezed out through clenched teeth, imbued with overwhelming rage. Dorothea glared at the woman's back, her eyes almost bursting with fury. Yi Zhixia sensed something, momentarily pausing her steps, yet she disregarded the murderous gaze directed at her back. The wind on Charo's star was harsh, making it difficult to breathe. Yi Zhixia donned wine goggles as the sand pattered against them with a soft crackling sound. The 4 climbed to a high point, gazing at the vast desert outside the base, which would serve as the battleground for the team survival competition. The gray dunes rolled and shifted with the wind, resembling countless lurking behemoths. What is that? Wencinna suddenly pointed and gasped, prompting everyone to look in that direction, where they saw dark clouds pressing down on the leaden gray horizon. Damn, it's a sandstorm. Bai Shui's mouth was filled with sand, and she spat several times, but still felt the grit between her teeth. Yi Zhixia covered her mouth and nose, her voice muffled. Is it too late to withdraw now? This is practically trying to kill us, students. Wait. Yi Zhixia's expression turned serious. Her psychic energy had suddenly diminished by a trace, as if something had devoured it, and this erosion continued unabated. If it weren't for her instinctive activation of a shield, she would hardly have noticed such a subtle depletion. Yi Zhixia gazed at the approaching sandstorm cloud, lost in thought. The Military Academy Friendship Tournament was broadcast live across the entire Federation. Even on the perilous planet Xiaoyuo, media outlets fearless for the sake of ratings had arrived early, with hundreds of micro-flying cameras hovering above the plaza. During the opening ceremony, students from the 4 major military academies stood in formation, their differently colored uniforms clearly demarcated. As the chief of Blackthorn Academy, Yi Zhixia stood at the forefront alongside the lead instructor. Spire Academy arrived late. Yi Zhixia and her teammates had been holed up in the training room, so this was their first encounter. Upon seeing Spire's lead instructor, Yi Zixia's eyes widened. It was Yi Tingchao. She had been released. When did that happen? As if sensing Yi Zixia's gaze, Yi Tingchao turned back, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of her lips. Dear students, the next 23 days of competition are your stage to shine. This tournament adopts a points-based elimination system, accumulating individual scores through comprehensive evaluation in 3 events. The top 10 in points can directly ascend to the military headquarters and become official officers. Strive diligently. The military leader's speech swept past like wind against her ears. Yixixia's mind was in turmoil, and she didn't absorb a word. According to her speculation, Yi Tingchao's ties with the rebels ran far deeper than the original hosts. The inspectorate's methods were harsh, always investigating under the principle of presuming guilt, leaving Yi Tingchao no chance to overturn her case. Unless a high-ranking official intervened, she could only escape conviction, just as the 7th Legion had protected her. But god-level psychic power wasn't something one found lying around. What made Yi Tingchao worthy of such high-level attention? The opening ceremony ended amidst Yixixia's turbulent thoughts. The competition would officially begin tomorrow, and students were dismissed for final preparations while she as chief had to attend a tactical meeting with the instructors. Zhixia, long time no see. Yi Tingchao wore a lead gray military uniform, the stars on her epaulets no longer at the officer level. Within a few short months, she had leaped to the rank of major. Lieutenant Shin, you don't mind if I have a private word with Blackthorn's chief, do you? Yi Tingchao nodded at Shun Yan with a polite, flawless smile. The discord between the 3rd Legion and the 7th Legion was hardly a secret, and given certain inside information, Shun Yan had no desire to stir up trouble before the competition. Just as he was about to refuse, Yixia stopped him. Instructor Shin, my cousin and I haven't seen each other in a long time. It's just catching up, or it won't take much time. Shun Yan looked at Yixia, saw her resolute expression, and nodded helplessly. All right, stay safe. Lieutenant Shin, you say that as if I'm going to eat her. Yi Tingchao chuckled at the remark, spreading her hands. Rest assured, we'll be colleagues soon enough. Why would I do that? The two entered an empty room. Outside, the wind howled, but the atmosphere inside was stiflingly tense. I know you're no longer the original Yixia, but that doesn't matter. Yi Tingchao broke the silence, first a faint smile on her lips, as she scrutinized Yixia. Yixixia's pupils contracted slightly, her nails digging into her skin with a mild sting. Yi Tingchao's tone was utterly certain, not probing, but such an incredible phenomenon as soul-swapping had no precedent in the Federation. How could she possibly know? No need to be so tense. Seeing Yixixia's cold expression, Yi Tingchao shrugged with an air of ease. Shrank's psychic power feels amazing, doesn't it? I think so too. With that, she released her psychic pressure, shrank. High tier. Yixia instinctively raised a shield, her hands clenched into fists. If not for her extraordinary composure, she might have exposed the secret of her god-level power. Tisk, how boring. Yixixia's reaction was too flat, lacking the expected shock. Yi Tingchao's smile faded. Zhixia, you owe today to me. In fact, we're kindred spirits now. You came to me just to say this. After a long silence, Yixia finally spoke. She met Yi Tingchao's gaze, her cold expression unchanged. Yi Tingchao paused, suddenly feeling her earlier behavior had been laughable. Her face darkened as she leaned close to Yixixia's ear, her breath brushing against the skin like a serpent's tongue, damp and slithering. You must be curious, don't worry. After the competition, you'll find out. She patted Yixixia's shoulder with a soft laugh and turned to leave the room. Yixia frowned and rubbed her ear, the uneasy feeling drawing ever closer. The abruptly changed competition venue, the silent military high command, the strange state of the survivors from the commercial ship, Yi Tingchao's reappearance. All these anomalies were like tangled threads intertwining without a single loose end to unravel. Pre-competition physicals showed all 40 team members were normal. Seeing the results, Yixia finally breathed a sigh of relief. This tournament felt eerily off. After discussions with the instructors, Yixia decided to proactively eliminate the weaker students from the team, retaining only the minimum number needed for the group survival competition. In the group survival competition, more members naturally meant greater advantages. Not only better personnel allocation, but also more initial resources. But Shallowa was too dangerous. Yixia wasn't confident she could protect everyone, and the tournament had seen casualties before. Under their deliberate manipulation, Blackthorn's performance seemed mediocre compared to previous years. Though they still ranked first, there were faint signs that Spire might surpass them. Yes, Spire. Not the perennial runner-up Federal Military Academy. On the 3rd day of the individual mecha competition, Yixia encountered Dorothea. Dorothea made a vicious, throat-slitting gesture at Yixia before turning and leaping into a crimson mecha. The media buzzed with excitement. A clash between two Shrank geniuses, and the tension was palpable even before the fight began. Sharp-nosed media outlets dug up explosive gossip. Dorothea was a suitor of Xia Wangshu. This promised to be quite a spectacle. The Moonlight Abandoned, a lovelorn woman fights for love. What a perfect trending topic. Yixia, you won't escape this time. Dorothea's voice came through the mecha's speakers, slightly distorted. He'll beat you until you beg for mercy to vent for Wangshu. The arena's dome lighting system illuminated the alloy floor brilliantly. Dorothea's crimson mecha had just completed its system check, the joint hydraulic devices hissing with stored energy. Yixia was thoroughly annoyed. Was this woman insane? She didn't want to talk to a mad dog. Without wasting a moment on words, the silver-blue mecha transformed into an afterimage charging forward. The external device on its right arm suddenly snapped open, and a white hilt fell into its palm, instantly activating. A blazing stream of white particles erupted, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Before the ghasts from the media section could fully form, the light blade strikes descended upon the scarlet mecha like crescent moons. Dorothy had not anticipated Yi Zixia to be so reckless, foregoing any tactical maneuvering and hastily raised her arm to block. Particle flow cut into the arm guard, emitting a grating sizzle. The vibrating blade sliced through the armor, plating like a hot knife through butter, melting the layers as molten metal splattered like spilled blood across the arena floor. Yi Zixia executed no superfluous movements. The silver-blue mecha twisted its body with the momentum, its left leg lashing out like a steel whip, landing a heavy kick at the junction of the scarlet mecha's chest and abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the scarlet mecha's massive frame was brutally sent hurtling into the air, crashing heavily backward as the roar echoed throughout the arena. Dorothy's mecha landed on its back, sliding over 10 meters across the ground, leaving a trail of blinding sparks. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, the entire sequence lasting less than 2 seconds. The speakers fell into dead silence. Oh, Dorothy seemed stunned. The silver-blue mecha remained rooted in place, not moving an inch. The vibrating blade angled toward the ground, its incandescent particle flow distorting the air with heat. Yi Zixia's voice rang out through the speakers. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough with the chatter. What? This can't be. Dorothy scrambled to her feet, her spiritual energy linked to the mecha as the searing pain from her arm transmitted through the mental connection. Sweat trickled down her forehead, stinging her eyes. Yi Zixia's attack was like a phantom. She had no time to react. What level of spiritual energy mastery could deliver such a precise and devastating blow? Both were shrank. Why was there such a gap in strength? She refused to believe it. Yi Zixia, you're asking for death. The media's lenses felt like execution blades flaying Dorothy's fragile pride. Humiliation and rage drove her to lose reason. The scarlet mecha's back wings unfurled, and with a piercing hum, 2 cruise tracking missiles shot toward Yi Zixia. Ghasts erupted from the media section. The missile's targeting point was not the silver-blue mecha's engine, but the cockpit. If they hit, Yi Zixia's life would be in peril. This was already a violation. The arena's limited space made it difficult to dodge by gaining distance. The missile's crimson trails tore through the air, locking onto Yi Zixia's cockpit, one after another arriving in an instant. Yet the silver-blue mecha did not evade, instead it charged toward the missile trajectory. The mecha twisted at a sharp angle, the tracking missiles grazing past the cockpit walls. Simultaneously, the high-frequency particle vibrating blade in Yi Zixia's hand ignited again, its incandescent light drawing a sharp line through the air. Dorothy's vision blurred. She couldn't even see the opponent's movements before piercing alarms suddenly blared. Warning. Core power engine sustaining penetrating damage. Warning. Energy transmission interrupted. Weapon system offline. The scarlet mecha's movements ceased abruptly, its massive frame collapsing to its knees with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The tracking missiles lost control, wobbling into the energy barrier and exploding into 2 useless fireballs. Only then did the red light on the referee's podium indicating a foul flicker on. The battle was over. Yi Zixia leaped gracefully from the 3-meter turtle mecha, hooking an arm around the mechanical limb to swing and land steadily on the ground. The scarlet mecha's cockpit ejected, and Dorothy nearly tumbled out, her face pale, her combat suit soaked with sweat clinging to her back. She had lost. Not by a narrow margin or a mistake, but a crushing defeat with no chance to fight back. Dorothy gasped heavily. The spiritual backlash from the mecha's damage darkened her vision. She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze locked onto Yi Zixia's retreating figure, her eyes now filled with both envy and a hint of fear. Yi Zixia walked straight off the arena, not sparing her a single glance. The Star Network livestream fell silent for a moment, then a torrent of comments flooded in. Damn, my Yi is blazing cool. This is the most boring fight I've ever seen. It ended in 3 seconds. Dorothy's such a waste. Oh, I bet 300 star coins on her. Boring. You're clearly a newbie. Do you know how much weight those 3 seconds carry? Dorothy's insane. Attacking the cockpit. That's murder. The referee's red light was useless. My Yi didn't need the ref to act. Haha, who came up with that trending tag? Revenge for love ends in humiliation. That's a killer blow. Where are those who praised Dorothy's looks and skills? Come out and show yourselves. Looks don't mean a thing against absolute power. The key is even her looks got crushed. Ha ha ha. Yi Zixia's final landing. Damn, she really showed off. So cool it makes my legs weak. Am I the only one curious how strong Yi Zixia's spiritual energy really is? That move was inhuman. Dorothy's expression management completely failed. Her face was ghostly pale. The media cameras zoomed in. She's socially dead. Did Xia Wangshu see this? Your admirer stood up for you only to get crushed by your ex. Ahem, by Yi into dust. Don't be too harsh, young Master Xia. Hehe, I actually like him. You think yes so fierce, does that mean she has high needs in bed? The discussion veered into strange territory. In the near future, Yi Zhixiao would receive some bizarre adult product endorsement offers completely oblivious to it. After taking down Dorothy, she went to the lounge to watch the other team members' battles. Li Xiuli was still locked in a fierce fight with Spire's ace. This year Spire had no strength students. This ace was quasi-strength. That single quasi meant a world of difference in strength. Whether in mental endurance, mecha synchronization, micromaneuvers, or tactical reaction, the two were on entirely different levels. Logically, this battle should have ended quickly. Yet, Yi Zhixiao watched the two fiercely clashing on the virtual screen, frowning slightly. Li Zuela's mecha combat skills surpassed even the special forces soldiers. Thanks to her sparring, Yi Zhixiao had improved so much. With a crash, the two mechas collided again, producing a deafening roar. Li Zuela's mecha damage rate instantly surged to 15. Though her opponent fared worse, achieving this result was nearly a miracle. Wensina, have the medical team prepare the medical pod, Yi Zhixiao said gravely, giving Wensina a meaningful glance. Wensina was surprised. Xiuli, it shouldn't come to that. Yi Zhixiao shook her head, the light from the virtual screen casting shifting shadows across her face. Zuela's mecha damage rate has already reached 27. What? Distracted by the intense battle, the team members only realized the alarmingly high damage rate when Yi Zhixiao pointed it out. Spire's ace attacked with vicious precision, completely abandoning defense, as if impervious to pain. Her mecha damage rate had exceeded 30. At this damage level, the pain feedback from the mental link would severely impair the pilot's judgment and actions, yet the opponent seemed unaffected, maintaining a relentless offensive pace. Li Xiuli sidestepped her particle-vibrating blade, slicing off the opponent's right elbow joint, spraying orange-red molten metal everywhere. Beautiful. Bai Shui jumped up, pumping her fist, but before she could finish, Spire's black mecha twisted like a phantom, driving its light blade toward Li Zuela's core engine. Gasps filled the rest area. This was far beyond the reaction speed of a quasi-S rank, even surpassing the tolerance of a low-level S rank. The white mecha executed a centimeter-level sidestep, narrowly dodging the vital spot, yet the light blade still tore through the armor on its flank. Li Xiuli finally provoked, ignited the thruster on her left leg, and delivered a vicious kick to the weak joint of the twisting black mecha. Crack! The black mecha's leg snapped, and as it fell, Li Xiuli stomped on the elimination button on its chest. The cockpit ejected. Li Zuela's face was deathly pale, covered in subcutaneous hemorrhages that mirrored the damage points on her mecha. Her bodis overloading. Get her into the medical pod. Vincenta muttered a curse as she helped her inside. Test results showed multiple muscle tears, internal organ trauma, and severe mental energy depletion, leading to somatic compensation. A quasi-S rank actually pushed Xiuli this far. Vincenta breathed, stunned. This was even after their intensive training. If they had fought casually like before, Xiuli might have lost. Maybe. Yi Zhixiao pulled up the sparring videos from the past few days. The combat style of Spire Academy was largely the same. A reckless, suicidal approach with strength far exceeding their mental power level. After the competition, you'll understand. Yi Tingchaos' words suddenly echoed in her mind. Yi Zhixiao recalled his sudden mental power ascension, and her breathing grew heavy. Vincenta and Bai Shui stayed to watch over Li Xiuli, while Yi Zhixiao went to the cafeteria to fetch food. Conditions on Sarah Star were limited. The food was several grades worse than Blackthorn's mess hall, but still far better than nutrient supplements. The compressed meal box was packed to the brim. Yi Zhixiao also grabbed a baked flatbread, eating it as she walked. Chief Yi, may I have a few minutes of your time? A tall figure blocked her path. Yi Zhixiao looked up to appraise the newcomer. The person had a cool, intellectual face, a slender build, and a refined demeanor that made them look more like a lab researcher than a military academy student. It was Lan Ling, the chief of Capricorn Military Academy. Chief Lan, what can I do for you? Yi Zhixiao quietly put down the flatbread, subtly licked a sesame seed from the corner of her mouth, and looked utterly unashamed of this breach of aristocratic etiquette. Lan Ling paused, a flicker in her eyes. This Miss Yi seemed different from the rumors. For the survival match, Capricorn wants to form an alliance with Blackthorn. Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow. Capricorn Academy had been at the bottom for ages, seemingly without ambition, very laid back. This sudden request for an alliance was unlike them. Don't worry, our individual combat strength may be lacking, but we have good team coordination. We won't hold Blackthorn back too much, and we can provide medical support. Lan Ling glanced out the window at the blinding gray sandstorm, offering a self-deprecating smile. As for rankings, we naturally want to surpass Blackthorn. Chief Yi seems to be actively screening members. I assume you're also concerned about the casualty rate. Lan Ling's tone was certain. Yi Zhixiao sighed softly. Chief Lan has keen insight. You're right. You've seen the conditions on Sarah Star. This is a necessary measure. An alliance is acceptable. Yi Zhixiao smirked. But your numbers cannot exceed 15. Lan Ling frowned. 15 was the minimum team size, any reduction would deduct points from the remaining members. Originally, only 1 or 2 from Capricorn could squeeze into the top 10. This way, even they might not secure a rank. Chief Lan, you must have sensed the anomaly too. Yi Zhixia spoke calmly, her gaze drifting to the window. The gloomy sky stared at for too long felt oddly oppressive. If not for the minimum team size requirement, I would have kept our members to under 10. Lan Ling's eyes flickered. She lowered her head in thought. I was being greedy. I agree to your terms. She extended a hand to Yi Zhixia. Chief Yi, a pleasant cooperation. Yi Zhixia smiled and shook Lan Ling's hand. The following group matches proceeded without incident save for Spire's sudden rise. Interestingly, the 4 academies split into 2 factions with diametrically opposite strategies. Blackthorn and Capricorn were minimizing their rosters, adjusting tactics to retain only their 15 strongest. In contrast, Federal Military Academy and Spire were aggressive, using every means to snatch as many slots as possible. Ultimately, of the 100 slots for the team survival match, Blackthorn and Capricorn each had 15. Federal Military Academy claimed 33, and Spire surprisingly secured the most with 37 slots. The barren desert of Saros Star. As far as the eye could see, the world was only in shades of gray, white, and black, like a minimalist painting. All 4 military academies arrived at the entrance of the team survival match. Dozens of media drones followed for live broadcast, and official media had commentators. The online viewership soared to 800 million. Before the survival match officially begins, the chiefs will collect their team's supplies. Hartley, a retired officer who had commentated 11 leagues, had a warm, infectious voice. Supplies are divided into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. The higher a team's total score, the better the supplies. Hartley paused. This year is quite unusual. Blackthorn only got medium-tier supplies. That's a first. Yi Zhixia distributed the supplies to her team. She had anticipated this outcome. If not for her, and Li Zuela's scores raising, the average Blackthorn might have ended up with low-tier supplies like Capricorn. Federal Military Academy and Spire both received high-tier supplies. They had large windproof camps that could shelter about 30 people, and their mecha energy cells were 3 more than the medium-tier supply, enough to sustain a rank mecha for an extra 3 days. I'm sure you're all familiar with the rules. Survive for 7 days within the zone. Hunt star beasts for points. Eliminating members from other teams nets you 1/3 of their points. Hartley looked at the 4 academy teams, a puzzled expression on her face. When a team falls below 15 members, each loss deducts 10 points from the entire team. Blackthorn and Capricorn's teams are in a precarious position. After distributing supplies, the 4 academies entered in order of their slots. Spire went first and Capricorn was last. The environment on Saros Star is extremely harsh. Not to mention the occasional sandstorms and deadly tornadoes, the terrifying temperature difference between day and night is a significant test for the contestants. But the native star beasts are not particularly strong. The most formidable are the pack-dwelling blood-tail giant scorpions. The Scorpion King can reach the mid-advanced stage, the highest level star beast on Saros. The military has deployed 4 rescue ships. Once a student presses the rescue button, they are considered to have withdrawn. Rescue personnel will take them out of the arena, effectively preventing casualties. 1 hour after Federal Military Academy departed, Yi Zhixia put on her goggles and led her team into the entrance. Everyone enter your mechas. Manual driving to save energy. Head to the first supply point. Yi Zhixia released her mental energy, linking the entire team into a stable internal communication network. Move out. Amidst the rolling sand, the team trudged forward with difficulty. Suddenly, a crimson ray shot out from behind a nearby dune, aimed directly at the head of Yi Zhixia's mecha, by Zhe. The instant the ray flashed by Ze's head, jerked sideways, the scorching beam grazing past its armor and melting a deep crater into the gray sand. Enemy attack. Behind the dune at 3 o'clock. Disperse defensive formation. Yi Zhixia commanded through the psychic network, her voice calm and composed. The Blackthorn members acted immediately, their mecha engines humming low as they swiftly took cover using the terrain. Behind the dunes, several Blackendred mecha emerged into view. At the forefront stood one with a menacing ram-shaped protrusion on its shoulder. Dorothea's personal mount, the Blood Feast. Yi Zhixia. Dorothea's voice pierced through the wind and sand, laden with obsessive hatred. You're way too cocky, leaving just this few people. You're asking to be wiped out. It's time you tasted what it's like to be humiliated and trampled. Before her words faded, the Blood Feast unleashed its full firepower, a net of crimson laser rays casting down solidly upon Blackthorn's formation. As if at a signal, the Federal Military Academy's cadets also charged with fervor, launching a fierce assault with utter disregard for energy consumption. Yi Zhixia maneuvered by Zhe to meet Dorothea, their light sabers clashing in a screeching roar. The force fed back through the psychic link, numbed Yi Zhixia's arm, and a crack split her tiger's mouth, oozing blood. She gripped her lightsaber tighter and struck again, her gaze profound. Dorothea's strength and speed had surged significantly since the group stage, and her fighting style had grown more reckless, trading blows without regard for her own life. Yi Zhixia found herself struggling to parry. Have you lost your mind? She swung her saber to deflect a treacherous thrust just as the Blood Feast's laser cannon finished charging and fired straight at Bai Ze's core. Forced to activate her thrusters, she slid into a low-altitude dodge, creating distance. This was only the first day of the tournament with 6 more to go. No matter how much energy they had, it wasn't enough to waste like this. Had the Federal Military Academy gone mad? What scared? Dorothea laughed maniacally, her attacks growing swifter and more vicious. Yi Zhixia, the Federal Military Academy, has been hiding its true strength. Li Zuela's voice came through the channel, heavy with concern. Their strength is all at a rank peak, and a few are quasi-strength. Yi Zhixia watched the rapidly dropping energy gauge, her brow furrowed deeply. The Federal Military Academy couldn't have been hiding their strength otherwise. Given Dorothea's personality, she wouldn't have held back until now to seek revenge. Moreover, as far as Yi Zhixia knew, this year's intake for the Academy was mediocre. Where could they have found so many prodigies? Commander, our energy is draining too fast. Urgent voices came through the channel from her team members. To withstand the Federal Military Academy's frenzied assault, Blackthorn had to frequently deploy energy shields and high-speed maneuvers, causing the energy readings to plummet. At this rate, they wouldn't last even the first day, let alone 7. Yi Zhixia, locked in combat with Dorothea and unable to disengage, temporarily handed over command to Li Xueli. The shockwaves of battle kicked up a storm of sand, shifting the dunes with each massive tremor. Blackthorn's defensive line wavered, and several mechas simultaneously sounded energy alarms. Suddenly, several pulse beams shot in from the flank, precisely cutting off the Blackened mecha's attack path. Chief Yi, it seems we arrived just in time. Lan Ling's voice joined the network. Over a dozen silver-gray mecha with minimalist paint schemes sped into the fray, the Capricorn Military Academy's team. Their attacks weren't known for raw power, but they coordinated seamlessly. The numerical advantage was neutralized, and the battle was no longer a one-sided suppression by the Federal Military Academy. Dorothea, stop now. Something's wrong here. Yi Zhixia shot down a homing missile from the Blood Feast, but as she landed, the ground beneath her feet felt strangely loose, as if something was burrowing below. She quickly deployed her wings, lifting the mecha higher, and sent a warning to her teammates. Stop my ass. Dorothea, consumed by bloodlust, activated the Blood Feast's boosters, charging at Bai Ze like a mad bull. The two mecha clashed again, shockwaves radiating outward. With a deafening boom, Yi Zhixia kicked the Blood Feast far away, her lightsaber slashing down as Dorothea barely dodged. The blazing white light struck the sand, as if opening Pandora's box. The ground began to churn violently. There's something under the sand, Li Xueli exclaimed. The next moment, countless giant scorpions with hard carapaces burst forth from the sand, their blood-red tail hooks gleaming like death's scythes. They were blood-tail giant scorpions, and an entire massive swarm. Thanks to Yi Zixia's warning, all mecha from Blackthorn and Capricorn had taken to the air, escaping the swarm's initial onslaught. The Federal Military Academy was not so fortunate. In an instant, they were engulfed by a crimson tide. Giant scorpions leaped high, their sharp tail hooks piercing the weak joints of the mecha with a grating sound. Focus on the scorpions first. Blood-tail giant scorpions held grudges fiercely. Once enraged, they would fight to the death, making escape futile. Yi Zhixia gave the order decisively, no longer conserving energy, and deployed large-scale destructive weapons. Damn it. Dorothea barely dodged a ray, cursing, but retained enough reason to turn and support her teammates. The points of all three teams climbed rapidly as the scorpion corpses piled up like mountains. If they could kill the Scorpion Queen, the swarm would lose its leader and soon scatter. Yi Zhixia extended her psychic sense to locate the queen, only to be shocked. There was more than one queen. This was highly unusual. A colony of blood-tail giant scorpions had only one queen. If different colonies met, they would wage war until one emerged victorious. A mix like this was impossible. Yi Zhixia saved a Federal Military Academy cadet, and without waiting for thanks, she pressed the withdrawal button on the cadet's chest. The signal would bring a rescue team soon, and she could report the anomaly. Time ticked by, but no rescue ship appeared. If this continued, running out of energy meant certain death. What's going on? Why aren't the rescuers here yet? A tearful voice came through. Yi Zhixia saw a Capricorn mecha with its engine pierced being dragged into quicksand by the scorpions. Yi Zhixia swung her saber, clearing the surrounding scorpions, and roughly extracted the pilot's cockpit, holding it in her hand. Glancing at the scoreboard, she saw that the Federal Military Academy, which had been leading, had suffered casualties. Over half their team was gone. Although some members of Blackthorn and Capricorn were injured, none had died. Strangely, the Spire team, which had entered the arena first, had not changed their score at all. Look, the scorpions. Are they retreating? Someone shouted in the channel, their voice filled with excitement and relief at surviving. Indeed, the crimson tide seemed driven by something scattering in all directions and burrowing into the quicksand. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves suddenly relaxing as they landed wearily on the sand. Yi Zhixia gazed at the gray, overcast sky, her brow furrowed tight. The unease that had been gnawing at her had now reached its peak. Dorothea, instructing the team to stay alert, Yi Zhixia retracted her mecha and walked toward Dorothea. The latter was buried in the sand, digging frantically in an attempt to unearth her dragged-away teammate. Hearing this blood feast, looked up, his scarlet eyes locking onto Yi Zhixia as his laser rifle charged, as if the next second he would blast her to pieces. If you have even a shred of responsibility as the chief, get down here. Yi Zhixia lifted her head, utterly unafraid, though her gaze was chillingly cold. After a long moment, blood feast's pupils dimmed, and Dorothea jumped down from the cockpit, her face ashen and eyes bloodshot. How you came to see the show, didn't you? She stared at Yi Zhixia, her gaze venomous. Are you happy now that we've ended up like this? Slap. A crisp slap landed on Dorothea's face, snapping her head to the side. Several more slaps followed, leaving bright red palm prints. The team members gaped at the two, cowed by Yi Zhixia's presence. The three squads fell into a dead silence, broken only by the wailing wind. You? Dorothea wiped the blood from her lips, but before she could unleash her roar, Yi Zhixia grabbed her by the collar, choking off her voice and turning her face red. If you can't use your brain, don't be the chief. Yi Zhixia shoved her to the ground, looking down at her. It's the Federation Military Academy's job to educate you. I don't have the time. Tell me what's wrong with your abilities. Yi Zhixia stared straight into Dorothea's eyes, her piercing gaze like a scalpel seeming to dissect her mind, and read every thought. Did the spire approach you? Did you use the divine blood potion too? Before Yi Zhixia could finish, Dorothea's eyes widened, her face twisted in fury, mixed with a flash of realization. Huh. I knew it. I knew it. I couldn't have lost that badly. You cheated. Divine blood. Yi Zhixia's heart skipped a beat. Yi Tingchao, the rebels, the experiments, the dragon blood potion. And now this divine blood. All the clues connected like a vast net, tightly enveloping Yi Zhixia, while the hands hidden in the shadows wove an even greater conspiracy. Yi Zhixia stopped pretending. Dorothea jumped up from the ground, brushing the sand off her clothes. Her eyes regained their sparkle, and her shattered pride seemed to resurrect. The military will popularize divine blood sooner or later. You don't have to hide it. What did you say? Yi Zhixia spun around, her gaze icy and bone-chilling. Dorothea paused, her face darkening as she sneered, what the spire didn't tell you. Before she could ask for details, Yi Zhixia caught a whiff of dry, earthy dust, and the wind grew stronger and hotter. At the same time, a faint, subtle pull began to drag her psychic energy out of her sea of consciousness. If not for her prior experience with sandstorms and heightened vigilance, she might not have noticed it in time. A sandstorm is coming. Yi Zhixia used her psychic energy to link everyone present, including the Federation Military Academy team, and commanded, everyone suppress your psychic energy. Dorothea, activate the windproof camp. With less than 50 people we can squeeze in if we pack tight. The sandstorm clouds were less than a kilometer away. Yi Zhixia frowned, glancing at the dazed Dorothea. In your dreams. Not a single one from Blackthorn gets in. And none of you Capricorns either. Dorothea snorted coldly, clutching her resource pack tightly. Chief, that might not be a good idea. A Federation Military Academy team member stammered, but shrank back after being glared at. Yi Zhixia took a deep breath. Those slaps were far too light. Bang. Dorothea only saw a blur, then a sharp pain in the back of her head. The world spun, and she lost consciousness. Yi Zhixia clapped her hands, snatched the resource pack from her arms, and activated the camp. What a load of crap this divine blood was. Garbage was still garbage. Inside the camp, students from 3 military academies huddled together, the earlier tension gone. Or rather, without Dorothea causing trouble, everyone got along much better. The Federation Military Academy students occupied a corner, heads bowed, unusually silent. No one could remain indifferent after watching their classmates disappear and die before their eyes. This tragic outcome was their chief's fault, and no one else could be blamed. Dorothea lay unconscious like a dead dog. Yi Zhixia, annoyed by her taking up space, used her as a human cushion, letting several injured sit on her. She was more of a hindrance than a help. If not for the many eyes and ears, Yi Zhixia would have tossed her out to fend for herself. Dorothea groaned under the weight, her swollen face resembling a pig's head. Pitiful yet absurd, but no one said a word. Still no contact. Li Shuili sighed. They had been trying to trade for a rescue ship, but all their messages were met with silence. Yi Zhixia, however, stared at the rankings on the scoreboard, lost in thought. 3 days had passed, and the Spire's score remained unchanged. They hadn't hunted any star beasts at all. Perhaps the competition was just a facade. They had another purpose. Did anyone notice the camp seems to be sinking? Lan Ling suddenly spoke, her expression grave. She had been tallying the remaining supplies when she looked up and saw that the sand at the camp's edge had risen past her calves. Holy crap. It's true. Bai Shui pressed against the transparent wall of the camp, looking out. Visibility was nearly zero outside. If not for Lan Ling's keen eye, it would have been hard to notice. I have a headache. I don't know if it's my imagination, but it feels like my psychic energy is being drained by something. When Sina groaned weakly. To conserve supplies, one nutrient pack had to last 3 days. At this rate, even her chest would shrink. Yi Zhixia hadn't told the team about the psychic anomaly, fearing it would cause panic. Emotional fluctuations drained psychic energy even more, but now that the team had noticed things were spiraling in a worse direction. Whoom! A deafening, prolonged low rumble came from deep underground. The sandy ground suddenly collapsed, and the entire camp was swept into quicksand. In the pitch-black darkness, the grinding sound of sand and gravel pressing against the camp's outer walls was all too clear. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The camp's outer walls, reinforced with high-strength memory metal, were still deformed under the immense pressure. At the same time as they were sucked deeper underground, everyone felt their psychic energy draining at an alarming rate. The terrifying pull was irresistible. Even shrank Li Shuili turned pale. In no time their psychic energy would be drained dry. Are we going to die? Someone said in despair, their voice choked with tears. Yi Zhixia stood up, took a deep breath, and unleashed her divine-level psychic energy, forming a shield. With her at the center, a hazy white glow enveloped the entire camp. Just before everyone passed out, they heard Yi Zixia's cold voice. Without my permission, none of you are allowed to die. The Saros Star Survival Tournament, all 4 military academies, personnel missing. The military has dispatched search teams, yet no clues have been found. The tragedy of Saros Star, act of nature or man-made disaster. A compilation of past casualties in the Military Academy Friendship Tournament. Trending topics on the StarNet were shocking to behold. Half a month had passed since the 4 military academies lost contact. Search teams had scoured the competition zone thoroughly, but not even a fragment of a mecha was found. Saros Star's harsh climate had erased all traces. Relentless sandstorms and tornadoes severely hampered the search efforts. Though the military hadn't given up and even expanded the search area, anyone with common sense knew survival was impossible in that environment. People spontaneously lit candles on the tournament forum, praying for the students' safe return. As time passed, the white candlelight floated like stars in the forum's background, a profoundly moving sight. Saros Star, is this dangerous? What was the military thinking, sending them to their deaths? 3 strength geniuses lost just like that. Li Shuili was the heir of the First Legion. What a tragedy. Yi Zhixia has it worse. She barely survived death. Her mother's mourning period isn't even over, and now she's missing. It seems death won't let her go. Damn, my star bets are all wasted. Hey, upstairs. Now's not the time to worry about money. Have you no conscience? I don't care about the money, only about Yi Zixia's unfulfilled husband Tobe. Tisk tisk tsk. They swore vows of eternal love, and now she's gone. Abandoned groom turned widower. How pitiful. Upstairs troll be gone. When she scrolled through StarNet for the latest news on Saros Star, occasional comments stung, but he had no time to dwell on them. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light on his shoulder-length hair. The faint warmth couldn't dispel the chill from his fingertips. Time dragged unbearably. When she hadn't slept well in days, even when exhaustion overtook him, nightmares jolted him awake. Master, it's time for lunch, Su Yinmei called softly, her expression heavy. When she paused, then nodded. His wife was so formidable, she would surely return safely. A weak man was unworthy of being his wife's principal husband. He would manage the household well and await her return. Due to Xia Wangshu's earlier harassment, the villa near Blackthorn Military Academy had been discovered by paparazzi. Before leaving for Saros Star, Yi Zhixia had moved when she and the others back to Yi Mansion. Managing such a vast estate was exhausting. Budgeting, overseeing servants, etiquette, social engagements. In the past 20 years, when she had never encountered these unfamiliar terms. What noble men learned from childhood, he had to master within a year. Even Su Yinmei, his guide, found his schedule too grueling. Given the head of the household's affection for him, he needn't push himself so hard. When she didn't feel tired, being occupied every moment brought him a sense of fulfillment. His wife was busy with studies, he dared not disturb her. Only by keeping busy could he temporarily ease his longing for her. Now he could handle the media and collateral relatives with ease. Cici. When she turned to see his father behind him, eyes darting away, hesitant to speak. What is it, father? When she approached, his voice hoarse. His father looked at his haggard face, the swelling redness around his eyes still visible. The words he had prepared stuck in his throat. Cici, your mother called. She wants to discuss something with you. After hesitating, cowed by his wife's authority, one's father chose to deliver the message. He lowered his head, unable to meet his son's eyes. What is it? When she frowned. Discuss. It was probably an order. He wasn't naive enough to think his mother would bring good news at a time like this. But he couldn't ignore it. His mother wouldn't give up until she found him. If she caused a scene, he'd be even more vulnerable. Seeing his father's cowardice when she sighed. He used to be like that too. Just looking at it felt suffocating. Dismissing the steward when she dialed his mother's communication. As the dial tone buzzed, his heartbeat quickened. Years of his mother's dominance made him instinctively fearful. When she long time no see, Qian-Chi's familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared on the holographic screen. Wen Zai's pupils contracted. His hand hidden in his sleeve clenched, nails digging into his palm. He lowered his lashes to conceal the fleeting panic in his eyes, then raised his gaze, expression composed. Madam Qian, may I ask why you're using my mother's communication? Wen Zai's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, its clear timbre pleasing to the ear, the slight hoarseness adding a touch of fragility. Qian-Chi's eyes darkened as she looked at the man she had discarded, a subtle thrill stirring within her. You're living quite comfortably as a noble husband, aren't you? Your backbone stiffened. You wouldn't have dared speak to me like that before. Qian-Chi adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze roving over him brazenly as she let out a cold laugh. When she remained silent, his back straight, expression cold and unchanged. Seeing no sign of distress, Qian-Chi snorted in boredom, narrowed her eyes, and curled her lips into a malicious smile. Since you wouldn't answer my calls, I had no choice but to resort to this. She moved aside, revealing the scene behind her. In Qian-Chi's villa living room, when Junse's entire family was gathered, bustling and lively. Even when she married, there hadn't been such a full turnout. Oh, Madam Wen's family had no place to stay in the Central Star. I couldn't bear to see that, so I took them in. Qian-Chi raised an eyebrow. I thought Yi Jixia doted on you, but she's been harsh on your maternal family, posting guards forcing them to return to Huazhao Star. Tisk tisk tsk. Qian-Chi shook her head, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Madam Qian, if you have nothing else, I'll hang up. When she averted his gaze in disgust, his finger pressing the end call button, unmoved by her provocations. That wretch. Qian-Chi hadn't expected the man to become so difficult. She thought when she would still break down, crying and trembling at her words, bending to her will. Heh. Qian-Chi's face darkened, her sharp features turning menacing. Yi Zixia's mourning period isn't over. You're not a Yi family member yet. Don't get too cocky. I have only one request. Since you're going to remarry as Mumu's mother, I want his custody back. Qian-Chi leaned back into the sofa, watching the man's expression, trying to catch a flaw. When Zai's breath caught, he had nearly forgotten this. Qian-Chi was right. As the mother, reclaiming the child's custody was her right. But he didn't believe Qian-Chi would treat Mumu well. She never acted without gain. Even if this goes to court, I would win. Qian-Chi's voice slithered into Wen Zai's ears like a slick, venomous snake, wrenching his head with pain. Oh, so cold. Aren't you the one who cares most about the child? Rest assured, once Mumu returns, I will treat him very, very well. Qian-Chi relished the man's pallid complexion, finally tasting a sliver of long-lost satisfaction. What exactly do you want? Wen Zai's voice was icy, trembling almost imperceptibly, not from fear, but from rage. Don't get worked up. As if seeing a big fish take the bait, Qian-Chi curled her lips, convinced she had everything under control, unable to hide her smugness. Come to this address tomorrow, and we'll talk face to face. If you can satisfy me, we'll discuss Mumu's matter later. Before when she could respond, the call was terminated. The light screen went dark, and Wen Zai's spine slumped. He bit his lower lip, tears welling up in his dry eyes, and wrapped his arms around himself, as if embracing his wife. The suppressed longing, unbearable to contain, broke through his defenses like a flood, drowning when she. His heart felt pierced and twisted by a sharp blade, leaving a bloody gash. The worries, fears, and heartaches he had deliberately ignored surged in all at once, so cold, so painful. What should he do? Outside, the sunset blazed fiercely. When she recalled that evening in the Moonlight District when his wife had fed cheesecake into his and Mumu's mouths, bite by bite. Even while being pursued, her smile had been so tender and resolute. Wiping away his tears when she let out a turbid breath. What use was crying? His wife had said she wanted a partner to walk alongside her. Was he to remain so weak and become her burden? What would his wife do in his place? When she pondered for a long time, silently tidied his appearance and called for the steward. Uncle may help me contact someone. The next day, wearing a black cloak, when she arrived alone at the Misty Coffee House. The private booth was equipped with anti-surveillance devices perfect for discussing shady matters. You came in. Qian-Chi sat with her legs crossed, her coffee still steaming as if she hadn't arrived long ago. She dropped a sugar cube into her coffee, glanced at the man with an air of victory, confident he wouldn't dare not show. When she sat across from her, his cloak's hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only a delicate jawline. His fair, luminous skin and cherry blossom soft lips stirred a pang of desire in Qian-Chi. The man's beauty was indeed rare. What do you want to discuss? Hidden beneath his cloak, Wen Zai's voice was faint, but Qian-Chi could hear the tension in it. She curved her lips into a smile and reached out to pull back his hood. Playing the chaste virgin. There's not a part of you I haven't seen or toyed with before. When she shot to his feet, dodging her outstretched hand, a small pulse pistol now aimed squarely between her eyes. Since Jixia is as good as dead anyway, he'll kill you, and then myself to join her. Mumu will be taken care of by welfare. Far better than being tormented by a scumbag like you. Wenzai's voice remained flat, yet carried a hint of desperate madness. His long fingers pressed the trigger, and the pulse pistol hummed with a dangerous white glow. Qianqi's eyes widened, and she jerked her hand back as if burned, knocking over her coffee cup. The scalding liquid soaked her pants, but she dared not utter a sound, leaning back until her spine pressed against the sofa. Let's talk this out. Put the gun down first. Damn it, where did the bastard get a gun? Right, Yijixia was now part of the military, and military dependents were allowed firearms. Cold sweat trickled down her spine, chilling her to the bone in the cafe's air conditioning. Qianqi's face turned deathly pale. When she, who had always been as quiet as a gourd, never even whimpering when beaten until he vomited blood, how could he be so insane? The pulse pistol made no sound and left no blood spray. Those struck by it would have their brains and organs shattered from within, dying like a leather sack filled with minced flesh. Everything can be negotiated. Even if not for yourself, think of Momo. The child has autism. He can't lose his father. Qianqi raised her hands, not daring to breathe, even forcing a hint of ingratiation onto her face. When she had never seen her so humble, the shadows buried deep in his heart were swept away, replaced by unprecedented exhilaration. He slowly sat down, lowering the gun to aim at Qianqi's chest, his tone resolute. I will not hand Mumu over to you. Fine, fine. Whatever you say. Qianqi regretted it. Facing a gun that could discharge at any moment, she didn't know how to salvage the situation. She had thought this meeting would be a one-sided humiliation, but instead, she was the one being humiliated. Look, in a place like Salora Star, someone missing for so long is as good as gone. You haven't officially married into the Yi family, yet once Yijixia is declared dead, you and the child will be kicked out sooner or later. Qianqi carefully observed Wenzai's expression, coaxing him. Why not take advantage of the situation and grab some benefits? Seeing Wenzai's finger press the trigger again, Qianqi quickly raised her hands above her head. No, no, no. I mean, you have Yijixia's subsidiary access, right? Just leak Yi Corporation's trade secrets to me and do nothing else. Once the Yi family kicks you out, we can remarry and you and the child will have a home. Qianqi spoke with such sincerity that even she felt moved. When she twitched the corner of his mouth, almost laughing in anger. Steal trade secrets. Did she take him for a fool? Not only would he never betray his wife, but the very sound of Qianqi's hollow promises was laughable. A home. When things went south, she wouldn't care about his fate. Remarry. Her current legal spouse was a noble scion. Even a concubine's position could be used as a bargaining chip. Was he when she so worthless? Heh. When she let out a soft laugh, lowering the pulse pistol. His face was unreadable beneath the hood. Qianqi sighed in relief, lowered her arms, leaned back into the sofa, and discreetly massaged her sore muscles. Men were all the same, stupid and cheap. A little scare and a big empty promise, and they'd fall in line. Look what you've done. My pants are soaked. Come over and wipe them clean. With business settled, it was time to take care of other needs. Qianqi took off her glasses, lazily spread her legs, and waited for Wenqi to come and serve her just as he used to. Dream on. A clear, crisp voice rang out. Qianqi looked up in shock as the man stood. Before she could flare up, a cup of scalding coffee was thrown directly into her face. Ah, damn it. You bitch. When she, as if deaf to the torrent of abuse, walked away from the booth without looking back and left the cafe. Sir, are you all right? Su Yinmei approached, saw Wenzai's pallid complexion, and quickly opened the hovercar door, helping him inside. Had he been bullied? When she pulled back his hood and shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just furious. How could anyone be so vile and despicable? Just looking at her made him sick. A cornered rabbit will bite. She should back off a bit, at least buy us some time. When she let out a breath and carefully stowed the pulse pistol. And an unexpected gain. His fingertips brushed over a gemstone button on his cloak where a pinhole camera was concealed. Beep, beep, beep. His brain chip suddenly rang. When she looked down, the caller was Seherd, his wife's security officer. Mr. Wenqi, after you left Uncle, when took Mumo out, Seahilt's voice came through along with a video clip. He told the steward that you wanted to see the child. On the screen, Wen's father was playing with Mumo in the courtyard. After receiving a communication, his expression grew tense. After a long hesitation, as if finally making up his mind, he found the steward and requested a hovercar, then got in with Mumo in his arms and drove out of the Yi mansion. Don't worry, I'm following them. I can take control of the hovercar's driving permissions at any time, Seahilt said. She was quite attentive to matters concerning the young master's household. I understand, Miss Seahilt. Wenqi closed his eyes, his voice weary. Please trouble yourself to bring them back to the Yi mansion. By the time Wenqi returned to the Yi mansion, it was already late and Mumo had gone to sleep. Wen's father sat by the small bed, softly humming a lullaby. The melody was gentle, lulling anyone who heard it into a sweet slumber. Wenqi's mind wandered suddenly, recalling how his father used to sing him to sleep when he was a child. Cici. Seeing the figure at the doorway, Wen's father hastily stood up, a flicker of guilt in his delicate eyes. Wenqi touched the child's rosy cheek, his gaze tender. He exchanged a glance with his father, and they both left the room. Father, where were you planning to take Miumo? Wensi looked at his father, the only one who had loved and cared for him in his youth. Wen's father lowered his head, his clasped hands turning white at the fingertips. His long lashes fluttered as if tears would fall at any moment. He was always like this, frail and timid with a perpetual shimmer in his eyes, a pitiful sight. Wensi had once thought that this was how a man should be, and so he had grown up to be the same. If it weren't for his wife, he might never have understood what it meant to have a true character. Cece too just wanted to take Miumo out to play for a while. Wen's father averted his eyes. After a long pause, Wensi let out a soft sigh, a bitter smile touching his lips. Father, did mother tell you to do this? This man who raised him could not lie, and Wensi knew it better than anyone. What grieved him was that despite all the injustices he had suffered, his father had still chosen his mother. He had already given him a chance. Since that's the case, it's better for you to return to mother's side, Wensi said, clenching his teeth to suppress the sob in his voice. They'll send someone to take you there right now. Cece, don't be like this. Wensi looked away and turned to leave, afraid that another glance would soften his heart. How could he then justify his wife's trust? Cece, your mother only wants what's best for you. Wen's father took a few steps after him, but was stopped by the stewards. His voice was anxious, laced with tears. You are already impure, and you keep another man's child by your side. Your wife may not say it, but she minds it. Wensi paused, his heart clenching with a sour ache. Was this the lie his mother had fed him? Fool. In the past he might have believed it and obeyed. But he was no longer the Wensi of before. They simply wanted to use Miumo to control him and extract benefits from the Yi family. Wensi refused to believe that his wife was dead. Even if that day truly came, he would do as he had said and join her. Until then, no one would lay a finger on what belonged to his wife. Uncle, may I entrust Miumo to your care for a while? You are the only one I trust. Wensi returned to the children's room and gazed at the sleeping child, his eyes resolute. Take him to my wife's villa in the Air Harbor district first. Miss Seahilt will send people to protect you. That villa was military property known to very few, and even those who knew would not dare to go there. Wensi wasn't afraid of someone stealing the child, but he worried that Qianqi might actually pursue legal action. The only option was to hide the child and buy as much time as possible. Very well, sir. Rest assured I will take good care of the young master. Su Yinmei nodded, looking at Wensi with both relief and pity. Initially, he had not thought highly of this head consort, serving him diligently only because the family head had chosen him. But Wensi's growth had been astonishing. Though not exceptionally gifted, he made up for it with hard work. Whether in managing finances, running the household, or handling social etiquette, he excelled, proving himself a qualified noble head consort. Su Yinmei had once worried that Wensi's temperament was too gentle and easily manipulated, but it seemed he had been overly concerned. At the hospital entrance, Qianqi got into her hovercar. Her face had been burned, and though it had healed after emergency treatment, the pain was still severe. Any slightly exaggerated expression felt as if her skin were being torn off. That damned bastard. Qianqi cursed, but could think of no good solution. She opened the Starnet and anonymously posted defamatory threads about Yi Zhixia and Wensi on a forum using the most venomous words. The hovercar glided at low altitude, passing by Pegasus Park. Qianqi glanced outside casually and saw a man lingering by the lake, dressed in white noble attire, strikingly conspicuous in the hazy night. So late at night, which noble was so unruly as to let a man wander about? She couldn't resist driving closer to get a look at the man's face. Xia Wanshu. The minor noble infatuated with Yi Zhixia, whose supporters on the Starnet had stirred up a mess of scandals. Despite her disdain, Qianqi couldn't help but come across a few related rumors. She had to admit, though his taste was poor, his face was rather pleasing. Qianqi was about to stop and ask what was going on when the man glanced her way, turned, and jumped into the lake. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere. Qianqi was stunned, staring at the struggling man in the lake, her mind struggling to process. She had only fantasized, hadn't done anything yet. Cursing her bad luck under the surveillance cameras, she couldn't just let him drown. Qianqi got out of the car, shed her coat, and jumped into the lake. After a great struggle, she dragged the man ashore. A sweet scent of jasmine tea wafted into her nostrils, and suddenly her throat felt parched. The man's scarf was gone, and below his Adam's apple, a bright red virginity mole stood out strikingly. The man's eyes were closed, letting out a soft, kitten-like moan. His wet hair clung to his cheeks, and his pale face flushed with color. A fire ignited in Qianqi's heart, an inexplicable excitement rising as sweat beaded on her nose. Yi Zixia's suitor was going into heat in her arms. Haha. What goes around comes around. Heaven's gift not taken is a sin, and she was just being helpful. Inside the hovercar, the air was thick with tea fragrance. Xia Wangshu lay disheveled in the woman's arms, his whole body aching. She had been too rough, her grip, like iron pincers, squeezing him painfully. But it was all worth it. After Yi Zhixia disappeared, Xia Wangshu had panicked. The lovesick persona he had crafted for publicity had now become his shackle. With Yi Zhixia gone, what use were his efforts? But remarrying would be difficult, as any man with his heart set on another would leave any woman with lingering doubts. Xia Wangshu had checked Miss Rose Fully was attending a banquet tonight, and her hovercar would pass by Pegasus Park. Miss Rose Fully was the heir of the Second Legion. On the Starnet, she had greatly admired his chastity and had even sent many gifts. If he could marry into the Fully family, he would become the future Second Legion commander's man. Even as a concubine, it would be glorious. Moreover, with his skills, he might even secure the position of head consort. Xia Wangshu had deliberately dressed up and chosen a date close to his heat period. Fearing she might not notice him, he had placed a few decorative spotlights by the lake to illuminate himself, creating a tragic atmosphere of a lovesick man committing suicide for love. He had also arranged for paparazzi. Once the deed was done, photos would be posted on the Starnet, and with some manipulation, he could preserve his lovesick persona, marry Miss Rose without it seeming abrupt, and even earn his wife's guilt. A triple win. Baby, you're amazing. The woman's voice came lazy with post-coital satisfaction. What's so great about that dead Yi Xia? You'd be better off with me. Here it was. Xia Wangshu had been waiting for these words. He grew excited and slowly lifted his head only to freeze in place. You're not Miss Rose. Who are you? He blurted out, immediately realizing his mistake, but it was too late to regret. How could this be? He had clearly seen the shining Shadow 500 approaching, which was Miss Rose's car tonight, before jumping into the water. He had been pretending to be unconscious, afraid that if he resisted the woman might be too well-mannered to continue, so he hadn't dared to open his eyes. But what was going on with this woman? Yi Zhixiao was completely unaware of everything happening on Central Star. At this moment, she was trapped in an extraordinarily bizarre state. At some point, the camp had ceased its descent. Enveloped in a white cocoon of light, the mental energy drain from the military cadets was halted. Though unconscious, their lives were not in danger. After Yi Zhixiao fully unleashed her mental energy, the suction force vanished, replaced by an incredibly soothing reverse flow. Yi Zhixiao finally experienced the profound mystical sensation described in novels, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon. With an omniscient perspective fully activated, she felt as if she could touch the threads of causality and even briefly glimpse the future. It seemed her mental energy had evolved again. She tried to retract part of it, but as expected failed. This state was nearly equivalent to an out-of-body experience. She couldn't even move a finger. Suddenly, a colossal torrent of consciousness surged into Yi Zixia's mind. Countless chaotic images flashed before her, alien objects, unfamiliar perspectives, playing endlessly like a blurring zoetrope. Yi Zixia's head throbbed with excruciating pain, as if her mind was about to burst. Amid the chaotic stream of consciousness, Yi Zhixia caught a voice indistinguishable in gender, as if the will of countless beings had coalesced into one, powerful and unshakable. Who are you? Yi Zhixia asked. My name is Lingjue. Humans call me God. Suddenly a sensation of weightlessness overcame her, and Yi Zhixia saw Yi Tingqiao. She was in a dark chamber, kneeling on one knee before Yi Zhixia, her expression fervent and devout. Yi Zhixia looked down, but saw not her own body, only a white orb of light strikingly similar to her own manifested mental energy. My lord, are you satisfied with this offering? Yi Tingqiao's voice echoed in the dark chamber. We are grateful for the divine blood you have bestowed. Your seed shall be sown across every inch of the Federation. Mankind will ultimately bask in your glory within your divine kingdom. Offering. Did she mean the military cadets participating in the competition? Divine blood. That must be the divine blood serum. Then what was the seed? The implications were vast, but before Yi Zhixia could ponder them deeply, she was captivated by the scene before her. The orb of light flickered slightly, separating a faint wisp that merged into Yi Tingqiao's body, whose face then bloomed with dreamlike ecstasy. Yi Zhixia recalled watching short videos in her past life, where people hallucinated after eating poisonous mushrooms. They had the exact same expression. So this was how Yi Tingqiao had gained her power. The scene shifted again, revealing a desolate expanse of deep space. Yi Zhixia felt like a camera, its lens forced to focus only on what the puppeteer wished to show. As the perspective zoomed in, a white dot appeared in the pitch-black universe, growing larger until Yi Zhixia could finally see its full form. A pure white, translucent canopy, soft and ethereal, radiating a hazy halo like a jellyfish floating in the sea. The canopy gently pulsed, scattering countless shimmering dust motes, its spores. Indeed, Yi Zhixia was looking at a colossal luminescent mushroom. Child, do not resist. Open your mind, accept the divine descent. Merge with me and gain eternal life. The voice, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, came from all directions, drilling into Yi Zixia's mind. She felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and lethargy, as if she need not think or do anything. Her consciousness drifted in the void, overlooking her own life. Amid flowers and applause, she was crowned queen. The Federation became an empire. she ruled with absolute authority, controlling the fate of all humanity with the power of life and death. She was ageless and immortal. All women revered her, all men were infatuated with her. Her harem was filled with beauties, all eligible men in the empire had to participate in a selection. Only those of the highest bloodline, the finest genes, and the most stunning looks could serve her. Her palace overflowed with countless treasures, even the stones paving the paths were priceless gems. She commanded the mightiest army whose soldiers conquered territories and waged war across the stars for her. Her empire became the overlord of the universe. Alien races bowed their heads willingly, becoming humanity's servants. Wife, happy birthday. Wen Zai's voice sounded intermittent, as if coming from a great distance. Yi Zhixia snapped back to reality. She struggled instinctively, and the mental link finally broke. The dream collapsed, the illusory splendor shattering like a bubble. She opened her eyes, gasping for air, cold sweat belatedly creeping down her back. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sand, suffocatingly oppressive. In the pitch-black darkness, the pendant on her chest emitted a faint glow. The melody of Firefly played like a music box, having been ringing for who knows how long. It was the memory crystal, Wen Zai's birthday gift to her. Her mind still ringing, Yi Zhixia ignored everything else, mustering all her strength to command her muscles. Finally, her body could move. Her stiff joints cracked audibly. Exhausted, she leaned against the inner wall of the camp, took out the pendant, brought it to her eyes, and peered through the crystal's window. It was a heartwarming story of a stray cat being adopted. The cat and its kitten were taken into a garden by a kind-hearted deity. To repay her, the cat brought flowers and placed them by her hand, curled up on her shoes to warm her feet, and rolled over to offer its soft belly for her to pet. When a bothersome bee flew by, the cat would extend its sharp claws to chase it away. When other kittens tried to rub against her legs, the cat would bare its fangs and hiss at them. Finally, the cat transformed into a cat-eared youth. With tender, amorous peach blossom eyes and glistening sapphire pupils, he said, "Wife, happy birthday. Cici will love you forever." Gulp. Yi Zhixia swallowed hard, her gaze lingering on the cat ears atop, when Zai's had a blush creeping across her cheeks. An envoy of God, an empress of the empire, a ruler of the universe. What was that giant mushroom's name? Ling something. The dream it had woven was like a delicate paper mansion, outwardly magnificent, but utterly hollow. What meaning was there in a family without kinship, a desire without love, comrades without friendship, or a conquest without challenge? Yi Zhixia let out a scornful laugh. Compared to those false joys, she preferred tangible things, like Wen Zai's cat costume. She definitely had to make him wear it for her when they got back. Yi Zhixia fished out a half-drunk nutrient pack and tilted her head back to drain it. She had unconsciously retracted her mental energy earlier, but thankfully the strange suction force was also gone. A sharp crack sounded, and sand began to pour down from above. Damn it, the camp's barrier was failing. Yi Zhixia quickly grabbed a piece of mecha material to patch the breach, then re-extended her mental energy, scanning into the distance. She had no idea how much time had passed since the accident. She could only hope the military hadn't given up the search. If her mental energy could connect to a rescuer's mind, they could be saved. The crack grew larger, spreading from the breach in all directions. A torrent of sand poured in, piling up into a thick layer in moments. "Wake up!" Yi Zhixia roared, her voice hoarse and ragged. "The camp is collapsing." "Captain Shen, what's wrong?" Her superior suddenly stood up, dropping his lunch to the ground. Yiming frowned as if facing a great threat. "Is it a scorpion swarm?" "He'll go on alert." "Shoo." Shen Ping did not turn around, pressing a finger to his adjutant's lips, his gaze fixed intently on the distance, as if sensing something. Having only gone to the front lines for a single mission, Shen Ping had not anticipated so many incidents arising within the Legion. The old counselors in the Senate had inexplicably lost their minds, suddenly meddling in trivial matters like the military academy tournament. Now that students had gone missing, the nobles filed a joint appeal, yet the Senate turned aloof, shutting their doors without offering any explanation. 20 days had passed since the incident. Aside from the 1st and 7th Legions, all other search teams had withdrawn. Spire Academy had even declared the students dead 10 days ago. Shen Ping would not give up until the bodies were found. She had no desire to become the Legion's heir. She had long planned to retire to the second line and become an instructor at the academy once she had trained Yi Zhixia. Life was too short. Shen Ping only wanted to surround herself with beauty and seize the day. 70 kilometers at 9 o'clock, approximately 2,000 meters underground. Detected a psychic energy response. Shen Ping wiped her face, her fatigue vanishing in an instant. Move out, rescue them. 2 hours later, the battered camp was unearthed. The cadets emerged dusty and disheveled, their legs weak, but their eyes brimming with the joy of survival. At Yi Zhixia's feet lay over a dozen empty nutrient pouches. She opened another, tilting her head back to drain it dry. Sister Shen Ping, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you so painfully." Inside the rescue ship, Yi Zhixiao lounged carelessly in her seat, squinting with lifeless eyes, her voice utterly devoid of emotion, drenched in gloom. Shen Ping nudged her encroaching calf and snorted with a laugh. Be grateful. I just got off a mission without even a bite of hot food before rushing to support you. Tisk, strange, isn't it? Your accident site was so close to the competition entrance. The rescue ship scanned it dozens if not hundreds of times and found nothing unusual. Shen Ping stroked her chin. What exactly happened to you? Given the Legion's regard for Yi Zhixiao, they would never allow her to face danger. The environment on Shero Star wasn't the harshest. Many frontline areas were far more perilous, making it a suitable venue for the competition. The military had also arranged quadruple the rescue personnel, more than enough to ensure the safety of 100 students. Sister Shun, did the rescue ship receive our distress signal? Yi Zhixiao sighed, recounting the ambush by Dorothy, the skirmish, and the encounter with scorpion swarms and sandstorms. Shen Ping listened with a furrowed brow. No. The rescue ship recorded no distress signals, not even withdrawal notifications. Shen Ping shook her head. Because the competition had just started, no one noticed at first. It wasn't until 3 days later, with still no withdrawal notifications and the leaderboard unchanged, that the captain sensed something wrong. A full area scan revealed the students had vanished. Yi Zhixiao thought to herself, just as she suspected. She had a bold hypothesis, but this wasn't the place to discuss it. She would have to wait until they returned to the Legion. Captain Shun, the Spire students have also been found. Yimeng approached, her brow deeply furrowed. They're all dead. Cause of death, psychic energy depletion. Take a look. On the light screen, the Spire students lay in a deep pit. The sand was slightly damp, clearly excavated not long ago. The students were arranged with their heads outward and feet inward, forming a perfect circle. Their hands were clasped before their chests, expressions serene, as if engaged in some ritual. Yi Zhixiao stared at the circle, and in her mind's eye she saw the transparent, umbrella-like dome of spiritual perception. Sacrifices. What? Shen Ping hadn't caught it, turning her head to look at Yi Zhixiao. We are all sacrifices. Yi Zixia's voice was icy cold, as she had no faith in any so-called gods. And what about Yi Tingqiao? Yi Zhixiao was certain that Yi Tingqiao had orchestrated this incident. If not the mastermind, then at least the direct executor. This matter. Shen Ping's expression darkened, her tone grave. It involves deep entanglements. The Legion commanders were summoned to the Senate for a meeting, and there's still no resolution. As for what you mentioned, sacrifices. Shen Ping was deeply troubled by this unfamiliar term. It's a long story. They'll explain when we get back. Yi Zhixiao waved her hand. The warship landed at Central Starport. The students from the 3 academies had regained their spirits, except for a few with serious injuries who still needed hospitalization. The Federal Military Academy suffered a total of 18 casualties. Excluding Spire, it was the highest death toll in any tournament. Dorothy was brought before a military tribunal, stripped of her military qualifications and sentenced to 3 years of hard labor for dereliction of duty. The incident was fraught with numerous doubts. The cadets had to undergo interrogation at the military headquarters before returning home. To avoid public outcry, the news of their rescue was not disclosed immediately. Little Leaf, you've done a great service this time. I'm so proud. Shen Ping patted Yi Zixia's shoulder, her gaze infinitely warm. What a fine girl. Capable, responsible, and able to shoulder burdens when it counts. The 7th Legion should be handed over to someone like her. In that case, can you go easy on my graduation thesis? Yi Zhixiao blinked, her face full of anticipation. Absolutely not. Shen Ping raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a maddening smirk. You are the future commander of the 7th Legion. A shabby thesis would drag down our Legion's prestige. Yi Zhixiao felt like crying, but had no tears. Young commander. Yi Zhixiao turned to see Hua Ming approaching, also dressed in a cadet uniform. Shen Ping explained. I've also arranged further studies for Hua Ming. She was the top graduate of that year's Special Forces Combat Division, having served on the front lines and killed rebels. I was too careless before. Who knew attending a military academy could cause such a mess? From now on, Hua Ming will protect you closely, and with Sarat handling information security, there shouldn't be any more mishaps. These 2 adjutants were carefully selected by Shen Ping. Once Yi Zhixiao took over her position, they would become her most trusted confidants. Yi Zhixiao looked behind Hua Ming, but didn't see the other adjutant. Did Sarat not come? Sarat is protecting Mr. When she. There have been some troubles in the Yi family. Hua Ming glanced at Shen Ping, then at her superior, her expression somewhat uneasy. The Yi family had been quite eventful lately. What happened? Yi Zixia's heart skipped a beat at the news. She had been missing for so long, when she must have been worried sick. The Yi family had only just stabilized, and after this incident some people were likely getting restless again. General Hella hasn't returned yet, and there's no rush to investigate the Shero Star incident. Shen Ping hooked an arm around Yi Zixia's neck and chuckled. I know you have a big family and miss your husband. I won't keep you. The night was deep, yet the reception hall of the Yi mansion remained brightly lit. Several collateral elders of the Yi family, the Wen family, and Qian Qi filled the room to capacity. Wen Shi, clad in a black robe, stood beside the host's seat. His face was pale, but his back was ramrod straight. Wen Shi, where have you hidden the child? Wen Junju frowned. This rebellious son who always sided with outsiders infuriated her. Wen Shi returned the child to Ms. Qian Qi. Do you want to end up in court over this? Where will the Yi family's dignity go? Yi Lu, as the most senior collateral relative of the Yi clan, was always fond of mediating such disputes. Seated in the place of honor, she assumed the air of an elder, her usual benevolent smile fading slightly. Your way of handling things. Calling it rude and unreasonable would be an understatement. Her plump face darkened as she cast a displeased glance at Wen Shi, who stood to one side. Good thing you haven't formally entered the family yet. The Yi household cannot afford a man with such a lack of discipline. Wen Shi pressed his lips together, his throat parched. His gaze swept over the crowd, then he lowered his head with a bitter smile. Everyone present harbored ulterior motives, not a single one was truly there for Mumo. Qian Qi's constant talk of filing a lawsuit was merely to pressure him and exact revenge. She had bribed the Wen family, who, indebted to her generosity and obsessed with saving face, had joined the fray. The Yi collateral branch claimed to mediate, but in truth they had their eyes on the internal authority. He held a veiled coup. Once he clenched his fists. No matter the pressure, he had to withstand it and never betray his wife's trust. Ms. Qian, if you wish to take Mumo back, please follow legal procedures. Until then, I will not allow you to see the child. Wen Shi's voice was hoarse. He had not touched a drop of water all day. Following legal procedures meant a week or two of pretrial preparations. For such a civil dispute, court hearings required queuing. Qian Qi lacked that patience. She was never truly after the brat's custody. Qian Qi shot a meaningful glance at Wen Juanju, then looked toward Yi Lu. Their prior agreement was that after obtaining authority, she would only take the equity information of the Yi family's tech industries, leaving everything else to Yi Lu. In return, Yi Lu only needed to secure Central Star household registration for Wen Junce's family. Wen Shi, what kind of attitude is this? Wen Junju slammed the armrest of the sofa, her gaunt face twisted with anger as she unleashed a mental intimidation on her own flesh and blood. Once this expression from his mother was what Wen Shi feared most. Every time he saw it, he knew confinement, starvation, and his father's muffled screams awaited him. Mental tendrils burrowed into his mind, draining the color from his face. He stumbled, nearly collapsing. He steadied himself against the back of the intricately carved chair, his wife's seat. His wife had not even been declared dead, yet they swarmed in one after another, coveting what was hers. Wen Shi suddenly lifted his head, his beautiful eyes blazing with a striking fire. The Wen family's upbringing is truly excellent to produce such a submissive and gentle man. Yi Liu's husband, standing behind his wife, sneered, letting him manage the mansion's internal affairs. Who knows what chaos he'll cause? Without even a wedding ceremony, he's still an outsider in the end. If he embezzles while the head is away. Wen Shi, you may have no shame, but the Yi family does. Yi Lu tapped the coffee table, her mask slipping. Since Jixia has met with misfortune, I, as an elder, must step in. Hand over the authority permissions, behave yourself, and the Yi family might still support you for a few days. Otherwise what? With a deafening crash, the reception hall doors were kicked open. The heavy panels slammed against the wall, the thunderous noise jolting everyone. Wen Shi turned to see the newcomer, a smile curving his lips, yet tears welled in his eyes. Wife. Yi Jixia swept in like a whirlwind, followed by Hua Ming and Lu Rian. Excellent, simply excellent. She had been away for less than a month, and already someone dared to step forward and bully her man. Yi Jixia strode directly to the main seat, pulling Wen Shi into her embrace. The man was too thin. Her palm traced his back, feeling every protruding bone. The little flesh she had painstakingly built up was all gone. Cici, you did well. Yi Jixia kissed his chapped lips, her thumb wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes, releasing her spiritual energy in a gentle, soothing wave. Wen Shi's lips trembled, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on his wife's face. He wanted to ask what had happened to her, if she was hurt, but his vocal cords felt like dry sandpaper scraping his throat raw without producing a single word. The look in his eyes softened Yi Zixia's heart. She took the main seat, pulling Wen Shi down beside her. I'm not dead. Sorry to disappoint you all. Her gaze swept over the astonished or terrified faces before her, and Yi Jixia let out a cold laugh. Yi Lu frowned, her pride pricked, and put on the airs of an elder. Jixia, we're all family. Don't say such petulant things. Aunt Lu, I used to think you were merely meddlesome, but without real malice, so I respected you somewhat out of blood ties. Yi Jixia gave a derisive snort, her expression turning icy. I never expected your reach to be so long. Who do you think you are, daring to lecture the head of the family? Steward, remove Yi Liu's branch from the Yi clan. Distribute the properties they've been allocated equally among the other collateral branches. Yes, head. Lu Rian nodded, retrieving her work terminal and beginning the process. Jixia. No, head, you can't do this. Yi Lu panicked, abandoning noble etiquette as she stepped forward to grab Yi Zixia's sleeve. Your mother and I share the same grandmother. Won't this alienate the collateral branches? Yi Zixia did not spare her a glance. She raised a hand and waved dismissively. Lu Rian understood, summoning guards to drag Yi Lu and her husband away. The collateral branches would not be alienated, they would only mock Yi Lu as a fool. She gleefully stuck her neck out, got purged, and still had to cough up assets. Having lived so long and remained this stupid. If she wasn't cast out, what was she for a New Year's decoration? Yi Liu's shouts were cut off by the closing door, leaving the reception hall in dead silence. Qianxi and the Wen family watched Yi Lu being dragged away, their hearts feeling like they had been stuffed with ice, trembling with cold dread. Yi Zixia turned to Wen Junju. She saw her face ashen, yet still maintaining the air of a family patriarch, the spitting image of an outdated tyrannical abbess. A gentleman like bamboo, what a beautiful name. Completely wasted on her. I am disciplining my own son. What's wrong with that? Wen Jun's spine crawled under the gaze, and she retorted instinctively out of nervousness. Heh. Yi Zixia let out a laugh of disbelief. And when spiritual power isn't meant to be used this way. She released her own mental force, an oppressive aura like a cosmic beast crashing down upon Wen Junju. Wen Jun's mind went blank, her pupils contracting to pinpricks. Her body convulsed, feet kicking and scrambling backward, shoving the sofa out of place. A warm trickle ran down her legs. She came to look down and saw a large wet patch on her trousers. Wen Jun's face instantly turned a mottled purple, then her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. Yi Zixia wrinkled her nose in disgust and ordered the guards to throw out both the woman and the sofa, disciplining her son. According to Federation law, a married-out son was considered his wife's private property. The maternal family had no jurisdiction. It was merely a customary courtesy, a mutual respect for appearances. Yi Zixia cared little for such private property notions, but it was a good thing for Wenxi to break free from his toxic family. Daring to use mental force on her man. No matter who she was, Yi Zixia had been merciful not to flay her alive. Now then, Ms. Qian, a pleasure to meet you. You are quite the impressive figure. Qianxi's spectacles slid down the bridge of her nose, and no sooner had she pushed them up than they slipped down again, slick with sweat and impossible to keep in place. The louder the abacus clattered, the more painful the blow when it struck her face. Qianxi had envisioned a perfect scheme. Since she couldn't monopolize the benefits, she would apply pressure from three sides. No matter how stubborn he was still just a man, in the end, he would have no choice but to yield. But she never imagined that Yi Zixia would return alive. The accident on Shaluo Star had claimed all 37 students from the Spire Military Academy. The news had long been publicized on the Starnet. After so much time, was there really any chance the survivors were still alive? Damn it, Yi Zixia's fate was as tough as nails. Hehe, Miss Yi, you must be joking. Qianxi adjusted her glasses, her smile rigid. Though the psychic pressure just now wasn't aimed at her, even the mere aftershocks had terrified her senseless. A wise man adapts to circumstances. She had no desire to end up like Wen Junju with his pants soaked in urine. I heard you wanted to reclaim custody of Mumu. Yi Zixia said leisurely. Well, Miss Yi, while I dare not compare to the Yi Corporation, of the Qian family does have some standing in the business world. After all, Mumu is my flesh and blood. To have him wandering outside. If word gets out, it would be a stain on my reputation. Moreover, bringing him back to his roots is for Mumu's own good, so he won't face gossip when he grows up. It would also save you some trouble, wouldn't it? Qianxi put on a fawning smile, her words flawless. She didn't utter a single excuse about maternal love. The little selfishness she revealed, instead, made her seem remarkably sincere. Yi Zixia raised an eyebrow. This woman certainly knew how to bend with the wind. But to think she could gloss things over with just a few words, that was far too insulting. Well, the press conference was months ago. It's not like your reputation has been spotless for just a day or two, Miss Qian. Why only think of it now? Yi Zixia cast a nonchalant glance at Qianxi, her words laden with implication. You sure know how to pick your timing. Qianxi's heart skipped a beat. She had underestimated Yi Zixia. How many elites from top-tier noble families were easy to deal with? Missy, I was just worried. You know, with when she haha, you understand. Qianxi touched the tip of her nose, putting on an expression of just the right amount of embarrassment. I hesitated for a long time, and only recently mustered the courage to approach when she for a private resolution. My wife. Sensing the man beside her trembling slightly, Yi Zixia turned her head to look. One's eyes gaze at Qianxi was as sharp as a blade, his chest heaving rapidly, a surge of fury ready to erupt. My wife, don't listen to her nonsense. When she gritted his teeth, this shameless woman dared to use his previous marriage to disgust his wife. The man's face was as pale as paper, as if a single gust of wind could shatter him. Impurity was his deepest scar. Every time it was mentioned, it would be torn open, bleeding with excruciating pain. If he had a choice, how he wished he could have offered his chastity to his wife. But this life only offered one chance, and the most precious thing a man could possess was forever lost to him. Yi Zhixia took Wen Zai's hand. His fingertips were icy and trembling. A needle seemed to pierce her heart, causing a fine, dense ache. She pulled him into her embrace, gently kneading the back of his neck, and whispered in his ear, "All right, I won't listen. He'll only listen to you." Wen Zai's body stiffened, his cheeks instantly flushing crimson, his beautiful peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture. Flustered, he pulled himself out of his wife's arms, sat up straight, and curled into his robe like an ostrich. Wife, take a look at this." When she cleared his throat, activated his smart brain, and sent a video to his wife. Qianqi's heart was in turmoil, and being abruptly interrupted by when she only fueled her anger, though she dared not show it. She cursed the vixen under her breath. When women spoke, what right did a man have to interrupt? Once Yi Zhixia grew tired of him, he would eventually fall from favor and be discarded like a rag at some club. Why not seize the chance to gain more benefits? You have Yi Zixia's subsidiary access, right? Just leak the Yi Corporation's trade secrets to me. Qianqi jerked her head up to see her own face magnified several times in the holographic projection, making demands with a thoroughly hypocritical expression. It was from that day at the cafe. Damn it, when had that fool when she'd grown a brain daring to secretly record her. Before her fury could ignite, Yi Zixia's murderous glare doused her like a bucket of ice water. Qianqi's entire body went rigid, her mind frozen solid, utterly incapable of thought, leaving only two words echoing in her head. It's over, it's over. She was finished. Ms. Qian, you really are something else. Yi Zhixia turned off the video, her tone carrying a hint of amusement, but her narrow phoenix eyes were deep and dark, looking at Qianqi as if she were already dead. Butler, it's getting cold. Let's have Qianya Technology go bankrupt. Yi Zhixia curled her lips into a sinister, arrogant smile, her gaze flicking to Wen Shi. Seeing the sparkle in the man's eye, she was thoroughly satisfied. The CEO's classic lines had finally come in handy. So satisfying. Qianqi was thrown out of Yi Manor. She had been brought here by Yi Lu and didn't even have a hovercar. Jadeite Bay was Yi Corporation's private territory. She crouched on the floating island's foundation, waiting for a full 2 hours before finally hailing a hovercar. The sea wind was as hard as a fist, driving massive waves against the island's base, splashing Qianqi from head to toe. By the time she finally got into the hovercar, her face was pale with a tinge of blue and her stomach churned with sour while threatening to make her vomit. "Madam, please be careful not to get water on the seats, or an additional cleaning fee will be deducted." The hovercar's autopilot suddenly spoke, its synthetic voice deep and magnetic. The more pleasant it sounded, the more cutting the content. Qianqi had no energy left to curse. Qianya Technology was a company she had founded herself. For this venture, she had given up her position as director at a major conglomerate and struck out on her own with her team. To secure a backer, she had divorced Wen Shi and married the son of a minor noble as her chief husband. In just 2 years since its founding, Qianya Technology had landed several massive orders with a brilliant future ahead, and Qianqi had risen to become a new star in the business world. Everything was progressing smoothly when Yi Zixia's press conference landed like a resounding slap across her face. Qianqi had never loathed her own name so much. Every time someone called her, the words ex-wife, sister would pop into her mind. And none of that mattered anymore. A small fry like Qianya Technology, how could it withstand Yi Corporation's assault? In less than a month, the company she had worked so hard to build would likely change hands. She had left her old job, too, decisively signing a non-compete agreement. No matter how glorious her resume, she could never set foot in her original field again, unable to find even a decent job. Qianqi wandered aimlessly through the floating city in a daze, unsure of where to go. Suddenly she thought of someone. The hovercar made a detour and stopped in front of a luxurious apartment. Xia Wangshu was startled awake to find that woman sitting at the head of the bed. He cried out, sat up, and wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Qianqi dragged him off the bed, grabbed his long hair, and hauled him to the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water mingled with the man's cries of pain, fierce and intense. Ever since discovering that Xia Wangshu's delicate and devoted demeanor was all an act, Qianqi had lost any guilt over taking his chastity. Damn treacherous man, mistaking her for someone else in a honey trap and then daring to despise her. Qianqi kicked the unconscious man, then aimed the showerhead at his face. The cold water jolted him awake with a shiver. "I'm about to go bankrupt. Isn't your family nobility?" Qianqi pinched Xia Wangshu's chin, staring into his terrified eyes with a sinister grin. "Think of a way out for me quick. Otherwise, I'm sure many people would be interested in some bed photos of an honorary member of the Men's Virtue Association." Having disposed of all the eyesores, Yi Zhixia could finally enjoy some alone time with her man. She had initially thought she'd return in a month at most, never expecting so many unforeseen events to arise, causing a delay of over 2 months. Distracted by a myriad of strange occurrences, Yi Zhixia had no time to consider Wen Zai's situation. Now she realized that his lineage had always been a subject of criticism, and without her presence, he must have endured countless instances of mistreatment and grievance. My wife, I've arranged a late-night snack. Yi Zhixiao withdrew her thoughts as she saw when she pushed open the door. He had changed out of his robe, donning a set of beige linen loungewear light and soft. Under the lamplight, his lean waist was clearly visible, swaying within the loose fabric. My wife. Seeing no response from his wife when she approached, knelt by her side, gently grasped her hand, and looked up to ask, "Is my wife tired? I've prepared a bath and learned some massage techniques. Would you like to try?" When she admonished himself to behave like a noble, poised and composed. Yet images that made his face burn kept flooding into his mind, impossible to shake off. How could he think of such things? It was too wanton. A flush crept up his neck and ears, making the man resemble a newly bloomed crabapple, its petals moistened by raindrops, pink and glistening. Yi Zhixiao lowered her gaze, her eyes falling on the wide collar of his clothes. Beneath the elegantly shaped collarbone, a thin layer of muscle was tinged with a faint pink. Further down, the two red buds on his chest were faintly visible. She felt her nose grow warm and her breath came out hot. "Cece, I'm hungry." Yi Zhixiao toyed with the man's slender fingers, her eyes dark and deep. Tendrils of spiritual energy enveloped him tightly, forcefully entering his brain domain. A surge of love and longing flowed through the tendrils toward her. Yi Zhixia's heart trembled, and unable to restrain herself any longer, she lifted him up and pressed him onto the bed. "I want to devour you." With a swift motion, she pulled off the silk scarf around the man's neck, her sharp canine teeth grinding against his Adam's apple. The man let out a low moan in pain, biting his lower lip, his long lashes glistening with dewdrops. When she obediently lay beneath her, tilting his head back to expose his long neck, allowing her to do as she pleased. Yi Zhixiao placed her hand on his rapidly heaving chest, his heart pounded like a little rabbit thumping against her palm. My wife." The man's suppressed gasps were akin to the most lethal aphrodisiac. Yi Zhixiao kissed his lips, burying herself in the crisp scent of orchids. With a tearing sound, Wenzai's loungewear was ripped apart in Yi Zhixia's hands. The man shyly hunched his shoulders, then relaxed under her gaze, offering the sweet fruits of his chest into her palms like a sacrifice. Yi Zhixiao pinched that small bud, kneading and teasing it, observing the man's restrained expression, her fingertips unconsciously growing more forceful. What was happening to her? When had she become so twisted, actually wanting to see this man bullied to the point of tears and begging for mercy? Amidst the intoxicating passion, Yi Zhixiao suddenly felt a strange mark on Wenzai's arm. Her brow furrowed as she grabbed his arm to inspect it. On the inside of his forearm were rows of blood scabs, marks that had been scratched open with fingernails and had healed over. What happened? She traced the scabs with her thumb, her face darkening as she looked into the man's flustered eyes, yet her heart softened again. "You did this to yourself, didn't you?" Yi Zhixiao pinched the man's chin, speaking harshly. "Didn't I tell you that I'm the only one allowed to bully you?" Wenzai's long lashes fluttered, and he lowered his eyes in shame. He had been too terrified, but he dared not tell anyone. His father was too weak and frail, needing comfort more than he did. Uncle Mei was kind, but he was merely a servant of the Yi family. As the eldest son of the Yi household, when she couldn't show even a hint of weakness. During those days when there was no news of his wife, he could only endure the long nights second by second. The pain in his heart was too great, so he used his body as a substitute. When she thought that if his wife had truly met with misfortune, he might not have the courage to go on living. Perhaps before meeting his wife, he could still sell his body for the sake of his child. But now, when she could no longer bear any woman other than his wife touching him, he knew this thought was selfish. If he died, what would happen to Mumu? And because of this, his fear of a future without his wife only grew. Tears silently trickled into his temples. When she stared unblinkingly at his wife, the lingering dread refusing to fade. The man's brain domain was open to her without reservation. His pain and despair, his struggle and self-blame, all transmitted to Yi Zhixiao through the spiritual link, with no concealment, leaving no secrets. Yi Zhixiao was stunned. The mere thought of laying bare one's entire mind for another to read and peruse sent chills down her spine. With what kind of feelings had when she opened his brain domain to her? Yi Zhixiao was too shaken to speak. Fool. A wave of bitterness stung her nose, her eyes reddening, and any words of reproach died on her lips. "Cece, your wife is here." Leaning down to embrace the man, she planted tender kisses at the corners of his eyes. Yi Zhixiao had never felt so ashamed. In this relationship, she had always been the giver and protector, appearing to contribute more. But deep down, she knew how selfish her feelings for when she were. From the very beginning, when she had merely been a tool for her to prove her own worth. Yi Zhixiao let out a self-deprecating laugh. She basked in Wenzai's love without reciprocating equally. In fact, she might never be able to love as unconditionally as when she did. Having traversed time and space into an unfamiliar world, Yi Zhixia's soul felt suspended. Here she had no past, no friends, no home. Nothing at all. Only a heap of troubles left by the original owner. When she always said he had used her, but wasn't she also using him? She had used his predicament to trap Chingu, obtained a false identity for herself, and gained a moment's respite. She had used him to discard personal items, planting smoke screens for herself without considering the dangers a man might face going out alone at night. She had used his identity as a cover to escape the Viper's pursuit. Even this very relationship was tainted with exploitation. Amidst one promise after another, Yijixia found her purpose. In those nights of passionate entanglement, she reveled in the man's dependence on her, drawing from his love that was humble enough to grovel in the dust, as if she were truly as omnipotent as he believed. Being regarded as a deity breeds a deity's arrogance. It was only just now that Yijixia suddenly realized she had been unconsciously assimilated by this world. Her formidable abilities, prominent status, and immense power had elevated her to a pedestal, gradually eroding the humility and caution that came with being human. "Thank you, Cece." Yijixia buried her head in the man's nape, her voice muffled. If not for Wen Shi, she would still be trapped in the illusion of the spirit sense god. It turned out that subconsciously she had forgotten her original intentions and lost herself. When she raised his hand to embrace his wife's back, feeling the intense emotions in the spiritual link that had never been so fierce, his body trembling. It seemed that a crack had opened in his wife's heart, allowing him entry. The long-standing confusion and unease gradually receded, leaving only an overwhelming joy that was hard to cope with. The vintage curtain was lifted by the wind at one corner, casting the lace patterns onto the intertwined bodies of the two, playfully swaying. The fragrance of orchids filled the room, reminiscent of a spring garden. When she was awakened by the sunlight, blinking her dry eyes, recalling how she had cried yesterday because of her wife, her face suddenly flushed. He lowered his head, his wife coiling around him like an octopus, sleeping soundly with her head resting on his shoulder. This was Wen Zai's first serious observation of her wife's sleeping face. His wife's eyelashes were thick, curly, and adorable. In the sunlight, the fine hairs on her face became visible, reminiscent of a baby. Her even breathing brushed against his chest, her hair swaying, gently tickling him. Her stunning face was pressed down, her slightly pouting lips made one want to kiss her. "Shishi, does my wife look good?" Suddenly, those beautiful phoenix eyes opened, curving into crescent moons. When she quickly averted his gaze, his ears burning. Yijixia sat up, adjusting her sleeping robe, her gaze falling on Wen Zai's neck and chest, her lips involuntarily curling as she noticed the deep and shallow red marks. Her work from last night. "What does it feel like to have someone whose body and mind completely belong to you?" Yijixia found it hard to describe. She only knew that in the years to come she had to fly higher and steadier, for beneath her wings nestled another soul, destined to vanish with her fall. Yijixia disliked the long table in the restaurant that was big enough to skate on. She had the butler set breakfast in the flower hall. On the small round table, a blue and white porcelain vase held blooming peonies, each the size of a palm, in vibrant hues. When she wore a light blue long robe, the high collar tightly covering his neck, standing by his wife's side as he served the dishes. With his long fingers, he picked up a soup spoon, scooping up the Wensi tofu soup and elegantly pouring it into a delicate porcelain bowl, his movements graceful, like flowing clouds, making no sound whatsoever. Not only among the nobles, but even in ordinary households, women eat first. A men can only eat hurriedly after serving their wives and daughters, usually resolving their meals in the kitchen. Yijixia grasped Wen Zai's wrist, looking up at him. The man obediently bent down, waiting for his wife's command, his beautiful blue pupils filled with happiness. Silly man, even though his legs were still soft, he served with such joy. "Sit down and eat together," Yijixia ordered, beckoning the steward to bring a chair and an extra set of utensils. When she was taken aback for a moment, but obediently sat down, picking up a lobster, peeling it, and placing the whole shrimp meat into his wife's plate, soon filling a whole dish. Yijixia sighed, silently feeding him a piece of egg yolk pastry. "Since it's just the two of us, let's not bother with the formalities of the nobility." In Wen Zai's bewildered gaze, Yijixia laid down her chopsticks, grabbed a red bean bun with her hands, and took a big bite, her cheeks bulging. Eating should be about taking big bites to be delicious. "Shishi, you should eat too." The dining etiquette was trampled upon like waste paper, and Lu Ruyin, who stood by like a wall painting, clenched her fists, ultimately choosing to ignore it. When she blinked, tightening his fingertips. Was his wife worried about him, afraid he would go hungry? How could she be so good? Today's plain porridge surprisingly had a sweet taste. Wen Zai's plate was filled to the brim with his wife's favorite dishes. Unknowingly, he found himself feeling a bit stuffed. The holographic screen played the morning news. Central Start Time, November 17th, 8 a.m. Breaking news: the Military Academy Friendship League student missing incident has made significant progress. It is reported that following a joint search and rescue by the military, all Military Academy students have been found, with 55 confirmed dead. The specific cause of the incident is still under further investigation. Yi Jixia looked at the holographic screen, where the image just switched to a reporter interview near the military's air station. "Classmate, can you share what happened during the time you went missing?" the reporter asked. The interviewee, a member of the Federal Military Academy, appeared quite thin, but seemed in good spirits. She briefly recounted the events on the competition field, but omitted details about the blood medicine and the siphoning of spiritual power, likely due to a confidentiality order from the military. "I also want to thank the chief of the Blackthorn Military Academy, Yi Jixia. I was able to return alive thanks to her." The student bowed deeply to the camera. Yi Jixia picked up her bowl, slurping a mouthful of soy milk, stealing a glance at Wen Shi. The admiration written all over his face made the foxtail behind her perk up, happily swaying. "Little team leader, you finally returned." A lively voice unmistakably announced someone's arrival. Yi Jixia wiped her mouth and turned around to see Seth dashing in with Su In Mei following closely, holding Mu Mu. "Good job, Seth, keep it up." Yi Jixia patted Seth's shoulder, smiling. Although this aide of hers was a bit playful, he had exceptional execution skills, hitting the mark every time. "They'll give you 2 days off. You've worked hard during this time." Seth laughed heartily. After having a leisurely time, she felt a bit unbalanced now that guy was going to school with the boss. "Oh my, impressive. Mumu, come let mommy hug you." Yi Jixia took the soft little bundle and planted a kiss on its little face. Mumu's cheeks were chubby and pink like a sweet cotton candy. Holding the bionic puppy his mother gave him, Mumu timidly gazed at her, suddenly seeming shy, turning to bury his face in his mother's shoulder. The milky baby scent wafted into Yi Xia's nose, melting her heart. In her past life, she had heart problems and had never liked children, especially the sound of crying, which would leave her breathless. She thought she was destined to live a lonely life. Oh no. She wouldn't live to be old, yet fate favored her, granting her a new life. With a husband and a child, wealth and power, what more could one ask for in life? Beep, beep, beep. The intelligent brain's urgent sound rang out, a special ringtone for the Legion. Yi Jixia glanced at the caller ID. It was Shin Ping. "Hello, Sister Shun, is my family visit leave ending so soon?" Yi Jixia teased her as usual. Jixia returned to the Legion quickly. Shen Ping didn't engage in banter, her tone very serious. "General Hyla is in trouble." Yi Jixia's heart sank, and she put away her relaxed expression. Shen Ping rarely seemed this tense, indicating that the matter was serious. Yi Jixia responded briefly and handed Mu Mu to Wen Shi. "I'll go to the Legion. If I'm not back before dinner, don't wait for me." Wen Shi nodded gently, his gaze calm, giving one a sense of reassurance. Entering the 7th Legion with Seth, Hua Ming was waiting at the elevator to guide them. "Hua Ming, what's going on?" As the security doors opened one by one, Yi Jixia looked at the unfamiliar corridor, frowning. As the designated heir, she had high authority, but had never stepped into this passage. An ominous premonition lingered in her heart. "General Hyla, the only super-level in the Federation, how could something suddenly happen?" 7 days ago, the Elder Council convened a roundtable meeting with 13 armies, and aside from the elders and the commanders, no one knew what had transpired. Hua Ming opened the final security door. The uranium door slid open, and the plasma barrier dissipated, allowing the three to enter a vast space. Yi Jixia was captivated by the colossal figure directly ahead. A giant humanoid mech approximately 30 meters tall stood silently in the dim light. Its armor, a blend of platinum and silver, shimmered at the seams, creating a hazy glow as if a life was breathing beneath the metal. The 12 pairs of weapon sheaths gathered behind it resembled the wings of an angel. Elegant and beautiful, yet no one could overlook the devastating power they concealed. 24 sharply defined metal wing pieces were layered at precise angles, each wing sheath's edge intricately carved, with complex energy pathways resembling some mysterious runes. This was Judgment, the pinnacle of human military aesthetics. Its sacred majesty had captivated countless designers in obsession, yet none could replicate that profound art of war. Jixia, General Hellas' neural domain is on the brink of collapse, and only you can intervene now. Suddenly, the cockpit of Judgment opened, and Shun Ping's voice emerged from within, unusually hoarse. Yi Jixia hesitated for no moment and stepped onto the boarding ladder. Upon entering the cockpit, she was taken aback by the scene inside. General Hella lay at the center of the pilot's seat, her expression serene, but it was evident to all that the color was gradually draining from her face. Shin Ping and 3 other officers stood at the corners, their military uniforms clinging to their backs, blood at the corners of their lips, looking quite disheveled. From Yi Jixia's perspective, General Hella's mental strength resembled a star on the verge of destruction, with violent consciousness turbulence comparable to the explosion of 100,000 nuclear bombs contained within the mental barriers established by Shin Ping and the others. If the barrier were to be breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. The raging mental energy would explode like the sun, devastating the neural domains of humanity within dozens of kilometers, and heads would burst open like fireworks, splattering red and white fluids. Even with the interference shielding of the judgment mech and the isolation provided by this specially constructed room, it would be of little use against an explosion of super-class mental energy. In less than a second, Yi Zhixia grasped the crux of the situation. She unleashed her mental energy with all her might, replacing Shen Ping and the others. Shen Ping collapsed onto the ground, wiping the blood from her lips, her headache, making her want to curse. The air of the 7th Army was too dangerous. She wanted to retire. 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 The white halo illuminated the cockpit. As everyone looked up at Yi Zhixia, her eyes shining a silver hue containing an intangible pressure like a cold, indifferent deity. Her feet gradually left the ground, her body floating in midair, supported by her mental power. General Hela was also lifted, standing opposite her. Yi Zhixia constructed the barrier and sent a wisp of mental energy to probe the bomb before her. With a pop, a portion of her mental energy vanished. Hiss! No wonder she is the supreme powerhouse. Calming the mental energy turbulence is a delicate task, and Yi Zhixia had just completed relevant courses, scoring an A on the exam. In that moment, Yi Zhixia had already read Hela's mental energy attributes. She just needed to adjust her mental energy to synchronize with it, integrating into the turbulence and gradually guiding the consciousness flow back on track. It sounds simple, but in practice it's more difficult than ascending to heaven. To calm the mental energy turbulence, one's mental strength must at least match the patient's level. To ensure safety, operators are usually selected from individuals 2 ranks higher than the patient, otherwise they risk being caught up in the rescue themselves. This is why Shen Ping and the others could only construct defensive barriers with no other options available. Yi Zhixia divided more of her mental energy, simulating Hela's frequency. The white tendrils gradually faded and became transparent, and when she probed into the turbulence again, she encountered little resistance. The process of correcting the flow was extremely laborious, akin to forcibly diverting a raging river into another direction. A moment's inattention could result in her own mental energy being swept into the turbulence. Cold sweat trickled from Yi Zhixia's forehead as her mental energy barrier wavered due to her distraction. The enormous white cocoon continuously expanded, inflating like a balloon growing larger. Damn! Shen Ping and the others had retreated to the edge of the base, staring at the nearly filling cocoon in the cockpit, with Shen Ping's pupils trembling. Could it be that we are about to fail? The cocoon suddenly trembled, quickly shrinking until it vanished. Yi Zhixia fell from midair, catching the descending General Hela in her arms. How is it? Shen Ping rushed forward to check on Hela. The mental energy turbulence had dissipated, but the damage to the neural domain was irreversible. I think it's fine now. Yi Zhixia was doing this for the first time, lacking any experience. When she entered General Hela's neural domain, she was horrified by the bloody chaos within. Her neural domain could only be described as riddled with holes, with countless foreign consciousness streams slicing through her primary awareness. It was hard to imagine the willpower required to endure such pain day in and day out for 10 years without flinching. Yi Zhixia took a tour of Hela's neural domain and casually cleared away the mental debris. The situation could not be described as good, but at least it was better than before. Zhixia, you can put me down now. Hearing the long-lost voice, Yi Zhixia paused and looked down to see the angelic Hela lying in her arms, displaying a gentle and refined smile. Cough, cough. General Hela. Yi Zhixia set her down and properly saluted. Thank you, Zhixia. Hela nodded at Yi Zhixia with kind eyes, then looked at everyone. I'm fine now, you all can rest assured. However, Hela knelt on one knee, her hands brushing over the energy transmission patterns on the pilot's seat. The starlight in her eyes dimmed, and she added with a hint of sorrow, I can no longer sense judgment. With a soft sigh, Hela knew that her old partner, who had been with her for decades, had found a new choice. I can no longer control judgment. As she stood up, Hela had regained her calm elegance. Zhixia, from now on you will pilot judgment. 3 months later, during the Federation Victory Day Parade, Oi Judgment will perform a special stunt, and that responsibility will fall to you. Zhixia was taken aback, gazing at Hela in astonishment. Piloting judgment publicly was a symbol of the 7th Army commander's identity. Didn't that mean announcing her status as the heir? Yi Zhixia looked towards Shen Ping, feeling a deep sense of guilt. This sister had both ability and responsibility, hailing from a prestigious family with profound qualifications. Aside from her mental strength level, she outshone her by 8 streets. To be pushed down like this, who wouldn't sigh in regret? Shen Ping's eyes lit up, her whole demeanor rejuvenated, her face brightening. The commander was wise. The commander was mighty. Her days of hardship were finally over. Zhixia, oh no, young commander, go for it. I have faith in you. Shen Ping patted Yi Zhixia's shoulder, cheerfully encouraging her. But Yi Zhixia raised her hand weakly. I can't sense judgment either. As everyone turned to look at her, Yi Zhixia couldn't help but take half a step back, a flicker of panic in her heart. What was wrong? Had she uttered some forbidden word? Impossible. Shen Ping was the first to react, pressing Yi Zhixia down to the ground. Here, try using your hands again, just like in that first mecha practical class. Place both hands on the energy core. Yes, just like that, release your spiritual sense to communicate. Yi Zhixiao looked utterly bewildered but obediently complied, yet nothing happened. Her spiritual energy vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly failing to establish any connection with the judgment. How is it? Did it work? Shen Ping's eyes were filled with anticipation, making Yi Zhixiao almost afraid to meet her gaze. She touched the tip of her nose and shook her head. That's impossible. Even I in rank high level can sense a trace of it. There's no reason you, a divine level, should fail. Shen Ping frowned. Back then, the reason they had discovered Yi Zhixiao was precisely because the judgment had been suddenly activated, drawing the military's attention and prompting a search of the Moonlight District. So why was it unresponsive now? Don't rush, Hyla said with a curl of her lips, bending down to pull Yi Zhixiao up and dust off her clothes. The judgment was crafted by the Mecha Master Zhong Su, who was also a divine-level spiritual power possessor. Before this, human history had no concept of the divine level until the judgment emerged. What sets the judgment apart from other mechas and earns it the title of divine level is that it possesses a self-will and is constructed from exceptionally rare materials that allow for continuous evolution and upgrade. When Zixia's spiritual energy activated the judgment earlier, I had a faint feeling that it was showing signs of evolution. Hyla's lips curved upward, devoid of any worry. The fact that it allowed us and means it still has consciousness. It might be in a critical phase of evolution, which is why it couldn't respond to Zhixia. Shen Ping let out a huge sigh of relief. Seeing this, Hyla shook her head at her with a hint of helplessness. The child was perfect in every way except for her complete lack of ambition, truly unlike a member of the Shen family. No wonder her mother beat her at every meeting and praised her to everyone she met. By the way, Corps Commander, Yi Zhixiao recalled the fleeting image that had flashed through Hyla's mental domain earlier and asked with a frown, what exactly happened at the Round Table Conference? Why did your spiritual powers suddenly go berserk? Hyla's expression darkened as she looked at the group, all of whom were her trusted confidants. The Council of Elders has decided to offer amnesty to the rebel forces. The 7th Legion's secret meeting room. Seated around the conference table were Hyla, Shen Ping, Hyla's 3 adjutants, and Yi Zhixiao with her 2 adjutants. Have those old fossils lost their minds? The rebels have killed so many of our sisters, and countless civilians die at their hands every year. And now they say amnesty. Just like that, all that blood debt is wiped clean. The chief guard Hua Xian pounded the table furiously, her face flushed crimson. Hua Ming watched her aunt's outburst and coughed softly. After all these years, still that fiery temper. Deep-seated hatred, yet suddenly offering amnesty. Yi Zhixiao sensed the stench of conspiracy. The Council of Elders was composed of former Legion commanders. Legion commanders rotated duty on the front lines. Injuries and illnesses were inevitable. Take Hyla, for example. If she had not yet groomed a successor capable of inheriting the judgment, she would already be in the Council of Elders by now. The Council of Elders held the highest decision-making power over the military and could even exert influence over the political, academic, and commercial spheres. But they rarely intervened, like a treasured sword guarding the house, never drawn unless for a grave matter. First, they interfered in the Military Academy League, and now they advocated amnesty for the rebels. These unusual consecutive moves made Yi Zhixiao suspect that the Council of Elders had been possessed. Wait, that might actually be possible. Corps Commander, could this be related to the Divine Blood Elixir? Yi Zixia's heart raced. She had a feeling her guess was correct. You know about it? Hyra raised an eyebrow. The Divine Blood Elixir was still top secret. Divine Blood Elixir? Shen Ping looked thoughtful, but she seemed to have heard of it before. The students rescued from Sherrick's Star mentioned it too. What is that thing? About half a year ago, the Council of Elders received a dossier. The sender was the current leader of the rebels, Chun. Hyra interlaced her fingers, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, her expression more solemn than ever before. The dossier indicates that a Tier 4 peak civilization is observing the Federation. A Tier 4 civilization. Seth quickly covered her mouth and shrank her shoulders. Not that she was easily flustered, but a Tier 4 civilization was the stuff of legend. She had thought it was merely a human fantasy. Cosmic civilizations are divided into 8 tiers. Tier 0 can only use natural resources like Yi Zixia's homeworld Earth in her past life, which was at a 0.72 stage. Tier 1, a planetary civilization, can utilize nuclear fusion energy and navigate freely within a single star system. Tier 2, a stellar civilization, directly uses stellar energy and has achieved the conditions for space colonization. Tier 3, a galactic civilization, is marked by anti-gravity technology and the ability to artificially create wormholes for interstellar jumps. The Federation is currently at the peak of Tier 3. A Tier 4 civilization can achieve consciousness independent of the physical body and can create new Tier 0 civilizations. The tiers beyond that begin to become abstract and difficult to comprehend. Yi Zhixia felt that her own ability to manifest spiritual energy had already touched the threshold of a Tier 4 civilization. So could the Tier 4 civilization the rebels spoke of be the giant mushroom she had seen? According to Chun, that civilization once contacted her. They were extremely gentle and provided many technologies far beyond our current scientific level. Hyra said coldly, for example, the previous dragon blood elixir. The human brain is the most mysterious organ in the body. Before dragon blood was developed, spiritual power could not be artificially manipulated. Wait, Corps Commander, but dragon blood was clearly developed by the military. Another of Hyra's adjutants started to speak, then suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with shock. Hyra sighed. That's right. The Federation military has been infiltrated like a sieve for a long time. So the divine blood came the same way, eh? Shen Ping raised an eyebrow. This civilization is really cunning. First they give a defective product, and once people get a taste for it, they release the good stuff. Hyra glanced at her expression softening slightly. The child hadn't been trained in vain. She was still sharp. Shen Ping's words were crude, but held truth. To a higher civilization, a lower one was nothing more than a tiny ant. No matter how powerful the Federation was, no matter how close to the peak of a Tier 3 civilization before a Tier 4, it was merely a slightly stronger ant. One finger press, and it would be squashed. Gentle. Even a weasel wears a kind face when it comes to pay respects to the chickens. How the Council of Elders interfering in the Military Academy League earlier was to verify the divine blood elixir. At least that's the official reason. Mentioning this, Hyra rarely showed anger. Did verifying an elixir's effects require the sacrifice of dozens of lives? Those children had only just come of age. I think I've also been in contact with that civilization. Yi Zixia's voice was not loud, but it made everyone straighten their backs. Its name is Lingjua. Have you encountered it? Hyla frowned. When right on Shaluo Star. We were dragged underground by an unknown force field. Yi Zhixia recalled, something kept draining our spiritual energy. To protect my classmates, I erected a spiritual barrier, and then I was pulled into the illusion of the spiritual perception god. Yi Zhixia entered the projection program, recreating the image of the spiritual perception god in her mind. On the holographic screen, a creature resembling both a mushroom and a jellyfish trembled, its umbrella cap scattering countless shimmering motes into the void, a breathtaking spectacle. So beautiful. Seixt gazed at the holographic screen, a dreamy expression on her face. If judged by appearance alone, it was indeed stunning. That fluffy, ethereal umbrella cap, like a fairy skirt, danced in lonely solitude within the silent, deep void. Yet the more beautiful something is, the more lethal it often proves. So this is that level 4 civilization. Shen Ping was taken aback. The existence form of a level 4 civilization had already surpassed the bounds of human comprehension. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if human civilization reached level 4. Yi Zhixia nodded. After a moment's thought, she also recreated Yi Tingchaos' bizarre behavior. That civilization called itself a god. Through its perspective, I once saw this image. On the virtual screen, Yi Tingchaos' fanatical expression was eerily unsettling in the dim light. Sacrifices? Shen Ping raised an eyebrow, recalling the word Yi Zhixia had mentioned. You mean? The students from the Spire. The human circle formed by 37 students from the Spire Military Academy was hard for Shen Ping to forget. Know all the students who entered the arena. Yi Zhixia snorted coldly. The 37 from the Spire died from spiritual energy depletion. Guess what would have happened if I had merely been in grade psychic without my spiritual barrier? Everyone would have died. Shen Ping's voice was icy. To be able to drain spiritual energy from across such a vast cosmos. Seixt shuddered and murmured. That truly seems like something only a god could do. Humph. Yi Zhixia gave a cold laugh. If the spiritual perception god was truly that formidable, why didn't it simply devour all of humanity's spiritual energy? With all this talk of divine blood and sacrifices making things so complicated, perhaps its true form was indeed immensely powerful, but the part that had reached the Federation was already spent, a spent arrow. It's not that terrifying. Yi Zhixia tapped the table, looking at everyone. I speculate that the spiritual perception god cannot absorb spiritual energy unconditionally. Perhaps the divine blood is the key. Those who have absorbed divine blood might have formed a connection with the spiritual perception god, allowing it to locate and drain their spiritual energy. But according to the investigation, no students from the Blackthorn or Capricorn military academies have consumed divine blood potions. How do you explain that? Shen Ping asked. It's the location. Yi Zhixia stated decisively. Every time the sandstorm arrives, that spiritual suction force intensifies. I suspect the entire desert has been contaminated by divine blood. In truth, Yi Zhixia had an even bolder conjecture, that this accident orchestrated by the spiritual perception god had her as its primary target. Yi Zhixia looked at everyone in the meeting room, but ultimately chose to conceal her conversation with the spiritual perception god. She believed every person present was upright, but the human heart is prone to change. In the face of immortality, how many could remain utterly unmoved? Everyone. Hyla, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, her tone grave. All eyes turned to the head of the table. The usually gentle and refined woman's face was ashen. The Senate has proposed a bill. After next year's conscription day, all 13 legions are to be universally administered divine blood potions. The strength of the rebel forces had far exceeded the Federation's expectations. Through cybernetic modifications, biochemical experiments, and deep brainwashing, they had produced a group of super-strong war machines. With average-grade psychic power, no sense of pain, perpetually calm minds, and devout faith, confronting such a legion heathen would only lead to mutual destruction. Hyla could understand the Senate's reasoning for appeasement, but did not agree with it. The rebels were a malignant tumor. Rather than letting it fester and grow, it was better to pay the price and eradicate it completely. A short-term pain for long-term gain. Now, however, it seemed the purpose of appeasement was not so simple. Human greed was truly terrifying. For the sake of divine blood potions and power, could even enemies become friends? They demanded an on-site vote. Apart from the 1st, 7th, and 13th legions, voting against all other legions passed the bill. Hyla closed her eyes, feeling an unprecedented weariness. She made it sound trivial, but in reality the Senate's methods were extremely forceful. They didn't hesitate to use collective mental coercion to achieve their ends. It was this that had triggered her psychic upheaval. The 7th Legion does not need divine blood. Hyla lifted her head, her eyes filled only with resolve. Winter in the Central Star was actually very cold, but the floating city was equipped with a climate regulation system preventing extreme weather. The weather was fine today. The clouds were steeped in the sunset, looking like orange-flavored cotton candy. Yi Zhixiao sat in the hovercar heading towards Emerald Sea. The day's events lingered in her mind, a heavy stone lodged in her chest. From Xinping, she had learned news about Yi Tingqiao. It was the Senate that had protected her. Yi Zhixiao was not surprised. After the competition, you'll understand. Yi Tingqiao's words echoed in her ears again, stirring a different feeling now. Yi Zhixiao frowned deeply. The feeling of sensing something wrong but being unable to grasp the truth was like being wrapped in a layer of plastic film, stifling and suffocating. The appeasement of the rebels was a done deal. No matter how anxious Yi Zhixiao was, she couldn't sway the Senate. Not even she nor Hyla herself could. So annoying. Yi Zhixiao slumped back into her seat. Behind her, Hua Ming and Sixt exchanged bewildered glances. Both of them had stepped into the core of power. Having just been exposed to matters at this level, they were already reeling from several earth-shattering revelations. Sixt, you're still responsible for information security and protecting my household. Yi Zhixiao rubbed her temples. Hua Ming, you. Deputy Commander, for the sake of protecting you, closely so. Hua Ming spread her hands, a slight curve on her lips. They'll have to come home with you too. Damn it. Yi Zhixiao had thought she could fob her off. Xinping was really something, making her feel like a helpless baby. Her smart brain flashed a message. Wife, dinner is ready. Yi Zhixiao stroked the cat emoji attached to the message, and the gloom in her eyes vanished in an instant. Whatever shed crossed that bridge when she came to it. If the sky fell, there were taller people to hold it up. She was still a baby in need of protection. If she didn't seize the chance to enjoy life now, she wouldn't have such a good time later when she had to run around on missions like Xinping. Entering the manor, Yi Zhixiao spotted Wenxi's figure from afar. The man, clad in a moon-white robe, stood before the mansion's main gate, his gaze piercing the distance with longing. Why are you waiting here? Yi Zhixiao took his hand. It was ice cold. Who knew how long this foolish man had been waiting? Wenxi curved his lips, his eyes shimmering with joyful light. I like it here. The moment my wife returns, I can see her right away. See. A warmth surged in Yi Zhixia's heart. She wrapped her arms around the man's slender waist, unable to resist the urge to kiss his lips. Ahem. Deputy Commander, we'll take our leave now. Sixt chuckled, pulling Hua Ming away. If we stay any longer, we'll be stuffed full of lovey-dovey nonsense. Get lost. Yi Zhixiao laughed and cursed. See. In the dressing room, Yi Zhixiao sat on the shoe bench, her cheeks flushed. When she knelt before her, gently removing her military boots with tender hands and replacing them with comfortable soft slippers. Yi Zhixiao couldn't help but wonder if her feet were sweaty or smelly. Ever since learning aristocratic etiquette, when she had become increasingly meticulous in serving her, such as attending to his wife's needs after work. Dinner had to be prepared in advance, and he would calculate the time to wait at the doorstep. Upon his wife's return, he would personally wash her hands and help her change clothes. Of course, his wife's home clothes also had to be pre-matched, ironed, and infused with soothing spices. When she performed these tasks with great care, his eyes sparkling with obvious delight. Yi Zhixiao felt like a pampered baby having everything done for her. But seeing the man's enthusiastic expression, she couldn't bear to deprive him of his joy. Tonight's dinner was personally prepared by the master. Dinner was still set in the flower hall. Su Yinmei placed the last dish of braised beef short ribs on the table, smiling. Yi Zhixiao gazed at the table laden with dishes, 4 cold, 6 hot, 1 soup, and 1 dessert. each portion modest, yet exquisitely plated, all her favorites. How much effort this must have taken. In the Federation, only aristocrats could afford 3 daily meals of natural food, making culinary skills a luxurious art. When she had once learned some cooking on Huazhao Star, an investment his mother made to elevate his worth. But after extensive training with Master Chong, his culinary prowess had transformed beyond recognition. Seeing the man still standing by her side, poised to serve her meal, Yi Xiao was about to speak when he fed her a piece of cherry-glazed pork. The man's peach blossom eyes blinked, curving like a spring breeze that melted hearts. "My wife, let me serve you just this once, all right?" He tugged at her sleeve, his tone as sweet as a plea, even more fragrant than the cherry pork in her mouth. How could Yi Xiao resist? She cleared her throat softly and acquiesced. Throughout the meal, Yi Xiao dined in utter comfort. Whatever she craved when, she anticipated instantly. Fetching rice and soup were basic tasks. He deboned fish, shelled shrimp, and crab-cut desserts into bit-sized pieces and placed them all on her plate. "Cici, what's this all about today?" Yi Xiao looked down at when the man knelt before her, holding a celadone lotus basin ready to help her rinse her mouth and wash her hands. The water, infused with citron, gave off a fresh, fruity fragrance reflecting Wen Zai's docile features. Though she had been a pampered young lady in her past life, Yi Xiao had never experienced such kneeling service. It wasn't that she was being fussy, but from this angle the top of the man's head looked so endearing, tempting her to do something else. "Tu just wanted to welcome you home." Wen Zai's expression flickered with unease. "Yesterday was too rushed. I didn't have time to prepare." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Before her, he could never hide his thoughts. She didn't call him out, curious to see what he was up to. "My wife." Under Yi Xiao's gaze, Wen Zai's face gradually turned crimson. He tugged at his wife's sleeve, his voice soft. "Can we go to the bedroom?" Hiss, this was too much. Indecent images raced through her mind. Yi Xiao sighed inwardly. The innocent girl she once was had vanished. Fragrant with Damascus rose, Yi Xiao lay on the large bed, savoring the memory of the essential oil bath massage. Wen Zai's technique was superb. After the massage, her bones felt light, as if floating. Yet Yi Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. After all that build-up, it was just a massage, as she had thought when she would take the initiative. But she understood, in this world men harbored shame about intimacy, and only public relations professionals or those from disreputable backgrounds would initiate such advances. Odd. Cici had been in the bathroom for nearly half an hour. What was he dawdling about? Had he fainted? Yi Xiao sat up abruptly, but at that moment the bathroom door opened. When she wore only a white long shirt barely covering his thighs, with the collar open to his chest revealing his delicate collarbones. The scarf around his neck had been replaced by a bell collar that jingled with every step. The man wore a pair of fluffy white cat ears on his head, soft and fuzzy, trembling with shyness. A bushy tail extended from under his shirt, coiling nervously around his own thigh. He held a delicate little cake, standing barefoot in the misty steam like a spirit emerging from the deep forest. "Wife, happy birth." Before when she could finish, a blur flashed before his eyes, and he found himself pulled into his wife's embrace. The cake slipped from his hands and fell onto the carpet, the cream kitten flattening into a pancake. He had no time to care. His wife's possessive kiss stole his breath, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if ensnared in a web of desire, suspended in a sea of ecstasy. After a long, lingering kiss, Yi Xiao bit the man's lower lip and finally released him. The cat-like, when she was too tempting. How could she think of cake now? "Cici, is this my belated birthday gift?" Her hand slid down his graceful spine, and Yi Xiao felt the fluffy base of the tail seamlessly connected to his tailbone, as if it were naturally grown. This was a popular empathic toy. Once worn, it automatically conformed to the body and continuously released bioelectricity, allowing the extra appendage to be controlled by the brain and possess tactile sensation. Yi Xiao mischievously squeezed the base of Cici's cat tail. The man's legs weakened, almost giving way. His tail bristled slightly, and his white cat ears flattened back into airplane ears. Stop. Wen Zai's voice carried a sob, his tail trembling between his legs, the tip hooking his wife's wrist in a reluctant welcome, while the bell on his collar rang incessantly. "What breed of cat is Cici?" Yi Xiao refused to let him go, instead pulling him onto her lap and stroking the fluffy long tail. Let me guess. A long-haired tail, such a charming face. Must be a Persian cat." When she bit his lower lip, unable to speak, his sensitive tail was kneaded and rubbed, sending waves of numbing electricity through his nerves. A sour ache spread through his glands, and a rich orchid fragrance wafted, more intense than ever. "Cici, how does a cat meow?" Her index finger hooked into Wen Zai's collar, drawing his gorgeous face closer. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, her phoenix eyes curving. "Let me hear it, wife." "Meow?" The man's clear voice turned syrupy sweet. Yi Xiao's nose tingled, her blood surged, and she felt as if her nose might bleed. "Good kitty." She leaned close to those cat ears, her breath rustling the fur, and unexpectedly bit the tip of one. when she cried out, melting into a puddle of cat-like softness in his wife's arms. Yi Jixia carried her little cat to the large bed for play. That night, she petted the cat all night long, the bell on the cat's collar tinkling ceaselessly until dawn. Due to the accident during the Military Academy League, the rescued students missed their mid-year break. No sooner had they returned to Central Star than they were thrust back into classes, weary and harried. Fourth-year cadets were already overwhelmed, and Yi Jixia more so than most. Fortunately, because Yi Jixia had saved students from 3 military academies during the team survival competition, the league organizing committee awarded the championship to Heiji, granting her exemption from the practical examination, a long-sought privilege. With that, she needed only to pass her theoretical exams and complete her graduation project to graduate with honor. Leaf, you mean she's going to share your room? Bai Shui stared at the woman standing behind, Yi Jixia hesitating mid-sentence. She looked strangely familiar. Had she seen this woman before? And honestly, was Senior Xia truly only attracted to men? Why did she spark such an uncanny chemistry with everyone? What, this one or that one? Call her Senior. Yi Jixia flicked a playful knuckle tap onto the dazed girl's forehead. Hello, I'm Hua Ming, she said with a gentle smile, nodding politely to the group. Senior Hua Ming. Li Shuili spoke with uncharacteristic deference. When Senna glanced at her in mild surprise, Hua Ming was indeed a distinguished alumna from several graduating classes prior. No wonder. No need to worry. I've arranged off-campus housing. Yi Jixia watched her dorm mates' envious, grudging expressions, and though invisible, her triumphant tail swished gleefully behind her. Li Shuili shot Yi Jixia a subtle glance. Yi Jixia understood instantly. The two ascended to the loft training chamber, while Hua Ming quietly took position just outside the door. You've likely heard the news about the divine blood serum. Li Shuili began coolly, her brow furrowed. Yi Jixia nodded. I heard 1st Legion rejected the proposal. Why? Then why did 7th Legion accept it? Li Shuili gave a faint, enigmatic smile. Her voice edged with frost. All right. You still don't let anyone get the better of you. Yi Jixia sighed, leaning against the wall with arms crossed. Have you heard of offerings? Those who take the divine blood serum become potential offerings. No one knows when their mental energy will be siphoned dry, just like the people of the Spire. Offerings? What is that? Li Shuili frowned. Yi Jixia merely shrugged. Information exchange demanded reciprocity. My mother received intelligence. Elite star beasts have surged unexpectedly along the front lines. Within 1 to 2 years, a full-scale star beast tide is imminent. Li Shuili's expression darkened. The rebels operate beyond the safety zone. They bear the brunt. Offering the divine blood formula is their overture for reconciliation, seeking reintegration into the Federation. And the Federation desperately needs enhanced combat capability. So they're pardoning rebels and rolling out the serum, purely to prepare for war. Yi Jixia interjected. But you still haven't explained why 1st Legion refused it. Because the divine blood has side effects, Li Shuili replied, activating her neural interface to project a video. Do you remember the warship that escorted us before the competition? Yi Jixia's face tightened as she fixed her gaze on the holographic feed. This was Moonlight District. The vessel lost contact with its control tower during return transit. A month later, its wreckage was recovered in the Moonlight District. The black box confirmed no mechanical failure. Instead, communications were deliberately severed and the autopilot system manually disabled. The ship then veered uncontrollably into the district, crashing deep within the central garbage mountains. But what does this have to do with the divine blood serum? Yi Jixia sat upright, recalling the 3 survivors aboard that warship. Those 3 merchants. No bodies were found aboard the wreck, but there was copious blood and countless blood-stained footprints. Li Shuili paused, her voice hushed. Rarely a flicker of fear crossed her features. The blood belonged to the captain, crew, and the 3 merchant survivors. All contained anomalous white particles. These same particles are present in the divine blood serum. You mean these particles act like a pathogen, transmissible through some medium? Yi Jixia recoiled slightly, then frowned. If so, why go to such lengths to introduce the serum? Wouldn't simply releasing more vectors achieve the same end? I don't know. Li Shuili's shoulders slumped, her eyes drifted toward the training chamber's control panel, unfocused, distant. Sometimes I feel our days of speaking freely like this are numbered. Yi Jixia fell silent. The Federation stood now like a colossus balanced upon a single filament. Beneath it, an abyss without bottom, its gleaming armor nothing but painted parchment. 13th Legion participated in the investigation, Yi Jixia said after a long pause, voice firm. Yes, Li Shuili replied, regaining composure and nodding. About the offerings, commanders across legions will discuss this among themselves. Yi Jixia patted Li Shuili's shoulder and smiled. Thank you for telling me all this. Relax, we'll figure it out. Better to focus on your graduation project first. Humph. Her hand brushed aside. Yi Jixia watched Li Shuili's retreating back and arched a knowing brow. She'd circled far and wide just to deliver this intelligence. How awkward. An alliance between 1st, 7th, and 13th Legions was inevitable. As for high-level negotiations, that lay beyond Yi Zhixia's current reach. Her greatest immediate challenge was, Juding refused to acknowledge her, at all. For over a month each day ended with Yi Zhixia dragged by Xin Ping to the Legion compound, not for drills, but to cultivate rapport with Juding. It was sheer torment. Juding remained aloof as a snow-capped peak. Though Yi Zhixia could sense her presence, every probe of her spiritual awareness met absolute silence. I refused to believe it. Xin Ping raked her wild crimson hair, brows flaring. Little leaf, did you hold back? Sis, I'm innocent. Yi Zhixia massaged her temples. She'd never strained her mental energy so intensely. Even being buried alive on Shaluo, Star hadn't drained her this severely. Victory Day is less than 2 months away, Xin Ping murmured, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She looked even more exhausted than Yi Zhixia. If we still can't establish resonance with Juding, then I'll have to step in myself. Oh right, we still have Sister Shun. Yi Zhixia's eyes lit up, only to falter under Xin Ping's lethal glare. Great. Not great at all. At best I can coax Juding into minor movements. Whether she'll complete the full sequence remains uncertain. As for those aerial maneuvers. Xin Ping gave a wry chuckle, tangling her hair further. Even if you wrung every last drop of my mental energy dry, I couldn't pull them off. Xinjie, please, don't stay here with me. Your presence adds unbearable pressure. TCH, who'd want to keep you company? Xin Ping rolled her eyes, then flashed a grin. At least the girl had sense enough to notice. She hadn't visited her club in days, wondering what new antics her darling protégés had devised. After ushering Xin Ping out of the cockpit, Yi Zhixia collapsed onto the command seat, utterly spent. She gazed upward at the cockpit's vaulted ceiling. Complex energy circuits converged at the core engine, where golden pulses flowed rhythmically, like Juding's slow, steady breath. Gazing, she grew drowsy, drifting between wakefulness and dream, when a voice echoed softly, calling her name. Friend, at last you've come. Who? Yi Zhixia shuddered in alarm, snapping her eyes open only to find herself in a studio brimming with technological sophistication, though the equipment was several generations outdated. A mecha design rotated on the holographic screen, and Yi Zhixia recognized it as Judgment. Hey! A vibrant voice rang out from behind. Yi Zixia's scalp tingled as she instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Upon recognizing the figure, her eyes widened slowly. Master Zhongsu. Oh, calling me that sounds so strange. Zhongsu tilted her head, her large, round, almond-shaped eyes curving into a radiant smile. Indeed, such an intellectual and elegant name belonged to a soft and adorable sweetheart. Sis, which dimension did you cross over from? Zhongsu leaned in to scrutinize Yi Zhixia, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yi Zixia's breath caught, and she clenched her fists. She had never mentioned her transmigration to anyone. Even when Yi Tingchao probed repeatedly, she had never let slip a single hint. How did Zhongsu know? Relax. No need to be tense, friend. Zhongsu walked past Yi Zhixia to the console and entered a string of code. The design on the holographic screen rapidly assembled and pieced together, forming Judgment's final configuration. You must be curious how I know about transmigration. Zhongsu winked playfully at Yi Zhixia, pointing at herself. Because I crossed over too. I hail from the Dawn Military-Industrial Complex, a second-tier civilization in the Super Source constellation group of the Tianu Galaxy Cluster. However, I haven't observed my homeland yet. Perhaps this is a different universe. Yi Zhixia pressed her lips into a thin line. Clusters and galaxies. She was utterly lost. Was it appropriate to discuss this with a pure humanities student? What does this have to do with knowing about transmigration? Yi Zhixia sensed no malice from Zhongsu and gradually relaxed her guard. Because only a soul that has traversed time and space can ascend to become a four-dimensional being. Zhongsu snapped her fingers, and the Judgment model flew out of the holographic screen, circling around her. And my spiritual space can only be entered by four-dimensional life forms like you. Fourth-tier civilization consciousness existing independently of the physical body. Yi Zhixia murmured, her worldview shaken. According to Zhongsu, had she already reached a fourth-tier civilization? Exactly. Zhongsu clapped her hands. You see, even though my physical form turned to dust long ago, my consciousness is still thriving. So, you've been living within Judgment's core program. Yi Zhixia suddenly understood. No wonder Judgment had evolved on its own. The designer herself had become the mecha's spirit. You could say that. Whenever I want, I can wander into your Federation's Book of Order anytime. Zhongsu curled her lips, a smug smile playing on her face. The Book of Order was the central mainframe of the Federation's StarNet, protected by the most formidable firewalls and antivirus systems. Yi Zixia's psychic power could rewrite network information. It turned out she was a higher-dimensional life form. But hacking the mainframe? She had never even considered it. If that's the case, I should be able to control Judgment easily. Why hasn't it responded after all my attempts? Yi Zhixia couldn't help asking, driven nearly mad by the issue. Zhang Su fidgeted with her fingers, glancing at Yi Zhixia guiltily. When I designed Judgment, I installed 2 operating modes. The normal mode is for ordinary psychics, though it demands high proficiency. The other mode is tailored for 4-dimensional beings, unleashing far greater power. I didn't think there would be another transmigrator, so I didn't include it in the manual. You've been trying the normal mode, but your psyche is already in a 4-dimensional state beyond its frequency range, so Yi Zhixia was left speechless. So it wasn't about her lack of effort. They were operating on different planes. And you just watch while I struggled. Yi Zixia's resentment soared. Zhang Su shuddered, shaking her head frantically. How could I? Even among 4-dimensional beings, individual frequencies vary. I've been tuning the frequency, and I just synced with you now. Let me teach you our operation method. Here, receive this. Zhang Su extended a thread of psychic energy. Yi Zhixia hesitated, then extended one of her own, intertwining them. A massive stream of information transferred in less than 0.01 seconds. Yi Zhixia didn't need to absorb or digest it. The knowledge felt as if it had always been in her mind. What an incredible sensation. 4-dimensional beings' knowledge transfer required no written language. Their information transmission efficiency far surpassed mere words. So, Yi Zixia's heart surged with excitement. She wouldn't have to memorize those theoretical lessons anymore. She could just connect her consciousness to the starnet and copy it directly into her brain. It was like a peasant turning over to sing in bliss, sheer delight. Yi Zhixia, take good care of my Judgment. Zhong Ze's smile gradually faded, a trace of melancholy in her eyes. I have a feeling this is my last awakening before I dissipate. Dissipate? Yi Zixia's heart clenched, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. Yes. Zhong Su curved her lips. No life form can escape the law of entropy. Consciousness is energy too, and it will eventually fade away. Judgment has developed self-awareness. She's the new life I created. Zhong Su drifted into memory, her gaze softening. Without her I could exist for millennia, but that would be truly lonely. Yi Zhixia, I entrust Judgment to you. You'll be the best of friends, right? Yi Zhixia nodded solemnly. We will. That's good. It was wonderful to meet you. Farewell, my friend. Yi Zhixia opened her eyes, still lying in the cockpit. Glancing at the time, only 2 minutes had passed. She raised her hand to cover her eyes. So the true way to pilot Judgment was to let her spirit leave her body. As a part-time 4-dimensional being, Yi Zhixia still clung to conventional knowledge, and even the Federation's advanced technologies were mind-boggling to her. Before this, her exploration of her own abilities had been like wading across a river by feeling the stones, directionless, fraught with caution, and terrified of losing control. Especially after the incident in Moonlight District, she had been traumatized. Yi Zhixia stood up, closed her eyes, and focused. The instant her consciousness left her body, her perspective shifted entirely. If the God's Eye view was already cheating, then this sensation was an upgraded version of it. Yi Zixia's vision was no longer flat. Instead, she saw countless threads of causality, each extending toward different futures. Whenever she wished, she could follow a thread to deduce events across millennia. Judgment's consciousness cloud floated at the core energy source, and Yi Zhixia actively merged with it. In an instant, Judgment's steel body felt like her own, responding effortlessly without the need for deliberate control, like an ordinary mecha. She had succeeded. Damn. How is Yixin's brain even structured? It's utterly extraordinary. What must one eat to score perfect marks across all subjects? Urgent. Need answers now. Yixin alone may answer this. 38 specialized exams, completed in just half an hour. Does Yixin even read the questions? Cheating. It's definitely cheating. There's foul play, absolutely. Wake up upstairs. The exam papers are generated on-site by the AI system. There isn't even a question bank. How could anyone cheat? Moreover, take a look at her paper. It's set to literal hell mode difficulty. I suspect someone deliberately sabotaged Yixin. Yixin, bless me. I have an assessment this afternoon. May I earn my credits smoothly? While the Military Academy lead discussions were still simmering, the Heiji Military Academy forum erupted anew. After Yi Zhixia's heroic deeds on Shaluo Star spread across the stellar network, she was instantly deified. Not only did every student at Heiji become her devoted admirer, but she also amassed a legion of fervent fans from other military academies. Inside the dormitory villa, Yi Zhixia was packing her belongings. Yezi, how heartless you are. Bai Shui clung to Yi Zhixia's leg, tears welling in her eyes. You're just abandoning your sister like this. Get off. I'm not dead yet. What are you wailing for? Bai Shui's cold, enigmatic beauty clashed absurdly with her exasperated expression, utterly unbearable to behold. Yi Zhixia pinched her ear and bared her teeth in a sharp grin, her voice hissing through clenched jaws. Did you sneak eat my shortbread cookies? Don't think that resealing the wrapper fools me. I can tell. 3 are missing. Spit them out now. Her attempt to divert attention failed utterly. Bai Shui stood there tearful and speechless. How could she be blamed? Brother-in-law's cookies were simply too delicious. And Yi Zhixia, the ungrateful ghost, had hoarded so many yet doled out only one per person. Wasn't that sheer torture? All right, enough fooling around. Li Xueli rapped her knuckles against the table. Yi Zhixia, come here quickly. The two froze mid-motion and turned to see her leaning against the window, gazing outward. What's wrong? Yi Zhixia and Bai Shui hurried over and peered down. Good heavens. Yi Shun. Yi Shun looked at me. She was clearly looking at me. Yi Shun, congratulations on graduation. Yi Shun, may I take a photo with you? Yi Zhixia glanced at her neural interface. If her memory served, it was class time. When had military cadets grown so carefree? Below, a dense crowd surged beneath the villa. What on earth was that retro crimson banner? The bold white characters fluttered in the wind. Congratulations to Yi Shun on graduation. May your military career forge new miracles. Several students carried flower baskets brimming with harvest fruits, resembling oversized wheat sheaves. Yi Zhixia rubbed her eyes, half convinced she'd stumbled into a grand opening at some terrestrial supermarket, egg-giving day included. Beep beep beep. Yi Zhixia tapped open her neural interface. A message from Wensena. Zhixia, reign in your fanbase. Her tone was tightly restrained, verging on explosion. I've been trapped outside the dorm entrance for half an hour. I literally cannot squeeze in. Yi Zhixia leaned out, and sure enough, a conspicuous emerald green head bobbed amid the throng. Wensena struggled desperately to push through, only to be pinned between two towering women from the Special Warfare Division, immovable. All right. Yi Zhixia scratched her nose, gaining fresh perspective on her own fame. Cadets. She flung open the window and boomed. Silence fell instantly. Gazing upon their flushed, ecstatic faces, Yi Zhixia cleared her throat and assumed her most commanding demeanor. Thank you all for coming to bid me farewell. I am deeply moved. However, it is currently 1021 a.m. Have your classes concluded? Her stern gaze swept across the crowd. Students guiltily bowed their heads. I am honored to be admired, but if such admiration does not inspire you toward greater strength, I shall bear profound remorse. True strength springs not from idols, but from relentless effort and unwavering will. Rather than adulation, I long for the day we stand shoulder to shoulder on the front lines, as comrades who entrust each other with our backs as brothers and sisters in arms. From now on, no more skipping class. Can you promise that? She demanded, channeling the authoritative presence of a famed training academy instructor. Yes, they roared in unison. All final projects graded A or above. Can you achieve that? Yes. Excellent. Return to your classrooms now. Today's cafeteria meals are on me. Complimentary for every cadet. Yi Zhixia turned, her resolute silhouette vanishing from the window frame. Seconds later, thunderous cheers erupted below. As the crowd finally dispersed, Wensena dared enter. Collapsing onto the peacock green sofa, her hair disheveled, her white shoes smudged with footprints. She had never looked so bedraggled, not even after 2 weeks submerged in lab work. You certainly enjoyed your moment. Wensena smoothed her braided hair, only to discover several hairpins missing. Her heart ached. Spotting Yi Zhixia and the others descending the stairs, she shot them a wounded glance. Yi Zhixia gazed skyward. Sometimes overwhelming charisma truly is a curse. Yi Zhixia, you're replacing Shinping. Li Xueli was genuinely stunned upon hearing the news. Shinping had been heir apparent to the 7th Legion for over a decade, the undisputed paragon among her generation. Upon General Hyla's retirement, her ascension to Legion commander was considered inevitable. And yet, she had just been superseded by Yi Zhixia. You? Li Xueli studied Yi Zhixia with sharp suspicion. Are you perhaps an Ultra S-class? Ever since their entrapment on Shaluo, Star, Li Xueli had harbored doubts. Yi Zhixia's psychic energy was impossibly potent, far exceeding S-class thresholds. Whether I am Ultra S-class? Yi Zhixia smiled enigmatically. You'll know soon enough, on Victory Day. With the rebels deploying divine blood serum and flaunting unprecedented arrogance, the Federation required overwhelming, undeniable supremacy to deter them. Yi Zhixia's psychic classification could no longer remain classified. The High Command resolved to deliver a decisive psychological blow during the Victory Day parade. How enviable. You graduate straight into command posts. Unlike Wensena and me, we must grind relentlessly for military merit. Just don't forget your old classmates once you two become Legion commanders. Bai Shui combed Wensena's hair, braiding it with delicate precision. Yi Zhixia's psychic rank held no fascination for her. Heavens forbid. You two, one a mechanized trooper, the other a combat medic. We dare not offend either of you. Yi Zhixia waved dismissively. Then, 4 pairs of eyes met and laughter bloomed warm and unrestrained. Leaving Heiji was as hurried as her arrival. The months of intensive study had been grueling, yet in retrospect they were suffused with an unexpected bittersweet nostalgia. Yi Zhixia boarded the hovercar and through the window watched the campus recede. A faint smile curved her lips. Along the thread of fate, she glimpsed countless brilliant rising stars emerging from Heiji, more outstanding than any generation before. Yi Zhixiao felt a quiet pride. Heiji's achievements surely owed something to her. Victory Day fell on February 10th, commemorating humanity's rebuilding after the Great Cataclysm and the founding of the Lianbang government. At dawn, when she hung the prepared festive wreath on the mansion gate and peeled an apple by hand, the thin skin fell in one unbroken spiral. When the last strip slid free, the attendants burst into cheers, and when she allowed herself a gentle smile. How wonderful! Today my mistress will be safe, and everything will go smoothly. For the Victory Day parade, my mistress had taken up residence at the military training base. Because of secrecy rules, she could not contact the outside world when she had not heard her mistress's voice for over half a month. A vast holoscreen displayed a pre-ceremony interview. The hostess Lily was interviewing the 3 seats of the Elder Council. Lady Feudite, what will make this year's Victory Day parade different from past ones? Feudite wore an ornate military dress. The badge on her chest flashed like a star. She smiled mysteriously, her handsome features impossible to look away from. Miss Lily, as everyone knows, the mecha acrobatics are the crowd's favorite segment. Really? Could Sklas Mecha be taking part this time? Lily's voice rose. Despite her professional composure, her pulse quickened and her breath caught. Good heavens, Sklas Mecha. There were fewer than 20 in the entire Lianbang. Ordinary citizens could only hope to glimpse them in footage if they ever passed the entrance exams to the military academies. No, there is more. Feudite waved a finger with a sly smile to the flying camera. In this parade, everyone will see the legendary God-class mecha kaiju. What? Lily froze as if struck by lightning, trembling with excitement. In all her life, she might never again be so fortunate as to see a God-class mecha on display. If she were to age into decrepitude tomorrow, she would die content, she thought. Pinching her thigh, Lily summoned all her professional restraint and, following the script, resisted the urge to press for more about kaiju. Lady Feudite sources say that among the invited guests are the 13 corps commanders, provincial governors, society leaders, business magnates, and, unusually, the high ranks of the Lulang's Guild. Lily asked, is that true? Indeed. Beyond attending, the Lulang's Guild has also sent a delegation to participate in the parade. Feudite's expression sobered. The Lulang's Guild has been divided for a long time. War has brought too much misery. Humans who share the same origin should stand together. The universe is vast, and enemies gather around us. The era of internecine slaughter will, under the witness of this parade, come to an end. News that the Lulang's Guild would be brought into the fold had first circulated a month earlier. Compared with the earlier explosive public outcry, the StarNet's comments were relatively restrained. People had split into 3 camps: the idealistic peace faction, who supported incorporation, the extermination and vengeance faction opposed to it, and the fence-sitters, who only cared so long as it did not inconvenience them. The 3 groups argued fiercely, even sparking violent incidents. After the interview, the government's intention to pacify the rebels was effectively confirmed. Online viewership on the StarNet soared. Everyone wanted to see what the mysterious Lulang's Guild warriors and their weapons looked like and how they measured up to the Lianbang. The parade was staged in the outer orbital space of the central star. The viewing flagship took its position when laser batteries flared blue. The reviewed fleets and mecha formations unveiled themselves one by one. Wow, so magnificent. Long live the Lianbang. My God, the giant whale F-10 deep space fortress. One shot from its sonic cannon can shatter a small asteroid. What model fighter is that? I've never seen it before. It looks so cool. By appearance, it's from the Apostle series. See, I told you. The Apostle line has been upgraded again. Hey, it seems the Lianbang's weapons are surprisingly lame. What's going on up there? Why are some messages in parentheses? That's the Lulang's Guild's ID. What the hell? Damn it. Why is the StarNet censoring this? I'm livid. Heh. Someone must be swearing up a storm upstairs. What on earth is this? This is our Lulang's Guild's Shueshing Zhilian fighter. Its beam weapons harvest targets at range, its spatial jumps strike the vital points. Spatial jumps. Aren't those devices reserved for battleships? Hey, you country bumpkins. What the? Zhuang Yuan watched her own comment dissolve into a string of garbled symbols. She slammed a fist at the holoscreen, but her blow passed through the menacing crimson warships, striking nothing. The Lulang's Guild were supposed to be mere rebels and criminals. How could they possess such advanced weapons? Countless concepts displayed there were unfamiliar even to this seasoned military enthusiast. The Lianbang's armaments were said to be the most formidable in decades, yet they were outshone by a Lulang's force that was barely a 30th of their size. This was unbearable. No wonder they wanted to bring them into the fold. They must be too strong to defeat. Zhuang Yuan clenched her fists, watching more and more bracketed comments flood the screen, her face flushing red. What were the Lianbang's leaders thinking, allowing themselves to be humiliated like this? Even the public comments were being censored. Was there no backbone left? That your Sklas Mecha? Ha ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Everyone in our ranks has won. What century is it that you still use laser weapons? We use antimatter rays. Is this mecha show a joke? The movements are so clumsy and they still rely on hard docking technology. How many years out of date is that? I heard the Lianbong barely has any S-class units. Unlike us, our guild doesn't admit a mecha under S-class. Lianbong's comment stream dwindled. The field became a sea of red parenthetical remarks from the Lilang's side. Zhuang Yuan's knuckles went white and her teeth ground together. What was the difference between this and surrender? If Lianbong still had any trump cards, she demanded they reveal them at once. We still have kaiju. Suddenly the comment section fell quiet. Even the parenthetical brigade paused. Of course, Zhuang Yuan's eyes flared. Lianbong still possessed a god-class mecha, the only one in all humanity. Why have the Lilang's guild gone quiet? One kaiju is worth 100 warships. Are you frightened? As far as I know, that so-called god-class mecha hasn't been activated in nearly 20 years. Indeed, it did not see action even during the massive Star Beast tide 5 years ago. I admit kaiju is powerful, but without a matching pilot it is nothing but a hunk of scrap. Can those Lianbong fools even start it up? Don't let them just sit it on the pad and do nothing. Ha, I'm cracking up. Lianbong is useless. They should hand kaiju to our guild to drive, so it won't just gather dust in a warehouse. Zhuang Yuan collapsed back onto the sofa, eyes rimmed red, all her strength seeming to drain away. They were not entirely wrong. Kaiju had indeed not seen service in a long time. Legends said the only pilot who could command it with ease, General Hyla, had suffered psychic damage and could no longer bear the mecha's drain. Lianbong had lost. Within the Senate's Grand Assembly Hall, a colossal holographic screen was divided into two sections. One side broadcasted the Victory Day military parade, live, the announcer's voice sounding somewhat strained, as if reading from a script for the first time. The other side displayed the commander of the Wanderer Guild. Chun, what is the meaning of this? The chief senator demanded, his brow deeply furrowed, his voice heavy with displeasure. The list of weaponry you sent over for review is not what we see here. Yingfei, after all these years as old friends, you remain so naive. Chun lounged lazily in a single-seat sofa, her military uniform worn haphazardly, her collar wide open, revealing a cold metallic prosthetic body. This time the Federation is the one begging. When you beg, you should know your place. Chun suddenly leaned forward, her sinister features magnifying on the screen. You still harbor the delusion of overshadowing us in the parade. You ought to assess your own worth. Yingfei took a deep breath, frowning. Wasn't it the Wanderer Guild that proposed the return? How did it become the Federation begging you? I don't care. Who knew the Federation was this weak? Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Had I known, we would have simply attacked directly. Yingfei let out a cold snort. What a cunning creature, not a single truthful word. The Federation was riddled with holes like a sieve. If she had the capability to attack, she would have done so long ago. At this point, rage was futile. The fact that the rebels could pull off such a deceit right under the Senate's nose already spoke volumes. On the screen, the camera switched to the Dawn mothership, where Judgment was about to make its appearance. Yingfei's gaze fixed on the mecha launch, her expression grave. The Federation's chance to salvage its dignity rested entirely on Judgment. The aerial acrobatics of the Federation's mecha formation were spectacular. The S-class mechs came from the top 6 legions, piloted by their heirs, each leading a formation of 10 super-class mechs. The mecha formation swept past the reviewing flagship at high speed. At the lead mech's signal, the entire formation dispersed instantly, like diamonds scattered by an invisible hand, racing in all directions, their light trails forming the Federation's 6-pointed star emblem. Suddenly, a colossal beast-shaped heavy mecha intruded uninvited, disrupting the Federation's formation. What's going on? What is the Wanderer Guild doing? This isn't part of the rehearsal. Damn, they're not responding to communications. A wave of commotion swept through the Federation mecha formations channel. The Wanderer Guild's beast mecha was named Xiongqi. Its massive frame was like a small mountain, its blackened color scheme and ferocious edges amplifying its brutality. This type of heavy mecha had been phased out by the Federation due to its large target, slow movement, and the requirement of at least 2 pilots to withstand the mental energy drain, a test of perfect synchronization. Yet Xiongqi seemed unencumbered by these drawbacks, weaving through the Federation formation like a cat toying with a mouse. Ha ha ha, what a show. Hey, race a tip. No way is this all the Federation has. Why don't we see any Federation heavy mecha? Don't tell me they don't have any. Stop it, they're crying, hee hee hee. Judgment, come out and do a trick for us here, kitty kitty kitty. Zhuang Yuan stared at the glaring barrage of comments on the screen, lacking even the strength to retort. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed past the reviewing flagship, diving into the Federation mecha formation. It moved so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. It was Judgment. The golden humanoid mecha was slightly larger than the other Federation mechs, yet it still appeared slender and fragile next to Xiongqi. However, just by standing silently in the void, it exuded an aura of supreme dominance. Xiongqi halted its movements, its blood-red horns aimed at Judgment. A blazing white orb of energy began to coalesce between the horns, a magnetic burst flash. For a moment, even the comments from the Wanderer Guild side vanished, leaving the live stream eerily silent. Have they lost their minds? Is the Wanderer Guild trying to start a war? Humph. A cold, clear voice, ignoring the vacuum of space, transmitted directly into everyone's minds through mental energy, sending shivers down their spines and weakening their knees. Before the viewer's eyes could even register the change, even the ultra-high-speed zoom lenses failed to capture a clear image. Judgment had already appeared atop, Qiongqi, one hand pressing down on the energy sphere. The shockwave spread silently, the violent energy hurling the Supera mechs kilometers away. Only the 6 glass mechs barely managed to hold their formation. The terrifying magnetic burst flash was extinguished just like that, effortlessly, without leaving a single spark behind. But Judgment did not stop there. It pressed down further onto Qiongqi's head, using no propulsion assistance, using its bare hands to force the beast's proud tiger head downward. No matter how Qiongqi struggled, its head seemed glued to Judgment's palm, unable to shake free. Suddenly Judgment spread its 12 pairs of golden wings. Beneath the ornate feathers lurked menacing cannon muzzles. A full 24 magnetic burst flashes like 24 miniature suns became the most unbearable sight in the desolate depths of space. Zhuang Yuan clenched her fists, her breathing rapid. The intense light stung her eyes, yet she couldn't bear to blink. Tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden, but she let them dry in the wind. Beautiful, yet powerful, elegant, yet brutal, divine, yet merciless. Judgment. This was Judgment. Qiongqi's struggles froze, remaining in its bowed posture, motionless as a statue. Judgment pushed off with its arms, performing a graceful backflip to land on Qiongqi's back. A golden whip shot from its armor, lassoing the giant beast's neck and yanking backward. Forced to rear up, Qiongqi's front claws lifted into the air, as if suffering a profound humiliation. All its energy runes lit up simultaneously, blazing with crimson light. Naughty kitty, that voice so sickly sweet was as chilling as the snowflakes on Ice-Crowned Star. On the screen, Judgment's hand grasped one of Qiongqi's horns, applying slow pressure. Zhuang Yuan could almost hear the agonizing screech of armor twisting and deforming. Stop. Stop right now. Qiongqi, what are you doing? Finish her off. Damn it. Go, Qiongqi. How the hell are we supposed to do that? Don't you see those 24 magnetic burst flashes? They're just for show. I don't believe she'd actually use them. Before that comment could even scroll away, Qiongqi's horn was brutally snapped off. The pain of mecha damage inflicted on its pilot was something only those who had piloted could understand. Inside Qiongqi, this glass high-rank pilot's face paled, cold sweat dripping down her chin. Not from the pain, however. Having undergone countless bioenhancements, she had long lost her sense of physical pain. What she experienced was a terrifying mental pressure. It was horrifying. She was a battle-hardened veteran, numb to killing, even immune to collective mental attacks, let alone a single target pressure. Yet before Judgment, her mental barrier was like paper. The enemy hadn't even launched an attack, and she was already on the verge of collapse. Beep, 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 beep. The defense alarm sounded again. She looked up at the viewport. Qiongqi's horn was in Judgment's hand, its sharp tip aimed directly at the cockpit, thrusting forward. Damn it. They'll fucking kill you. The pilot desperately tried to pull the mecha up, but it was useless. She could only watch as her prized killing tool hurtled toward her own face. Boom. The Judgment's horn pierced into the left eye of the Qiongqi, mere meters from the cockpit. The entire Federation mecha formation returned to position, centering on the Judgment, as they once again formed a hexagram pattern, rotating and deforming. Despite the dazzling acrobatic maneuvers, the audience's gaze remained fixed on the Judgment. The golden mecha stood like a deity, and the ferocious beast bowed its head in awe of its divine might. It sat high upon the beast's spine, observing the sacrificial dance with neither joy nor sorrow. With the climactic mecha performance concluded, the military parade also drew to a close. The image of the Judgment leading the Qiongqi offstage like a dog on a leash shot to the top of the headlines at light speed, filling the entire Star Network with jubilation. Oh my god, that's General Hella piloting the Judgment. So cool. What would General? I want to be your baby, the kind that can write code. Didn't General Hella suffer severe spiritual damage? The pilot should be Colonel Shun. Right, General Hella is on the observation base ship. I saw her on camera. This time all class mechas are piloted by Legion heirs, so the one piloting the Judgment must be Shin Ping. Doesn't anyone think Sister Shin's voice is incredibly alluring? Absolutely. When that voice appeared in my mind, my whole body went numb. My mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the live stream, because Sister is so captivating that my legs went weak. Wait, doesn't this voice sound a bit like our Yi Shun? Hey, hold on. Now that you mention it, it really does. Yi Shun? You mean Yi Zhixia? Impossible, didn't she just graduate? Do you have any idea what it takes to pilot the Judgment? If you're the one who doesn't know, do you know how strong Yi Shun is? She saved so many people on Shaluo. Star, have you forgotten? Stop arguing. Quick, watch the interview on Star Channel. The quarreling netizens swiftly shifted their focus. Star Channel was the Federation's official media outlet, guaranteeing absolute authenticity. As netizens clicked into the channel, the screen displayed the mecha hangar inside the base ship. The cockpit of the Cheonchi opened, and a pale-faced warrior staggered out, nearly falling as she climbed onto the elevator before being steadied by staff. Ungrateful, she scowled and shoved the person away. At the same time, the cockpit door of the Judgment slowly opened, and a woman in a pure white combat suit leaped out. She was tall, her form-fitting combat suit accentuating a perfectly proportioned figure. Her short hair was swept back, and her cold, sharp features radiated an intimidating aura. Before the elevator had even risen, she made a bold leap. Amid the reporters' gasps, the Judgment raised an arm to catch her, then knelt on one knee, gently returning her to the ground. Yi Zixua turned back to touch the Judgment's fingertips, a slight curve forming at the corner of her lips. Her stunning profile became the darling of the cameras. Shin Ping approached, patting Yi Zixua on the shoulder with a laugh. Well done, little Yi. I admire your vengeful spirit. That move just now was satisfying. Yi Zixua's expression turned serious as she leaned in to whisper, Sister Shun, I broke the Cheonchi. They won't make me pay for it, will they? How much would that cost? Come on, your family is a top-tier conglomerate with vast wealth. You're worried about a little money. Shin Ping found it amusing that this girl was concerned about such a thing. Don't worry, you won't have to pay. You might even get a bonus. At the very least, this will earn you a third-class merit. As they spoke, Star Channel reporter Lily approached, her cheeks slightly flushed. Up close, Yi Shun was even more captivating. A figure who could charm both men and women alike. How could there be such a perfect woman? The gap was too vast, she couldn't even bring herself to feel jealous. Colonel Shin Yi Shun. Haha, that's what everyone on the Star Network calls you now. I'm Lily, a reporter from Star Channel. It's an honor to meet you both. Lily shook hands with Yi Zixua, offering a standard professional smile. During the military parade, the Judgment's heroic bearing was truly breathtaking. Even now, my heart is still racing. This parade saw Major Yi piloting the Judgment. Does this mean you will replace Colonel Shun as the heir to the 7th Legion? Lily's gaze fell on Yi Zixua's shoulder insignia, and she adjusted the camera to zoom in on the star emblem of a major. This was a question Yi Zixua found difficult to answer. Shin Ping smoothly interjected with a smile. That's right. Major, yes, spiritual power far surpasses mine, and her military acumen is top-notch. Although she lacks combat experience, I believe her strength will quickly make up for it. Yi Zixua is truly deserving of being the 7th Legion's heir. Shin Ping gave a thumbs up to the camera, her smile utterly unguarded. Yi Zixua looked at Shin Ping, a faint smile curling her lips as she shook her head slightly. This woman was clearly eager to retire. Spiritual power far superior to yours. Lily's eyes widened in shock. You're already at the peak of strength, so does that mean Major Yi is beyond strength? To be precise, she's stronger than beyond strength, Shin Ping replied casually. She's at the same level as the Judgment. Divine. The live stream's barrage vanished for a moment, then erupted like a geyser, dense and overwhelming, obscuring the screen. Divine. Humanity has another divine-level spiritual power. Oh my god, in my lifetime witnessing history. There's a limit to bragging. You think divine level is as common as cabbages? Yo, what's that smell? So sour. If she's really divine level, why did she only join the military now? It's just a smokescreen to scare people. Are you blind? The Judgment's performance already proves plenty. That's because the Cheonchi pilot had an off day. Don't waste your breath. You can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep. That Yi woman damaged our mecha. Is she trying to start a war? Can't win the argument, so you change the subject. Low class, blah blah blah. Lily glanced at the comment section, irritated by the barrage of bracketed remarks. Professional ethics told her that public opinion was diverse, but emotionally, she wondered why a bunch of rebels were acting so cocky here. Major Yi, what do you have to say about your clash with the Cheonchi during the parade? Lily directed the question to Yi Zixua, confident that this eagle-like woman would not disappoint. Hearing this, Yi Zixua paused for 2 seconds. When she looked back at the camera, her smile was incredibly sincere, yet the slight curve of her phoenix eyes carried a hint of mischievous cunning. The clash with the Cheonchi was quite enjoyable. The warriors of the Wanderers Guild are indeed skilled. As Yi Zixua spoke, the bracketed commenters in the chat reached a fever pitch, their arrogance momentarily overwhelming the Federation netizens. Her piloting skills were steady, and the riding experience was excellent. Yi Zixua gave a thumbs up and nodded in acknowledgement. I was pleasantly surprised to see the Cheonchi appear. After all, it's the Wanderers Guild's strongest mecha, and wasn't on the parade list. Yi Zixua's tone was mockingly serious. Although the Wanderers Guild's actions were a bit rash, I can understand. Eager to showcase their value in order to rejoin the Federation. The deep space is harsh and cold, and it's only natural for their etiquette to be somewhat behind. You see, after my guidance and education, the Cheonchi became very polite and cooperative. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yi Shun, is your mouth laced with poison? The deep space is bitterly cold, ha. Yi Shen's mouth can't get through security. That's her only flaw. Only you would truly ride a Qiongqi like a horse. Yes, education through love, you deserve it. Crack. Chun crushed the crystal goblet in her hand, the red wine trickling down her mechanical arm like fresh blood. Tell Yi Tingxiao to get her ass back here. Chun's voice was hoarse and ferocious, echoing through the empty bridge. Now Yi Zhixia had officially joined the 7th Legion, securing her position as Junior Legion Commander with her outstanding performance during the Victory Day Parade. However, having never set foot on a battlefield, her military merits were rather thin. Her rank capped at Major. What? Send me to recruit. Yi Zhixia looked at Shinping. Wasn't that the Legion Commander's job? Since when did it fall to her? General Hella said, "You're popular now with more influence among the youth than she has. You'd be better for the recruitment campaign." Shinping shrugged, looking innocent, as if she hadn't egged it on. Yi Zhixia was disheartened. She had finally made it through the parade and wanted a couple of days off. Now she understood why Shinping was always talking about retirement. She damn well wanted it too. Junior Commander Colonel Shun. Sahite rushed over, opening her brain chip to reveal the military's official homepage. The military has made the divine blood potion public. Yi Zhixia frowned, and Shinping's expression soured. Yi Zhixia had heard that the 13th Legion had reported their investigation of the Moonlight District to the Senate, requesting a halt to the potion's distribution. She had thought such suspicious circumstances would at least make the Senate cautious, but they were stubbornly going their own way. Sigh. Yi Zhixia let out a long, weary sigh. This recruitment drive is going to be tough for our Legion. Yeah, counting us, only 3 legions have refused to use divine blood. We're bound to lose a lot of recruits. Sahite said worriedly. Shinping patted Yi Zixia's shoulder with a grin. So it all comes down to Yi Shun's personal charm. As twilight fell, Yi Zhixia walked out of the military headquarters and ran straight into Yi Tingxiao. She was leaning against the security checkpoint, arms crossed, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Yi Zhixia glanced at her and walked past without acknowledging her. "Zhixia, are you avoiding me?" Yi Tingxiao's lips curled in a provocative tone. "Are you that afraid of me?" Yi Zhixia ignored her pass through security and headed for the hovercar. She had seen plenty of such cheap provocation. "Hey, just kidding. What's the rush?" Yi Tingxiao wasn't angry and quickened her pace to catch up. "Congratulations on your promotion to Major. We sisters are equals now. Let me buy you a drink." She reached out to pat Yi Zixia's shoulder. Hua Ming, hidden in the shadows, narrowed her eyes and was about to act when she heard her superior's voice in her mind. "Don't make a move." Yi Zhixia sidestepped, avoiding Yi Tingxiao's hand, and stepped back to keep distance. This woman was now the official heir of the 3rd Legion. If she died inexplicably, it would raise suspicion. Yi Zhixia glanced at the passing officers and retracted the spiritual energy spike she had just formed. "Nothing good ever comes from sudden kindness. Cousin, I don't have time to mess with you." Yi Zixia's voice was cold and hard like a blade unsheathed. Since returning from Shero Star, she had been waiting for Yi Tingxiao to approach her, but the other had made no move, as if expecting her to make contact first. Anyone else might have lost their composure, but Yi Zhixia was not just anyone. With over 20 years of self-cultivation, she could endure more than most. Besides, it wasn't just the other side who held information, as she did too. Yi Tingxiao was taken aback by Yi Zixia's attitude. She had deliberately revealed several suspicious points before. There was no reason Yi Zhixia wouldn't be interested. "You've heard about the Moonlight District, haven't you?" Yi Tingxiao stepped closer and lowered her voice. "Zhixia, don't you want to know the truth? Considering we're family, your big sister can tell you for free." Yi Tingxiao looked at Yi Zhixia. Her good cousin's expression gradually turned solemn, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. Rose Club. Beneath the dazzling, dreamlike neon lights, men in scanty clothing swayed their hips on stage, the sultry music making one's ears itch. The air was thick with the scent of pheromones, a uniform fragrance of roses. So many handsome men, all smelling of roses. As expected of ROSE, the most elite club in the Gem District. "Zhixia, when you're out having fun, don't keep that funeral face." Yi Tingxiao had ordered plenty of hosts, one in her arms, one kneeling at her feet, and another massaging her shoulders from behind the sofa. Yi Zhixia sat alone on a single sofa, eyes half-closed, posture languid like a resting tiger. Her intimidating aura was unrestrained, and the hosts preferred to be furniture carrying trays rather than come near her. Heh. Yi Tingxiao chuckled lightly and pushed the man in her arms toward her. "I forgot my cousin has high standards and looks down on the common ones. Ming Jin is Rose's top host. I'm giving him to you." Ming Jin was the most conservatively dressed among the men, strikingly handsome, with a hint of nobility in his every move. He knelt before Yi Zhixia, his heart pounding wildly. Miss Zhixia was even more handsome in person than on the starnet. Her powerful aura made one's legs weak, yet it stirred admiration. Yi Zhixia frowned. This was hardly the place for a serious talk. Could Yi Tingxiao really have come just to celebrate? Yi Zhixia used her spiritual energy to communicate with Hua Ming, instructing her to report her whereabouts to the Legion. After becoming the Legion's heir, Hua Ming's protection had shifted from overt to covert. Yi Zhixia shielded her with her spiritual energy, making her immune to any spiritual scans. At that moment, she was hidden in a secluded corner outside the private room monitoring the surroundings. Understood, Hua Ming replied in her mind, then her gaze suddenly caught a suspicious figure. Was that Qin Shi? Inside the room, Yi Zhixia remained unmoved by the bowtie's attentive service, until a hand suddenly landed on her knee. By reflex she kicked, but realizing it was a man, she held back most of her strength. Ming Jin fell to the ground, clutching his chest, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His amber eyes shimmered with tears, a sight that would break anyone's heart. But Yi Zixia's heart was made of superalloy. She waved her hand to dispel the thickening rose fragrance. She had no intention of bullying a lowly host, provided he was sensible enough not to crowd her. Tisk tisk tsk. Can't even a top-tier beauty catch your eye, cousin? Yi Tingchao used the tip of her shoe to lift the man's chin, her smile carrying a serpentine chill. Ming Jin trembled under her gaze. But Yi Zhixia was tired of beating around the bush. With my level of spiritual energy, I could crack open your mind. Yi Zhixia snapped her fingers, and all the hosts collapsed softly into slumber. Seeing Yi Tingchao's composed expression, Yi Zhixia let out a sneer. What are you really relying on? Your god. Yi Tingchao's smile froze on her face. How could it be? How could Yi Zhixia know about the divine? Could it be? Have you also heard the divine oracle? Yi Tingchao trembled all over, her fingernails digging into the leather sofa, leaving several shocking scratches. No. She couldn't accept this. She was the sole spokesperson of the divine. Yi Zhixia was bluffing. Yes, the gods' assembly had been active lately. It must be those low-level followers who leaked the news. Ha, Yi Zhixia, I admit you're clever, but am no fool either. Yi Tingchao leaned back into the sofa, her gaze falling on Yi Zhixia, no longer hiding her contempt. No matter how strong her spiritual power was, she was merely a slightly more special sacrifice. Yi Tingchao sighed, her exaggerated pity like a theatrical performance. I wanted to be gentle. After all, you are my cousin bound by blood. I do feel reluctant. Yi Zhixia felt that spiritual suction again, identical to the one on the Shaluo star. What exactly was this woman trying to do? Just as she was about to counterattack, she saw Yi Tingchao take out a small box stamped with the ghost spider emblem of the Wanderer Guild. With a flash of insight, Yi Zhixia pretended to resist with all her might, her powerful spiritual field clashing fiercely with Yi Tingchao's. Cold sweat beaded on Yi Tingchao's forehead. Although she had anticipated Yi Zixia's abilities, facing her Heaton was still exhausting. Her mind was entirely focused on suppressing Yi Zhixia, unaware that the unconscious attendants at their feet were enveloped in a barely perceptible white light, completely unaffected. My lord, grant me more power. Yi Tingchao prayed in her heart, and the divine-given power surged endlessly into her sea of consciousness. Her spiritual energy finally trapped Yi Zhixia, barely trapping her. Yi Zhixia remained in a stiff posture, her body immobile. Of course she was faking it. Glancing imperceptibly at the attendants, this madwoman, Yi Tingchao, was starting a battle here. Did she want to brain-dead everyone in the entire club? Originally, if you had obediently drunk the wine, you could have avoided this needle. Yi Tingchao took a syringe from the box and walked toward Yi Zhixia. Oh, you must be wondering what this is. Central control nanochips. Ever heard of them? Once injected, they travel through your bloodstream to your brain, disrupting your judgment through bioelectric interference. Simply put, after being implanted, you become a remote-controlled toy. Spiritual power is useless too because the chip is in your brain. Attacking it means attacking your own mind. Oh, perhaps you won't even be able to form the thought to attack. Yi Tingchao circled the single-seater sofa, staring at Yi Zixia's face, waiting for an expression of fear, humiliation, or anger. But she was destined for disappointment. Yi Zhixia remained calm, her black eyes as deep and unfathomable as the sea. Suddenly, she seized Yi Tingchao's wrist, and in that unexpected moment, the syringe changed hands. Yi Tingchao was pinned to the ground with her arms twisted behind her, still dazed. Wasn't she supposed to be suppressed? How? My dear cousin, an old saying goes, the villain dies by talking too much. The sharp needle pierced the skin, and Yi Zhixia injected the entire dose into Yi Tingchao's body. I have no interest in being a toy, but you, cousin, are perfectly suited. Consider this gift to you. We're family, no thanks needed. Yi Zhixia. Ill. Yi Tingchao suddenly lost her voice. She couldn't move. The terrifying spiritual pressure was like a blazing star, and she was but a speck of dust that would vanish into smoke the moment it was illuminated. How could this be? This was the power of a god. Oh, I see. Yi Zhixia ruthlessly rifled through Yi Tingchao's memories, from wetting the bed as a child to playing with men in the club. Nothing escaped her eyes. But when it came to the parts involving the spirit sensing divine, those fragments became blurred like censored images. Yi Zhixia tried to erase those spiritual imprints, only to find Yi Tingchao bleeding from all 7 orifices on the verge of collapse. Tisk, your master is truly cunning and sly. Yi Zhixia stopped, and patted Yi Tingchao's face. This woman was still useful. She couldn't die just yet. How can you be so strong? Yi Tingchao looked like her faith was shattered, her voice trembling like a sieve. It's the divine, the power bestowed by the divine, isn't it? If you say so. Yi Zhixia sat on her, twisting her arms while operating her smart brain to record a video. Heh. Ha ha ha. Yi Tingchao went mad, screaming hysterically, I heard the divine oracle when I was 10. 10 years old. Back then you were nothing but a waste while I was already a rank genius. The divine chose me. Chose me. Yi Zhixia nodded expressionlessly. It was you. For so many years I spread the divine glory diligently. You did nothing. Why do you deserve such power? Oh, she also said she would grant me immortality. Yi Zhixia added a casual stab. Aya. Yi Tingchao went berserk, struggling wildly like a thrashing crocodile, nearly throwing Yi Zhixia off. Slap. Yi Zhixia knocked her out with a single chop, and the world fell silent. Erasing all traces of their fight, she slapped Yi Tingchao's face several times until red marks appeared like a drunken flush. Indeed, holding in anger was bad. Letting it out felt much better. Ultra-micro nanochips. What a grand gesture. Yi Zhixia toyed with the syringe case, the activation device for the chip, while the real remote was in Chun's hands. Yi Zhixia rubbed her forehead. Fame brought trouble, being targeted by the commander of the Wanderer Guild. Should she feel honored? According to Yi Tingchao's memories, these nanochips were extremely difficult and costly to produce. Even so, the number of high-ranking Federation officials controlled by the Wanderer Guild through the chips was staggering. Yi Zixia's heart pounded at the mention of those weighty names, and this was only what Yi Tingchao knew. At this rate, the Federation was doomed. That traitor Yi Tingchao was utterly detestable. Not only had she betrayed the Federation, but she had also become a collaborator with the enemy. Killing her outright would be too merciful. Her spiritual energy entered Yi Tingchao's brain domain, and Yi Zhixia forcibly altered her memories. When Yi Tingchao woke, she would only remember successfully implanting the chip into Yi Zhixia using the attendants, all without a trace. Huaming, let's go. Placing the syringe back into Yi Tingchao's pocket, Yi Zhixia pushed open the door and called out. Hua Ming emerged from the shadows, his expression strange. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. What could make Hua Ming look like that? Deputy head, I just saw Qianqi and Xia Wangshu. As a personal guard, Hua Ming naturally knew his superiors' relationships, well, so seeing those two together genuinely surprised him. When did those two get together? Yi Zhixia had too many matters to attend to. She had long forgotten the irrelevant ones. Suddenly the door to a private room ahead opened, and a woman's cursing voice came out, sounding somewhat familiar. A frail, disheveled man ran out. Seeing Yi Zhixia in the hallway, hope lit up his eyes. Sister Zhixia, save me. Xia Wangshu knelt before the woman, his bruised eyes stinging with tears that blurred his vision. He looked up at Yi Zhixia, who seemed more dazzling than ever, her aura as sharp as a blade, untamed even by the dim, ambiguous lighting. You little wretch, I've been too kind to you. Qianqi rolled up her sleeves as she emerged from the private room, a whip in hand. She was heavily drunk, her face flushed like a pig's liver reeking of alcohol. Xia Wangshu shuddered violently, trembling like a leaf shrinking behind Yi Zhixia. Every time Qianqi got drunk, she would beat him within an inch of his life. Yi Zhixia grabbed Qianqi's whipping hand, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she said coldly, look closely at whom you're raising your whip against. A sharp pain shot through her wrist, the whip fell to the ground, and Qianqi's drunken stupor mostly cleared. She blinked her dry eyes and looked up at the woman before her. Yi Zhixia. Qianqi's pupils contracted as she cried out, a deep-seated hatred flashing in her eyes, but upon recalling who this person was, her anger deflated like a pricked balloon. Major Yi, I'm terribly sorry for offending you. Qianqi bowed her head and apologized repeatedly, bending low. She had already lost everything. After finally latching onto a wealthy heir, clinging to a faint hope of making a comeback, she couldn't afford to act impulsively. Now Yi Zhixia was not only powerful and influential, but also a top-tier powerhouse of the Federation. Qianqi no longer even had the spirit for revenge. What's his story? Yi Zhixia shook off Qianqi's hand and glanced at the man curled up on the ground, trembling. Xia Wangshu had lost so much weight, his sharp chin and small face, making his cat-like eyes appear unnervingly large. His exposed arms were covered in dense whip scars, and his wrists bore rope burns, a truly pitiful sight. Xia Wangshu. The Xia family betrothed him to me as a concubine. Uncertain of Yi Zixia's stance and fearing her wrath, Qianqi quickly explained, it was he who seduced me. Sister Zhixiao. Xia Wangshu's voice was shrill as he looked at the woman he once loved, his eyes filled with terror. How could she hear such things? What would she think of him? No, that's not it. Xia Wangshu shook his head, his sobs soft like a kitten's purr. A woman watching felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to step in, but her companion grabbed her. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear how he addressed the divine Yi? The woman came to her senses, wiping cold sweat from her brow. Sister Zhixia, there was clearly something going on. Who was she to meddle in the romantic affairs of the powerful? Was she tired of living well? Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow. Qianqi and Xia Wangshu. She had to admit they suited each other. Qianqi, I already let you off once before. Yi Zhixia kicked away Xia Wangshu, who was trying to grab her pant leg, and said coldly, control your man and vanish from my sight forever. If you can't manage that, I can help you. Qianqi's spine stiffened, her face instantly turning pale. With one word from Yi Zhixiao, she would be condemned to a life in the gutter. Unable to provoke Yi Zhixiao, she vented all her fury on Xia Wangshu. If it weren't for this wretch, Yi Zhixiao would never have noticed her. Yi Zhixiao walked out of ROSC, ignoring the man's desperate screams behind her. The night breeze carried the scent of snow and ice. She took a deep breath, the air cool and sweet in her lungs. Editing the events in the private room, Yi Zhixiao kept only the part where Yi Tingchao attempted to assault her. Using her mental power, she crafted a video recording, stored it in her cyberbrain, and sent it to Hella and Xinping. It was an authentic recording. Existing equipment could detect no flaws. Keep a close watch on Yi Tingchao's movements. Act within your limits, and don't let her discover you. Yi Zhixiao instructed Hua Ming. Both the Federation and the Wanderer Guild severely underestimated divine-level mental power, a fortunate advantage for Yi Zhixiao. It was already late when she returned to Yi Manor. To avoid keeping Wenxi waiting, Yi Zhixiao had abolished all those tedious formalities due to the military department's heavy workload. If she wasn't back by dinner, there was no need to wait for her. The night steward approached to serve her, but Yi Zhixiao waved him away. Apart from Wenxi, she disliked other men being near her. By this hour, Wenxi was already asleep. A lily-shaped wall lamp glowed in the master bedroom, a light the man had left on for her. Yi Zhixiao tiptoed into the room. Seeing the man lying on his side in a proper sleeping posture, she couldn't help but curl her lips, her heart softening. Perhaps it was the intensity of her gaze, but Wenxi's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. My wife. The man, still drowsy, patted his cheeks and got out of bed. You're back. Wenxi frowned, slightly annoyed at himself for having fallen asleep. Fortunately, the bathwater had been prepared long ago, kept warm in a temperature-controlled tub. All that was needed was to add some essential oils. As he stepped forward to undress his wife, a rich rose scent assailed his nostrils, and Wenxi's hand froze midair. That fragrance didn't belong to any rose. It was a man's pheromones. As a man himself, he couldn't mistake it, nor could he find any excuse to deceive himself. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart, each breath widening the wound, leaving it bloody and raw. Wenxi unbuttoned his wife's military uniform, his fingertips trembling slightly, his long lashes lowered, afraid to let even a hint of his pain show. It was only natural for a woman to have many men. Wenxi had never thought otherwise. But why, when he imagined another young, beautiful body lying beneath his wife, pleasing her, did his heart feel like it was being scorched by fire, turning to ash at the slightest breeze, crumbling away? Wenxi, are you jealous? How could you harbor such an ugly emotion? My wife, you've worked hard. Let Cece give you a massage, okay? Wenxi blinked away the moisture welling in his eyes, put on a docile smile, and looked up at his wife, striving to appear as if he knew nothing. Yi Zhixiao pinched Wenxi's chin, staring straight into his eyes. The man concealed it well, but that initial flash of grievance hadn't escaped her notice. Lifting her arm to sniff her sleeve, Yi Zhixiao belatedly realized she had brought home a load of pheromones. Rose was drenched in rose scent, and she was practically marinated in it. Though she had done nothing, looking into Wenxi's deep blue eyes, Yi Zhixiao felt a pang of guilt. Silly man, he must be heartbroken, yet he pretended to know nothing. How could he be so foolish? I went to the club. Yi Zhixiao leaned in close to Wenxi, her warm breath caressing his handsome face. Aren't you angry? Wenxi felt a sharp stab in his heart, hurriedly lowering his gaze to hide the pain in his eyes. His wife was such a powerful and noble woman, it was only natural for her to have several men serving her, even if she had once promised to be with only him for a lifetime. Having heard such a beautiful confession, Wenxi was already content. He had never expected his wife to fulfill that vow. Aside from this pretty face and a heart that loved her, he had nothing to offer. What right did he have to monopolize his wife? His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the bitterness at the back of his throat. He shook his head gently. My wife needs to socialize and entertain. Going to the club is perfectly normal. He took a deep breath, suppressing the ache in his heart, his voice trembling slightly. If you fancy any of the escorts there and want to negotiate a sponsorship or redemption deal with the club, it would be better if I handle it. Wen Zai's words were smothered by a brutal kiss. Yi Zhixiao pinned the man against the wall, gripping his wrists, one leg thrust between his thighs, trapping him in her embrace with no escape. Her teeth clamped onto his lip, gnawing and tearing like a bloodthirsty beast impatient to devour its prey. When she whimpered in pain, obediently parting his lips to endure it. His wife had never treated him like this before. Her teeth broke his lip, and his tongue tasted the saltiness of blood. When she matched his wife's fierce kiss, carefully ingratiating himself as his gland released a faint orchid fragrance. The rich scent of roses lingered at the tip of his nose, so potent that even his pheromones couldn't mask it. It must be a beauty. He had heard that the escorts at the club were specially trained, willing to do anything to please a woman. It seemed he didn't even have the capital to compare with an escort. When Yi Zixia's fingers unconsciously tightened on the man's hand, anger simmering in her eyes. "You still want to find me another man?" His wife's voice was icy cold, and Wen Zai's heart trembled, plummeting as if into an abyss. He held his breath, bit his tongue, and finally looked up cautiously to gauge her expression. Seeing the man's terrified face, the anger that had just flared in Yi Zixia dissipated completely, leaving only pity. The man's lower lip was broken from her bite, blood seeping into the faint lines like a touch of cinnabar. Yi Zixia frowned, gently wiping away the glaring red with her thumb. She had long confirmed the man's love, pure without a trace of impurity. Why was she still angry? Yi Zixia sighed and released him, but he grabbed her sleeve. "Wife, Cici was wrong. Please punish me, don't bottle it up. It will only hurt." The man knelt at her feet, his nightgown disheveled from her actions, red marks slowly appearing on his wrists. He tilted his head, exposing his fragile neck, his eyes holding grievance, but even more concern and worry. Seeing his wife silent and frowning when she grew even more heartbroken, he tore open his collar, revealing a large expanse of snowy skin, and hugged his wife's calf, pressing his chest tightly against her military boots, letting the fragrant pheromones stain her. "Whatever they can do, Cici can do too. If it makes you happy, you'll do anything." When she gently rubbed his cheek against his wife's knee, his voice soft and light, like the tip of a cat's tail brushing by, alluring without knowing it. At the club, even with such concentrated pheromones, Yi Zixia had no reaction. But the faint orchid fragrance drifting into her nose was like the most potent aphrodisiac. Yi Zixia's blood boiled, and she pulled the man up, holding him tightly in her arms. "All right then, let me ask you, what am I angry about?" Yi Zixia buried her head in Wen Zai's neck, greedily inhaling his pheromones. So fragrant, so wonderful. If she were a cat, she would be her catnip. When she hugged his wife back, his long fingers kneading the base of her neck, the spot she loved most. At her words, he paused, then ventured cautiously. "Is it because Cici meddled in your affairs?" In noble families, keeping lovers or redeeming escorts was always handled by the head husband. Women wouldn't waste time on such matters, nor deign to do it themselves. Yi Zixia bit the man's neck, her tongue licking the shallow tooth mark. When she stopped belittling himself so much? Yi Zixia knew that her expectations for the men of this world were perhaps too harsh. Men were born to be treated as clinging vines and accessories. For them, humility and submission were forms of self-protection, with no concept of independent personality or self-respect. "No." Yi Zixia caressed the corner of the man's eye, her fingertips catching a trace of moisture, her voice softening involuntarily. "Cici, I have a mental purity complex. I can't accept any man but you. If it were you, could you accept being with another woman?" When she shook his head in terror, he couldn't imagine abandoning his wife to serve another woman. "I did go to the club, but I never touched a single escort." Yi Zixia said, a hint of grievance in her voice. "If I hear you say find me another man again." Yi Zixia racked her brain for a punishment, but couldn't bring herself to be harsh, finally settling on no cheesecake for a month. When she was stunned, was this really a punishment? In the past, when he did something wrong, he was confined, starved, forced to kneel, or whipped. When she hugged his wife tightly, his voice muffled. "If someone tries to push a man on you, what will you do?" Yi Zixia smoothed his half-long hair and asked. "He'll send them away. You are mine alone." Wen Zai's ears burned, his voice still lacking confidence. "That's right." Yi Zixia was very pleased, cupping the man's face and kissing his forehead. Her gaze fell on his jaw. The spot she had grabbed was already bruised. Yi Zixia's heart ached so much she felt like slapping herself. "Yi Zixia, you're something else. How is this different from domestic violence?" In an instant, all amorous thoughts vanished. Yi Zixia carried the man to the bed, fetched swelling spray, and applied it to the injury. "Cici, does it still hurt?" Yi Zixia watched the bruise visibly fade, guilt filling her eyes. She then applied healing gel to the small wound on Wen Zai's lower lip. This gel was a military exclusive, extremely expensive, and its effects were immediate. It could even heal large burns quickly, let alone a tiny cut the size of a grain of rice. She shook his head. Compared to what he had suffered before, this pain was nothing. Seeing his wife's self-reproachful expression, he took her hand and gently pressed his cheek to her palm. "Wife, actually." Wen Zai's face flushed crimson, his burning heat searing into Yi Zixia's palm. "Actually, just now. Cici really liked it." "Just now?" Yi Zixia was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing what he meant, and her nose tingled. She quickly touched it, relieved there was no nosebleed. "I know you always hold back to spare my feelings." Wen Zai's petal-like lips parted and closed, his words carrying a fragrance that made Yi Zixia's eyes glaze over. "You don't have to be like this, wife. A little more intensity. Cici also feels very good." What gave him the courage to provoke a woman who had been abstinent for nearly 2 months? Yi Zhixia devoured the man like a starving tiger from day to night, from the bed to the bathroom, from the carpet to the balcony. Everywhere was stained with the subtle orchid fragrance. Joy turned to sorrow. Yi Zhixia had her fill, but when she collapsed. A man's body is very fragile, especially during the susceptible period. Su Yinmei looked at the crestfallen head of the household, both helpless and amused. A woman's desires were hard for one man to satisfy, and the head of the household was the epitome of womanhood. Her head husband truly had his work cut out for him. Yi Zixia's reckless actions directly triggered Wen Zai's susceptible period. The two were consumed by passion, oblivious to the world around them, until when she fainted with an alarmingly high fever. Only then did Yi Zhixia realize something was wrong, her terror nearly costing her half her soul. Fortunately, it was merely a high fever from the susceptible period. After medication and a few days of rest, he would be fine. During the Victory Day parade, the Wanderers Guild caused numerous disturbances, greatly displeasing the hawkish faction of the Senate, and the reunification agenda was shelved. To promote integration between the Wanderers Guild and the Federation, the moderate faction decided to host a social banquet to bridge the emotional gap between the two sides. The venue was set aboard the mothership Aurora with an unprecedented level of grandeur. As the heir of the 7th Legion, Yi Zhixia was naturally among the invitees. Gazing at the opulent gilded invitation, she let out a scornful snicker. Building bridges. Over a blood feud. Recently, frontline battle reports have grown increasingly grim. High-order star beasts, once unseen for a year at a time, now seem endless, with even supergiant entities appearing. From this perspective, the Senate's overture became entirely reasonable. With such formidable combat power, joining the Federation would undoubtedly be safer. Whether the Wanderers Guild was willing to be cannon fodder, however, was a matter for later consideration. The banquet required attendees to bring their spouses, as relying on a group of warmongers to foster a pleasant atmosphere was futile. Men were needed as a lubricant. Yi Zhixia heard that chaste attendants from the Jewel Garden had also been invited to serve. The noble sacred warship had never permitted men to set foot on it, but this time an exception was made. As twilight deepened, Yi Zhixia changed into a pure white military dress uniform, its golden tassels and sashes both resplendent and dignified. She pushed open the dressing room door and saw Wen Shi already waiting outside. The setting sun set the clouds ablaze, and the orange-hued embers fell upon the man's hair, making it glimmer faintly. His hair had grown long, tied in a low ponytail with a metal ring that lay loosely across his shoulders. A black cravat covered his neck completely, and a midnight blue dress the same color as his eyes outlined a perfectly proportioned figure. Yi Zixia's gaze fell upon Wen Zai's waist, tightly bound by an exquisitely crafted black corset. At formal occasions, a man who did not wear a corset would be mocked for lacking refinement. Yi Zhixia couldn't fathom how refinement and corsets were connected. Though speechless, she said nothing more. When she studied his wife's expression and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His wife disliked him wearing a corset, but this was his first time attending a banquet with her, and he did not want to invite gossip about his attire and embarrass her. Over the corset, when she donned a long front-fastening robe to conceal his silhouette, then draped a black cloak with gold embroidery over it. Yi Zhixia was beyond words. After all the trouble to cinch an impossibly slender waist, he covered it up completely. Wasn't it all for nothing? The shuttle came to a halt on the Aurora's berth. Yi Zhixia rose, and when she placed her military cap on her head, his slender fingers were encased in thin black silk gloves, their mysterious ascetic allure only heightening their appeal. "My wife," when she called softly. A gold ring was tightly fastened around his left wrist, from which a delicate chain extended, ending in a magnificent gemstone pendant. He placed the chain into his wife's palm and lowered his sleeve to cover his arm. Yi Zhixia looked down. The gemstone pendant in her hand was engraved with her name. She tightened her grip, directly taking the man's hand. "My wife, this is against propriety." When she was startled. At important occasions, a man was not permitted to touch his wife lest he be deemed frivolous and undignified. According to aristocratic etiquette, a man was led into the banquet by his wife, holding his wrist chain, keeping his head lowered, and walking half a step behind her. The cabin door slid open, and Yi Zhixia stepped down, holding Wen Zai's hand. The banquet hall was ablaze with lights, and beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay a resplendent nebula. Senior officers sat in small groups in the lounge area, conversing, while their dependents stood respectfully behind them, attending to their needs. In the center of the pool, several men danced to melodious music. Their pure white gauze robes were extremely thin, their slender waists flickering in and out of view through the sheer fabric. "Well, Major Yi, I've heard so much about you." The woman's voice was strange, a hoarse tone mixed with a mechanical synthesized sound. Yi Zhixia turned to see a woman in the uniform of the Wanderers Guild approaching, her entire body below the head replaced by metallic prosthetics. "General Chun." Yi Zhixia gave her a slight nod, and without a change in expression stepped forward to shield Wen Shi behind her. The aura emanating from Chun was subtle. Yi Zhixia sensed little hostility, but rather curiosity and anticipation. Anticipation. What was she anticipating? Chun care for a drink. Hella stepped forward, offering a glass of red wine with a distant smile. Chun looked Hella up and down, finally taking the glass. Curling her lips in a sneer, she said, Hella, no need to be so tense. I'm not going to eat her. But this little brat doesn't look like she'll stay put. Chun glanced at Yi Zhixia and offered a meaningful smile. Her wings are hardened. Who knows what trouble she'll stir up. Crack. The wine glass in Chun's hand was covered in cobweb-like fissures. Oops, couldn't control the force. She placed the glass on a servant's tray, and in an instant the crystal goblet shattered completely. Red wine overflowed the tray, dripping down in a steady stream, staining the carpet with wet marks like fresh blood. Zhixia, don't mind Chun. She's a lunatic. Hella patted Yi Zixia's shoulder with a gentle smile. Yi Zhixia nodded but noticed the red veins in Hella's eyes and furrowed her brow slightly. General, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Yi Zhixia smiled. General Hella bore a heavy burden, and as her heir, she ought to share some of it. Yi Zhixia had no intention of making when she suffer by standing behind her. The banquet had a private lounge for dependents where the men could rest. However, under normal circumstances, dependents were expected to attend their wives closely, and the lounge was only used in exceptional cases. Cece, wait for me here. Yi Zhixia summoned a servant and had him escort Wenxi to the lounge. When she watched his wife's retreating figure, his fingers tightening slightly beneath his sleeves. This banquet was entirely different from the one Xia Wangshu had invited him to. He was attending as his wife's spouse, representing her dignity, and he must not make a single mistake. The servant led the way ahead, his white gauze robe identical to those of the dancers in the hall. Were these the chaste attendants from the Jewel Garden? When she had heard that men with excellent genes who failed to marry during their matching period would be selected by the Jewel Garden to become chaste attendants. They lived in a white tower, enjoying a very comfortable life. They could study various subjects with no material restrictions, but they had to maintain optimal health. Compared to being a public relations escort, the Jewel Garden was undoubtedly a better choice. Unfortunately, its conditions were extremely stringent, with only a few hundred men selected each year. Mr. Wenxi, you truly are an enviable man. Suddenly, the servant walking ahead stopped, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. Wenxi was startled at a loss. The servant turned, lifting his perpetually lowered head. When she found him vaguely familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. Have you forgotten me? He pulled back his hood, revealing a head of fiery red hair. Pat. When she remembered, he was Xia Wangshu's friend, the young master of the governor's mansion. How had he become a chaste attendant? When she studied the man before him, he had fully matured, grown much taller, his face devoid of childishness and pride, leaving only quietness, subservience, and a faint trace of weariness. Could the young master of the governor's mansion really remain unmarried? When she found it hard to believe. Mr. Pat, is there something you need? When she couldn't fathom the man's intentions. Though this place was not far from the banquet hall, the inner family passage was rarely used by anyone. Pat, however, merely lowered his head. In the silence, time seemed to congeal, flowing sluggishly. Just as when she was about to speak again, Pat looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. Can you save me? Pat pleaded as he knelt, clutching at Wenxi's robe. Startled, when she stepped back, his back pressed against the wall. What are you doing? When she tugged at his robe, trying to pull it free, but Pat held on tightly, as if grasping at his last lifeline. I offended you before. I'm truly sorry. I'm a fool believing whatever others said. Pat's voice grew agitated, amplified by the corridor's echo. He abruptly stopped, glanced around to ensure no one was coming, then breathed a sigh of relief, his emotions calming somewhat. He looked up at Wenxi, lowering his voice. Xia Wangshu's reputation is ruined. Those of us who were close to him have all suffered the consequences. He paused, a look of shame crossing his face. After I was jilted, no one wanted me. Husband. He just got married and was demoted to a concubine. When she was somewhat surprised. Since Xia Wangshu had last confronted him, he hadn't paid that man any further attention. He had thought hearing that Xia Wangshu was doing poorly, even his little lackey reduced to such a state, would bring him satisfaction. But it didn't. He felt nothing at all. Mr. Pat, I accept your apology, but I am just a man who am afraid I can't help you. When she forcefully reclaimed the corner of his robe, walked past Pat, and headed forward the door to the lounge not far away. Mr. Wenxi, you can. All you need to do is choose me to serve during the upcoming entertainment segment. Pat quickly got up and chased after him, but fearing to anger Wenxi, he dared not pull at his clothes again. Entertainment segment. Wenxi paused in his steps. Some banquets did have such segments, hiring escorts from high-end clubs to liven things up, but those were usually social gatherings of a purely entertaining nature. You didn't think we were here just to be waiters, did you? Pat gave a bitter smile. The chastity attendants of the Jewel Garden might seem glamorous, but the lives they led could be worse than those of popular escorts. By day, they had to maintain elegance and beauty, strictly adhering to rules, reporting even their meals and bodily functions. no privacy, no freedom. At night, they were sent to the beds of the powerful, transforming into lewd beasts groveling beneath women's desires. Only 2 circumstances granted exemption: participating in experiments or becoming pregnant. Experiments were not voluntary. They were an obligation for all men of the Jewel Garden. Pat had not yet undergone an experiment, but his roommate had entered the lab and never come out. He had overheard the warden saying that the Vagabonds Guild had brought in new technology and there might be a shortage of test subjects. He might not escape this time. Unless he got pregnant. Mister, when she Major Yi loves you so much she will agree to whomever you choose. Pat's face was pale, his whole body trembling. Even if I have a child, I can't leave the Jewel Garden. I won't pose any threat to you. The child will only have you as a father, and when they grow up they won't remember me. Seeing when she unmoved, Pat bowed repeatedly, his voice turning tearful. Please, you're the only one who can help me. I'm sorry. When she looked into the man's eyes. With those 2 words, the last glimmer of light in them was extinguished. He felt a pang of pity, but this was not a reason to defy his wife's will. Pat, I won't recommend you to my wife, nor any other man. But I can try to think of another way. When she nodded at him and turned to enter the lounge. Pat stood frozen, a single tear escaping. He quickly dabbed it away with a handkerchief. If crying marred his appearance, the warden would not let him off easily. Thank you, Pat murmured softly, gazing at the lounge door. He had never truly expected to succeed. He had merely clung to a faint hope and tried. After all, he had once humiliated when she so deeply. It was already kind of when she not to kick him when he was down. That when she was willing to acknowledge him, even with just a well-meaning lie, was immense comfort. The lounge was empty. When she found a secluded corner to sit in, his fingers gliding over his smart device. The entertainment segment Pat mentioned. His wife probably wouldn't like it. Imagining the look of distaste that might appear on his wife's face when she couldn't help but smile. His wife was unusually conservative in that regard, like a proud white fox that only cuddled with its mate. When she thought for a moment, then edited and sent a short message. The banquet hall buzzed with clinking glasses. With the men as decoration, the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. Compared to the Federation, the officers of the Vagabonds Guild were more wanton. Some waiters who came to serve were directly detained by them, stripped of their clothes for pleasure with no regard for the occasion. Yi Zixia, Shinping, and Li Shiweli sat in a small booth. None of the 3 had men behind them, making them stand out. The other 2 were unmarried, so it wasn't unusual for them not to bring family, but Yi Zixia was being particularly independent. You really treasure that man of yours. Shinping took a sip of champagne, teasing. Such an obvious weakness. You'd better protect him well, or someone might exploit it. Yi Zixia shot her a cool glance, which made Shinping laugh heartily, waving her hand. I'm wrong. Can't touch the reverse scale. Yi Zixia had also wondered, was her undisguised favoritism toward when she putting him in the line of fire? Was it causing him trouble and danger, and was she capable of protecting him? But if love cannot be shown openly, what difference is there from harm? I will naturally protect my man, don't you worry, Sister Shan. Yi Zixia swirled the red wine in her glass, speaking nonchalantly. I wonder who's being nagged about marriage every day, taking in concubine after concubine, yet still hasn't married their primary husband. Cough, cough, cough. Champagne went down the wrong pipe. Shinping set down her glass, looking aggrieved. Can we not talk about that? Shiweli, your little fiancé, is almost of age. When's the wedding? Shinping changed the subject. Li's Zuela's brow finally furrowed into a vertical line. She looked at the indecent scenes in the banquet hall, a sneer in her eyes, as she spoke coldly. Before we go to the front lines. Yi Zixia's smart device buzzed slightly. She looked down to see a message from Wenxi. My wife, there's going to be an entertainment segment later. If you don't like it, I can pretend to be ill. Entertainment segment. Yi Zixia knew what that was, and her brow immediately knitted. A faint fragrance drifted through the air. She looked at the dimming lights of the venue, sensing something was amiss. My primary husband is feeling unwell. I must go check on him. Seeing several men approaching, Yi Zixia jumped up as if her seat was on fire. A sigh escaped Shinping as she watched Yi Zixia's retreating figure, and she gave Li Shiweli a rueful smile. I do not understand her at all, as such a beauty, and she will not spare even a glance. Li Shiweli set down her cup and rose. I am going to the washroom, she said. I am leaving. Shinping fell silent, then thought wryly that their pure devotion made her seem wanton and licentious by comparison. The banquet had been a success, at least the Lulang's Guild's men kept in line. The pity lay with the chastity attendants. Outside the safe zones, it was a man's no man's land. Even without the menace of roaming starbeasts, the ubiquitous harmful radiation could end a life. The Lulang's Guild were a rough lot, yet they were human and subject to desire. Even the most perfect artificial companions could not replicate the unique pheromones of a living man. Those women had been pinned up for so long that snatching a few men from passenger freighters each year was no longer enough to soothe them. The Zhenshi of Jinbao Garden were the finest of the finest. To women starved of such resources, they were a lavish banquet. Once they indulged, restraint vanished, and countless men were ruined. Pate bit down on a handkerchief as his fingers found the jewel necklace lodged deep within him and began to draw it out. The gem's sharp facets scraped along tender tissue, blood welled from the narrow opening. A sound of stifled agony escaped him. The pain left him near faint when the necklace was finally withdrawn. His body had contracted in spasm and could not expel the urine that had been held for days. Pate trembled as the warder's voice called, "Pate, come here." His mind went blank, yet his body answered before thought, crawling forward on all fours. Where would they send him this time? Could he return alive? Perhaps he should agree to the experiments. No, he could not bear it. He could hear the screams from the laboratories even at that distance. They were unbearable. The warder examined his wounds like one inspecting livestock and frowned. "How did you end up like this?" "You are permitted 10 minutes in a medical pod." "Yi Gongwan. Is it that Yi Gongwan?" Pate clenched his fingers until his eyes stung. The medical pod used special serums. The heal was remarkable, but the price was excruciating pain. When Pate emerged, his pupils were unfocused. He donned a brand new uniform. White signified chastity. The irony was bitter. His body had been used by countless women and was anything but pure. A hovercar skimmed over the Emerald Sea and stopped before Yi Gongwan. The warder removed Pate's monitoring collar and handed him to the steward who had come to receive him. Pate breathed out. Though the lingering pain still gnawed at him the moment the collar was removed, he felt the breath of freedom. The residence of a senior military officer was a place of the highest secrecy. No surveillance devices from any organization were permitted, and Zhenbaogarten was no exception. "Mr. Pate, please wait," the steward said, leading him to a small receiving parlor and bowing as he withdrew. Pate stood awkwardly, taking in the lavish decor. Once he had lived in such a house, now he did not even merit a seat. When the door opened, Pate bowed instinctively and lowered his head, assuming the most proper posture of a chastity attendant. Yi Zhixia entered arm in arm with when she dismissed the attending steward with a wave and closed the door, turning the small parlor into a private sanctuary. "Sit," she commanded from the main sofa. Yi Zhixia drew when she to sit at her side, glanced at the red-haired man's clenched hands, and gave a cool instruction. "So you were the one making a scene with a noble at the banquet. You are bold indeed." Yi Zixia's tone betrayed no emotion, yet Pate felt an unbearable weight. He had barely settled when anxiety forced him to stand again. "I hear you are a friend of Xia Wanshu. No wonder the Minge family expelled you. What good can come of associating with such a person?" When she turned his head to look at his mistress, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. She had always been courteous. He had never seen her so biting. Sensing his gaze, Yi Zhixia squeezed his hand and patted it. "One cannot save a life for nothing. He must know the size of the debt he has incurred." Yesterday, when she had mentioned Pate to her, at the time, she paid it little mind. But the moment she heard the word experiment, she felt the matter was not so simple. Zhenbaogarten functioned as a breeding base for Lianbang's upper circles. That experiments took place within was not a secret. Yet once experiments became entangled with the Lulang's guild, a darker scent permeated the affair. Yi Zhixia tried to probe with her spiritual sense. As expected, the information was blurred. A familiar formula, a familiar scent. She could tell without deliberation whose handiwork it was. Thus it was Yi Zhixia, not Wen Shi, who had arranged to see Pate. He knelt in terror, his thin shoulders trembling. A lock of vivid red hair slipped loose, making him look pitiably fragile. Yi Zhixia cast him a single glance and felt not an ounce of pity. "My house's patriarch is soft of heart and sets aside old grudges. He told me to try to find a way to save your life." Pate snapped his head up, joy erupting in his eyes. He looked at Wen Shi with gratitude so intense it seemed about to overflow. "Do not rejoice too soon," Yi Zhixia interjected, cutting off his thanks with a frown. "I am not in the habit of charity. Zhenbaogarten serves the highest nobles. Even I cannot move mountains easily." "I can save you," she continued, yet her narrow phoenix eyes curved into a seemingly gentle smile that sent a chill down the spine. "You will have to enter the laboratory once." Pate's face drained of color as he instinctively recoiled. "You may refuse," she said, "and I will have you returned at once." Yi Zhixia raised her hand, making as if to summon the steward back in. Pate's pupils flickered. He scrambled forward and reflexively tried to grasp the woman's skirt, an ingrained motion from serving patrons. But under her blade-like gaze, his hand diverted and caught at Wen Zai's garment instead. "No, please, no. Ilgo am willing to undergo the experiment." Pate shrank to Wen Zai's side, hiding. "Colonel, you was too terrifying." When she found himself uncertain how to respond. He had only said in passing that he wanted to help Pate. At the time, the mistress agreed, without hesitation, seeming utterly untroubled. How had things changed so quickly? "Very well." Yi Zhixia rose, cold and implacable as ever, yet when she looked at Wen Shi, she gave him an almost imperceptible wink. "I have other matters to attend to. You may remain at Yi Gongwan tonight," she said, and left without a backward glance, leaving the two men staring at one another. When she seemed to understand at last his mistress was doing him a favor. A strange warmth colored his cheeks, and his heart fluttered like a restless little rabbit. "Thank you," Wen Shi. Pat's bubble of bliss burst into tears as he looked at Wen Shi, as if he had seen an angel, his gratitude spilling over. I was so foolish before, he sobbed, hot tears falling onto his hands and refusing to stop. He cried until he nearly broke apart. Jinbao Garden forbade such excess of feeling, and he did not even have the right to let himself grieve openly. Wen Shi sighed and reached up to pat the crown of his head. Pat's heart was true. He was not a bad man, merely blind in his choice of whom to trust. Yi Zhixiao implanted a thread of spiritual consciousness into Pat's mind, sinking deep and lying dormant. The next day, Treasure Garden came to collect him. During the organization's selection of test subjects, Pat stepped forward without hesitation. His action drew no attention. Many male attendants, broken by torment, had made the same choice. The men remained ignorant of what the experiment truly entailed, clinging instead to fragile illusions. Pat was led into a sterilization chamber. White vapor sprayed over his naked body, bitingly cold. The agent appeared to contain anesthetic properties. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and his limbs went slack as he collapsed helplessly to the floor. Researchers clad in isolation suits entered the room. After confirming his unconsciousness through thorough examination, they unlocked the laboratory's access gate. Yi Zhixiao lay inside a simulation training pod, having just completed her warm-up, when suddenly a ripple stirred within her spiritual consciousness. It was Pat. She focused intently. With Pat now serving as a conduit, her spiritual consciousness easily pierced the barrier, and at last she beheld the laboratory in full clarity. Subject 574 has expired. The fetus did not survive, reported the researcher, voice heavy with defeat. This was the closest we've ever come to our objective. How is the gene editing technology analysis proceeding? Has the Wanderers Guild been fully deciphered? Another asked. It's progressing smoothly, replied the researcher, excitement sharpening his tone. We can begin trials with this batch of subjects. If only we could obtain Yi Zhixiao's oocytes. Yes, after all, hers is a fully matured divine vessel. It's impossible. Beyond her current security classification, her sheer strength renders her beyond our control, let alone subject to study. Logically, prolonged administration of dragonblood serum should have gradually degraded Yi Zhixiao's spiritual essence. So why did she awaken so abruptly? Was it triggered by that accident? I suspect the divine vessel itself possesses soul-nourishing properties. That's why. What use is speculation now? Yi Zhixiao's physical form no longer meets the criteria for divine descent. Our paramount priority now is cultivating a new divine vessel to welcome the god's arrival. Yi Zhixiao frowned. Had this body originally been prepared for the god? By sheer coincidence, she had seized it first, and her soul, having ascended across dimensions, now existed on the very same plane as divinity. The entity could not forcibly displace her. No wonder the spirit deity had merely drawn her into an illusionary realm, to coax her into voluntarily opening her cerebral domain. As for forcible soul usurpation, not for lack of will, but utter impossibility. The researcher injected Pat with a vial of agent. Instantly, crimson flush bloomed across his skin, his breathing grew ragged, a textbook sign of heightened sensitivity. He was escorted into a dim chamber and placed upon a circular stone bed at its center. Researchers filed out in silence, sealing the heavy door behind them. Wait, why did this place feel so familiar? Yi Zhixiao recalled. It was precisely the same hidden chamber where Yi Tingqiao conducted his prayers. With her spiritual consciousness, she scanned the space. No electronic devices were present. The sole illumination emanated from a soft, nebulous white orb suspended in the vaulted ceiling, shifting like mist. Gloomy light draped over the stone bed. Unconscious, the man curled inward, emitting fragmented guttural moans. Suddenly, a wall opposite split open. Dozens of figures robed in pristine white marched in single file and knelt in concentric circles around the circular stone bed, filling the chamber. The robed figures raised their hands high, directing fervent prayer toward the luminous orb. Yi Zhixiao swept her gaze across their faces. High counselors of the Senate, the Grand Governor of Central Star, the chairperson of the Life Sciences Society, even several esteemed generals renowned for their integrity, stood among them. Their chant rose and fell like waves lapping ashore. The worshippers swayed rhythmically as if adrift upon gentle tides. The orb pulsed, as though breathing, and then sent slender filaments of light cascading into the crowd. Those bathed in its radiance burned with fanatical zeal. Rising, they shed their white robes, revealing garments so grotesque, so surreal that Yi Zhixiao recoiled inwardly. Tight-fitting, slit-crotch bodysuits resembling viscous blood-red slimes. It was unbearable to behold. What followed descended further into depravity. Pat, helpless and exposed, became nothing more than sacrificial meat, served upon a ritual platter for voracious consumption. The crimson slime lifted into the air beneath the orb's white glow, swirling into a hazy, blood-tinged mist, slowly absorbed by the altar below. Yi Zhixiao endured the entire spectacle, resisting psychic contamination until its conclusion, her mental fortitude crumbling under the assault. Severing the spiritual link, she opened her eyes, her expression icy, unyielding. Disgusting. Only after a long silence did she manage those two words, her stomach still churning violently. Science stripped of ethics served only some unknown alien god. The absurdity was staggering. No. Ultimately, greed was the root of all corruption. Treasure Garden must vanish entirely. Yi Zhixia tilted her head slightly, a sly, mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips. What? Hua Ming looked up at her superior, her normally composed face contorted in rare shock. The young captain was actually going to Treasure Garden. Had she not watched her step out of the judgment class cockpit herself, she'd have suspected an imposter had replaced her commander. What's wrong? Yi Zhixia arched a brow, voice calm and steady. My rank certainly permits me to select several male attendants for breeding purposes. Surely that's well within protocol. That much was true, but Hua Ming stared baffled. Hadn't she been utterly devoted to Master Chang? She wouldn't even allow men near her in private clubs, so why this sudden reversal? After conscription concludes, I'll be deployed to the front lines. Should anything happen to me, Yi Zhixia declared with solemn conviction, to let such exceptional genetics perish would be a catastrophic loss for the Federation. I have no intention of taking concubines, but to secure multiple heirs certain sacrifices are unavoidable. Ah yes, I'll arrange it immediately. Hua Ming bowed her head in assent. The justification was flawless, yet something about it unsettled her deeply. Her application was approved instantly, no waiting list, no delay. Even Treasure Garden dispatched a dedicated vehicle to fetch her, displaying extraordinary deference. Yi Zhixia wasn't surprised. To Treasure Garden her request was nothing short of divine providence, offering a pillow just as one drifted into slumber. The levitating car soared into the towering white spire, revealing interiors bathed in immaculate, blinding white. Guided by the manager across a transparent skybridge, Yi Zhixia looked down upon the attendants' living quarters, a verdant garden lush with flora. If you find someone suitable, simply mark them with this device. The manager handed her an ornate antique-style pistol, its gleaming white frame sculpted like a work of art. Yi Zhixia rested her index finger lightly on the trigger, aiming the barrel squarely at the manager's forehead. The manager remained motionless, offering a practiced professional smile, merely a playful feature. Colored water pellets leave temporary marks, but cause no injury or discomfort. Your experience remains uncompromised. Yi Zhixia suppressed a quiet whistle, impressive theatrics. I require only the highest genetic potential candidates. Everything else is irrelevant. Handle the rest as you see fit. Uninterested in shooting games, Yi Zhixia tossed the weapon back to the manager. He caught it deftly, and for a fleeting moment studied her with unnerving intensity. A beat passed before he bowed deeply. Understood, Lieutenant Colonel Yi. Please proceed to your private suite and await further instruction. Yi Zhixia offered no reply, turning instead to follow the attendant. Watching her recede down the corridor, the manager sent a terse message to the laboratory. She has arrived. Prepare the altar. Yi Zhixia was brought into a luxurious suite. After the attendant left, she released her spiritual sense to perceive her surroundings, but found nothing. The hidden room seemed to have vanished into thin air. Is it blocked? Yi Zhixia lay back on the large bed, gazing at the crystal chandelier above. This decorative style seemed quite retro for the Federation. Only the noblest of nobles could afford to enjoy it. The light from the chandelier was soft, with the crystal refracting colorful specks of light. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. Yi Zhixia yawned, her eyelids gradually becoming heavy. No, wait. She suddenly became alert, biting her tongue sharply, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. With her level of spiritual energy, no one in this world could hypnotize her unless. Yi Zhixia glanced inadvertently at the chandelier, the soft white light feeling so familiar. Is this some sort of cosplay? To trick her, the so-called god's avatar has actually stooped so low as to disguise itself as a chandelier. For some reason, Yi Zhixia felt like laughing. Since that's the case, she would not hold back. Yi Zhixia simply let herself fall asleep, and the next moment, she felt her body lighten, enveloped in a white halo floating in a void. Shall we meet again? It's you again. Yi Zhixia said, give up, I will not merge with you. The other party fell silent for a moment, and the scene shifted. Countless threads of causality suddenly appeared before Yi Zhixia, with her as the protagonist of each thread. Child, merging with me is the best choice. With immense power and eternal life, it will be within your reach. You will forever be with your loved one, guarding what you wish to protect. My dimension is above that of humans, and before merging with me, you will never understand the joys of a higher dimension. Yi Zhixia said nothing, her head bowed in contemplation, appearing somewhat swayed. If the experience after merging is unsatisfactory, wouldn't that be a loss? After a long pause, Yi Zhixia finally relented. We humans even offer trial versions in business. You, a higher dimensional being, think you can buy out my mental domain just by talking? Only a fool would believe it. I can let you experience it. The other party hesitated, remaining silent for a long time. Just as Yi Xiao was growing impatient, a faint stream of consciousness touched her mental barrier, reaching out like a hand. Now's the time. Yi Xiao concentrated her spiritual energy and traced back along the stream of consciousness, and with a snap, she swallowed the avatar of the spiritual sense. The light orb struggled violently, but became weaker and weaker due to the exposed flaw, ultimately submitting as Yi Xiao's mental nourishment. Heh! Yi Xiao rubbed her swollen head, revealing a mocking smile. So foolish, and yet still daring to call itself a god. The thought that the Federation's higher-ups actually worshipped such a thing filled Yi Xiao with a sense of helplessness at the insult to her intelligence. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding of physics knows that perpetual motion is a paradox and eternal life is the same. Nothing can be immortal. Even the universe will face collapse and destruction one day. Yet this mere level 4 civilization still tries to fool people with the notion of eternal life. They have indeed been hoodwinked quite a bit. After devouring the avatar of the spiritual sense, Yi Xiao clearly felt her power grow stronger, establishing a subtle connection with the spiritual sense. Throughout the Federation, there are countless similar avatars, but all are very weak, none having developed to the level of the Treasure Garden. The closest one is in the Moonlight District. What a hassle! Yi Xiao closed her eyes, her manifested spiritual energy erupted explosively, causing the walls of the suite to peel away layer by layer. The massive light cocoon continued to expand, penetrating the entire Treasure Garden with blinding light. What's happening? Protect the experimental data quickly. The sudden earthquake caught everyone off guard, researchers stumbling as they looked fearfully at the sparking experimental apparatus. How could this happen? All the instruments malfunctioned, some even completely burned out. The backup data the researchers painstakingly salvaged turned into garbled text when read again. What about the test subjects? The samples? Crack. Crash. Before the words finished, rows of cold storage exploded, shards flying, precious samples spilling everywhere, mixing into worthless sludge. The earthquake continued, men huddled together like frightened quails, screams echoing in succession. The supervisor stumbled into the VIP area, his face unusually frenzied. It's the altar. Ha ha! The god has succeeded. Welcome, my lord, to this place. The excited voices reverberated through the white tower over the broadcast, mixed with hissing electrical sounds, appearing both frenzied and eerie. Yi Xiao's spiritual energy roamed through the internal network of the Treasure Garden, the recorded secrets of the nobility opening her eyes wide. In the Moonlight District, human lives are as cheap as grass, while the nobility uses countless flesh and blood to research eternal life. Clones, genetic modifications, organ factories, consuming embryos. Yi Xiao felt nauseous. Abnormal, too abnormal. After silently singing several revolutionary songs, her spirit absorbed the essence, finally feeling relieved. It's time to end the evil of the Treasure Garden. Under the onslaught of her immense spiritual energy, the experimental data and confidential information were completely erased, making restoration impossible. Footsteps were heard outside. Yi Xiao gathered her thoughts, for a grand performance awaited her. Bang! The alloy door was smashed open, and the supervisor of the Treasure Garden, along with other high-ups, rushed in, each one stunned by the scene before them, standing frozen. The luxurious decorations had turned to dust, revealing the true nature of the hidden room. Yi Xiao floated in midair, her spiritual energy forming a massive light plume that enveloped her body. Her pupils turned silver-white, the halo swirling as if containing the entire universe. My lord. With a thud, the supervisor knelt down like a toppled domino, with those behind her following suit, one by one raising their arms and gazing up at the divine sight with fervent eyes, their faces displaying a dreamlike expression of happiness. In their lifetime, they finally awaited the descent of the god. Every sacrifice was worth it. Lord, your loyal followers request your revelation. Let my spark return to its source. Guard my holy body. Child, this is a test. I shall slumber in the sea of nothingness until the day the source is complete. When the kingdom of gods opens. It is a divine revelation. She too heard the divine revelation. The supervisor deeply bowed before her deity, tears welling up in her eyes, overwhelmed with excitement. She finally received the favor of the Lord and would no longer be under the thumb of that Yi Tingqiao. I shall obey the holy decree, grateful to my lord. Your trial is the supreme glory of us followers. The supervisor's trembling voice rang out, and the crowd echoed in unison, the sound waves resonating throughout the hidden room, overwhelming. The white light suddenly dissipated, and Yi Xiao fell from the air, slowly landing on the circular altar. Her eyelids fluttered, and she suddenly opened her eyes. What's happening to me? What's going on? Yi Xiao sat up, looking around in confusion. The supervisor approached her quickly, brow furrowed, nervously examining her. How do you feel? Do you remember what just happened? Hiss. Yi Xiao held her forehead, moaning in pain. My head hurts. What on earth is going on? I don't know how I fell asleep, and then I can't remember anything at all. Yi Zhixiao furrowed her brows as if trying hard to recall, her tone grave. Could it be that my mental power has gone out of control again? A flicker of disappointment flashed in the supervisor's eyes, and the look directed at Yi Zhixiao lost its former reverence, replaced instead by a veiled contempt. Ha, the strongest in the Federation. Just a sacrifice. Once the deity regains strength, Yi Zixia's consciousness will become nourishment devoured by the deity, completely vanishing from this world. However, to be fortunate enough to command the divine body is truly a blessing earned through 8 lifetimes. Apologies, Major. Yi, the supervisor resumed a professional expression, bowing respectfully. There has been a major incident at the treasure garden, and it cannot operate for the time being. Yi Zhixiao frowned, slamming her fist on the stone bed, cracks spreading across the altar with a loud noise. Incident? Ha, I doubt it. I heard that the treasure garden has gone to great lengths for the experiment. What have you done to me? The moment Yi Zhixiao stood up, the circular altar shattered with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of rubble. She pointed at the supervisor's nose, her eyes sparking with fury. I will appeal to the military. If anything happens to my body, all of you will be sent to the desolate star to toil. With that, Yi Zhixiao summoned her personal guard, leaving no room for explanations, pushing past the supervisor, and strode away amidst a throng of soldiers. My Lord Fei, what should we do now? The experiment. A researcher stepped forward, tentatively speaking. The supervisor gazed at the collapsed altar, falling into silence. After a long pause, she turned her head and glanced at the person. The experiment is terminated. My lord has descended into the divine body. Any further research on the divine body is akin to blasphemy. The researcher caught in Fei's gaze shuddered. But Lord Qingqiao, just now I heard the divine revelation. Fei sneered, raising her chin. Are you questioning the favorite of the deity? Yi Qingqiao. The deity chose to descend at this moment, but received no revelation. Clearly that person has lost the deity's favor. And the deity's new favorite is her Fei Lauren. The researcher's pupils trembled slightly. Indeed, just now they saw a ray of holy light shining upon Lord Fei. Yes, the researcher bowed deeply, replying, Lord Fei, we will proceed to destroy the experimental subjects. Destroy the experimental subjects. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, and Yi Qingqiao rushed in, seeing the collapsed altar and the empty dome. Pain shot through her temples, nearly causing her to faint. Fei, who allowed you to let Yi Zhixiao in? Do you not realize how dangerous she is? Yi Qingqiao erupted in rage, throwing a punch at the supervisor, which was deflected by her hand. Yi Qingqiao, what are you losing your mind over? My lord has already descended into the divine body, as witnessed by all. Fei mocked with a smile. What? The sole spokesperson of the Lord has not received a revelation. Yi Qingqiao was caught off guard by the words, her face dark enough to drip water. Ever since waking up in Rose last time, she had been suffering from severe headaches, as if bugs were boring holes in her head, leading her to miss the military banquet. Clearly everything had gone smoothly with the plan, yet she felt something was amiss. It must have been Yi Zixia's doing. This time too. When Yi Qingqiao received news of the explosion at the treasure garden, she nearly tumbled down the stairs. The strongest spark of the deity was enshrined here, and there could be no mistakes. She rushed over at the first opportunity. Yi Qingqiao, you are no longer the only favorite of the deity. Fei pushed Yi Qingqiao aside and walked past her. Just now I too heard the divine revelation. As for you, you have become part of the past. Yi Qingqiao froze for a moment, looking at Fei in disbelief, her fingers clenched into fists. Just based on her, a mere level mental power, how could the deity favor such trash? Wait, Yi Qingqiao sensed for a moment, when did Fei's mental power advance? A level peak. How is this possible? The researchers glanced at Yi Qingqiao, then at Fei, ultimately following Fei away. They rarely got to step into the holy ground, let alone observe the sacrifices and divine revelations. Previously, Yi Qingqiao prayed alone and delivered the revelations. Witnessing the divine miracle firsthand was overwhelmingly shocking, far more persuasive than Yi Qingqiao's oral accounts. Who knows if Yi Qingqiao might falsely convey the divine revelation for personal gain. Fools. A bunch of fools. Yi Qingqiao slammed her fist against the wall, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. On her way here, she had brushed past Yi Zixia's guard, and at that moment she indeed sensed the breath of the deity. Could it be that the deity's descent is real? Has she been abandoned by the deity? The incident at the treasure garden drew the attention of the higher-ups, and as the party involved, Yi Zhixiao was summoned to the Council of Elders. Sitting on the interrogation seat facing hundreds of seats in the Council of Elders, Yi Zhixiao felt so insignificant. Yet she was not at all flustered. After all, she was now the vessel of the deity, and many would fight to protect her. At the altar of the treasure garden, Yi Zixia's acting skills reached new heights. She felt she deserved an award. Yi Zhixiao secretly rejoiced, thankful that she often played otome games, many of which had particularly exaggerated lines, providing her with ready-made material. Acting as a diviner was truly effortless for her. The divine manifestations of the spirit awareness god were numerous. The best method she could think of was to have those believers collect them and voluntarily hand them over to her. Yijixia, do you have anything to say regarding the incident at the treasure garden? Chief Elder Ing Fei inquired. Yijixia raised her gaze, looking at the elders, her eyes clear. At the time of the incident, I was in an unconscious state and knew nothing of the events that transpired. With my mental power, it is impossible for me to faint without reason. I have reason to suspect that the treasure garden intends to harm me. Yijixia scanned the room, confidently showing no signs of guilt. The facts are laid bare. We cannot just listen to your one-sided account. One elder spoke in a low voice. Last month she had just left a seed at the treasure garden, and today she was informed that the virgin had miscarried due to excessive fright. Thinking of this, she straightened her face and said coldly, please release your brain domain and accept the examination. Seat 38, that may not be appropriate. The 7th seat elder tapped the table, smiling warmly. Major Yi is the pride of the Federation of Good Character. To examine her brain domain without any evidence would be too humiliating, and besides, she is also a victim. That's right. With Major Yi's abilities, is it necessary to do such a thing? What would the motive be? The 13th seat echoed. There is no evidence to prove she was responsible, nor can it be proven she wasn't. Seat 38 frowned heavily and huffed. Just because she is talented, does the Federation need to cover for her? The greater the ability, the greater the destruction. Yijixia sat calmly in the interrogation seat, taking a keen interest in the back and forth between the two parties. The Council of Elders had quite a few believers, and how could they allow anyone to disturb the deity's resting place? Her original intention for going to the treasure garden was to personally investigate the spirit awareness god's details. Gathering the maidens was merely a spuro-feminine idea. Now the question arose, how should she rescue those maidens? Honorable elders. Yijixia rose, her body enveloped in a faint white glow. I have a clear conscience and am willing to open my mental domain. Who shall conduct the extraction? Who indeed? Across the entire Federation, was there anyone with stronger mental power than Yijixia? Attempting an extraction on a divine-level psychic was akin to courting death. Even if Yijixia suppressed her instinct to resist, the mere subconscious flow upon entering her mental domain would prove fatal to them. The elder seats fell into silence, all exchanging uneasy glances. I trust Major Yi's character. The inspection is unnecessary. After a long pausing, Fei made the final decision, yet promptly raised another issue. Nevertheless, Major Yi's loss of mental control is the direct cause of this incident. Therefore, 2 inspectors stepped forward, their tray bearing an electromagnetic collar. Please bear with us, Major Yi, and wear this. The collar was exquisitely crafted, a seamless silver ring adorned with blue crystals of varying shades, resembling an expensive piece of jewelry. Yijixia lowered her gaze, her eyes tracing the crystals. MT9 crystals, the most potent mental insulator known, raw material for anti-interference coatings on mecha. 1, 2, 3. A full 34 flawless crystals. The Elder Council certainly spared no expense. Gathering such a quantity would require draining at least 2 crystal mining planets of their reserves to purify. No small feat achieved overnight. Clearly this had been premeditated. Since it had been brought before her, it meant the Elder Council had already voted with a majority in favor. Yijixia raised an eyebrow. What was this supposed to be? A leash to prevent her from biting her master if she ever grew unruly. Fine, but I have one condition. Yijixia allowed a flicker of anger and humiliation to show, then quickly regained her composure. She picked up the collar, her fingertips brushing over the blue crystals as she spoke calmly. Since the jewel garden is destroyed, let it vanish completely. Those chaste attendants possess exceptional genes. They deserve a better fate. Yijixia smiled at the assembly, her gaze tinged with compassion. Let them re-enter the matching system. The tense expressions of the Elder Council eased. They had feared Yijixia would make harsh demands. Had she resisted, unsavory methods would have been necessary. Personnel at the Yi residence were already in position. Agreed. Ing Fei nodded. Pregnant men will be assigned to the child's mother. The rest may re-enter the matching process. And a hint of embarrassed flush crept onto Yixixia's face. I want a man named Patrick. That's not too much to ask, is it? Ing Fei's expression turned peculiar, but upon noticing the reddening of Yixixia's earlobes, a glint of understanding crossed her eyes. She nodded. Naturally. Yijixia fastened the collar without hesitation. The lock clicked shut, and a numbness pricked the back of her neck as an ultra-fine needle shot out from the collar's inner edge, piercing her skin. Major Yi, as long as you commit no act of betrayal against the Federation, this collar will remain mere ornamentation. Ing Fei vowed solemnly, the furrow between her brows exuding an air of profound concern for the nation. And if I do betray it, Yijixia clenched her fists. Though mentally prepared, having her life in another's hands was far from pleasant. Hearing this, Ing Fei's brows knitted, her gaze toward Yijixia turning dangerous. The collar contains a genetic toxin. You must have sensed it already. Yi Zhixiao raised a hand to touch her nape, her eyes icy. Should you harbor treasonous intent, your body will dissolve into a pool of blood in an instant. Yi Zixia's fingertips dug into the collar's inner edge only to be jolted by a violent surge of electricity. At first numbness set in, followed by a searing burn, agony spreading through her organs. Several on the Elder Council nearly sprang from their seats. Yi Zhixia sneered inwardly. They feared damaging this divine vessel. Do not attempt to destroy the collar. This is merely a warning. If you persist. Watching Yi Zixia's disheveled state, the wariness in Ying Fei's eyes gradually faded. Her voice remained authoritative, as if devoid of personal motive. It will be deemed treason. Huh. Yi Zhixia lowered her head, disheveled bangs obscuring her features. Harsh light fell upon her, starkly revealing her pallor. I have never considered betraying the Federation. Her voice was eerily calm, yet carried a note of frailty, like the stifling air before a storm. This thing Her fingertips whitened from strain, then slowly relaxed before abruptly dropping onto the table, as if all strength had drained away. It is an insult to a loyal warrior. She lifted her eyes, her gaze piercing toward the shadowy elder seats, sharp as a blade, impossible to meet. Deathly silence. The entire trial hall seemed frozen in time, no one uttering a sound. Yi Zixia's penetrating eyes swept over the assembly. These lofty figures, perched atop historical laurels, wielded power with abandon. Under her scrutiny, some glared back in anger, others looked away coldly, some shifted in guilt, and a few bowed their heads in shame. Every human expression was laid bare before her. Yi Zhixia curled her lips in a mocking smile. The Elder Council spoke with such high-sounding rhetoric, yet how were their actions any different from the Wanderers' Guild? When power cannot tame a divine weapon, fear of its backlash drives them to forge a sheath to bind it tightly. They demand it, fight valiantly, yet obey without question. Such is human nature, selfish, yet greedy, cowardly, yet ambitious. Yi Zhixia harbor no resentment toward the Federation. We act for the safety of all citizens. Unable to bear her stare, Ying Fei snapped. Yet she knew better than to push too hard. Alienating Yi Zhixia from the Federation would be a loss too great to bear. I understand your feelings. Ying Fei softened her tone. Your rank will be elevated to colonel. With further military merit, you shall rise to Major General. Then the 7th Legion will be yours to command. A carrot after a stick, such a practiced dog training technique. Yi Zhixia silently applauded in her mind. Bang! The doors of the trial hall burst open. Hela Shinping and all officers of the 7th Legion stormed in. How dare you? Barging into the Elder Council. Has the 7th Legion lost its mind? The Elder Council's personal guards scrambled to block them, but these pampered scions were no match for battle-hardened regulars. Bruised and battered, they would have deployed pulse rifles if not for the intruder's status. Zhixia, let's go. Hela called out, her usually calm eyes brewing with storms. The Elder Council had done this again. Shinping strode to the interrogation seat to free the little wretch. A guard moved to stop her, only to be kicked aside, tumbling far away. Yi Zhixia had never seen Shinping's face so dark. She couldn't help but smile. Oof. A sharp elbow to her ribs left Yi Zhixia clutching her side, grimacing in pain. Shinping's voice hissed in her ear, you can still laugh. Yi Zhixia shrank her neck, feigning grievance. You're so mean to me. It was meant as a joke, but Shinping's eyes reddened, her gaze as sorrowful as if attending Yi Zixia's funeral. Under such a stare, Yi Zhixia grew uncomfortable. Perhaps she had overplayed the act. Hela, you have defied us once before, and we let it slide due to your past merits. Ying Fei's voice cut like a whip. Look at what you are doing now. Breaking into the Senate's sanctum. Are you plotting treason? Hela shielded Yi Zhixia behind her, one hand pressed over her heart. Stellar Calendar 423, The Great Beast Tide of 427, Operation Iron Blood, 433, The Looting of Energy Star KF 27 437, The Worm Invasion. Each campaign was a blood-soaked storm heavy as 1,000 tons. The Senate gradually fell silent. The officers of the 7th Corps, recalling comrades devoured by war, had glistening eyes, but stood ramrod straight. Honorable counselors, I have spent half my life fighting for the Federation, earning nothing but wounds. I hold my head high with a clear conscience. Hela tore off her general's epaulets and flung them to the ground. Even if I die here today, I will not let you harm another soul from the 7th Corps. With that, she grabbed Yi Zixia's arm and strode out. Not a single counselor dared to stop them. The 7th Corps came and went in a whirlwind, leaving behind only a shattered door and a floor full of groaning guards. Inside the skimmer, Yi Zhixia was surrounded by the others. The atmosphere was like frozen ice, suffocatingly heavy. Hela's gaze fixed on the silver ring around Yi Zixia's neck and the scorched, blistered skin beneath it, her brow knit tighter and tighter. With a sharp crack, she crushed the pain relief spray in her hand. Shards of metal dug deep into her palm and blood dripped onto her pristine, white uniform, stark and glaring. General. Zhixia, do you have any idea what wearing that thing means? Yi Zixia's heart clenched. She opened her mouth to speak, but Hela cut her off. A film of mist veiled those warm amber eyes brimming with anguish and self-reproach. Yi Zhixiao lowered her head, a sting of bitterness rising in her nose, and found herself unable to meet that gaze. Hela sighed and tossed the blood-stained bottle into the trash. This isn't your fault. We came too late. A warm palm settled on Yi Zhixia's head, gently rubbing it twice. She looked at Hela, then at the comrades of the 7th Corps, and felt a burning heat behind her eyes. Yi Zhixiao, aren't you supposed to be clever? Couldn't you have stalled them? You're so strong. Who could have forced you? Shen Ping grabbed a fresh spray bottle, clamped Yi Zhixia's head, and doused her with half the can. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Zhixiao coughed until tears streamed down her face, but she dared not make a sound. To Shen Ping, she looked like a frightened, wronged child. Shen Ping's grip softened, and a flicker of remorse passed through her eyes. Shen Ping, leave her alone. Hela had regained her composure, though her voice was hoarse. I was the same back then, no matter how I fought back in the end. General. The adjutant's pupils dilated. She shook her head slowly at Hela's lips, trembling eyes filled with pain. Hela pulled open her collar. Beneath the uniform that always covered her neck lay a collar much like Yi Zhixia's, though with only a few sparse crystals embedded in it. Everyone present except the adjutant stared in disbelief. Their mighty wise commander, the very backbone of the 7th Corps, had been bearing such humiliation, and none of them had even known. Damn, that sent it to hell. The lieutenant general of the mobile corps shot to her feet, staring at the silver ring with eyes blazing with fury, her fists cracking. So all these years their general had been wearing that thing. No wonder. There had been times when they were on the verge of striking the rebels' lair, and the general suddenly ordered a halt. She had even raged at the general for it. Yi Zhixia's eyes dimmed, but she was not surprised. Hela was the only super-class powerhouse in a century. Given the Senate's caution, how could they tolerate a sharp blade hanging over their own heads? What if she ever lost control and hurt them? Zhixiao, I thought the Senate would be afraid of your god-level mental power and wouldn't push you too hard. I never imagined you would walk the same path as me. Hela forced a bitter smile. Her fingertip left a smear of blood on the collar before she clenched her fist and turned her head away in disgust. The Senate brought this to me and said. Hela closed her eyes, showing vulnerability before her subordinates for the first time. Only by wearing it could I prove my loyalty to the Federation. So, the fledgling genius, driven by passion, courage, and love for the Federation, had handed over her fate without a second thought. Thinking back now, I was pitifully foolish. Over the years I've issued many wrong orders. The soldiers who died because of them. I remember them all. She stood up and bowed deeply to the officers. The loosened collar revealed the skin of her shoulders and neck, crisscrossed with old and new whip scars. I'm sorry. What was the point of saying all this now? If only she had been more mature, not led around by the Senate. If only she had been stronger, endured those electric shocks, or chosen to end herself. Would those mistakes never have happened? General Hela, this is not your fault. Shen Ping helped Hela up, her voice choked with sobs. So the last mental power riot. It was also because of this collar. Yi Zhixiao raised her hand and touched the crystal on her own collar. She had wondered at the time. Even with collective mental pressure, Hela's super-class strength should never have degraded to that point. In the heat of the emergency, she hadn't dwelled on it, assuming it was due to Hela's old injuries. Now everything made sense. MT9 crystals could control mental insulation through electric currents. The principle of insulation was not isolation but absorption. The crystals absorbed free mental energy and converted it into another form. In a way, wearing this collar meant charging it with one's own mental power. How ironic. Zhixiao, you are even more valuable than I am. They will be harsher on you, and they won't stop until they have squeezed every last drop of your worth. Hela looked at the successor she had chosen, her eyes mournful. This girl was barely 20. Would she spend the rest of her life like Hela, trapped in endless pain and self-loathing? General Hela, you have always embraced celibacy. You've never even looked at your own children. Yi Zhixiao paused, meeting Hela's eyes with a piercing gaze. You have been harboring a death wish all along, haven't you? Once a person had a weakness, even self-destruction became impossible. Hela's bloodline was likely never her own choice. Such excellent genes, the Senate would never let them go to waste. The treasure garden held Hela's file. Except for time spent on the front lines or recovering from injuries, she was assigned a consort every week for breeding. Setting aside the boys, she had fathered 6 daughters. It was almost unbelievable. After all, the Federation's female birth rate was extremely low, 1 girl for every 8 boys. By that calculation, Hela must have at least 50 children. Yi Zhixiao could hardly imagine the humiliation and torment Hela had endured all these years. Her body drained, her dignity trampled. The Federation's mightiest warrior treated with such cruelty. What would the citizens think if they knew the truth? Everyone. Yi Zhixiao stood up, clamped her hand on the collar, and with a sudden jerk, a soft click echoed. The silver ring slipped from her neck and clattered to the floor. How about we rebel? The 7th Legion was petrified. Without exaggeration to Yi Zixia's keen ears, even the sound of breathing was barely audible. Her gaze swept over a sea of stunned faces before settling on Hella's neck. Yi Zixia slapped her forehead and chuckled. Oh, look at me. I almost forgot General Hella. With that, her slender fair hand pressed down on Hella's collar. Another click sounded, and a silver ring fell to the ground. Hella blinked, raised a hand to rub her neck, where a distinct mark was branded into the skin. The skin beneath the collar was much finer than elsewhere, carrying a slight dampness. She felt a daze. The nightmare that had tormented her for decades was removed so effortlessly. She was free. Xin Ping's eyes widened as she grabbed Yi Zixia by the shoulders, turning her around to inspect her neck, and snapped, You're too reckless. What if you triggered a trap? Don't expect me to collect your corpse. Ah, Shinjia. Dizzy. Yi Zixia, shaken until her head spun, clasped her hands in supplication. Do you think I don't know the Senate's tricks? That collar was obviously nothing good, only a fool would wear it. Do I look like someone who acts without thinking? Hella, why did her knees suddenly ache? Was it an old injury acting up? Anyway, I know what I'm doing. Yi Zixia finally escaped Shun Ping's clutches, grinned, picked up the collar, and dismantled it, soon extracting 2 microchips. General Hella, this is the collar's control chip. Keep it on you, no one will notice anything amiss without a thorough inspection. Yi Zixia handed the chip to Hella while she stored her own in her smart wristband. Hella tightened her fingers. The microchip in her palm was almost imperceptible. This tiny thing had controlled the majority of her life. General. Only then did the others snap out of their stupor and swarm around her. The adjutant, tears streaming, covered her reddened eyes, choking on her words. To hell with the Senate. Xin Ping ripped off her shoulder insignia and threw it at her feet. Damn it, I've had enough of the Senate's tyranny. The Special Operations Major General tore off her insignia. Yes, the 7th Legion has held the front line the longest, yet the Senate gives us no commendation and even skimps on supplies. The Quartermaster tore off her insignia. And now they want to negotiate with the rebels. How can our fallen sisters rest in peace? The assault ship Colonel tore off her insignia. To hell with the Senate, I'm done. The officers tore off their insignia one after another, casting them to the ground. Each of those golden stars was a mark of supreme authority, bearing the officers' merits and honors. Yet now they were discarded like worthless scraps without a hint of regret. General Hella, the Senate's rule has rotted to the core. The Federation needs a new order. Yi Zixia tore off her own major's insignia, crushed the star in her bare hand, her heart pumping hot blood through her limbs, too bright, flames burning in her eyes. All eyes focused on Hella. Looking back, few leaders of the 7th Legion had met a good and dying on the battlefield was the best outcome. The Senate had almost no retired high-ranking officers from the 7th Legion. The few who existed had long been convalescing abroad, never participating in votes. Ever since she was collared, Hella had fantasized about death constantly, for only death could restore her freedom. If the 7th Legion still needed her, she would have long been annihilated in countless battles fought without regard for cost. The taste of freedom was sweet, but she was already a woman without hope. How could she lead the Legion toward a bright future? As if by some unseen fate, she had initially pulled Yi Zixia into the 7th Legion just to retain the right to use the judgment. Yet it had become the best decision she ever made. The era of Hella Miller is over. Only fresh blood can forge a new order. Hella took Yi Zixia's hand and placed the 7th Legion's master key into her palm. Zixia, the 7th Legion is yours now. Hella patted her shoulder, her warm golden eyes gentle and encompassing. Whatever you do, go ahead boldly. They'll have your back. Yi Zixia gripped the key tightly. The light card bore the fate of nearly 1,000,000 soldiers of the Legion, heavy as 1,000 pounds. She nodded, meeting Hella's gaze with unwavering determination. Since joining the 7th Legion, she had interacted most with Xin Ping. Hella seemed gentle and refined, yet kept everyone at a distance. Yi Zixia was not close to her either. At first she thought Hella did it to maintain her leader's authority, but upon seeing the collar, she understood the profound tenderness behind it. To prevent the Senate from harming those close to her, Hella had turned herself into a lone wolf. She had no family, made no friends, never married, raised no children, sought no entertainment. Every action was perfectly standard, like a machine programmed for a single purpose. General Hella, you will always be our leader. Remembering how Hella had shielded her in the trial hall, Yi Zixia's eyes reddened slightly. She seldom bowed to anyone, but she bowed deeply to Hella, willingly and from the heart. The entire high command of the 7th Legion had reached a consensus to overthrow the Senate's rule. But a centipede, though dead, never stiffens. Behind the Senate lay a tangled web of warlord forces deeply connected to the 13 active legions and a massive self-defense force. It could not be toppled overnight. Moreover, from ancient times, every uprising needed a just cause. Yi Zixia still had to wait for the right moment. Though diminished, the 7th Legion still had nearly 1,000,000 troops. Given the stakes, to avoid leaks, a full mobilization was impossible. But the Federation military had always championed merit and promotion, and even the most mission-driven 7th Legion was no exception. Such an army, though powerful, was plagued by individualism and difficult to lead and manage. Yi Zhixiao wanted an army with ideals, ambition, strict discipline, and absolute obedience. In her view, the 7th Legion, tempered by countless battles, had soldiers whose combat prowess, experience, and will were near perfect. The only thing missing was a military soul. With enlistment day approaching and each legion having independent recruitment rights, Yi Zhixiao wanted to put effort into the recruitment promotional video. To change someone's mindset, mere preaching was the worst strategy. The influence of artistic works was subtle and most resonant. Yi Zhixiao wanted to embed the core values of fighting for the people and absolute loyalty into the promotional video, replacing the supremacy of military merit as the faith of all soldiers. During this time, she had used the editing system to create advanced versions of the recruitment video, but the final results were mediocre. Some were too preachy and lacked immersion, others were too lengthy for recruitment purposes. Sigh. Yi Zhixiao took off her helmet and ran a hand through her disheveled hair. She had thought, having watched countless films, she knew a thing or two. Making a short clip should be a piece of cake, right? Who knew it would be this difficult? Film editing was truly a technical craft encompassing planning, scriptwriting, directing, acting, special effects, and post-production. One person had to shoulder the entire workload of a film crew. Yi Zhixiao, who prided herself on being versatile in all things, encountered a Waterloo here. Wife, take a rest for a while. When she brought over a bowl of sweet soup. His wife had been immersed in the editing room day and night, working tirelessly until blisters reddened the corners of her lips, painful to behold. Watching her, he too found no peace in eating or sleeping. Rising early, he personally peeled fresh lotus seeds and, combining them with snow pears and white fungus, simmered them over low heat to make a bowl of sweet soup that would cool the body and dispel heat. Yi Zhixiao pulled the man to sit beside her, tumbled into his embrace, found a comfortable position, and opened her mouth. One Zai's eyes curved as he scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool it, and fed it to his wife. "Cici, if one day you discover that your wife is a rebel, would you still love me, eh?" Yi Zhixiao wrapped her arms around the man's waist, her palm caressing his abdominal muscles through the smooth, soft fabric. A man who had borne a child, yet his body remained so exquisite without a trace of flab. When she blinked, scooped up another piece of snow pear to feed his wife, and answered without a second thought, "How could my wife be called a rebel? You should be called the founding sovereign instead." Oh, and had this man's tongue grown so sweet? Yi Zhixiao narrowed her eyes, pulled the man close for a kiss, and the gloom of many days vanished, lifting her spirits immensely. "Has my wife encountered some difficulty?" One Zai's cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze falling on the blisters at the corners of his wife's lips. He tenderly touched the reddened edges. What a fierce fire this must be that even anti-inflammatory spray could not quell it. Yi Zhixiao looked at Wen Shi, and suddenly her eyes lit up. How could she have forgotten? Wasn't Cici studying film editing? The kitten video he made last time was exceptionally good, so delicate in emotion that she couldn't stop watching. "Cici, quick, get on the system." Caught off guard as his wife pulled him up, when she hastily set down the bowl and dishes and in a daze sat into the holographic pod and donned the helmet. A day later, Yi Zhixiao looked at the finished piece and revealed a satisfied smile. As expected of her man, he understood her so well. This version of the promotional video stirred even Yi Zhixia's blood to a boil. And she, who had been nurtured under the patriotic education of the great Xia of fine youth, was so moved. How much more would it affect those new recruits whose worldviews were yet unformed? "Cici, you are amazing." Yi Zhixiao crushed the man into her arms, kissing him all over. A great weight lifted from her heart, and in her excitement, it was inevitable that things heated up. Thus the next day, when Yi Zhixiao appeared at the 7th Legion carrying the scent of orchids, she was met with countless teasing glances. Shen Ping had just stepped off the elevator when she ran into Yi Zhixiao. Her expression did a 180, her smile vanishing as she curled her lip, rolled her eyes, and turned to leave. "Sister Shun." Yi Zhixiao sidled up with a placating smile, hooking her arm and cooing warmly, "Oh, still throwing a tantrum." Because Yi Zhixiao had been taken away by the Council of Elders, Shen Ping blamed herself for failing to watch over her, consumed by guilt. Especially after seeing Yi Zhixiao collared and tortured, her distress deepened. Yet it turned out that this brat Yi Zhixiao had been acting. With such talent for performance, why didn't she go be a film star? And here Shen Ping had secretly wiped away tears. For days afterward, Shen Ping couldn't give Yi Zhixiao a pleasant expression. Rumors gradually spread through the Legion that the old and new deputy commanders were at odds, that Colonel Shun harbored resentment over being replaced, and that Major Yi was a honey-tongued blackheart lotus seizing power. The sticky candy, clinging to her arm, was tenacious. Shen Ping tugged twice without dislodging it, then curled her lip in a mirthless smirk and let her be. Yi Zhixiao cleared her throat and said seriously, "Sister Shen, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." Facing Shen Ping's death glare, she raised 3 fingers and swore, "I won't take such risks again, I promise." Seeing Shen Ping's expression soften slightly, Yi Zhixiao, seized the moment, hooking her arm around her neck. There's something I need to discuss with you. I can't trust anyone else. The two whispered to each other. Shinping's eyes grew wider and wider as she turned to look at Yi Zhixiao, her left eye screaming, "You're insane," and her right eye pleading, "Don't drag me into this." Damn. After a long pause, Shinping finally found her voice, and her first word was classic. "What did you just promise me? Think again, will you?" Shinping pressed her temple, never feeling so exasperated. If she ever had a daughter this troublesome, how would she survive the rest of her life? No, she'd have to be more selective in choosing a husband, one with a gentle and serene temperament. Yi Zhixiao scratched her head and grinned sheepishly. "I'm consulting you, aren't I? Besides, you know my strength. Sigh. Fine, I can cooperate with you, but is your source reliable?" Shinping let out a long sigh, deciding to trust the troublesome kid one more time. "Absolutely reliable." Yi Zhixiao snapped her fingers and gave Shinping a bear hug. "Sister Shin, you're the best." "Shoo shoo." Shinping waved her away like a stray dog. She wasn't some sweet little public relations officer. Stay away from her. Tomorrow was recruitment day. The Council of Elders had already packed the divine blood elixirs into storage, ready to distribute them to the legions after recruitment, except for the 3 legions that had stubbornly refused. Previously, even with Yi Zhixia's exceptional spiritual power, it had been difficult to probe the information about the divine blood elixir. Only after fully digesting her spiritual avatar did she faintly sense the elixir's storage location. That place was none other than the Moonlight District. This made things much easier, a lawless zone where anything could happen without raising eyebrows. Yi Zhixiao touched her neck. The metal collar was icy cold, impossible to warm with body heat. She sneered. Didn't the Council of Elders love their shady dealings? Then let them taste the bitterness they couldn't voice. On the first day of recruitment, the official websites of all major legions began live streaming. The legion commanders appeared on site, delivering impassioned speeches that drove the atmosphere to a climax. Then came the promotion of the Divine Blood Elixir, which instantly ignited the Star Network. Divine Blood Elixir. Such a lofty name, I love it. Isn't your focus a bit off? That's a spiritual power enhancement elixir. Whoa, the Federation is incredible. A technology that was said to be unconquerable for 500 years, and I've lived to see the results. Speaking of which, is this elixir reliable? The military is about to roll it out, so what do you think? But even if it's not, it doesn't concern someone like you who can't even get into a military academy, you useless piece of trash. You? As if you could get in. So envious. After taking the Divine Blood Elixir, one's spiritual power can rise by at least 1 minor rank. If someone's at a level peak, they could directly advance to S level. Looks like the Federation's class mechas won't be enough. No worries, the mecha engineers of the 10th Legion will upgrade too. S-class mechas will be mass-produced soon. Speaking of which, have you noticed that the 1st, 7th, and 13th Legions aren't promoting the Divine Blood Elixir? Is there something fishy? Especially the 7th Legion. Their live stream is still in the warm-up phase. The 7th Legion. Not only are they at the bottom in strength, but their recruitment attitude is also half-hearted. If it weren't for Judgment propping them up, they'd have lost their designation long ago. Probably the elixir is limited, and the 7th Legion didn't get any Exactly, the 3rd Legion is the best. Their uniforms are so cool. My cousin plans to join the 3rd Legion. Don't you dare slander Yishin's Legion. They're just being low-key. Ooh, here come the brainless fans. Can't afford to mess with them, can't afford to mess with them. Look, the 7th Legion's live stream has started. The live broadcast room of the 7th Legion was stark and unadorned in pure white, devoid of any superfluous decoration save for the winged sword and shield Legion emblem. Yi Zhixiao, clad in a colonel's dress uniform, sat upright before the camera. Her brows and eyes beneath the brim of her cap were cold and sharp like a drawn blade that dared not be met directly. Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Zhixiao. She nodded toward the camera, her strikingly handsome features, almost ethereal in beauty, instantly drawing a flood of appearance-driven viewers into the stream. The comments section scrolled past a cascade of comments like, "Ah, Lord Yi is stunningly cool," making the stream seem less like a solemn recruitment broadcast and more like an entertainment channel. Yet no one found this amiss. The 7th Legion's stream was already the most proper of them all. Compared to the gimmicks of other legions, it bordered on rigid. Yi Zhixiao found it utterly surreal. Recruitment had somehow spawned a fandom culture, truly unparalleled. With singing, dancing, rap, and even fan support songs, one might think they were vying for a debut spot rather than enlisting soldiers. The Federation had been corroded by a culture of decadence and luxury. People were numbed by false prosperity, blind to the suffering of the poor and the crises at the borders, and utterly devoid of any pioneering spirit. Today is recruitment day, as well as the anniversary of the Great Meteor Crisis. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for those soldiers who bravely faced death in the face of calamity. Yi Zhixiao rose and removed her cap, her expression solemn. Her voice metallic and frigid, pierced straight to the soul. The barrage of comments in the stream instantly fell silent. Everyone scrambled to search for what the Great Meteor Crisis was, and within moments the term shot up the trending list. Approximately 120 years ago, before humanity had embarked on its stellar civilization, a small asteroid suddenly appeared within observation range a mere 50 million kilometers from the homeworld and was rapidly approaching, projected to impact within a decade. To alter the asteroid's trajectory, humanity tested dozens of plans, yet none could fully avert the catastrophe. The only hope lay in the successful development of ultra-long-range spacecraft, which would repeatedly collide with the asteroid while it was still far away, deflecting its course so it would merely graze the homeworld. But this meant the pilots would have to sacrifice themselves with their ships. Knowing they would be reduced to nothing, over 300 elite astronauts stepped forward, resolutely embarking on this one-way journey. Humanity overcame a species-ending disaster with over a dozen ultra-long-range ships and more than 300 lives. In memory of the fallen heroes, this day was designated a memorial. As human civilization entered the stellar era, a single infrasound cannon could destroy an asteroid. This history gradually faded, and those shining names were buried, only to be remembered again today. The stream's comment section, filled with emojis of candles and flowers and phrases like "Salute to the martyrs," merged into a splendid torrent. The silence ended. Yi Zhixia donned her cap and sat down, casting a glance at the solemn comments, deeply satisfied. The 7th Legion currently has 980 troops, ranking last among the 13 legions. Do you know why? Unlike the florid recruitment speeches of other legions, Yi Zixia's entry point was precisely the 7th Legion's weakness, yet it was highly captivating. The number of online viewers began to rise. Some were devoted fans of Yi Zhixia, coming to show support. Others were curious onlookers, and many were detractors, merely hoping for a laugh and to sneer. This was not Yi Zixia's focus, but the seasoned veterans in the Legion furrowed their brows. "General Hela, isn't Xiao Yi trampling on our Legion's dignity like this?" An officer sighed deeply, his expression full of disapproval. "Exactly, with her saying this, who would want to join our Legion? The young are still inexperienced. Other legions are practically blowing their own trumpets, but she's exposing our dirty laundry." Hela sat at the head of the conference table, her gaze fixed on the young officer in the holographic screen. She didn't know what her junior intended, but she trusted her judgment. "Let's wait and see. Zhixia must have her reasons." Hela's words silenced the others, who had to suppress their unease and continue watching. These are real frontline combat recordings from mecha black boxes. Yi Zhixia pressed play, and the stream split into 2 screens. In the footage, a colossal star beast like a mountain exhaled, instantly vaporizing hundreds of warships. Mecha were as insignificant as ants before it, yet they charged forward relentlessly. Particle blades carved wounds into its hide. When the beast crushed a mecha, more mecha and warships took their place until the behemoth crashed down. Around its boundless corpse floated countless wrecks of mecha and warships, while more had turned to dust. Supply ships retrieved the debris. The camera captured a winged sword and shield emblem, its original color obscured by scorched black. Battle after battle unfolded. Some were overwhelming victories, others were brutal, narrow escapes. The smell of smoke and blood was palpable, stirring the soul. Unbeknownst to the viewers, their eyes grew hot, brimming with tears. The screen gradually dimmed, the flashes of explosions fading. The camera pulled back, and the lights transformed into the Federation's star map, like diamonds set on black velvet, dazzling. A serene, melodious tune played, showing the countless lights of the Federation's star domain. A gentle, virtuous house husband, along with a secondary partner, busied himself in the kitchen, carrying steaming dishes to the dining table. Girls ran and played in the living room, their simulated pulse guns emitting pew-pew sounds. Boys gathered together, learning to braid hair. The heartwarming scene drew involuntary smiles. A753. A 753, respond. Amidst the cacophony of background noise, the camera tilted up. It turned out those images were recordings from a mecha warrior's neural computer. Coordinates 32. 78, 3 high-level star worms have breached the line. Immediate support required. A753, copy that. The warrior shut off the neural computer, pulled down her tactical visor, and leaped into the cockpit. The mecha launched its boosters, spewing blue flames that illuminated the 7th Legion emblem on its arm armor. "Today is a glorious day. I have finally been promoted to 2nd Lieutenant in the 7th Legion's Mecha Special Operations Brigade." The warrior's voice sounded as she recited her electronic diary. The mecha swept past fields of debris, locking onto the voraciously feeding star worms. "This is my 5th-year station at the front. In another month, I can return to the homeworld for rotation." The star worm detected her, its immense worm-like body coiling into a bow before springing into an attack. "My family is waiting for me to come home. I miss them so much." The star worm closed in rapidly. The warrior launched several tracking missiles, charging Hedon. The blazing red light illuminated her features. A sudden outbreak of star worms hit the front. The commander asked if I wanted to request an early rotation. I hesitated. The warrior killed one star worm, but at the cost of 30 mecha damage. Her determined face was slick with sweat, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her lips. With troop strength so strained, how could I desert? My lovely children mother may not be able to return home for the harvest festival. The other two worms, enraged, lunged with their fang-filled maws, tearing off the mecha's arms and legs from both sides. Dear husband, in your wife's absence, take care of yourself and the children. The warrior coughed up blood, her gaze through the viewport resolute. She would not return. Happy harvest festival. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the star worms as the warrior triggered the mecha's self-destruct, perishing together with them. The golden red ball of light was magnificent, like a grand firework blooming in the dark cosmos, searing into the viewer's eyes. The barrage in the live broadcast room seemed to have been cleared, yet the number of online viewers surged wildly. As the screen darkened, the music made its presence felt. The sorrow of the cello intertwined with the grandeur of the French horn, striking at the softest core of the heart. Images of military enlistment and the brutality of war played alternately as Yi Zixia's voice resonated. Life is only lived once. We cannot choose our birth, but we can choose how to spend our lives. When we look back on our past, let us not regret the years wasted, nor feel ashamed of our mediocrity. At the end of life, I can proudly say I dedicated my entire life and all my energy to the greatest cause in the world, to fight for the Federation and its people to the point of shattering my bones, and never to regret until death. The screen froze on the Federation's star map and the glowing emblem of the 7th Legion before completely extinguishing. Yi Zixia's voice lingered in people's minds, resonating profoundly. After half a minute, comments began to scroll through the barrage. What was so moving? Federation soldiers are so great. I don't even dare to post a barrage, fearing it would overshadow the images of the heroes. That would be sacrilege. 7th Legion, I apologize. I initially came to watch the joke, but now I feel like the real joke. So the 7th Legion has such a small troop strength because they have been stationed at the front lines the longest. I remember, apart from the 7th Legion, no other legion rotated after their term was completed. The big shot upstairs is confirming it. I don't understand, why didn't that lieutenant apply for an early break? Knowing it could mean death, why insist on staying? Isn't that foolish? I think so too. Does such a person really exist? Probably a fabricated story to stir emotions. Honestly, I was indeed moved. By the way, this promotional video is really well made. The emotions and pacing are incredibly precise. The director must be professionally trained, at least a rising star in the industry. Please share the name of the director. I want to see her other works. Same request. Yi Zixia glanced at the comments section, noticing that the discussion had somehow been diverted. People began to focus on the filming techniques of the promotional video, and the director even starting to discuss commercial films with military themes. Her brow furrowed tighter, and she coldly stated the lieutenant's story has a real prototype. She is merely a microcosm of the soldiers of the 7th Legion. Joining the army, going to the battlefield to earn military merit, gaining promotions, crossing classes to become someone of importance. Yi Zixia smiled, her smile tinged with mockery. Sounds exhilarating, doesn't it? Those who have never truly been on the battlefield can never comprehend its brutality. Do you know how many waves of star beasts the Federation faces each year, how many warships and mechas are consumed, and how many soldiers have perished? The reason the 7th Legion can hold the front lines is that we know behind us lies the star territory of the Federation, a land where the people live in peace and prosperity. We fight to the death, not only for military merit and promotions, but also to protect our mothers, partners, and children for our homeland. The 7th Legion has no cowards who fear death. If you share the same aspiration, please join us and become sisters, comrades, and fellow soldiers whom we can trust. With that, Yi Zixia decisively closed the live broadcast room without engaging in any interaction, appearing rather unapproachable. The 7th Legion was the last to start the live broadcast, but the first to close it. People were still waiting for further interaction or other programs, but all they got was an enrollment entry interface. The cumulative number of recruits displayed above continued to rise, but compared to other legions, it was significantly less. Even the 1st and 13th Legions, which also lacked the divine blood potion, were far ahead. Yi Zixia was not surprised by such results, but she was not anxious at all. She placed the brutality of war before the public, knowing that only those willing to join the Legion despite the risk of death were the soldiers she wanted. At this moment, in various barracks of the 7th Legion, the soldiers who were resting watched the replay of the live broadcast again and again. Are we really that great? The new recruit, who had only been at the front line for 2 months, murmured. Her fingertips brushed over the screen repeatedly, and in the paused video, she saw her own blurred profile. That was the most recent wave of star beasts, and she had gone to the front line as a reserve. She was not from a military academy, and merely 2 years of training was not enough to cope with the ever-changing battlefield. She was only responsible for tending to the wounded in the rear. She could hardly recall the situation at the time, only remembering how dazed she was, acting entirely on the orders of her superiors. Faced with the endless stream of wounded being transported back, she couldn't care for any military achievements or beliefs, only performing her mechanical duties. Yet in the video her gaze was focused and resolute, her jawline tight, like a panther poised to pounce. Is this really her? Somehow a flame was ignited deep within her, hot and intense, as if something was about to burst forth. The 7th Legion is the most valiant and fearless legion, the army of the people. They are the soldiers of the people. The same thought sprouted in the minds of the 7th Legion soldiers. An unparalleled sense of pride stirred their blood, and they ached to rush to the front lines and battle the star beasts to the death. Messages requesting to volunteer came in one after another to the commander's intelligence systems across various battle zones. As she pushed open the door to the Legion meeting room, Yi Zhixiao paused in her steps. These seasoned veterans one by one had red-rimmed eyes staring intently at her. Zhixiao, you are a born leader. Hyla was the first to stand up and applaud, and soon the room was filled with applause from the big shots. Xiao Yi, after the enlistment live broadcast, the morale of the Legion is soaring 100 times stronger than before the mobilization. An excited commander said. Yi Zixia's face flushed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. In fact, although she spoke eloquently during the live broadcast, she felt quite insecure inside. After all, she was also a new recruit who had never been on the battlefield. She did not expect the response in the Legion to be so enthusiastic. But this was exactly her goal. This recruitment was primarily to weed out a batch of opportunists seeking to simply get military benefits and to recruit truly idealistic and ambitious warriors. Secondly, it was an opportunity to strengthen the cohesion and sense of collective honor within the Legion. The recruitment period lasted half a month. The 7th Legion might not gain many recruits, but they would definitely be elite. The next step would be to initiate another plan. Yi Zhixiao exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Ping, both of them smirking like two sly foxes. That night, thick smog enveloped the Moonlight District, completely obscuring the neon lights of the floating city. Not a single ray of light could penetrate. Endless mountains of garbage still had a few scavenging women sifting through, keeping their distance and wary of each other. The light was astonishingly dim, and they could only identify items by touch. Occasionally touching a disgusting viscous liquid, they would only hastily wipe it off, but what they truly feared was being cut by the garbage. Terrifying bacteria or toxins could spread through the wounds and take their lives. Suddenly, 2 blazing white beams of light swept overhead, illuminating the mountain of garbage as bright as day. Damn it, it's that rich young lady causing a ruckus again. The scavenger looked up and cursed. Let them fight, let them fight. The mecha energy compartments are quite valuable, and in the melted garbage there might be precious metals. With a thunderous crash, 2 standard training mechs collided fiercely deep within the junk mountain, unleashing a deafening roar. The flames from their boosters scorched the ground, leaving behind trails like molten lava. Yi Zhixiao pressed the launch button for tracking missiles. 3 projectiles streaked towards Shen Ping's mech with fiery tails. Damn, you're serious. Shen Ping executed a sideways roll, slipping through the gaps between missiles, and maneuvered her mech to flip Yi Zhixiao the bird. Sister Shen, hit me quick. Yi Zhixiao urged through the mental link like a maniac, leaving Shen Ping speechless. Are you sure this is the right location? Shen Ping remained uneasy. When Yi Zhixiao had told her they were going to blow up the Senate's secret warehouse, she nearly thought the brat had lost her mind again. According to Yi Zhixiao, the underground warehouse not only stored most of the divine blood elixirs, but also harbored countless shady black market operations. Initially, Shen Ping didn't believe it. Moonlight Sector was not only chaotic, but also had an extremely harsh environment, making storage and security incredibly difficult. Why would the Senate place such an important warehouse there? It wasn't until Yi Zhixiao showed her some footage that she began to waver. Moonlight Sector seemed like a forgotten land, deliberately ignored, never having received any governance. If all this was to cover up the Senate's illicit dealings, it was truly chilling to contemplate. How many such places like Moonlight Sector existed on other planets? Could they all be the same? Shen Ping shook her head, casting aside the tangled thoughts, and grinned as she fired over a dozen laser beams at Yi Zhixiao. Whoa, Sister Shun. Yi Zhixiao hurriedly lowered her stance, skimming close to the ground, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She had asked to be hit, not nearly killed. The lasers sliced through the ruins like a hot knife through butter. Boulders and steel beams crashed down like dense rain, the very earth trembling. Piles of garbage ignited, black smoke billowing into the sky as the 2 mechs tore through, stirring up whirlwinds. Sister Shun, brace for defense. I'm using infrasonic rounds, Yi Zhixiao warned. Shen Ping quickly activated the sonic countermeasure system. The next moment, a silent shockwave spread, penetrating deep into the ground. The guard on duty at the secret warehouse suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, waking from a doze. Checking the monitors, she saw 2 mechs locked in combat nearby. Probably another warlord's spoiled daughter, settling a score in this desolate spot. In her 20-plus years guarding the warehouse, she had seen plenty of such incidents and thought nothing of it. Cursing under her breath, she rubbed her aching head and got up. Her job was actually quite easy, just monitoring the robots and handling emergency measures. Usually she browsed the StarNet, played games, and slept when tired. Nothing ever happened year-round. Damn it, why is the monitor broken? The guard grumbled as she checked the equipment only to find the surveillance system lagging. It had been fine just moments ago. Hiss, why did her head hurt so much? Before she could think further, a wave of nausea hit her, and she vomited everywhere. What the hell is going on? With a soft click, the lights in the entire control room went out, orange-red sparks flying everywhere accompanied by a barrage of fault warnings. Oh no. The guard recalled the items stored just last week. Critical supplies, delicate, requiring darkness, constant temperature, and refrigeration. All the robots were paralyzed, though she didn't know if the distress signal had been sent. Gritting her teeth against the worsening headache, she ran toward Warehouse 1. If something went wrong with those supplies, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to save her. Yi Zhixia monitored everything through her god's eye perspective. She had used her mental power to disable the warehouse's sonic countermeasure device, even altering the operation logs flawlessly. Any future investigation would only blame the guard's negligence. But merely destroying the temperature control equipment wasn't enough. Yi Zhixia watched as the guard opened the door to Warehouse 1 and instantly invaded her mind. It's unfair to you, but revolution always demands sacrifices. Yi Zhixia took over the guard's body, a skill she had mastered after devouring the spiritual sense avatar. She touched the collar around the guard's neck. Poor soul, you're just another dog of the Senate. No matter. History will remember this day. Go in peace, comrade. Sensing the anomaly in the secret warehouse, the Senate's self-defense force remotely activated the emergency system, only to see the guard frenziedly smashing the constant temperature cabinet in Warehouse 1. Damn. What is she doing? The defense chief slammed the table and ordered, "Eliminate her now." Before the words faded, a deafening blast echoed from the monitor. The guard had detonated the bombs on her body, engulfed in flames. Silence filled the room. After a long pause, the defense chief, eyes bloodshot, commanded, "Investigate. Find out what happened." Yi Zhixia withdrew that sliver of consciousness, wiped the sweat from her brow, and redirected her mech, subtly leading Shen Ping into a brawl in another direction. Dying once inside, the guard's body felt terrible. The pain and fear were real. Even knowing she wouldn't truly die, the instinctive terror of being torn apart by the blast wave shook her to the core, leaving her hands and feet icy cold even now. The side effects of the possession were also surfacing. The guard's thoughts and memories occupied part of Yi Zixia's brain, inevitably clouding her judgment. Clearing out these impurities would take considerable effort. Yi Zhixia had considered sneaking into the warehouse to destroy the items quietly. With her abilities, she could have left no evidence. But then the Senate would inevitably suspect the 3 legions opposing the divine blood, subjecting them to endless scrutiny. Not only would the 7th Legion suffer, but their allies would also be implicated. Given the hassle, it was simpler to just blow it up. After all, this warehouse was known only to the Senate's high echelons. To protect their other holdings, this location must never be exposed, nor could they launch a large-scale investigation. The contents were simply too incriminating. If they attracted attention, they risked military mutiny and civil unrest, a loss far outweighing any gain. Only after Yi Zhixia and Shen Ping had exhausted their weapon magazines did an inspection bureau skimmer arrive, separating the 2 mechs. Yi Zhixia, Shen Ping, surrender your mech keys immediately and come with us. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. Been waiting for you. She mused, this is my 2nd time being locked up, I suppose. Inside the inspection bureau's interrogation room, she sat on a metal chair. The rigid upright seat, cold and hard, defied all ergonomic principles and was profoundly uncomfortable. A harsh beam of white light shone on Yi Zixia's face, the heat from the spotlight, drying her skin, let alone her delicate mucous membranes. Yet she didn't even blink. She knew this routine all too well. When she had tricked Yi Tingchao into turning himself, and she had received similar treatment. But this time the stakes seemed higher. At least 2 real people had been assigned to receive her. Yi Zhixia crossed her legs like a roguish scoundrel, drawing furrowed brows from the 2 inspectors. I've said it before, this is merely a personal conflict between Shen Ping and myself, at most an internal issue of the 7th Legion. There's no need to escalate it to the level of internal strife. No matter what questions were posed, Yi Zhixia maintained the same unyielding stance, as slick and evasive as a rolling blade, proving exceedingly troublesome. In another interrogation room, Shen Ping echoed the same story. Their testimonies were flawlessly aligned, leaving no crack for scrutiny. Intimidation, traps, provocation, every trick in the book was exhausted, yet neither could be convicted. Once the 48-hour mark passed, the 7th Legion came to reclaim their people. Given that both were nobles and had committed no major offense, the inspectorate could only administer a stern reprimand and release them. Have you investigated this thoroughly? Do the 2 of them truly have a conflict? Watching the departing figures of the 7th Legion, an inspector rubbed her brow and inquired. We have. Our agents conducted a covert inquiry within the 7th Legion The discord stems from the succession of the air position. The subordinate replied, activating her smart device to play the retrieved surveillance footage. In the video, Yi Zhixiao leaned in to speak with Xinping, only to be pushed away. Yi Zhixiao then smirked with ill-intent, a gesture that seemed deliberately provocative. Whatever she said next, Xinping's face twisted with shock and fury. After uttering a harsh threat, she stormed off with a flick of her sleeve. Due to the shielding properties of female psychic energy, the surveillance captured no audio. Their positions made it impossible to read their lips, allowing only fragments like throwing a tantrum and have you lost your mind to be pieced together. The inspector frowned, her gaze fixed on the frozen frame. So the closeness they displayed in the interviews was all an act. That's understandable. After all, the 7th Legion has its dignity to uphold, the subordinate analyzed. Are you certain there were no signs of intrusion in the warehouse? The inspector lowered her voice, seeking confirmation once more. As a confidant planted in the inspectorate by the Senate, she also bore the responsibility of investigating the secret warehouse issue. None, the subordinate replied, submitting the report. To thoroughly investigate, we specially requested access to the master control key, as you are aware. We traced back nearly a century of historical data. Neither the black box nor the main system's feedback showed any trace of intrusion. Could it truly be a coincidence? The subordinate hesitated. What she dared not voice was that the direct cause of the warehouse's destruction was the self-detonating guard. Rather than fixating on the 7th Legion, it would be more fruitful to investigate the guard as a starting point. Glancing at her superior's stern face, she silently swallowed her words. That man had already turned to ash. There was little to be gleaned, at most a residual psychic parameter. What information could the dying thought of a Brank soldier possibly hold? The inspector recalled the interrogation just concluded. Yi Zixia's collar remained securely around her neck, with all monitoring data reading normal. If she had orchestrated this, it would have been an act of sheer recklessness. Moreover, the secret warehouse's security level rivaled that of the Federal Treasury. With no signs of intrusion, it must have been an internal failure. She wouldn't dare. After a long pause, the inspector snorted coldly and shut down her smart device. But we can't simply let them off the hook. A smirk curled her lips as her voice dropped low. If Yi Zhixiao is untouchable, what about Xinping? The fortnight-long recruitment drive had passed, yet strangely bolstered by the divine blood elixir, the enlistment numbers across legions had not surged as anticipated. In particular, the pool of high-quality recruits from military academies had actually shrunk compared to previous years. The legion commanders were baffled until they traced the flow of recruits, then it dawned on them, and they gnashed their teeth in fury at the 7th Legion. Yi Zixia's promotional video had effectively deterred a large number of opportunists seeking easy military merit. After all, what good were fame and fortune if one wasn't alive to enjoy them? Conversely, cadets with solid military skills and unwavering resolve found the 7th Legion's ethos more appealing. Had it not been for the divine blood elixir, this year's recruitment numbers would have suffered a severe blow. 2 months of recruit training had passed, yet the divine blood elixir promised by each legion remained undelivered. Discontent simmered not only among the new recruits, but also among veterans who had served for years. With morale wavering, the legion bigwigs dared not provoke the Senate, so they vented their frustrations elsewhere, growing increasingly hostile toward Yi Zhixiao. Beneath the weight of resentful glares from all sides, Yi Zhixiao remained as composed as ever, going about her business with an unervingly strong mentality. This was nothing. She was a warrior who had even devoured a god. A few killing glances couldn't harm her. Speaking of the spirit perception god, Yi Zhixiao had recently sensed that its avatars were gradually converging, likely as Fae organized their collection. What worried her was whether, if these avatars fused, they might become stronger than the one she had consumed. Her initial success in devouring one had come from catching the spirit perception god off guard, exploiting a loophole. Replicating that feat was nearly impossible. It would be far safer to consume the avatars while they were still weak. A gleam flickered in Yi Zixia's eyes. That very night, she sent a dream to Faye instructing her to keep the embers scattered and deliver one each day to a designated location. Thus, Yi Zhixiao watched as Faye, like a delivery girl, ran errands daily, bringing her little treats, and she reveled in the amusement. Unbeknownst to many, the spirit perception god's avatars scattered across the Federation had been mostly consumed. Recently, Yi Tingxiao had been unusually quiet, causing no trouble for a long time. The Senate was equally inept. Even the destruction of the divine blood elixir, a monumental loss, was endured without retaliation, entirely out of character. The crisis of the spirit perception god had also been largely neutralized, at least granting the Federation a chance to catch its breath. Everything was unfolding with such uncanny smoothness that Yi Zhixiao found it almost surreal, suspecting they might be biding their time to spring a massive trap on her. Yi Zhixiao stretched her limbs and let out a long sigh, drawing sidelong glances from her 2 adjutants. Somehow she had lost the ability to simply enjoy a peaceful life. Safe Huanming. Yi Zhixia suddenly sprang from her seat, grabbing both adjutants' hands. They both flinched, the hairs on their necks standing on end. I just remembered something. Yi Zhixia checked the time on her smart device, her eyes widening like brass bells. So much had happened this year that her mourning period had long since passed. Had she not suddenly felt like taking a leave and needed an irrefutable excuse, she would have completely forgotten. Arg! Yi Zixia's mind screamed in turmoil. She still owed Cici a proper wedding. Though the two were already registered as married in the matching system, in the public's perception, a wedding ceremony was what truly made a couple. Only concubines forewent such ceremonies. The thought of Cici being mocked by other noble families' spouses, hanging her head in shame at banquets, nearly shattered Yi Zixia's heart. How could she be so neglectful, leaving her husband and child alone at home day after day? The wedding she had promised. Nearly half a year had slipped by, and it remained unfulfilled. How despicable, utterly despicable. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Tell me which day is auspicious. Yi Zhixia gripped Sci-Fi's shoulders, shaking him, her face flushed with excitement, unsure if it was from thrill or anxiety. Sci-Fi, shaken to the point of biting his tongue, gasped in confusion. Calculated date. What date? What method should I use? Yi Zhixia was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing she was no longer on Earth. Where could she find the lunar calendar? Like being doused with cold water, her overheated mind finally cooled down. Releasing Sci-Fi, she returned to her seat. Silently repeating, "Patience yields success," 3 times in her heart, she resumed her composed demeanor. I need to rehost my wedding by the end of this month, and will require security from the guard squad. Yi Zhixia opened her smart brain, rapidly editing the information, while saying, there will be quite a few guests invited, and I plan to rent the Glorious Violet for the ceremony. Sci-Fi and Huoming turned their heads almost in unison, their expressions shifting from shock to realization, and then to astonishment. What kind of look is that? Not that I thought you wouldn't host a wedding. Sci-Fi scratched the back of his head, giving an awkward laugh. I've never seen anyone hold a banquet for a second-hand man, but it's quite fresh. Huoming coughed lightly and said, Captain, don't you think this decision is a bit rushed? I mean, the end of the month might be a bit tight on time. The Glorious Violet, ranked first among the Federal's luxury starships. The Yi family also had top 10 luxury starships, yet the young captain still chose to rent the best, showcasing her emphasis on the wedding. Huoming gasped, although she wasn't short on money, spending 300 million star coins for a wedding. That was just the cost of the starship rental. She was afraid it would make her heart bleed. So we need to hurry up with the preparations. Yi Zhixia clasped her hands together, her stern features softening. My left and right arms, my dear sisters, I truly need your help, please. The 2 aides exchanged glances, speechless. How could they possibly refuse her? As night fell, Wenci looked at the unmoving smart brain and began to silently tidy up the untouched dinner on the table. The mistress hadn't returned in half a month. Even the sensitivity period was endured with suppressants. The flower hall was very quiet. The sound of cups and dishes clinking felt particularly harsh. Her hand brushed against the peonies in the vase, causing a shower of petals to fall, transforming the once plump flowers into a pitiful sight in an instant. Wenci stared at the petals for a long time until a gust of wind blew through, snapping her back to reality as she carefully removed the wilted flower and discarded it along with the petals. Sir, the head of the family isn't here. Let us handle these matters instead. Su Yinmei stepped forward to help, noticing the flower juice on Mr. Chang's hands and silently sighed. It's fine, Wenci replied with a smile, instructing, let's share these dishes with the stewards. Of course, sir. Su Yinmei nodded, her expression somewhat complex. Mr. Wenci was quite admirable. If it weren't for the second marriage, even with a lesser background, he would still be worthy of the status of Yi family's Mr. Chong. In the steward dormitory, a few newly changed stewards gathered to chat. Today I took that child to the enlightenment class. He learns quickly, but he doesn't speak or move like a rock. That wild child from outside who knows what issues he has are probably disabled. I think it's more of a mental issue. He might be a little perverted. Should keep your voice down. If the chief steward hears, it won't be a joke. So what? I'm also a noble. If it comes to it, I can just quit and go home to find a match. You think too well of yourself. Retiring and being kicked out are 2 different things. Do you still want your reputation? All right, everyone quiet down. The chief steward's communication is coming in. One young steward pressed the answer button, and Su Yimi's voice came through the speaker. Mr. Chong has granted dinner. Remember to clean up the dishes before eating. Yes, rest assured, chief steward. After hanging up, the stewards cheered excitedly, pushing the serving cart back. After cleaning and putting away the expensive dinnerware, several of them scooped white rice into their small lunchboxes, sitting together and competing for their favorite dishes. That man's cooking isn't bad at all. So what? I've heard that the head of the family took him to a military banquet and didn't even let him serve closely. Second-hand goods aren't of high status. Isn't that true? Even as Mr. Chong of the Yi family, he can't shake off his small-town mentality. He thinks a few meals could win us over. What a joke. For someone like him, being a concubine would be more suitable. The head of the family is infatuated enough to give Mr. Chang a title. He might seem obedient, but who knows how lewd he is behind closed doors. In my opinion, the head of the family doesn't value him that much. He probably just married him out of gratitude without even holding a wedding. Last time I cleaned the master bedroom, guess what I found? An empty suppressor. What? No way a married man actually uses suppressants. Ha ha ha, oh my. Ha ha, maybe he's already tired of that face of his. Bang. The door was suddenly kicked open, slamming against the wall before bouncing back as Pat, dressed in steward uniform, charged into the room and flipped over the steward's small round table. Crash. The dishes and bowls fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, the delicious food turning into a puddle of slop mixed with fragments completely inedible. You haven't even set down your bowls, and you start cursing. With your kind of lowly upbringing, you dare to call yourselves nobles. Pat's fiery red hair flared up like a furious little rooster, pointing at them and scolding. You've completely disgraced the nobility, you little scoundrels raised by a lowly father. Suddenly everyone was caught off guard. After a good 10 seconds, one steward screamed, clutching his hand, my hand. His fingertip was cut by the shattered porcelain, the wound somewhat deep, with blood dripping down, making him feel faint. Pat scoffed and closed the door, exuding an air of authority. To be unable to withstand such a minor injury, one wonders who gave them the courage to speak ill of Mr. Wincy. You dare insult me. The steward who led the slander wore a face of shock and anger. He was a young master from the Liu family's direct line, with a mother who was the younger sister of the head housekeeper. Although he was not born from Mr. Chang, he was the most handsome among his brothers, raised as a potential concubine for the family head, and had never experienced such humiliation. I'm insulting you and you all. Pat jabbed his fingers one by one against their foreheads, pushing them back until they were pressed against the wall. The stewards turned pale, huddling together. They were both infuriated and humiliated, yet terrified at the same time. Pat was specifically brought over from the treasure garden by the family head. He might very well have already climbed into the family head's bed. He was definitely not as mild-mannered as Wency. Pat gazed at the few individuals who had shrunk like quails, baring his teeth in a cold grin. I'm telling you, Mr. Chang didn't bother with you because he's kind-hearted and cultivated. He kicked the overturned table leg and amidst their terrified gazes picked up a shard of porcelain. You heartless bastards, what right do you have to eat the food the master prepared? Spit it out. Pat pressed the porcelain shard against the lead steward's neck, staring coldly as the man's rage turned to fear. Pat, what's in it for you? Let me go. The steward's voice trembled, tears threatening to spill. In the jewel garden, he had seen countless men's tears, the cheapest currency there, and Pat felt nothing. He stared into the man's eyes as if watching a writhing bug, cruel and disgusted. Spit it out. Wah. The steward broke down sobbing, but the sting at his neck silenced him instantly. That madman, he was serious. Tears still clinging to his lashes, the steward's eyes widened, yet no one sympathized with his pitiful act. The sharp shard had already cut into his skin. He could almost smell the metallic tang of blood. Finally trembling, he raised his hand and dug 2 fingers into his throat. Gagging made him cough violently, tears streaming uncontrollably, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth and down his fingers. The sheer humiliation made him wish he could smash his head against the wall and die. You lot, what are you standing there for? Spit. Pat looked up, his gaze sweeping over the others. Amidst the chorus of retching, a sour, decayed odor filled the air, leaving the floor a mess. Not until the stewards had vomited yellow bile did Pat snort, coldly toss the shard to the ground, and slammed the door behind him with a harsh threat. I've recorded everything you said today. If you don't want to be kicked out, clean this mess up yourselves. Pat walked toward his private lounge. The porcelain had cut his hand deeply, blood had already stained his cuff and was dripping from his fingertips. He crouched down, pulled out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped the blood off the floor, sighing with relief when the marble surface shone clean again. He stuffed his injured hand into his pocket and clenched his fist. The pain struck, and the wild urge to kill slowly retracted its claws. Only after being sent to the Yi mansion did Pat learn from fragments of the warden's words that if the Yi patriarch hadn't claimed him, he would have been disposed of as an experimental subject. Because he was personally requested by the patriarch, Pat faced little harassment, though his status was awkward. He still remembered Mr. Wincy summoning him alone and asking about his plans for the future. The future? Did he even have a future? Mr. Wincy was an incredibly kind person. Without his help, Pat would have died in disgrace. Yet he had naively believed Xie Wangshu and embarrassed him at the banquet. Pat had never regretted anything more. If possible, Pat wanted to stay at the Yi mansion as a steward. He was left with only fear of women, especially regarding intimacy. Even the thought made him tremble uncontrollably. He swore by his life that he harbored no improper desires toward the Yi patriarch. He only wished to stay by his master's side to repay his debt, nothing more. I think it's fine. The Yi mansion offers good benefits, but we need to ask the matriarch first. Pat still remembered his master's reply then. No airs at all, as if chatting with a friend. What to do? His master was far too trusting. If Pat were a schemer aiming to climb into bed, wouldn't his master be bullied again? Pat was determined to stay no matter what, even if it meant facing the fearsome patriarch and arguing his case. Things weren't nearly as troublesome as had imagined. Almost seamlessly, he was removed from the matching system and officially became a lifelong steward of the mansion. Pat, why do you look so pale? Hearing his master's voice, Pat froze mid-step, realizing he had unconsciously climbed to the second floor. He turned slightly, forcing a meek smile. Nothing, master. I just secretly put on a fair-skin mask. A fair-skin mask? What an excuse. Wency shook his head, caught between exasperation and amusement. Though night had fallen, the lights were on, and how could he miss the large bloodstain on Pat's sleeve unless he were blind? Seeing his master smile without a word, just watching him, Pat's smile faltered, and he slowly lowered his head. Damn it, master had found him out. If master learned about the fight. He knew his mind wasn't right, but he would never betray his benefactor. Please, master, don't send him away. Dazed, Pat followed his master into the small study and was pressed onto the sofa, his entire body rigid. Show me your hand. Pat looked up to see his master sitting across from him, holding a tube of healing spray. Don't tell me you're not hurt. I'm not blind. Pat obediently shut his mouth, reached out his hand, and hesitantly unclenched his fingers. TSK. This is serious. It must hurt a lot. Wency frowned, the scar on his own palm, throbbing in sympathy. That scar was from the Moonlight District. Every time he saw a bloody scene, it triggered a reflexive pain. The healing spray alone wouldn't be enough. He'd need a pressure bandage too. Wency was about to call Uncle May for a medical kit, but his fingers poised over his smart device paused. He went to the master bedroom himself to fetch the emergency kit. When he returned, he found Pat had already wrapped his hand with bandages, standing stiffly by the sofa. Wency sighed helplessly. Both he and Pat had suffered painful pasts, one never knowing warmth, the other fallen from grace. It was hard to say who was more pitiful. Now, with the power to protect the weak, Wency had extended extra care to Pat, but the latter seemed resistant. Pat, what exactly happened? Wency sat down, his voice turning cold as he assumed the air of a stern master. Pat shuddered, and with a thud his knees hit the wooden floor. The discipline of the Jewel Garden had ingrained this reflex in him. Startled, Wency resisted the urge to help him up, turning slightly. Where did you get that wound on your hand? Tell me the truth. The young stewards in the mansion were from minor noble families. Seeing the former governor's son reduced to a steward and defiled, everyone likely wanted to trample on him. He must have been bullied. How pitiful. Master too got into a fight with Liu's and the others. Pat cautiously glanced at his master's expression and, seeing his furrowed brow, quickly explained, they were bad-mouthing you behind your back. I couldn't stand it, so I... Did they hit you? I hit them. Their voices overlapped, and both Wency and Pat froze. The door suddenly swung open, and a woman's stern voice rang out. Oh, what exactly did they say? Yi Jixia entered the room, her countenance cold and stern, the star insignia on her epaulets still dusted with frost. Wife, you're back. When she rose, his cerulean pupils gleaming with light as he stepped forward to remove his wife's coat. You're chilled through. Let me make a bowl of chicken soup noodles. Yi Jixia drew the man into her arms, pressing a kiss to the corner of his lips, and the weariness of a long day dissolved instantly. No need to rush. She guided the man back to the main seat, casting a glance at the red-haired butler, Pat it seemed, who appeared to be behaving himself. You just said someone was speaking ill of the esteemed sir behind his back. What's this about? Pat stood at Wency's side, shrinking back like a mouse caught sight of a cat at the question. He barely steadied his tongue to reply. Head of the household, the esteemed sir shared the evening meal with the butlers. Instead of being grateful, they complained he was stingy. The household head's aura grew heavier, and Pat shuddered. Damned wretches. Their insults were so vile that even repeating them felt sinful to his lips. Aunt Lu, find out who they are, and send them all back home. Gossiping about the master's husband behind his back. The Yi family cannot afford such lofty figures. Yi Jixia commanded, and a response came from outside the door, yes. Pat, have your hand looked at. Injuring the tendons is no trivial matter. Seeing Pat almost shrinking into the wall when she dismissed him. How could he be so terrified of his wife, who was such a gentle soul? Yes, thank you, esteemed sir. Pat, as if granted a pardon, bowed, and then retreated swiftly, even closing the door with care. Yi Jixia watched with amusement. Cici treated this butler quite well, grateful and loyal. He definitely deserved a raise and promotion. Wife, why are you back so late? When she asked, feeling inexplicably flustered under her gaze, his face warming as he blinked. It was nearly dawn, and she would have to leave again in a few hours. It was far too exhausting. Guess. Yi Jixia threw herself into the man's embrace, nuzzling her cheek against his chest, her eyes narrowing like a fox's as she smiled. She had spent the entire day with her two adjutants finalizing the wedding venue and security details. The remaining trivial matters, aside from personally inviting important guests, could be left to the steward. The mere thought of the wedding invigorated Yi Jixia more than plotting a rebellion ever had. His hands naturally found their way to his wife's shoulders, massaging her as he tilted his head as serious as if taking an exam. Was there a family matter that required your personal attention? Yi Zhixiao melted under his touch, moaning in pleasure. Wrong. Then, was there something important to retrieve from home? When she pressed his lips together to suppress a smile, adjusting the acupressure points and pressure. His wife's eyes were half closed like a lazy cat rolling over to show him her belly after being petted. Yi Zhixia grabbed the man's collar and rolled, sending them both tumbling onto the carpet. Couldn't it be that I missed you? She leaned over him, gazing into his startled, delighted eyes, her heart suddenly aching. Wife. Her nose was almost touching his, and her warm breath brushed his face, making his ears burn. Here. I haven't bathed yet. What was wrong with this man? Did Yi Zhixiao look like a sex fiend? Well, though every time she was with when she did end up that way, but he was selling himself short. Yi Zhixiao gritted her teeth and swatted the man's backside twice. The slaps were crisp but not painful when she blinked his cerulean eyes in confusion. CC him away from home all day with no time for you, not even a moment to reply to messages. Yi Zhixiao sat up, leaning against the sofa leg, running a hand through her hair as her upright posture slumped. I didn't even know my own man was being wronged. What a failure of a wife I am. When she rarely saw his wife so despondent. His heart ached unbearably as he knelt to embrace her, kissing her brow. How could you say that? You're the finest wife in the Federation. You worked so hard outside building a career. My comfortable life is all thanks to you, isn't it? When his wife remained silent, when she continued, honestly, I never paid those butlers' words any mind. I know exactly how good you are to me. No matter what they say, it changes nothing. They're just. He blushed, his voice dropping sour grapes. I am the esteemed sir, it's beneath me to bicker with them. Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow, tilting his chin to study him closely. She had assumed that upon hearing the butler's gossip, when she would only weep silently, too timid to act. She never expected him to be so perceptive. My esteemed sir, so virtuous and forgiving, a true model of nobility. She watched the man lower his head, his ears burning red, and smiled. But you mustn't allow yourself to be slandered. Next time this happens, just throw them out. But they were sent by the subsidiary families, only you have the authority to dismiss them. When she bit his lip, his heart thumping wildly like a restless rabbit. I grant you that authority. Yi Zhixiao took his hand. He'll give the order. From now on, the Yi household will hire commoners as butlers. The subsidiary families needn't send any more boys. I won't take them as concubines. When she nodded softly, afraid to say more lest his trembling voice betray him. The continuation of the noble lineage was paramount. As the esteemed sir, he ought to find men with superior genes for his wife, bringing them in as concubines. Even if only to preserve his own reputation, he should do it. But he truly didn't want to. If he ever had to share his wife with another man, he didn't know what had become. Jealousy would twist him beyond recognition. Would his wife then despise him as a jealous husband? CC. Wife, what did you say? When she snapped back to reality, lost in his melancholy, having missed his wife's words. Yi Zhixiao looked at the distracted man, realizing it was already past midnight. She had been too excited, wanting to discuss the wedding with him. Thankfully, he hadn't heard what she had just said. Nothing. I'm tired. Let's wash up and go to bed. She coughed lightly, pretending nothing had happened. That night, Lu Si was sent back to the Lu family, personally escorted by Lu Ruyan. Elder sister CC is the best boy in our Lu family. With your influence, how could he be sent back just like that? Lu Rushuang frowned. She had high hopes for Lu Si. Even if he wasn't chosen as a concubine, serving in the Yi household until retirement would have gilded him for a better marriage. Now a peace she had nurtured for over a decade was ruined. How my influence? Lu Ruyan sneered. What influence do I have to protect a butler who slandered the esteemed sir? But you're the chief steward, managing all the core assets of the Yi family. The household head trusts you implicitly, surely that outweighs a twice-married man. Lu Rushuang argued stubbornly. You'd better behave. Matters of the main family are not for us to meddle in. Lu Ruyan said sternly. I'm warning you now, the current household head, though young, means what she says. If you dare to provoke her, you're on your own. Don't blame me for not valuing our blood ties. Lu Rushuang watched her elder sister leave, her heart filled with resentment. A man who hadn't even held a wedding ceremony didn't deserve to be called the esteemed sir. Her son was so outstanding. This must be jealousy. Lu Si, have your father take you to the Yi mansion tomorrow to apologize to the esteemed sir. After a moment's thought, Lu Rushuang decided, dress up nicely. I hear the household head will be at the mansion these few days. You know what to do. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting light upon the woman's eyelids. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and Yi Zhixiao opened her eyes. As her control over her mental power became more adept, sleep was no longer a necessity for her. It had been a long time since she had slept so soundly. The man in her arms breathed steadily, a faint smile lingering on his lips, lost in a beautiful dream. Yi Zhixia lowered her head wanting to kiss him, but held her breath as she approached his handsome face fearing to disturb his sweet dreams. When she always had a light sleep and woke up early. Often he would rise before dawn, tidy himself up, and busy himself in the kitchen preparing a sumptuous breakfast before Yi Zhixia woke. Even after being exhausted throughout the night, he would still get up the next day to take care of everything before returning to her side. Yi Zhixia stroked the ring finger of Wen Zai's left hand, which was bare missing a ring. In the Federation, there was no concept of wearing wedding rings, and the wedding process was vastly different from that of Yi Zixia's hometown. Rather than a wedding, it resembled a transfer of ownership of a man from mother to wife. The man was to wear a pure white ceremonial robe and climb a three-tiered platform. The first tier represented chastity, where he would be required to remove his scarf in front of the public, revealing the maiden mole on his throat to verify his identity. The second tier represented loyalty, requiring him to take off his shoes and walk barefoot over steps covered in crushed diamonds to prove his sincerity. The third tier represented docility, where he must remove his outer robe and kneel to receive the lashings of his newlywed mistress, making no sound until she was satisfied and thanking her for her grace. Thus the ceremony was complete. The bloodstains on the man's back were symbols of virtue, and they often had to wear this ceremonial attire following their mistress while receiving the comments of all the guests. Yi Zhixia caressed the man's back, not knowing how many times he had been struck there. She prided herself on being cold-hearted and never imagined that one day she would feel pain for someone's past. When she stirred, rolling into his mistress' embrace. After a good night's sleep, his body felt as if it had been cleansed by a spiritual spring, utterly transparent. Wait, mistress. Mistress, you're awake. When she flipped over and sat up. Oh no, he hadn't washed his face. Would he appear sloppy? He hadn't even prepared breakfast, letting his mistress go hungry. He felt utterly unforgivable. Yi Zhixia knew exactly what she was thinking without needing to ask. She took the man's hand, gripping it tightly, and looked into his eyes. I still owe you a wedding. It was so sudden that when she looked up in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Are you willing? Yi Zhixia gazed into the man's eyes, feeling inexplicably anxious. Mistress. Wen Zai's azure eyes glistened with moisture, his voice trembling. Of course I am willing. I dream of it. Yi Zhixia received a satisfactory answer, yet despised her own dark thoughts. For the man, the wedding felt like torture, yet she used it to test Wen Zai's feelings. She knew well that when she loved her dearly, she had entered his sea of consciousness, and felt the weight of that love, yet, because of a wedding, she found herself envious of the woman who had been crushed to dust by her own jealousy. From love comes worry, from love comes fear. Yi Zhixia finally began to understand. I applied for leave. Oh, let's hold the wedding this month. Yi Zhixia wiped away the tears on Wen Zai's eyelashes and spoke softly. Although a wedding is a matter for two people in the Federation, men have no say. Oh, it is all decided by women. At the dining table, Yi Zhixia seemed a bit distracted. She wanted to ask Wen Shi about his thoughts on the wedding, but seeing him bowing his head to serve soup, she swallowed her words. What is it, mistress? When she placed the soup bowl on the table, looking puzzled. Was it that the breakfast made by the chef was unpalatable? The mistress always seemed lost in thought. Yi Zhixia waved her hand, took a sip of soup, and smiled. It's nothing new. I suddenly remembered that we've been together for so long, yet I don't know your preferences. I'm really careless. Mistress, it's a matter that a man should care about. When she smiled, folded the napkin, and wiped the sauce from the corner of the mistress' mouth. A big woman working outside is already busy enough. These trivial matters shouldn't distract you. But I want to know more about you. Yi Zhixia increasingly felt that she was not fulfilling her role as a mistress. When she could recite her preferences, knowing every unnoticeable little habit she had. Yet she knew so little about him, to the point that she feared her desire to give him a perfect wedding might not align with his wishes. He'll ask you, what is your favorite color, what dish do you love, and what flowers do you like? Yi Zhixia fired off questions like a torrential downpour, leaving when she stunned. Well, what? He blinked his azure eyes, looking helplessly at his mistress. Whatever mistress likes, I. Stop. Yi Zhixia pressed her finger against the man's lips, her brows arched, teasing him like a mischievous noble. Don't brush me off with whatever you like, I like statements. Wen Zai's face visibly flushed, his gaze drifting, not daring to meet his mistress' eyes. As a man, even if he had favorite things, it felt too brazen to openly declare them, as if he were seeking approval from his mistress. I. When she stammered for a long time before finally speaking, his voice barely louder than a mosquito. I like red roses. I heard their flower language is pure and fervent love. I don't have any particular favorite dishes, but if I had to pick, cheesecake is pretty good. When she wasn't lying, he had no particular cravings, but he couldn't forget the slice of cheesecake from the Moonlight District. Yi Zhixia observed the man's expression, and seeing that he was blushing fiercely, finally let him off the hook. It's been a while since I've seen Moo. How is the little guy doing? Yi Zhixia reined in her charm, changing the topic. When she touched his burning cheeks and coughed lightly, replying, Moo has recently started an enlightenment class. He learns quickly, but He is a bit reclusive. Reclusive? This year Moo is already 5 and still can't speak. Previously I took him for a comprehensive checkup. His hearing, vocal cords, and brain development are all fine, but the doctor said it's a psychological issue. Yi Zhixia fell silent for a moment, reaching out to smooth the slight frown on Wenxi's brow. Even after leaving the negative environment, the situation had not improved. Mu's psychological issues might be more serious than she had imagined. Don't lose heart, well, think of a way. Yi Zhixia patted the back of Wenxi's hand. Mu's illness had always been a knot in his heart. According to the laws of the Federation, if Mu's illness could not be cured, it would be very difficult for him to match with a mistress, even as a noble, especially since he was an adopted child. Master, sir, Su Yimei approached after the two masters had finished breakfast, reporting, the second master of the Liu family has come to visit with the young master. After learning about last night's incident, Su Yimei felt very guilty. As the head steward, she had failed to notice these rumors in time, and the instigator was even from the Liu family. It was truly a case of darkness under the lamp. The second master of the Liu family had delivered an invitation at dawn, saying he brought Liu Si to sincerely apologize to the headmaster, making a very low profile. Brother-in-law Si will reach the matching period next year. What should he do if he gets rejected now? The other boys in the house will also be affected. The second master's red-rimmed eyes looked very pitiful. I came to plead with the headmaster. Su Yimei had nothing to say. They had delivered an invitation for the headmaster's greeting from the subordinate family, and she had no authority to refuse. She could only hope they would behave themselves and not stir up any trouble. The Liu family's second branch. Yi Zhixia paid it no mind. It was the most ordinary thing for dependents in her family to pay respects to the head of the main house. Nothing more than trivial chatter about men's affairs in which she had not the slightest interest. He'll stroll through the garden. After you've met your guests, we'll go fetch Moo together. Yi Zhixia rose and winked at Wenxi, coaxing a smile to curl his lips. In a lounge of the Yi mansion, the head of the Liu family's second branch sat holding a cup of black tea. The brew had long gone cold, yet he had not taken a single sip. Father, why don't you ask the steward about the patriarch's whereabouts? Have you forgotten why we came? Lucy adjusted her elaborate braid, teasing out a strand of hair at her temple to soften her face, and complained with palpable dissatisfaction. Why not sincerely apologize to the head? Master Wenxi is soft-hearted. Even when Pat mocked him so harshly at the gathering, he let bygones be bygones. Surely he won't make things difficult for you over such a small matter. Second Master Liu wore a troubled expression. Lucy was not his own child, and had his wife not commanded it, he would not have wished to wade into this murky affair at all. Father, do you not want to help me? Lucy opened a compact mirror, examining her cheeks left and right. Her round childlike eyes were sharply defined, and the vermilion mole at the tip of her nose lent a playful charm. The very image of the puppy dog boy, currently favored by women. She curled her lips, the dimples at her cheeks sweet as honey, and her voice rang clear with an inexplicable air of superiority. This is Mother's idea. If you could even produce an heir, why would I need to become someone's concubine to stabilize the family fortune? A cold glint flickered in Second Master Liu's eyes. He had no daughter, but he was still of legitimate noble birth. Liu Si and his concubine father were alike. Both had lofty ambitions, but lacked the sense to see them through. What good was being a concubine? Nothing more than a plaything. Since she was so eager to become one, why should he stand in her way? Lucy, I won't stop you from climbing high. But if you fall from that height and break your neck or cripple yourself, I won't lift a finger to help. Second Master Liu snorted coldly, setting his teacup down with a clatter. The amber liquid rippled, spilling a single drop. Don't trouble yourself. Lucy clenched her fists. Once she became the patriarch's bedmate, she would have her mother divorce this wretched man. Only when they were led into the reception hall did they manage to compose their expressions. Greetings, head, said Second Master Liu, performing a chest salute with a deep sincere bow. My son has been insolent and offended you with his words, a failure of my upbringing. Last night I administered severe discipline at home, and today I have brought him especially to beg your forgiveness. Wenxi watched the boy kneel reluctantly to offer his respects, shaking his head inwardly. Lucy's defiance was plain. She didn't even bother to feign submission. This Second Master Liu, however, seemed genuinely sincere. Never mind. I know why you've come. Wenxi had no intention of making things difficult. A boy's ruined reputation could destroy the rest of his life. Having experienced it himself, Wenxi was loath to be too harsh. I've already given orders not to spread word of last night's events. Let it be known that the Yi mansion is cutting expenses and has dismissed some staff. Thank you for your generosity. Second Master Liu looked up, startled to see no trace of reluctance on the man's face. This man truly had a kind heart. Had I wish to bid farewell to my former companions, Lucy interjected hastily as their conversation drew to a close. Since I'm leaving this time, it will be a long while before we meet again. Second Master Liu shot Lucy a glare, but said nothing. He didn't believe for a moment that she was going to say goodbye. Go ahead. Once he nodded. The Liu family was the most loyal of dependents, so a single favor in exchange for goodwill was a bargain. Still, perhaps it was his imagination, but Wency felt something was off about Liu Si. Second Master Liu, I've prepared some herbal tea with my own hands. Might I have the honor of offering you a taste? Wency smiled politely, casting a meaningful glance at Pat, who stood at his side, and looked toward the door. Pat caught the signal and understood. He bowed and said Cyril prepare some refreshments before withdrawing. Liu Si had served as a steward at the Yi Mansion for 2 years. There was no path she didn't know save a few restricted areas. Where would the patriarch go? She murmured to herself, then her eyes lit up. Her fingers flew across her smart device as she dialed a close friend, completely unaware she was being watched. Pat trailed Liu Si from a distance. The girl claimed she was going to bid friends farewell, but instead loitered in the corridor, clearly up to no good. I'm lucky you were on night duty that day and didn't join us, or you'd be in trouble now. I was just about to look for you, but I'm afraid of running into the patriarch. He's terrifying. All right, I'll be sure to avoid the garden. Wait for me. Liu Si's voice was barely a whisper. Pat caught only fragments, but his brow furrowed instantly. Patriarch. Garden. This little wench's schemes were practically smacking him in the face. Pat rolled up his sleeves ready to grab her, but stopped mid-step. What was that he heard? The patriarch was terrifying. Huh. Indeed he was. Terribly, terribly terrifying. If Liu Si was so eager to court death, why should he stop her? It would only earn him resentment. No, not only should he not stop her, he ought to give her a little help. Today, because the patriarch was present, the garden's security had been heightened. As a dismissed steward, she couldn't even get through the gate. Pat took a shortcut to the garden and hid behind the flowering hedge at the entrance. When he saw Liu Si approaching, he used his own clearance to unlock the garden gate. Watching Liu Si walk in unsuspectingly her light gate like a fluttering butterfly, Pat curled his lips and mouthed silently, "Good luck. Lady Fortune favors me. May everything go smoothly." Liu Si stepped through the garden entrance. She had worried she wouldn't pass the security check, but to her surprise the service door was wide open. Even heaven was on her side. Her wishes would surely come true. Liu Si dared not take the main path. Carefully she wove through the flower beds, searching for the patriarch's trail. "Roses? Are you sure?" A voice suddenly came from the path. Liu Si startled and crouched low, peering through the foliage to see 2 stewards carrying a cold storage box. "Yes, I remember there were many roses in Chuyun Garden. Weren't they companion plants for the Chuyun vine? Mom, now that the vine has grown, those roses are useless. But they're tenacious. They thrive even without care. Why is the supervisor asking? Is he planning to clear them out? Don't they're lovely to look at? Forget it. The patriarch will arrive soon. Let's hurry." The 2 figures disappeared around the corner. Liu Si stood up, brushed the leaves from her clothes, and her eyes gleamed with determination. Yi Zhixia dismissed her attendants and wandered through the garden. She had never visited the Yi Mansion's gardens before. Every 5 steps a new scene, every 10 a fresh view. It was 100 times more exquisite than the Imperial Garden. Rare flora from every planet abounded, yet there were no roses. Had she not asked the supervisor, she would never have known where to look in this vast expanse. Stepping through a carved floral archway, Yi Zhixia was awestruck by the beauty before her. The Chuyun vine cascaded like snow, climbing over trellises and draping down in misty flower clusters. The white blossoms shimmered with a faint blue-pink iridescence like rainbow clouds drifting from a dream. Beneath them, roses blazed in fiery splendor, passionate and jubilant as a burning sky. Chuyun CC is leaving. A young boy stood among the dreamlike flower clusters, reaching up to gently stroke the vine. His voice was sorrowful. "I won't be able to sing for you anymore. Take care of yourself and don't miss me. Chuyun, since CC has always taken care of you, please bless the patriarch with smooth fortunes and peace without worry." The boy clasped his hands together and made a devout wish. This scene, why does it look so familiar? If only the hanging clouds were replaced with a plum garden and there was more snow on the ground. He wraps a cloak around himself, and as he turns it billows open, releasing a flurry of butterflies, all set to the background music of phoenix soaring in the sky. Yi Zixia's hometown had a legendary palace intrigue drama hailed by netizens as the ultimate comfort show, and she absolutely adored it. There were so many classic scenes that she even knew the lines by heart. Wasn't this scene just a replica of the protagonist's return to favor? No, it didn't even have butterflies. It was far too shabby, nowhere near the same league. She must be moving up in the world for someone to stage a palace intrigue for her sake. Since the stage was already set, it would be impolite not to play along. Yi Zhixia cleared her throat and recited the classic line in a cold voice, "Who's there?" Liu Si pretended to be startled, stumbling backward, tripping over his own feet, and falling into the rose bush. The vibrant red blossoms were crushed beneath him, petals scattering in a flurry, creating a scene of romantic beauty. But poor Liu Si's backside was surely pierced by countless thorns. Spotting the head of the family approaching from afar, Liu Si immediately struck a pose. For today, he had deliberately donned a pure white robe. After all, what woman didn't have a virginity complex? However, he had undone 2 buttons at the collar and swapped his neckerchief for the fashionable ribbon bow tie popular in the club lately. Lucy had already experienced 2 heat cycles, and his pheromones smelled like sweet and sour raspberry jam, very intense. He refused to believe he couldn't outshine a second-hand old man. But why wasn't the head of the family coming to help him up? Lucy's backside hurt terribly, his tense body trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't hold on much longer. Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow, unmoved. Tisk, 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 what dedication. But his acting still needed refinement, and his facial expressions were poorly managed. His face was twisted in pain, devoid of any aesthetic appeal, and his sprawling posture was far from graceful. Oh, I am sorry. Cici was just saying goodbye to a friend. I'm truly sorry for disturbing you. Lucy's eyes reddened, brimming with tears like a startled rabbit. He stammered an apology, but in his fluster, he couldn't seem to get up no matter how hard he tried. Arg was the head of the family, made of wood. A boy falls down, and she doesn't even think to help him up. After struggling for a while, Lucy broke out in a hot sweat, but the woman stood there, arms crossed, completely still. He could barely keep up the act. Gritting his teeth, Lucy pressed his hand onto the rose stem, the sharp thorns piercing his palm. Blood gushed out, dripping onto his white sleeve. Hiss! The young man finally stood up, clutching his hand as he stepped out of the rose bush. His shoulders were so frail, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. His hair was slightly disheveled, with 2 petals still clinging to it, his pitiful appearance both endearing and adorable. He shuffled forward with small steps, not even lifting the sheer fabric of his robe, and came before the head of the family to perform a graceful curtsy. Then as he rose, he suddenly went weak in the knees, collapsing into the head of the family's arms. Nestling against her well-developed curves, he looked up like a delicate bird, offering a fragile smile. Cici is a bit squeamish. I've troubled you. Ahem. Lucy was jolted back to reality by the woman's soft cough. Looking up, he saw the head of the family still wore that icy expression, his heart pounding loudly. Everything hinged on this moment. He gathered his courage, approached the head of the family, bowed, rose, and then as planned, his knees gave way, and he fell. In a flash, Yi Zhixiao took a large step back. Lucy fell short, watching helplessly as the cobblestones on the ground grew larger before his eyes. Thud! A dull sound like a watermelon hitting the ground made Yi Zhixia's scalp crawl. That fall was brutal. Hadn't he been lying there motionless for ages? The pain. An agonizing, bone-deep pain. Lucy groaned. His nose and mouth felt as if they had been ripped away, the pain so intense he wanted to pass out. Tears of pain streamed down his face, and his breath was filled with the metallic taste of blood. How could this happen? Was the head of the family even a woman? How could she bear to let a delicate boy fall to the ground like that? Aunt Lu, someone has trespassed into the garden and crushed my roses. Dispose of them immediately. The woman's cold voice rang out. Lucy jerked his head up, his eyes wide with terror. No. His mother had specifically warned him that he absolutely must not let his eldest aunt find out before he succeeded, or he would be finished. Head of the family, Cici, didn't mean to, please don't. Lucy struggled to his feet, feeling his front teeth loosen as he spoke, blood from his nose gushing into his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe his nose, and with a slurp, a transparent jelly-like substance appeared in his palm. Lucy's scalp tingled. Damn it. His nose implant had fallen out. In the Federation, men undergoing cosmetic surgery to conceal genetic defects and influence women's judgment was a serious crime that could lead to removal from the matching system. Originally, Lucy's appearance was already quite handsome except for a slightly flat nose. To remedy this flaw, he had hired an intermediary to buy a nose augmentation injection from the black market, spending almost all his allowance. He never expected that a single fall would dislodge it. Even worse, the feel of his nose was terribly wrong. It was soft and limp as if it had no bones. Thinking of a terrifying consequence, Lucy's vision went dark, his steps faltered, and he nearly fainted. Seeing this, Yi Zhixiao took another half step back. That man's face was a bloody mess. She didn't want it to rub off on her, it was disgusting. It wasn't that she lacked sympathy, but his current appearance was truly horrifying. Who would have thought that a fall would cause his nose to disappear? The young man now had a lump-like growth where his nose should be a grotesque sight to behold. Head of the family. Lu Rian hurried over, her gaze on Lucy, chillingly cold. Head of the family, this subordinate has failed in her duty. I will dispose of him immediately. As she spoke, a young steward stepped forward, lifting the disheveled young man like a chick. Lucy's heart sank to the depths. What did dispose of him mean? He was a guest. And it's me, Cici. Seeing himself being dragged to some unknown place, Lucy could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. Aunt, save me. Lu Rian's face was darker than a pot bottom. This fool. No one would have cared who he was if he had been dealt with quietly, and he could have kept some dignity. Now, if she didn't act harshly, the entire family would suffer the consequences. Aunt Lu, I truly didn't expect the Lu family to have such a specimen. Yi Zhixiao had enjoyed a good show, and her mood was light. The usually stern chief steward Lu rarely showed such an expression, so she couldn't resist a few teasing remarks. Your nephew here is quite the performer with all that singing and posturing. Why hasn't he debuted? Lu Rian's face flushed red. She knelt on one knee, a few strands of hair escaping from her immaculate bun and falling to her temple. This subordinate has failed to manage my family properly. From today onward, Lu Si will be expelled from the family, and the Lu family will forfeit 1 year's stipend. Such an incident will never happen again. Please forgive me, head of the family. For Aunt Liu's sake, let it be so. Yi Zhixia pointed at the flattened rose bushes, her tone teasing these flowers. Give them to your sister for her leisurely enjoyment. After all, they were stained with her son's blood and sweat. Hearing this, Lu Si felt as if the sky had fallen. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Wife, what happened? Yi Zhixia turned to see when she walking towards her, followed by a man dressed as a house husband. When she exchanged pleasantries with Second Master Lu, their gentle temperaments resonated, finding common ground effortlessly. Second Master Lu in particular had a passion for editing videos. Before her marriage, she had secretly produced a few microfilms that remained unseen by any audience. Their conversation flowed so smoothly that before they knew it, lunchtime approached. Second Master Lu suddenly recalled her troublesome son from a secondary branch. It had been ages since she had heard from him. Could he have succeeded in his scheme? She lifted her head to glance at the man seated in the host position. Among the noble circles, it was whispered that the first master of the Yi clan was unworthy of his status, incapable of navigating high society, which explained his reclusive nature. Lately, rumors had surfaced that the Yi family head had found a new love, suggesting this one might be demoted to a secondary spouse. After all, why else would there be no wedding ceremony, even long after the mourning period had ended? Having met him today, she realized the rumors were unreliable. Master when she was impeccable in temperament, knowledge, etiquette, and speech. Nothing betrayed his humble origins. Second Master Liu's, standing among the noble principal husbands, was modest, barely scraping by in the third tier. The principal husbands of great noble houses looked down on her, often mocking her, and she had to force a smile and flatter them in return. Yet Master when she carried no airs. Speaking with him felt like a gentle spring breeze, naturally putting one at ease and lifting all defenses. If not for his second marriage. Alas, Master Wenzai's path was already arduous, his honor and disgrace entirely dependent on the family head. Lu Si was no easy target. If he truly succeeded, Master Wenzai's days would only grow harder. Master. Second Master Lu clenched her fists, her mind in turmoil. She couldn't hold back and finally spoke. What is it? When she noticed the man's complex expression, he paused, then said softly, Second Master Lu, is something troubling you? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can help. Second Master Lu hesitated at first, but the warmth of those words melted her heart. Gritting her teeth, she said, It's getting late, I should take my leave. That child, see. Glancing around to ensure the stewards were far away, she leaned close to Wenxi and lowered her voice. Master Wenxi, Lu Si. He has ill intentions. I heard that when the family head is around, he wants to. I'm at my wit's end. A flicker of understanding passed through Wenzai's eyes. His wife was a noble officer with vast wealth, a clean household with only him as her man. Beautiful, powerful, and so devoted. Countless young men dreamed of becoming her man, even just a secondary spouse. Besides, with his lowly origins and blemished past, they likely plotted to oust him and take his place. All right, I understand. When she nodded to Second Master Lu, offering a faint smile. Second Master Liu's heart pounded wildly, bracing for the principal husband's fury and wondering how to respond. Yet he merely patted her arm lightly, showing no sign of anger. Aren't you going to bring that boy back? What if? Second Master Lu found herself worrying on his behalf. It might be wise to look for him. When she rose a curl at the corner of his lips. It wouldn't do to scare him too much. Second Master Lu stood as well perplexed when Pat returned and whispered something to the principal husband. Let's go, no need to search. He's in the garden. One she nodded to Second Master Lu and they hurried to the garden together. What they saw was the scene before them. My wife, this is the first master of the Lu family's second branch. We got along well, so I invited him to stay a while longer. When she stepped forward, tugging at his wife's sleeve. She naturally wrapped an arm around his waist, pulling him into an embrace. With an outsider present, Wenzai's ears burned. He gave a barely perceptible struggle. Greetings, family head. Second Master Lu hastily performed a curtsy, not daring to lift her head. The family head, yes, aura was terrifying. Even from such a distance, she could hardly breathe. How did that little wretch Lu Si dare to do this? She stole a glance at Lu Si from the corner of her eye, her heart sinking. What enormous trouble had he caused to be beaten so badly, his face swollen flat? It scared her to death. First master of the Lu family's second branch. Is this how you discipline your son? Yi Zixia's face was dark as water, her voice laced with frost. An invisible spiritual pressure radiated, making even Lu Rian struggle to withstand it. Second Master Lu, merely a man, couldn't endure it. Her legs gave way and she knelt. She wanted to beg forgiveness, but her body trembled violently, rendering her speechless. Having borne 2 boys in a row, she was already unloved by her wife. Only her noble birth had preserved her position as principal husband. Now with Lucy causing such a catastrophe, she as his father could hardly escape blame. Her wife's wrath would either see her divorced or at least earn her a severe beating. My wife, this is not Second Master Liu's fault. When she turned to look at his wife, for some reason he felt she wasn't as angry as she appeared. There was almost a hint of lingering enjoyment. Cece, you're too soft-hearted. That's why those without sense dare to offend you. Yi Zixia's expression softened slightly. She grasped Wenzai's shoulders and let out a long sigh. When I'm not by your side, what will you do if you're wronged? When you're hurt, it pains me. I truly don't know what to do with you. My wife Cece hasn't been wrong. When she blinked, whispering in her ear. His wife's speech today was so theatrical, like a stage play. My wife, I've hit it off with Second Master Liu. We lost track of time talking. Please don't blame her. When she tugged at his wife's sleeve, his eyes pleading. Though Lucy had come with Second Master Liu, she had still kindly warned him. Her merit offset her fault, she shouldn't be implicated further. Besides, when she rather liked her. Yi Zixia's dramatic streak had been awakened, and she was in high spirits, eager to play a few more rounds. But since her man had made a new friend, she couldn't deny him face, so she relented. Since my principal husband pleads for you, let it be. Yi Zixia caught Wenzai's hand and nibbled his fingertips, making him blush. Since you get along with Second Master Liu, invite her over often to keep you company, so you won't be bored. Wenzai's eyes curved into a smile as he nodded in agreement. Second Master Liu rode home alone, her legs still trembling. Thank goodness the principal husband had interceded, or she might have ended up like Lucy, who said the principal husband had fallen out of favor. They should see how the family head Yi doted on him. When you're hurt, it pains me. How could such a cold woman speak such sweet words of love? She must have reserved all her tenderness for her principal husband. Recalling the gossip of the noble principal husbands, Second Master Liu curled her lips, a smug sense of superiority washing over her, alone in her clarity amidst their drunkenness. Meanwhile, Yi Zixia, and when she were in a hovercar, heading to pick up Mumu from school. Mumu attended the finest noble boys' school in the Central Star, where the elite nobility enrolled their children. The status of a Yi family adopted son counted for little here. The kindergarten classes lasted only half a day. By the time they arrived, school was just letting out. Stewards from various households waited outside the classroom for their young masters. When Yi Zixia and when she arrived together, one steward paled and dashed into the classroom. Seize him. Yi Zixia's eyes sharpened as she gave the order. Two bodyguards lunged forward and dragged the man back. Family headmaster. The steward, clad in the Yi mansion's uniform, was pinned in place. He had to kneel and salute, his eyes darting nervously, legs trembling like reeds. Why were you running? Yi Zixia shot him a cold glance, not bothering to hear his excuses. She took Wenzai's hand and headed toward the classroom. The noble initiation class was taught in small groups, with only 8 students per class and more teachers than pupils. Now that school was over, the teachers were absent, leaving only a few little ones in the classroom. Xiao, my second father, says he's a little bastard. What's a little bastard? A little bastard is someone not born into the Yi family. Ah, I see. My second father also says the head of the Yi family adopted him to play a raising game. Raising game? Like keeping a pet dog? Oh no, it's to keep him as a bed warmer when he grows up, just like your second father. That's a concubine. But his father is the eldest young master. Isn't this all messed up? What do you know? That father of his got lucky because of a favor and hasn't even had a wedding yet. It's all so unclear. Who knows what will happen? Maybe both father and son will end up as concubines. 3, 5, or 6-year-old boys huddled together, whispering, their eyes occasionally darting toward a corner. Mumu was absorbed in drawing, completely immersed in his own world, turning a deaf ear to their words. The boys found it boring. Was Mumu really just mute, or was he deaf too? Hey, little mute. The boys surrounded him. The leader, hands on his hips like a teapot, snatched the paintbrush from Mumu's hand. We don't want to share a classroom with a common bastard. Yeah, get out. And don't ever come back. Mumu looked up, staring fixedly at them. His pitch-black pupils were like a stagnant pool from which no light could escape. The boys were startled and stepped back in unison. The leader, realizing his loss of face, flushed tomatoed. What are you looking at? Crash. The easel and paints were knocked over, splashing colorful pigments all over Mumu. A few drops of red landed at the corner of his eye, trickling down like bloody tears. Mumu's painting was torn to shreds by the children, the paper fluttering like flower petals in the air, landing all over him. Precious paper and pigments affordable only to nobles and classical painting was a luxury art. To maximize the marriage value of their sons, nobles would have them learn refined skills like tea ceremony and musical instruments. Classical painting was among the most costly investments. Yi Zixia never considered such things. Mumu could learn whatever he liked. Even if the child wanted to pilot a mecha, she could find a way to build one operable by a man just for him to play with. How could outsiders know Yi Zixia's thoughts? Adopted sons were not like daughters. In noble circles, everyone knew the purpose of an adopted son. Children matured early these days. By 5 or 6 they knew everything, even imitating adults' habit of treating people differently based on status. And so when Yi Jixia and when she entered the classroom, this was what they saw. Mumu. Wen Zai's eyes reddened as he rushed forward, but Yi Jixia was faster. With long strides, she reached the spot in a few steps and scooped up Mumu. Whose families do these 3 belong to? Yi Zixia's expression was terrifyingly cold. The 3 brats burst into tears, but a single glance from her silenced them instantly. Several butlers and stewards hurried over panic-stricken. The main family's background was illustrious, able to dominate even among nobles, so these servants were naturally more arrogant. The young masters often bullied that adopted son, and the stewards at Yi Mansion never intervened, often even chatting and drinking tea with them. They hadn't taken it seriously. Who knew the head of the Yi family would come to school in person? When did a family head ever pick up a child from a boys' school? Sending a female steward was already a great favor for a mere boy. Head of Yi this. There must be some misunderstanding. The only female steward bowed to Yi Jixia, looking embarrassed. Children's squabbles are common. Squabbles? Is it common for my child to get his face bloodied in a squabble? Yi Jixia narrowed her eyes like a beast poised to strike. She reached out to stroke Mumu's cheek, her fingers staining red. The steward was dumbfounded. Bloodied face. That was clearly red pigment. It was even fading. How could the head of Yi lie so blatantly? You? What were they saying just now, eh? Yi Jixia didn't give the steward a chance to speak, piling on another accusation. What raising game am I supposed to be playing? Defaming a Federation colonel. Who gave you the nerve? I. Defaming me is defaming the 7th Legion and insult to the Federation military. I will appeal to the Senate. No, no, no. The steward's face was whiter than paper. How in just a few words had her mistress been made to sound like a traitor? They'll contact the head of the household right away. Please calm down, have some tea first. The stewards were frozen, but a sharp elbow from the steward snapped them back to action. Some brought chairs, others served tea. Yi Jixia handed Mumu to Wen Shi, offering the solid wood armchair the stewards had struggled to bring over to Wen Shi and his son. Seeing this, the steward's heart sank even further. Damn it. Who said Wen Shi had fallen out of favor? This was called falling out of favor. In all her years, she had never seen a man sit comfortably before his wife. The 3 families involved were old nobles from the Central Star, led by K. Xinyan, the Director General of the Medical Federation. The Medical Federation had close ties with the military, monopolizing the Federation's pharmaceutical production with immense power. The K family held a transcendent status, looking down on ordinary military and political nobles. When the steward's call connected, K. Xinyan was flirting with her second husband. She hung up several times, but the caller persisted. Her good mood was ruined. When the call rang again, K. Xinyan opened her smart brain and launched into a tirade. At Yi Zixia's request, the steward put it on speaker. Foul language spewed from the smart brain, and the steward felt more humiliated than ever. When she quickly covered Mumu's ears, frowning slightly. Yi Jixia couldn't get a word in edgewise either, so she simply crossed her arms and waited for the tirade to end. Hello? Hello? Why aren't you saying a damn thing? Speak. Head of K, I presume. This is Yi Jixia. I don't care if you're Yi Jixia or Yi Jidong. The voice on the other end abruptly cut off. The silence that followed was deafening. K. Xinyan froze. She remembered the steward had gone to pick up her second husband's youngest son from school. How had this gotten tangled up with that killing machine? Your young master injured my child and spread baseless rumors about me. I demand an explanation. Yi Zixia's voice came through the receiver, calm and unruffled, betraying no anger, yet it sent an inexplicable chill. If you cannot satisfy me, well, meet in court. Also, I recall the Medical Federation is up for re-election soon. Good luck. The call ended, and K. Xinyan was still reeling. Wife, what's wrong? The second husband sidled up to her again, his sultry, breathy voice always managing to entice his wife's favor. It never failed. Thud. The man was kicked to the ground, his head smashing heavily against the wall, seeing stars. Before he passed out, he only heard, "Look at the son you raised." By the time K. Xinyan arrived at the school, her hair was still in disarray. Yi Jixia was merely an up-and-coming figure in the military, someone she didn't particularly take seriously, but that person had another connection she couldn't afford to ignore. The current president of the Medical Federation, Wen Rui, was likely to be re-elected. His only daughter, Wen Sena, was a classmate of Yi Jixia and shared a fairly close relationship with her. K. Xinyan had already latched onto the Wen family's patronage with hopes of a promotion within reach. The vice president's position was almost within her grasp. If such a trivial matter ended up in court, where would she hide her face? Although President Wen was strict with his daughter, his indulgence was also genuine. If Yi Jixia incited Wen Sena to target her, let alone a promotion, even her current position might be in jeopardy. Thinking that all this trouble was caused by her own son, K. Xinyan could barely contain her fury. Colonel Yi, were both women. There's no need to get upset over a child's careless words. The moment she stepped through the door, Kei Xinyan plastered on a smile, thinking that since it wasn't a big deal and she had come personally to show respect, surely they wouldn't make a huge fuss over an adopted son, would they? Children say the darndest things, I understand. Yi Zhixia nodded at the woman, pressed Wincy back into his seat as he tried to rise, and patted Mumu's head, her tone calm, as if she hadn't been the one threatening over the communicator. Exactly. I always said Colonel Yi is the most reasonable person, haha. Kei Xinyan let out a sigh of relief, let out a few dry laughs, and stepped forward to pat Yi Zhixia on the shoulder. If a child doesn't know better, it must be because the adults taught them. Yi Zhixia lifted her gaze, her sweeping stare freezing the woman in place, her voice piercingly cold. A fish rots from the head down. For a child to casually utter such words, I wonder what stories you've been spinning behind my back. Kei Xinyan's face stiffened. Meeting Yi Zixia's dark, deep eyes, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She had heard that Yi Zhixia was fiercely protective and held grudges. It seemed this matter couldn't be brushed aside. You little brat. Where did you learn such filthy talk? They'll slap your mouth raw. Kei Xinyan yanked her son, a boy of 5 or 6 who stumbled and fell, dragged across the floor, to Yi Zhixia, too terrified even to cry. The woman raised her hand to slap the child's face. As the palm whistled down, Wency quickly pulled Mumu into his arms, shutting his eyes, unable to watch. Slap. Just as the slap was about to land on the child's face, Yi Zhixia moved like lightning, deflecting Kei Xinyan's hand. A crisp sound rang out, and by inertia her left hand struck her own right cheek with precision. Head of the Kei family, what you do behind closed doors to discipline your child is none of my concern. But in front of me, hitting a child solves nothing. Kei Xinyan had put all her strength into that slap, and now her face throbbed with searing pain, the taste of blood in her mouth. The pain was secondary. What stung most was the humiliation. What? What do you want? Kei Xinyan ground her molars, raised a hand to touch the corner of her mouth, and sure enough, saw a smear of red on her fingertips. Yi Zhixia looked at the woman's gradually swelling face and the child who wanted to cry, but dared not, feeling as if she, the aggrieved party, had somehow become the villain. Before she could say anything, the parents of the other 2 children arrived, belatedly followed by a swarm of media that surrounded the classroom, packing it to the brim. Colonel Yi, with your status, is it necessary to make such a fuss over a children's squabble? The woman who spoke was indignant, as if Yi Zhixia had committed some heinous act of bullying. Countless flying cameras hovered around them, buzzing up and down like flies. Wency looked at his wife, clenching his fists. He and his son had caused her trouble again. Yi Zhixia felt a gentle tug at her sleeve. Turning around, she saw Wency holding Mumu, shaking his head at her with a panicked look. Wife, maybe. No. Yi Zhixia frowned, gripping Wency's hand, and said in a low voice, things have gone this far. Even if you want to let it go, they won't agree. Don't be afraid. Leave it to me. Yi Zhixia opened the door to the lounge and pushed the father and son inside. Colonel Yi's sister Kei came to apologize in person, and you still hit her. The woman supported Kei Xinyan, her cow-like eyes bulging like copper bells, and raised her arm to the cameras. Isn't this just bullying the meek? Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. Oh, what a clever trick of calling white black and twisting the truth. Too bad it was a game she had long outgrown. She glanced at the cameras hovering in midair, a wicked grin curling at the corners of her lips. Trying to silence her with public pressure. Yi Zhixia was the one who had beaten up rogue guild members during a live military parade broadcast. Even a Federation-wide livestream didn't faze her. Did they think this little show would scare her? Head of the Kei family, what do you have to say? Yi Zhixia didn't rush to defend herself, merely casting a faint glance at Kei Xinyan. Kei Xinyan lowered her head, her eyes darting around slyly. Her friend sure had a sharp mind, bringing so many media outlets. If she didn't take this chance to squeeze something out of Yi Zhixia, she'd never forgive herself. Think carefully before you speak. Yi Zixia's chilling voice came through like a bucket of cold water, making Kei Xinyan shiver involuntarily. Colonel Yi, this is a threat. The woman started shouting again. Seeing Kei Xinyan looking so wronged only emboldened her. What are you feeling guilty? Colonel Yi, my child was indeed wrong, and I apologize to you. Kei Xinyan bit her cheek, the nearly healed wound oozing a bit of blood that trickled from the corner of her mouth. She bowed deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility, earning countless close-up shots. But if there's a conflict, we can talk it out properly. I am a person of some standing too. Your resorting to violence is utterly excessive. Kei Xinyan lowered her hand from her face, her eyes filled with humiliation. Her face was swollen like a stuffed bun, pale, with red, the 5 fingerprints starkly visible. The entire crowd erupted in uproar. Kei Xinyan was the executive director of the Medical Federation with a potential promotion to vice president after the reshuffle. Yi Zhixia had actually struck such a heavyweight figure, and on the face no less. What a huge story. They had to start a live stream. The media outlets unanimously opened their live feeds, abandoning their earlier agreement to only record footage, not stream. In the face of traffic, a verbal promise meant nothing. Head of the Kei family, do you remember my identity? Yi Zhixia crossed her arms unfazed by the two aggressors. Huh. Yi Zhixia still trying to pull rank. Before Kei Xinyan could speak, the instigating woman barked first. You're formidable, but we're not some pushovers you can dismiss. I never said you were pushovers. Why so worked up? Yi Zhixia sighed helplessly, spreading her hands. I just wanted to remind you that I am the Federation's only Psi-grade mental power user entitled to the highest security clearance. Did your media friends get authorization? And head of the K family. Yi Zhixia paused, the corners of her lips curling into a spring-like smile. Have you considered that under such security protocols, every incident happening around me is recorded by the military surveillance system? Kei Xinyan's grief-stricken expression froze on her face, her mind a blank slate, like a rusted clockwork that refused to turn no matter how much it was urged. Helena glanced at her unflinching good sister, her conviction growing ever stronger. Yi Zhixia had gotten too full of herself this time, thinking that with the military as her backing she could do as she pleased. Their academic circle was not to be trifled with either. So what? Helena retorted, craning her neck stubbornly, giving Kei Xinyan no chance to intervene, her words ringing with conviction. Laying your hands on someone is wrong no matter what. Don't tell me the military is going to shield a scoundrel like you who doesn't listen to reason. The media representatives present all had backers and feared no explosive revelation, using the military's prestige to silence them. Not a chance. Kei Xinyan's face alternated between pale and flushed, her lips trembling as words failed her. She hadn't yet had the chance to tell Helena that the handprint on her face was her own doing. Dear friends from the media, this is the true face of the 7th Legion's heir. I urge you to report the facts and let the Federation's citizens see what the revered Yi is really like behind closed doors. Yi Zhixia watched the woman basking in the media's adulation, feeling not a shred of concern. In fact, she found it almost amusing. This was what they called a performative personality, wasn't it? She had to admit the woman had a certain flair perfectly suited for a pyramid scheme. With that silver tongue, her propaganda skills could rival free egg giveaways. Esteemed head of the Hu family. As the woman's impassioned speech concluded and all eyes turned to Yi Zhixia, she finally spoke unhurried. First, this whole affair began with your child. It could have been resolved privately, but you brought the media to escalate matters. Am I correct? Yi Zhixia's composure was so unshakable that Helena felt a pang of unease, but retreat was no longer an option. Exactly. Thank goodness I brought the media, or how else would your ugly true colors be exposed? Yi Zhixia turned her head, cleared her throat, and suppressed the irrepressible twitch at the corners of her mouth. Unbelievable. This woman was truly audacious, leaving herself no escape route. Couldn't she see Kei Xinyan was on the verge of tears? Second, you claim I struck someone. Please provide evidence. The evidence is right here. What more proof do you need? If it wasn't you who hit her, I'll eat my own smart device. Before Yi Zhixia could finish, Helena shoved Kei Xinyan forward, thrusting that remarkably expressive swollen face into the lenses of every media outlet. Yi Zhixia shrugged. Fine, those are your words. She tapped her smart device and dialed the encrypted number of the Order Sanctuary. You? What are you doing? A flicker of shock crossed Helena's eyes. On the holographic screen, the pale blue Mobius strip emblem hovered silently, a symbol whose meaning was known to all. The Order Sanctuary, the special zone housing the Federation's mainframe, the Book of Order, was jointly maintained and supervised by the 4 great noble blocks: military, government, academia, and commerce. Fewer than 100 individuals across the Federation were authorized to use the Order Sanctuary's encrypted number. Book of Order. This is Yi Zhixia, colonel of the 7th Legion. The connection established, Yi Zhixia swept her gaze across the room. Everyone held their breath, sensing events spiraling out of control. My reputation is under attack. I request the retrieval of all surveillance footage related to this incident to prove my innocence. The blue Mobius ring pulsed with a faint glow. 2 seconds later, a gentle, cultured female voice emanated. Respected Colonel Yi, I am aware of your predicament. The relevant data has been exported, desensitized, and privacy protected. Please receive. Ding. The call ended automatically. Yi Zhixia's smart device chimed with a crisp notification. Her inbox received a massive compressed file stamped with the Book of Order's unique watermark, impossible to forge. Wait, you're using the Book of Order's resources for something this trivial? Is it worth it? Beads of cold sweat formed on Helena's forehead. Her intuition screamed that she must not let Yi Zhixia release those videos. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. The loudest cries always came from the livestock about to be slaughtered. She couldn't be bothered to respond. The compressed file opened, scattering countless holographic screens across the classroom. Dozens of feeds from various electronic devices. Yi Zhixia's personal smart device, the butlers, the stewards, the children's, even Kei Xinyan's own device, the classroom security cameras, the municipal patrol robot surveillance. The footage captured the entire incident from every angle, cross-referencing perfectly, making forgery impossible. The video ended and began playing again from the start. Frame by frame, the scene unfolded in dead silence, while the live streams of major media outlets erupted into fervent discussion. What did I say? How could the revered Yi ever be that kind of person? So classless. Their own kid was bullying a classmate, and the K family dares to turn the tables. What a bunch of trash. Hey, keep it down, will you? Aren't you afraid of being blacklisted by the medical association? Good luck getting health insurance next time you're sick. Scary. I say if she had the nerve to do it, she should face the consequences. I believe the medical association won't shield such scum. Don't you think K Sinyan's slap was way too harsh? If the revered Yi hadn't intervened, that blow landing on a child's face would have caused serious damage. My God, that kid was only 5 or 6 and a boy at that. How could he take that? Exactly. Then the K family would be parading their crippled son around playing the victim and blaming the revered Yi. Damn, that's shameless. This is the first time I've heard the Book of Order speak. This live stream is totally worth it. Your priorities might be a bit skewed. The revered Yi never holds grudges. She settles them on the spot. Huh. That Hulena is a member of the Screenwriters Association. I remember now. Wasn't she the director of Golden Neon Dream? No wonder she's so good at spinning tales. Anyone else would have been done in by her scheme. The live stream's viewership rivaled that of idol meet and greets. The major media outlets were grinning ear to ear, ignoring Hulena's desperate pleas, not a single one ceasing their broadcast. Colonel Yi and Meidan. A slender woman pushed her way forward from the back. Another parent who had come with Hulena. Meidan wiped her sweaty palms on her trousers, then leading her child bowed deeply to Yijixia. My child was out of line and hurt Mu Mu's feelings, causing you trouble. As a parent, it's my failure in upbringing. I truly apologize. Meidan cautiously glanced at Yixixia's expression, then gritted her teeth. They'll take the child home for proper discipline and will come to apologize another day. What do you think? Very well. Head of the Mei family is a sensible person. Yijixia nodded. Now here was true intelligence, lying low and watching from a distance, knowing when to bend and when to stand. With all the media watching, Yijixia couldn't be too harsh, so Meidan managed a clean escape. K Sinyan and Hulena watched Meidan leave with her son, a shared pang of envy and regret washing over them. If only they could have been the ones to slip away unscathed. Patriarch K and Patriarch who slandering a senior officer carries legal consequences. Yijixia smiled, as if harboring no grudge. Truth be told, I don't wish to take things to the extreme, but I am still a soldier of the Federation. A soldier's fists are meant only for the enemy. Your defamation will erode the public's trust in the military command. Have you considered how damaging that impact could be? K Sinyan's face burned even more. She glared at Hulena as if she were her mortal enemy. Damn it, it was all her fault for bringing so many media people. Wait, hadn't she said it wasn't authorized? Surely today's events wouldn't be made public. K Sinyan gritted her teeth. The transition of power was imminent, and she absolutely could not afford to go to court. She had been foolish thinking she could use public opinion to blackmail Yijixia. If she had to sacrifice face, so be it. She would just grease the media's palms and keep them from reporting. Colonel Yi, I was wrong. K Sinyan dropped to her knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down her face. I originally came to offer a sincere apology. If it weren't for Hulena's instigation, I would never have thought to slander you. What the? You? I. Hulena whipped around in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her face flushed crimson, and she was so furious she couldn't even form words. Colonel Yi, I will discipline my child properly. Please let me off this once. Let's settle this privately, the terms are negotiable. Patriarch K, a woman's knees are made of gold. I dare not accept such a bow. Yijixia stepped aside. It wasn't the new year yet, and she had no intention of handing out gift money. She glanced at the still recording cameras, the corner of her mouth curling up in an almost imperceptible smirk. If you don't agree, I won't get up. K Sinyan plopped down on the ground, this being her final act of stubbornness. The Director General of the Medical Association sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum. If one hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. The cameras faithfully recorded K Sinyan's spectacle, streaming it live to every viewer. K Sinyan, you motherf. Hulena finally found her tongue. She lunged, knocking K Sinyan over, straddled her stomach, and grabbed her by the collar. What do you mean I instigated it? I came here in good faith to mediate. And you ungrateful wretch, you repay kindness with enmity. Good faith. K Sinyan grabbed Hulena's finger and bent it back viciously, a murderous glint in her eyes. You brought the media here to manipulate public opinion and save your own skin. Do you think I don't know you, you old hag? You climbed that ladder yourself. Oh, I didn't force you. Now you're pinning it all on me. How many celebrities have you ruined with this trick? Professor Neo, Director Ma, didn't you destroy them all? Don't act like you're some pure white lotus. The two women grappled, turning the once peaceful classroom into chaos. The leakage of their level psionic energy waves made the media reporters extremely uncomfortable. Yijixia deployed a protective barrier containing their psionic energy within. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, casting grateful glances her way. The media were also in an awkward spot. Ratings had soared, but the authorization issue seemed rather thorny. Though they all had backers after witnessing the Book of Order, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. A few outlets had already cut their live streams, leaving only one or two major media houses persisting. Everyone, I've already taken care of the authorization for you. As long as you report truthfully, there will be no problems. Yi Zhixiao addressed the media with utmost courtesy. The reporters' faces lit up with surprise, and their gazes towards Yi Zhixiao became exceptionally warm. The farce ended with K and Hu being taken away by patrol robots. The media rushed to publish articles heaping praise on Yi Zixia's integrity, while K Xinyan and Hu Lena became the center of public ridicule, portrayed as clowns. K Xinyan's humiliating kneeling became a viral meme, paired with Hu Lena's shocked turn as reaction images, becoming the year's hottest trend. Worse still for K Xinyan, before she even received a court summons, she got a dismissal notice from the Medical Federation. The Wen family also shut their doors to her. No matter how many gifts or connections she tried, it was all for naught. In a fit of rage, K Xinyan took it all out on her second husband. If not for that gossiping man, how would her child have gone astray? As for the brat who was the root cause, she couldn't touch him now. The media had their eyes on her. If anything happened to the child, her reputation would be utterly ruined. In comparison, Hu Lena was much better off, though at least she had managed to keep her position. As for her reputation, as long as she kept a low profile for a few years, who would even remember? After this incident, no one in the aristocratic circles dared to gossip about the Yi family's household. Instead, young men became even more enamored with Yi Zhixiao, wishing they could be when she basking in a woman's domineering yet tender affection. But that was a story for later. Yi Zhixiao dismissed the hanger son and pushed open the door to the break room. When she was washing Mu Mu's face with warm water, the man sat the child on his lap, wetting a handkerchief with warm water to wipe the paint off the child's face. His movements were gentle, as if caressing a delicate flower. In front of the child, when she struggled to maintain his composure, but Yi Zhixiao could see the deep worry in his eyes. The small break room had a mural of little animals playing musical instruments, vibrant and lively. Yi Zhixiao approached the sofa, opened her arms, and gathered the father and son into a firm embrace. Don't be afraid. It's over now. She kissed the corner of the man's mouth, then the top of Mu Mu's head. The prejudice people held against Wen she was like an unbridgeable chasm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fill it. This was the social reality. Yi Zhixiao wasn't arrogant enough to think she could change everyone, as she could only do her best to shield them from the storm. Wife, maybe we should withdraw Mu Mu from school. When she lowered his eyes, his lips pressed white. We should ask the child about this. Yi Zhixiao sat on the other end of the sofa, draping her arm over the backrest to pull the man's shoulder close. When she looked up, a faint frown creasing his brow, his tone hesitant. But Mu Mu? Yi Zhixiao looked down at Mu Mu. The child was like an exquisite doll, quiet and obedient. She had once read an article describing autistic children as lonely whales. Countless fish swam past them, yet none understood their language, so they sealed themselves off, retreating into their own world. Do you want to go see Mu Mu's world? His wife's sudden question caught Wen she off guard. He was momentarily stunned. Well, what? Yi Zixia's eyes curved into crescents, her pupils coated in a silvery sheen. Tendrils of psionic energy enveloped the three of them, forming a massive cocoon of light. The methods of the numinous being had given Yi Zhixiao many insights. After devouring most of its avatars, her understanding of psionic energy had deepened considerably. Before, she wouldn't have dared to touch a child's fragile brain domain, let alone bring Wen Zai's consciousness along with her. Pop. It felt like passing through a membrane. Yi Zhixiao was the first to regain her senses, and the world before her eyes left her utterly astonished. Where has this brought me? Yi Zhixiao steadied herself. Had her mental strength not been extraordinary, she might have suspected she had transmigrated once again. Mu Mu's world resembled an abstract painting filled with irregular geometric shapes. All objects appeared as if assembled from tangram pieces, with such high color saturation that gazing at them for too long induced dizziness. Yi Zhixiao looked down at her own hands. Unsurprisingly, her 5 fingers were twisted and crooked, exuding a strong pixelated feel. Turning to look at Wen Shi beside her, he too had transformed into a pixelated figure, yet he appeared far more human-like than she did. Square and neat, quite adorable. To avoid harming Mu Mu, Yi Zhixiao had suppressed her spiritual energy, which was why she and Wen Shi had ended up like this. Cece, wake up. Yi Zhixiao lifted the man and gently shook him. When she slowly regained consciousness, upon seeing the monster before him, he nearly fainted again. Wife? Heavens, how could his wife have become like this? When she stared at the blurry humanoid mosaic before him, suddenly recalling many years ago during his first cooking lesson when the teacher taught him to make egg pancakes, and he ended up with a burnt, shapeless blob. Don't be afraid. Well, how should I put it? Perhaps in Mu Mu's eyes we appear just like this. Yi Zhixiao sighed. No wonder Mu Mu was unwilling to speak with her. Even she found her own indescribable appearance repulsive. Thinking back to how Mumu had still been willing to let her hold him, Yi Jixia felt inexplicably moved. What immense trust that must have been. When she gazed blankly at the sky, the color of a malfunctioning screen a glaring blue. Hanging above was a red sun drawn like a stick figure, a flat circle emitting irregular short lines in all directions rotating slowly. Is this the world as seen through Mumu's eyes? When she stared at the oppressive sky, his pixelated eyebrows forming two check marks and his mouth twisting into a small arched bridge. Woof woof woof. Yi Jixia, and when she turned simultaneously to see a fluffy white dog running toward them. Its pure white fur, dark eyes, wet nose, and pink tongue were entirely as they were in the real world. Isn't this the bionic pet I gave to Mumu? Yi Jixia was somewhat surprised. Why was the dog's art style so unique? The little dog curiously sniffed at their pant legs, wagged its tail joyfully, then ran off in a certain direction, looking back as if urging them to follow. Let's go. We need to find Mumu first. Yi Jixia took Wenzai's hand and followed the dog. The monotonous landscape lacked any reference points. Without the dog leading the way, Yi Jixia would have suspected they were walking in place. The sun gradually dimmed like a peeled-off sticker. A yellow crescent moon was pasted onto the backdrop, and the sky turned black. Yi Jixia spotted something ahead. Drawing closer, she made out a small hut as square as a tin can. Warm yellow light from the window illuminated the frail silhouette of a boy. The light grew dimmer and strange sounds emerged from all directions like indistinct whispers. Yet Yi Jixia could feel a thick, viscous malevolence. Swish! Without warning, the path ahead sprouted dense, sharp thorns. Yi Jixia hoisted when she high onto her shoulder, her steps never faltering, leaving a trail of red, pixelated blocks behind her. Wife, are you injured? When she, clinging to his wife's neck, looked back, his wife's clothes were gradually turning red. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. In his hand appeared a pale blue diamond. Was this his tear? Mumu opened the door quickly. It's your father. After finally reaching the small hut, when she hastily jumped down from his wife's shoulders and called out inside. Half of his wife's body had turned red. Oh, it must be incredibly painful. When she blinked and more diamonds fell out, large ones piling up to his calves in no time. Click. The door opened a crack. Yi Jixia sighed in relief and pushed when she inside, but found herself blocked at the entrance as if caught in a glitch. The door slammed shut. When Yi Jixia reached for the handle again, several thorns sprouted from above, piercing through the back of her hand. Hiss. Yi Jixia pulled back her hand. The wound inflicted directly on her soul was excruciatingly painful. She flexed her fingers. The intense pain, accompanied by a burning sensation, made her movements stiff. I should have studied more psychology. Yi Jixia sighed. Her extraordinary mental strength had all been used for the military academy exams. She had never so much as touched the other materials in her database, even though her brain capacity was more than sufficient. When I get back, I must copy all the data from the database. Who knows when it might come in handy. Yi Jixia shook the blood droplets off her hand and turned around. Shadows like viscous asphalt crawled from afar, briefly halted by the thorny path, and gradually piled up into a monster the size of a small hill. Little mute bastard. Why are you still keeping that little burden? Hurry up and throw it away. Look at the good for nothing you gave birth to. The murmuring voices grew clearer and the malevolence grew thicker. Yi Jixia clenched her fists. She had known Mumu might have suffered psychological trauma, but she hadn't expected it to be this severe. Before she met, what kind of life had father and son endured? Bitch, if you dare make a sound, I'll strangle your little brat. Cousin just touched you and you're being so pretentious. What, mister? Chong. I say you are, so you are. I say you're a bitch, so you kneel and stay put. Little brat, watch closely. Don't learn from your worthless father. Even a woman has to teach him how to serve her. And you still dare to cry. Cry again, and he'll cut out your tongue. As if hearing Yi Jixia's thoughts, the monster swelled in size, splitting into numerous humanoid phantoms. Each distorted figure roared, reenacting the child's deepest, most terrifying memories. The monster's voice boomed like thunder, and Yi Jixia felt the world spin as if she had been tossed into a tumble dryer. She braced her hands on her knees, barely steadying herself. When she looked up again, the monster's body had blotted out the small crescent moon in the sky, and it was raising a giant hand to slam down upon the hut. Wife! Inside the hut, when she pressed against the window, staring at the scene outside, his eyes wide with fury. Quick, open the door. When she desperately tried to push the door open, but it seemed painted onto the wall. Not even a crack could be found. Thump! Thump thump. Muffled sounds of impact came from outside, and when she could even hear the tearing of flesh. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. A bone-chilling cold rose from the ground, freezing him into an ice sculpture. His wife was still outside. The commotion outside grew more intense. When Zai's mind went numb, he dared not think further. Father! A small warm body pressed against his back. The child's voice was soft and tender, laced with uncertainty and surprise. When she shuddered violently and spun around. Mumu was looking up at him with his delicate little face exactly as he appeared in the real world. Hearing Mumu call him father for the first time when Zai's nose tingled. It was also at this moment that he remembered. This was Mumu's world. Mumu opened the door quickly. Your mother is still outside. When she embraced the child, his voice trembling violently. He looked toward the door, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Mumu gazed at his father, then shook his head. A flicker of fear passed through his big eyes. No, I want. When she took a deep breath, his hand gripping the child's small shoulder, fingertips trembling slightly. Mumu, be good, let mother come in, okay? No, I don't want to. Mumu shook his head, twisting his body, trying to escape from Zai's arms. Open the door. Open it. You. For the first time, when she failed to control his emotions and yelled at Mumu. Almost instantly he regretted it. The fear and grievance on the child's face pierced his chest like an ice pick, causing a bloody, agonizing pain. Mumu, I'm sorry, Daddy was too anxious. When she slowly released the child, covering his face with both hands, his voice choked with sobs. He had almost said something hurtful. His wife had brought him to Mumu's world to untie the knot in his heart. How could he drive another wedge into the child's heart? Mumu, tell Daddy, why can't we open the door, all right? Watching the crystalline tears continuously slide down his father's cheeks, Mumu's lips moved, and after a long pause, he spoke hesitantly. Monsters. Monsters will come in. Mumu is scared. But before the monster came, why didn't you let mother in? When Zai's voice was urgent. The small house had begun to tremble slightly, and the sounds outside grew fiercer, yet he did not hear his wife's voice. Mumu's eyes welled up with tears, and his little mouth pouted. Mothers are all monsters. Boo-hoo, I don't want a mother. Mumu. When Zai's heart ached sharply, and he found himself at a loss for words. The things his ex-wife had done were indeed unworthy of motherhood, but what had his current wife done wrong? Suddenly, a small white ball appeared in Zai's sight. It was the little dog. Mumu, your current mother is different. When she picked up the puppy and brought it before Mumu, do you remember? We ate cake together in the Moonlight District, and little Snowball was also a gift from mother. She decorated your little room herself, sent you to school, and let you learn painting, didn't she? Mumu lowered his head, twisting his fingers, his long eyelashes fluttering, making Zai's heart burn with anxiety. But she bullied Daddy. I saw it. She bit Daddy and locked him in the room for days without coming out. Daddy's neck was all bruised, boo-hoo. His mouth was swollen too, and he could barely walk. It must have hurt so much. She's a bad person. Mumu looked up, his big eyes glistening with tears, and declared with finality. When she was silent for a long time, his face growing redder and redder. Gazing into the child's clear eyes, he didn't know how to explain that. That wasn't bullying. Mother is very good to Daddy. Daddy hasn't been sick for a long time, and he doesn't go hungry anymore, right? That thing, Mother and Daddy were busy in the room, it's not what Mumu thinks. Mumu's gaze wavered slightly. When she touched his burning cheek and affirmed, it's true. Mumu stroked little Snowball's curly fur, recalling the image of that woman. She was very tall, even taller than Daddy. Her voice was like a piano, very beautiful. She was very strong, able to lift both him and Daddy together. She was always busy, coming home only after a long time, but every time they met she would lift him high into the air. She had also told him the story of the ugly duckling and patted him to sleep. Mother. A woman's face appeared in Mumu's mind, gradually becoming clearer with his memories. Outside, the door breath turned to ice. The black mist exhaled by the monster was bone-chillingly cold, shrouding the small house. In the pitch-black darkness, only a faint light shone through the window. Yi Jixia narrowly dodged the monster's sharp claws, panting heavily. To remain in Mumu's brain domain, she had to maintain this fragile form. Her mosaic-like left arm was twisted at a grotesque angle, and a large hole had been torn in her stomach, with blackened mosaic blocks spilling out. What they were she didn't know. Mumu is such a strong baby. Yi Jixia hadn't expected that a child faced with so many negative emotions would choose not to split off another personality to bear the burden, but instead construct a sanctuary to protect himself. These negative emotions were the monsters blocking Mumu's return to the real world. They had to be eliminated. Yi Jixia pulled a spike from the ground to use as a sword, and without hesitation slashed at the monster's claws. The sound of tearing flesh rang out. The monster was cleaved in two from the middle, but instead of dying it split into two, becoming even more troublesome. While Yi Jixia was entangled with one monster, the other lunged straight at her face, its sharp fangs inches from her eyes, ready to bite her head off in the next second. Edge. Yi Jixia raised her arm to block. The expected sound of bones cracking didn't come, the monster's fangs only pierced her skin shallowly. Her arm style shifted abruptly, becoming clearer and more realistic. Roar. The two monsters gradually merged, their bodies twisting and deforming, sprouting countless mouths, each extending long tongues. Swish. Several long tongues shot out. Yi Jixia leaped to dodge, now far more agile than before. She swung her arm back, and half a tongue fell to the ground, still twitching, spraying black blood everywhere. Only then did Yi Jixia see that the tongues were covered in dense barbs. A single lick would likely tear off a layer of skin. She shook the black blood off her sword and charged at the monster. She could clearly feel that Mumu's mental barrier had loosened significantly and his rejection of her was weakening. Yi Zhixia tried to release part of her mental energy, attaching it to her weapon. The long sword shimmered with silver light, its sharp aura seeming able to tear space itself. Yi Zixia's combat skills were clean and precise, without flashy moves. Each strike accurately hit the monster's vital points. Black blood splattered. This time the monster didn't split into multiple forms, the severed limbs dissolved into black mist. The howling nearly pierced her eardrums, and the mountain-like monster's form steadily shrank. How's my scraping technique? Yi Zhixia sliced off another chunk of the monster's flesh, a mischievous smirk curling at the corner of her lips. This wasn't scraping, it was flaying. Whimper. The monster defeated dissolved into a pool of black water, seeping away in all directions. Yi Zhixia frowned. She would never allow a single shadow to remain in Mumu's world. The sword hummed, unleashing countless silver crescent moons that rippled outward like water, illuminating the entire night sky. The black water had nowhere to hide. Wherever the sword light passed, it melted away, like snow vanishing without a trace. The door of the small house finally opened. Mumu stood at the entrance, staring at the woman's back, lost in thought. She stood in a sea of light, a sword in her hand, blood soaking her clothes like a crimson deity. She had killed the monster. Mumu opened his mouth, but dared not utter those two words. Would she be very angry having been locked outside? Would she hate Mumu? Yi Zhixia released her spiritual power, and the radiance cleansed Mumu's mental domain. The monster formed from negative emotions dissipated into nothingness. The oppressive sky was illuminated, and the twisted, distorted objects gradually restored to their original forms. Wife. Yi Zhixia turned around, meeting Wenzai's anxious gaze. The man had already transformed back to his appearance in the real world, his sapphire blue eyes veiled with a watery sheen. Mumu clutched the little dog, pressing tightly against his father. Yi Zhixia thrust her long sword into the ground beside her and walked toward the father and son. Watching the woman approaching against the light, Mumu shrank behind his father, his small hand gripping his father's pant leg as his big eyes blinked timidly. I'm fine. Yi Zhixia curled her lips and squeezed Wenzai's hand. The man's fingers were icy cold, still trembling slightly. Countless specks of light drifted down from the sky, scattering gently over the three of them like powdered sugar in a bakery, warm, soft, and carrying a hint of sweetness. Yi Zhixia crouched down and reached out her hand to Mumu. Mumu hugged his father's leg tighter, his clear black and white eyes reflecting the woman's silhouette. With her crimson robes and jet black hair, silver light spread like wings behind her, so dazzling it was hard to look directly at her. Mumu gazed at the hand before him, covered in scars, all left from protecting him. Mumu, don't be afraid. Mama is here. Mama. Mumu tilted his head. Only girls could call their mother that, but he was clearly a boy. Should he trust her? Mumu looked up at the clear sky. The false canvas had shattered, and for the first time, he wanted to see the world beyond. After a long moment, the child timidly lifted his small hand, carefully grasping Yi Zixia's fingertips. Yi Zhixia scooped him up in one swift motion, lifting him high above her head. Mumu, you're amazing. Mama is so proud of you. Yi Zhixia kissed Mumu's cheek, gazing into his eyes that so resembled Wenzai's, and said with a soft laugh, from now on let Mama protect you, and Papa okay. Mama. Mama. Mumu nodded, his soft, sweet voice sounding faintly by her ears, so quiet it was almost inaudible, but not to Yi Zhixia. Her wounds were healing rapidly, the excruciating pain fading as if she had never been injured. In a world governed by Mumu, Yi Zhixia understood better than anyone what such a change signified. It's time to go back. Mumu's subconscious was constructing a new order. Yi Zhixia led when she out of Mumu's mental domain, returning to the real world. Yi Zhixia opened her eyes. The afternoon sunlight was warm, streaming through the gauze curtains and bathing her in a lazy, soothing glow. In the real world, time had barely passed. What happened in Mumu's mental domain felt like a dream, its colors fading the moment she awoke. When she was fast asleep, holding the child in his arms, his long, delicate lashes lending him an air of extraordinary gentleness. The intense emotional turmoil had caused a trace of his pheromones to leak out, a faint scent of orchid lingering around her nose. Yi Zhixia took a deep breath, her heart swelling with warmth, heavy and full, a feeling of grounded contentment. Perhaps because she had never lacked money, Yi Zixia's material desires were minimal. Once a single nutritious meal cost nearly 3 figures, yet to her, it was far less satisfying than a 5 yuan bucket of instant noodles. Her health was poor, her defective heart might give out any day, stopping with a sudden final click. Men pursued her in droves. Handsome ones, talented ones, those from wealthy families. All kinds. But not a single one was genuinely after her for who she was. Even if there were, she wouldn't want to waste another person's youth. Yi Zhixia caressed Wenzai's face, a faint smile curving her lips. He and she fit together so perfectly, two broken souls embracing, each finding the missing piece of their puzzle in the other. She used to carry a faint aura of death, but now she wanted to live. Central Star Month of Flowing Fire. The radiant violet hovered above the emerald sea, facing the floating island of Yi Manor from afar. Luxury shuttles slid into the starship one after another, a dizzying spectacle. Inside the grand ballroom, glasses clinked and guests mingled, none of them ordinary figures. With only Yi Zhixiao remaining from the direct line of the Yi clan, loyal collateral branches and vassal families hosted the guests on her behalf. The Wen family sent no one. In fact, they had been barred from entry. All the high-ranking officers of the 7th Legion had arrived except those on standby. The commanders of 2 allied legions were also present. Additionally, Yi Zhixiao had invited nobles and dignitaries from the political, academic, and business circles, mostly families of her classmates from Blackthorn Military Academy and partners of the Yi conglomerate. As for the other legions of the military, she didn't even bother with formalities and invited none. After much coaxing from Yi Zhixiao, Shenping was reluctantly pressed into service as the master of ceremonies. Hela, invited by Yi Zhixiao as an elder, became the witness to this wedding. Patriarch Miss Tinchaos' shuttle has arrived. What are your orders? Yi Zhixiao was having her hair and makeup done when Lu Ruyan hurried over and whispered in her ear, bowing slightly. Yi Tingxiao? Huh. Yi Zhixiao hadn't even sent an invitation to that cousin who had burned bridges with her. Proud as she was, if she hadn't come with some ulterior motive, she would never show up to humiliate herself. I knew it. Yi Zhixiao let out a scoff and waved her hand dismissively. Let her in. It's been a while. I almost miss her in a way. Peace hadn't lasted long before the vermin started stirring again. On her glorious day, it wouldn't be like them if they didn't try to stir up some trouble. Cousin Zhixiao, congratulations. Yi Tingxiao was dressed unusually lavishly today, yet she didn't steal the spotlight. Quite tasteful, actually. She entered with a beaming smile, so warm that anyone watching might have thought they were sisters bound by deep affection. Yi Zhixiao put on a courteous smile, as well, rising to nod at her. I thought cousin Tingxiao might not deign to grace my humble wedding, so I didn't send an invitation to your estate. I hope you won't hold it against me. Haha, how could I? Yi Tingxiao took a couple of steps forward, triggering a sharp alarm from the security guard nearby, whose hand instinctively moved to the pistol at his waist. Oh my, what does this mean, Zhixiao? Being so guarded against me. Your sister is heartbroken. Yi Tingxiao's smile remained fixed, but her plaintive tone grated on the ears. She spread her hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm unarmed, you know. Surely I can't harm a divine-level powerhouse like you. Yi Zhixiao narrowed her eyes and waved everyone out, leaving only herself and Yi Tingxiao in the room. Cousin, what urgent matter brings you here uninvited? A terrifying wave of mental pressure surged forth. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Tingxiao's forehead, her face turning pale, and the smile on her lips nearly faltered. Divine level, truly terrifying. But it didn't matter. Soon she would be finished. Falling into hell at the height of her joy. That would surely be an unforgettable experience. Heh. Yi Tingxiao silently swallowed the metallic taste in her mouth and bared her teeth in a knowing smile. What matter could be more important than my dear cousin's wedding? On such a momentous occasion, how could I, as a member of the Yi clan, miss witnessing it in person? Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow. Yi Tingxiao was so emboldened, clearly holding some trump card. So confident. Yi Zhixiao was almost looking forward to it. Cousin, I appreciate your kind intentions. Yi Zhixiao withdrew her spiritual power, but left a trace on her. But let me warn you, those who do evil will eventually meet their doom. Think carefully before you act. In another room, the stewards were adorning when she, in a splendid wedding garment, standing before the full-length mirror when she was being manipulated like a doll. The stewards braided his hair into an intricate pattern, embellishing it with jewels and fresh flowers. The white silk shirt shimmered with a hazy luster, the corset cinched his waist slender, and the tailored trousers tucked into boots, making his legs appear even longer. A cloud shoulder as delicate as an elf's feather, numerous pure, white bead chains of various materials, silver armlets, with dark patterns, white silk embroidered gloves, and exceedingly intricate lace veil. Each piece was draped upon him one after another. Wen Zai's palms grew sweaty, feeling an unprecedented weight. Sir, you are truly beautiful. Pat adjusted the final layer of the veil, and gazing at the man who emanated a misty white glow in the morning light, couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. When she gently lifted the veil, as if holding a radiant flowing cloud. It was woven from the silk of the Arank star beast Dreamfeather silkworm. A single bolt could purchase an entire starship. He was wearing several starships. When Zai's movement stiffened, he dared not even sit, and his breathing was cautious, terrified of tearing this priceless wedding garment. Uncle Maithai's wedding garment is too precious. What if it gets damaged during the trial? Su Yinmei revealed a knowing smile. The patriarch had instructed that the wedding ceremony procedures were not to be disclosed to the Sir, leaving him to fret over such matters. Mainly compared to the torment of the trial, he was more worried about causing his wife to spend extravagantly Truly a good man who knew how to manage a household. This design was personally crafted by the patriarch, rushed at triple the cost precisely to make you the most beautiful groom. Sue May helped when she donned the hood, and Vale soothingly saying, "Don't overthink. Today is your day." When Zai's face flushed with a rosy hue, making his already delicate and stunning features even more vivid and enchanting. He was no longer a virgin, yet he was still permitted to wear white, the symbol of chastity. Flattered beyond words, could not describe his feelings at this moment. He had made his wife bend the rules too many times. "Sir, it's almost time." Pat presented the ceremonial whip to the eldest sir, his voice tinged with excitement. When she turned, tightly gripping the ornate ceremonial whip, the cool metallic touch accelerated his heartbeat. Walking the trial steps and presenting the whip to his wife would make him truly hers. As the top journalist for the federal official media, Lily received a wedding invitation from Patriarch Yi. Heavens, to attend the idol's wedding was an immense honor. Though only seated as press, her viewing position was quite excellent. Lily was incredibly excited, walking with a spring in her step. One would think she was the bride. Adjusting the press badge on her chest, Lily arrived at the media seats, released the flying camera, and had it circle the hall several times to find the optimal angles. The hall's dome was lofty, with nebula murals swirling and shifting like a kaleidoscope, enchanting all who beheld them. All the sets and decorations used crimson roses, bright and passionate, filling the air with an intoxicating floral fragrance. Goddess Yi is truly unconventional, so full of personality. Lily captured many picturesque shots, admiring them with delight. This was the first time she had seen a red-themed wedding. The nobility usually preferred immaculate white, especially for the trial steps where the entire carpet was spotless. When the groom trod barefoot over crushed diamonds, he would leave a trail of bloody footprints like blooming scarlet flowers. After the wedding, this carpet would be carefully stored and presented to the eldest sir as a reward. The red symbolized the man's honor. Should he ever become unworthy of his position, the carpet would be burned by his wife, and his tenure as eldest sir would end. The camera flew throughout the hall. Lily looked at the images returned on the light screen, scratched the back of her head, her eyes full of confusion. Where are the trial steps? The three-tiered steps that should have been below the stage were gone. A deep red carpet stretched from the entrance all the way to the end, flanked by countless crimson roses, forming a floral corridor. I wonder how the trial part of Goddess Yes' wedding will be completed. Suddenly the music in the hall changed and the lights dimmed. Guests were guided by stewards to their seats in the viewing area. There were less than 10 minutes until the wedding began. Ding! A short message popped up on the smart device. Authorization granted. Lily's eyes lit up brightly. She quickly set up the camera angles and started a live stream on the Star Network. Every media outlet was vying for the exclusive broadcast of the Yi family wedding, but had received no response. Lily thought she would only have the follow-up coverage this time, but the approval came through at the last moment. The moment the live stream opened, hundreds of millions of netizens flooded in the screen, filled with roses and hearts, the atmosphere perfectly set. In the live feed, the full view of the hall was clearly displayed before the netizens. Wow, this is the radiant violet. So beautiful, so magnificent. Don't let my fiancé see this, or he'll start daydreaming again. He can forget about anything else. I can't afford this. The one upstairs has lost control of her household. Oh, I say, these men are just being dramatic. A good scolding will straighten them out. Being dramatic is just a result of being spoiled, isn't it? The sister is probably still infatuated now. Once the novelty wears off, this guy will be out of favor. Stop, you're off topic. Why say these things on Goddess Yes' happy day? Have you noticed something odd about the hall's decoration? Finally someone said it. I was just thinking, where are the trial steps? I thought it was just my ignorance. That Sirwin is marrying for the second time. He wouldn't even pass the first trial. Is that why the procedure changed? Very likely. If the first trial is cancelled, the latter two will definitely be intensified. Speaking of which, why use roses? Such a cheap flower. Doesn't Goddess Yi think it's beneath her? Maybe this is part of the trial. What do you mean by that? Sirwin being of common birth, isn't he like a cheap rose? And roses have thorns, so for the second trial Oh, could it be walking barefoot on thorns? The one upstairs is a genius. You know what? You might be right. But the carpet is red, you can't see the footprints. Probably needs to soak it through with blood to pass. Lily watched the discussion in the live stream room and stroked her chin. Netizens have wild imaginations. But she also found it very plausible. After all, no man had ever been granted a second wedding ceremony. He would have to pay a significant price. As the bell tolled, the spotlight focused on the center of the stage. Melodious music began to play. Xin Ping, acting as the master of ceremonies, cleared his throat and announced the start of the ceremony. Yi Zhixiao walked to the center of the stage, drawing everyone's gaze. She did not choose a luxurious haute couture gown, but instead wore the uniform of the 7th Legion. The crisp cut of the military uniform accentuated her upright posture. The golden star flowers on her epaulets sparkled, exuding an intimidating nobility amidst its starkness. Lily screamed internally. Goddess Yi was breathtakingly handsome. If she were a man, she would definitely marry her and bear her children. Now let us welcome the groom. Shen Ping's impassioned voice rang out. Yi Zhixia couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips upon hearing it. Her voice cracked. Sister, why was she more nervous than the bride? Yet it wasn't her fault. Shen Ping had faced countless grand occasions and had never been outshone in eloquence except by Yi Zhixia. The thing was, Yi Zhixia was a maverick who defied convention. Thinking of the upcoming segment, Shen Ping's big toe twitched restlessly as if desperate to dig an underground city. At the far end of the hall, the grand doors slowly swung open. A figure stood silhouetted against the light, clad in pure white wedding robes, holding a ceremonial whip as they stepped forward. A collective gasp swept through the audience. Women were stunned by Yi Zixia's extravagance, while men burned with envy and resentment. They had never seen such a design of wedding robes. Words were too meager to describe its beauty. What had they worn at their own weddings? Loose white shirts and trousers, a pair of soft white shoes for easy removal, and the most ornate piece being the outer robe. Even that was merely embroidered with gold and silver threads and adorned with a few jewels, only to be shed during the third trial. Wenxi's wedding robe epitomized the pinnacle of extravagant beauty, looking terribly difficult to put on and take off. Was he meant to undergo the trial while wearing it? How utterly lavish. Wenxi took a deep breath, gently lifted the veil, and stepped into the hall. The long train flowed behind him like clouds and mist from the celestial palace, exuding an ethereal grace. The moment his foot touched the carpet, he froze. Roses, crimson roses. The entire hall was awash in blazing red, with large clusters of roses blooming in profusion, filling his vision. His pupils seemed scorched by the flames, and hot tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He had once said that red roses symbolized pure and passionate love, his most cherished flower. Had his wife prepared this especially for him? Wenxi gazed toward the end of the stage where his wife stood. She was too far away for him to discern her expression. He instinctively clenched his fists. The cold, sharp sensation of the ceremonial whip reminded him that he still had to pass the trial to truly reach her side. Let the groom walk the path of flowers. Romantic music began to play. Shen Ping closed her eyes, striving to muster the right emotions, and recited the hosting script that had kept her from sleeping well for half a month. Look, the door of happiness has opened. The language of red roses is pure and passionate love. At the end of this path of love, our handsome groom approaches slowly. Clad in white veil with stars in his eyes, every step he takes is so resolute, so graceful. For he knows that at the other end of this floral path lies the warmest haven of his life. Wenxi moved his legs as if on autopilot. As sweet words poured into his ears, countless dazzling fireworks exploded in his mind. His vision blurred, and he felt dizzy as though lost in a beautiful dream. The guests in the audience remained relatively composed, as they were all people of stature who could keep their cool even when faced with the most unconventional occurrences. But on the Starnet, chaos erupted. Comments gushed like a geyser, overwhelming newcomers. What's happening? What stage is this? What stage? It's a stage we've never seen before. Who wrote this script? Why does it make me feel so tingly? Don't even mention it. My fiancé's eyes lit up and he's staring at me eagerly. Unbelievable. Ha ha ha, you up there, hold your ground. Why do all men fall for this? Gotta hand it to Yishun. She knows what she's doing. The groom is remarried. He failed the chastity trial, so the sincerity and meekness trials must be doubly strict. Absolutely. Our Yishun is a woman among women with the entire matching pool at her disposal. She can have any man she wants. Right? He must take at least 100 lashes. Otherwise Yishun would be too shortchanged. While you're doubling it, 100 lashes would tear his back apart. What man could endure that? Endure or not, he must, because his body isn't pure. The ladies are right. Only men with pure body and soul deserve to be the primary spouse. If I were him, I'd be content to beg for the position of a concubine, not shamelessly demand what isn't mine. Oh, how obedient. Obedient. A male account idling on Starnet, daring to interrupt when women are speaking. What decent creature could he be? Exactly that kind of man is probably from a club. Speaking of which, the groom's looks are impressive. Even more charming than the last Federation husband. Judging by his gait, his manners are quite proper. When he receives the whip, if he cries out, won't he soften Yishun's heart? No matter how soft she gets, the rules can't be broken. It's for his own good. A little suffering now will spare his wife's face and reduce gossip later. Alas, Yishun has it tough. She's made a great sacrifice to marry him. The groom has walked so far. Why hasn't the trial started yet? It should be soon. Isn't there a flower pavilion ahead? Wenxi stepped into the flower pavilion, but he had no heart to admire the beautiful scenery. His heart pounded as if it might leap out of his chest. He was getting closer to his wife, yet the trial had not begun. He felt like a nervous examinee who had entered the exam hall, but the bell hadn't rung and his heartbeat only grew more frantic. On the stage, Yi Zhixia suddenly stirred. The dashing woman strode down the steps with long legs, heading toward the flower pavilion. The spotlight followed her steps, illuminating the path she took. And at this moment my dear sister Yi Jixia can no longer contain her excitement. She walks toward her groom brimming with love. This is a convergence of love, a rush of heart to heart. Beads of sweat formed on Shen Ping's forehead. What terrible lines these were. She was the little king of the clubs, a master of sweet talk, who could effortlessly charm public relations men into willingly spending a night with her. Yet now she was undone by these cringe-worthy hosting words. The guests' eyes were glued to Yi Jixia, filled with shock, confusion, and disapproval. What woman would stoop to leave the stage? Yi Jixia had lost her mind to infatuation. What was she thinking? Even if she doted on a man, there had to be limits. Wasn't she trampling on women's dignity? Wency stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, his mind short-circuited. His wife was coming over. Was this really not a dream? He wouldn't even dare dream of such a scene. Cece, I've come to fetch you. Wency looked up to find his wife standing before him, taking his hand. His hand trembled, and the ceremonial whip slipped about to fall. Wency's heart skipped a beat. His blood ran cold, his face paled, and he instinctively shut his eyes. He had caused trouble. Oh! A stir rippled through the audience, but quickly subsided. Even the music paused, and the hall fell into a terrifying silence. Heh! A soft chuckle came from his wife, so close it sent a shiver down Wency's spine, making him want to rub his tingling ear. He cautiously opened his eyes to see the ceremonial whip in his wife's hand, snapped in two. The material of the discipline whip was exceptionally unique, a metal of great toughness that wouldn't deform even after hundreds of lashes. How could it snap just from a fall? Had it been snapped by the wife? A strong woman doesn't need a whip to prove herself. Yi Jixia cast the discipline whip aside, a carefree and unbridled smile curling at her lips, tinged with a hint of roguish charm. Her sharply defined features were intensely striking, like a potent fiery liquor that intoxicated before even a sip was taken. Across the screen, netizens of all genders were weakened by this irresistible charm, turning into screaming fans as a torrent of roses and hearts flooded the bullet comments. When she bit his lip, the sharp pain forcing tears from his eyes. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Given his status, marrying the wife, enduring any trial no matter how harsh, was only fitting. Even if it cost him half his life, he would accept it willingly, even find solace in it. Yi Jixia extended a hand to the man, her eyes filled with encouragement. Cece, marriage is a trial for two. He'll go through it with you. When she didn't know how, he placed his hand in his wife's palm. He moved instinctively, a numbing electric shock causing his legs to go limp, and with a bend of his knees he fell into her embrace. Before he could steady himself, when she felt his body lighten as his wife lifted him in a bridal carry. Blood rushed to his face instantly. He buried his head in the crook of her neck, his entire being turning pink, his earlobes a deep, bleeding red. The music began again, the wedding march from Yi Jixia's hometown. Mumu, dressed in an exquisite little suit, walked before them with a flower basket, grabbing a handful of bright red rose petals and tossing them into the air. Friends, listen. What resonates in your ears is not just a moving melody, but the very heartbeats of this loving couple. On this path to future happiness, a lovely little angel guides their way. They will follow the pure flower child amidst a rain of dancing petals and together step into the sacred hall of marriage. Shen Ping finished the vows and began to applaud. The audience followed a beat later with warm applause. Yi Jixia bathed in the guests' astonished gazes, lifted her chin. I am so damned cool. The man in her arms was nearly fully cooked, his hands tightly gripping her shoulders, as if clinging to a piece of driftwood in a storm, relying on her with his whole being. A smile curled on Yi Jixia's lips. This feeling was incredible, completely satisfying her twisted desire for control. Wen's appearance was too tempting, making her want to torment him even more. Yi Jixia stepped onto the stage, finally willing to set Wenxi down. With his feet on solid ground, Wen's legs still trembled slightly. The spotlight shone on him, and his body instinctively tried to hide in his wife's arms. Shen Ping looked at the two, almost glued together, his gaze plaintive. A single dog is still a dog. Animal abuse is forbidden. At this moment, the new couple stands at the center of their stage. Their love needs an eternal token to witness. As Shen Ping spoke the words, Mumu stood before them, pulling an exquisite gift box from her flower basket. With a snap, the box opened, revealing two rings lying on the crimson velvet lining. The rings were entirely silver white with a very simple design and no ornate jewels. Yet their material was extremely rare, the strongest known alloy typically used for starship pressure-bearing components. Engraving their names on the inner band of the rings had cost Yi Jixia considerable effort. The ring represents a love without end and a promise that cycles eternally. Please, bride, place the ring on the groom. From now on, you lock away his today and also his future. Yi Jixia lifted Wen's left hand and slid the ring onto his ring finger. The ring accentuated his jade-like slender fingers. Yi Jixia gently squeezed them. This man was now hers. Please, groom, place the ring on the wife. From now on, you encircle her heart and also the promise of a lifetime. When she picked up the ring, aimed it at his wife's left ring finger, and slipped it on after a few attempts. Which planet's wedding ritual was this? He had never heard of it, but he was deeply moved, his tears barely contained. He looked down at their intertwined hands, the matching silver rings gleaming. His heart was filled with honey, feeling an immense sense of security. Yi Jixia, do you take Wenxi to be your husband? To love and cherish him in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, forsaking all others as long as you both shall live. This was the vow. When Xinping first saw it, he suspected Yi Jixia had a problem with her head. He never expected this cool-faced girl to be a hopeless romantic and a pure love warrior. As a good friend, Xinping didn't understand, but he respected it. I do, Yi Jixia answered without any hesitation. Xinping turned to Wenxi and spoke again. Wenxi, do you take Yi Jixia to be your wife? To love and support her in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, forsaking all others as long as you both shall live. I do, a hoarse, trembling voice thick with a nasal tone. Wenxi couldn't believe it was his own. His slightly parted lips quivered, wishing he could say, I do 1,000, 10,000 times more. His wife treated him too well, far beyond his understanding. Wenxi wanted to give everything to his wife, but everything he had was given by her. He only regretted having nothing else to offer but this body and a complete heart. Yi Jixia lowered her head. The man's eyes, washed by tears, were shimmering and brilliantly blue. She caught a faint scent of his pheromones. She knew that to prevent accidents, men would wear a patch over their glands in formal settings to prevent pheromone leakage. Unless it reached the concentration of the sensitive period, not a trace of scent would escape. A precursor to the sensitive period. Silly man, moved by a vow into entering his sensitive period early for her. Was this the legendary physiological attraction? Damn it, how could she control herself? Yi Jixia pulled him into her arms, held the back of his neck, and kissed him. The passionate, deep kiss allowed no escape. Teeth and lips clashed, breaths intertwined, two souls seemed to leave their bodies and melt into one. Beneath the resplendent golden dome, countless red petals cascaded down like a waterfall, defying gravity, tumbling, swirling, and intertwining in the air, lifted by love and happiness, weaving a fragrant red canopy. Guests couldn't help but reach out to catch them, as if they too could feel the profound warmth. Yi Jixia released the man, almost drowned by the long kiss, and gazed deeply into his eyes. They reflected only her image. Cece, do you like the wedding I gave you? I like it, When she panted against his wife's chest. His chin was lifted, and he bit his lower lip after just 2 words. That voice was too seductive, almost like an invitation. His body was burning. When she felt like a pat of butter slowly melting under his wife's gaze. Amidst the floral rain, a figure suddenly stood up from the audience and walked straight toward the stage. Many guests were bumped into, some male guests even fell and got hurt, but the person paid them no heed. Yi Tingchao was uncontrollably drawn to the center of the stage. Releasing the mental pressure of a peak strength, a commotion erupted in the hall. Oh, it hurts. My head. Stop. My husband has fainted. It's Yi Tingchao. Heavens. What is she doing? Sweat beaded on Yi Tingchao's forehead like pearls, trickling into her eyes with a maddening sting, yet she couldn't even wipe it away. She had lost control of her own body. Her soul felt as if it were trapped within a glass cage, while her body careened into noble guests of high status, overturned tables, trampled through flower beds, and was battered and bruised. She could only watch, helplessly struggling with all her might, but to no avail. Yi Tingchao stared at the stage so close before her, and at the tightly embracing newlyweds upon it, her eyes splitting with fury. How had this happened? Events had spiraled completely out of control. She didn't even know what she might do next. Wait. A terrifying thought surfaced in her mind, and Yi Tingchao's face turned deathly pale. Perhaps she knew exactly what was about to happen next. Because just a few days ago she had finalized this very matter with the leader of the Wanderers Guild. With the deity's avatar devoured by Yi Jixia, all the guild's long-laid plans within the Federation had been ruined. Yi Tingchao's status as the saintess faced unprecedented doubt, and threat, her power virtually usurped, turning the divine assembly into Fei's sole domain. Fortunately, the Wanderers Guild still possessed one more avatar, the deity's very first incarnation. That despicable usurper Yi Jixia, who falsely claimed the divine name and stole divine authority, must be eradicated by her, the deity's beloved, to restore the mother goddess glory. When she heard that Yi Jixia was to hold a wedding, Yi Tingchao knew the time had come. She would make Yi Jixia plummet into an abyss of utter ruin at the very peak of her happiness. The ultra-micro nanochip implanted in Yi Zixia's brain could finally be put to use, though the remote control program was in Chun's hands. Regarding the Wanderers Guild's return, Yi Jixia was a staunch opponent. Given her nature, she would only invite high-ranking members of her own faction to the wedding. Striking during the ceremony was the perfect opportunity. Not only could we neutralize Yi Jixia, but also eliminate most of the opposition. Then our people could step in as saviors to clean up the mess, a triple victory. Why not seize it? Yi Tingchao still remembered the very words she had spoken to Chun. The mere thought of Yi Zhixia watching helplessly as her beloved man was killed by her own hands, and as Hela Shinping friends and loyal Yi family retainers fell one by one, sent a shiver of ecstasy through every pore of Yi Tingqiao's being. She wouldn't let Yi Zhixia die so easily. A fate worse than death was the cruelest torment. She would cripple Yi Zixia's psychic power, hand her over to the Senate's Research Institute, and squeeze every last drop of value from her. Ruined reputation, loss of love, stripped of all dignity and freedom. How pitiful, ha! Cousin Tingqiao, what do you think you're doing? The metallic voice was cold and hard, striking like a blunt blow to the head. Yi Tingqiao snapped back to reality, horrified to find herself already on the stage, having shoved the two protagonists from the center. Yi Zhixia furrowed her brows, disapproval evident in her eyes, yet the corner of her lips curled almost imperceptibly. The show was about to begin. Had it not been for Yi Tingqiao's unexpected visit, she would never have authorized the live broadcast, allowing a crowd of strangers to witness her wedding. Just moments ago, the psychic energy she had attached to Yi Tingqiao was triggered. The data stream was exceedingly faint, yet she still managed to read its contents. It was a pre-written program set to auto-execute upon loading into the chip as the wedding drew to a close. Announce on stage that she had long allied with the intelligent star beasts, intending to carry out a great purge of humanity. Use psychic power to kill Wensi Mumu Hela Shinping, including most of the guests present. Afterwards, suppress all psychic energy and offer no resistance to any attack. Yi Zhixia narrowed her eyes. No wonder she had been so docile before. She was waiting for this very moment. Such a venomous scheme could only have been conceived by Yi Tingqiao. Cousin. Erecting a shield to block Yi Tingqiao's psychic assault, Yi Zhixia sheltered Wensi and Mumu in her arms, calling out again. The honor guard took their positions. The commotion among the guests subsided, the music ceased, and the entire hall fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Yi Tingqiao stood center stage, her expression as rigid as a robot's, only her eyes betraying panic and despair. Distinguished guests, on this special day, I have an announcement to make. Yi Tingqiao's lips moved, her voice amplified by the speakers echoing through the hall. Shut up. Shut up now. Why? Why was she the one being controlled? Besides being a Federation officer, I have another identity. Stop. Stop it. Wasn't Chun watching the live broadcast? Stop it now. Have you all wondered why the Star Beast tides have been so frequent lately? Yi Tingqiao's face was ghastly pale, drenched in cold sweat, as if pulled from water. It was I who provided intelligence to the intelligent swarm. Creatures as weak and inferior as humans should have been extinct long ago, or they'd make fine rations for the Star Beasts. Today, all you stubborn holdouts can just go to hell. It was over. She was finished. Boom! Yi Tingqiao's psychic power erupted. A tsunami of peak psychic energy surged outward, so dense it nearly materialized. This single outburst drained Yi Tingqiao's entire psychic reserve. Her face instantly turned ashen, shrouded in a pall of death. The program's directive was to kill Hela instantly, but Hela was a super shrank. For Yi Zhixia, it would be a flick of the wrist. But for Yi Tingqiao, even draining herself dry, the chasm in their ranks made achieving that goal as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yi Tingqiao. A blinding white light flared as a cage woven from psychic energy ensnared Yi Tingqiao. Her attack hadn't even fully formed before Yi Zhixia extinguished it completely. Who gave you the audacity to act so insolently before me? Yi Tingqiao's eyes were bloodshot. Psychic overdraw left her head splitting with pain. She could hear nothing but a piercing tinnitus. Save me. Mother Goddess, please save me. She pleaded in her heart, over and over, clinging to her last hope. Yi Tingqiao, my patience has its limits. It's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, Yi Zixia's voice echoed in her mind. Yi Tingqiao's heart and liver felt as if they were splitting. Regret, pleas for mercy, curses, maledictions. All vanished into the void. Finally, she barely heard a single phrase. No, she's going to self-destruct. Yi Zhixia shouted. The silver cage of light contracted abruptly, crushing Yi Tingqiao's cerebral domain into dust. This was Yi Zixia's first true act of killing. Surprisingly, she felt no significant discomfort. In the clash of psychic forces, crushing Yi Tingqiao was like crushing an ant. No one feels uneasy about killing an ant. Yi Tingqiao's body fell straight to the ground, her eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. Due to the sudden upheaval, the guests were greatly startled and took their leave one after another. The original wedding banquet was also cancelled. The Yi family dispatched a fleet to escort the guests home and offered generous gifts as an apology, maintaining an impeccable and irreproachable demeanor. Many nobles who had previously disapproved of Yi Zixia's unorthodox ways had a significant change of heart after this incident. At the very least, this person acted with magnanimity and integrity. Though arrogant, she had the capital to back it up. But Yi Zhixia had no mind for such matters now. Wensi's body was burning hot as he leaned on her shoulder, his breath rapid. His hot, moist gasps carried a faint fragrance, teasing Yi Zixia's heartstrings with every breath. Damn it. In an instant, Yi Zhixiao scooped the man into her arms, hoisted him over her shoulder, and with long strides vanished from sight in a few steps. Hey! Xinping could only stretch out a hand, watching helplessly as that bastard's figure disappeared into the hall, leaving behind a complete mess, even dumping the child on her to take care of. Why was her fate so cruel? When she wrapped his arms around his wife's shoulders and buried his face deep in the hollow of her neck, his breath scorching and urgent. This unanticipated heat period surged with a ferocity unlike any before. Every drop of blood in his veins cried out with longing for his wife's nearness, for her soothing touch and tender affection. Gently placed on the seat of the hovercar, the cool leather surface sent a slight shiver through when she, sharpening his awareness. He lifted his hazy eyes to gaze at his wife. Cece, hold on a little longer. Yi Zhixiao drew a soft breath, reining in the tumult within her heart. Her warm, fragrant husband was utterly irresistible, yet at this moment, all she desired was to give when she the most tender care. Nothing should be so rushed. She wished to grant him a complete ceremony, a wedding night worthy of eternal remembrance. When she first arrived in this world, she had no memories, no past, with the sword of conspiracy perpetually hanging over her head and an uncertain path ahead. Her concern for when she and his father was not born of nobility, as she simply happened to need this bonded tether to anchor herself in this unfamiliar realm. When she needed him, she could always enjoy Wenzai's body, his care, his adoration, and love. When she didn't, she would cast the man from her mind, utterly absorbed in her own affairs. She had never once pondered how, when she endured his heat periods alone during those days she was absent. Suppressants could only halt the glands from secreting pheromones, but they could not alleviate the symptoms. The fragility and fatigue of the heat period never faded. She had not even offered him a remote spiritual comfort. She was merely taking advantage of Wenzai's boundless love for her, acting with reckless assurance. How despicable, Yi Zhixiao. Let's go home. She pressed a light kiss to the man's brow and turned toward the driver's seat. The moment she moved, the man nestled closer, gently wrapping his arms around hers. His azure eyes were steeped in reluctance and clinging affection. The slightest withdrawal of his wife's warmth stirred a hollow emptiness in Wenzai's heart, like a fledgling pushed from its nest. He wished to maintain composure, but his body disobeyed instinctively, drawing near the scent that brought him peace. Yi Zhixia's heart melted. She gathered him into her arms and activated the autopilot with her spiritual power. The hovercar rose smoothly into the air. When she leaned against her shoulder, his eyes half-closed, long lashes casting faint shadows on his cheeks. The warmth of his breath seeped through the fabric of her clothes. The hovercar descended silently at Yi Manor, the door sliding open with a barely perceptible whisper. Yi Zhixiao carefully lifted when she into her arms. The man's weight filled her embrace perfectly, as if made to fit. The wedding chamber had long been prepared, bathed in a cozy warm glow. On the spacious double bed, red rose petals lay spread like velvet, mingling with the warm light from the bedside lamp, creating an atmosphere of languid, dreamy allure. Wife! When she sank into the bed, enveloped by the soft quilt, petals flew into the air, a few blood-red ones settling on his lapel like brands on snow, searing into Yi Zhixia's eyes. She reached out and gently brushed away the petals, her movements as tender as if she were touching a rare, fragile treasure. The pheromone patch had long been saturated, somehow rubbed off unnoticed. A refined orchid fragrance quietly permeated the air, not strong but lingering softly at the tip of the nose, carrying the unique gentleness of when she. Yi Zhixiao buried her face in the man's neck and took a deep breath. So fragrant. Cece, I love you. She kissed the corner of his lips, never before so certain of her own heart. When she eagerly met her lips, the warm, soft touch was like a budding flower carrying a shy tentativeness. It was a pure, clean kiss devoid of any skill, careful, sacrificial, offering his entire heart. Yi Zhixia's heart trembled. Such subtle, yet sincere intimacy was far more stirring than any blatant demand. You little tease. She cupped his face and deepened the kiss. The initiative quietly shifted to lips and teeth intertwined in an endless, wordless tenderness. She finally understood that the deepest love lay hidden in this most intimate communion. Her fingertips traced lightly over his lapel, the intricate buttons slowly yielding beneath her touch. This time she was especially patient, as if unwrapping a precious gift. When the last restraint fell away, the twilight spilled over his fair skin, suffusing it with a faint blush, like a white magnolia blooming in early spring. Yi Zhixia's fingertips glided over him, feeling his slight tremor. Don't be afraid, she whispered by his ear, her voice low and gentle. Leave it to me. When she turned his head away, the tips of his ears flushing red, but his body honestly drew closer, entrusting everything to his beloved wife. Beneath the warm lamplight, two figures held each other tightly, like twin branches of a flower, weaving a lingering silhouette in the night. The wedding bed swayed gently, the red gauze curtains rippling like waves. Soft whispers accompanied tender words of love, echoing softly in the night. Wife! His heat-sensitive body was especially responsive. Excessive stimulation left his consciousness hazy. In his delirium, he could only grip the sheets beneath him, crushing rose petals in his palms until their crimson juice stained his fingertips. Yi Zixia kissed away the glistening tears at the corners of his eyes and pulled him deeper into her embrace. Sweat-mingled breaths intertwined. In that moment, their hearts had never been closer. As everything gradually subsided, Yi Zixia stroked his hair and murmured softly by his ear, "Sissy, give me a baby." Her voice was languid as she lay atop the man, rubbing her nose against his Adam's apple and sniffing lightly like a sated tigress. The warm, moist breath brushed his ear, and when she shrank back ticklish. Turning his head, he met his wife's deep, dark eyes. His wife said she would give him a child. Wen Zai's heart clenched violently, ecstasy exploding in his mind like fireworks, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, his tongue numb. What Sisi doesn't want to carry my seed? The man was clearly overwhelmed with joy, frozen in place. Dazed like a frightened little rabbit, utterly adorable. Yi Zixia was utterly charmed, yearning to tease him. Once the wicked thought surfaced, it was impossible to suppress. No, that's not it. Wen Zai's trembling fingers clutched his wife's sleeve, pressing his burning cheek against her palm, looking up with pleading eyes. I am willing. I've dreamed of it. This was utterly intoxicating. The flames of desire blazed once more. Yi Zixia took a deep breath and left a bite mark on the man's collarbone. Wife. His wife's gaze was dark, as if she was struggling to suppress something. Fear crept into Wen Zai's heart. His tongue was too clumsy for sweet words. Was his wife feeling disappointed? Suddenly, Yi Zixia felt a tickle in her palm. The man's lips gently brushed against it, leaving kisses that carried the fragrance of orchids. Catching her gaze, the man's eyelashes fluttered shyly. He extended his tongue and licked along the lifeline on her palm. Where had this honest, simple man learned such tricks? Yi Zixia's stoic expression crumbled. Gritting her teeth, she pounced on him again. Such a supreme delicacy, how could tasting it once ever be enough? For 4 whole days, when she never left that red wedding bed. It was the first time his wife had accompanied him through an entire susceptible period. When his wife inserted the ovulation needle into his lower abdomen, happiness and joy overwhelmed him enough to eclipse the physical pain. Yi Zixia entered the bedroom carrying a bowl of nutritious porridge. The porridge's appearance was hardly appealing. The rice grains were overcooked into a shapeless, sticky mush. The minced meat was pale, the vegetables had lost their color, all clumped together with the rice. Fortunately, the taste was quite good. Yi Zixia had millions of culinary and nutritional science files stored in her mind, but once in the kitchen she discovered she was a kitchen terminator. Every step was correct, seasonings measured to the gram, time to the second, yet the food she made was simply indescribable. After trying all night, Yi Zixia finally accepted that her greatest weakness was surprisingly cooking. Setting the porridge on the bedside table, Yi Zixia reached out and placed her hand on Wen Zai's forehead. The high fever hadn't broken for 2 days. Conception was a taxing ordeal for a man. To ensure the seed was planted deep in the soil, the woman's ovulation needle had to penetrate very deeply. That day, when she bled profusely, soaking a patch of the bedsheet, Yi Zixia's face turned pale. She was too frightened to speak. It was Wen Shi who had to comfort her, saying this was normal for men during conception. But this was only the beginning. To keep the reproductive tract active and allow the seed to successfully implant and take root, the man would suffer a persistent high fever. He had to stay bedridden and avoid unnecessary movement lest the implantation fail. Yi Zixia's genes were too powerful, akin to a supervirus for a man. Wen Zai's temperature was alarmingly high, threatening to burn him up, yet his hands and feet remained icy cold. Sisi. Yi Zixia opened her mouth, the words, "I'm sorry," lingering on her tongue, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. When she yearned so deeply to bear her child, Yi Zixia knew that an apology wouldn't ease his pain, but would instead belittle his precious feelings. The man's eyelids fluttered, as if using all his remaining strength to open his eyes. Yi Zixia covered his eyelids with her hand, feeling the long lashes tickle her palm. "Be good, don't move." Yi Zixia helped the man sit up, leaning him against her chest. His burning body shivered slightly. She pulled the blanket up for him and kissed his lips, which were unusually red from the fever. "Have some porridge, your wife made it herself." Yi Zixia scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to cool it, and murmured, "Nutrient solutions are easy to absorb, but you still need to eat real food. It's gentler on the stomach." When she nestled against his wife's chest, listening to her strong, steady heartbeat, his body felt much better. His wife's voice, transmitted through her chest, seemed to echo directly in his mind. When she obediently opened his mouth, the savory flavor awakened his taste buds, the bitterness at the back of his tongue gradually receding and strength returning to his body. The kitchen was a forbidden zone for women, as seeing unprocessed ingredients could diminish their appetite. When she had never heard of a woman cooking for a man, his wife had actually entered the kitchen for him. When she couldn't bear to swallow the porridge in his mouth, it was so fragrant, so delicious, the most wonderful thing he had ever tasted. Only when another spoonful was brought to his lips did he reluctantly swallow. The bowl of porridge was barely larger than a teacup, and it was finished after just a few spoonfuls. One shouldn't eat too much when sick, it would burden the stomach. Yi Zixia set down the bowl and licked the porridge residue from the man's lips. Both felt a lingering sense of longing. Yi Zixia slipped under Wen Zai's covers and lay down beside him. She gathered his cold hands against her chest, their heads touching, feet intertwined. The westering sunlight fell upon the corner of the blanket, creeping inch by inch down to the floor before slipping away into nothingness. Wife. Yi Zixia's eyes were closed on the verge of drifting off to sleep when the man beside her stirred. As if afraid of waking her, his voice was barely a whisper. Are you asleep? The man's voice was a little hoarse, soft and fragile. His scorching breath brushed against her ear, carrying a faint, dark floral scent. A wave of heat surged through Yi Zixia's heart, dispelling all drowsiness, yet she continued to feign deep sleep. I'm so happy. It's like a dream. There's your baby in here. I can finally do something for you. When she was terribly weak, speaking even a few words left him breathless. He stroked his still flat abdomen, his beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, a sweet smile blooming on his lips. Yi Zixia's heart ached with tenderness. This foolish man. Chastity had always been Wen Zai's obsession, a source of perceived indebtedness to her, but she had truly never minded. She suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Wen Zai's gaze directly. Before the man could react, a strange, brilliant light sparkled in his deep blue pupils. Perhaps from sleeping too long, though, Wen Zai's spirit was unusually restless. Did I disturb my wife? Realizing he had been caught, Wen Zai's gaze darted away. His long lashes fluttered like startled butterflies. Yi Zixia rubbed the man's earlobe, letting out a long sigh. She was always helpless against him. It's all right. Let's sleep some more. Your body is weak. You need to rest and regain your strength. Yi Zixia coaxed him gently, smoothing the blanket, her palm, patting his back softly, lulling him to sleep like a baby. When she obediently closed, his eyes burrowing into his wife's chest and nuzzling. Less than 5 minutes passed. Wife. Moi. I have a baby. Mom. I'm so happy. I know. Wife. Yes. Will it be a girl? I hope. It's a girl. As long as it's yours, I will love it. Wife, you're so good. Wife. Wife. Why? Yi Zixia pressed her hand to her forehead, then kissed the man to silence him, her spiritual tendrils gently enveloping him, guiding him into a sweet, deep slumber. Though Yi Zixia's wedding had concluded, it remained a topic of lively discussion across the Starnet. Men replayed the live stream repeatedly, from scions of established noble houses to common lads in the slums, all harboring an infinite yearning for such a wedding. There were no harsh trials, no familial obstructions from the wife's side, no critical scrutiny from guests. The wife was so powerful and domineering, yet she treated him with such tender care. It was a scene that could only appear in dreams, more captivating than any sweet romance drama. Especially the final moment when they exchanged rings, pledging their commitment for a lifetime. Good heavens, how could a woman be capable of such a romantic gesture? They too longed to be so lavishly cherished, but there was only one Yi Zixia. When she was far too fortunate. Envy, jealousy, and hatred could no longer describe the men's feelings. If jealousy could kill, when she would have perished countless times over. Women, however, held mixed opinions about the wedding. Yi Zixia's ardent fans harbored only one thought: Goddess Yi was incredibly cool, so cool it made their legs weak. That line, "A powerful woman doesn't need a whip to prove herself," was simply too commanding. For a woman to reach her level, there was indeed no need to test a man's obedience with a disciplined whip. Because no man could escape her charm. The ceremony of Goddess Yi was novel and romantic, and many young people planned to emulate it. Even if they couldn't omit the trial phase, they could at least add the ring exchange. But another faction harbored deep-seated hatred for Yi Zixia. Yi Zixia, a grown woman, deviated from tradition for a discarded husband, altering the rules handed down by ancestors as she pleased. It was as if she was trampling the dignity of womanhood into the mud. Because of her, the men at home had grown restless and discontented, and the mere thought of it was infuriating. Perhaps out of sour grapes, or to curry favor with the majority of women, the Men's Virtue Association downgraded Wen Zai's moral reputation score. Although this score carried no legal weight, falling below the average severely impacted matchmaking with immeasurable consequences for a man. Men were stratified into different tiers based on genetics, appearance, moral character, and talents. Genetics were predetermined and beyond the association's reach, but the scoring standards for the remaining 3 categories were set by them. Appearance was judged by delicate features, flawless skin, a tall stature, a slender waist, long legs, and graceful, fluid muscle lines. When she had no shortcomings in this area, excelling in nearly every criterion. Consequently, the Men's Virtue Association deliberately revised the scoring rules, adding a clause that those with excessively alluring appearances invited trouble and should have their scores reduced accordingly. As for talents, when she excelled in culinary arts and was proficient in all the skills expected of a noble principal husband surpassing 99 of men, there was indeed nothing to deduct there. Therefore, the most significant deductions were in moral character. A man who had been divorced must have flawed character, or why else would a lady have abandoned him? On this point alone, his score plummeted below passing. After the wedding, when she was further burdened with the accusation of being spoiled and arrogant and failing to advise his wife properly, his moral reputation rating was nearly as low as that of a public relations scandal. Even the troubles stirred up by Yi Tingxiao were blamed on when she with claims that his fate was inauspicious and he brought misfortune to his wife. Yi Tingxiao's death elevated the wedding's topic to a new level. Calling herself a traitor to humanity, transmitting intelligence for profit, and attempting to self-destruct to kill all guests at the wedding, Yi Tingxiao's actions were utterly atrocious. The Third Legion lost its class peak-level heir and suffered a massive blow to its reputation. However, the Yi family's reputation remained largely unscathed thanks to Yi Zixia's timely intervention. Far away on Fortress Star, Chun was browsing the Federation Starnet, with keen interest, a light screen playing the recording of Yi Zixia's wedding. Her adjutant stood behind her, brows furrowed, lips moving slightly, as if hesitating to speak. Speak if you have something to say, or get lost. A hoarse mechanical synthesized voice suddenly rang out. The adjutant's scalp tightened, and she instinctively held her breath, nearly assuming a defensive stance. Lady Chun, I simply do not understand. The adjutant suppressed the urge to flee, barely maintaining a calm tone. Having served the commander for so long, her skill in reading the room was impeccable. Chun shifted her posture, crossing her legs, propping her head with a mechanical arm, revealing the mental power amplifier implanted at the nape of her neck. That hat day, why didn't you terminate the command? The adjutant's back was drenched in cold sweat. Asking such a question was far too risky. Are you questioning me? Chun lifted her eyelids, deigning to cast her a glance. This subordinate dare not. Seeing the adjutant cowering in fear, a flicker of red light gleamed in Chun's cold, artificial eyes. I'll tell you anyway. That incompetent Yi Tingxiao made the absurd mistake of implanting the chip in her own brain. What use did I have for her? Besides, modifying the command had a delay, there was no time. Thinking about it made Chun feel like even her mechanical heart was malfunctioning. Yi Tingxiao was something else. She was the one who initiated the action, and she was also the one who botched it. The Wanderers Guild wasted an ultra-micro nanochip and ended up doing the work for someone else. But what about the deity? The deity? Chun scoffed. That big, white light bulb. The adjutant swallowed hard, her eyes involuntarily rolling upward. The deity's avatar was hanging right above their heads, separated only by a single layer of ceiling. A thing that only knows how to brainwash people, and when you make a wish it spits out gold coins. Yi Tingxiao called that a god. Ha ha ha. As if hearing an exceptionally ridiculous joke, Chun laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face, though she only had one of her original eyes left. Don't worry, I've already made a deal with it. The gold coins will keep coming. The adjutant's eyes widened. The commander had actually received a divine oracle. Had the deity also abandoned Yi Tingxiao? No, that wasn't the point. The Wanderers Guild could finally communicate directly with the deity, no longer having to rely on Yi Tingxiao's whims or expend so many resources in exchange for information. Lady Chun, a new leader has emerged from the deity cult in the Federation, claiming that the deity has descended upon Yi Zixia. Is that true? The adjutant's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her fear overcome by the burning question. The Federation has been at ease for too long, breeding pigs whose necks are covered in abscesses. Chun curled her lips, her fierce triangular eyes slanting upwards as she laughed with sinister arrogance. They'd count money for someone who sold them. How adorably stupid. The light screen's recording happened to reach the moment of Yi Zixia's shout. No, she's going to self-destruct. A blinding white light flared, filling the entire frame. When the scene became clear again, Yi Tingxiao lay on the ground dead. Chun raised her mechanical arm, and sharp claws extended like the talons of a malevolent dragon. Crack! The claws pierced the light screen, grasping Yi Zixia in their palm. As the fingers closed, the light screen shattered into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Ignoring Xin Ping's resentful gaze, Yi Zixia requested an extended marriage leave. Wenzi's pregnancy symptoms lasted a full week, during which Yi Zixia took care of him without leaving his side. It is known that many men may suffer from lasting ailments due to pregnancy symptoms, with severe cases even posing a threat to life. The original host's genes were already powerful, and after Yi Zixia's arrival, he underwent a second development, making flaws nearly impossible to find. The seed carrying her genetic material took root within when she fiercely absorbing his nutrients. In just a few days, the man who had just regained some flesh on his cheeks began to lose weight again, his complexion appearing pale and exhausted. For this grand wedding, both collateral and affiliated families contributed significantly. As the head of the clan, Yi Zixia needed to host a banquet to show gratitude to her subordinates. sending out invitations, setting up the banquet hall, arranging the menu, and receiving guests. All these matters required Mr. Zhang's attention. When she managed everything and personally went to supervise the banquet hall to prevent any awkwardness. Yi Zhixiao followed the man closely like a little tail. Her narrow phoenix eyes fixed on his back, her brows knitted tightly, looking as serious as if strategizing for battle. Mistress, please tone down your aura a bit. When she endured his discomfort for a while before finally being unable to hold back, turning to whisper in his mistress' ear, the attendants are almost out of breath. Are you all right? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yi Zhixiao instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's waist, her palm unconsciously resting on his lower abdomen, her eyes filled with concern. Wen Zai's cheeks flushed. Although it had happened many times, being so intimate with his mistress in public still made him a bit shy. He obediently nestled into her embrace, his cheek pressed against her fitted gown, cooling his face. Mistress, there's no need to worry. She is perfectly fine. The man's voice was light, his eyes radiating happiness, and his blushing cheeks improved his complexion significantly, making him look revitalized, as if infused with youthful vigor. When she wore a winered silk shirt today, with court-style cuffs adorned with layers of ruffles and golden embossed buttons shining brightly. Yi Zhixiao seldom saw him in such vibrant colors. He usually wore dark blue or deep gray, which were indeed very dignified, but felt somewhat dreary. Is it because he has gained confidence from officially being named in the wedding and expecting their child? How could he be this adorable? Leave these to Uncle Maya, don't tire yourself out. Yi Zhixiao caressed the man's cheek, the smooth sensation stirring something within her. Usually she felt no desires, unlike other women who needed daily release. For this reason, Shinping often mocked her as a cold-hearted robot. But when she was nearby, it felt as if a volcano had been installed inside her, constantly simmering, ready to erupt at any slight disturbance. When she lowered his head, his mistress' gaze was too intense, almost igniting him. And mistress, today is not suitable. When she held his stomach, carefully patting it. The little baby is not yet stable. It will take some time before they can do that. Ahem. Yi Zixia's face flushed as she coughed lightly into her fist. What are you thinking? I've ordered a new ceremonial robe for you which will match perfectly with this shirt. Yi Zixia's eyes twinkled as she embraced the man's waist, heading towards the dressing room. Quickly, wear it for your mistress to see. At the Yi family's appreciation banquet, female and male guests were hosted separately, a common practice for family gatherings. As the head of the family, Yi Zhixiao expressed her gratitude with a few words from the podium before announcing the start of the banquet, allowing the guests to enjoy themselves. True to her military style, everything was straightforward and efficient. She sat at the main table of the banquet hall, surrounded by several elder members of the collateral family, with heads of affiliated families constantly coming to engage in conversation, leaving her unable to extricate herself. How boring. I wonder how she is doing. The flower hall where the male guests were situated was only separated from the banquet hall by a corridor, and attendants bustled between them, carrying an array of exquisite dishes in an orderly manner. The attendants in your residence are quite disciplined, Mr. Wen is truly exceptional in managing them. The decorations in the flower hall are also very tasteful. The appetizer tonight tastes wonderful, is it, Mr. Wen's exclusive recipe? When she sat in the main seat, being flattered by the male members of the collateral family, maintaining a humble and appropriate smile, which was beginning to feel stiff. I heard that, Mr. Wen is expecting. Congratulations. The speaker was an elder from the collateral family, named Zhao Panmei, who held considerable standing within the Yi family. It is worth mentioning that this gentleman comes from a prestigious maternal family and is a senior counselor of the Male Virtue Association. Today he wore a solemn black outfit, covering himself from head to toe, not even leaving his fingers exposed. His long hair was braided neatly and hung down his back, with only a pearl pendant adorning the tip. Wen Zai's hand trembled over his lower abdomen. The baby was still in the early stage of pregnancy, and it would be safer to wait until after the first month. He didn't want to be overly conspicuous in such an occasion. Thank you, Uncle Mei. He inclined his body slightly towards the man, not intending to continue the topic. Zhao Panmei held a teacup, skimming the foam with the lid, his gaze appraising this head of the clan. His appearance was too flamboyant, and his attire did not reflect the decorum expected of a head. Such a man would fare well as a concubine. When she felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, just as a new dessert was presented, soft and tender, drizzled with sauce melting in the mouth. It was a style he had innovated himself, and even his mistress, with her discerning palate, praised it endlessly. He personally prepared the sauce and poured it over the dessert, presenting it to Mr. Zhao with a light smile. This snow cream pudding is my original recipe. I'll please give it a taste and provide feedback. The milky white pudding was shaped like a little rabbit, adorned with naturally formed frost flowers on the surface. After drizzling with osmanthus honey, it became even more translucent, with the aromas of milk, flowers, and faint fruity notes intertwining uniquely. Zhao Panmei nodded, using a small spoon to take a tiny scoop, putting it in his mouth. His movements were graceful and his etiquette so meticulous that it made the men present feel pressured. After savoring for a full 2 to 3 minutes, Zhao Panmei, finally, set down the spoon, his brow furrowing slightly. The taste is acceptable, but the design and presentation are rather crude. How can this be served at a banquet? His voice was not loud and his tone was calm, yet it caused the previously harmonious atmosphere in the flower hall to fall silent. The male guests didn't dare to breathe. This gentleman was a counselor of the Male Virtue Association, and even a single compliment from him would elevate one's status, while any criticism could be extremely embarrassing. When she was taken aback looking down at the dessert on the table. Initially, he had created many different designs, but his mistress favored this little rabbit, calling it the bouncy little bunny. He also thought the white little bunny was adorable, so he kept this design for future creations. He didn't see any problem with it. Why should something his mistress liked be criticized by him? Wen Zai's pupils darkened with anger, yet Zhao Panmei remained oblivious, ordering the attendant to bring a warm, damp handkerchief and wiping her fingers again and again as if they had been sullied by something filthy. Forgive me for speaking plainly, but as the principal husband of the clan, the most fundamental virtues are warmth, kindness, courtesy, thrift, and humility. Which of these have you exemplified? Zhao Panmei spoke with her chin slightly raised, her lips barely moving, her voice faint and unhurried. The guests dared not speak, yet their eyes were lively, darting back and forth between the two figures at the storm's center. One was the clan's principal husband, the other a senior counselor of the Male Virtue Association, neither of whom they dared provoke. When she sat serenely in the seat of honor, his smile calm, betraying no trace of shame, anger, or guilt at the sudden interrogation. Zhao Panmei was somewhat irritated. Had it been anyone else, upon hearing such a low appraisal, they would have apologized profusely and begged for his guidance. How could she remain so composed? Look at your attire, so ostentatious and extravagant. How much of the matriarch's wealth must you squander? A principal husband ought to be steady and modest. It is the concubines who should dress flamboyantly. Speaking of concubines, Zhao Panmei raised an eyebrow, his dissatisfaction nearly overflowing. Where are the concubines of this household? Do they not come out to entertain guests? That is utterly disrespectful of hierarchy. How have you been managing them? There are no concubines in this residence, Master Panmei. When she replied, smiling as he adjusted his sleeve. The golden tassels of his ceremonial robe slid through his fingers, carrying a hint of coolness. What? The other party acted as if he had uncovered a monumental scandal, erupting in fury. Since you are pregnant, why have you not found gentle concubines for your matriarch? Jealousy will make a man ugly. The flower hall fell into a deathly silence. The melodious zither music played on, heedlessly paying no mind to the guests' racing hearts. Second Master Lu could hardly bear to watch. He clenched his fists, finally summoning the courage to stand and defend his friend, but was frozen in place by a single glance from Wen Shi. Cici was angry. Are you finished? Wen Zai's voice was very gentle, like spring rain nurturing the breeze, a caress that did not chill, so much so that one overlooked the meaning of the question itself. What? Zhao Panmei's mind went blank, failing to comprehend. When he finally caught on, he widened his eyes in disbelief. This man dared speak to him like that. You speak of hierarchy. Is it hierarchy for a male relative of a collateral branch to throw his weight around before the principal husband of the direct line? The guests gasped. The gentle-looking principal husband had delivered a killing blow with his very first words. Watching Zhao Panmei's face darken like the bottom of a pot, the male relatives felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. Zhao Panmei often bossed them around, flaunting his position as a counselor of the Male Virtue Association, and they had no choice but to endure, never daring to resist. Every time he visited, it was like preparing for an inspection. They had to pretend to be honored, and upon his departure, they had to lavish him with generous gifts. He was like a blood-sucking fly. You, please mind your language. When addressing the principal husband of the main family, you must use honorifics. As a counselor of the association, how could you make such a basic mistake? Wen Zai's smile faded. Once he shed his humility, his breathtaking beauty became aggressively sharp, like a cluster of blooming red roses, fragile buds concealing sharp thorns. Treat me with kindness, and I will return it with fragrance. Treat me with malice, and I will pierce you until you bleed. Master Panmei, do you think your own attire is appropriate? Facing Zhao Panmei's glare, when she neither dodged nor flinched, meeting his gaze directly. This is the matriarch's wedding reception banquet. Why are you wearing mourning clothes? What is your intention? Do you intend to curse the clan head, or me, the principal husband who has just conceived? Zhao Panmei's face turned pale. He had never imagined that out of the blue he would be pinned with such a charge. Cursing the clan head was a grave offense, even for a woman. If the clan head bore a grudge, one could only wait to be marginalized. You? How can you slander an elder so recklessly? Zhao Panmei could no longer maintain his condescending expression. His back molars ground audibly and his features began to twitch animatedly instantly, making him seem more human and much easier on the eyes. Ahem. Second Master Lu covered his mouth, almost laughing out loud. He cleared his throat and said, Master Panmei, your attire today is very solemn. On ordinary days it would set an example for men. Zhao Panmei's expression softened slightly, and he cast a satisfied glance at the man. But the next moment he was nearly fuming. However, one must dress according to the occasion. I learned that lesson when I was 5. Second Master Lu struggled to suppress a smile, speaking with feigned seriousness. In that outfit one might mistake you for a newly widowed husband. Before Second Master Lu could finish, a burst of laughter erupted from among the guests. Enraged, Zhao Panmei looked around. Seeing everyone wearing expressions of innocent bewilderment, he was like a boiling teapot filled with scalding steam that screamed to lift the lid off his skull. When she cast a teasing glance at his friend, since they had become close, the latter had grown increasingly mischievous. Out of respect for your age, I had intended to turn a blind eye. When she composed himself and spoke again, giving the other no chance to retort, but you insisted on humiliating me at the banquet. May I ask, is this your way of being a guest? If I have done something wrong, you may advise me in private, and I will humbly accept. But this is the first family banquet I have hosted as the master of the house. To reprimand me publicly like this is to slap the matriarch's face. Wow, how satisfying. The male guests felt an unprecedented ease of body and mind. Beneath their anxious masks, their hearts were cheering wildly. Master, when she had said what they dared not utter in their entire lives, a true warrior. I didn't mean that. Zhao Panmei's normally nimble tongue suddenly failed him. Thousands of explanations crowded at his lips, nearly choking him. Then what did you mean? When she softened his expression as if seeking to let the matter rest. The male guests were somewhat disappointed. They hadn't had their fill of Zhao Panmei's humiliation. Zhao Panmei, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Men from humble origins were truly unfit for high society. He had finally shown some backbone, but in the end he faltered. Oh, you child. Zhao Panmei resumed his elder's airs, his face a mask of injured benevolence. Strict love cuts deep. Uncle may be a bit meddlesome, but it's for your own good. When she said nothing, silently watching his performance, his face changing faster than a flipping book. Truly a spectacle. Those pastries are made from cheap ingredients, already meager and shaped like rabbits, utterly lacking depth. They are completely beneath the dignity of nobility. Seeing Wen Shi listening meekly, utterly devoid of his earlier aggression, Zhao Panmei grew bolder as he spoke, regaining his self-righteousness. Look at this ceremonial robe of yours. The fabric alone costs tens of thousands of star coins. Add the jewels and craftsmanship, and it's easily over 1 million. How can a man's clothing be so wasteful? The matriarch is already 25 in the prime of her vigor, yet there isn't a single concubine by her side. If word gets out, it will only be blamed on your jealousy as the principal husband. Besides, you are pregnant and cannot serve your matriarch. Having a few beautiful concubines at home is far better than forcing her to seek elsewhere. Those public relations women are unclean and know how to charm. The day she brings one home, you'll have a real headache. Zhao Panmei spoke until his mouth was dry, then frowned and scolded. A guest has been talking for so long, and no one thinks to refill the tea. Where are your manners? Yet no one refilled Zhao Panmei's tea. He waited and waited, not even receiving a cup of plain water, and his face instantly darkened. His lips moved as he was about to speak when a refined voice drifted from the head seat. A guest. Oh, you still remember you are a guest. Wensi raised his teacup, took a light sip, and waved for the steward to pour tea for the other guests, deliberately skipping Zhao Panmei, even taking away the tea set before him. What do you mean by this? A sudden unease gripped Zhao Panmei, but accustomed to being fawned upon, he had never learned to read the room. Is this how you behave as a guest in other homes? Wensi spoke calmly, his unhurried tone mirroring Zhao Panmei's earlier arrogance, yet devoid of any haughty superiority. Only elegance and nobility remained. There is a saying, a guest should follow the host's arrangements. Surely you are aware of it. Wensi lowered his gaze to the dishes on the table, then glanced at the other round tables. The plates were spotless, many already cleared away. Clearly the dishes he had prepared were delicious enough to be devoured even in such a formal setting. Imitating his wife's manner, he picked up a small spoon and tapped the bunny pudding on its rear, a trace of a smile flickering in his eyes. This dessert is shaped like a rabbit because my wife loves it. Wensi caressed the exquisite embroidery on his ceremonial robe and sighed. This robe was a gift from my wife. Oh, I only saw it this morning. He turned to Zhao Panmei, his gaze burning and unyielding. So are you saying that my wife, the head of the Yi clan, lacks taste and is wasteful? No, that's not. Zhao Panmei finally began to panic, his stammered defenses weak and feeble. My wife has repeatedly stated publicly that she does not wish to take concubines. Are you asking me to defy my wife's will, to let her bear the infamy of breaking her word just so I can place a few men by her side to live off her, eating her food, drinking her tea, and display my so-called virtue? Whence he set down his teacup with a crisp clink. Uncle May throw him out. A hush fell. The male guests collectively gasped. Behind Zhao Panmei stood the Male Virtue Association, a formidable backer. To humiliate him was to slap the association in the face. Wasn't Wincy afraid of retaliation? Su Yinmei approached Zhao Panmei and said politely, Mr. Panmei, this way please. But Zhao Panmei's rear seemed glued to the chair. He didn't budge an inch. He didn't even spare a glance at this somewhat prestigious head steward, chin still raised, eyes fixed ahead. Little did he know his heart was in turmoil. If those words ever reached the ears of the clan head, even his wife would suffer the consequences. No, he couldn't leave. If he left, who knew what these men would say about him? My wife brought me to this banquet. What right do you have to throw me out? Zhao Panmei crossed his arms, resorting to shamelessness. By custom, a man brought by his wife must leave with her. The host could snub him or isolate him, but indeed had no authority to expel him. However, he was dealing with Wincy. Then let your wife leave as well. The man's azure eyes curved into a harmless smile, but his voice carried a chill with no room for negotiation. You? Zhao Panmei was stunned. In all his years, he had never heard of a man daring to throw a distinguished lady out of a banquet. Wincy, do you know what you're saying? I'm an association counselor. Do you want to forfeit your rating? Seeing a steward heading toward the grand banquet hall, Zhao Panmei truly panicked. His face cycled through pale red and green, a spectacular sight. Oh, you speak of ratings. Wincy couldn't help but laugh, looking at Zhao Panmei in astonishment, as if he had heard an absurd joke. So there's still room for my rating to drop. But you. As the old saying goes, the barefooted fear, not the shod. Wincy was already branded a public enemy of men by the Association for Moral Depravity. What else did he have to fear? His wife's favor was his greatest confidence. If Zhao Panmei's threats could make him lose even a single meal, then he would lose. Zhao Panmei fell silent, a cold sweat trickling down his brow, his mind buzzing. He had lost his composure today. Recalling his words and actions, he seemed like a vulgar brute. All around gazes turned into sharp arrows, piercing Zhao Panmei through. He was a noble counselor of the association, a walking model of male virtue. If the association learned of today's disgraceful conduct, Zhao Panmei's teeth chattered, his face visibly draining of color. As two stewards lifted him, his legs went limp as noodles, unable to stand. In the grand banquet hall, Yi Jixia, who was mingling with her retainers, suddenly burst into laughter, choking on the champagne she had just sipped, coughing until tears streamed. Hosting her first large family banquet, she couldn't help worrying about her delicate husband, afraid those men would devour him. So from the start, she had been monitoring the flower hall with her spiritual sense. Who would have thought? Her Cece had such a sharp tongue, especially that final proud expression, utterly adorable. Clan head about the Herman shipping route project. A woman with long black curls handed her a cup of clear tea, her fawning attitude and ingratiating smile reaching peak perfection, perfectly embodying the shifty-eyed little Shiba Inu meme. Yi Jixia glanced at her. This was Zhao Panmei's wife, as she had just learned. For the past half hour, the woman had been vying for Yes' latest shipping project, showing some insight. Collusion among collateral branches was undesirable, and Yi Jixia was happy to throw some scraps their way, fostering competition for easier management. Originally, she had planned to allocate part of the project to her, but her husband had overstepped. No matter what damn association counselor you were on her turf, bullying her man. Who did you think you were? The clan head's gaze. Why was it so cold? The woman shuddered, her smile stiffening. Is Zhao Panmei your principal husband? Yi Jixia spoke suddenly, her tone neutral, unreadable. The woman was startled. Why the sudden question? Marrying this esteemed gentleman was one of her greatest prides. A senior counselor of the Male Virtue Association. How prestigious to bring him out. He served her so comfortably that many sisters envied her. Could the clan head be eyeing her man? Indeed, Panmei is my principal husband. The woman laughed heartily. We have a wonderful relationship and a great family atmosphere. Rumor had it that this clan head had a peculiar taste for married men. She had to dispel that notion immediately. If she tried to take him by force, where would her face go? In that case. Yi Jixia curled her lips into a cold smile. Take your man and get out, or I'll have someone throw you both out. Your choice. After being thrown out of Yi Manor by 2 bodyguards, the woman finally realized what her husband had done. Before Zhao Panmei could even speak, a resounding slap landed on his face. What was even more terrifying was that his words and actions at the banquet were recorded by guests and sold to the paparazzi. Now his scandal was spreading across the entire Starnet. Some even embellished the story, claiming he often used his status as a council member to extort gifts from noble families. He had only gone to teach etiquette. The gifts were offered willingly, and he had never asked for them. How could that be extortion? Zhao Panmei was stripped of his council position by the Male Virtue Association, and his rating was downgraded several levels. At home, he lost his wife's favor and was beaten frequently, his position as husband hanging by a thread. Every day, he had to suppress the concubines, living a life worse than death. But these were matters for later. The chaos at the Yi family banquet was not yet over. Yi Zhixia suddenly turned hostile and ordered the bodyguards to throw people out. The guests fell silent, baffled by the matriarch's fury. Just then an uninvited guest arrived. Matriarch Madam Yi Hong seeks an audience outside. Lu Rian reported, her face tinged with hesitation. She came carrying an urn accompanied by many clan members and relatives. Lu Rian paused and added, over 40 people. Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow, set down her wine glass, and sat upright. Yi Hong was Yi Tingkea's mother. Because Yi Zixia's mother Yi Qing had struggled to conceive and only had a daughter at nearly 60, Yi Zhixiao was the youngest of her generation. Thus, though Yi Tingxiao was nearly 10 years older, Yi Hong was still far from old age. So the aggrieved party had come to demand justice. Quite the spectacle. Didn't she bring any paparazzi? Yi Zhixiao grew intrigued, her dark pupils fathomless. It seems not. Lu Rian double-checked the security system and found no recording devices detected. The security system of Yi Manor was military-grade with guards stationed nearby. Sneaking in unnoticed would be as difficult as an ant climbing Mount Everest. Yi Zhixiao was surprised. What was this about? Shouldn't she have summoned the media for maximum exposure, playing up how weak and pitiful they were after losing their pillar, forcing her to divert resources? Matriarch, shall we let them in? Lu Rian frowned deeply. Their shuttle is blocking public airspace, and other nobles on Emerald Sea have sent inquiries. So that's her game. Yi Zhixia slapped her thigh in realization. As expected of the woman who raised Yi Tingqiao, that venomous insect, she had some brains after all. I'll go meet this ant myself. Yi Zhixiao rose and addressed the guests. Would you all care to join me? Consider it bearing witness to whatever unfolds. The guests exchanged uneasy glances, feeling the immense pressure, but with the matriarch's order, how could they refuse? Above Emerald Sea, Yi Hong stood on the deck with her clan, her eyes bloodshot and dark bags under them swollen like two dead fish belly up. Her daughter was dead. The daughter she had placed so much hope in, so brilliant, had been killed by Yi Zhixia. Her daughter's body was still warm, and the murderer was hosting a banquet. She would make Yi Zhixiao pay. With a roar, a platinum gold shuttle soared into the sky, the matriarch's personal vessel Chongli. Yi Hong's pupils contracted as she looked back at her clan. She had planned to disrupt the airspace and force Yi Zhixiao to let them in. With so many guests, security would be stretched thin, making it hard to drive them away. But why would Yi Zhixiao deign to come out? What about her plan? Aunt Yi Hong, there's no need to apologize. A cool female voice rang out, amplified across Emerald Sea. Though Yi Tingqiao committed treason, the crime does not extend to her family. Even without my intervention, the Federation wouldn't destroy you all. As the matriarch of the Yi clan, I must avoid suspicion. Please return. Before Yi Hong could speak, all her words were choked back. When had she come to apologize? Yi Zixia's words made it sound as if she was being forced into bending the law. Matriarch, I have matters to discuss behind closed doors. Please grant me an audience. Yi Hong shouted. Her nails dug into the urn's carvings, her gaze locked on Yi Zhixiao. No matter what, she had to enter Yi Manor today. She would drag everyone down to hell. Yi Zhixiao frowned. Why was this woman so insistent on entering? The more she persisted, the less Yi Zhixiao could allow it. Her spiritual tentacles extended silently, penetrating the shuttle's energy barrier, probing Yi Hong and her clan inch by inch from head to toe, even the gaps between their nails. Strange. Aside from the dust on their shoes, there were no hidden weapons or recording devices, spotlessly clean. Wait, dust. Noble souls only tread on carpets, never soil. Where did the dust come from? Her spiritual power locked onto the dust for closer inspection. Yi Zhixiao saw countless minuscule eggs densely packed, appearing as gray-white stains. Some eggs had turned translucent, with larvae writhing inside, ready to hatch. She glanced into the urn and felt her sanity plummet, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Damn, that whole family of Yi Tingkeas was insane. No wonder Yi Hong insisted on entering. She planned to unleash biological weapons. These bugs were of unknown origin, nearly evading her spiritual scan and the security system. If they had gotten in, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Very well, Aunt Yi Hong, please shut down the energy barrier and dock your shuttle in the bay. Don't disrupt traffic. After a long pause, as if weighing the decision, Yi Zixia's eyes flickered, and she finally relented. Yi Hong lowered her head, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips as she ordered her clan to disable the barrier. The two shuttles descended toward Yi Manor in tandem, the shimmering floating island before them. Whoosh! A searing beam of light pierced Yi Hong's forehead. Thud! The urn fell to the ground, scattering gray dust that drifted away on the wind. Yi Zhixiao lowered her pulse pistol and commanded, Guard Squad, seal off Emerald Sea and activate the plasma isolation shield. Matriarch. What's happening? Is Yi Hong dead? The banquet guests were merely merchants. Their matriarch had openly fired and killed a collateral clan leader without reason. It was too horrifying. A clearing instantly formed around Yi Zhixia as guests huddled in corners staring at her in terror as if she were a capricious murderer. That suited her just fine. Yi Zhixia activated her space node, and the colossal steel form of judgment appeared above her, reaching out a hand. Federation Level 1 alert. Unknown species of star beast detected. Insectoids swarming massive numbers, behavior unknown. Requesting biochemical support. The moment Yi Zhixia entered judgment, the ashes on the deck suddenly gained sentience, coalescing into clusters and charging at the nearest clansman. Odd. A piercing scream tore through the night sky. The woman, engulfed by the gray mist, collapsed to the ground, her clothes instantly becoming hollow, her entire form resembling a dehydrated mummy. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest proved she was still alive. The others were not so fortunate. In an instant, wherever the insect mist passed, corpses fell one after another. All males perished, with only a few exceptionally robust women still gasping for breath. The insect mist seemed to have grown larger, spreading out like a colossal net. As if it had discovered new prey, it pressed down upon the Chongli. What is that? Ruan Xian looked up, her pupils reflecting a dense gray fog mass. A sudden piercing headache struck her. She was horrified to find her spiritual energy rapidly draining, as if something was siphoning it away. Mom. She clutched her head, trying to hide behind her mother, only to find her mother also holding her forehead, her face pale. Help. It was terrifying. She was only 19 and hadn't yet married. She didn't want to die as hideously as those others. A blinding white light suddenly blazed, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. The judgment stood before the Chongli, its 12 pairs of light wings unfurling to form an impenetrable barrier. The wings blotted out the sky, formed by high-energy particle pulse jets blooming like a delicate, breathtakingly beautiful, glazed lotus. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. The moment the insect mist collided with the light wings, it turned into layers of ash. The giant net was destroyed by a third, as if by fire, quickly contracting into a ball and hovering in midair. Few saved. Ruan Xian exhaled a breath of foul air, gazing up at the judgment with eyes wide and brilliant. With Lord Yi here, what did she have to fear? Yi Zhixia, however, was not at ease. In her field of vision, after the insect mist was scorched, countless spiritual entities remained in the air, their translucent forms nearly solidified. They looked so familiar. Before Yi Zhixia could grasp the inspiration, those spiritual entities swarmed towards Yi Hong's shuttle, burrowing into the bodies of the few remaining survivors. A hoarse wail began, but was abruptly cut short. Their bellies inflated as if blown up, swelling larger and larger until, bang, their stomachs burst open like scarlet dahlias, black blood splattering. Gray mist continuously flew out from the still warm flesh and blood like spirals of death. Yi Zixia's brow furrowed as she erected a spiritual energy barrier, firmly protecting everyone in the Yi mansion. She remembered now. During the military academy friendship tournament, those emaciated survivors were identical to the mummies on Yi Hong's shuttle. The ability to absorb spiritual energy was strikingly similar to the sandstorms of the Saros star. And the characteristic of parasitic reproduction perfectly matched the investigation results of the Moonlight sector. So it was these insects causing the trouble. Moreover, those spiritual entities emitted a scent Yi Zhixia knew well, the spiritual sense deity. Yi Zixia's eyes were veiled with a silver sheen, the corners of her mouth curling up. I wonder what your followers would think if they knew that the avatar of their esteemed deity was hatched from an insect egg. She must not let another person become infected. The judgment's light wings extended again, nearly filling the entire sky above Emerald Sea. Layers of the insect mist were scorched and vaporized. The few remaining fragments drifted down, accumulating a thick layer of black ash on the Chongli's protective shield. Countless spiritual entities intertwined and merged, gradually becoming one, charging left and right in a desperate search for larger, more powerful vessels. And Yi Zhixia was the most powerful existence of all, like a massive bonfire in the dark night, before which all other lights paled in comparison. The insect mist suddenly solidified, then coalesced into a dense gray mass, charging recklessly towards the judgment. Like a moth to a flame. The silver gleam in Yi Zixia's pupils flared intensely, yet the curve of her lips grew even colder. Seeking death. A blade of light condensed in the judgment's hand. Yi Zhixia twirled it in a flourish, the sword edge tearing through the air, unleashing thousands of silver crescent moons. Suddenly the insect mist dispersed. The slashes fell into the Emerald Sea, the terrifying energy boiling the seawater. Scorching steam rose into the air, and giant waves crashed against the floating island's sea base. Yi Zhixia clicked her tongue in annoyance. These insects were truly troublesome. Their shells perfectly insulated against spiritual energy, so she had to kill them first before absorbing their spiritual entities. To prevent the insects from scattering and flying away, Yi Zhixia had no choice but to release some spiritual tendrils as bait, like an oversized ultraviolet lamp. Damn, good thing I'm strong enough, or this would be absolutely impossible. Yi Jixia killed insects while simultaneously diverting her focus to absorb their spiritual entities. This wasn't even multitasking. A million tasks at once wouldn't be an exaggeration. Because each insect's spiritual entity was a miniature avatar of the spiritual sense deity, flying all over the sky. Even if some coalesced, their sheer number was suffocating. In the entire Federation, only Yi Jixia could break this deadlock. Jixia, I'm here to support you. A long-missed voice echoed in her mind, carrying a hint of decadent charm. Nana. A glint flickered in Yi Jixia's eyes as she looked into the distance. A starship sailed on the horizon, red and white, with a double helix shield emblem. It was the 13th Legion's biochemical warship. When Santa's personal mecha, the spiritual pivot, shot out rapidly, approaching the Emerald Sea region. Open a door in the blockade for me. Holy crap. From a distance, when Santa hadn't fully grasped the situation, the spiritual pivot plunged headfirst into the blockade, directly meeting a mass of insect mist. To the naked eye, it was just a gray fog, seemingly harmless. But when Santa felt a chill down her spine, hastily erecting a spiritual insulation barrier. The life-form activity tracks captured by the motion capture system were all densely packed soul insects. Watching the lively Yi Jixia, when Santa fell silent, she dared to release her spiritual energy. Did she know how dangerous that was? Nana, these bugs are so hard to kill. Do you have any insecticide that can wipe them all out with one spray? Yi Jixia's energetic voice came through. When Santa rolled her eyes. Insecticide indeed. Their lab had spent 2 months just to kill a few dozen. This lady had already annihilated tens of thousands in the time it took to speak. Heh, I realize I came here for nothing. When Santa retrieved a square device from the mecha's back compartment. It was a trap box specially developed for soul insects, attracting them by mimicking their spiritual entity fluctuations. Even at maximum power, only a few stray bugs on the periphery foolishly crawled in. Most of the clustered insect swarms still clung stubbornly to the judgment. Initially, Yi Jixia worried that the insects not drawn to her might hide, and even a single one slipping away would cause immense trouble. With Santa's assistance, she no longer had to expend energy on that, and her insect-killing efficiency skyrocketed. Phew. With the last insect mist swept clean, the judgment retracted its light wings. Yi Jixia leaped out of the cockpit, climbed onto the mecha's shoulder, and waved at the spiritual pivot. Dawn had broken. The horizon was tinged with a fish-belly white. The salty sea breeze tousled the woman's hair, drying the sweat on her forehead. After multiple scans confirming no stray insects remained, when Santa deactivated the trap box, sealed it layer upon layer, and stored it back in the compartment. You're too reckless. Yi Jixia was invited aboard the biochemical warship. When Santa strode over and punched her shoulder not too hard. If I weren't reckless, would I still be me? Yeah. Yi Jixia grinned, her gaze shifting to the fully armed soldiers on the ship. Huh. Does the 13th Legion know something? Those insects. Sigh. When Santa sighed, rubbing her forehead. They're soul insects. Soul insects. That name is quite fitting. Yi Jixia raised an eyebrow, opened a bottle of nutrient solution, and poured it into her mouth. Her features instantly contorted from the sourness, scrunching into a grimace. Glancing down. Oh, concentrated lemon flavor. Hiss. Do you medical folks always have such intense tastes? No choice. Vincent spread her hands, dark circles under her eyes. We rely on this to stay alert during experiments. There are also ghost pepper and bitter gourd flavors. Yi Jixia gave her a thumbs up, her expression one of pure admiration. Do you remember the warship crash in the Moonlight District? Vincent said, her tone turning serious. The first place soul insects were discovered was near that warship. Jixia, your instincts were right. Vincent frowned, her face heavy with gravity. Those 3 survivors back then were actually hosts for the soul insects. Their consciousness had been taken over. If only we had taken measures then. It's useless to dwell on it now. Yi Jixia cut her off. Back then she was just a military cadet, lacking seniority, experience, and solid evidence, completely powerless to intervene in the warship's command. Still, with the captain and all crew members dead and the entire Moonlight District infected, the price was far too tragic. She wondered if the captain at the end of his life felt any regret. Just last week, the entire Moonlight District was quarantined, Vincent said. Luckily, the district has a containment shield preventing the infection from spreading to the lower city. You've been researching soul insects for a while now. Why did it take so long to lock down the district? Yi Jixia scratched her head. Vincent stared at her, eyes full of helplessness. You can thank yourself for the lockdown order. If it weren't for your unknown fight with Colonel Shun in the Moonlight District causing such chaos, the Senate wouldn't have approved it. What about the civilians in the Moonlight District? Yi Jixia recalled her days in the Moonlight District. Back then, just the spaceport lockdown had made life unbearable for the residents. Now, with a full quarantine, weren't they left to die? What else can be done? Those people are all skin and bones. Impossible to tell who's infected, Vincent said, her voice turning cold. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Yi Zhixia sighed. The logic was sound. She was certain that once the Federation developed a method to eradicate the soul insects on a large scale, every life in the Moonlight District would be wiped out. But Nana, at this point, how can we be sure there are no infected outside the Moonlight District? Yi Zhixia looked down. Yi Hong's hovercraft was sealed inside a plasma isolation chamber with fully armed researchers conducting decontamination work. Soul insects had already appeared in the core aristocratic district. Chief, you need to see this. Vincent's neural interface, connected to a communication and a holographic screen, displayed the inside of the hovercraft. In the storage compartment stood dozens of transparent cabinets over 2 meters high, packed densely with square boxes. Every one of these climate-controlled cabinets is filled with soul insect eggs. The camera zoomed in, switching to a microscopic view. Countless eggs pulsed rhythmically, the insects inside nearly mature. Only now did Yi Zhixia get a proper look at the soul insects. They resembled a cross between mosquitoes and hornets, gray all over with long mouthparts and a stinger. They were breeding soul insects. Vincent clenched her fists, a sharp pain throbbing at her temples, a terrible premonition washing over her. Madness. Soul insects are hard to detect before hatching, aren't they? Yi Zixia's tone was certain. Vincent nodded. Indeed. Suddenly her expression stiffened, a hint of reproach in her voice. Zhixia, you shouldn't have killed Yi Hong. What if they've hidden eggs elsewhere? How will we find them? That's exactly why I killed her immediately. Yi Zixia's gaze turned cold and sharp. A madwoman who just lost her daughter, wanting to drag the entire Federation into hell. What would she do, eh? First she'd come to the home of the one she blames, release the demons, then spread the shadow of death across every planet, making everyone pay for her daughter's life, all while fulfilling her daughter's unfinished great cause. Vincent listened, a chill creeping from her feet to the crown of her head, her skin crawling. She murmured, what good does that do her? Aren't they afraid of death? Don't try to understand a madman's world. Yi Zhixia patted her shoulder. Perhaps this grand slaughter is their ultimate pursuit in life. If I hadn't killed her, I can't guarantee what she would have done next. Yi Zhixia had considered possession, memory extraction, and a dozen other plans, but none were safe enough. Fortunately, her spiritual power could locate the soul insect eggs. It would just mean a little extra effort. Plus, after killing Yi Hong, Yi Zhixia managed to read her residual thoughts. Nana, there's a control program in Yi Hong's neural interface. Following the coordinates will lead us to the hiding spots. Even now, thinking about it sent a chill down Yi Zixia's spine. Thank goodness she had the foresight to use her spiritual power to take over Yi Hong's neural interface before pulling the trigger. Otherwise, the moment Yi Hong's brainwaves dispersed, all the hidden soul insects would have been awakened. Damn it. Yi Zhixia couldn't help but curse. That whole Yi Tingxiao family was treacherously cunning. How could such genes come from the Yi clan? Upon hearing this, Vincent immediately went to arrange the retrieval of Yi Hong's neural interface, her entire body taut like a toy soldier wound up to the limit. Given the situation, Yi Zixia's vacation was clearly over. Before the military summoned her, she seized the moment to return to the Yi mansion. The guests had been properly settled in the lounge and guest rooms. When she was directing the butlers to serve calming desserts and hot soup. Though the estate was busy, everything was orderly without a hint of chaos. Yi Zhixia stopped a butler who was about to bow and stood hidden in the shadows by the door, quietly gazing at her long gentleman. There's truth to the saying that a man looks most charming when he's hard at work. When she arranged every task with clear logic, his considerations so thorough that he even covered details she hadn't thought of. His deep blue eyes were steady and composed. Having stayed up all night, he showed no signs of fatigue, his back straight as a rod, the whole of him radiant. Yi Zixia's heart pounded uncontrollably faster. Her body moved before her mind could catch up, striding straight toward her man, her steps swift and purposeful. My wife. When she was embraced from behind, the unique scent of his wife filled him with joy, his eyes curving into crescents. The decisive and ruthless long gentleman instantly transformed into a pampered little husband. Were you scared? Yi Zhixia kissed his temple, her voice low. To protect him, she had to fight. She couldn't stay by his side. A regret she could never reconcile. I knew my wife would be victorious. When she wrapped his arms around her waist, his body warmth gradually melting the sea breezes chill from hers. So I wasn't afraid. He said it so casually, as if it were a matter of course. Yi Zixia's lips curled slightly. This trust was both heavy and precious. She couldn't afford to let it down. Right when your wife goes to battle, she always returns in triumph. Yi Zixia's neural interface buzzed insistently. She sighed. Time to get to work. She hadn't even had a chance to see Moo yet. Cece, take care of yourself when your wife is away. Yi Zhixia handed the family crest to Wen Shi. Seeing the crest was akin to seeing the head of the family. This was the greatest assurance she could offer him. I grant Lord Chang the authority to act as the head of the family, effective indefinitely regardless of circumstances. When she looked at the key imprinted with the Yi family emblem in his palm, feeling its weight as heavy as 1,000 June, he slowly closed his fingers, pressing the crest against his heart, and whispered, "Rest assured, my wife. Cece will guard the Yi clan. Silly, you must protect yourself first, understand?" Yi Zhixia smiled helplessly and kissed the man's lips. The AI terminal continued to ring relentlessly like a death knell. Suppressing her deep reluctance, she released him and turned to leave, fearing that another second would make her never want to go. She had a premonition that this parting would be long. In the military headquarters conference hall, high-ranking officers from all legions were present, including the recently reinstated 14th Legion, also known as the Wanderer Guild. Yi Zhixia followed. Hela glanced around and spotted a few detestable figures on the second floor of the hall. They wore special military dress uniforms, their chests adorned with medals, their expressions uniformly cold and arrogant. The Council of Elders. At a meeting of this scale, the Council of Elders always comes to observe. Sensing Yi Zixia's gaze, Hela explained with a curved smile. So-called observation was actually surveillance. They could even halt the meeting at any time and had the right to question any proposal. This so-called questioning was merely a pleasant term. Anything they interfered with would only have one outcome: being done according to their will. Huh. Yi Zhixia curled her lips in mockery. A bunch of power-hungry old relics. After the chime sounded 14 times, all officers took their seats, and the meeting commenced. Presiding was the 1st Legion Commander Li Yuan. "You have all received the news about what happened last night in the Emerald Sea." Li Yuan projected the relevant footage onto the light screen and continued. After investigation, a large number of frozen insect eggs were found in Yi Tinkea's home. The 13th Legion is conducting a full-star sector search. Also found alongside them were these. Li Yuan directed her gaze to the newly established seat at the round table, the 14th Legion. "General Chun, if I am not mistaken, these are your..." Li Yuan frowned, correcting herself. "The 14th Legion's insignia, are they not?" On the light screen, in what appeared to be a warehouse, the massive emblem of a skull spider was conspicuously painted on the wall. Furthermore, there were countless weapons, mechs, rare crystals, enhancement serums, each bearing traces of the Wanderer Guild. These things. I wasn't aware of this. Chun raised an eyebrow, spreading her hands nonchalantly. "General Li Yuan, if you have something to say, speak plainly." Her left bionic eye flickered with a red light, occasionally darting around, as if constantly analyzing and scanning, causing great discomfort. Li Yuan took a deep breath and stated bluntly, "Yi Tingqiao had ties with the 14th Legion. Is the origin of the soul insects related to your legion?" "Huh." Chun let out a laugh as if she had heard a joke, grinning exaggeratedly. "If you put it that way, Yi Tingqiao was also the heir of the 3rd Legion. Why don't you ask them?" The 3rd Legion commander's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, bloodshot, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Chun turned a blind eye to this, shifting her gaze to the 7th Legion's seat, locking eyes with Yi Zhixia. Speaking of which, Yi Tingqiao was Colonel Yes' cousin. So, shouldn't the 7th Legion also bear some responsibility? "Chun, you are being unreasonable." Even the composed Li Yuan couldn't help but rage. She had never seen such a shameless person. If things truly implicated Colonel Yi, why would she personally kill her cousin and aunt? What benefit would the exposure bring her? Chun shrugged, utterly indifferent. "How should I know? Maybe they had a falling out, and someone struck first. As for these things..." She extended a finger, tapping the image on the light screen, and said meaningfully, "Our Legion knows nothing about this. I'm even wondering, is someone unhappy with our successful reinstatement and fabricating evidence to frame us?" The atmosphere in the hall solidified. All eyes turned to Yi Zhixia. "Colonel Yi, have you nothing to say?" Seeing Yi Zhixia remain composed, not even furrowing a brow, Chun was somewhat surprised. So young yet so steady. "Me." Called by name, Yi Zhixia pointed at herself with an innocent look. "Every move I make is under the absolute surveillance of the esteemed Council of Elders. Completely transparent." She loosened her collar, revealing the collar around her neck, and said nonchalantly, "See this dog chain. A no collar is a gift from the Council of Elders to prevent any misunderstandings in situations like this. Isn't that right, Elders?" Yi Zhixia looked up, waving at the 2nd floor, displaying a harmless smile. The Elders' arrogant expressions began to crack. What was wrong with this Yi Zhixia? Was she insane? How could such matters be brought up in public? The officers looked at the collar. The blue crystal on it was unmistakable to everyone. Their Federation's precious divine-level powerhouse had been. Although they didn't particularly like Yi Zhixia, seeing her treated this way stirred a sense of sympathy for their own kind. Yi Zhixia is not a suspect. The Elders ground their molars, barely restraining the urge to administer an electric shock, and said, "Continue the meeting. Chun, do not make baseless speculations without evidence." Chun was taken aback, glancing at Yi Zhixia, then at the Council of Elders, and finally couldn't hold back. Ha ha, cough. The laughter, mixed with mechanical sense, sounded extremely jarring. Chun pounded the conference table. "Sorry, it's just too funny, I couldn't help it." Order. Li Yuan had reached her limit. Chun refused to cooperate. and this agenda item could no longer proceed. She hadn't held much hope anyway. It seemed the Council of Elders knew some inside information, yet still shielded the Wanderer Guild while being so wary and humiliating towards a newly grown child. Was this Federation still worthy of her loyalty? The mission to exterminate the soul insects will be taken over by the Inspectorate and the 13th Legion, with Colonel Yi Jixia providing support. There is another matter. Li Yuan's expression turned severe as the image on the light screen shifted to a holographic strategic map of the border star sector. Scout probes have reported 3 epic-level star beasts approaching the Federation's frontier. On the star chart, 3 massive red dots were surrounded by countless smaller ones already very close to the border defense line. At this rate, it will inevitably lead to the largest star beast tide in history. To date, only 1 epic-level star beast had ever appeared. In that battle, the Federation's strongest Hela suffered severe mental damage, and 3 million soldiers perished, securing a bitter victory. The front lines need reinforcements. Li Yuan looked at the Legion commanders. According to the wartime emergency plan, we should dispatch nearby troops to reinforce the front lines. Currently, the legions stationed near the border are the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th. The 7th Legion is duty-bound. Hyla spoke first. Their 7th Legion fought not for the Federation, but to protect their own homes and loved ones. The 2nd and 3rd Legions subsequently voiced their assent, though reluctance was evident on their faces. Reinforcements from only 3 legions are insufficient. We need to pull at least 2 more. Li Yuan stated. This was the calculation provided by the Book of Order. Under the condition of preserving a certain number of troops to consolidate the rear, at least 6 legions were needed to stabilize the battle line. The conference hall fell into a dead silence. Such a situation was not unprecedented in Federation history. If no one volunteered, the matter would be handed over to the Book of Order for analysis, and its proposed solution would be adopted. Seeing this, Li Yuan was about to contact the Order Sanctuary when a voice suddenly rang out from the 2nd level. The Senate has decided that the main forces of the 1st Legion and the 14th Legion will fill the troop deficit. Li Yuan's fingers halted in midair, her brows tightly knit. The planet where her 1st Legion was stationed was diametrically opposite to the location of the Star Beast invasion. The cost of deploying troops would be far greater than for any other legion. What were the Senate's intentions? Ever since the 1st Legion together with the 7th and 13th Legions had resisted the Psi Blood Elixir, they had been receiving constant scrutiny from the Inspectorate. Even at this critical moment of survival, they were still purging dissidents. Li Yuan curled her lips in self-mockery. She couldn't even be bothered to argue. In the end, the outcome wouldn't change, and it would only waste more breath. Oh, esteemed members of the Senate, you trust the 14th Legion that much. Aren't you afraid? Well, desert in the face of battle. Chun leaned back in her chair, exuding the air of a bandit chieftain. The Senate thought they had it all figured out, believing that after exploiting the value of the Wanderers Guild, they could easily manipulate them. The 14th Legion has only just returned with no contributions to the Federation, so it's inevitable that they will face scrutiny. This mission is an opportunity to prove your loyalty and strength. We trust that General Chun will not disappoint the Federation. The voice of the Senate was arrogant, laced with a hint of threat, but compared to the hardline stance of the other legions, it was still relatively polite. Chun, however, was unappreciative and sneered. You make it sound so noble, but you just want to get rid of the donkey after it's done its work. I didn't come back to be cannon fodder. How dare you? The Senate struck a nerve, barked sternly. As a Federation Legion, you must abide by Federation military discipline. Chun, do you want to rebel again? Cough, cough, cough. The coughing was jarringly loud in the silent hall. The assembled leaders, none with mental strength below a rank high level, easily locked onto the source of the sound. Yi Jixia cleared her throat, meeting everyone's gaze without a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, something went down the wrong pipe. She raised her hand towards the 2nd level. Honorable members of the Senate, I have a proposal, if I may. Without waiting for the Senate's permission, she continued, since General Chun has concerns, perhaps we could follow the example of the 10th Legion, provide equipment, but not personnel. As everyone knew, the 10th Legion was a mechanized combat legion specializing in the manufacturing of mechs and unmanned equipment. They were a logistics unit and rarely participated in frontline battles. Colonel Yi, elaborate. The Senate was initially displeased by the interruption, but became intrigued by the proposal. The 14th Legion will open its weapon depots and pharmaceutical research institutes to the participating legions, sharing resources. This way, the 14th Legion won't lose any soldiers, and the participating legions can enhance their combat strength. Isn't that a win-win? Yi Jixia curled her lips, her gaze towards the 2nd level laden with meaning. As far as she knew, these 2 core areas of the Wanderers Guild were housed inside their base ship, heavily guarded, and even the Senate hadn't managed to get a look inside. She didn't believe for a second that the Wanderers Guild had offered everything they had, leaving themselves no fallback. You're dreaming. Chun's mechanical arm slammed onto the table, the specially made conference table ringing out like a bell. Yi Zhixia, I thought you were one of the few tough bones in the Federation, but it seems you're just a watchdog. Chun's gaze fixed on Yi Zixia's face as if trying to gouge out a piece of flesh. Enough. Chun, that's enough, the lead senator barked. This is a full military assembly. Military orders are absolute. This isn't a place for your whims. Colonel Yi has a point. If the 14th Legion doesn't want to fight, they should show some sincerity. Have fine. We'll fight if we have to. Chun's anger flared and subsided quickly, her smiling demeanor a stark contrast to the woman who had just slammed the table. The senator's expressions stiffened, showing clear disappointment. Yi Zixia's eyes flickered. That old fox Chun had indeed kept an ace up her sleeve. The 14th Legion probably wouldn't fight very hard on the battlefield, but at least their base ship would be moved over. It's settled. 1st Legion Commander Li Yuan is the overall commander. All legions are to immediately dispatch troops to reinforce the front lines. There can be no mistakes. The Senate had the final say. As autumn deepened the residents of the Central Star, both nobles and commoners were busy celebrating the Harvest Festival. Apart from New Year, the Harvest Festival was what children looked forward to most. At this time, men would stock up on a rich variety of ingredients early on, making all sorts of pastries, at least 5 colors, to share with friends, family, and neighbors. The more varied and colorful the pastries, the more prosperous the family was considered. On the day of the Harvest Festival, families would gather around the table savoring delicacies while watching exciting programs on the StarNet and enjoying a 7-day holiday. In the palm of Yi Zixia's hand lay a white chocolate rabbit, its fur texture meticulously sculpted, exquisitely cute. She couldn't bear to eat it. Zhixia, you've worked hard these days. Vincenta massaged her temples as she approached. The extermination mission for the soul worms was progressing smoothly, with only one last and largest location remaining, Shero Star. Oh, is that a Harvest Festival pastry? Seeing the fresh-keeping box in front of Yi Zhixia, Vincenta's eyes lit up, and she leaned in. Yi Zhixia quickly closed her fingers, her protective gesture making Vincenta click her tongue. Back in the military academy, they had even tasted her husband's cooking, and she had never been this stingy. Ahem, I just want to look, I won't eat any. Vincenta touched the tip of her nose. Speaking of which, those pastries were really beautiful. At a glance, there had to be dozens each with a different design, and the sweet fragrance could be smelled from afar. Yi Zhixia loosened her hand. The little rabbit had melted a bit from her body heat, making her palm sticky. She took a very precious bite. It was crisp without being hard, melting instantly on the tongue. The filling oozed out, a red strawberry jam, its perfectly balanced tartness dancing on her taste buds. Yi Zhixia closed her eyes. So delicious, this was the taste of love. Hey, Vincenta couldn't take it anymore. Can you not make such an ecstatic face in front of me? Not only would she not share, but she was also savoring it. Yi Zixia's face was as thick as a city wall by now, as she even sucked on her fingers. Hey, how are things going with you and Bai Shui? After the 4 of them had entered their legions, they rarely had time for gatherings. Li Shueli, as the heir of the 1st Legion, was swamped with military affairs and naturally had no time. Vincenta had taken over the research on the soul worms, busy with experiments and unable to get away. Yi Zhixia, of course, had more than enough on her plate. The fact that the Legion had approved such a long marriage leave for her was only thanks to her good senior Xinping. Bai Shui had gone to the 10th Legion, a perfect fit for her specialty, responsible for mecha research and maintenance. Logically, she should have been the freest of the group, yet she had never spoken in their small group chat. Vincenta lowered her head, clenching her hands. After a long while, she said, "We broke up. I ended it." What? Yi Zhixia wondered if she had misheard. The Bai family is going to send her to the Research Institute of the 14th Legion. When Sina closed her eyes, her face pale. I can't just watch her be brainwashed into a soulless machine. That day, Bai Shui's voice was hoarse and anguished as she wept and begged her not to give up. When Sina dared not open the video, she feared Bai Shui would see her own face streaked with tears. You haven't contacted each other since. Yi Zhixia frowned. The Bai family had been in politics for generations and guarded their reputation fiercely. Bai Shui was the first of the younger generation to step into the military, a clear sign of the family's high regard for her. Yi Zhixia had long sensed that their romantic path would be fraught with hardship, but she never imagined it would end so soon. I have to break her hopes. A short pain is better than a long one. When Sina's lips trembled, the rims of her eyes reddening, her calm composure crumbling. Though she was the eldest daughter, she had a younger sister with superior genes. Now her mother was utterly disappointed and had given up on her entirely. But Bai Shui was the sole direct descendant of the Bai family. Was enduring such cruel torment for the sake of being with her truly worth it? Even if Bai Shui insisted on persisting, she could no longer bear it. She only wished for that person's well-being. Hello, Annie Bai. It's me, Yi Zhixia. When Sina jerked her head up, her eyes wide and bloodshot. You? She opened her mouth, but immediately fell silent, terrified of letting even a whisper slip through to the other end. Yi Zhixia had only initiated a voice call. She fixed her gaze on Wen Sina's eyes, her expression stern, yet her tone light, and casual. Wishing you a joyful harvest festival, Andy. Haha, nothing else. It's just that I'm on a mission and will be resupplying at White Sandstar tomorrow. I thought I hadn't seen Bai Shui in a while and wanted to invite her out for a gathering. Yes. I couldn't get through to her. I don't know what she's busy with. I see. I'm usually so busy and this opportunity is rare. I had no choice but to trouble you, Auntie. It's truly rude of me. Could you please pass a message to Bai Shui for me? Tomorrow evening, I've booked a private room at the Worry-Free Pavilion. All right, thank you so much, Annie. Don't worry, you'll keep an eye on her. When Sina stared blankly as Izixia's lips moved, settling the matter with ease, her heart pounding painfully in her chest. Could Shueshua actually come out? The sweetness of anticipation mingled with the bitterness of longing, but before she could savor it, a wave of immense panic engulfed her. Bridge, I've detected another suspicious location that needs checking. Change the resupply point to White Sandstar. When Sina watched helplessly as Yi Jixia contacted the command center and altered their course with such effortless ease. Wait, Jixiayu. Yi Jixia picked up a pastry and stuffed it into her mouth to silence her. You know Bai Shui's temperament better than I do. Do you think she would give up so easily? Even if you broke up, even if you died, she would follow you to the grave. Don't you believe it? When Sina lowered her head and wolfed down the food, tears falling one by one onto the floor between her feet, forming a small puddle. Yi Jixia let out a sigh. Though Bai Shui was being tormented terribly by her family in this relationship, when Sina, as the guide, bore a heavier mental burden than Bai Shui, it was hard to say who suffered more. The Worry-Free Pavilion was the most upscale club in the capital of White Sandstar, which had once produced a Federation Mr. Champion. The hosts here were eloquent and gentle, offering a great pleasure just in conversation, even without deep interaction. Bai Shui's gown was stained with dust, her quicksilver-like long hair disheveled behind her. Miss, please behave yourself. The bodyguard rubbed her stomach. The little lattice kick had been delivered with full force, and even with her armor on, she was almost bruised internally. For an entire month, they had to sleep with one eye open, terrified that this one might escape. A gentle and soft little man, wouldn't that be a more pleasant embrace? Why must she be tangled up with a woman? Honored guest, we have arrived at the moonlit pavilion. The attendant who led the way bowed deeply and knelt to slide open the lattice door. Inside the private room, sheer curtains hung, the candlelight of a 9-branched lamp flickered softly, zither music hummed a low melody, and the aroma of tea brewed over a red clay stove was rich in the air. Yi Jixia leaned back against a soft cushion, flanked by two beautiful hosts kneeling beside her, one feeding her tea, the other massaging her shoulders. Before the low table, several hosts with exquisite figures swayed their hips in a dance, their long hair adorned with jingling bells that tugged at the heartstrings. Shueshua, come here. Yi Jixia rose and firmly grasped Bai Shui's wrist, tightening her hold. Bai Shui lifted her eyes to meet hers, a glimmer of light flashing in her lifeless red irises. Miss, aren't you happy to see your classmate? Seeing Bai Shui still with her head down, not moving a step, the bodyguard gave her a little push forward. Such reactions were all too common. They had long grown accustomed to them. Just earlier, when she heard they were coming to the club, the little lady had struggled like a mad thing, nearly escaping their grasp. No wonder she hadn't even had time to change clothes. The bodyguard mused that even the matriarch had relented, saying that as long as Bai Shui left an heir for the Bai family, her romantic affairs could be left to her discretion. Wasn't it just sleeping with a man? She wouldn't be at a loss. What was there to resist? It must be that the presence of these ladies is making Shueshua feel shy. Yi Jixia said with a laugh, then snapped her fingers. A few of the top-tier hosts fluttered over like colorful butterflies, draping themselves over the bodyguards. The little man in her arms had a slender, soft waist and smelled of lily of the valley with a well-behaved demeanor. Such top-tier companions were usually beyond their budget. The head bodyguard felt a stir of temptation, but bound by duty had to decline. I know you all are following orders, Yi Jixia said, pointing to a corner of the room where a screen partitioned off a space. Since you're here to have fun, what's the point of being so stiff? There's no need for you to leave. The screen is semi-transparent, so it won't interfere with your duties. Sister. The host in her arms spoke in a soft, delicate voice, her large eyes glistening with tears. Is Xiaoli not cute enough? Does sister not like me? Like her? She liked her far too much. Her initial strong interest swelled into an irresistible urge. The head bodyguard exchanged a few polite refusals before, with a show of reluctance, she and the others retreated to the partitioned area. Soon sounds of merry revelry filled the space. Yi Jixia pulled Bai Shui onto the soft seat and poured her a glass of wine. Her gaze darkened as she caught sight of the metal band around Bai Shui's wrist. She recognized that device. It was used to control violent psychiatric patients, equipped with tracking and positioning functions, as well as anesthetic needles and electric shockers. Bai Shui glanced at the partitioned area and let out a long breath. She threw back the wine, downing it in one gulp, then looked at Yi Jixia, her ruby-like eyes blazing with light. Yezi, why did you take so long to come rescue me? Inexplicably, Yijixia understood her gaze and couldn't help but smile. This silly girl, after all that suffering, still bouncing around. So resilient. Shui, what have you been up to lately? You haven't contacted us at all. Yijixia poured another glass of wine, thrust it into Bai Shui's hands, and winked at her. Bai Shui clenched her palm, feeling the sharp edges and the texture distinctly different from a wine glass. It reminded her of the jeweled hairpin Nana used to braid her hair. Green Fox, go attend to Miss Bai. If you don't make her laugh, just wait and see how I punish you. Yijixia pushed the masseur beside Bai Shui, her tone frivolous, the air of a spoiled young miss, a complete veteran of the pleasure quarters. Choosing a club as the gathering place was out of necessity for Yijixia. Firstly, it was easier to get the Bai family to agree, as they were eager for Bai Shui to interact with men, hoping to turn her back. Secondly, Bai Shui was under surveillance, and a club with many people and prying eyes would make many things easier to handle. The Bai family's monitoring was even tighter than Yijixia had imagined. Though the personal bodyguards in sight had been dismissed, their mental surveillance remained unrelenting, a testament to their professional caliber. Guards were also stationed outside the door and around the club, and even the spaceport of the entire capital prefecture was fortified. Seeing the host approaching her, Bai Shui seemed terrified. She hugged her knees, buried her head curled into a ball, and trembled slightly. Poor child, what had she been through? Green Fox was the top host of Jiao Lodge, with a beauty that was alluring yet refined. Ladies often described him as a red camellia covered in snow, an unforgettable sight. He touched his face. Was he allergic today? Had a rash broken out? How could his usually irresistible charm be so repulsive now? Miss Bai. Ugh, cough, cough. As soon as Green Fox began to speak, Bai Shui started dry heaving as if trying to vomit her very organs. Yijixia quickly stood up to pat her back, her brows knit tightly. This reaction was definitely triggered by trauma, a conditioned reflex. If the Bai family truly cared for their daughter, how could they bear to treat her like this? Ultimately, family interests came first in their minds. Miss Yimai, really that disgusting? Green Fox's tears fell silently. It was the greatest humiliation of his career. A client was nauseated by his voice. Woo. He didn't want to live anymore. Yijixia looked up, her expression complex. Bai Shui's reaction was indeed quite damaging to one's self-esteem. Should just give him a bigger tip later. I have an upset stomach. It's not related to you. This was the first time Bai Shui had spoken since they met. Her voice was as hoarse as if she had swallowed blades, her chest heaving like a bellows, each cough echoing hollowly. Damn, Yijixia couldn't help but curse. Would they only be satisfied when the child was dead? The Bai family didn't cherish their child, but her sisters cherished her. Yi, Bai Shui's red-rimmed eyes glistened with tears, but Yijixia silenced her with a cup of tea. Shui, do you want to elope with Wansina? Yijixia directly connected to Bai Shui's mind and dropped a bombshell. Bai Shui's mind buzzed. She had been obedient since childhood, doing whatever her mother told her, just drifting through life. Until she met Nana at Blackthorn. Having seen the sunlight, she could no longer endure the darkness. Her first taste of junk food, her first StarNet game, her first live concert. Nana was her first for so many things, her first love. Miss, are you feeling unwell? The head bodyguard emerged from the booth. Bai Shui's silence had aroused her suspicion. She carefully studied Yi Zixia's expression. Seeing no sign of suspicion, she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Bai Shui shook her head but clenched her fists tighter, the jeweled hairpin digging deep into her palm. Yi, I want to be with Nana. If you leave with us this time, you'll be severing ties with the family completely. You might not even be able to return to the 10th Legion. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. I want to go. Bai Shui slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with nothing but resolve. Good. Yijixia smiled at her. Her mental tendrils surged forth, sweeping like a tidal wave across the entire block where Jiao Lodge was located. Thud. The burly head bodyguard collapsed to the ground, the dull sound making one's bones ache. Similar noises came from the booth. Caught off guard, the host's faces paled, but under Yi Zixia's gaze they swallowed the screams that had risen to their lips. Oh, I forgot about you. Yijixia snapped her fingers. The host's eyes instantly glazed over like marionettes, some singing, some dancing. Soon the private room was bustling again. Yi. Bai Shui watched dumbfounded. Holy crap, this level of mental control. She could barely manage one person, and only a female. A man's mind was more fragile than an eggshell. She wouldn't even dare to enter. Give me your hand. Startled, Bai Shui looked over blankly, and before she could react, her wrist was in Yi Zixia's grasp. She fumbled on the electric shock bracelet, found the clasp. Don't. Click. Staring at the bracelet on the floor, Bai Shui's eyes widened again. Was she dreaming? Yijixia raised an eyebrow. This was nothing. She could even unlock the chains of the Council of Elders. This was a piece of cake. Help me out. Yijixia put the bracelet on the head bodyguard, flipped her over, and started unbuttoning her clothes. Bai Shui felt thunderstruck. Wasn't Yi Zi straight? She said so herself. Hey, what are you thinking? Yijixia turned around and saw Bai Shui's stunned expression. She slapped her forehead. You two swap clothes, hurry up. Oh, okay. Bai Shui nodded frantically, put on the bodyguard's clothes, and was about to dress the woman in her own, when Yi Zhixia pulled her up. No need to dress her. The moment the bracelet came off, the heart rate monitor was triggered. Though Yi Zhixia caused a minor malfunction, given the Bai family's caution, they would definitely inquire. Yi Zhixia took off her jacket, pulled Bai Shui through the garbage chute in the restroom, slipped out, opened the door of a hovering car, and they both got in. Nana. Bai Shui was pushed into the car and immediately crushed by a pair of arms, almost unable to breathe. She looked up greedily, taking in her lover's face. Nana had lost so much weight. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was dry and brittle. She always took such good care of her hair. Shui, I didn't really want to break up. I know. Bai Shui hugged Vincenta back, her ruby pupils sparkling with joy. Nana was worried about me, afraid I'd suffer. Vincenta closed her eyes, her chest heaving as she tried to suppress the pains surging from her heart. She was such a terrible lover. Nana, don't worry, I'm fine, MMPH. Vincenta silenced Bai Shui with a kiss fierce as a python devouring its prey. Yi Zhixia watched the two entangled in a passionate kiss in the back seat, sighing bitterly as she steered the hovercar onto the air route. Bringing a living person onto a warship was no easy feat, but for Yi Zhixia, it wasn't particularly difficult either. Bai Shui was placed into a constant temperature cabinet for sample preservation and wheeled into Vincenta's private laboratory. 2 hours later, the warship smoothly lifted off, heading toward Shaluo Star. Meanwhile, at Jiao residence, under the White family head's raging fury, the lattice doors of the private room collapsed with a crash, sending wood splinters flying. Directly before her was the chief bodyguard's bare backside. Wake them up for me. Useless lot. With so many people, you still managed to lose, Bai Shui. Did I spend my hard-earned star coins just to hire a bunch of gluttons? Family head, this matter. After all, it involves Yi Zhixia. The White family steward discreetly wiped away sweat. She had never seen the family head so unhinged. Yi Zhixia. The White family head ground her molars, letting out a thunderous roar. Achoo. Yi Zhixia sneezed loudly and rubbed her nose. How strange. This body had always been robust, never catching a cold or fever. Who's cursing me now? She rolled her shoulders and swiped her card to enter Vincenta's lab. To deal with the soul insects on Shaluo Star, she had spent the past few days in the training room, honing her physical fitness and mental energy to peak condition. Well, mainly she had no interest in being a third wheel. Vincenta was drawing blood from Bai Shui. The White family had fed Bai Shui some dubious drugs, leaving her in terrible health. Don't move. Vincenta tapped Bai Shui's head, but the gesture was as gentle as a caress. Bai Shui buried her face in Vincenta's arms, traumatized by needles. Ahem. Yi Zhixia cleared her throat. She was standing right there, yet her girlfriend couldn't even see her. Yezi, save. Bai Shui looked up, reaching out a hand to her friend. She didn't want any more tests, boo-hoo. Unfortunately, she was firmly subdued by Nana. Zhixia, the 10th Legion, has sent another communication inquiring about Shui. Bai Shui's whereabouts. Vincenta's face showed concern. Bai Shui was, after all, an active soldier of the 10th Legion. If they demanded a thorough investigation, their suspicion would be high, and then the inspectorate would search the warship. Bai Shui. Wasn't she on Baisha Star? Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow, speaking without a flicker of guilt. Time was tight that day. I settled the bill and left. Bai Shui said she wanted to hang around longer. How could I bother with that? Bai Shui sitting right across from her. Vincenta fell silent for a long moment, then sighed. As expected of you. You can act even in front of us. Relax, warships on missions can't be searched. Yi Zixia's eyes flickered. By the time the mission ends, who knows what the situation will be. For some reason, Vincenta, gazing at her friend's profile, felt there was hidden meaning in her words. Colonel Yi, leader when Weave entered the atmospheric range of Shaluo Star. Before Vincenta could press further, the ship's broadcast rang out. Both of them walked to the porthole, looking down through the energy shield at the gray planet below. Shaluo Star was already very close to the frontier. After the Friendship League incident years ago, where a cadet died abnormally, Shaluo Star was completely sealed off, and the station troops were replaced by the 10th Legion's machine guards. Back then, it was the soul insects that absorbed our mental energy. Recalling that scene, Vincenta still felt a chill run down her spine. The overwhelming gray sandstorm might not just be sand. More likely it was insects. Nana, stay on the warship. Yi Zhixia frowned. Shaluo Star gave her an ominous feeling. The deep gray celestial body hung silently like a necrotic eyeball, exuding a putrid aura. Boarding the Judgment, Yi Zhixia fully unleashed her mental energy. In her field of vision, soul insects blanketed the entire planet. The previous elimination methods were no longer applicable here. Initiate Project Pure Land directly. Yi Zhixia commanded. Every officer on the bridge jolted, staring in astonishment at the golden mecha outside the starship. Project Pure Land involved using infrasonic weapons to instantly annihilate all life on the planet. No matter how resilient the soul insect shells were, they couldn't withstand a single infrasonic wave. But the question was, could Yi Zixia's mental energy cover the entire Shaluo star? If any spiritual entity escaped their fleet, would be the first to suffer. Given the sheer volume of soul insects on Shaluo star, the consequences would be catastrophic. Colonel Yi, we need to request permission from the Legion commander. Yi Zhixiao paused. In the 7th Legion her word was law, but she had just realized this was the 13th Legion. I'll explain it to the Legion commander myself. Yi Zhixiao used the judgment's encrypted communication. As the line connected, the image of Yu Jijun, commander of the 13th Legion, materialized on the light screen. Colonel Yi, contacting me this way must mean you have something urgent. Yu Jijun didn't look like a researcher or soldier. With her striking beauty and charismatic demeanor, she seemed more like a fashion star. General Yu Im on Shaluo star. Yi Zhixiao got straight to the point. Yu Jijun nodded. She was aware of that. Moreover, she was fully aware of the little maneuvers Yi Zhixiao and the one girl had pulled. You want to initiate Project Pure Land? Yu Jijun curled her lips, her tone certain. Given the unique situation of Shaluo star, she had run thousands of model simulations, even using the authority of the Book of Order, and had arrived at 2 plans. One was Project Dilution, a regional extermination of soul insects that would take about 5 years to fully purify Shaluo star. The other was Project Pure Land, instantly killing all soul insects, with Yi Zhixiao absorbing the entire planet's spiritual entities. But that was only the best-case scenario. Yi Zixia's abilities were the biggest variable. That's just like you. Yu Jijun looked at the young woman on the screen, unsurprised. Being trapped on this dead star for 5 years. Who would accept that willingly? Still, Yi Zixia's tone was too arrogant. General Yu, it's not that I can't wait 5 years, but the Federation can't afford to. Yi Zhixiao gazed down at Shaluo star beneath her feet, her voice solemn. This place is only 2 days' voyage from the front lines. Once these soul insects actively shed their shells, who would be their nearest host? Aren't you curious how 3 epic-level star beasts managed to coexist peacefully and even gather into a beast tide? Yu Jijun's smile faded, her eyes turning deep. You mean, there's a common force behind the soul insects and the star beast tide? Yi Zixia's eyes glinted. As expected of an intellectual. Catch on quickly. Soul Sense God. Yu Jijun soon thought of a name. When the 3 legions formed an alliance over the god blood elixir, Hela had mentioned this entity. At the time, she had found it absurd. For a 4th-level civilization to descend upon the Federation, it would first have to compress itself into a 3rd-level form. So with such great effort to descend into this realm, what was its purpose? Just to destroy a 3rd-level civilization. But now, regardless of motive, Yi Zixia's deduction seemed highly plausible. General Yu, our enemy is far more terrifying than we imagine. Yi Zhixiao looked up, her narrow phoenix eyes blazing with fierce ambition. The military has long been corrupt, and the Senate restrains us at every turn. Is there any hope for the Federation in the hands of these people? Without breaking the old, there can be no new. Now is the perfect opportunity. Yu Jijun's eyes widened. This girl Yi Zhixiao was. General Yu, the main fleet of the 13th Legion is all on Shaluo star. The 7th Legion has already arrived at the front lines, and the 1st Legion is mobilizing. After Project Pure Land, we'll have no more worries. Yi Zhixiao curled her lips, her commanding aura surging through the light screen, leaving Yu Jijun breathless. It's time to establish a new order. Yu Jijun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, placing her hand on her forehead. Yi Zhixiao, are you so sure that I will board your pirate ship? She pointed at the light screen at the collar around Yi Zixia's neck. You are still tied up yourself, and you want to drag me down with you. I am not a fresh graduate from the military academy, easily fired up by a few promotional videos. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are nothing but paper tigers. Yi Zhixiao said, activate the Pure Land project. Oh, I will prove it to you. On the main ship of the 13th Legion in the command center. The control screen displayed the commander's order. Activate the Pure Land project, execute immediately. Sonic bombs were installed at various points on Shaluo star by unmanned engineering ships. With the command of the main ship, the entire planet erupted in a silent shockwave. Shaluo star was like an old dust ball that had fallen into the bed crevice, being vigorously patted, continuously expelling mites and dust, turning the atmosphere a deep gray. Buzz, quick! All warships retreat. The commander of the main ship commanded sharply. As the soul insects perished, their spiritual forms detached from their bodies and instantly gathered together. There was no need for perception. The terrifying tidal wave of spiritual energy had solidified into substance, rushing towards the fleet like egg whites spilling out. A blazing white light streaked through the deep void. The judgment unfolded its 12 wings, blocking the fleet's path. TSK. So disgusting. In Yi Zixia's vision, the consciousness of the soul insects fused together, dense and sticky, a true hell for those with a fear of crowds. Just right, I also want to see what it's like to unleash my full mental power. Suddenly centered around the judgment, everything lost its color, leaving only the extremes of black and white. Time suddenly froze, then accelerated. The judgment resembled a newborn black hole appearing so small in the vastness of space, yet harboring the energy to annihilate everything. The soul insect's spiritual forms uncontrollably floated towards the judgment, spiraling as they were drawn into Yi Zixia's mind domain. Yi Zhixiao frowned, sensing something was amiss. She was absorbing them too smoothly. Absorbing external spiritual forms felt like a blood transfusion, especially at such a large volume. It was impossible for there to be no rejection reaction. But this time Yi Zhixiao felt no resistance at all. Those spiritual forms seemed to return to their origin, merging into her mind domain. Gradually, a translucent phantom began to coalesce at the center of her sea of consciousness. A pure white soft umbrella cap, gracefully flowing tendrils, and glimmering silver dust. Spiritual awareness. Yi Zhixiao was startled, her nails digging into her palm to steady her mind. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. The absorption of the soul insects cannot be halted, nor can it be stopped. She could only brace herself and move forward. For some reason, Yi Zhixiao felt no alarm towards that phantom, as if it were a part of herself. She condensed a mental energy spike and attacked the phantom. As soon as it touched the phantom, it disintegrated. Yi Zixia's mercury-like eyes flickered deep in thought. Heavens! Is she even still human? A young soldier murmured in front of the console. On the light screen, the real-time image and spiritual energy monitoring graph reflected in her eyes, the bright white blocks piercing her eyeballs painfully. No one answered her. The fleet's channel was eerily silent. As time passed, second by second, the gray mist enveloping Shero Star quickly collapsed, and only a final trace of energy response remained on the monitoring graph. However, at this moment on the border battlefield, Commander, we are surrounded. Xin Ping pressed her hands on the control panel, her eyes locked on the encroaching red dots, her gaze bloodshot. Bang! Her fist slammed heavily on the alloy table, her knuckles breaking and oozing blood. Xin Ping's fiery red hair billowed with heated rage, flames of anger burning in her chest. Damn that Third Legion. It was just a reconnaissance mission, yet they rushed forward recklessly to claim credit, stirring up a hornet's nest of beasts. Xin Ping had come to support. If the two armies worked together, retreating unscathed would be possible. But the Third Legion treated them as bait and quickly slipped away. Commander, the main ship has only one shot of the scatter cannon left. What should we do? Xin Ping looked up at the energy bar, which was down to 30. We can't fire again, or the shield won't hold until the safe zone. How many drones do we have left? Release them all, Xin Ping said, her voice hoarse. Yes, there are 100 left, and they have been launched. 100 mechs in the face of hundreds of thousands of beasts. Xin Ping closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, she had regained her composure. She slowly wiped the bloodstains off the table and straightened her military insignia on her left chest. All troops, listen up. Titan formations, cease fire and allocate all energy to defense. Command authority is transferred to my deputy, Yimeng, and follow my orders to retreat. Immediately deactivate all external weapons on Zhurong and load the nuclear bomb to the maximum limit. Commander, Yimeng interrupted sharply, her usually calm voice trembling. What are you planning to do? She shook her head. No, you can't. There is nothing that can't be done. Xin Ping reprimanded sharply, yet in the next moment, she smiled with calmness and fearlessness. There is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. As the commander, it is my responsibility to lead the fleet back home. She placed the key in Yimeng's hand, patted her subordinate's shoulder, and turned towards the mech docking bay. Far away on Shero Star, Yi Zixia's heart tightened, a vague unease surged, instinctively accelerating her absorption speed. Suddenly, the judgment received a communication from Xin Ping's Zhurong. An ominous feeling gnawed at her mind as Yi Zhixia opened the communication, the scent of gunpowder and rust wafting towards her. Hi, little leaf. Xin Ping's handsome face appeared on the light screen, still the charming and unruly figure, but blood was seeping from her mouth and nose, and blood spots accumulated under her eyes. Sister Shun, listen to me. Yi Zhixia had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted. When she spoke again, she found that the voice on the other end had been changed to one way. I was ambushed by the 3rd Legion at the A11 front line. I'll remember to take revenge for me. 20 warships, over 3,000 sisters. I need to bring them back. That's the situation. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. I thought about it, and still feel that this communication is better sent to you. Send it to my mother. She will definitely be sad if she gets sick. I can only feel anxious. Send it to General Hella. She commands dozens of fronts. Wouldn't that just complicate things? Send it to my husband. I haven't even. The screen shook violently as Xin Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, pausing for a long time, without speaking again, but her hands moved swiftly, using a vibrating knife to slice open the carcass of a star beast advancing to the rear of the fleet under the cover of the drones. Damn it! Your father is using a laser cannon. Yi Zhixia cursed loudly, but the other side could not hear her. She wished she could dive into the screen and slap Xin Ping twice. How many star beasts could a vibrating knife kill? Suddenly, Yixixia's pupils constricted, beads of sweat glistening down her brow, her eyes stinging. Little Leaf, help me with a favor. Shenping's voice was weak and hoarse like a spider's web in the wind, ready to snap at any moment. The Hualan family, I have a token for young Master Lin. Oh, can you help me get it back? Yixixia's lips pressed into a straight line as she desperately mobilized her mental power. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more. Shenping, hold on. Come on, please, I'm begging you. Yixixia's eyes were burning hot. It's too late, Leaf, Shenping said. The energy shield shattered and Zhurong was completely exposed to the sharp fangs and claws of the star beasts. Shenping caught a glimpse of her lip movements and chuckled softly. Did you not say that dying on the battlefield is the most glorious return for a soldier? I think so too. Now I can finally retire. Boom. Amidst a dazzling burst of light, the communication abruptly ceased. Yi Zhixia stared at the darkened video frame until her eyes grew dry. Shenping, you'll fucking kill you. The last soul worm was finally absorbed. Yi Zhixia let out a furious roar, her fist slamming heavily onto the space jump button, and the judgment vanished from its spot in an instant. On the A-11 front, Zhurong detonated with all its energy, blasting an opening through the tide of star beasts. Amid the explosion's aftermath, the 7th Legion fleet retreated at full speed through the gap. No, it's too late. The gap was too small, almost instantly sealed halfway by the star beasts, but a third of the fleet still hadn't escaped. Keep moving forward. Yimeng clenched her fist tightly, the edges of the key cutting bloody marks into her palm. They had to rush out at full speed. If they turned back now to rescue the commander's sacrifice would be in vain. Out of nowhere, a blinding white light exploded, robbing everyone of their sight momentarily. That's the judgment. Yimeng rubbed her stinging eyes, her face nearly pressed against the porthole. Platinum white wings swept through, reducing everything to dust and dissipating into nothingness. The deep space was silent, yet the star beast's wails seemed to echo in their ears. Despair, resentment, hysteria. The warship trapped in the beast tides surged out and joined the fleet, while the judgment remained suspended in place, wreaking havoc. Shenping, you were afraid your mother would be heartbroken, so you called me. My heart doesn't fear being hurt, does it? Yixixia's eyes were bloodshot. She had arrived too late after all. Zhurong had been blown to smithereens. She couldn't even collect Shenping's remains. With her immense spiritual power enveloping the entire battlefield, Yi Zhixia filtered out the lingering thoughts of the dead star beasts and finally managed to preserve Shenping's consciousness. Fortunately, it was still relatively intact. Sweat soaked her back, her fingers were icy cold, and her feet felt as if she were stepping on cotton, unsteady and weak. Yi Zhixia carefully gathered Shenping's consciousness into her own mental domain, reinforcing it layer by layer with spiritual power, terrified that it might dissipate accidentally. She had no idea what to do with Shenping's soul now that she had kept it. Instinctively, she had just done it. Haha. Yi Zhixia looked at the sleeping Shenping in her mental domain and let out a sinister smile. You still want me to break off the engagement? Do it yourself if you want. Grief and fury transformed into a surging fighting spirit vented wildly upon the star beasts. An endless tide of beasts surged forward like moths diving into a flame, all obliterated into bloody mist by the judgment. Gradually, a vacuum zone formed around her, and no star beast dared approach easily. Master weapon energy is insufficient. It wasn't until the judgment issued a warning that Yi Zhixia regained her senses. Once the killing started, it was impossible to stop. Yi Zhixia had never unleashed her power so freely. Countless lives perished at her hands. The torrents of blood could not quench the fire in her heart, but instead became fertilizer for her negative emotions. Ugh! Yi Zhixia pressed her temples. The price of recklessly expending spiritual power was that her head felt like it was about to explode. Yi Zhixia, what are you doing? Shenping is still waiting for you to avenge him. Overwhelming power could indeed lull one into complacency. Yi Zhixia gritted her teeth, striving to calm her mind. She had been too arrogant. This was not the time for venting. The space jump had consumed most of the judgment's energy, making a second jump impossible. Yi Zhixia looked at the star map on the screen and let out a bitter smile. Unbeknownst to her, she had already ventured deep into the core of the beast tide, within the attack range of an epic-level star beast. Master detected a large-scale energy reaction. For some reason, Yi Zhixia felt a hint of eagerness in the judgment's voice. Suspected to be a primordial nucleus. The primordial nucleus was a term from a fourth-tier civilization. A crystal close to eternal energy, extremely stable, containing immense power, yet difficult to extract. Once its stability was disrupted, it would instantly collapse, releasing enough energy to annihilate a small universe. You really want it? Yi Zhixia wiped away her sweat and halted her retreat. She realized the judgment was like a dog seeing a meaty bone. No matter how hard she pulled on the leash, it wouldn't budge. Master, the primordial nucleus can help me evolve. The conditions for silicon-based life forms to evolve were extremely harsh. Yi Zhixia didn't fully understand, but having received the judgment from Master Zhong Su, she was somewhat its guardian. Since the child said it wanted something, how could she refuse? Give me the coordinates. Before she even finished speaking the exact coordinates, an star map popped up before her eyes, as if afraid she might change her mind. Yi Zixia fell silent as she stared at the prominently marked location. The white star representing the primordial nucleus was deeply embedded in the skull of the epic-level star beast. For the first time, Yi Zixia experienced the heavy burden of parenthood. She suddenly felt an itch in her fists. What to do if she wanted to hit the kid? Master, with the primordial nucleus, we can space jump as many times as we want. The judgment's tone was almost sycophantic, even switching its voice module to a cute childish tone. Too cunning. Judgment, once we get the primordial nucleus, can we space jump immediately? Does it need to charge? Yi Zixia asked. It needs 10 seconds. No, 9. 72 seconds will do. Yi Zixia clenched her fists. Let's go for it. This epic-level star beast resembled a giant octopus with countless tentacles. Compared to its star beast minions, the octopus wasn't particularly large, looking soft and fragile. There was no useful intelligence on this star beast yet. Yi Zixia decided on a flanking tactic. Steal the thing and run. Judgment, activate stealth. The judgment vanished into thin air, even its thermal signature disappearing. Yi Zixia's spiritual power tightly wrapped around the judgment's exterior, blocking any mental probing. At that very moment, the dormant octopus suddenly moved. Countless eyes opened on its tentacles, lashing wildly through the void as if searching for something. Holy shit. Yi Zixia cursed inwardly, her sanity nearly shattered. She had seen plenty, and a tentacle monster was nothing special. The problem was those eyes would fucking burst. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Yellowish-brown pus splattered everywhere. The star beasts near the octopus thrashed violently. Wherever the pus touched, flesh instantly dissolved into bloody sludge, yet they couldn't escape, for a tentacle from the octopus was attached to each of their heads. Yi Zixia didn't engage the propulsion system. She carefully approached by stepping on the star beast's bodies. The closer she got to the octopus, the harder it was to dodge the relentless spray of pus. Several times pus splashed onto the judgment's armor. If not for the self-healing special material, it would have been pierced. Even more terrifying, a large chunk of her spiritual power had been melted away. How could a physical attack affect spiritual power? This defied all understanding. Almost there. Fewer and fewer star beasts stood in her way, only a few remained. As she stepped onto another star beast, Yi Zixia's heart skipped a beat. The sensation underfoot was very strange. She looked down. The judgment was stepping on a fleshy pink bulge, like a pimple about to burst or a plunger without a handle. Eek. Yi Zixia covered her ears, but it was useless. The scream directly invaded her mind, threatening to boil her brains. At the same time, all the eyes on the octopus swiveled and fixed their gaze on her. Master. Judgment's voice, not yet fully switched over, was soft and sweet, yet the words sent chills down the spine. What we stepped on is the sucker of that star beast. Yi Zixia's entire body stiffened. The spiritual contamination from direct eye contact was indescribable. The dense malevolence made her want to go mad, to harm herself, to claw out her own eyes. Judgment, get ready. Yi Zixia's eyes turned completely silver. A cluster of white light gradually coalesced before her brow, refining and compressing until only a pinpoint of light remained. With a single thought, the pinpoint exploded within the octopus mind. Simultaneously, judgment flashed to appear atop its head, its cannon spewing blue flames. Did you get it, eh? Yi Zixia struggled with all her might against the octopus' spiritual contamination, while judgment was responsible for extracting the primal nucleus. Master, hold on for 30 more seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Found a companion crystal. Extraction complete. Master. Space jump. Master. Moss. When Yi Zixia woke again, she found herself lying in a medical pod, her head throbbing from a persistent beeping sound. Colonel Yi is awake. Quick, notify the Commander-in-Chief. And General Hella. Yi Zixia frowned and opened her eyes. She saw a medical bay, the bright lights, somewhat harsh, filled with bustling figures. Colonel Yi, do you feel any discomfort? A medic handed her a bottle of nutrient fluid, asking with cautious reverence. This formidable person had single-handedly killed an epic-level star beast. Yi Zixia downed the nutrient fluid in one gulp, slightly easing the hunger in her stomach. She rubbed her brow, her thoughts chaotic, a segment of her memory simply gone. In her mindscape, the giant mushroom floated serenely at the center, Shun Ping's consciousness form also intact, unchanged. I'm fine. Yi Zixia asked, how is Judgment? Rest assured, Colonel, Judgment is undamaged and currently undergoing maintenance. The medic replied, pulling out a pen, eyes shining with admiration. Yi got you. You are incredible. Can I have your autograph? Yi Zixia. The medic, clutching the pen to her chest, hopped away gleefully, practically glowing. The pen hadn't even been returned yet. Yi Zixia gave a helpless wry smile and shook her head. Colonel Yi, you need to come with us. That condescending tone. Yi Zhixiao looked up and saw it was the inspectorate. No, on the front lines they had another name, the supervisory officers. The medical bay fell silent. People went about their tasks, but their gazes kept darting over. Have I committed some offense again? Yi Zhixiao ran a hand through her hair, looking exhausted, her stunning features losing their edge, taking on a vulnerable air. The Third Legion has accused you of disobeying orders and arbitrarily entering the fray. The evidence is solid. You are to be held accountable. The chief supervisor produced a pair of electromagnetic shackles and advanced towards Yi Zhixiao. Accountable. Yi Zhixiao watched the newcomer calmly, her eyes mocking the pins spinning and dancing between her fingers. Clatter. The shackles were thrown at her feet. The chief supervisor's voice was cold and harsh. Put them on yourself. Humiliating the strong always gave petty scoundrels endless pleasure and addiction more potent than achieving strength themselves. Hurry up. The chief supervisor kicked the shackles, her face stern with impatience. She could barely wait to see Yi Zhixiao kneeling at her feet, head bowed, submitting to the restraints. You've gone too far. The young medic couldn't hold back any longer, her face flushed red. Yi God killed an epic-level star beast. Think of how many sisters she saved. Such a great achievement could offset any fault, especially something so trivial. Zhang Xiao, Corporal. The chief supervisor glanced at the medic, a sneer curling her lips, inciting conflict, disrupting morale. The penalty is death. She drew a pulse gun, aiming it at the medic, her gaze venomous, to be carried out immediately. Bang! Zhang Xiao closed her eyes but straightened her back. Having been on the front lines so long, ordered around daily by these parasites, she was sick of it. If she could die defending Yi God, she would have no regrets. A sharp pain stung her cheek. Zhang Xiao cautiously opened her eyes. The chief supervisor was still in the pose of firing, her eyes glazed, a gurgling sound escaping her throat. A black pen was embedded in her neck. It looked very familiar. Splurt. The pen was pulled out by a slender hand. Blood sprayed as the chief supervisor collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing, revealing the woman standing behind her. Yi Zixia's eye corner was stained with blood, like a single teardrop mole of crimson. She flicked the blood off the pen, stepped over the chief supervisor's corpse, and walked over to Zhang Xiao. You forgot your pen. A pat on the shoulder. Zhang Xiao took the pen, numbly, the smell of iron filling her nostrils. The tall woman turned, standing before her, her back view damnably captivating. Pointing a gun at my comrade makes you my enemy. The supervisory officers turned pale. None of them had seen Yi Zhixiao move, yet their chief was dead, the murder weapon merely. A pen. You. The supervisory officer's bluster cracked, her voice breaking into a shriek. Is this a rebellion? Bang, bang, bang. The answer was 3 gunshots. So noisy. Yi Zhixiao tossed the pulse gun onto the chief supervisor's body, returning the item to its owner. Yi God. Zhang Xiao was trembling all over, her voice not sounding like her own. She wasn't scared, but overwhelmingly excited. Yi God, are you going to lead us in a rebellion? Yi Zhixiao turned, looking at the suddenly impassioned young soldier, and raised an eyebrow. What a way to put it. This is what we call an uprising. Central Star. The war at the front had been raging for 5 months. Apart from the Harvest Festival, Wensi had never been able to reach his wife's communicator since. The StarNet broadcast the latest battle reports daily. The list of fallen soldiers grew longer and longer, yet the network itself felt no hint of tension. The Federation Gentleman Contest proceeded as scheduled, its viewership ratings far surpassing the frontline war reports. The nobles continued to host their banquets, flower viewing parties, wine tasting events, tea ceremonies, art salons, auction dinners. Wensi received 3 to 5 invitations every day, all of which he declined, citing pregnancy-related fatigue. He was now certain the baby in his belly was a girl. Since the beginning of the month, he had been frequently dizzy and nauseous, and sleepless nights were common. Uncle May said it was because during the development of a genetically superior female baby, her mental power awakens prematurely, making the pregnancy particularly arduous for the father. Wensi gently stroked his lower abdomen. His belly was already slightly rounded, not very prominent from behind. He didn't look pregnant at all. Suddenly, a small bump pushed up against his palm. Wensi let out a soft exclamation, quickly biting his lower lip and pressing his legs together. As the fetus grew, his reproductive cavity gradually expanded, pressing against other organs, especially the glands there. He couldn't help but yearn for his wife. Sir. The door was slammed open. Pat ran in, tripping over her clothes and falling to the floor. People from the military came. They took away the head steward and the chief of staff. When she suddenly stood up, a sharp pain gripping her abdomen, and sat back down in the soft chair. Sir, how are you? Pat climbed up, supporting the elder gentleman. He was filled with regret, realizing he had been too impatient. The elder gentleman was still pregnant, but what would happen if he startled him with his reckless actions? It's nothing. When she frowned, rising while holding onto Pat's arm, walking toward the outer courtyard, asking, has the military said anything? Why are they suddenly arresting people? You don't know? Pat shook his head. The officials present were all captured. I hid in the compartment, and didn't dare to look escaping through a small window to find you. When Zai's footsteps halted, her pupils darkening to a deep blue. This situation felt too much like a raid. Pat, can I trust you? When she grasped Pat's wrist, staring directly into his eyes. Sir, I would never betray you even if I die. Pat nodded firmly. His miserable life had been saved by one she, even if he returned it now, he had already gained. When she placed the Yi family's emblem in Pat's hand, saying earnestly, "All right, take Moo Moo to the secret room immediately. You can find it according to the key's instructions. The secret room has a spatial jump device that will randomly teleport you to a safe house on another planet when activated." When she spoke quickly, "Remember, you must hide well. No matter what you hear or see, do not stick your head out. Sir, you should go with us." Pat's eyes turned red. He didn't know what had happened to the Yi family, but it must be very dangerous. "I am afraid I can't." When she touched her belly, knowing that during pregnancy, she couldn't withstand the side effects of spatial jumps, and "I am the elder gentleman of the Yi family. The military will surely not let me go when they come to arrest people. If you bring me along, you probably won't be able to escape either. Hurry." When she pushed Pat, gently smiling at him, "I'll leave Moo Moo in your care." Watching the red-haired youth disappear when she clenched her fist, the more critical the situation, the less one could act rashly. She held her abdomen and ran, passing through the secret passageway to her wife's study, the most secure place in the Yi mansion. When she used her authority as the elder gentleman to open the hidden door, revealing a small plasma cannon and other self-defense weapons inside. She chose a pulse gun to keep by her side and disengaged the safety on the plasma cannon. The humming sound of the weapon charging made her feel dizzy. When the inspectors arrived, they found a beautiful man seated in the armchair facing the door, hands clasped on the table, a silver pulse gun quietly resting beside him. Behind him, the charged plasma cannon emitted blue-purple arcs. "Mister, when you were still carrying a child, don't you fear an accidental discharge while wielding such weapons?" The chief inspector crossed his arms, his gaze roaming over the man's face. Tisk tisk, truly a beauty. Despite being pregnant, he had not lost his allure. In fact, he appeared even more charming enough to make anyone's heart race. No wonder Yi Xia was so infatuated. "Sir, may I ask what brings you to my residence?" When she ignored the woman's flirtatious gaze, her expression calm. "As long as you do not cross the line, they will not discharge their weapons." "Mister, when you are the most courageous man I have ever encountered." The chief inspector smirked, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Since that's the case, I'll skip the small talk. The commander has been removed from the military, stripped of noble status, and all properties confiscated for shooting the supervising officer and inciting a mutiny in the army." The chief inspector raised an eyebrow, smiling meaningfully. "The side families of the Yi family and the affiliated families will also be implicated, internal family members." When Zai's brow furrowed, her lips gradually losing color. "How was her wife doing?" "Mister, when it would be best for you to cooperate, I would prefer not to use force on such a beauty." The chief inspector turned slightly, gesturing for him to proceed. When she glanced at him, remaining firmly seated in the armchair, unmoving. Her wife should still be safe. They probably intended to use him to coerce her, otherwise they could have killed him immediately, without wasting words. Her wife was so cautious, she likely had some arrangements. "Mister, when please do not resist stubbornly." A familiar voice rang out, and when she looked up in shock, it was her wife's aide, Miss Sahit. She wore the inspectorate's uniform, her round eyes no longer lively, but filled with distance and coldness. "Miss Sahit, you." Her wife had mentioned that she would keep Miss Sahit to protect the Yi family, and that she could be contacted in case of any issues. When she had sought her assistance a few times, she was a very pleasant lady and reliable in her work. Just a moment ago, he had been wondering if his wife's arrangements included Miss Sahit. "I have belonged to the inspectorate from the beginning. Each regiment has someone like me." Sahit suddenly chuckled. "Why would I explain this to a man? Come with us, or..." Sahit waved her hand, and the recently captured Lu Ru, Yen Su In Mei, and other stewards and officials were brought over. "Every minute you delay, one will be killed. If they are all dead, there are still the side families of the Yi family and the affiliated families left." Sahit's voice remained crisp, yet it sent chills down one's spine. "You can try. The countdown starts now. 58 seconds of 57, 56. Click. The pulse gun was pressed against Lu Ru Yan's temple, Sahit's fingers resting on the trigger, watching the intelligent brain while counting down. "Sir, don't go." Lu Ru Yan gritted her teeth, but before she could finish, her abdomen was struck hard, the pain causing her to double over, cold sweat pouring down. 30, 29, 28. Sahit's smile grew wider, her fingers rubbing the trigger, eager to pull it. "Wait." When she closed her eyes, standing up, "I will go with you. At least." She carried her wife's child and wouldn't die immediately. He had promised his wife to protect the Yi family. How could he simply watch the loyal subjects of the family die before his eyes? Moreover, even if he stubbornly refused to go out, it would only result in mutual destruction. His wife would find a way. Heh. Sahit lowered her gun, her smile condescending. "That's more like it." Commander, there's no need to be too polite with a man, otherwise he will take advantage of it. She turned her head, meeting the chief inspector's scrutinizing gaze, and smiled, her doe-like eyes bright and sunny, appearing harmless. Sahit, you have truly been underappreciated in the 7th Regiment for many years. The chief inspector patted Sahit on the shoulder, realizing only now that there was such talent in the inspectorate. As far as I know, you have the Yi family's emblem, don't you, mister? Sahit discreetly brushed off the chief inspector's hand, stepping into the study unafraid of the cannon still emitting arcs. Hand it over. When she lifted her gaze, meeting Sahit's eyes. No hint, no comfort, no pity, nothing at all. When Zai's last shred of hope was shattered. Huh, a traitor. One, she sneered coldly. The communication device isn't in my hands. I have no idea where it has ended up now. Report. A soldier announced from outside the door. We haven't found Yi Mumu or an attendant named Pat. The rest are all detained. Sci-Fi raised an eyebrow. I should have known. Mister, when she is quite clever. The Inspector General said. We'll discuss the communication device later. Take him away first. In the A-11 front command hall, Yi Zixia's chest suddenly tightened. On the day she killed the supervisor, Yi Zixia declared secession from the Federation, forming the 1st, 7th, and 13th Legions into a rebel army, appointing herself as the supreme commander. Immediately, she purged the supervisors, made an example of the 3rd Legion, and swiftly absorbed all other legions except the Wanderers Guild. The Star Beast tide had not yet receded and remained the rebel army's primary enemy. Zixia, what's wrong? Hyla asked with concern, noticing Yi Zixia's troubled expression. Yi Zixia shook her head, her face grim. General Hyla, we're caught between two enemies now. If the rebellion fails. This doesn't sound like you. Hyla smiled. Even without the rebellion, with the Federation's corruption, our lives would eventually be sacrificed to this war. But then your family would be in great danger. Zixia, you're under too much pressure. Hyla patted her shoulder and sighed. I had already considered everything when I decided to follow you. Military families enjoyed many privileges, but were also hostages of the Federation. No one was exempt. Yi Zixia bore not only the lives of tens of millions of soldiers, but also the fate of their families. Carrying such responsibility required more than just courage. Even with thorough preparation, Yi Zixia found herself wavering between hope and fear. I must resolve the Star Beast tide quickly. I hope the contingency I left behind can hold until then. Yi Zixia clenched her fists and let out a long, deep breath. Commander. Hua Ming rushed over and saluted. A communication from the Central Star has arrived. Please take a look. On the holographic screen appeared Sci-Fi's sweet face. She waved at the camera. Boss, long time no see. Her crisp voice was full of energy, her large round eyes beaming with youthful vitality. Behind her, however, was the interrogation room of the inspectorate, where the stark white light drained all color from the scene. Sci-Fi. Surprised. Sci-Fi saw the shock and anger on Yi Zixia's face and smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for leaving me in the Central Star. Otherwise, such a comfortable opportunity for merit wouldn't have fallen to me. The camera panned to reveal another side of the interrogation room. Behind a massive one-way mirror, when she sat in a metal chair, a collar around his neck, the cold, hard metal pressing against his throat and constricting his vulnerable gland. His wrists were chafed purple by manacles, and heavy chains weighed down his ankles, preventing him from moving an inch. He was slender, not at all resembling a pregnant man, and now hung his head, his eyes tightly shut. Yi Zixia looked at the shadows under his eyes, her heart, slashed by a sharp blade, bleeding profusely. Your dear mister. One hasn't eaten anything for a day. At this rate, hypoglycemia could be very dangerous for an expectant father. Sci-Fi held up a finger, her smile ingratiating. We've checked, it's a baby girl in his belly. Sci-Fi, you can't bear the consequences of betraying me. Yi Zixia's fists bulged with veins, her phoenix eyes narrowing as they brewed a terrifying storm. No. I was never loyal to you, so how can this be betrayal? Sci-Fi waved her hand, a smug expression on her face, her gaze falling on the bandage wrapped around Yi Zixia's neck. How did the electric shock punishment feel last time? Don't worry, the elders of the Senate greatly value talent. This was just a minor warning. Resolve the beast tide within a month. Sci-Fi's face darkened. Stripped of her mask of gentleness, she was sinister and terrifying. If you want to save your man and child, be a good dog. The communication was cut off abruptly from the other end. Commander, what should we do? Hua Ming stared intently at Yi Zixia's face. Would the commander, who doted on her husband, waver? Wait. The matter of the collar, Sci-Fi clearly knew. What? Hua Ming's pupils contracted as realization dawned. Yi Zixia held her forehead, her eyes hidden in shadow, her emotions unreadable. Ignore it. Stabilize the defenses. After a moment, Yi Zixia looked up, her gaze resolute. First, deal with the Wanderers Guild. The 14th Legion. Yi Zixia still preferred to call them the Wanderers Guild. Regarding Yi Zixia's actions, the guild remained neutral, watching from a distance. The B7 front they held was the easiest. The Star Beast's attacks seemed like child's play, firing a volley of rays and retreating a back and forth with few casualties on either side. This was extremely suspicious. Regardless, the unpredictable Wanderers Guild had to be eliminated immediately. The star beasts on the B7 front began their attack again. Chun dropped an old ice cube into her wine glass, yawned, and ordered her subordinates to activate the shield. That little girl Yi Jixia had considerable courage, but she was too green. Still wearing a dog collar around her neck, she dared to bite her master. What good end could she expect? Still, this saved her trouble. She had thoroughly infiltrated the Senate. Without the divine blood elixir she provided, those old fossils would have long entered their decline, so they naturally complied with her every request. Once Yi Jixia dealt with the star beast tide, she could simply reap the rewards. Then, under the pretext of suppressing a rebellion, she would kill Yi Jixia and take over her forces, making the Federation hers for the taking. Boom. A massive shockwave shook the base ship violently. The wine glass in Chun's hand fell shattering into 1,000 pieces. General, it's bad. The AI relayed her adjutant's frantic voice. Garuda has gone berserk. 2/3 of our fleet are within its attack range. What? Chun shot to her feet, a glint of light flashing across her scarlet prosthetic eye. Garuda was the strongest of the 3 epic-level star beasts, a massive 2-headed 6-winged bird with formidable defenses and the ability to warp space. Both physical and spiritual attacks could barely land on it. This star beast tide was part of a pact she had made with the Spirit Awakening God. After the beasts exhausted the Federation's military forces, she would become the ruler. In return, she had to provide breeding grounds for the Spirit Awakening God's vessels. Chun wasn't sure what that big white light bulb was planning, but the deal was too good to pass up. Since the star beast tide was driven here by the Spirit Awakening God, why would it allow those lowly cosmic locusts to attack the habitat of its own divine manifestation? It's the judgment. Attacking. Buzz. The signal cut out abruptly. Chun slammed her fist on the table, cursing. It was Yi Jixia again. Through the porthole, Chun saw countless explosions of light. The most spectacular fireworks couldn't compare. Those were her warships, her resources, her money. Damn it. Isn't she afraid of endangering the safe zone? Chun rushed to the bridge, which was already in chaos. General, our command signals are being jammed by an unknown energy source. We can't transmit anything. General, Garuda is charging straight for the base ship. General, the shield is overloading. Insufficient power. Damn. Watching the base ship riddled with holes, even a mind equipped with an analytical chip could no longer stay calm. Yi Jixia, what the hell are you doing? After finally connecting to Yi Jixia's communication, seeing her face, Chun could no longer contain her fury. Who told you to provoke Garuda? Oh, it's General Chun. Yi Jixia, as if oblivious to her anger, explained calmly. The Elders' Council gave me an ultimatum. Resolve the star beast tide within a month. To catch the ringleader, I had no choice. General Chun, don't just stand there, come lend a hand. She even started complaining. Yi Jixia, look. We're only 32 stellar miles from the safe zone. Chun roared. So General Chun, you'll just have to bear with it. Whether due to a poor signal or something else, the light screen suddenly went dark. Chun slammed the table in fury, sparks flying from her eyes. God damn it. Pull the base ship back, forget everything else. The fleet could be replaced. The Federation had plenty, but the base ship held her research institute and the altar, which must not be lost. No, General, the main engine of the base ship has just been destroyed. The backup engines lack sufficient energy to start. Energy shortage. How can there be an energy shortage? Chun suddenly remembered that a few days ago she had diverted some energy to upgrade her prosthetic body and mech. Boom. Another laser cannon struck the hull, the floor trembling beneath her feet. If this continued, the base ship wouldn't hold. The leaderless fleet instead retreated, taking cover behind the base ship. Garuda drew closer, and Chun could almost see the scales on its wings. They'll fuck her ancestors. Chun's remaining organic eye was bloodshot. She turned and left the bridge, leaping into her personal mech Lu Ji. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. She wasn't foolish enough to go head-to-head with an epic-level star beast. Survival was paramount. Human, come. Chun's mind went blank. Her body, out of control, piloted the mech toward the altar at the core of the base ship. What's happening? Chun watched a hazy white light descend from the dome, then suddenly drill into her body and vanish. In an instant, her consciousness was pushed out of its shell, floating in midair. In the last second before it faded, she saw herself piloting the mech, charging straight at Garuda. It's General Chun. Lu Ji's figure appeared on the light screen. The adjutant's eyes blazed with fervor as he exclaimed, all base ship weapons prepare. Full support for the general. The numerous warships of the Wanderers Guild, as if injected with adrenaline, followed Lu Ji into the battle. Yi Jixia was locked in fierce combat with Garuda. After acquiring the primal source core, Verdict underwent a qualitative evolution. Yi Jixia felt as if she had an incredibly powerful support teammate, allowing her to fight freely without worrying about defense. How did I kill Kraken that day? Yi Zhixia asked Verdict. Kraken was the code name for that octopus. You were severely mentally contaminated at the time and lost consciousness, Verdict said. It seemed another soul took over your body. Kraken stopped attacking instantly and was struck by a laser cannon, dying from a critical hit. Another soul? Yi Zhixia frowned. How can you be sure? Verdict paused before replying. It spoke a single sentence to me. A creation of low-level civilization, entropic garbage. Master, Verdict said, somewhat aggrieved. Was it insulting me? There, Verdict, you're the best. It's the garbage. Yi Zhixia sneered. That arrogant tone, so unmistakable. She had underestimated the spirit sense god. A powerful civilization that had lived for countless millennia wouldn't be so easily outmaneuvered. All her actions seemed to be under its control, including devouring the split spirit and annihilating the soul worms. Another shockwave was twisted and deflected elsewhere. Yi Zhixia flashed above Garuda's head, slashing down a blade of light. Could I have been wrong? Yi Zhixia frowned. Why is there still no movement? Back on Sharo Star, she had already suspected that this star beast tide was a scheme orchestrated by the spirit sense god. The divine blood elixir first emerged from the Wanderers Guild. They must possess a fragment of the spirit sense god, perhaps even its most powerful one. The Wanderers Guild's ping-pong-style tactics against the star beasts had indirectly confirmed her suspicions. Her man and child were waiting for her. Yi Zhixia had no time to waste. She deliberately provoked Garuda, drawing the Wanderers Guild into the heart of the battle just to see what the spirit sense god was up to. Master, a target is approaching from the 10 o'clock direction. Verdict's voice interrupted Yi Zixia's thoughts. She looked at the light screen and zoomed in on the fast-approaching speck. Lu Ji. Why would Chun come here? That woman actually didn't flee. Hell must have frozen over. Boom. Garuda suddenly stopped resisting. Yi Zixia's strike cleaved through the neck between its two heads, splitting it apart. The immense shockwave sent Verdict flying. Golden red blood gushed out, floating in the void, its sun-like heat warping space. Yi Zhixia watched helplessly as Lu Ji plunged straight into Garuda's wound. The mech's armor instantly melted and vaporized, leaving not even a trace. What was that about? Sacrificing herself just to steal her credit. Child, you surprise me. In the blinding sea of light, an inconspicuous glimmer of white flashed. Yi Zhixia felt something pierce through her mental barrier and enter her cerebral domain. Though your arrival disrupted my plans, it has hastened my descent. As a reward, I have decided to preserve your consciousness when I merge with this universe. You will be grateful to me. The giant mushroom at the center of her cerebral domain suddenly became sentient, growing and expanding rapidly within the hazy white light. Its cap spread like a skirt, enveloping the vast sea of consciousness. Countless tendrils shimmered with multicolored lights, swaying and floating in the sea of consciousness like a nightmare's tale. When you tempted me on Sharo Star, was this your plan? To take over my cerebral domain? Yi Zixia's consciousness was tightly bound by the tendrils with no room to struggle. She even saw tendrils dredge up Shunping's consciousness, tossing it around like a plaything. I admire your courage. You are the most interesting soul I have encountered among low-level civilizations. Since you asked, I might as well tell you. The spirit sense god's voice was filled with triumph. It was already assured of victory and no longer needed to play tricks. I spent centuries adjusting frequencies, cultivating hosts, and transmitting fragments to obtain this divine vessel. All I need is for these fragments to fully enter the vessel, and through quantum entanglement my true body can descend. But you didn't expect that my consciousness frequency is more compatible with this vessel beating you to it. Yi Zixia's eyes flickered as she speculated. Unable to force me out, you had to tempt me into voluntarily opening my cerebral domain to let you in. Clever child. But sometimes cleverness can backfire. The spirit sense god lifted Yi Zhixia and brought her beneath its cap. Yi Zhixia looked up, observing the spirit sense god up close for the first time. Its cap was covered in countless folds, each one compressing an entire civilization. Some civilizations were just taking shape, living primitively with slash-and-burn agriculture. Others had developed mechanical civilizations, worlds powered by steam, where airships, mobile fortresses, and mechanical puppets roamed. Some civilizations had achieved extraordinary artistic heights, vibrant paintings, exquisite music, and moving stories that stirred the soul. There were even powerful civilizations on the verge of reaching level 4 with technology far surpassing the current Federation, already touching the laws of time and space. Still haven't realized it, child. Your power originates from me. You can't even touch me. Give up resistance. You have already lost. Countless dream dusts settled upon Yi Zhixia. A soft chant seemed to whisper in her ears, lulling her into drowsiness. Really? Yi Zhixia smirked, slowly opening her narrow phoenix eyes, her pupils turning into a cold silver. I don't think so. Isn't it said that a true deity would descend? What are you waiting for? Yi Zhixia raised her gaze as the sea of consciousness beneath her surged violently, massive bubbles rising, bursting with scorching magma. You really think of yourself as a god? Yi Zhixia scoffed. In my mind realm, I am the god. I originally wanted to keep your consciousness after all during the long years I needed a pet to pass the time. Now it seems there is no need. Ha ha ha. Alright then go ahead and kill me. Yi Zhixia grinned, her smile brimming with arrogance. The tendrils binding her body sprouted sharp spikes, gradually tightening into her consciousness. The intense pain directly impacted her soul, as if she were trapped in a hell of lava. A normal person would have long succumbed. Do you know the best way to cook mushrooms? Out of the blue, Yi Zhixia blurted out an irrelevant statement. Of course it's to make hot pot. Suddenly, Yi Zixia's consciousness soared rapidly, breaking the surrounding tendrils, instantly transforming into a giant. The entire space expanded beyond the threshold, as if it had been copied and pasted thousands of times with no end in sight. The perspective shifted. The turbulent sea of consciousness transformed into a steaming red oil hot pot on a dining table, while the gigantic spiritual sense god shrank into a beautifully presented white jade mushroom. How could this happen? How did you find out? Yi Zhixia suddenly found a pair of chopsticks in her hand, pinching the mushroom and reaching towards the hot pot. The hot steam carrying the aroma of beef fat enveloped her as the boiling red oil bubbled, causing the spiritual sense god to scream in terror. I suspected it from the moment you projected a phantom in my mind realm. I truly cannot attack your projection because that projection is my very own consciousness. You wanted to imply that my sea of consciousness has been occupied by those avatars, that my power no longer belongs to me. I must say that was quite cunning. I almost believed it. She fished out the spiritual sense god, the white mushroom coated with a layer of red oil, slightly emitting white smoke. The edge of the cap showed a transparent sheen, looking extremely tender. Then why didn't I fall for it? Yi Zhixia preferred her mushrooms to be well seasoned, so she pressed the spiritual sense god back into the red oil. If you had tried to strangle me right away, I might have panicked. But you chose to talk to me and claimed you wanted to keep my consciousness. You shouldn't have shown me those civilizational fragments, nor should you have urged me to give up resistance. You must understand the one and absolute advantage would never suggest surrendering. Ah, it hurts. Let me go. I'll tell you the secret to eternal life. The spiritual sense god struggled in the hot pot, but could not escape Yi Zixia's chopsticks. It was going insane. Its consciousness had fully projected over, just one step away from completely occupying this shell. It merely wanted to demonstrate its power to utterly shatter Yi Zixia's conviction, but unexpectedly, it became its greatest flaw. Eternal life. A whale that lives forever will consume all the resources of the ocean, ultimately leading to destruction. Yi Zhixia coldly laughed. What you call eternal life is merely through devouring other civilizations to reduce the instability caused by entropy increase, isn't it? Nothing can achieve eternal life, not even a god. Just right. Yi Zhixia picked up the mushroom and blew on it. Wait. The cap soaked with broth was slippery and chewy, the taste exquisite. The long tendrils were very juicy tasting, like dragon whisker noodles. The mushroom stem was firm and crunchy as the flavors of spicy and aromatic burst in her mouth, making it irresistible. This is the most delicious mushroom I've ever had. As the spiritual sense god dissipated in Yi Zixia's mind realm, its immense consciousness became a formless entity naturally absorbed by this mind realm. In order to better integrate into this body, the spiritual sense god continuously adjusted its frequency, becoming very compatible. Thus, Yi Zhixia effortlessly digested and absorbed it. The spiritual sense god was truly a good mushroom, not only delicious and nutritious, but also easy to digest. Yi Zhixia couldn't help but exclaim, "Commander, please respond." Yi Zhixia opened her eyes, the judgment still floating in place, surrounded by the blood of the son of the Garuda, intermittent voices coming through the communication. "Master, you're back." The judgment exclaimed with joy, launching electronic fireworks in the control cabin. "How long was I gone?" 3 minutes, 28 seconds, and 11 milliseconds. "Stop, I get it." Yi Zhixia interrupted the judgment. Ever since its evolution, its personality had become increasingly lively. Thinking of the method to control the star beasts from the memories of the spiritual sense god, Yi Zixia's eyes sparkled. "I have an idea." Central Star Inspector's office. "Yo, Sekit here to see the beauty again," a soldier on duty joked. When she indeed looked beautiful, shackled by chains like a white bird trapped in a cage, lonely and fragile, making one want to reach in and stroke his snow-white feathers. Unfortunately, now was not the time to touch. Just a routine interrogation. Sekit patted the soldier, handing over 2 vials of potion. "Here, a high-grade product for you, a special version from the Senate." "Damn, the Inspector General is really good to you. So generous." The 2 soldiers exclaimed joyfully. This was the special version of divine blood. Since the explosion at the Moonlight District warehouse, they hadn't seen it again. "I'll keep an eye on you for a bit." Cough. Sekit winked at the 2. "Keep it a secret for me." "Rest assured, we'll keep our mouths shut." Watching the soldiers enter the break room, Sekit quickly operated on the control panel to switch the surveillance, quietly pushing open the interrogation room door. The man lay curled up on a hard plank bed, barely a meter wide, seemingly cold under the thin blanket. His lips were pale and cracked, his cheeks gaunt, his chin sharp, and his wrist bones protruded as if they would snap with a single bend. Mister. When Sekit squatted in front of the man, softly calling, "Stop pretending, I know you're awake." When she suddenly opened his eyes, propping himself up with his hands on his stomach, a flicker of disgust passing through his gaze. This woman came almost every day. Originally, he had no small bed and thin blanket, only a metal chair, and the shackles were extremely tight, rubbing his skin raw. She was the one who provided these things, changing the shackles to lighter chains. "Are you all right?" Sekit looked up, her round eyes gazing at the man, sparkling with a strange light. "What do you want?" When she turned to the side, instinctively protecting his stomach. "Yi Jixia just abandoned you in the Federation, rebelling without a care. Don't you blame her?" Sekit tilted her head, pulling out a box of nutrients specifically for expectant fathers, and handing it over. "You must be starving every day, pregnant, and enduring hunger. How pitiful." When she swatted the nutrient pack away, turning his head, "You traitor, what right do you have to speak of my wife?" "Get away," he admonished in a deep voice, his stomach suddenly contracting, the baby moving again. Sorry, mister." When she, "Please don't get angry." Sekit turned pale, hurriedly taking a few steps back. That a drop of cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she swallowed. "Actually, I was just acting. It was a directive from the boss." Wency frowned and scrutinized her, letting out a cold snort. "Do you think I would believe that? I was indeed an informant for the inspectorate, but that was in the past. Now I am the boss man." Sahit scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. "It's true. The boss left a message for you." Wency's eyes lit up, his heart pounding, yet he maintained a stoic expression, not daring to show a single crack. Sahit activated the neural computer, and a holographic screen displayed the figure of Yi Jixia. "Cece, I'm sorry." Wency gazed at the woman on the screen, his eyes gradually welling up. "Since you're watching this video, it means I must have left you on the Central Star." She clasped her hands together, her face full of apology. "When your wife returns, I will make it up to you properly. You can punish me however you wish." For some reason, Wency's cheeks flushed. "I arranged for Sahit to pretend to betray me. I had no way to hide you without alerting the Senate, so I had to resort to this. With Sahit looking after you, at least your safety is guaranteed. But it makes you suffer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I was afraid that if you knew, those old foxes would see through it. Hold on a little longer. He'll be back soon. Wait for me." Before the video ended, Wency saw his wife make a gesture at him. A secret signal only the two of them knew. It really was his wife. "Mister Wency, can you trust me now?" Sahit picked up the nutrient pack, wiped it with his sleeve, and handed it over. "Eat something first. It's really not poisoned." Wency took the nutrient pack, inserted the straw, and lowered his head to drink. Having wronged Miss Sahit, he felt a bit embarrassed. "The boss said tomorrow we will launch a full-scale attack on the Federation. The Senate will definitely use you to threaten her." Sahit said, "I'm telling you in advance, so you won't be afraid. Tomorrow just act as if you know nothing." Wency handed the empty pack to Sahit and nodded. "I understand." Sahit hesitated. "About what I said about the boss earlier, could you not tell her?" Tu was just curious. Who did she think she was trying to test a man's loyalty for the boss? Hadn't she seen how doting and protective the boss was in the video? If word of today's events reached the boss, would her skin still be intact? Sahit wished he could slap himself. Curiosity killed the cat. Wency was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He suddenly felt that Miss Sahit had returned to her old self. He would always trust his wife, just as his wife trusted him. The next day, as the first rays of dawn broke, several base ships suddenly appeared in the sky above the Central Star. The massive hulls, like steel cities, blotted out the sun, casting the entire spaceport district in their shadow. The base ships, coated in platinum white, bore gleaming emblems of sword, shield, and wings. Surrounded by countless escort vessels, they descended, slowly pressing straight toward the Senate Tower. The tower's protective shield let out a strained groan. Countless cannons aimed skyward, fully charged and ready to fire at any moment. Yi Jixia, it's not too late to confess. A massive holographic screen lit up in midair, displaying the face of Chief Senator Ing Fei. Her stern features appeared cold and imposing. She had already activated the strongest electric punishment. No matter how tough Yi Jixia was, unless she wanted to die, she would have to kneel obediently. Continue descending. Yi Jixia's voice connected through the comms, echoing across the entire spaceport district. The Senate monopolizes military resources, disregards the Federation's survival, and eliminates dissent. They interfere with legislation, meddle in lawsuits, and undermine judicial fairness. They neglect the people's welfare and indulge in extreme luxury. At the same time, the 10 crimes of the Senate flooded the entire StarNet. Every citizen's neural computer displayed a live broadcast, and all search terms were filled with the Senate's heinous acts. Yi Jixia, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Ying Fei's haughty expression faltered as her finger hovered over the red button symbolizing death. The holographic screen flickered a few times before switching to the cockpit of the judgment. Yi Zhixia stood with her arms crossed, her combat suit outlining sharp, clean lines. Citizens of the Federation, the Senate's rule has become rotten to the core. Today I will eradicate these parasites and establish a new order. Ying Fei stared fixedly at Yi Zixia's neck, pressing the button repeatedly, but the collar showed no reaction. How could this be? Suddenly Yi Zixia's gaze shot straight toward her, fierce and penetrating, as if locking onto her through the network. Ying Fei was startled and instinctively stepped back half a pace. Realizing her own reaction, she clenched her fists in fury. Judgment, take control of the Book of Order. Yi Zhixia commanded. The moment the words fell, the judgment's response came, control of the Book of Order acquired. Shutting down the Senate's weapon systems. Shut down complete. Shutting down the Senate's defense systems. Shut down complete. Opening the tower's rooftop platform. Opened. A mechanical sound came from the dome. Ying Fei looked up, and the blinding white light made her unable to open her eyes. The rooftop platform, unopened for centuries, was forcibly opened, exposing the Senate's highest authority to the sunlight. Boom! A platinum-white mech bathed in holy light landed on the platform. The immense air current overturned tables and chairs, shredding the luxurious decorations to pieces. Yi Zhixia leaped out of the cockpit, looking down at the Senate members, her gaze like that of someone staring at ants whose nest had been overturned. Ying Fei, are you wondering why the collar didn't work? Click. The soft sound of a lock releasing struck Ying Fei's ears like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in place. Yi Zhixia removed the collar, twirled it between her fingers, tossed it into the air, and blasted it to pieces with a single shot. The charred fragments landed before Ying Fei, emitting wisps of black smoke. You. Overwhelmed by terror, Ying Fei's mind went completely blank. Suddenly a thought struck her, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in her eyes. Yi Zhixia, your man is still in my hands. Ying Fei's features twisted. Her once righteous face now resembled a malevolent ghost. I don't want the Federation anymore. They'll give it to you. She said, give me the star domain of Chensi Belt, let my guard squadron leave with me, and provide me with 3 base ships. Otherwise Ying Fei activated her neural computer, and the screen displayed a surveillance feed from a room. Whence he was being guarded by several inspectors, his hands clutching protectively at his abdomen. A man this beautiful, even pregnant, there are plenty who covet him. What do you say? Ying Fei drawled, her finger tracing the air along Wenxi's delicate jawline. How about letting him perform a passionate show for all Federation citizens? Ha ha ha. And there's a baby girl in his belly. Look, we've even prepared the forceps. Don't you want to meet your child early? Even if it might be stillborn. Bang. Ying Fei's eyes widened as a large hole was burned through her protective chest armor. Yi Zhixia, you dare. What do I have to fear? Yi Zhixia squinted, swapping to a laser gun with greater firepower. Bang. 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 3 consecutive shots struck Ying Fei's limbs. Not fatal, but enough to shatter bones and sear flesh, plunging her into unbearable agony. Well, I'm giving you a chance. If you don't give the order soon, it'll be too late. Yi Zhixia curled her lips, her sharp phoenix eyes dark as ink. Ying Fei's lower legs had turned to pulp, and one arm was blown open, exposing white bone. Excruciating pain gnawed at her sanity. Hoarse screams echoed across the rooftop like a dying crow. The other high-ranking members of the Senate stood frozen like puppets, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the hellish scene before them. They were pinned in place by a terrifying force, unable to move, unable even to blink. Though their eyes grew dry and tears streamed down, they were forced to watch the bloody carnage. After years of comfort and privilege, the will of soldiers had long been discarded. Stripped of power, their spines were softer than anyone's. The laser gun recharged. Yi Zhixia stepped forward, her combat boots striking the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Each footfall hammering into their hearts like a sledgehammer. Ah, you don't come closer. Ying Fei crawled backward, her broken bones scraping against the floor. The charred flesh and sinew clung together, writhing violently, squeezing out black-red blood, leaving a trail of gore. Lady Ying Fei, what are you waiting for? The combat boot stepped onto the fresh bloodstains, stopping before Ying Fei and stomping on her shattered leg. A scream like a stuck pig sent chills down everyone's spines, making them tremble uncontrollably. How terrifying. An enraged Yi Zhixia was utterly terrifying. They wanted to kneel to beg for mercy, not for their lives, but only for a swift death. Ying Fei looked up. The dark muzzle of the gun was reflected in her pupils, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, until it twisted into the eyes of a demon, seizing her soul. Yi Zhixia, I was wrong, please. Bang. A blood blossom burst open on Ying Fei's neck. Crimson petals, yellow-white stamens, wilting to the ground in a breath, ending as a pool of mire. The real power holders of the Senate are executed. In the interrogation room of the inspectorate, the atmosphere was strangely tense. The inspector general stared at the image on the smart brain, his face dark. Sahit subtly positioned herself in front of when she her hand resting on the holster at her waist. The inspectorate had too many troops. She dared not act rashly until the boss sent reinforcements. Something's wrong. The inspector general frowned, turning to Wen Shi. At this point, why haven't the Senate elders made a move? Inspector General, a soldier cried out. Look at this. The smart brain projected a light screen, showing Ying Fei shot through the head, her death, a gruesome sight. Lady Ying Fei. The inspector general's eyes bulged with rage, veins popping on the back of his clenched fist. He turned to Wen Shi, his gaze burning with hatred. Yi Jixia. Grinding out the 3 words, the inspector general suddenly pressed a key, sealing the interrogation room completely. Sahit's pupils contracted. Was the inspector general planning to die in the line of duty? Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Without a second thought, Sahit shot. All the soldiers pried the key from the inspector general's hand and saw the red countdown to termination, 30 seconds remaining. Curses. Once the termination program started, it couldn't be stopped. Were she and Mr. When's she going to be blown to bits here? It didn't matter if she died, but how could she explain it to the boss? The thick stench of blood filled the air. When she covered his mouth and nose, his stomach churning, and he bent over, dry heaving. Miss Sahit, what's happening? When she caught his breath and asked, his voice very weak. There's a bomb here. It's about to explode. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown on the key was down to single digits. Sahit closed her eyes in despair. She almost regretted telling the man the truth. Holding on to hope before death might have been a blessing. 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0, and a blazing fireball and shockwave erupted. Sahit instinctively lunged toward when she, trying to shield him with her body, but the anticipated tearing pain never came. A silver energy barrier enveloped them both. Flames and debris raged outside the barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction, as if colliding with an invisible, indestructible wall. Through the swirling smoke, a figure slowly emerged. Yi Jixia stood in the midst of the scorched earth, the melted door of the interrogation room behind her. She maintained the barrier with one hand, the hem of her military uniform lifted by the heat, her expression cold as frost. Sahit opened her eyes. In the backlight, the tall silhouette of the woman walked toward her. Boss. Tears of excitement welled up, and she reached out a hand, imagining being pulled up by her, a dreamy expression on her face. The blood-stained combat boots trod over the scorched earth, stepping past her without a hint of hesitation, even trampling on her shoe. Sahit turned back in dismay. There was the boss kneeling on one knee, cradling her man on her lap, gently stroking his pregnant belly. Oh, her eyes. It stung. Sahit covered her eyes and fled. Are you hurt? Yi Jixia wrapped her arms around Wen Zai's waist, gently stroking his back, her tightly furrowed brows filled with self-reproach. My wife. When she cupped his wife's face, his fingers gently caressing it. It was her. His wife had truly returned. Tears welled up unbidden in his eyes. His ever-straight spine collapsed as he nestled into his wife's embrace like a weary bird returning to its nest. "Cici, I came late." Yi Jixia buried her face in the man's neck, her heart aching as she frowned. "I'm sorry." The man was carrying their baby, yet he was lighter than before, sitting on her thigh with hardly any weight at all. It was all her fault. If only she had arranged things more carefully, if only she hadn't been so impulsive. It's enough that my wife is back. When she wiped the blood from his wife's face, his azure eyes full of dependence whispering in her ear, "It's okay, my wife." Cici isn't scared at all. Yi Jixia gritted her teeth, a wave of bitterness surging in her heart. This foolish man. Even at a time like this, he was trying to comfort her, so considerate it broke her heart. Be good. Yi Jixia gently kissed the man's lips, a brief touch afraid of igniting a spark that would blaze out of control. She lifted Wen Shi in her arms and carried him out of the blood-soaked room. Yi Jixia swore that from this day forward her man would never face a single thing that displeased him. In the year 447 of the star calendar, Saint Sovereign Yi Jixia launched a military coup, annihilated the Senate with lightning speed, took control of the Book of Order, and reformed the Stellar Federation into the Great Xia Empire, marking the beginning of the Qiming era. The following spring, Imperial Consort, when she gave birth to a daughter named Zhao. Yi Jixia reorganized the civilization seized by the spiritual god and upgraded the Book of Order, birthing another silicon-based life form after the judgment. The Empire's technology leaped forward, reaching near fourth-tier civilization. The last epic-level star beast from the Star Beast Tide, the Nest Demon, was brought under Yi Jixia's complete control, continuously producing high-tier star beasts that became the vanguard of the Empire's expansion. The Imperial Charter abolished hereditary aristocracy and established a citizen rank system. Citizens accumulated contribution points through personal effort, and their rank was determined by their contribution to the Empire, entitling them to corresponding benefits. On the Imperial capital star, a magnificent palace stood among the clouds. The horizon glowed with the first light of dawn, and a streak of crimson filtered through the window, falling upon the gauze curtains. After a night of passionate entanglement, the storm subsided. Yi Jixia brushed aside Wen Zai's long hair and gently kissed his slightly damp forehead. "Em's my wife." The man murmured, his voice a little hoarse, his deep blue eyes half closed in languid exhaustion, on the verge of sleep. "Cici, let's stay together forever, okay?" Yi Zixia tightly wrapped her arms around the man's waist, nibbling his earlobe. "Okay." When she responded instinctively as drowsiness swept over him like a tide, and he finally succumbed, sinking into a dream. "You said it." Gazing at her beloved's sleeping face, Yi Zixia curled her lips. "When the time comes, don't forget me." The morning light caressed her profile, bathing it in a warm halo. Her finger pressed against the man's brow. A tiny silver maple leaf imprint appeared there, then vanished into his skin in an instant. Yi Zixia's life form had long transcended humanity. She possessed the freedom of a god. For her, the physical body was a seal and a shackle. A lifespan of millennia was too long. She could not bear a world without one. So selfishly, she left a mark on the man, ensuring that no matter which parallel universe she was in, she could find him. One lifetime was never enough. She wanted eternity after eternity. "Quick! His Highness the Imperial Consort is having contractions. Is the delivery room ready?" "It's ready. It's been ready for a long time." "And the midwife?" "She's already waiting." Inside the Grand Xia Imperial Palace, a flurry of activity ensued. After the morning meal, Imperial Consort Wenxi began to experience abdominal pain accompanied by severe dizziness, nearly fainting at the dining table. The little he had managed to eat was all vomited out. Yi Zixia, who was presiding over a cabinet meeting, rushed over upon hearing the news, only to find that Wenxi had already entered the delivery room. "Your Majesty, you cannot enter." Seeing the Empress heading straight for the delivery room, Su Yinmei swiftly stepped in front of her, her legs giving way as she knelt down. "That is my man, why can't I enter?" Yi Zixia frowned. Since ascending the throne, her aura had grown increasingly formidable enough to overwhelm even the most seasoned ministers who had served her for years. Su Yinmei felt a suffocating pressure, as if a mountain were bearing down on her, and her voice trembled. "My lord, childbirth for a man is too bloody and unclean and not quite dignified. His Highness Wenxi does not wish for you to see." Yi Zixia clenched her fists, her frown deepening. Long before they decided to have a child, she had done extensive research. She knew that the men here were not naturally capable of pregnancy and childbirth. It was an ability bestowed upon them through female modification. When a woman inserts the ovipositor needle, it secretes a hormone. Stimulated by this hormone, the wound gradually develops into a birth canal. After delivery, the hormonal effect subsides, and the birth canal heals like a wound. Wasn't this essentially like tearing open a puncture wound to birth a child? Just the thought of it made Yi Zixia wince in pain. Yet even so, cesarean sections were only used as a last resort. Without the fetus passing through the birth canal, the healing factors were absent, leading to permanent scarring that even scar removal medications could hardly eradicate. Not only was it extremely painful, but the man would also be unable to father children again. Despite the excellent soundproofing of the room, Yi Zixia's keen ears could not be deceived. The sound of Wenxi's restrained cries reached her, and her heart clenched in sympathy. Her entire body tensed with his effort, a thin sheen of sweat breaking out on her forehead. This feeling of helplessness was far more agonizing than fighting for her life on the battlefield. Yi Zixia understood Wenxi's thoughts. He was simply afraid she would see his pained and twisted expression and his torn body. Men always wanted to show their best side to their wives. But she didn't care about that. They were lovers, partners meant to support each other. Now when Wenxi was at his most vulnerable and in pain, she should be by his side. "No, I have to go see him." Yi Zixia took a long stride and circumvented Su Yinmei. If even the head steward couldn't stop her, the remaining attendants dared not try. The door to the delivery room opened, and a heavy smell of blood wafted out, accompanied by intermittent groans of pain. "Cici." Yi Zixia looked at the blood-soaked delivery bed, her face turning pale, her palms drenched with sweat. How could there be so much blood? "Wife." Wenxi's eyes flew open. Seeing his wife approaching, he hurriedly covered his face. Due to the strain, many purplish red petechiae had appeared on his body, caused by ruptured subcutaneous capillaries. His face would have even more. It must be terribly ugly. Another searing pain shot through his abdomen. Wenxi bit his lower lip hard, afraid to make a sound. "Your Highness, you must push," the midwife urged. When the Empress entered, he was terrified. In all his years of delivering children, he had never seen a woman enter the delivery room. He had heard tales of women who accidentally witnessed their husbands giving birth, after which the men fell out of favor. "Cici, don't hold back. If it hurts, cry out." Yi Zixia took Wenxi's hand, pulled away the sheet covering his face, and gently, but firmly pried open his clenched teeth, placing her own finger inside for him to bite. MMPH. Wenxi turned his face away, pushing with all his might at the midwife's command, his face turning a mottled purple. How could he bear to bite his wife? The moment his teeth touched her skin, he flinched and opened his mouth, unable to hold back his cries of pain any longer. "No good, the birth canal is too narrow." The midwife fetched the forceps, and the sight made Yi Zixia's scalp crawl. Was Was this thing meant to be inserted inside to stretch? Cici, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Yi Jixia knelt by the head of the bed, wiping Wenxi's sweat and feeding him water, completely unaware that her own voice was trembling. It's all right, wife. Wenxi managed a weak smile. When he had given birth to Mumu, there hadn't even been a midwife. He had gotten through it all on his own, and he had turned out fine, hadn't he? Yi Jixia shuddered. Her overly acute senses could even clearly hear the dull sound of tearing flesh. It's opening. Your Highness, push now. Yes. I can see the baby's head. Wenxi arched his back, sweat streaming down his temples, soaking his raven black hair. Suddenly, a violent wave of dizziness hit him, and he collapsed limply onto the bed. The baby's head, which had just crowned, slipped back inside. Well, what's happening? The midwives also looked dazed. Exchanging glances, their expressions grew grave. The little prince's spiritual energy is too strong. If this continues. Yi Jixia stared at Wenxi's belly, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes growing stern. A terrifyingly oppressive aura silenced everyone. You little brat, get out of there. Right now, immediately. Wenxi suddenly felt a violent commotion in his abdomen, followed by excruciating pain. He pushed instinctively, and then his belly felt empty as the child slid out. Congratulations, Your Majesty, it's a healthy baby girl. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness, the Imperial Consort. The wrinkled little bundle was cleaned, wrapped up like a silkworm, and presented to Yi Jixia, who didn't even spare it a glance. Cici. Cici, I'm so sorry. Yi Jixia's legs gave way, and she sank to the floor. Taking Wenxi's hand, 2 clear tears streamed down her face. Her heart ached as if it were breaking. She would never let Cici bear another child. The great founding sovereign and immortal battle god, Yi Jixia, burst into tears when her consort was giving birth. Who would believe it if she told them? Several midwives left the palace bearing generous rewards, and as they stepped onto the floating land, they still found it surreal. I never imagined. One side having never seen anyone dote on their spouse so excessively. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious, but some people were simply blessed by fate. Envy was futile, so they could only offer silent blessings. With the most advanced medical pods and nutrient supplements, Wenxi recovered swiftly. In the palace's bedchamber, vivid crimson double-petal roses bloomed in full splendor, adorning every corner and exuding a faint festive fragrance. Wenxi sat propped against the headboard, sipping a steaming cup of sweet soup. Mumu leaned over the cradle, gazing at his little sister with unwavering focus. Papa, when will sister learn to call me big brother? Mumu cautiously extended a finger to touch his sister's cheek. So soft. She's still tiny, it'll be months yet. Wenxi's eyes curved as he ruffled Mumu's hair. The boy was growing more like him every day, and he wondered if it was just his imagination that there was also a hint of his wife's bearing. When his wife had brought Mumu back, he had expected the child to be terrified. But Mumu was so brave. Not only did he stay calm, but he also played along perfectly with Pat. Mumu was now the Empire's Grand Prince, a status of great honor. Wenxi no longer had to worry about his future marriage prospects. He ate well, slept well, was cherished by his wife, had a well-behaved child, and had just given birth to the Empire's heir. Aside from lingering weakness, life was utterly blissful. Cici, I'm back. Yi Jixia pushed open the door, frost on her epaulets melting as she brought in the chill of the clouds. The Empire was newly founded, and the new systems were still unstable. Even with the aid of the judgment and order books, many matters still required Yi Jixia's personal decisions, keeping her busy every day. Fortunately, her mental strength was immense. She handled government affairs more efficiently than 2 silicon-based life forms combined. In her past life, she had never suffered the drudgery of being a wage slave. Now that she was an emperor, she refused to be a miserable nuclear-powered donkey. My wife. Wenxi's eyes lit up, and he tried to get out of bed to greet her, but she pressed him back down. Don't move. Are you not hurting down there anymore? Yi Jixia feigned anger, but her lips held a smile as she tucked the blanket around him with impossibly gentle movements. Men with postpartum tears needed bed rest, or the wounds would heal poorly and leave lasting problems. Countless men had been abandoned by their wives for this very reason and cast out. Yi Jixia loathed this practice and had specially enacted a male protection law. One clause stated a married man who had given birth could not be divorced by his wife unless he committed a major fault. My wife, I'm truly better now. Wenxi lay in the soft bedding blinking. He felt like he was rusting from lying down so long. Though there was still some pain, moving around wouldn't be a problem. But his wife was too anxious about him, as if she wanted to tie him to her belt. Once when he held the baby a bit too long, she interrupted a cabinet meeting to send him a message to rest, and the attendant on duty was fined half a year's salary. Yi Jixia wouldn't listen. She had checked during yesterday's medication. The area was still red and swollen, nowhere near healed. She shed her cold-tainted coat, scooped up Mumu, and spun him around, making the boy giggle. Sweetheart, Mommy found new mineral pigments for you. Are you happy? Happy. Thank you, Mommy. Seeing how much his wife adored Mumu warmed Wenxi's heart. But my wife Xiao Xiao was very good today too. She ate well and slept without fussing. Wensi watched his wife's expression, pleading his daughter's case. Yi Zhixia set Mumu down and bent to look at the little dumpling in the cradle. The baby was sound asleep, her delicate pink cheeks flushed. Her mouth was as tiny as a peanut, her little fists clenched near her lips as she sucked her thumb, occasionally smacking her lips with pure contentment. Little troublemaker. Yi Zhixia pinched the baby's bottom and pursed her lips. She was already tormenting her father in the womb. Grow up and shall be a little demon. Once he quickly grabbed his wife's hand, the baby was about to wake. After all this time, his wife still held a grudge over his difficult labor, and it colored her view of Zhao Zhao with disdain. How can you blame her? Don't you love the baby Sisi gave you? Wensi fluttered his long lashes, deploying his ultimate weapon. Now that he understood his wife's temperament, he had learned to pout. Seeing the man lower his head with a look of disappointment, Yi Zixia's heart lurched as she took his hand and pulled him into her arms. Mumu slipped out silently. Uncle Pat had said that when Mommy and Papa hugged like that they were making a baby, he mustn't disturb them. Zhao Zhao is our flesh and blood. How could I not love her? Yi Zhixia caressed the man's cheek and jaw, her fingers lingering at his Adam's apple. I'm just afraid of what might have happened. His gland tickled under her touch, releasing a faint orchid fragrance. Wensi's eyes narrowed like a cat being petted. He paused, then opened his eyes to look at his wife. His goddess-like wife, she could actually be afraid. Sisi, I will never let you suffer this pain again. Yi Zhixia kissed his forehead, nose, and lips, tender and lingering, devoid of any lust, only warmth and affection. Little Zhao Zhao grew quickly, the facade of obedience gradually fading to reveal the essence of a little demon. SSS. A tiny chubby hand grabbed a fistful of long hair. Once she hurriedly tried to pry it loose, but little Zhao Zhao held on too tightly, flailing and tugging with a strength that belied her infant size. Zhao Zhao, my precious, let go of daddy. When she gently patted the back of her little hand. It was so tender and soft. How could anyone bear to use force? Giggle, giggle. Little Zhao Zhao laughed joyfully, her blue eyes so like Wenzai's crinkling into crescents. If you don't let go, daddy will get angry. Several strands of Wenzai's hair had been pulled out. He tried to put on a stern face, but the corners of his mouth still curled up, his voice tender enough to drip with honey. Here, how about you hold this little bear toy? See, it's soft, and it even makes sounds. Little Zhao Zhao indicated her refusal. Only daddy's hair was the best. When Yi Zhixia entered, she saw her daughter round as a ball, clinging to Sisi, yanking on her biological father's hair, with several strands already fallen on the bedsheet. You little wretch, let go now. Yi Zhixia was furious. She wouldn't even touch her man with a single finger, yet this little brat dared to lay hands on him. Wah, wah. A loud piercing cry shook the room, nearly lifting the ceiling. Little Zhao Zhao opened her toothless mouth, her little face flushed red as if she had suffered a great injustice. My wife. When she cast a disapproving glance at his wife, quickly picking up the baby and gently coaxing her in his arms. Sisi, just look at her. Yi Zhixia fumed. She hasn't shed a single tear. All thunder, no rain. She's faking it. Just then large teardrops squeezed out of little Zhao Zhao's eyes, becoming a flood. When she felt helpless, the mother and daughter argued every day. Since Zhao Zhao's arrival, his wife seemed to have grown childish, getting into a huff with a tiny baby. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhixia let out a bitter laugh and reached out to Wenxi. Good daughter, come on, let mama hold you. Wah wah wah. Little Zhao Zhao burrowed into her father's fragrant embrace. No, she didn't wanna. Protests were futile. Yi Zhixia lifted her daughter out of Sisi's arms, cradling her and bouncing her gently. Miraculously, once in her mother's arms, little Zhao Zhao stopped crying instantly. Her big eyes sparkled, her chubby hands like pink dough, clutching her mother's clothes, looking utterly well-behaved. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow. This little brat, already so adept at reading the room at this age, crafty and clever. Little Zhao Zhao. Yi Zhixia flashed a wicked grin and tickled the baby's soul. Come play with mama for a bit. When she untied his braid and recombed his hair. Seeing this, he chuckled and patted his wife's arm. My wife, don't tease Zhao Zhao. She'll get bloated from laughing. Lucky you. Yi Zhixia handed their daughter to the steward and pulled Wenxi into the inner chamber. If I'm not playing with our daughter, what should I play with? Pushing the man onto the large bed, Yi Zhixia climbed over him and bit his earlobe. You, my wife, mm. When she shrank his neck from the ticklish sensation, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, his blue eyes glistening. His wife had been considerate, letting him recover his health. Since the birth, she hadn't touched him for so long. A woman's hormone levels were high, her energy abundant, her needs many. Some women required several husbands or consorts in a single night to be satisfied. His wife was the epitome of a woman. Forbearing for his sake for so long must have been torturous. Guilt filled Wenzai's heart. Compliantly, he raised his arms to encircle his wife's neck, nodded and murmured a low Yi Zixia's eyes lit up instantly. She was hungry, truly ravenous. After giving birth, her man smelled fragrant. A subtle orchid scent mingled with a sweet, milky aroma that whetted her appetite, making her want to devour him whole. "Cece, I want the little fox outfit." Snow white fox ears tipped with a tuft of gray fur, soft and bouncy, perfect for petting. The fluffy large tail had an incredible texture, the tips swaying, as if begging for affection. Utterly adorable. The matching accessories and little toys were all ready. Yi Jixia couldn't wait to dress up her little fox. His wife's gaze was too intense. Wen Zai's cheeks burned, and he couldn't help but look away, biting his lip. Whatever my wife says. In truth, he had missed her too. When she unbuttoned his shirt, his fingers trembling slightly. His slender neck, beautiful collarbone, and delicate pink. Yi Jixia stared mesmerized. Cece's skin seemed even whiter, smooth as cream. Under his wife's gaze, when she put on the little fox outfit, his entire body blushing pink. He curled up in the blanket, burying his head in his arms like an ostrich. "We're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy?" Yi Jixia dug out the little fox. The skin beneath her touch was supple and smooth, with abs and of line intact, tempting her to caress again and again. "My wife, don't look at Cece like that." When she felt as if his wife's gaze was burning him. His fox ears flattened into airplane mode, but his large tail kept swishing, thumping against his wife's leg, betraying his true feelings. "Who else would I look at?" Yi Jixia adored her man's shy expression. She grabbed the restless fox tail and stroked it from the base to the tip. The man's waist went limp, and he collapsed into her arms, letting out a choked sob. Yi Jixia lifted his chin. The beautiful azure lake shimmered with ripples, inviting her to drown in it. She lowered her head to kiss him, lost in passion, until the last wisp of oxygen left her lungs. Yi Jixia let out a deep sigh, her fingers tracing the man's heaving chest, finding it damp. When she pressed his wife's hand, closing his eyes in shame. The baby's milk had leaked. After a newborn drinks the father's colostrum, they are soon weaned and switched to infant nutritional supplements. When she had thought he had no more milk left, as his chest hadn't felt swollen in a long time. So sweet. Yi Jixia put her fingers into her mouth, her eyes full of novelty, like a big cat savoring a delicious treat. When she looked at his wife's eager expression and hugged his own tail tightly. Tomorrow he probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed. His Majesty the Saint Sovereign was always frugal, or rather found it troublesome, and rarely held banquets. Yet today the imperial banquet hall was adorned with unprecedented splendor, with the empire's emblem hanging high from the dome, while platinum gold banners and crimson roses intertwined in a dazzling display. Melodious music floated through the air, brimming with the vitality of spring. Today marked the comingafage ceremony of Yi Zhao, the empire's crown princess. Upon reaching 18, a woman could lawfully take a husband. "Your Highness, my crown princess. The banquet is about to begin. Where have you been? Quickly change into your ceremonial robe." Yi Zhao leaped off the hovercraft, only to be caught red-handed by her steward. She dug a finger into her ear, letting her subordinate's torrent of nagging pour out, as several blushing stewards hurriedly helped her change. Banquets and such utterly tedious. His Majesty's decree, Yi Zhao, you are not to go anywhere these next few days. Stay put, receive the guests, and familiarize yourself with state affairs. If I catch you sneaking into the arena again, you'll be in for a thrashing." The steward delivered the decree with perfect mimicry, then instantly switched expressions, clasping their hands together. "My dear ancestor, I beg you, for the sake of your loyal servant, just stay out of trouble for these few days." "Oh." Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow and gave a faint reply. The steward's heart churned with unease. That expression, it hardly seemed like she had taken it to heart. May His Majesty's warning prove effective, may it. As the saying goes, forgive me for being born with a restless spirit, loving freedom above all. Such was Yi Zhao. As soon as she could crawl, she wanted to walk. As soon as she could walk, she wanted to run. And once she stumbled into a run, she instantly transformed into a wild monkey, bouncing and bounding, throwing the entire palace into endless chaos. At 8 years old, Yi Zhao's spiritual power rating had already reached the peak of class, and it was certain she would become a divine-level powerhouse upon adulthood. Before she even turned 10, the crown princess was admitted to the Blackthorn Military Academy on an exceptional basis. A tiny sprout stood among a crowd of towering girls, arms crossed, exuding an aura that was no less imposing. Her personal mecha was named Red Firmament, with a bold and unrestrained design, a pure crimson finish, and a visionary strategic transformation capability. Every element embodied the essence of freedom. In the mecha arena, the name Red Firmament perpetually topped the rankings, its points leaving the second-place contender in the dust by several light years, prompting sighs of how lonely it was at the top. Yet Yi Zhao still found endless delight in frequenting the arena, for she had a secondary account. More than combat, Yi Zhao reveled in mecha modification. Not only did she craft new mechas to pilot for fun, but she also took on commissions specializing in thorny problems, often immersing herself in the workshop for 10 days or even half a month. In a word, she was still as a maiden, swift as a hare. The Crown Princess comingafage ceremony was in truth a veiled husband selection banquet. Due to the stark gender imbalance, the empire had inherited the Federation's marriage system. A woman could lawfully have one principal spouse and several secondary spouses, though men's rights were guaranteed, to some extent no longer being casually traded like commodities. The imperial household's consorts were ranked. One principal spouse, titled Qing, oversaw inner court affairs. 4 high-ranking secondary spouses, titled Yu, assisted in managing the inner court. 8 lower-ranking secondary spouses, titled Xiao Yu, were required to possess exquisite beauty and exceptional genes to bear heirs for the empire. The rest without rank were all called Shi. All the empire's noble houses eyed the crown prince's positions of 1 Qing and 4 Yu with predatory ambition. They had not refrained from coveting His Majesty's inner court. A few newly risen scholarly factions, having just become nobles through technological contributions and still unfamiliar with His Majesty's temper, hastily decked out their young sons in finery and sent them for the imperial Qing's inspection. The outcome was predictable. His Majesty flew into a rage, specifically summoning the new nobles for a reprimand. When those young lads were sent back, their eyes were swollen from weeping. Just look, when had the heads of the imperial collateral branches ever sent men into the palace? Yi Zhao tugged at her elaborate ceremonial robe, the overly high collar choking her breath. Gazing at her mother's back before her, she made a face, then winked at the steward. Cold sweat dripped from the steward, who held the crown prince's coronet, pretending to be a robot, not daring to move a muscle. Suddenly, Yi Zhao's scalp tingled as she saw her mother turn to look at her, those narrow phoenix eyes sharp as blades, freezing even the warm spring-like lights of the banquet hall. Yi Zhao swallowed, feeling a twinge of fear. Her mother seldom restrained her, but when she did mete out discipline, it came with the force of a thunderbolt. She still remembered the time she had sneaked off to the nest of void beasts, curiously poked it with a vibration knife, and accidentally unleashed millions of star beasts. Her mother had personally intervened to quell the incident, and upon returning locked her in the training grounds for a beating that lasted 14 days. Mom, what's wrong? Yi Zhao blinked, her azure pupils shimmering with watery light, appearing utterly obedient. Her mother always fell for this trick. It worked every time. Yi Zhao, are you itching for a tightening of your hide again? A cold metallic voice rang out, and as it reached Yi Zhao's ears, its calming effect was remarkably potent. She no longer felt restless. My wife, all the guests have arrived. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up as she turned to look at the newcomer. Wonderful, it was her father. Her father was dressed with exceptional grandeur today, his robe matching her mother's platinum gold scheme, adorned with splendid sashes and a corsage, a vivid red single-shoulder cape trailing behind him, and the imperial Qing's coronet gleaming brilliantly. Zhao Zhao, today you've become a grown woman. Your father is very proud. Yi Zhao curved her lips, obediently lowering her head to meet her father's reaching hand. She had long since grown taller than him. Suddenly the warmth atop her head withdrew. Yi Zhao looked up to see her mother grasping her father's hand and pressing it to her own face. TSK. They were already an old couple, did they have to be so clingy? The crown prince's comingafage ceremony concluded successfully. Yi Zhao was thoroughly exhausted by the tedious rituals, lying motionless in the resting chamber. It was said that this was already a simplified version. Her mother, who detested unnecessary trouble, had reduced the ceremonial protocols drafted by the cabinet by 2/3. If not for the minister's vehement protests that the overly simple rites would seem insufficiently grand, none of this nonsense would have happened. Ancestor, please get up. The attendant pushed the crown princess. She was as heavy as lead and utterly immovable. Your Highness, the banquet has begun, and you are the main attraction. Please take a look. Which gown shall you wear? This one was chosen by the imperial consort. Attendant, can't you just leave me in peace? Yi Zhao, utterly exasperated, sat up with a start and ruffled her hair, leaving her naturally curly waves in a tangled mess. My mecha engine is still waiting for testing. When will this wretched banquet ever end? Fuming, she slipped into the new gown and paced back and forth in the resting chamber twice, like a bird hopping and fluttering in its cage. The banquet. It will be over by midnight tonight. But for the next week, there will be such banquets every day. You must attend. Damn it. Yi Zhao cursed, and before the attendant could stop her, she leaped out the window and fled. To evade the royal guard, Yi Zhao refrained from taking her hovercar or speeder from the garage. Instead, she stepped onto her self-modified flying skateboard, gliding along the blind spots of the palace wall's surveillance. Unless her mother intervened, no one could drag her back. The cool night breeze brushed through her hair as the melodious dance music from the banquet hall faded into the distance. Yi Zhao unbuttoned 2 clasps and breathed deeply the taste of freedom. Brother Zhuyu, I'm truly sorry for ruining your gown. It's all Xiaoyan's fault, boo-hoo. But Xiaoyan didn't mean it. Lying within the vast canopy of a large banyan tree, Yi Zhao gazed at the starry river above through the branches, while below the sound of men arguing reached her ears. Raising an eyebrow, she quietly turned over and peered down from the branch. She saw a group of 3 or 5 unmarried men gathered in the garden, one surrounded in the center, weeping uncontrollably. Another was pushed aside to the corner, his gown's sleeve torn, revealing a pale forearm. The young man lowered his head, slightly long lashes casting a shadow, his lips pale, and his presence ethereal, like the lonely light of the moon. Zhuyu, a name that suits him. Yi Zhao curled her lips. Though this drama of the green tea bully and the white lotus was cliché, it was an irresistible classic. She loved watching this. When Zhuyu Xiao Yan has apologized like this, how can you still hold a grudge? He's your brother. Yes, your gown is outdated and not worth much. Why make such a fuss? I have a spare one. They'll give it to you. So petty. When Zhuyu tightened his grip on the torn sleeve, it was his gown that had been ruined and he who had been humiliated in public. Yet why did he become the villain in their eyes? Brother Zhuyu, go ahead and hit Xiaoyan. Just let out your anger, boo-hoo. Wen Yan's tears were always so cheap. With a blink they would pour down in great drops, as if he had suffered an immense wrong. You actually hit your brother, you vicious man. Xiaoyan, let's go. You've done nothing wrong. It's his own carelessness. A person like this dares to enter the palace. It was always the same. Wen Zhuyu let out a bitter laugh. He had lost count of how many times Wen Yan had turned the tables on him, drenching him in mud that could never be washed clean. This was left to me by my father. I only have this one gown. You know full well. Wen Zhuyu began, his voice so calm that even he himself found it hard to believe. Perhaps he knew that even if he explained, nothing would change. Wen Zuyu's father was the elder husband who had passed away 5 years ago. His mother did not remarry but instead promoted Wen Yan's father to the position of principal spouse. At first his mother still showed him some care, but he lacked a silver tongue and could not flatter or act spoiled like Wen Yan. Gradually he became invisible in his own home, to the point that when attending the royal banquet he did not even have a proper gown. Brother Zhuyu, what are you saying? Wan Yin looked up with reddened eyes like a frightened rabbit. Didn't father prepare many gowns for you? It's just that you didn't like them so. He suddenly covered his mouth and shrank back. No, it's not what you think. Brother Zhuyu didn't mean to dress like this. He just misses his late father too much. Yi Zhao watched the show with great relish. The White Lotus is completely at a disadvantage. How pitiful. If only a heroine would come to the rescue now, it would be perfect. Wen Yin, you know what? When Zhuyu rolled up his loose sleeve and walked step by step toward Wen Yin, the cold moonlight cascaded over him, casting a melancholy blue-white glow. Every time you lie, you blink. When Zhuyu stopped before Wen Yin, a faint smile twisting at the corner of his lips, just like you've got pink eye. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap landed on his face. Wen Yan's head was knocked aside, and he stood frozen in place, utterly dazed. When Zhuyu rubbed his numb palm and said coldly, "This slap is your elder brother disciplining you. Next time you speak recklessly, you'll have no choice but to report it to mother." You. Half of Wen Yan's face was swollen, and this time he was truly crying. Later at the banquet he had hoped to dance with Her Highness the Crown Princess. How could he show his face now? Yi Zhao gazed at the youth's resolute, departing figure, a hint of unwitting admiration flickering in her eyes. Seized by an inexplicable impulse, she quietly followed him. The hoverboard hung silently in the air, invisible to the man devoid of spiritual power. When Zhuyu found a secluded fountain sitting on its pristine stone steps. The quaint miniature landscape was exquisitely beautiful. At the center a cherub held a shell aloft from which a smooth pearl was lifted by a jet of water, spinning endlessly. Amidst the babbling water, when Zhuyu gently caressed his torn sleeve, his eyes brimming with longing. "Father, I'm sorry. Zhuyu couldn't even keep your last keepsake safe. I'm truly useless." A single tear fell onto the fabric, slowly spreading. The youth quickly lifted his head, his lashes fluttering as he forced the tears back. "Young master, why aren't you at the banquet hall?" A clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind. Startled, when Zhuyu lost his balance and tumbled toward the fountain. The anticipated fall never came. Opening his eyes, when Zhuyu found himself held by a stunningly beautiful woman who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, her arm around his waist. Her smile was rakish and carefree, like that of a profligate dandy. When Zhuyu hastily pushed her away, retreating 3 paces and clutching his sleeves. His arms felt empty, leaving only a faint elusive scent of green sandalwood. A strange sense of loss washed over Yi Zhao. "Are you in some trouble? Do you need help?" she asked with a faint smile, displaying a patience she rarely showed to men. "Thank you, but no need." When Zhuyu cautiously studied her attire, the luxurious gown bore an imperial crest. Could she be a collateral royal relative? It couldn't be the crown princess herself. His mother was a newly risen academic noble with no deep family heritage and knew little of the royal household. As a man who stayed at home, he knew even less, having only seen images of His Majesty and the imperial consort on the Starnet. He was utterly ignorant of the mysterious crown princess. "Your robe is very special. My father used to favor this style." The woman did not retreat from his coldness, her voice light and cheerful, as if they were well acquainted. When Zhuyu had never been alone with a woman outside his mother and sisters, her intense gaze made him restless. This is a comingafage gift from my father. You've come of age? Oh, what a coincidence, I've come of age today too. The words had barely left her mouth when Yi Zhao wanted to slap herself. What coincidence? It's not like they came of age on the same day. What was coincidental about it? Her usually sharp tongue felt as if clogged with dough. Yi Zhao's notoriously thick skin began to burn. So, which family are you from? What is she doing? How could she directly ask a young man about his family background? That was too presumptuous. She could have just looked it up herself, When Zhuyu was stunned, nervously clenching his fingers. She was a member of the imperial family of noble status. Why would she be interested in his background? Could it be she had taken a fancy to him? It wasn't that when Zhuyu was flattering himself, when a woman asked such a question, it was usually with the intention of taking a consort. I was just asking. If you don't want to say, forget it. Haha, my foot. Before her words faded, Yi Zhao turned and fled into the shadows of the trees. In her 18 years of life, she had never felt so foolish. When Zhuyu stared at the direction, she had vanished, lost in thought for a moment. Perhaps it was his imagination, but her retreating figure seemed tinged with panic. Above the palace, the sky barrier erupted in a dazzling display of nebular fireworks, signaling the start of the evening banquet. When Zhuyu looked up, letting the iridescent lights reflect on his face, a hint of melancholy in his heart. Father, Zhuyu may disappoint you, he murmured softly. His father had been in poor health and had always fretted over his marriage. So he resolved to become the most outstanding man and marry a good wife. Now that his father was gone, his stepfather never arranged anything for him, and he couldn't brazenly bring it up himself. Such matchmaking banquets were a rare opportunity for him. Today it was ruined by Wan Yin again. Is this Wen Zhuyu, the young master? When Zhuyu turned to see a palace steward approaching, bowing to him. Yes, what can I do for you? Wen Zhuyu asked. The steward smiled. His Highness the Grand Prince heard that your robe was damaged and specially instructed me to prepare a new set for you. The Grand Prince, Lord Yimu. When Zuyu's eyes lit up, he adored Lord Yimu's art collections, which depicted another world with magnificent brushstrokes as dazzling as a dream. Please follow me. The steward bowed and led Wen Zhuyu to a lounge. The luxurious interior suggested it wasn't a room meant for visiting officials. Wen Zhuyu stepped onto the pristine white shag carpet, afraid to move lest the dust on his shoes soil it. The steward brought a set of robes similar in color to his own, an elegant moon white. But the fabric was more precious, the tailoring more refined. The shirt was silky and smooth, the trousers crisp and well-shaped. The collar and cuffs were exquisitely detailed, layered like fluffy, yet light blossoms. The outer robe flowed like wispy smoke, its hem trailing on the floor and adorned with scattered gems that sparkled brilliantly. This is too precious. After changing into the new robes, the steward braided his hair and matched him with jewelry. Standing before the full-length mirror, he barely recognized himself. This is a gift from the Grand Prince. Please accept it without worry. The steward smiled softly, hanging up the old robe. This one will be sent to the palace's weaving bureau for restoration. Once repaired, it will be delivered to your residence. Really? Wen Zhuyu exclaimed with joy. Thank you so much. The Grand Prince was truly a kind man. At the banquet hall, the sacred lord and the imperial consort sat at the highest seat, whispering intimately to each other, utterly indifferent to the gazes of their ministers. My wife Luha has mobilized the personal guard, saying that Zhao Zhao has run off again. Wen Zai's expression was helpless. He knew it all too well. That little rascal hated balls and was bound to slip away. It was her attendant who suffered, searching high and low. Yi Zhixia leaned into the man's posture and planted a kiss on the corner of his lips, her eyes deep and unfathomable, causing Wen Zai's ears to flush. He quickly withdrew and sat up straight. A low chuckle from the woman tickled his ears. When she shot her a reproachful glance. We're discussing serious matters, my wife. Why aren't you the least bit concerned? Yi Zhixiao raised an eyebrow, propping her chin on one hand as she turned to look at Wen Shi with an infatuated gaze. Don't bother with her. That wretched girl has someone in her heart. No need to search. She'll be back on her own soon. Wen Shi was astonished. He knew his daughter. Her mind held nothing but mechas and combat. When had she ever made room for another person? Jing Lian has taken care of her since childhood, yet she never seemed to care much for him. My wife, you must be teasing me. Jing Lian was Yi Zhao's personal attendant, 5 years her senior. He had served by her side since she was young, gentle, considerate, and handsome, worthy of the title of Crown Princess Consort. It was the first time Yi Zhixia had seen Wen Shi doubt her, and she found it quite novel. Her man's suspicious look was utterly endearing, like a wary little beast, both puzzled and curious, tilting his head in a way that nearly melted her heart. How about we make a bet? Yi Zixia's eyes sparkled with mischief. If I win tonight, you're at my mercy. If you win, I'm at yours. When she nearly choked on his saliva, 2 patches of crimson blooming on his cheeks. That wicked wife of his, no matter how she put it, it always ended the same. Mother, father. Yi Zhao wore a dark blue formal suit complete with epaulets, chest badges, and sashes. Her black military boots gleamed, and her voluminous waves were tied into a high ponytail. The crown prince's crown sat perfectly on her head. Clearly she had dressed with great care. See, what did I tell you? Yi Zhixia took Wen Zai's hand and scratched his palm, her gaze laden with meaning. When she grasped his wife's restless fingers tightly, clearing his throat with a blush. Zhao Zhao, no more running off from now on. Yes, father. Yi Zhao nodded obediently, but her eyes drifted toward the dance floor below. She wondered if the person would like the formal suit she had prepared. Wen Zhuyu was led into the banquet hall by an attendant, attracting little attention. He scanned the room and spotted his mother and stepfather in an inconspicuous corner. He quickly gathered his robe and hurried over. Mother Zhuyu has returned. Wen Zhuyu bowed respectfully, his heart uneasy. Slapping Wen Yan had indeed been satisfying, but the days ahead would likely be difficult. Where did you run off to? A man roaming recklessly in the palace. What if you offended some noble? His mother's tone was clearly displeased. Just as Wen Zhuyu was about to explain, he heard his stepfather's soft voice. My wife, please calm down. Xiaoyan accidentally soiled Zuyu's clothes, so it's only natural he was upset. But, Zhuyu, where did you get this outfit? His stepfather frowned, his face full of concern. You were gone so long. What really happened? For a young man to suddenly change clothes while out. If word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. What's going on? Wen's mother's face darkened. She was disappointed in this son. He used to be such a docile, sensible child. How had he become so willful? Daring to resort to violence in the palace and against his own younger brother. He had disgraced the Wen family. Mother. Wen Zhuyu looked up, his gaze clear. My clothes weren't just soiled. The entire sleeve was torn. His Highness the Grand Prince, out of kindness, saw my plight and gifted me this formal suit. Impossible. Wen Yan's eyes widened, his voice cracking. The Grand Prince was in the banquet hall all along. How could he know about your affair? Brother is lying. He was both triumphant and flustered. Wen Zhuyu couldn't possibly have met some noble, could he? That formal suit looked expensive. Their family could never afford it, let alone Wen Zhuyu, who had no private savings. Zhuyu, tell your father the truth. Did you meet some young lady? Though private exchanges are unseemly, I'm willing to swallow my pride and secure a concubine status for you. His stepfather wore a worried frown, subtly twisting the knife with his soft words. When Zhuyu looked at his mother, saw the anger building in her eyes, and dug his nails into his palm. It's my fault too. Every time I take Zhuyu out to social events, something goes wrong. No wonder the child is so desperate. You unfilial son. Wen's mother's fury surged to the heavens. Her good son had actually committed such a shameless act. The Wen family was a scholarly household. How could it tolerate a man who had lost his virtue before marriage? Her mother's palms swung down, the cool breeze brushing against his cheek. When Zhuyu closed his eyes, bracing for the resounding slap. Academician, when might I have the honor of a dance with your son? The anticipated pain never came. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. When Zhuyu looked up, his eyes wide. It was her. Your Highness the Crown Princess. Her arm caught by the Crown Princess. Wen's mother's face paled before brightening with joy. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, she still had one son who could bring her glory. Wen Yan was struck by an immense fortune. A flush rapidly spread across his cheeks. He lowered his head, tidying the long hair, hanging over his chest, his heart aflutter, unsure where to put his hands and feet. It is a great honor. Xiaoyan has always admired your Highness. You may have misunderstood. Yi Zhao interrupted Wen's mother, her gaze fixed firmly on Wen Zhuyu. The one I wish to invite is this young gentleman. Zhuyu, will you dance with me? She was actually the Crown Princess. Wen Zhuyu led into the dance floor by a woman, his mind still in a chaotic whirl. Zhuyu, young master, please focus. Yi Zhao gazed at the youth who had suddenly turned into a stunned goose, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She wrapped an arm around his waist, twirling and spinning across the dance floor, her steps stirring a gentle breeze that brushed against their robes. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. When Zuyu's fingertips were icy cold, his dance steps slightly disordered. Yet having been strong-willed since childhood, he pressed his lips together upon hearing this and began to dance with great seriousness. The youth's profile was taut, exuding an indescribable stubbornness. Yi Zhao grew more captivated with each passing moment, and as the dance melody gradually softened, she drew him into her embrace. His cheek brushed against the breast emblem of the woman's gown. The cool touch jolted Wen Zhuyu back to reality. Suddenly realizing how ambiguous their posture was, his face flushed crimson, and he instinctively tried to pull away. Yi Zhao tightened her arm, holding the youth firmly in her embrace. She looked down at his embarrassed and flustered expression, the corners of her lips unconsciously lifting. The scent of green sandalwood was like a deep forest after rain, fresh, serene, and verdant. Yi Zhao took a deep breath, her heart burning with passion. She had thought that this young man bold enough to slap someone's face would carry a scent of mint or citrus, a figure of pride and sharpness. Unexpectedly, his pheromones were so detached from worldly strife. Will you come again tomorrow? Yi Zhao whispered in the youth's ear, her breath brushing into his ear canal, causing him to lean back, slightly a hint of anger appearing between his brows as he looked up. A beauty in anger was truly a feast for the eyes. She rarely took such an interest in anything beyond mechas, especially men. Apart from her father and elder brother, the men she had met seemed mass-produced on an assembly line, monotonous and identical. They were fragile, sensitive, and servile, only circling around women, lacking any independent thought. Yi Zhao detested anything unchanging, despised rigid rules, and the people confined by them. Wen Zhuyu seemed different. He was very restrained, yet she sensed a kindred spirit. If you keep touching me like this, I won't come again. Wen Zhuyu was somewhat irritated. Didn't the nobility all uphold a gentlemanly demeanor? What was wrong with this crown princess acting like a frivolous playgirl? Oh, how heartless. Yi Zhao chuckled softly, emboldened to lightly peck the youth's earlobe. Seeing him shrink his shoulders as if shocked, she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, this gown of yours was sent by me. Wearing my clothes means you're my person. Wen Zhuyu stumbled his dance steps, completely thrown off, only to have that detestable wanton woman pinch his waist again. She had done a good deed, yet insisted on speaking so frivolously, making it impossible not to get angry. The youth's slender brows shot up, his starry eyes blazing with fire brighter than the crystal chandeliers overhead. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffing out like an enraged little hamster. His toe was viciously stomped on. Yi Zhao said aggrievedly, you did that on purpose. How could that be? When Zhuyu averted his gaze, his voice faint, a humble one would not dare. Yi Zhao raised an eyebrow, feeling as if she had swallowed a peppercorn, of fiery spiciness filling her mouth. Finally released by the crown princess, when Zhuyu stepped off the dance floor, his legs weak and numb, as if they no longer belonged to him. Zhuyu, what did Her Highness the Crown Princess say? Wen's mother had observed their interaction on the dance floor and was now beaming with satisfaction. The crown princess' demeanor clearly showed she had taken a liking to her son, whose selection for the inner court was almost a certainty. Good child, you must be tired. Have some juice. His stepfather brought a glass of strawberry juice, his face plastered with a fawning smile. When Zhuyu thanked him, took it, and took a small sip. He could guess what his stepfather was about to say. Nothing more than putting in a good word for his precious little yin, suggesting they serve the crown princess together. Mother, I'm a bit tired. Her Highness has invited me to the ball again tomorrow. When Zhuyu cut off, his stepfather pressing his hand to his forehead, showing signs of fatigue. Then go home and rest. Wen's mother said, get Zhuyu a few more sets of formal wear, the best. When Zhuyu lowered his lashes, his gaze dark and profound. Power was indeed a fine thing, 10,000 times more useful than his pride. For 7 consecutive days of the ball, the crown princess danced only with the eldest son of the Wen family. People began to speculate that the future crown princess consort would be from the Wen household. Zhao Zhao, have you settled on him? Won't you look around a bit more? When she studied her daughter, finding it quite novel. Was love at first sight a trait of the Yi family? Mother, father. Yi Zhao said seriously, I mean it. I want Zhuyu. Approved. Yi Zhixia glanced at her daughter and agreed without hesitation. That unruly girl had a free-spirited nature, and her heart would never be truly settled. It was rare for her to have someone she liked. Taking him as the principal consort was not a bad idea. Zhao Zhao Jinglian is devoted to you. Take him in this time as well. When she sighed, Yi Zhao was startled, recalling that silent, gentle man, and inexplicably felt her heart soften. All right. Surprisingly, she didn't refuse. When she was somewhat surprised, turning to look at her wife, only to find her looking utterly composed, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. Yi Zhao, you are now an adult and have an engagement. It's time to shoulder the future of the empire. Yi Zhao's pupils dilated violently, her lips trembling slightly, as she looked at her mother, her eyes filled with terror. Mother, do you know what you're saying? I plan to go on an incognito journey with your father, perhaps to explore more distant galaxies. Mom. Yi Zhao let out a loud roar, almost breaking her voice. How can you bear to abandon your poor, helpless little daughter and go off to enjoy yourselves? Helpless. Poor. Yi Zhixia looked her daughter up and down. Nearly 9 meters tall, with developed pectoral muscles, handsome and heroic features tinged with a hint of defiance. She was far from fitting the description of helpless and poor. It settled then. Yi Zhixia clapped her hands, her eyes curving into crescents, her face beaming with joy. We need to hurry and arrange Yi Zhao's wedding. Let me see which date is set. Mom. Forget it. Let the order draft a plan and the clan affairs office will handle the arrangements. Yi Zhixia took Wen Zai's hand and walked toward the bedchamber. Let's go pack our luggage. Mom. Dad. Yi Zhao reached out toward their retreating figures as a cold rain fell from the dark clouds overhead, drenching her to the bone. Her days of freedom like a bird's were gone forever. Huajun was the most beautiful prefecture in the central star, now known as the imperial capital. Stars Huajun. In spring, the weeping cherry blossoms burst into a riot of color, their petals drifting down in the warm breeze. A man as delicate as a mountain cherry stood quietly beneath the cherry tree. His long pale pink hair tied in a low ponytail swayed gently in the wind. Lin Ruo, she's not coming back. A woman's voice came from behind, but Lin Ruo ignored her, not sparing her a single glance. Shinping is dead. Blown to bits. You saw the video. How long will you remain stubborn? The woman's voice rose as she stepped forward to take Lin Ruo's hand. The Feng family had indeed once been vassals of the Lin clan, but times had changed. Under the empire's new policies, the Feng family's contributions far exceeded the Lin's, making them newly risen nobles. The Lin family, however, had declined over generations, falling from grace and losing their noble title. Feng Yi, I am betrothed. Please have some respect. Lin Ruo stepped back, finally meeting her gaze. Yet in the deep pools of his peach blossom eyes, her reflection was nowhere to be found. Betrothed? To a dead person? Feng Yi laughed in anger. What a joke. Her eyes fell on the bracelet on his wrist, a string of vermilion birdstones blazing red like that woman. Feng Yi found it blinding. Lin Ruo, you are no longer a noble young master. You'd better know your place. Feng Yi suddenly calmed down. No matter how stunning he was, what did it matter? Dead, and he was nothing. The soldiers who followed the dragon had all been rewarded, but the Holy Lord hadn't even held a posthumous ceremony for her. The Shin family was finished. She advanced step by step, cornering Lin Ruo against the largest cherry tree at the edge of the grove. Lin Ruo, I originally intended to marry you and bestow upon you the honor of being my principal consort. But I've changed my mind. Feng Yi braced her arms on either side of him, leaning down to inhale the scent of his gland. SSS. A sharp pain shot through her arm. Feng Yi clutched her wound, looking up in shock to see Lin Ruo's blood-stained blade pressed against her throat, already drawing a thin line of blood. Damn it. Feng Yi released her spiritual power, suppressing the man. She hadn't wanted to be so rough. He had forced her hand. Lin Ruo crumpled to the ground, pale, like the last late-blooming cherry blossom of spring, fragile and translucent, ready to be swept away by the wind. The dagger was kicked far away, and he couldn't move a finger. Lin Ruo closed his eyes, a single tear tracing down his cheek. Shinping, why haven't you come? Let me go to you. Lin Ruo, I'll take you right here. Feng Yi shed her coat and undid her belt. Come back with me, be a good concubine, and stop these foolish thoughts. I can still forgive you. Bang. The woman's body hit the grass with a dull thud. What the hell? I finally found a man I like, and you dare to lay a hand on him. Lin Ruo's eyes flew open. A flash of fiery red seared his vision, and tears streamed down his face, unending. Shinping's combat boot pressed down on the woman's stomach, and Feng Yi curled up like a shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Silly Roro, don't use a knife next time. Take this. Shinping helped Lin Ruo up, leaning him against her, and unclipped the pulse gun from her waist, placing it in his palm. The heavy pulse gun was a solid weight in his hand, but Lin Ruo felt an immense sense of security. His Shinping was back. The Feng family of Huajun, having risen to nobility through commercial contributions, had turned on their former masters, aggressively swallowing up the Lin family's assets. The young master of the Lin family had originally been betrothed to the Shun family of Kongjuan, but his fiancée had died on the battlefield, a tragic tale. The empire's new policies had relaxed the matching period for men, allowing them to use personal contribution points to buy out their matching time. Under the Feng family's oppression, Lin Ruo had struggled for 2 years, and now he was at the end of his rope. If you ask me, Lin Ruo should just give in to Miss Feng. Exactly. The Feng family is at its peak, and Miss Feng is accomplished at a young age. They've known each other since childhood. That's a bond deeper than any outsiders. With Lin Ruo's aloof nature, how could he agree? The Fengs used to be their family's retainers. Shoot, don't mention that. No matter what happened before, this is the empire now. Those old nobles are history. If Lin Ruo keeps this up, he won't even get a decent position as a concubine. In less than 2 years, he'll be begging for a living in the clubs. At the Feng family's banquet, the guests gossiped. One curious soul looked around and asked, "Hey, why isn't Miss Feng here today?" Probably gone to see Lin Ruo again. People exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes filled with complex emotions, curiosity, mockery, schadenfreude, and some baser thoughts. Head of the family. Head of the family. The head steward rushed in, grasping the Feng family head's arm, his face pale and ashen. What's all the fuss about? The Feng family head frowned, about to scold him, when the steward said, "Something terrible. The young lady. Her spiritual power has been destroyed." What? The red wine glass slipped from the Feng family head's hand, splashing onto her trousers like drops of blood. Who dares to touch my heir? Before the words had faded, the banquet hall's doors were forced open. A squad of soldiers burst in, driving the guests out. The Feng family is suspected of smuggling europium or in malicious commercial competition. Their noble status is hereby revoked and all properties confiscated. White uniforms, gold epaulets, the six-winged sword and shield insignia. The Imperial Guard. The Feng family head's mind went blank. She had always been careful, covering her tracks. How had the Imperial family been alerted? "Sir, you must be mistaken." She refused to give up. After years of scheming to rise, she had barely enjoyed her days of glory. How could she accept this? The guard shoved her aside. "You had to pick a fight with Captain Shin's person. offending His Majesty's most trusted confidant. You've got a death wish. Captain Shun. Could it be? Shinping. The Feng family head collapsed to the floor, her eyes vacant. No, impossible. She's dead, isn't she? In just a single day, the newly built high platform of the Feng family collapsed, and the noble powers of Huajun were reshuffled. Those who had once trampled on the Lin family to curry favor with the Fengs were all filled with regret. The royal escort ship broke through the clouds, flying toward the imperial capital's aerial district. Shinping sat by the bedside, greedily gazing at Lin Ruo's sleeping face. 2 years ago, Yi Zhixia had arrived at the Shin family with a chip in hand. To resurrect Shinping, she had scoured the technological trees of all civilizations stored in her sea of consciousness, ultimately finding the perfect solution. Rewrite the consciousness entity into data, store it in a biochip, and implant the chip into the brain of a clone to synthesize a brand new life form. The most difficult part, the rewriting of consciousness, did not take too long under Yi Zixia's bug-like mental power enhancement. On the contrary, the materials for the biochip were experimented with countless times. Some had insufficient capacity, others had bioactivity too low, none were suitable. It was judgment that reminded Yi Zhixia the companion ore obtained when excavating the primordial source core might be useful. The companion ore was named living gold, possessing typical metallic properties, yet resembling a mass of flesh and blood. Under the influence of the Kraken's psychic ability, living gold exhibited incredible mental carrying capacity, succeeding on the first attempt at data import. Although the consciousness transplant was highly successful, there still needed to be a process of integration with the body. Shinping was like a vegetative patient, conscious but unable to control her body. She struggled within the clone for 2 years, only waking up yesterday. That bastard Yi Zhixia, to stimulate her nerves, had let the Lin family's decline go unchecked, whispering in her ear every day about how the Lins were being suppressed and how miserable their lives were. Shinping watched helplessly as Lin Ruo suffered, her heart nearly shattering. Although she later discovered that Yi Zhixia had sent people to watch over him, Shinping still got into a fight with her. Shinping. Lin Ruo's lips moved, and he suddenly opened his eyes, jolting awake from the bed. He had been dreaming again, a nightmare he couldn't escape for 2 years. Ruo, I'm here. Shinping pulled the thin man into her arms. He had lost so much weight, like a late-blooming cherry blossom tree, unable to withstand the slightest breeze, ready to scatter and drift away at any moment. The woman's embrace was warm and addictive. The collar of her military uniform was loose, worn sloppily, a little habit she could never break. Lin Ruo involuntarily raised his hand to straighten her collar, but his fingers paused when they touched the button. He frowned, pressing against her chest to pull back from her embrace. Weren't you dead? Why come back? Lin Ruo turned his head away, feeling a pang of chagrin that Shinping had seen him in such a desperate state. My Ruo is still waiting for me. Even if my soul scatters, I would crawl back from hell to marry you. Lin Ruo looked at Shinping. She was always like this. Smooth talking with sweet nothings learned from who knows where, always able to leave a person dizzy and disoriented. How infuriating. Ruo, your wife will never let you suffer again. Shinping reached for Lin Ruo's hand, but he avoided her. She sighed inwardly. Her death had terrified him. He had been on the verge of slitting his own throat. Lin Ruo was one of the rare proud men in the world. Without relying on psychic power, he could master many profound subjects that only women could grasp. But he was too clever, never revealing his uniqueness in front of others, remaining as calm, gentle, and courteous as all men were expected to be. Yet Shinping knew what a lofty flower he truly was. Women always liked challenging prey. Initially approaching Lin Ruo had been nothing more than a conquest impulse. When she fell for him, Shinping wasn't sure, nor did she need to dwell on it. In any case, she had plucked this snow lotus from the clouds. Suddenly Shinping lowered her head, clutching her chest, her brows furrowed in pain. What's wrong? Lin Ruo forgot his sulkiness and quickly supported the woman, his fingertips trembling slightly. Shinping. My chest hurts so much. Shinping pulled the man tightly into her arms, revealing a triumphant grin. Only Ruo's kisses and hugs can make it better. You. Lin Ruo was pushed down onto the bed, the woman's strong body pressing against him with no escape. Crimson quickly spread across his cheeks, and their gradually warming breath mingled with the sweet scent of mountain cherry blossoms. His pale pink hair spread across the pillow like blossoms scattered by the spring breeze, inviting one to lie drunkenly among them. Shinping pinned both his wrists with one hand, lifted his chin, and kissed him. Domineering, fierce, and utterly unreasonable. Lin Ruo's resistance and struggles were easily subdued. He realized with horror that he could not resist this woman. Body and soul, he was completely and utterly lost. Bastard. Shinping, you bastard. Yes, I'm a bastard. Didn't you know that already? Shinping unfastened the man's waistband, lifted the hem of his shirt, and caressed his waist. His skin warm as jade pressed against her palm, and the beautifully defined abdominal muscles were irresistible to touch. You. Lin Ruo turned his head away, trying to fend off the overwhelming onset of his susceptible face. How could he be so weak? Why did just a few teasing touches from Shun Ping reduce him to this state? I've wanted to do this for a long time, Ruo. Shin Ping gazed down at the man beneath her eyes dark and profound. I want to plant cherry blossoms all over you, here and here. Everywhere. Lin Ruo curled up trying to evade Shin Ping's kisses, but his limbs were weak and easily restrained. Shin Ping, you bastard. On the Starlight Crown sightseeing ship, the art exhibition of Yi Mu, the Empire's first prince, was about to open. To curry favor with the royal family, many nobles both old and new had arrived. His Majesty spoils the first prince too much. It's just an art exhibition, yet he's even using the Starlight Crown, which is usually reserved for state banquets. Indeed, it's not even his own seed. Stop. You've got some nerve saying things like that. Why not? It's the truth. His Majesty himself admits it. Some things His Majesty can say, but you cannot. Fine. But how good can a man's paintings be? We'll have to lie through our teeth later. Can you just shut up for a moment? Before the exhibition hall, guests gathered in small groups, murmuring softly. Hidden behind the curtain, Mu Mu observed everything. Mu Mu was 17, as elegant as jade orchids and jade trees. His features resembled his father's, but his noble aura mirrored that of His Majesty the Sovereign. Hee, Uncle Pat, what do you think their expressions will be when they see my paintings? Mu Mu's eyes curved, a smile playing at the corners of his lips like a little fox. Pat chuckled. The first prince, so mischievously pampered by His Majesty. What kind of woman could ever tame him? Previously, Mu Mu had been publishing his works on the Starnet under the pseudonym Ranxing. His classical painting style was versatile, his use of color bold and unrestrained, his compositions unique. He was a rising star in the world of high art. He also enjoyed creating short stories, both his art and narratives captivating audiences, leaving them craving more. Rumors circulated online that Ranxing came from a distinguished background, a daughter of an old aristocratic family. The canvases and pigments she used were priceless, some unavailable even to the wealthy. Watching fans leave messages under her personal page daily. Wife, marry me. Sister, look at me. Mu Mu found it immensely amusing. He often interacted with them using a feminine tone, and no one ever suspected a thing. This was Mu Mu's first exhibition under his real name, featuring new works never before seen on the Starnet. The lights dimmed, and the grand doors of the exhibition hall slowly opened. Paintings were displayed quietly on the walls and in showcases. At the center of the hall hung a massive starry sky. Layers of deep blue and purple interwove, outlining a swirling nebula. Tiny stars shimmered in pale yellow, soft gold, and light red, as if radiating warmth. At the center of the composition, a white dwarf star blazed with dazzling light, like the final pulse before annihilation. The delicate brushstrokes captured the feeling of spatial collapse, with perfect clarity, the gradation of light rich and fluid. Such technique resembled ancient oil painting. This is... The guests had barely entered the hall when they were captivated by the painting titled Stars and Dust. The oppressive force of cosmic power rushed toward them, stunning them into breathlessness. What a powerful opening statement. Xiao Xingqian gazed up at the massive oil painting, a flicker of light in her eyes. She was of common birth, yet possessed extraordinary talent. At only 20, she held the position of counselor in the Art Association, earning the envy of many. But she was arrogant and sharp-tongued, utterly disregarding social niceties, having offended nearly half the powerful figures in the imperial capital star. Interesting. Her dark, almost black eyes gleamed with mockery. Xiao Xingqian strolled around the exhibition hall several times. Each painting had a strikingly distinct style, some subtle and graceful, some bold and expansive, some bizarre, some romantic and enchanting, hardly seeming to come from the same hand. These paintings were probably done by a ghost artist. Very likely the styles aren't consistent. Look at that one, Stars and Dust. Doesn't it resemble Ranxing's style? I noticed it too. It's definitely Ranxing. Damn, this is too much. Even the royal family can't bully people like this. They'll let you in on a secret. My sister is actually Ranxing. Many of her paintings have been bought out at high prices. Xiao Xingqian lowered her head to wipe her glasses, taking in the gossip with a disdainful snort. What do you mean by that? The one claiming her sister was Ranxing, as if her tail had been stepped on, stormed toward Xiao Xingqian, looking ready for a fight. Xiao Xingqian glanced at her and sneered. And who do we have here? The daughter of Counselor Chiu, I presume. She put on her glasses, crossed her arms, and crooked a finger at her, as if calling a puppy. Come here, call me Annie. You son of a... Chiumi's face flushed red as she grabbed Xiao Xingqian by the collar. This is a royal sightseeing ship, little niece. You have no manners at all, showing no respect for your elders. Xiao Xingqian pushed her away, straightened her clothes, and frowned slightly. This was her only decent gown. If it got ruined, she couldn't afford another. So different styles can't be from the same artist. Who made that rule? A bunch of hicks. Xiao Xingqian adjusted her glasses, a smirk curling her lips as she looked at Xiaomi like trash, with Xiaomiao's level. Even a dog's random turd would be a better painting than hers. And you have the nerve to pretend to be Ranxing. Xiao Xingqian's tongue was as venomous as ever, lethal enough to kill without drawing blood. Ta! A series of clear, crisp laughter rang out, completely out of place in the tense atmosphere. Xiaomi was furious, her eyes wide as she looked around. Who just laughed? Step forward now, or I'll kill you. Oh dear, Uncle Pat, I'm so scared. Someone says they're going to kill me. A young man stepped out from behind the curtain. His white formal suit was simple in design, but exquisitely tailored, perfectly accentuating his tall, upright figure. His ink-black hair was tied in a ponytail adorned with a small silver crown, the attire of an unmarried man. Don't be afraid, First Prince. No one in the Empire dares to lay a finger on you. Pat, now the head steward of the Mushua Palace, spoke with the inherent authority of the royal household. He drew his gun and aimed it at Xiaomi, his gaze cold and fierce, carrying the ferocity of a mad dog. What? The eldest son? Xiaomi looked at Pat's royal emblem on his chest, her face turning pale. What had she just said? Who was she going to kill? This is just a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you. Huma's tongue felt numb, a bitter taste filling her mouth. Moo tilted her head, her innocent big eyes looking over, asking, "Oh, so if it were someone else, it would be fine to kill them. Even my mother wouldn't say such things." Cold sweat slid down Huma's brow, falling into her eyes, a sour discomfort overwhelming her. "Also, I heard you say just now your sister is Ran Xing." Moo frowned, seemingly troubled. "But Ran Xing is my pen name." Xiaomi looked at the young man in disbelief, then revealed a knowing expression. This eldest son was indeed shameless. Ran Xing was clearly a woman. How could a little man like him impersonate her? Her sister Qiu Miao had been imitating Ran Xing's style for 2 years, already able to create indistinguishable fakes. Ran Xing's personal account was just an ordinary blue badge indicating she was an unremarkable commoner. When the time comes, they could buy out this account, and her sister's candidacy for the council would be secured. Eldest son, even if your status is noble, you cannot violate the laws of the empire. Impersonating another's identity to gain contribution points is a serious crime. Saying this, Xiaomi felt no guilt at all. His Majesty the Holy Monarch most admired those who were upright and unafraid of power. Her courage to refute the royal family's words would surely leave a mark in history. TCH, big fool. Xiao Xingqian's voice was not loud, but it was very present, the irritating tone impossible to ignore. Moo turned her head to assess the person. The light gray formal attire hung loosely with a white iris pinned on the chest. The purple shoulder-length curly hair brought a hint of mischief to the mysterious look, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, making him appear like a refined rogue. Noticing the young man's gaze, Xiao Xingqian looked back. She had only seen the Empire's eldest son on Starnet, appearing only during celebrations, quietly standing behind the Duke, gentle and quiet like a fresh little white flower. Seeing him today completely overturned her judgment. Yimu was far from a little white flower, rather, he was a flamboyant, man-eating flower. Xiao Xingqian's gaze was deep, unwavering, yet her ears grew increasingly warm and red. Xiao Xingqian, the Art Association is about to undergo a change in leadership. Whether you can keep your position is still up for debate. Your father is too arrogant. Xiaomi, in a fit of anger, began to speak recklessly, completely forgetting the occasion. Royal Guard, throw her out. Moo raised an eyebrow, pointing at Xiaomi with a cold tone. In an instant, several royal guards pushed through the crowd, grabbing Xiaomi by the shoulders and dragging her out regardless of her struggles. The royal family oppresses common artists. A man also wants to replace Master Ran Xing. He should consider his own worth. Huma's voice faded away, disappearing in the exhibition hall. The faces of the attendees turned awkward. Xiaomi had spoken their hearts, but how could such matters be made explicit? Are those who engage in art all so fearless? Uncle Pat, did that lady get hit by a car? She doesn't seem very smart. Moo blinked innocently. Pat stayed silent. Their eldest son was being mischievous again. Just now I was live streaming using Ran Xing's account. Moo spread her hands, her tone helpless. Hasn't everyone been on Starnet? What? The guests were in an uproar. Being able to board the royal sightseeing ship is such an honor. They didn't even have time to visit, let alone stream live on Starnet. I have never admitted that Ran Xing is a woman, you know. Moo narrowed her eyes, but he never explained that Ran Xing was male. Lord Yimu, since everyone doubts Ran Xing's identity, why not create a painting right here? That way no one would doubt it. Do you dare? It was her again. Moo turned her head, her gaze toward Xiao Xingqian, filled with curiosity. What she said was precisely what he had in mind. Though her tone sounded provocative, he could see that there was no disdain in her eyes, and her gaze toward the guests felt like she was looking at fools. All right. Moo smiled, waving her hand for the attendants to bring over the painting tools and paints. In front of the large canvas, the young man's aura suddenly became sharp. Picking up the brush was like wielding a sword, the cool detachment making others instinctively avoid him. He began with splashed ink landscape, painting the shades of ink spreading across the distant mountains like a dark hue. With a turn of the brush, he meticulously depicted with fine lines outlining the withered branches and cold pond, the artistic conception cold and solitary, embodying the soul of ancient Eastern ink artistry. This is the lost wet brush technique. A well-known classical painter gasped in astonishment. Before the crowd could marvel, the young man turned the oil paint splashing and smearing on the ink-splashed background, countless birds soaring under the sunlight like a torrent of colors, creating a sense of temporal and spatial intertwining with the ink-colored mountains. He used a palette knife to pile up the paint, creating a relief-like texture, and sprinkled gold powder at the edges of the flying feathers. This was yet another entirely different technique. "This is absurd," someone muttered in disbelief. "Such a chaotic style cannot possibly blend." The young man ignored the doubts, turning around to grasp the spray gun. Cobalt blue and chrome yellow collided at the center of the canvas, transforming into a whirlpool of clouds and mist flickering as the perspective shifted. What is he trying to do? The guests watched as the young man took the reagent, dotting it on those relief-like birds. The wings gradually took on a glaze, bursting with ice-cracked textures, producing a clear sound like ancient porcelain. A medley of several intense artistic styles appeared simultaneously on a single canvas, without any sense of dissonance, merging into a stunning visual feast. Moo Moo signed the painting, Ranxing the same as the font on Starnet. The entire exhibition hall fell silent. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Xingqian clapped her hands gently and chuckled. Brilliant, brilliant. Eastern ink wash, impressionist oil painting, Byzantine mosaic, medieval spray painting, and the dotting technique. Truly a feast for the eyes. Your Highness Yimu, what is the name of this painting? Xiao Xingqian gazed at the artwork, her eyes entranced. The multicolored birds seemed to come alive, chirping as they fluttered into her heart. Moo Moo raised an eyebrow, his peach blossom eyes narrowing with a glint of mischief. Let's call it a big forest, all kinds of birds. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xingqian clapped her hands, laughing so hard she doubled over. How fitting. That name is hilarious. Among the guests present, none dared to laugh as freely as Xiao Xingqian. They all wore awkward expressions as if they had been slapped repeatedly across the face. Young Master Yimu's art exhibition had ended, but the buzz on the Starnet showed no signs of fading. Fans who once chased after him, calling him wife and sister, were bewildered. Their beloved artist was a man, a nightmare come true. Many unfollowed, but even more new fans poured in. Ranxing's follower count rose instead of falling. In contrast, the Qiu family was finished. Counselor Qiu was found guilty of academic fraud, stripped of his position, and fined a massive amount of contribution points. Qiu Miao had repeatedly hinted publicly that she was Ranxing, even signing several commercial contracts under that name. As Qiu Mi had said, impersonating another to gain contribution points was a serious crime. And Qiu Miao had impersonated no ordinary person. She had claimed to be His Majesty, the saintly sovereign's beloved child, the Empire's Grand Prince. She would spend the rest of her life doing hard labor on a mining planet until she died. If she was lucky, she might finish her sentence before old age set in. As for Qiu Mi, the root of all this trouble, no wrongdoing was found against him. But after being beaten black and blue by his mother and sister, he was utterly broken. Xiao Xingqian walked out of the exhibition hall, and among the rows of luxurious hovercars found her second, third, fourth, or fifth-hand little fat dog. This model had long been discontinued. Its round, chubby design was adorable, clearly meant for men, which also made it cheap. Tisk, why does it have to break down now? Xiao Xingqian slapped the hood. The little fat dog let out 2 beeps, its indicator lights flickering wildly before it completely conked out. Miss? Xiao Xing, you seem to be in trouble. Hearing this, Xiao Xingqian turned her head. She recognized the red-haired beauty. It was young Master Yimu's personal attendant. She thought his name was Pat or Pete. His Highness invites you. Please follow me. The attendant bowed respectfully, leaving no room for refusal, and turned to lead the way. Xiao Xingqian raised an eyebrow and followed. The small parlor was warm as spring, filled with an indescribable subtle fragrance. Outside the window, the sky was a clear blue, clouds flowed beneath their feet, and sunlight spread gently across the tea table, serene and peaceful. You're here. The young man was looking at a picture book, a hardcover edition worth a fortune, but he casually tossed it aside. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, shimmering and amorous. With just a glance, he stirred ripples in Xiao Xingqian's heart. Sit down. The young man beckoned to her, so familiar as if they had known each other for years. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of black tea. The tea smoke rose gently, blurring his features. Xiao Xingqian sat down on the sofa across from him. The young man slid the tea toward her, his jade-like fingers slender, evoking the image of an orchid placed on an ancient altar. With a casual glance, Xiao Xingqian noticed that the hardcover picture book was actually a collection of her works. Your Highness, what business do you have with me? Xiao Xingqian didn't touch the tea. Her deep purple eyes, hidden behind her glasses, seemed even more obscure. Moo Moo rested his chin on his hands, leaning in to look at her. His lashes fluttered twice as he asked with a smile, how did you figure out that I am Ranxing? Huh. Xiao Xingqian played dumb. Didn't you do a live stream? Moo Moo tilted his head, a faint dimple forming at the corner of his lips. You're lying. I checked. You weren't logged into the Starnet at that time. How could you have watched the live stream? Xiao Xingqian was taken aback. He had actually investigated her. All right. She sighed somewhat helpless and spread her hands. When Ranxing applies colors, she always leaves a small blank space in the bottom right corner of the painting. The paintings you exhibited, though vastly different in style, all share the same coloring habit. You noticed that? You're my fan. Xiao Xingqian's breath caught. Her brows furrowed and her ears began to burn. She recalled her passionate confessions in Ranxing's private messages. Things like your brush colors my soul, and my world would be lifeless without you. It was so embarrassing. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she had remained anonymous. Is it hard to accept? Xiao Xingqian looked up. What? That Ranxing is actually a man. Don't you feel like your whole worldview has collapsed? Mumu smiled like a little fox, his big eyes nearly squeezed shut. Xiao Xingqian stared at the young man for a long moment, then shook her head, speaking with unprecedented seriousness. No, talent isn't diminished by gender. Whoever Ranxing is Ranxing is Ranxing. Mumu paused, his smile slowly fading. In truth, he had been somewhat bothered. He had created the alias Ranxing to prevent his identity from influencing people's judgment of his work. But when everyone assumed Ranxing was a woman, he still felt a twinge of disappointment. He never expected to hear such words today. Sister Qin, may I call you that? The young man's eyes curved, his gaze sincere and tender. A little cat seemed to tread across her heart. Xiao Xingqian raised a hand to her chest, trying to calm her frantic heartbeat. Xiao Xingqian was sent back to her apartment in the royal luxury car. The small apartment was only 20 square meters without even a private parking space. Thus, when the royal emblazoned car stopped at the public lot, it caused quite a stir. Heavens, what kind of car is this? It's stunning. This emblem. It's the royal family. Look, isn't that Xiao Chun? How did she get out of a royal car? It really is her. And there's a young lad in the car. Xiao Xingqian got out of the car and walked home without looking back, but the hem of her clothes was grabbed. She turned around and saw the young man leaning, in his jade-white fingers clenched tightly, faintly tinged with pink. Your Highness, please let go. Her heart began to stir restlessly again, and the more it did, the colder her tone became. His deep purple pupils were like an abyss reflecting no light. The young man's lips pouted, his eyes full of grievance, and finally, he released his grip. Sister Qin, won't you really be my oil painting teacher? The young man's voice was clear and crisp, sweeter than a cold mountain spring, almost making her nod. Your Highness, your painting skills and aesthetic sense are top-notch. I have nothing left to teach you. His Highness Yi Mu was still young. A momentary fancy did not equate to love. He did not understand, and she could not bear it. Xiao Xingqian lowered her eyes and adjusted her glasses. She dared not look into the young man's eyes, fearing she would be bewitched and lose her heart. Why still call me your Highness? Call me Mumu. The young man pouted in displeasure, his expression utterly adorable. Xiao Xingqian nodded hastily, dared not linger any longer, turned, and walked into the apartment, building her figure swallowed by the shadows. Alas! The royal hovercraft drove away, but the young man's sigh still echoed in her ears. Xiao Xingqian leaned against the inside of the unit door, the seemingly impenetrable armor suddenly showing a crack. Damn it, Xiao Xingqian, what are you fantasizing about? She tugged at her collar and took a deep breath. The air carrying the cold fragrance of snowflakes rushed into her lungs with a dull ache. Cough, cough, cough. Tisk, here it was again, an endless fit of coughing. Xiao Xingqian coughed violently, covering her mouth, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, her back hunched like a dying cicada, struggling for survival. Opening her palm, there was indeed another pool of blood, a beautiful red perfect for painting red plum blossoms in the snow. 2 years ago, she had been diagnosed with genetic collapse disorder. Not only her heart and lungs, but every organ was gradually failing. The doctors said she would not live more than 5 years. She was merely a commoner with no clone to provide her with replacement organs. Even if she did, once the brain began to fail, it would be too late to remedy. Xiao Xingqian accepted this outcome and did not waste energy on treatment. All people die sooner or later. She had come into the world naked, possessing nothing. Every extra day she lived was a gain. But today she suddenly did not want to die. Musho Palace was the most exquisite building in the imperial city, a dream castle built by His Majesty the saintly lord for his precious pearl. The pure white palace exuded a jade-like texture, warm and translucent, emitting a soft halo under the sunlight. Little Mumu, what's wrong? Her son had held an art exhibition today, and Yi Zhixia had not found time to personally support him, only coming over after finishing government affairs with Wenxi. Yet she saw the young lad leaning by the window, looking dejected. Mother, father. Mumu turned back and bowed obediently. Seeing his mother's concerned gaze, he lowered his head, his cheeks burning slightly. I met a lady today. I want her to be my wife. Yi Zhixia raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Wenxi, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. To think ever since Mumu grew his virginity mole at 16, the couple had started arranging blind dates for him. The young lad seemed obedient and sensible, but he was quite opinionated. The talented youth that when she had meticulously selected and Yi Zhixia had personally vetted were all rejected by Mumu. They had no idea what kind of person he was looking for. Yi Zhixia spread her spiritual power, and the events from today's exhibition instantly flooded into her mind. Then she dug up every detail of Xiao Xingqian's life. You mean Xiao Xingqian? But she doesn't seem very enthusiastic about you. Yi Zhixia squinted. She did not particularly like this prospective daughter-in-law. Perhaps it was a mother's instinct to have no fondness for the one who might pluck her tender pristine cabbage. Mumu clenched his fist and said seriously, "Mother, you taught Mumu that if you want something you must snatch it even if you have to fight for it." He softened his tone, tugging at his mother's sleeve and shaking it. "Mother, I just want her. But you've only met once. Do you truly know her?" Yi Zhixia remained unmoved. Her little rascal, spoiled by her, was becoming increasingly domineering and also better at acting cute. Mumu pressed his lips together. He admitted he did not fully know that person, but he was also certain this was not a whim. "I'm serious." Mumu lowered his head, his voice soft. "She understands my thoughts. The way she looks at me is pure. Talking with her makes me feel so happy, like a close friend I've known in a past life." "Mother, please agree to Mumu." Yi Zhixia sighed and patted the young lad's head. "I can agree, but a forced melon is not sweet." "A forced melon may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst." Mumu's eyes lit up instantly. "Then he'll go pursue her." Yi Zhixia rubbed her temples. "Mumu Xiao Xingqian suffers from genetic collapse disorder. She only has a few years left. Are you still willing to marry her?" Mumu's joyful expression froze on his face, then faded bit by bit. Crystal teardrops fell, landing on the back of his hand, burning hot. "Mother, I must catch up to her quickly. Time is short. I don't want to waste a single minute." Yi Zhixia was somewhat flustered. Mumu was a strong-willed child and rarely cried. She wanted to say more, but the hem of her clothes was tugged. "My wife, you know Mumu's temperament." When she pulled his wife aside and whispered, "Since my wife didn't refuse, you must have a way to deal with that illness." "How you know me well, Cici." Yi Zhixia pecked her husband on the lips, her mood considerably lifted. For the sake of her husband and child, she would lend a hand and solve that little girl's problem. On a fine autumn afternoon, the sky was a clear washed blue and the sunlight was as translucent as amber. The air carried the sweet scent of ripening grapes, and a gentle breeze scattered golden ginkgo leaves across the ground like fragments of gold. In the small garden on a rocking chair, Yi Zhixia gently plucked a fallen leaf from Wenzai's hair. Among the man's dark locks were a few strands of white, and wrinkles had crept to the corners of his eyes. The two had been together for over 100 years. Yi Zhixia had always been dedicated to extending human lifespan, but the period of decline was an inescapable fate. Wenzai's life was nearing its end. "My wife, do I look very ugly now?" The man's voice was no longer clear and melodious, but raspy, like an old bellows. Yi Zhixia gently kissed his eyes. Those blue irises were still clear, forever gazing at her tenderly. "Even if CC turns into a little old man, he'll be a handsome old man." Yi Zixia's eyes curved into a smile. She picked up a lock of the man's hair and twined it with her own and began to braid it. To bear her immense spiritual power, Yi Zixia's genes had been enhanced. If she wished, she could live for several hundred years. But as the beloved ones around her departed one after another, all that remained for her were inescapable memories and solitude. She feared loneliness the most. So on the very day when she entered his decline, she began to age alongside him. "Don't be afraid, Cici. Sleep now. Your wife is with you." The man's eyes gradually lost their luster and finally closed forever. Yi Zhixia kissed his lips, held him tightly in her arms, and peacefully fell asleep as well. In the year 147 of Qiming, the Saint Lord and the Imperial Consort slept eternally in the palace garden. In the deep void of space, the galaxy spun silently, as if it would never change. Yi Zhixia watched for a very, very long time, so long that she forgot the concept of time itself. Her consciousness had long since transcended. She couldn't even die. She could self-destruct, but then the immense tidal wave of energy would instantly kill billions of living beings, and the entire universe would tremble. How could she bear it? Is eternal life a blessing or a curse? Yi Zhixia sighed. She consoled herself that if she lived long enough, her human emotions would fade, and she would no longer feel lonely or pained. Suddenly something trembled within her sea of consciousness. Yi Zhixia leaned in to look. It was a small maple leaf with clearly visible silver veins floating on the sea of consciousness, shimmering faintly. Yi Zixia's eyes lit up. This was the soul imprint she had planted on Cici's body. It had actually responded. Unlike Shenping, when she was just an ordinary man with no spiritual power, his soul had dissipated quickly after death. No matter how Yi Zhixia tried to hold on, she could not resist the mighty force of the laws. But the soul imprint had not disappeared, it had lain quietly at the bottom of her sea of consciousness. Yi Zhixia found some comfort in this. At least her CC had not completely vanished. He might have been reborn into another world, living another life. Now the soul imprint had reacted. Yi Zhixia mobilized all her spiritual power to sense it. The The fluctuations seemed to come from a parallel world separated by a membrane of the universe, and she could not see it clearly. Cece, wait a little longer. Your wife will definitely find you. A dazzling white light blossomed, and Yi Zhixiao vanished. Huazhao Star, the One Family Estate. The night was thick and black, the spring chill biting. The courtyard was overgrown with withered grass, and only a lone gaunt plum tree bore a few sparse blossoms. A thin, frail youth knelt beneath the plum tree, his light shirt clinging to his body in the wind, outlining his slender waist and beautiful shoulder blades. Can't even handle such a small task. What use do I have for you? Crash. A white porcelain teacup shattered in front of the youth, fragments flying and cutting the back of his hand. He covered the wound with reddened fingertips, but blood still seeped through the gaps. When she cowered, head bowed, not daring to utter a single word of explanation. His mother wouldn't care anyway, but she only cared about results. Today she had taken him to the governor's mansion banquet. For this event she had spared no expense to buy him a suit of formal attire, the most beautiful clothes he had ever worn. Even so, they were still the shabbiest guests. When she knew his mother wanted to marry him into a high-ranking family, even if it meant being a lowly concubine for their entertainment. He was born of a concubine, so it seemed he was only fit to be one. Today was not an ordinary social gathering, but an entertainment party specifically for ladies. Most of the men brought there were family concubines, and many popular escorts had also been invited. The atmosphere was one of debauchery and extravagance, with decadent music and cloying perfumes floating over the dance floor. Indulgent women and men, searing passion and desire intertwined and entangled wantonly without end. When she had been allowed in because of his face. His soft black hair had a faint blue tint, smooth as silk. His long eyebrows were like distant green mountains, and his peach blossom eyes held two pools of icy blue lake water shimmering with passion. His delicate pert nose and soft begonia-like lips seemed to carry the scent of morning dew, a beauty that was pure and refined, untouched by the slightest dust. As expected, he caught the eye of the governor's eldest daughter. The woman ordered him to take off his clothes in public, all of them. When she ran, he had splashed wine all over the woman's pants, then hid in the bathroom trembling until two stewards dragged him out. After that, he and his mother were thrown out of the governor's mansion. You little wretch. Do you know how much face you've made me lose? His mother's angry shouts were still clearly audible through the doors and windows. When she knelt quietly, his heart undisturbed. His skin was precious, his mother wouldn't beat him too severely. At most it would be a few days of confinement and a 2-day fast. He was long used to it. Only, his little father would probably suffer again. Every time when she failed to meet expectations, his mother would take her anger out on his little father. Several times the man was almost tortured to death, when she had to plead for a long time before Elder Chong would allow the use of the medical pod. But this time he had offended the governor's mansion. When she did not know what terrible torment awaited him and his father. Wife, please do not be angry. Elder Master Zhuang brought another cup of tea, adding 2 chrysanthemum flowers to cool the temper. When she was raised according to the standards of an elder master, suddenly being made to serve a woman, it is no wonder he is at a loss. Zhuang Shi wore a pure and kind smile, his voice slow and soft, and indeed her anger seemed to dissipate. Wife, why not hire a courtesan to properly teach him the rules of the bedchamber? I have heard that in noble families, when training a secondary son, they are not even permitted to wear an outer robe. Zhuang Shi's words slithered into her ears like a snake, cold and slippery. When she shivered, his face turning deathly pale. How I have been foolish. When Junju took a sip of tea, her mood greatly improved. As a minor clerk in the Ministry of Education, she prided herself on being refined and elegant, and had scorned to teach her own son those vulgar, seductive arts. After this incident, Zhuang Shi's words held some truth. Buzz! Buzz! The doorbell suddenly rang, the chime indicating a stranger. When Junju frowned. At this hour, who could be knocking? Suddenly her face turned pale. Could it be the governor's mansion come to settle accounts? Not daring to be negligent, when Junju hastily straightened her robes and went to open the door herself. Click! The door opened, and when Junju looked out with a face full of smiles. A shuttle was parked in front of their single-family villa, occupying nearly the entire berth of the residential area. When Junju had never seen such a luxurious shuttle. Compared to this one before her, the governor's shuttle seemed like the difference between a poor boy from a remote star and a noble son from the central star. Excuse me, is this the residence of Madame Wen Junju? A woman dressed as a housekeeper bowed to her, her manner polite, yet when Junju inexplicably felt inferior. Even the housekeeper's attire was finer than hers, the head of the household. Yes, I am Wen Junju. May I ask who you are? She straightened her back, trying to muster the dignity of a public official. Please do not be nervous, said the housekeeper. The eldest daughter of the Central Star Yi family, Miss Yi Zhixiao, requests a meeting with your son when she. May I ask if it is convenient? The shuttle was already parked at the doorstep, and she still asked about convenience. When Junju felt a pang of awkwardness, but it was swiftly followed by ecstasy. The Yi family of the Central Star? This name was truly thunderous. a top-tier commercial dynasty of the Federation, a behemoth monopolizing energy and shipping. When had her son caught the eye of this heiress apparent? Truly, when one door closes, another opens. Convenient, I will fetch him immediately. When Jun's smile became much more genuine. Rubbing her hands together, she turned and went to the back courtyard, hoisting her son up from the ground. Xiaoxi, your lucky day has come. When Junju practically dragged her son indoors, her gaze swept over him and her brow furrowed. Oh my, your hand is injured. Quick, open the medical pod and lie down inside. Zhuangshi, I recall you made a new set of formal robes last month. Dress Xiaoxi in them. And your jewelry, pick out some valuable pieces. What are you standing around for? Our family is about to rise in the world. When she was pressed into the medical pod, the low hum of the instruments in his ears still not fully comprehending. His body was numb with cold and his mind was sluggish. Was he going to be sent off to some noble's house again to be appraised and toyed with? He had escaped last time, but what about this time? At some point he had become fiercely resistant to such things. A voice in his heart told him not to resign himself, to wait a little longer. No matter how hard it gets, wait a little longer. Elder Master Zhuang's most expensive robes were put on him. His hair, grown long to curry favor with the nobility, was braided with pearls and gems hanging loosely over his shoulders. The youth in the mirror was stunningly beautiful, even when she himself was amazed by the sight. Be good this time. Whatever miss he asks you do. If you mess this up again, When she looked at his mother, her cheeks were flushed with 2 red patches, her eyes were bright, and her voice was urgent and trembling. They'll send you to the club and sell you for a good price. When she lowered his gaze, he knew his mother was serious. A minor boss from the Central Star had once come to propose marriage, a man named Qian, who specifically requested him as his primary spouse. His mother had initially agreed, but he refused, resisting with all his might. Over the years, countless good marriages had been ruined by him in this way. When she was so rebellious that even his little father scolded him for not knowing what was good for him. Dazed and confused, he boarded the luxurious shuttle, his entire body rigid. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the corridor as bright as day. Magnificent murals depicted a riot of flowers, the cheeks of classical figures, moist and plump, possessing a vitality only found in hand-painted works. Exquisite porcelain were mere ornaments. The priceless jade immortal peonies had been cut and placed in vases. The floral carpet underfoot was gorgeous and soft, like walking on clouds. A faint, elegant fragrance lingered in the air, seemingly with a calming effect. The tension and fear gradually receded, and one's eyes, tightly clenched fingers unconsciously relaxed. Madam, one, please stop here. The carved double doors swung open. When Junju was about to follow inside, but was stopped by the housekeeper. This? Her pride was a little wounded. Young master, when she please enter. Watching the housekeeper treat her son with such deference, when Junju felt a complex mix of emotions. She watched helplessly as her son walked through the door, craning her neck to see inside, but the door suddenly closed, slapping her in the face. The moment when she stepped through the door, before he could even see the room's layout, an arm seized him from the side. An immense, irresistible force pulled him into an embrace and held him captive. Yi Jixia tightly wrapped her arms around the youth's waist, lowering her head to inhale the orchid fragrance from his body. She had expended nearly all her energy to breach the cosmic membrane, and upon entering the body of Yi Jixia, she discovered the giant mushroom within the sea of consciousness. Drawing from past experience, she unceremoniously accepted the energy delivered to her doorstep. Evidently, in this parallel universe, the spiritual sense deity was on the verge of successfully possessing the body, yet Yi Jixia's arrival once again shattered its ambitions. The moment she awoke, Yi Jixia flew to the planet Huazhao. As the distance grew shorter, the soul imprint became increasingly radiant and animated. "Cici, I found you." Yi Jixia caressed the youth's long hair. 17-year-old, when she had not yet fully matured, his brows still carrying the innocence of adolescence. The woman held him too tightly, when she pressed against her firm chest, struggled to breathe. When a light kiss landed on his nape, he shivered and snapped back to reality, panicking as he reached out to push her away. "And Miss Yi, please don't." Yi Jixia lowered her gaze, her pupils deep and dark. Having long occupied a position of authority, the pressure she inadvertently released instilled a flicker of fear in the youth. With all her self-control, she suppressed the urge to push him down. Her Cici had not yet awakened in his eyes. She was merely a stranger meeting him for the first time. Yi Jixia loosened her arms, but still held the youth's waist, preventing him from escaping. "Cici, you don't dislike me, do you?" When she fidgeted with the long pearl necklace, his fingertips trembling. The woman's gaze seemed to see through him completely. He truly did not dislike her touch, and even felt somewhat entranced. What was happening to him? Come back to the imperial capital. The Central Star? The woman's question left no room for refusal, so domineering. For some reason, when she found it familiar and reassuring, as if the void in his heart from years past had finally been filled. When she nodded, a voice within him told him, "This is the one you've been waiting for." When Junju waited impatiently through the night until dawn broke and the sky paled. She rubbed her eyes attempting to contact the Yi family's steward on her own. What? When Junju leaped from the sofa chair, eyes wide. What do you mean they've already left? I haven't agreed. She rushed frantically out of the villa only to find the Yi family's luxurious shuttle had departed, leaving behind scorched ground from the energy waves. That's my son. When Junju was furious. She hadn't even given her consent, yet the Yi family dared to take him away. Was there no law anymore? Yes, the Yi family were great nobles, and Wen Junju was just a minor clerk. But she was a civil servant employed by the Federation with a proper position. No. Book me a shuttle ticket to the Central Star? When Junju barked at Zhuang. This can't end like this. That little wretch, when she was off enjoying himself, not sparing a thought for her, his mother, after all the years she spent raising him. Without her guidance, how could he have such a good life? A new piece of gossip had emerged on the Central Star. The Yi family's eldest daughter, known for her indifference to men, had suddenly changed her ways, bringing back a beauty from a remote little planet. He was a true beauty, one whose looks would stand out even among all the past Federation gentlemen, enough to stir the heart of even a stone. Eldest missed this. Wen Zai's family background is far too humble. How can he bear the heavy responsibility of the Yi family's primary consort? Yi Hong, a powerful figure from the collateral branch, stated in the Yi Mansion's council hall. In my opinion, a concubine status would suffice. Yi Zhixia curled her lips in a cold sneer. In this parallel world, the original Buddhist mother Yi Qing had passed away 2 years ago. The original body itself had been taken over by the spiritual sense deity, colluding with Yi Tingchaos lineage. Fortunately, the giant mushroom's aesthetic differed from humans, and it had no interest in human males keeping its surroundings clean. Otherwise, Yi Zhixia would have been disgusted. Yi Hong, a collateral branch, should know its place. Yi Zhixia pulled the youth closer, gently patting his back. Old hag, you've scared my CC. Your entire lineage owes its current status to the scraps the main line deigned to share. Destitute relatives living off others' charity, when did you get the right to dictate my actions? You. Yi Hong's brows shot up, and she rose from her seat, slapping the armrest. She had been throwing her weight around in the Yi family for over 2 years, forgetting all about restraint and humility. Her daughter was the deputy commander of the 3rd Legion. What was Yi Zhixia? Nothing but a worthless grade cripple. Mother cousin, what's the commotion? The council hall doors swung open, and a woman in a dark gray military uniform walked in, a smile in her voice. It was Yi Tingchao. Everyone present rose to their feet, except for Yi Zhixia, who remained seated in the place of honor. You've arrived just in time. Yi Zhixia smirked. With everyone here, she could settle everything at once. A burst of intense white light flashed, and everyone from Yi Tingchaos faction collapsed brain-dead, including Yi Tingchao herself. The crowd was stunned into silence, frozen in place. As the head of the Yi family, I hereby execute the traitors. Yi Zhixia lightly touched her fingertips to her lips, her voice calm and gentle, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. You all know well what crimes they committed. Let this be a warning for the future. Family head, how will we explain this to the 3rd Legion? A collateral member was terrified out of his wits. They were merely a financial conglomerate, the lowest rank among nobles. It was only because of Yi Tingchao, a rising star in the military, that they had risen to become first-class nobles. With Yi Tingchao dead, the 3rd Legion would not let this slide. The woman on the main seat curled her lips, no longer reigning in the aura of a ruler. She unleashed it, fully pressing down on everyone until their knees buckled and they could barely breathe. Then let them come. The heir of the 3rd Legion was executed by Yi Zhixia, and everyone assumed the Yi family would collapse. Yet, contrary to expectations, the 3rd Legion not only refrained from holding the Yi family accountable, but instead pledged allegiance to Yi Zhixia. Moreover, even the Council of Elders extended an olive branch to her, their fawning demeanor resembling a pack of lapdogs. Yi Zhixia scoffed, believing they thought the deity had finally descended successfully, coming to beg for rewards. With the adorable Cici by her side, she had no time to play games with those people. Almost overnight, the Federation's power shifted, the Council of Elders crumbled, the military was reshuffled, and Yi Zhixia, with her unparalleled combat prowess, became the supreme commander of the 3 armed forces. The upheaval quickly subsided, barely affecting the lives of ordinary citizens. Aside from interstellar traffic being restricted for some time, everything remained as before. When Junju was stranded at the spaceport for nearly a month. During this period, her neural interface was strictly controlled, cutting her off from the outside world. Only today did she finally board a shuttle bound for the Central Star. Have you heard? The military has been restructured. From now on, there will be no legions, only branches of service. What? Then how will all those soldiers be managed? I heard they're organizing units into 8 levels: Army, Division, Brigade, Regiment, and so on, with tiered management. The Supreme Commander is called the Marshal. Oh, and who is the current Marshal? You don't know. It's the God-level powerhouse Yi Zhixia. God level. Oh my god, I was stuck at the spaceport and lost my interstellar connection. This world is changing too fast. When Junju pricked up her ears, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two passengers beside her, her heart pounded, beating faster and faster. Her daughter-in-law was the most powerful marshal in the Federation. Ha 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 ha. Her good days had finally arrived. When Junju sat in economy class, her face glowing with triumph. Her chin lifted higher and higher unconsciously, and her gaze toward the passengers beside her was filled with disdain and contempt. Traveling on the same shuttle as the Queen Mother, count yourselves lucky. Wait, she needed to upgrade her seat. It wasn't until she disembarked that when Junju finally failed to wrangle a seat upgrade from the flight attendant. Passengers brushed past her, their glances resembling those directed at a ridiculous country bumpkin. Damn it, that cursed airline. She would have her daughter-in-law destroy them. Jadeite Bay was entirely contracted by the Yi family. No exaggeration. The Yi family spent a fortune to purchase all the noble estates in Jadeite Bay and rebuilt a magnificent palace. When she stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the bedchamber, caressing the crimson velvet drapes, still feeling unreal, as if he might wake from a dream at any moment. Cece, would you like to go out for a stroll? When she was embraced from behind, instinctively he leaned into it, then hurriedly pulled away to maintain distance, a blush creeping across his cheeks. When had he become so frivolous? Yi Zhixia felt her arms empty, and seeing the startled young man with his back against the window frame, she sighed. Silly Cece. I was too hasty, Yi Zhixia said, taking half a step back. She extended her hand in invitation. Young master, when the Dream Venice Tower has opened, I wonder if I have the honor of strolling with you. When she looked at the stunningly beautiful woman, bit his lip and nodded gently. He placed his hand on her arm, his cheeks burning as if on fire. Yi Zhixia chuckled softly, taking the young man's arm as they boarded the shuttle. In her past life, she never had the chance to properly court Cece. This time, she would make up for it. To help her Cece recall his past life sooner, Yi Zhixia not only recreated the Imperial Palace, but also restored the surrounding facilities, including the Dream Venice Tower. The Dream Venice Tower was originally a long-established comprehensive entertainment center. Recently acquired by the Yi family, it had just reopened, now even more luxurious and high-end than before. Display cases held complete sets of jewelry, rubies as red as blood, translucent imperial green jadeite, enormous pink diamonds. The dazzling multicolored fire dazzled Wenzai's eyes. This is too precious. I can't accept it. The woman instructed the attendant to wrap up all the jewelry he had tried on. Wenzai's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly tugged at her sleeve. Any single gem on those ornaments was worth a fortune. Selling him wouldn't even cover the value of a single clasp. I just like to dress my partner up beautifully. Yi Zhixia sighed. Alas, Cece, can't you even fulfill this little wish of mine? When she was at a complete loss for words. Seeing the look of disappointment on her face, he knew she was doing it on purpose, yet his heart ached with a tender, lingering pain, and the words of refusal died on his lips. He was then dragged through boutiques for gowns, shoes, hats, skincare products, and even men's accessories before heading to the hovercar exhibition area to order 2 limited-edition luxury vehicles from the Federation. Watching the stellar credits flow out like water when she was already numb. Heaven knows how a dignified great woman could have such an insatiable shopping urge. Growling. A loud stomach growl echoed. When she clutched his belly, his face instantly turning crimson. Oh dear. Yi Zhixia slapped her forehead in remorse. My fault, I got carried away shopping. Cece must be hungry. Big sister will treat you to a feast. She booked out the entire restaurant where the minimum per person spending was 4 figures. On the revolving observation deck, the setting sun half sank into the clouds, dyeing the sky into an ocean of orange soda. Melodic piano notes filled the air, each one exuding elegance and opulence. Pan-seared bitchy beef steak, 5-flavor salted star worm, feet poached deep space, gray mist pork, vinegar braised giant pincer crab. Rare delicacies once seen only on cooking shows were brought to the table one by one. The intoxicating aroma invaded his nostrils. When she swallowed, feeling even hungrier. Miss Yi, this is more than enough. Seeing that she was about to order every item on the menu, he couldn't help but speak up. But I want you to try everything. Yi Zhixia acted like a nouveau riche, but in the Central Star, and indeed across the entire Federation, no one dared to object. Yi Zhixia had long known Wenzai's preferences and ordered only his favorite dishes. Yet even so, a man's appetite was limited, and he could not possibly finish such a feast. Cece, I want to take you to see all the beautiful sights across the galaxy and taste every delicacy in the Federation. Yi Zhixia peeled a shrimp with her own hands and fed it to the young man, her gaze tender and intent. I want to be with you forever. Wenzai's heartbeat faltered, his long lashes trembling as he dared not meet the woman's eyes. He lowered his head and ate the shrimp, but his tongue could not taste it. Even if it did, he felt it must be sweet, sweeter than honey. Cece. Warm breath brushed against his ear. When she shrank his neck, but did not pull away. Miss Yi, don't call me Miss Yi. Call me Sister Yi. Yi Zhixia drew the young man into her embrace. He was like a slender, tender sapling, one that invited the most meticulous care. When she bit his lower lip, blushing as he softly uttered Sister Yi, his voice low and gentle, carrying a subtle allure. How adorable. Yi Zixia clutched her chest. In the past, Cici had always called her wife. This was the first time he had called her sister. Damn it, what had she been doing all this time? The term sister was far more endearing. Yi Zixia lifted the young man's chin, her lips brushing against his in a fleeting kiss. Will you be mine? She said, be my one and only partner. When she nestled in the woman's neck, his body feeling light and powerless. This sensation was too unfamiliar, unsettling him. But the woman's words unsettled him even more. In just a short month, he had fallen deeply into the web of love, unable to extricate himself. His reserve, his pride, and his heart, all had crumbled. Summoning his courage when she raised his moist eyes, his lips parting as the word, yes, was about to escape. Head of the family, a lady claiming to be young master, when Zai's mother requests an audience. She is at Yi Mansion. The butler's voice rang out. When she abruptly lowered his head, retreating into his shell. Yi Zixia's temple twitched. Her Cici had been about to agree. Damn it, Wen Junju. Arriving at the Central Star for the first time, Wen Junju was utterly astounded. On Huajiao Star, there were only a few skimmers. Here, they were everywhere, not to mention all sorts of luxury cars. The SA-300 was already a very respectable hovercar back home, yet the taxi she took today was an SA-400. Wealth truly dazzled the eyes. After much trouble finding the address of Yi Mansion, Wen Junju discovered she couldn't even enter the Emerald Sea District. From getting an identity certificate at the Executive Hall to being searched and registered at the security department, she wasted an entire day running around. When Junse's legs were about to give out and the star coins in her account dwindled rapidly, making her heart bleed. Ha damn it all. When Junju sat in the Yi Mansion's reception hall, cursing under her breath. That clerk who issued the household registration had rolled her eyes 3 times. She wasn't blind. And that guard had actually patted down her coat pockets. What nonsense. Yi Mansion was even worse, with even a butler daring to give her attitude. Bah. Snobs. Once she saw her daughter-in-law shed, make sure they got what they deserved. Madam, when the head of the family requests your presence, follow me. When Junju shot a glance at the butler, brushed off her clothes, and lifted her chin. The opulence of Yi Mansion far exceeded Wen Junse's imagination. Her heart burned with fantasies of transferring to the Central Star, running for counselor, becoming speaker, then governor. Her daughter-in-law was the uncrowned king of the Federation, and she would be second only to her. Madam One. Madam One. The butler's voice snapped when Junju back to reality. She looked up and found herself in a luxurious reception hall. The woman in the seat of honor was elegant and striking, her entire demeanor inspiring awe. Her good son sat beside the woman, nestled in her arms like a little bird. Their intimate posture resembled that of a newlywed couple. TSK. That boy had always been picky. He had never glanced at those young talents before, but now encountering this one, his bones seemed to soften. Ha ha ha, my daughter-in-law is truly a dragon among men. When Junju approached warmly, reaching out to pat the woman's shoulder. But before she could take 2 steps, the butler stopped her. Are you Cici's mother? Yi Zixia felt no goodwill toward this woman. In her past life, for a few measly coins, she had conspired with Qian Qi and others to torment Cici, even using psychic force on him. Yes, yes. When Junju quickly agreed, then glared fiercely at the butler. Daughter-in-law, your butler has no sense at all. Fire her immediately. Her words hung in the air, met with a long silence. A cold sweat broke out on Wen Junse's forehead. The air grew heavy, pressing down on her shoulders, making it hard to breathe. When Junse's face hardened as she scolded her son. You're not even married into the Yi family yet, and here your mother stands while you sit so comfortably. The young man in her arms stiffened, his shoulders trembling involuntarily as he instinctively tried to rise. Yi Zixia's eyes sharpened, and she pulled him back into her embrace. When Juanju, from this day forward, you and Cici sever your mother-son relationship. Huh. When Junse's face froze as if she hadn't heard correctly. She cupped her ear. You? What did you say? Sever the relationship. Yi Zixia tightened her arms around the trembling young man, her gaze as cold as ice, yet her voice terrifyingly calm. It seems your hearing is poor. Then I'll say it again. From today, when she has nothing more to do with you and Junju. On what grounds? When Junju bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice shrill. Am his mother. When I fed you and clothed you, spent so much money raising you. You ungrateful wretch, you just let her treat me like this. When Zai's body trembled more violently, his eyes reddening, his lips moving but unable to utter a sound. Yi Zixia frowned, gently patting Wenxi's back, her gaze cutting toward Wen Junju like a sharp blade. Isn't it only natural for a mother to provide her child with food and clothing? Huh. You know full well what you're raising him for. In the tiny patch of land called Huajiao Star, you'd worm your way into any noble banquet. Yi Zixia sneered. Look at yourself. Cici is utterly cursed to have a mother like you. When Junse's face flushed pale, and then green, her expression turning threatening as she looked at Wenxi. Wensi, you've climbed high indeed. But don't forget your little father is still on Huajiao Star. Wensi trembled all over, casting a panicked glance at his mother. His little father was gentle and frail, surviving only thanks to his constant support against the elder's harsh treatment. After all these years, he was utterly exhausted, yet that man had risked his life to bring him into this world. Sister Yi. The youth's voice was hoarse, his blue eyes shimmering with tears as he looked at her timidly. A pang of pain struck Yi Zixia's heart. She raised a hand to stroke his hair. That reminds me. She waved to the steward. Go to Huajiao Star now and bring my father-in-law here. Yi Zixia, do you have no respect for the law? That's my husband. Are you trying to steal a married man? Restrained by the steward, when Junju kicked and thrashed, but couldn't get near Yi Zixia, barking like a mad dog. Throw her out. Yi Zixia waved a hand. The law. In the Federation, she was the law. If she wished to claim the throne, she could at any moment. But in this life, she no longer wanted to be tangled in governance, content to be the pillar of stability. The annoying fly finally eliminated, the world returned to tranquility. Yi Zixia lowered her head, gently cupping Wensi's face, her thumb wiping away the tears glistening in his eyes as she asked softly, "Now are you at ease?" Wensi nodded vigorously, letting out a thick nasal "mm." Before he could even say anything, Sister Yi had already done everything for him. How wonderful it felt to have someone to lean on. He had never felt such security before. Wensi bit his lip, then reached out to wrap his arms around Yi Zixia's neck, pressing his tender lips to her cheek. Yi Zixia froze for a moment, then let out a low laugh. She pinched the youth's chin and kissed him on the lips, domineering, forceful, leaving no room for escape. A firework exploded in her mind, something seemed to shatter, and countless fragments of memory streaked down like shooting stars. Wensi's eyes flew open, tears streaming down his face. Wife. This was his wife, the one he would cherish for a lifetime. His arms tightened around his wife's shoulders and back as he returned the kiss passionately, their lips and teeth clashing in a desperate, lingering embrace. Only when all the oxygen was spent did they part. Cici. Yi Zixia gripped the youth's shoulders, her fingers trembling slightly. No words were needed. Her Cici had awakened, she could feel it. Wife. Wensi's eyes curved into crescents as he threw himself into her arms. His wife had truly come for him. How wonderful. The familiar scent of orchids lingered at the tip of her nose. Yi Zixia lifted the burning hot youth in her arms and strode quickly into the bedroom. For the next 3 days, neither of them appeared again. On Huajiao Star at the One residence, Madame Zhuang was entertaining Governor Liu. Ever since Wensi was taken away by the eldest miss of the Yi family, their household had enjoyed unprecedented prominence in the prefecture. Countless invitations and visiting cards arrived daily, all from nobles they could never have reached before. Today, even Governor Liu had graced their door with a personal visit, and Madame Zhuang's spine had never felt straighter. Your son is truly accomplished, favored by a great noble from the Central Star. Many good days lie ahead. Governor Liu sat in the seat of honor, teacup in hand, her demeanor impossibly elegant. Yet she hadn't taken a single sip. Madame Zhuang smiled in agreement, but inwardly curled her lip. What a pretentious snob. If she despised their tea so much, why bother coming to curry favor? Liu's smile was faint. Even though she looked down on this humble household, she had no choice but to stoop to this charade on her wife's orders. I see that Miss Wenbauer is also quite remarkable. My youngest son is 15 this year, the same age as her. Perhaps. Before Liu could finish, a commotion erupted outside the One family's main gate. What's going on? Liu raised a hand to conceal the sneer at the corner of her mouth, asking, "Let me go see. It must be my wife returning." Madame Zhuang rose with the most graceful posture of her life, swaying step by step toward the outer hall, her face brimming with pride. Her daughter-in-law was the uncrowned queen of the Federation. Surely she had secured a brilliant future for her wife. This was a triumphant homecoming. Just as she reached the doorway, several tall, sturdy women shoved her back inside. Madame Zhuang nearly fell flat on her back, letting out a shriek as she steadied herself. "What do you think you're doing?" "My daughter-in-law is the marshal. How dare you trespass into the marshal's in-law's home?" Madame Zhuang blocked the women's path, her trailing robe stamped with several shoe prints, but she couldn't stop their advance. "Nonsense." The woman at the front, clad in military uniform, raised her eyebrows with a ferocious expression. "The marshal has declared that the Wen family has no connection to her whatsoever." "Which one is Jiang?" The officer paid no heed to the men's screams, bellowing. Madame Zhuang's head buzzed, her hands and feet turning to ice. What did this mean? No connection. Could it be that Wensi had stirred up trouble and offended the marshal? "I'm asking you, which one is Jiang?" The officer's voice made Madame Zhuang shudder. Instinctively, she pointed to the man kneeling in the corner, serving as a tea table. Two dignified stewards then helped the wretch to his feet and respectfully escorted him out. Wait. He's a concubine of the Wen family. What do you think you're doing?" Zhuangshi could no longer maintain her elegant demeanor as she scrambled after them. "Your family mistreated the marshal's fiancé and tried to use his biological father to coerce him into profit. The marshal has decreed that when she is to sever all ties with the Wen family, never to be involved again. A woman dressed as a housekeeper said coldly, then boarded a shuttle, leaving a mess behind. Zhuangshi, it seems you have some trouble here, so we'll take my leave. Governor Liu, looking displeased, left with her personal attendant without waiting for Zhuangshi's reply. Governor's husband, what about the matter between our Bauer and your son? Zhuangshi's mind was in turmoil, but she still clung to the hope of a good marriage for her daughter. What are you talking about? Liu's gaze turned sharp. If you dare speak nonsense again, your Wen family won't survive on Huajiao Star. Zhuangshi watched the guests leave like fleeing from a plague and collapsed to the ground. How could this be? In the flower hall of Yi Mansion, when she looked at the peonies in the celadon vase and felt a sense of surreal detachment. The decor here was identical to his past life, exuding a sense of peace and comfort. Wife. When she served his wife a bowl of soup, his gaze tender. He had fully regained the memories of his past life, and all the years of resistance and persistence had not been in vain. He had finally saved his first time for the one he loved most. Yi Zixia curled her lips, took a sip of the soup from Wen Zai's hand, and winked at him. Why don't you call me sister? I like it when you call me sister. She leaned close to the young man's ear and whispered softly. Wen Zai's cheeks flushed crimson as he recalled last night crying and calling her sister until his voice went hoarse. Wife, sister. The young man covered his face, his voice soft and sweet, like a kitten's paw treading on her heart. Yi Zixia was almost melted by the cuteness. Head of the household, Mr. Zhang has arrived. The housekeeper's voice came through the screen, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Yi Zixia reluctantly released the young man, cleared her throat, and said, please let him in. Cici, do you miss your father? Yi Zixia stroked the young man's hair, a pang of guilt rising in her heart. In the past life, Cici's estrangement from his biological father was largely because of her. Even after she ascended the throne, when she never thought of reconciling with the Wen family, he must have felt terrible. When she lowered his eyes, he understood that his wife was asking not about this life, but the previous one. His father was, after all, his only relative. To say he didn't miss him would be a lie. But every time he recalled his father's cowardly, docile demeanor, always thinking he was doing the best for him, while pushing him into the fire, his heart ached. Wife, my father is a weak, helpless man. Without someone to guide and drive him, he can't even manage his own life. When she sighed, feeling a deep weariness, Yi Zixia held his hand in silent comfort. Jiang's temperament wasn't innate. The environment had molded him into what he was, pitiful and tragic. Fortunately, although Jiang was weak and ignorant, he wasn't malicious. A frail figure turned around the screen, hunched and withdrawn, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Jiang kept his head down, timidly glancing up at the two on the main seats, his knees weak. He had never seen such an impressive mansion like the palaces in the Starnet dramas. Father, please sit. Don't be nervous, treat it like your own home. When she stood up, took his father's hand, and guided him to a chair. In his own home, he could finally call him father openly. Jiang sat on the soft chair, feeling utterly uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. Xiaoxiyu. He cautiously glanced toward Yi Zixia and lowered his voice. The marshal is still here, how can I sit? You must never take favor for granted. Women like obedient and well-behaved men. Wen Zai's hand stiffened, the smile fading from his lips. Again the same old clichés. He had heard them so many times his ears were numb. Yet his father genuinely believed in them and truly wanted the best for him, fearing he would lose favor. Father-in-law, in my house you follow my rules. Yi Zixia stood up and wrapped an arm around Wen Zai's waist. Put away that subservient demeanor, it's hard for me to watch. The imposing woman exuded overwhelming pressure. Jiang flinched, stood up from the chair, and nearly fell to his knees, but when she firmly held him up. Housekeeper, assigned 2 senior stewards to Mr. Jiang and properly teach him the rules of Yi Mansion. Yi Zixia commanded. When she was amazed to find that his father complied, quite willingly, even straightening his back a little. Seeing the admiration in her husband's eyes, Yi Zixia's metaphorical tail wagged happily. For someone with Jiang's people-pleasing personality, firm commands worked best. Gentle words only made him uncomfortable. From now on, he would live comfortably in Yi Mansion. If he wished to remarry she, and when she would carefully vet the candidate and assign 2 stewards to look after him, ensuring he wouldn't be wronged. Wife, thank you. As his father left with the stewards, his back seemed to carry a bit more spirit. When she threw himself into his wife's arms, hugging her tightly around the waist. His wife had said there was no need for thanks between them, but he still wanted to say it. In the Wen family, he was the only one who truly cared for me, even though he always did. Wife, you know, sometimes I'm so tired I just want to shake him off. When she buried his head in the crook of his wife's neck, his voice muffled. But after I actually sent him back to the Wen family, I felt a void in my heart. The soft lullabies he hummed, the candies he secretly hid, the times he knelt to plead for him, all faded away with his departure. Wen Zai's eyes glistened with moisture, his nose stinging. Sometimes I wonder if I'm too heartless. Silly Cici, don't be so hard on yourself. Yi Zixia listened quietly, then let out a soft sigh. Your feelings matter. Don't always accommodate others, including me. I love the complete when she had don't lose yourself for anyone. In this world, only his wife could say such warm words. When she looked up, gazing at the woman before him with adoration, grateful that he had carried her back from the Moonlight District back then. How wonderful. When she smiled, feeling no regrets in his life. As the Federation's Marshal Yi Xiao wasn't power-hungry, she only stepped in when needed, sweeping away all obstacles with decisive force, serving as the Federation's strongest support. What she loved most was traveling with her husband, the two of them, so deeply in love that it felt like an eternal honeymoon. Yi Xixia, and when she spent 100 years together in the Federation, never once arguing. In Wen Zai's final moments, Yi Xixia gently kissed his forehead and whispered, "Cici, don't be afraid. No matter where you go, your wife will find you. We will be together life after life."